This is a forbidden blade that instills fear in everyone. Any player who possesses it will be cursed and won't survive for more than 3 days. But when you see it for the first time, you unhesitatingly spend all your savings to bury it. Everyone laughs at you for being a fool, not knowing that you have awakened as the only cursed class, the cursed one. You are immune to the curse costs of all competitive gear. So while other players are still struggling in the novice village, you are already clad in ultimate divine gear, capable of obliterating anything with a mere gesture. At this moment, as your figure appears in Novice Village 9527, a system notification rings in your ears. Detected as the only competitive class Cursed One, you receive a reward, a customizable Curse Embryo. The customizable Curse Embryo, an S-grade item, can transform into any type of cursed equipment, and consuming materials will evolve into powerful cursed gear. Wow, an S-grade cursed equipment. You widen your eyes in shock. Cursed gear is a forbidden divine artifact banned by the Empire. It possesses power far beyond other equipment of the same tier, but with great power comes huge costs of usage. For example, a needle that ignores distance and can locate any divine item, guiding you in the right direction. But if you cannot obtain it within 3 days, you will die from blood loss. Or a magic necklace that maximizes your mental power, providing endless mana with no cooldown, allowing you to unleash powerful skills at will, but the cost is that you must kill a loved one every day. If you lose your loved ones, you will die. Moreover, once cursed equipment is used, it cannot be removed, and you must endure the curse forever. However, as the cursed one, you have no such concerns. Just then, another system notification sounds. Conditions met. You have received the S-grade hidden title chosen Cursed One. As the first player to obtain this title, you receive an additional reward of 5,000 gold coins, a 20% increase in experience points, and a 200% boost in item drop rates for 1 day. 1 day card for classical Chinese. You swallow hard and quickly check the effects of the title. Chosen Cursed One. S-grade title. Effect 1. Each cursed equipment equipped increases all attributes by 1%. Effect 2. No limit on equipment slots, allowing you to gain the attributes of all cursed gear. Effects and abilities. Effect 3. For every 10 levels gained, you automatically receive a customizable Curse Embryo. Wow, this is incredible. One surprise after another makes your heart soar with joy. As everyone knows, in any game, there is a limit to the equipment you can wear. Each body part can only stack the attributes of one piece of gear. Even school uniforms, if they are weapons, can only have a main weapon and a secondary weapon at most. Yet you have unlimited equipment slots. No matter how many pieces you have, their attribute effects can stack onto you, and each additional cursed equipment increases all attributes by an extra 1%. This is simply outrageous. Doesn't that mean I'll be a boss-like character in the future? You are very pleased with the effects of this title. Next up is the customizable Curse Embryo. You steady yourself and click to open the customizable Curse Embryo menu. And the customization options. Attack type, defense type, support type, special type. You choose the attack type without hesitation. You urgently need a suitable weapon. Killing monsters and leveling up is your primary goal for now. Everything else can wait. Level 2 customization options. Longsword Embryo, Greatsword Embryo, Magic Staff Embryo, Blowgun Embryo. The level 2 options are quite cumbersome, with a variety of weapons displayed. After some thought, you ultimately choose the Longsword type. Longsword Curse Embryo selected. Please choose the materials to consume to generate cursed equipment. At least 2 materials are required, and the specific attributes will depend on the materials used. The better the materials, the stronger the cursed equipment will be. Materials? Let's check the Novice Village shop. With 5,000 gold coins in hand, you decide to buy all the high-level materials in the shop. Although your instinct tells you that the materials in the Novice Village shop won't be very good, increasing the quantity might lead to a qualitative change. With that thought in mind, you head straight to the Novice Village shop. Greetings, brave warrior. What would you like to buy? As soon as you enter the shop, the NPC shopkeeper notices you. I want the best materials you have, preferably for crafting attack-type gear. The shopkeeper looks at you in surprise, says nothing more, and pulls out 2 types of materials from his pocket. Hedgehog Fangs, level 1 material, priced at 200 gold coins. Orichalcum ore, level 2 material, priced at 1,000 gold coins. These are the best 2 materials I have here. Are you really going to buy them? This shopkeeper is really shady. Seeing the prices of the 2 materials makes your mouth twitch. Just the level 1 material costs 200 gold coins, while the level 2 ore is a whopping 1,000 gold coins. However, to quickly craft cursed equipment for killing monsters and leveling up, it's worth the price. You spend 1,200 gold coins and successfully purchase the hedgehog fangs in Orichalcomore. A smooth transaction. I see you really need the materials. The area outside the village for collecting materials is occupied by a spirit mouse. I can't send anyone to collect. Could you help me kill it? It also blocks the way to the town. If you don't kill it, you won't be able to go to the town. As he finishes speaking, a task notification rings in your ears. Do you accept the novice village shopkeeper's request? Upon completion, you will receive 15 gold coins, 30 free attribute points, and 1 piece of class equipment. Hearing this, your eyes light up. You didn't expect that buying the most expensive materials from the novice village's shady shop would trigger a quest, and it seems to be a main quest. I must accept it. What you're really interested in is not the gold coins or attribute points, but the class equipment. As a cursed one, you can expect that completing the quest will reward you with a piece of cursed gear. However, given your current strength, dealing with the spirit mouse will be difficult. It's best to level up to 15 in the low-level monster area first. The shady shopkeeper continues, saying that this spirit mouse is likely a food-level monster. You nod and bid farewell to the shady shopkeeper. You find an empty alley and immediately fuse the materials with the curse embryo. As you consume the level 1 hedgehog fangs and level 2 orichalcomore, the fusion is successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Death War Blade. Death War Blade, an S-grade cursed equipment, adds 150 to attack power and deals true damage to opponents with physical defense lower than your attack power. It deals true damage equal to your attack power, while cursing your physical defense to be negative relative to your attack power. Damn, with the Death Battle Knife equipped, your attack power reaches 180, meaning any opponent with defense lower than that will take 180 points of real damage with each hit. However, the curse is equally exaggerated, reducing your defense to minus 180, meaning you'll take an additional 180 points of damage with every attack. It's essentially a guaranteed death with a single hit. As the bearer of the curse, you have no such worries. With 180 attack power, you feel confident that even the level 2 monsters won't withstand a single strike from you. With that in mind, you head straight toward the level 2 monsters, and soon you come across a brown bear sound asleep in front of you. Heavy brown bear, level 2, HP 170, attack 50, physical defense 5, magic defense 3. This bear has low intelligence, loves to sleep, but will attack nearby creatures when awakened. Heaven is on my side. Without hesitation, you swing your blade at the brown bear. Suddenly, a high damage number pops up. The brown bear doesn't even let out a cry of anguish before dying in its sleep. You have successfully defeated the heavy brown bear beyond your level, gaining 24 experience points. Not bad. You only need to kill 4 more level 2 monsters to reach level 2. You touch the death battle knife in your hand and step forward to search the brown bear's corpse. Congratulations, you have received gold and a broken greatsword. A broken F-rank greatsword adds 8 to attack and 3 to all defenses. Equipment requirement, melee class with strength of at least 10. You found a low-level F-rank equipment, but unfortunately, as a cursed class, you can only wear cursed gear. However, you can sell it to other players. This greatsword can significantly improve your efficiency in the early stages, so you decide to list it in the trading market for a simple 200 gold coins. With that thought, you quickly put it up for sale. As the trading market refreshes, the world channel erupts with excitement. Damn, everyone, look, someone has listed an F-rank weapon for sale. Damn, I'm still here in the newbie village arguing with the village chief while he has already gotten equipment. The gaming team is recruiting a lot of people, including cute girls. Just hand over your gold coins to us. For every gold coin you submit, you'll receive 10,000 dragon coins. Don't miss out on this opportunity. You listed this piece of equipment for sale. You did it just to show those rich folks. 200 gold coins is nothing for those groups and wealthy heirs. They'll gather that in no time. If I had known, I would have set the price at 500 gold coins. It's a small loss, but it's okay. There will be plenty of chances to reap profits later. Let's keep killing those big bears. You raise the death battle knife and swing at the nearest heavy brown bear again. Meanwhile, outside the newbie village 2684, a middle-aged man exuding an official aura is shooting at a mechanism with his bow and arrow. Whenever monsters approach him to attack, a player nearby will recklessly step in to block, even at the cost of their own life. Taking advantage of the situation, the man creates distance from the monsters and continues shooting. If someone dies in his place, it means the middle-aged man will have to pay that person 200,000 dragon coins. This is the safest method he has found for farming monsters, commonly known as the sacrificial leveling method. Uncle Who, an F-rank item has appeared in the trading market. Would you like it? After he kills a monster, a young man respectfully says to him. Uncle Who glances at the equipment's stats and replies, not bad, my daughter is also a melee fighter, so she can use it, using all connections to acquire gold coins, no matter how expensive it is. He will decide on such matters later. Time is precious, and he can't afford to waste it on monster farming. After saying that, Uncle Who waved his hand in the distance, and immediately, 10 excited players gathered around him and headed toward the nearby level 1 monsters. Similar things are happening in every newbie village. Those with capital or power want to get this weapon. The drop rate for level 1 monsters is too low, and many players lack decent weapons, making monster farming inefficient. Meanwhile, while they are stockpiling gold coins, you have successfully leveled up to level 2. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 2 and gained 10 free attribute points. As the first player to level up, you are awarded an additional choice of class equipment. Please make your selection. This is amazing. The class equipment is indeed cursed gear, which is like a blessing for someone who can only wear cursed equipment. How to choose? You already have attack gear, and your output is sufficient for now, so let's choose defense gear. Congratulations! You have obtained the S-Rank Cursed Equipment, Mutated Lifetree Armor. S-Rank Mutated Lifetree Armor increases HP by 150. For every 10 HP increase, you gain 1 point of physical defense and 1 point of magic defense. The curse grants a fixed 4 attribute points with each level up. The Mutated Lifetree Armor comfortably compensates for your high attack but low health flaw. You didn't even glance at the curse effect. You allocate the 10 attribute points, putting 8 into strength and 2 into constitution. The 2 points in constitution are just for show. Stable output is what truly matters. After finishing, you open your attribute panel. Player I love basketball, level 2, class, cursed 1, title, chosen cursed 1. All attributes increase by 2%. HP 250, magic 100, physical attack 196, magic attack 20, physical defense 33, magic defense 33. Equipped with the death battle knife and the mutated lifetree armor. With these stats, even level 3 monsters probably can't withstand you. You can take on level 4 monsters with just 2 strikes. The increase in health and dual defenses gives you immense confidence. To quickly level up to 5, you head straight to the level 4 monster area. Bloodthirsty Black Panther, level 4, HP 350, attack 90, physical defense 10, magic defense 8. The Black Panther is very agile. Upon noticing that your level is lower, it lunges at you without hesitation, completely dismissing you. Underestimate me? You'll find out why flowers bloom differently today. You wait for the right moment. You raise your hand and strike. A blood red damage number appears, but at the same time, the Black Panther bites down hard on your arm. You take damage from the bloodthirsty Black Panther, losing 53 HP. The bloodthirsty Black Panther is completely caught off guard by your high attack for such a low-level creature. Its defense is far beyond its expectations. It quickly releases its bite and tries to escape. It's too late to run, you shout fiercely. You swing your blade again. The bloodthirsty Black Panther hasn't even managed to escape the range of your death battle knife before you completely drain its health. You have killed the bloodthirsty Black Panther, earning 2 gold coins, 36 experience points, and a low-level health potion. Just 1 potion? I was expecting at least 1 more piece of equipment. However, compared to others who can't even get 1 gold coin from 10 monsters, this is quite good. You drink the health potion you just obtained, fully restoring your HP, and turn to kill the next bloodthirsty Black Panther. 10 minutes later, with 6 bloodthirsty Black Panthers fallen by your hand, you finally level up to level 3. In addition, you also obtain 3 health potions and 2 F-rank equipment. You continue to allocate your attribute points in a 2-to-8 ratio between constitution and strength, distributing the 10 points you gained from leveling up as usual. As for the 2 useless pieces of equipment, you might as well list them for sale. With that thought, you quickly open the trading market. The broken greatsword has been sold, and you have received 200 gold coins. That was quick. The newbies are quite efficient. It's only been about 20 minutes since listing the broken greatsword, and here you are with the coins. A slight smile appears on your face. Since the newbies are so perceptive, you can't look down on them either. You decide to list the 2 F-rank items for 500 gold coins each. The sale was successful. You have received 1,000 gold coins. Wow, you sold it for even more than the first piece of equipment, and they didn't even blink. The newbies are proving to be quite effective, which is delightful. However, at this moment, a system-wide announcement rings in your ear. World announcement. Currently, 6 players have successfully transitioned into powerful epic level classes. Keep up the effort, everyone. Good at noticing details within the newbie village. You are stunned. The world of Shinchi has millions of players, yet only 6 have transitioned into epic classes. This clearly shows the difficulty of changing to rare classes. However, since some have already obtained epic classes, I must push myself as well. so I won't be surpassed by others. The scene shifts, and you find yourself in the level 5 monster area. You carefully observe your surroundings, considering your current health. It's still a bit dangerous to be hopping around in the level 5 area, especially when encountering bloodthirsty black panthers, which are fast and hard to evade. You can only tank the damage. However, you soon realize you were overthinking it. Perhaps it's the favor of the goddess of luck. The level 5 monsters in this area are all slow-moving, tough-skinned turtle monsters. Armored Dragon Turtle, level 5, HP 520, Attack 95, Physical Defense 16, Magic Defense 12. With its 520 HP, Old Wong, do you dare let me take 3 hits? You smirk wickedly and swing your blade at the strongest part of the turtle's shell, knowing that you can ignore defense and hit anywhere. The armored dragon turtle, standing nearly 2 meters tall, sees a fool attacking its proud shell and makes no effort to defend. Instead, it lunges forward to bite you. However, the next moment, you hear a crack, and a blood-red damage number appears. You cleave the turtle's shell in half, blood pouring out. Seizing the opportunity, you take advantage of the situation and deliver 2 swift strikes. With another 2 blood-red damage numbers appearing, you bring the 520 HP armored dragon turtle down with 3 strikes. Congratulations! You have killed the armored dragon turtle and earned 36 experience points and 2 gold coins. You glance at your experience bar and without hesitation, you swing at the next turtle. Soon, you have killed 10 armored dragon turtles, and at the same time, you successfully level up to level 4. This time, you gain 3 points in Constitution and 7 points in Strength. Although defeating tougher monsters beyond your level is easy, you can't guarantee luck will always be on your side, so you choose a relatively conservative allocation. After doing all this, you plan to check out the level 6 monster area first. If the monsters are too difficult, you can retreat and continue farming the turtles. However, just as you are about to reach the level 6 monster area, an old man wearing a hat suddenly blocks your path. Is he a humanoid monster or an NPC? If it's the latter, there's a good chance he has a quest. You can't decide, hesitating for a moment before approaching the old man. Is there anything I can help you with, sir? The old man, known as the Soul-Eye Old Man, shows a surprisingly human expression of astonishment. Oh my, a warrior has arrived here so soon. Seeing this, you breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that he's an NPC. If he were a monster, you probably wouldn't be able to handle him at this point. At that moment, the old man continues, "Can you help me collect 4 armored turtle shells? These big guys are too tough for my old bones to handle." You trigger the old man's quest 1, collect 4 armored dragon turtle shells and deliver them to him. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Do you accept? Damn, isn't this a free reward? I just farmed 10 turtle shells while leveling up. Also, this quest looks like it might be a series of quests. You're quite excited to see what the next tasks and rewards will be. Isn't it a coincidence, old man? I just happen to have 10 armored turtle shells right here. Without hesitation, you hand over the turtle shells. Congratulations! You have completed the old man's quest 1 and gained 5 free attribute points. Warrior, I knew I wasn't mistaken. I only tested to see if you could really help. In fact, I need a lot more turtle shells, but soon I must leave. The old man's quest 2, collect 40 armored turtle shells and deliver them to him within 1 hour, or the quest will fail. Quest rewards, 15 free attribute points and a relic teleportation stone. Okay, I will deliver the turtle shells to you within an hour. It seems the old man's quests only have 2 parts, but the rewards for the second stage are indeed quite good. As is well known, every game has dungeons where you can not only earn high experience but also have a great chance of obtaining top-tier equipment. The relic teleportation stone is the key to entering these dungeons. You wonder what type of teleportation stone the old man has. As you prepare to allocate the 5 attribute points you just gained, you allocate all points to strength. You immediately turn around and continue to hunt the turtles. With your current attack power, killing 80 armored dragon turtles within an hour is more than feasible. Before long, your backpack is filled with over a dozen turtle shells, and your experience bar keeps rising, quickly approaching level 5. After 15 minutes of farming like this, a system notification rings in your ear. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 5. Gaining 10 attribute points and unlocking your class quest. Class quest 1, reach level 10 and equip 5 pieces of cursed gear. Reward, exclusive skill curse enhancement. Unlucky but lucky warrior, you should realize that not only can you not wear normal equipment, but you also cannot learn skills. However, while heaven closes one door, it opens another. Complete your class quest to gain more exclusive skills. What is this? I can't even learn skills? You thought you were only unable to wear regular equipment, but you didn't expect that you also can't learn skills. But it is understandable. After all, cursed gear is already quite outrageous. If you could learn any skills freely, skills with percentage bonuses would be too overpowered. Speaking of which, What effects does the exclusive skill have? Can I see it in advance? With that thought, you quickly open the skill panel. Curse Enhancement. Sacrifice 10,000 gold coins to enhance any cursed equipment once, with a chance to add extra effects each time it is used. Sacrificing gold increases the effect. Seeing the effect of the exclusive skill, you can't help but feel exhilarated. You can enhance cursed gear and have a chance to gain extra effects. This is too powerful. Just then, another system notification rings out. As you are the first warrior to unlock the class quest, you can use your exclusive skill for free once. You decide to use the free enhancement on the death battle knife. After a brief moment of thought, you conclude that enhancing your output is the best choice given your current situation. Are you sure you want to use curse enhancement on the death battle knife? This action cannot be changed once confirmed. Once confirmed, a golden light instantly envelopes the blade. The death battle knife gains +1, adding 170 to attack power against enemies with physical defense lower than your attack. It directly deals double your attack power as real damage, while the curse's defense is the negative of your attack power. This is incredibly satisfying. With the additional 20 points in attack, your total attack power reaches 297, triggering the death battle knife's effect, resulting in a whopping 594 points of real damage. Now, facing the armored dragon turtle again, you could probably one-shot it. At the same time, another system-wide announcement rings out. World announcement: player I Love Basketball has been the first to unlock the class quest and has earned the right to use his exclusive skill for free. All warriors, keep up the good work. With those words, the world channel erupts once again. Oh my god, it's this I Love Basketball again. He was the one who listed the first piece of equipment last time too. So what if he was the first to unlock the class quest? He must have a garbage class for transitioning so early, and his exclusive skill probably isn't that strong either. Who knows, he might already be targeted by other rare class powerhouses. I hope he dies soon. Ha, I actually hope someone comes to challenge me, bringing me equipment and gold coins. With your current stats, even without the death battle knife, you could easily dominate countless players. You close the world channel and continue to strike at the turtles. The significant increase in your attack power boosts your monster farming speed, and soon you've gathered 40 turtle shells. Finally, you've collected them. You must have killed at least 80 or 90 turtles for these 40 armored turtle shells, and your experience bar has also risen to over 1/3 of the way to leveling up. First, you head to turn in the quest. You return to the old man and hand over the 40 turtle shells. Thank you, warrior. Without your help, I really wouldn't know what to do. This is what you deserve. Congratulations! You have completed the old man's quest 2 and earned 15 free attribute points, as well as a level 1 relic teleportation stone. You allocate the attribute points, putting 5 into constitution and 10 into strength. After distributing the points, your attack power reaches 312, and your real damage exceeds 600. However, you don't plan to enter the relic dungeon just yet. The level corresponds to levels 10 to 30, which is too risky for your current level. So you decide to return to the newbie village to pick up a few quests and plan your next steps after leveling up. You hope to encounter another quest that rewards you with class equipment, and with that thought, you quickly head back to the newbie village. However, just as you enter the level 2 area, several players suddenly block your path. Excuse me, sir, please hold on. Our lady has a question for you. I don't have time, you reply bluntly, continuing to walk forward. Then I'll ask directly. Tell me the attributes of the level 3 monsters and how you killed them, and I'll give you 2 million cash. Just then, a pleasant voice sounds from behind you. Upon hearing this, you stop in your tracks. 2 million is quite a lot. Seeing you stop, the girl walks up eagerly and continues. If you provide enough detailed information, I can add another 2 million. You size up the girl. She's offering 4 million cash just to extract information from you. You wonder where she gets her confidence. Seeing you hesitate, the girl's butler quickly explains. Our lady is Dongu, the heiress of the Longyue group. She can definitely afford 4 million, you can rest assured about that. You misunderstood. Give me 5,000 gold coins, and I'll tell you everything about the level 3 to 5 monsters. You still need over 4,000 to reach 10,000 gold coins. If you can pull out 5,000 gold coins, I don't mind sharing the information. What kind of currency are you talking about? Dongu exclaimed, thinking she had seen countless people before. She had never encountered such an arrogant man. 5,000 gold coins? No one can afford that. In her view, this man was probably just trying to flirt with her because of her looks. If he wasn't genuinely interested in the level 3 monster information, he likely wouldn't say another word to you. Other players around burst into laughter upon hearing this. They thought he was a skilled player, but he turned out to be a fool. This is too funny, and he plans to share all the information about level 3 to 5 monsters with Miss Dongu? Forget it. this guy must be out of his mind. This isn't how you flirt with a girl, though I have to admit, he is quite handsome. Just as the crowd continues laughing at you, a sudden system-wide announcement captures their attention. World announcement: player Jean has become the first to transition into a legendary class, earning 1,000 gold coins in free attribute points. With this announcement, players are stunned. Damn, the first legendary class player has appeared. Isn't that the highest level transition class? Isn't Jean from our newbie village 9,527? No wonder we haven't run into him here. It turns out he hasn't left the newbie village and has been working on his legendary class transition quest. Oh no, once he finishes his transition quest, he will come here immediately. We need to kill more monsters quickly, otherwise, there won't be any left to kill. The players suddenly realize this and focus on farming monsters. Hearing this announcement, Dongu also becomes anxious. Dean is one of the top players from the beautiful country. Once he arrives here, there won't be any monsters left for him to kill. Even if you don't tell me for 2 million, you must speak now. Behind him, a dozen level 1 players draw their weapons and surround you menacingly. If soft words won't work, they plan to take a harder approach. With that, there's nothing more to say. Since they've shown hostility first, you won't back down either. Besides, attacking players outside the village won't turn you red, so you have no worries. However, at this moment, you suddenly feel a gaze fixed on you from behind. You turn to look. You discover a tall, muscular blonde man, nearly 2 meters tall, standing out prominently. Jean arrived so quickly, you better not run away, says the Red Moon as he goes back to his monster farming area. Why is everyone looking at me? Keep killing your monsters. With that, Jean grabs 2 level 2 wild wolves with his bare hands and punches them until their heads explode in just a few strikes. The players around are wide-eyed in shock. They need at least 7 or 8 strikes to kill a level 2 monster, yet Jean has smashed 2 in just a few punches. Is this the power of a legendary class? Level 2 monsters are just too weak. It's really boring. A gust of wind blows past, shaking off the blood from Jean's hands. He has transitioned into the legendary class, Gale Fist Fighter. After swiftly killing 10 level 1 monsters, he leveled up and immediately came here. Seeing the players around him frozen in place, too afraid to even kill monsters, Jean scoffs dismissively. This is the stance of the weak. However, he has no interest in competing with the weak here and plans to directly challenge level 3 monsters to quickly enhance his strength. Then he will complete the task assigned by the upper organization, find I Love Basketball and other popular players from the Dragon Country, kill them 10 times, and ensure they can no longer appear in the magical world. Especially since I Love Basketball has been named, he must be dealt with first. With that in mind, he asks, are there any players in the level 3 monster area? No. At that moment, Dongu steps forward and points out, but this man just came from the level 3 monster area, and he also claims to know information about level 5 monsters. You blare at Dongu, your expression darkened. He plans to rely on others to eliminate you without obtaining the information he wants. His actions infuriate you. What's in the level 5 monster area? Jean looks down at you, and you meet his gaze. Give me 5,000 gold coins, and I will tell you. Upon hearing this, Jean is intrigued. It's been a long time since he encountered someone with such guts. Let's have a duel. If you win, I won't ask you for any information and will owe you 10,000 gold coins. Although he doesn't have that many gold coins right now, he dares to make such a bold claim. As a legendary class player, 10,000 gold coins are a mere trifle, and besides, he doesn't think he will lose. Why not just take the 4 million and give me the information? Why go against Dongu? Dongu is beautiful but has a wicked heart, using this method to manipulate others into eliminating their foes. That's terrifying. It's a good thing I haven't offended her. The surrounding players start murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, Dongu is secretly laughing. She believes you are doomed this time. This is the price of offending her. However, your next words make him question his life choices. Can you afford to pay me 10,000 gold coins in apology? Jean is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter. Interesting. I like your attitude. I'll definitely give you 10,000 gold coins within 3 months. Can we have a match then? I promise not to let you lose your life. There's a saying in the Dragon Country that one should only go so far. I really like your personality. I'm curious to see how strong this delicate young man really is. 3 months is too long. At most, it should be half a month. Otherwise, I won't fight you. As you say this, you start to walk toward Dongu. Half a month it is then. Jean reaches out to grab your arm. However, you don't even glance at him, extending a finger to lightly flick his palm. In the next moment, Jean's body uncontrollably flies backward, crashing into a group of onlookers. A large damage number pops up above his head. Ouch! That hurts. How did I take damage from that? Does crashing count as damage? The onlookers curse until they realize Jean is lying on top of them. How did Jean get knocked back? Wasn't he supposed to win easily against that fool? The onlookers, stunned, can't comprehend what just happened. However, Dongu, standing not far away, sees everything clearly and looks at you with a mix of astonishment and fear. This frivolous man who was flirting with her just flicked Jean away with a single finger, causing a shocking 99 points of damage. He's one of the top players from the beautiful country, equivalent to a professional team, and the first player in Shinchi to transition into a legendary class. The realization that she has offended someone like him fills her mind with fear, causing her to forget to escape. Jean is equally shocked. The moment your fingertip touches his palm, it feels like he was struck by a boulder. He simply can't withstand that immense power, causing his health to drop below 100. He even notices the katana at your waist, meaning you didn't even have to use a weapon to achieve such overwhelming power. This is the mark of a true powerhouse. Suddenly, he remembers something and looks at you warily, asking, "Are you Woldalankio?" What is Woldalankio? Sounds like a ridiculous name, like someone with no taste. You reply disdainfully. You're unaware that you've made it onto their country's hit list, but you have no fondness for players from other countries. Jean breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that you are a hidden powerhouse, as long as you're not. I love basketball. Great one, I'm from the beautiful country. Can we be friends? As soon as he says this, everyone is stunned. What's going on? He gets knocked back but isn't angry and even wants to add the other party as a friend? Is this man really a powerhouse? Your response confirms their suspicions. I'm not interested. I won't add you. I won't bother you too much. If you don't add me, how will I give you the 10,000 gold coins in half a month? Remembering his earlier boast, Jean feels like slapping himself twice. By then, I'll come find you. Didn't you just receive a 1,000 gold coin reward from the announcement? Hand it over first. Now it's your turn to look down at him. Alright, fine. Jean reluctantly pulls out a bag of purple gold coins. He hands it to you. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 gold coins. Still 9,000 to go. I'll remember that. You can head to your level 3 monster area now. With that, you shift your gaze to Dongu. Now let's talk about our business, Miss Dongu. What are you planning, Miss Dongu? You're the only precious daughter of the Longyue Group's director. If you touch her, you'll definitely pay the price. Over a dozen level 1 players stand firmly behind Dongu. Whatever Longyue or anything else, if you dare to threaten me, you will all die here today. You step forward, confronting them. Jean, who is heading to the level 3 monster area, stops in his tracks, wanting to witness the battle of the Great One. He thinks he might learn something, but soon he realizes he's overthinking it. Facing a group of weaklings, you simply unleash your fists on them, relying solely on brute strength without any technique or skills. With each punch, one of them disappears in a flash of white light. In just 2.5 minutes, only Dongu remains, sitting on the ground with a terrified expression, pleading, "Please don't kill me." Her voice trembles. You should thank your lucky stars you met me early in the game, otherwise, I would have wiped you out of this world. You don't have time to waste on small fry like this. I warn everyone around you not to think about provoking me, or I'll make sure you're completely removed from this world. You draw your hand back to strike. You slap Dongu across the face. A crisp slap echoes in the air, accompanied by a blood-red damage number appearing above Dongu's head before she turns into a flash of white light. Having resolved the trouble, you ignore the terrified gazes of the crowd and turn away with a blank expression, continuing your path back to the newbie village. Upon returning to the newbie village, news about your battle with Jean has spread rapidly, thanks to the existence of the World Channel. Meanwhile, 3 system notifications sound in your ear. World announcement: Dragon Country player Nyeong is the second to successfully transition into a legendary class, earning 500 gold coins and 5 free attribute points. World announcement: Dragon Country player Nan Lin is the third to successfully transition into a legendary class, earning 100 gold coins and 5 free attribute points. World announcement: Beautiful Country player Jean Sini has successfully transitioned into a legendary class. Another person has transitioned into a legendary class, and 3 players have successfully made the switch, which surprises you slightly, but you don't pay it much mind, as you are the only competitive class player. You have long been at the top of the pyramid. Quick, warriors, make way, there are injured people here. Just then, a loud shout attracted the attention of all the players. A few NPC guards are injured all over, and one person is carrying a seriously injured, unconscious guard, hurriedly running towards a certain place in the novice village. Such a real NPC. I feel like there is a task that can be triggered. A player boldly approaches. Hello, guard sir, is there something wrong? I can help you. The guard glances at him, his steps unyielding. Your strength is too weak, you can't help us. Don't worry, we will protect the village well. Too weak in strength, from this meaning, it seems that there really is a task to take. Thinking of this, I immediately follow the guard secretly. A short while later, several guards arrived at the village chief's house. One guard immediately carried the injured person inside, while 2 guards remained at the door on duty. May I go in? I have enough basic potions, maybe I can help. Seeing this, you quickly stepped forward and took out 10 shiny gold coins in the blind spot of other players' vision. 2 guards exchanged a glance, coughed lightly, and silently accepted the gold coins without blushing or skipping a heartbeat. The main thing for the little brother is not to save people, but to solve problems. I feel that your strength is still lacking, but seeing how earnest you are, let's give it a try. It really works, your heart blooms with joy. But you didn't expect that you couldn't even handle this task with your own strength. Just how difficult is this task? You walked into the room with doubts. Entering the village chief's house, you saw 3 people, the village chief, a severely injured and unconscious guard, and the captain of the guard. Several seniors. What happened? Perhaps I can help. The village chief glanced at the captain of the guard, sighed, and said, originally, we didn't plan to let the warriors join this matter for the time being, but since you are here, I will tell you. Seeing this situation, the captain of the guard quickly spoke up, saying that there is an orc stronghold 3 kilometers outside the village, which has been threatening the safety of the village. I have sent people to eliminate it multiple times, but have not succeeded. Unknowingly, there are already over 100 orcs inside, and most of them are around levels 7 to 8. Among them, the elite monster, the orc chief, even has a strength of level 10, which is almost beyond the capability of our escort team. Warrior, this is not a task you can accept at the moment. We will not force you, the choice is yours. The team task is to destroy the Orc Stronghold, which is extremely dangerous. The Orc Stronghold is becoming stronger and stronger. If it is not destroyed quickly, the future novice village may be destroyed. Reward of 1,000 gold coins, 30 attribute points, 500 reputation points, and 1 piece of professional equipment. Reward 2, based on individual contributions in destroying and killing orcs, receive generous rewards. You can request assistance from the guard team, but it will lower your personal contribution. Note that the results of this task will change some situations in the magical world. As soon as you saw the professional equipment reward, you made up your mind that this task must be accepted, even if it is an extremely dangerous task. Seeing that you really seem to want to accept this task, the village chief once again kindly advised the warrior, have you thought it through? This task is not that simple. However, the village chief had not finished speaking when you interrupted him, saying I accept, please believe me. You have accepted. The team task is to destroy the imitation. The specific location has been displayed above the task. Young warrior, your bravery has moved me. I once obtained an extremely special item by chance during an adventure, but even when I grew old, I was never able to use it successfully. Now I will give him to you, hoping he can help you complete the task. After saying this, the village chief took out a crystal ball that was glowing faintly from his bosom. Wish crystal ball, special item, description says it can be used to pray to the goddess of wishes. Get something you want, but no one knows if it's real or not. After seeing the description, you raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean that SSS-level cursed equipment can also be prayed for? But this is just a legend. This item that the village chief obtained when he was young, even in old age, he could not pray for success, is a vivid example. It is hard to say whether the goddess of wishes exists, but I am the chosen curse bearer, and perhaps I can realize it. Thinking of this, you hurriedly said goodbye to the village chief and came to a desolate wilderness. Immediately, you took out the wishing crystal ball and prayed to the great goddess of wishes. I love playing basketball. I pray to you, give me a permanent invincible magical item. Along the way, you pondered deeply. It's better to have an SSS-level cursed equipment than to be invincible directly. Praying for a permanent invincible item isn't too much, right? However, the crystal ball showed no response. Then give me a divine status, so that I can become a god. The crystal ball chooses to be independently noble. The divine rank won't do. Then I want a fruit that can reach max level just by eating it. The crystal ball is still aloof. Okay. Praying for an SSS-level equipment that matches my profession, that should be fine. But the crystal ball remains indifferent. I can't do this, I can't do that. What use are you to me? You're so angry you can't contain it, feeling deceived in your emotions, and you throw the crystal ball down to the ground. In the next second, there was a crack sound, and the crystal ball shattered. What the hell? Your eyes are wide open in shock. You originally just wanted to vent your anger, but who knew this thing was so fragile? However, what happened next left you stunned, only to see the shattered crystal ball suddenly shine brightly, then merge together like liquid, and finally transform into an oval object resembling jelly, emitting a sacred golden light. The chosen curse bearer, you have successfully prayed to the goddess of wishes and obtained SSS-level cursed equipment. Bible slime SSS-level mimetic curse equipment, attack plus 500, life plus 500, physical resistance and magic resistance plus 50, the strongest curse equipment crafted from the extremely rare Bible, giving rise to a spiritual essence that can transform into any biological form. After the effect transforms, it grants the holder 150% of specific attributes. When effect 2 kills a target, there is a chance for the holder to gain 1 point of free attribute, with no limit as long as the killed target's level is lower than the holder's. This effect will not trigger. Each time the curse transforms, one random attribute of the holder decreases by 10%. Equipping this gear, your attack power directly reaches 836 points, but the real power of cursed equipment lies in its effects. Killing creatures has a chance to gain 1 point of free attributes. This effect gives you infinite possibilities. Then you crouch down, looking at the elastic Bible slime. Little guy, don't you have intelligence? Can you change into a form that can communicate with me? In the next moment, a flash of golden light, followed by a great battle, a cute, watery little loli appears before you. Master, my name is Nina. Wow, these silly and cute eyes, this milky voice, and this height that's only up to my waist. 3 big question marks suddenly popped up in your head. However, you quickly accepted reality. After all, you are not a lolicon, and becoming human makes communication easier. On the other hand, Nina's attribute values make you quite pleased. Bible slime Nina life 1312, magic 154, physical attack 1254, magic attack 30, physical defense magic defense 216. Tip: when your equipped health value reaches 0, you will return to your original state and cannot be used for 3 days. Nina's values are calculated based on your own attributes, with a full 1.5 times attribute bonus. She is like a little humanoid bag. Seeing this situation, you plan to set off to the Orc Stronghold later. With Nina helping you carry monsters and deal damage, the difficulty of completing the task has suddenly decreased significantly. First, let's see if the items listed have all been sold. The more than 10 F-level equipment obtained from killing Dongu and his group have all been thrown into the trading market. You sold 14 pieces of F-level equipment and earned 800 gold coins. As the players' levels increase, the prices of equipment have also decreased significantly. However, these worthless items are of no use to you. If they can harvest a wave of players, that's a bonus. Just then, a special server-wide announcement rang in your ears. A server-wide announcement. Considering that all players have not yet adapted to the magical events, there will be a forced exit after 10 seconds, and you will be able to re-enter the divine event after 3 hours. Speaking of which, the world of gods claims that everything can be brought into reality. Can cursed equipment also be included? You found a place with fewer monsters. Choosing to opt out, a wave of dizziness suddenly hit. The scene shifts, and you find yourself back in your familiar room, but when you try to summon the Death Warblade, there is no response. What's going on? You are very confused upon seeing this. Hey master, where have you disappeared to? Where did you run off to? Just at this moment, Nina's soft and cute voice comes from deep within your soul. Nina, you didn't expect that in reality, you could still communicate with Nina. I will try to summon you for a moment. Let's see if you can come to my side. No, master, Nina can feel your calling power. It's too weak, I can't get over. Upon hearing Nina's reply, it seems you know the reason. After all, it ultimately comes down to being too weak yourself. Master, you went to do something, right? You are so boring. I will play with small monsters while waiting for you to come back. Okay. You instinctively responded with a phrase. However, the next second suddenly froze. Wait a minute, fighting little monsters. Listening to this meaning, even if I am not in the game, Nina can still kill monsters and bring experience for me. Isn't this going to add 3 more hours of leveling time compared to players all over the world? Congratulations on defeating a level 6 monster and gaining 24 experience points and 3 gold coins. Really possible. Hearing this familiar prompt sound, your heart races, and you quickly let Nina go directly to the level 8 monster. With Nina's stats, it's more than enough to easily defeat level 8 monsters. As for level 9 and level 10 monsters, you don't know the specific values either, so you still choose to let Nina play it safe. Congratulations to you. Kill an 8-level monster, gain 48 experience points, obtain 1 F-level equipment. Congratulations on killing an 8-level monster, gain 48 experience points. 5 gold coins, 1 F-level equipment, trigger equipment effect to add 1 free attribute point. In this way, 3 hours quickly passed, and when you woke up from your dream, you found that you had already reached level 6. With Nina around, it really saves you time. You spread your palm, activate the job transfer crystal, and the scene shifts. You have once again entered the magical world. Nina noticed your presence and immediately jumped into your arms. You simply comforted him, then started allocating attribute points. In these 3 hours, along with leveling up, you gained a total of 15 attribute points, which you allocated entirely to strength. With Nina helping you share the pressure of drawing aggro, you can confidently pursue high attack power. an attack power of 867 points, doubled as 1,734 points. I really don't believe this can't defeat the Orc Chieftain. According to the task instructions, you have arrived at the location of the Orc Stronghold, where there are 2 watchtowers on the outermost side, with 4 orcs standing on top. There are still quite a few orcs wandering around the mountain stronghold, some carrying large swords, and others holding staffs. Both long-range and close combat are available, quite professional. You quickly check their information. Orc Warrior level 7 health 640, attack 150. Orc Warrior level 8 health 700, attack 190. Orc Shaman level 9 health 680, magic attack 210. Skill elemental power. Nina, later you go attract their attention. Just in case, take this. You take out 10 bottles of red medicine from the backpack and give it to him. Good match, master. Nina stuffed 10 bottles of red medicine into her own arm, then directly transformed into a 5-meter tall giant. With a sweep of both arms, the 2 watchtowers were directly smashed into ruins. There is an attack. Damn giant, how dare you kill our orcs in the stronghold? They instantly reacted, rushing over while roaring angrily at Nina. But the giant transforming Nina has tremendous destructive power, and the dozen or so orc warriors charging in were directly smashed into meat paste by her. Seeing this situation, an orc shaman immediately shouted, "The giant's attack is very strong. The defensive formation is holding him back." The shaman uses elemental attacks. Quickly call the creditor. Suddenly, beams of elemental power shot towards Nina, but the damage was minimal. Orcs belong to the intelligent species. Although their brain development is not advanced, they still have combat experience and can immediately see that this person's strength is not something they can handle. At the same time, a certain orc warrior is rushing to the location where the village chief is. However, in the next moment, a dark shadow blocked his way. He was just about to call out for someone, but he found himself looking at a headless corpse, which belonged to his body. Can this make you go find the boss? You shake off the blood from the death battle knife and immediately aim at the next target. The commotion caused by Nina in giant form is significant. Even if no one reports to the orc creditor, he will appear soon enough. It is still unclear what the data for level 10 elite monsters is. Let's deal with these random words first. While the orcs are not paying attention, you sneak around and directly take away 4 or 5 orcs. Damn shamans, there's actually a human. Let's deal with him first. A few shamans immediately turned their weapons and aimed their staffs. Damn, they started a group fight against me. You keep dodging, but still got hit by 2 elemental attacks, losing over 100 health points from nearly 900. Nina came to help you. Seeing this situation, without saying a word, she swung her huge arms and struck down fiercely, directly killing nearly 10 orcs. Seeing this, you hurriedly escaped from the encirclement, took shelter behind the giant form of Nina, and drank 2 bottles of basic red potions, slowly recovering your health. There is still a risk, although your attack is enough to take them down in one hit. Once you are surrounded or beaten by a group, facing a barrage of attacks, you simply cannot dodge all of them. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. Damn humans, killing my people, I will use your blood and flesh to sacrifice them. A nearly 3-meter tall orc jumped out, holding a huge stone axe in its hand. Nina suddenly swung, and immediately a blood-red damage font popped up, causing Nina's health bar to instantly decrease by a small section. So much damage, you have a serious expression and quickly check the attributes of the orc leader. Orc creditor, elite monster, level 10, health 3000, attack 280, physical defense 50, magical defense 40, skill, frenzy. Wow, that's quite impressive. If you change this attribute to a level 10 legendary professional, it would still be doomed. No wonder it's an extremely dangerous team task. At this moment, the orc chieftain realized that his attack had not caused the massive damage he had imagined, and he immediately let out a roar, his eyes turning crimson. The village chief has gone mad. Quickly stay away from here to avoid being affected. The shaman continues to unleash elemental attacks from a distance, and the remaining dozens of orcs, seeing this, hurriedly distanced themselves from the battlefield. They roared to cheer for the village chief, because in their impression, no one could defeat the chief in his frenzied state. This creditor is not playing by the rules. Generally, the frenzy is activated after the health drops to a certain level, and only then will the buff skill be used. I didn't expect this orc creditor to directly start fighting at full health. But so what? It's just adding some attack and health. Nina creates opportunities for me, and I will take care of him. At the same time, the crazed orc creditor charged over, swinging a sharp axe towards Nina's leg, but just as the axe was about to hit, the giant's leg unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Nina is now lucky. He used the characteristics of the slime to retract one leg, and you also took advantage of the gap after the orc chief's attack to make 2 consecutive slashes. Directly beat the orc chieftain into a bloody skin. The ugly orc was punched by Nina, followed closely by Nina's enormous fist. With a loud dream, the final orc creditor unwillingly fell to the ground, transforming into a ball of light. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 elite monster beyond your level, earning 1020 experience points and 500 gold coins. Cutting so much experience, your experience bar directly skyrockets by a large margin, and there are less than 200 points left to reach level 7. The creditor is dead. Avenge the creditor, the orc will never be a slave. The remaining dozens of orcs, seeing the creditor dead, immediately let out a roar and charged at you recklessly. Seeing this, you didn't say a word and led Nina to confront the orcs. Before long, you eliminated all the remnants, and you also successfully leveled up to level 7. Congratulations on completing the team task, destroying the Orc Stronghold. Please submit it as soon as possible, no rush. Go back and see what good things the elite monsters have dropped. You stride forward and touch the light orb left by the orc creditor. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 1 weapon orc eating axe, a level 1 skill book Crazy Talk, and a level 1 material orc creditor's skull. This weapon and skill book are useless to me. You have a crying face, with a kind of attitude of passionately fighting monsters for 10 minutes, but instead, you feel disgusted by the garbage rewards. Just then, world announcement. Congratulations to the player. I love playing basketball successfully achieved the first kill of the elite level monster, rewarded with a profession specific skill book. As soon as the words were spoken, the players were once again in an uproar. Brother Yalu, it's another one from the Dragon Kingdom. I love playing basketball. What are the high-level players from other countries doing? It would be better if they just died. Call me the basketball-loving penguin group. 100 million dragon coins acquisition, profession-specific skill book. If it's not enough, you can add me. I love playing basketball, and the Kunquin Sister Guild sincerely invites you to join. Our guild leader said, as long as you agree, you can understand whatever you want to do. However, you did not pay attention to the world channel that was in an uproar. At this moment, you are observing the extremely dark skill book in your hand. Profession-specific skill book, special item. Automatically acquire a professional skill after use. Just use it directly, as long as it's not a curse enhancement spell. Thinking of this, I immediately succeeded in using the skill book. Use vocational skill books to obtain the curse of skills. The curse of thought is passive, and each time it is affected by dizziness, confusion, and blindness. Weaken negative mental states, and they can be immune. Know the user's location and can be released once. This skill has no cooldown and no consumption. Is Guai Guai so strong? Not only can it be immune to all negative mental states, but it can also counter and throw control skills back to the opponent. In other words, in the future, the enemy's any devious tricks will be of no use against you. Robbery, robbery, robbery. The powerful man comes to confront me directly, and you excitedly set off on the road back to the village. Outside the novice village no. 9527 at this moment, Jean, who has just reached level 4, is cursing Wang Defa, saying that this guy can defeat elite monsters, but we don't even dare to fight ordinary level 6 monsters. And beside him, there is also a foreign beauty with a full head of golden hair. Jean, don't be anxious, we are the pillars of the beautiful country, and we are legendary professionals, surpassing him is certain. It is a brief lead and will not have any impact on us. After all, our beautiful country is the world hegemon, and this beautiful woman is also a legendary professional. That is, the fourth person to become a legendary profession. Jinsny, I understand. Jean let out a long sigh. Jinsny, you said the great god I encountered. How does it compare to Volda's terrible ball in terms of strength? Jinsny was slightly taken aback. Based on your description of him, for now, I feel that I love playing basketball a bit more. When Yen Ji-en sighed. In fact, he was thinking the same thing in his heart. That unknown great god, although he could deal 99 points of damage with a light flick, leaving him with just a sliver of health, was still a bit far from my ability to kill elite monsters. I love playing basketball. After pondering for a while, he continued to ask, that person became a great god in just a few hours. I want to pull him to join us to deal with Wolda basketball together. Kinsey, what do you think? Jinsny nodded. It can be considered, but it must be taken seriously. Isn't he also a person from the Dragon Country? Yes, I will extend an invitation to him when I am confident, and provide him with the benefits he needs. Jean is also very serious about this matter. At that moment, Jean Snee caught a glimpse of a dazzlingly handsome man. Oh my gosh, there are actually such handsome men in this world. It is that testicle god. When Jean saw this, he hurriedly brought Jean Sini over to you and got closer. Only then did I realize you were still holding a little girl in your hand. What a cute little girl. What is your name? Jean intends to have a good relationship with the great god, so he should start with the dolls around you. Nina glanced at you and replied, Nina is called Nina. Hearing this Western name, Jean was even happier. It seems that the great god does not reject people from other countries. Perhaps Nina is the love child of the great god and a foreign woman. You didn't expect to run into me here either. Jean quickly pulled Nina behind him and said with a cold expression, I love playing basketball. I've killed elite monsters. I don't have time to chat with you guys. If it weren't for repaying a debt, I would have left already. Upon hearing this, both Jean and Nurse Kinsney exchanged a glance and saw a hint of joy in each other's eyes. As they had thought, the deity also had no fondness for my love of basketball. Great God, I just came to return part of the gold coins first. Jean took out a cloth bag containing 2,000 gold coins. So fast and capable? You took it without hesitation, even too lazy to ask him where he got it from. This is not to pay off the debts as soon as possible, so I won't disturb the ant. My companion and I will continue to kill monsters and fight. After saying that, Jean pulled Jean Sini and headed towards Monster Ridge. Clearly, it is the family fortune that the upper class prepared with great difficulty, and just like that, it is given to others. Do you know how much that is worth and how many things it can do? After the outsiders left, Jinsny questioned with a hint of anger. Why are you being so fierce? Isn't this to deal with the Valda basketball and build a good relationship with thee? But you gave him my share too, which is the main reason why Kinsney is angry. It was clearly Jean's bet, yet you put your own money in as well. As a colleague, his blood pressure has gone up. Faced with a soul-searching question, Jean awkwardly scratched his face and said, believe me, all of this is worth it. Hee, one thing is one thing, you owe me 1,000 gold coins, not 2,000. On the other side, you arrived at the village chief's house again, and then took out the skull of the orc chieftain from your backpack, causing the village chief and the captain of the guard to widen their eyes. Warrior, you really did it, and so quickly. Grateful for the goddess of luck protecting our village, the village chief prays in disbelief. The captain of the guard asked briefly and then exclaimed in shock, Warrior, your strength truly impresses me. This is your reward. Thank you for saving the village. This matter will be reported to our governing city of Luosuwa by the village chief. Congratulations on completing the team task, destroying the Orc Stronghold, earning 1,000 gold coins, 30 attribute points, 500 reputation points, and obtaining the S-Class cursed equipment, Boots of Divine Sensitivity. Task personal contribution 100%. Additionally awarded the title Savior of the Novice Village. When you are in Novice Village No. 9527, you will receive maximum convenience and priority, and all NPCs in the Novice Village will have their favorability towards you increased to 100. Because you resolved the crisis of the destruction of the Novice Village, your deeds were extorted by the city. The city lord learned. The NPC guard captain hopes to become friends with you and can provide his help anytime when you are near the Novice Village. Attention, because you killed the Beast King's son, the Orc Kingdom is searching for the murderer. The continuous alert sounds almost left you unable to regain your composure. The NPC can actually add players as friends. Without thinking, you chose to agree, while the fact that the Orc Kingdom is searching for the murderer was completely ignored by you. The entire village has been destroyed by you and Nina, with potholes all over the ground, and there are a few giants. Nina's big footprints can only be found on the heads of the giants, and no one would ever think it was you who did it. At that moment, the captain of the guard suddenly asked you, the warrior, if you had obtained the Berserk skill book. When you killed him, you exploded with classical Chinese, and you took the skill book out of the inventory. The captain of the guard suddenly revealed a golden light in his eyes. Warrior, I have an unsolicited request. Could you hand over the frenzy skill book to me? Of course, I won't use any hypocritical moral reasons like to protect the village to coerce you. Just say what you want. After submitting the task, the captain of the guard's attitude towards He Bei Yen changed significantly. The world of divine awakening also respects the strong. It was difficult for the captain to independently kill the orc chieftain, but He Bei Yen managed to do it. He thought for a moment, can we exchange it for high-level materials? He was just 3 levels away from level 10. At level 10, he would receive a cursed embryo, which required high-level materials to craft cursed equipment. The orc chieftain's skull in his possession was not appealing to him. If he could obtain better materials, exchanging a skill he wouldn't use was completely worth it. As for putting it on the trading market, besides gold coins, He Bei Yen didn't think any players at this stage could acquire high-level materials. High-level material item? The captain of the guard pondered and pulled out a piece of emerald from somewhere. This is a high-level material item, the Ink Emerald Jade, which far exceeds the value of the Frenzy skill book. But since you saved the village, consider it a token of gratitude. How generous! Seeing the captain of the guard being so generous, He Bei Yen boldly handed over the skill book. Frenzy was just a level skill. Normally, it would only be exchanged for a medium-level material, so receiving a high-level one was beyond his expectations. You traded the Frenzy skill book to the captain of the guard and received the Ink Emerald Jade. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have other tasks to attend to. He Beiyan bid farewell to Nina and the others. He quickly checked his new equipment. By the name, it should be cursed footwear. He wondered what kind of effects it would have. Divine Speed Boots, level cursed equipment life, attack, movement speed, divine speed. When activated, your dynamic vision and speed are greatly enhanced, allowing you to make 3 attacks at superluminal speed. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute, cursed. After using divine speed 5 times, you will suffer backlash, with a 90% reduction in all attributes. Equipment conditions, no restrictions, cursed equipment with built-in skills? He Beiyan was overjoyed. There really was cursed equipment with skills. Making 3 attacks at superluminal speed would perfectly compensate for his lack of output frequency. With the divine speed boots, his chances of dodging the numerous elemental attacks from the shamans he encountered before would be much greater. I wonder if there are other types of cursed equipment. Now He Beiyan had seen effects, skills, and mimicry types. What other kinds of cursed equipment awaited him? Let's wear it directly. The divine speed boots were silver-white in appearance, with a semi-transparent wing on the side, feeling very light and comfortable on his feet. Player, He Beiyan level 7, 124, class, Cursed 1 title, The Chosen Cursed 1, all attribute specific values, life, 950, magic, 100, physical attack, 872, magic attack, 20 physical defense, 153, magic defense, 153, equipment, Death Warblade, mutated Lifetree armor, Holy Gold Slime, Divine Speed Boots available free attributes, 45 points. These attributes were even higher than those of a level 20 legendary class player. Now he felt confident to explore the ruins. However, he needed to complete the level 15 task for the shopkeeper first. Just after walking a short distance, He Beiyan sensed 2 gazes fixated on him. Is someone following me? The increase in his level had made his instincts very sensitive. It was likely that they had noticed him when he entered the village chief's house and had been lying in wait here. Wearing the divine speed boots, he guessed the other party had seen him. Cursed equipment wouldn't be noticeable to others. They must have regarded it as their own gain. Still daring to treat me as prey, how interesting. He Beiyan's lips curled slightly as he thought of a plan. Big brother, do you really think that pretty boy has something good? Not far away, a man glanced at He Beiyan's back. Lu'er, don't you trust my judgment? Big brother Wang Chang gave him a knock on the head. I've been watching him for a while. He was the first to enter the village chief's house, and just now he went in again. That pair of boots must be a reward for completing a task. So when do we make our move? Lu'er asked. Don't rush. We are the hunters, and he is the prey, plus he has a little girl with him. We need to be patient, Wang Chang instructed. Wait until he goes to a less crowded place, then we strike. But attacking others in the novice village will get us caught by the guards. You coward! Wang Chang knocked him on the forehead again. When I was doing a task before, I got close to a widow. Her late husband was the former captain of the guard. We're on good terms now, and we're friends. She'll cover for us. What? Impressive, big brother. You're so well connected in the world of divine awakening. Truly charming. Why do you think I'm your big brother? Good opportunity. The prey has entered a small alley. Get ready to act. The two pretended to admire the scenery as they quickened their pace to follow He Beiyan, who had turned into the alley. Robbing and killing, do you think you're worthy? Robbing and killing, do you think you're worthy? Ha, where is he? Turning into the alley, they found it was a dead end, but there was no sign of He Beiyan and Nina. Hey, Nina is right here. Nina's childish voice came from behind them. Damn, a ghost. Lu'er was startled when something tapped him, making him jump. Turning around, he found it was the little girl next to the prey. What do you want from me? He Beiyan blocked the exit of the alley. Seeing the prey appear, Lu'er was furious and embarrassed. To salvage his pride, he quickly grabbed Nina. He pulled out a cheap dagger and pressed it against her neck. Hand over what you got in the village chief's house, and that pair of boots, or this little girl is done for. In reality, he and his big brother were people who danced on the edge of a knife for years, willing to kill anyone for their own benefit. Aren't you afraid of being punished for this in the novice village? He Beiyan was curious where they got their courage. Lu'er laughed. People like you, living in a peaceful society, have no idea how free the world of divine awakening is. Sometimes, power can override the rules. While you're busy killing monsters, my big brother has already made friends with the big shots in the novice village. If you don't hand over the goods, this girl will definitely die. Lu'er said smugly, knowing that his big brother had already contacted that widow through the friend panel with his mind. The reason he dared to target the other party was that he relied on the fact that the other couldn't act against him in the novice village. Otherwise, not only would the little girl die, but he would also be caught and imprisoned by the guards. In Divine Awakening, imprisonment is terrifying for players. Oh, so that's how it is. He Beiyan suddenly realized, then yours definitely isn't as big as mine. Since power can override the rules, he might as well do some good this time. He needed to let the other party know that those who come out to play will eventually pay. Nina, make your move. Okay. Nina looked up, her innocent face gazing at Luer. Sorry, but my master won't let me play with bad uncles. Luer hadn't understood why she said that, but suddenly, his jaw felt an immense force. It was as if a meteor had struck his chin, and his body involuntarily shot straight up into the sky. With a whoosh, he disappeared in an instant. Hint, you have died and will soon exit the world of Divine Awakening. You can re-enter after a 6-hour death cooldown. Just before dying, Luer saw a 3-digit number. His health, which had just crossed 3 digits, was completely emptied. Why, you're a beast tamer. Wang Chang was stunned by Nina. Just now, he clearly saw that the adorable and silly Loli used a rising dragon punch to turn Luer into a shooting star. He was much smarter than Luer. Nina called the other party master, proving that she was most likely not a player. He Beiyan said nothing. To him, it was an acknowledgement. Wang Chang's heart was in his throat. The other party had already made a move, so even if he was locked up, he would be done for. He didn't expect to encounter such a tricky situation. Then he saw his backing, the widow, appear at the alley entrance. It was like grabbing a lifeline, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful the beast tamer is, if you harm someone in the novice village, you will definitely be punished. He laughed loudly and shouted to the widow, Sister Suihua, over here. Someone killed my friend in the novice village. His call was sincere. What? Who dares to kill my brother Aching's friend? Suihua hurried over, a large black mole the size of a mud ball at the corner of her mouth, incredibly ugly. When she saw He Beiyan, she was instantly stunned. Warrior, why are you here too? Wang Chung shouted excitedly, it's him. He let his beast pet kill my companion. His shouting attracted many players. Wherever they went, there were always onlookers. What's going on? That mole on his face is huge. It made me cry from ugliness. I heard someone killed in the novice village. No way. Who's so bold? It seems to be that beast tamer. He looks quite handsome. Look, the guard team is here. Oh my. Even the captain of the guard showed up for this. It's over. The handsome guy is going to be imprisoned. The captain of the guard is fierce. Before, a level 3 player caused trouble in the village, and he knocked him out with one slap, leaving him dizzy for 5 seconds. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and the guard team happened to appear, all believing that He Beiyan was in big trouble. Miss Suihua, for the sake of your deceased husband, if you leave now, I can overlook this. The captain of the guard wasted no words and walked directly to Suihua. Captain of the guard, what do you mean by this? Wang Cheng said righteously, this beast tamer killed my companion in the village. He didn't follow the village rules, shouldn't he be captured? However, a glance from the captain of the guard gave him an ominous premonition. Clearly, it was you who brought your companion to rob and kill, using the other party's beast pet as a hostage to threaten this warrior. Lacking strength, you were killed in retaliation, and you dare to frame him? Wang Cheng's eyes widened. How did the captain know this? He saw the captain take out a crystal ball. We are not speaking nonsense. This is physical evidence. It recorded his actions. Guard team, capture the extremely treacherous scoundrel, Wang Chang. When a player crosses certain lines, their name will be reported. This makes their glorious deeds known to all. At the same time, the color of the name will change. Lighter offenses turn yellow, heavier ones turn red, and even black. After that, if other players team up with him or add him as a friend, they will know everything upon seeing his name. This isn't fair. He clearly killed my companion. Why should I be captured? Wang Chang still didn't give up. Once captured by the guard team, depending on the severity of the situation, he could be locked in a small darkroom for 1 to 60 days. His attempt to rob and kill, along with framing others, was a serious crime. In the small darkroom, there was no way to log out, only endless darkness to accompany him, which was quite a mental torture. Tip: you have violated the Novice Village Regulation No. 66 and have been discovered. You cannot log out of the Divine Awakening for the time being. If captured by the guard team, you will be imprisoned for 60 days. If you successfully escape the pursuit of the guard team, you can log out at any time. Seeing the tip, Wang Chang stopped pretending and ran away directly. But he was only level 2. How could he outrun the guard team? Before he could even take 2 steps, he was caught. Damn it! Damn it! He screamed helplessly, and in the end, he couldn't understand why the captain of the guard had discovered him. The onlookers completely understood who was right and who was wrong. Still, a foolish person from that country serves you right. Stealing wealth and taking lives, Do you deserve it? Look at your strength. Interesting, this is really interesting. Wang Chang, right? I'm going to post this on the World Channel. I'll also go to the International Divine Awakening Forum to ride the wave. Foolish person from that country slanders handsome guy, gets killed in return, and is locked up by the authorities. That title is good. The foolish person from that country has embarrassed themselves internationally. This handsome guy is not only good looking, but his beast pet also transforms into such a cute human form. It must be of high rank. Little sister, you weren't scared just now, were you? The bad guy has been taken away. Nina loves to beat up bad uncles, hee hee. Listening to the crowd's discussions, He Beiyan thanked the captain of the guard on his friend list. It was he who had brought the other party here, and he had informed him right after realizing he was being followed. He also learned that village rules did not represent everything. Just like in reality, while most people followed the rules, there were always some who wanted to take risks for their own benefit. The world of divine awakening was indeed real, with various uncertainties making the path to becoming a deity even more difficult. The identity of a beast tamer is not bad, I'll use it from now on. Upon careful thought, this identity suited him quite well. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why a charming lowly called him master. The clever use of the suspicious magic stone. After that, He Beiyan headed towards the path where the level 15 monster, the magic forest mouse, was located. It was a main road leading to Luosuwa City, which required passing through a mine cave. However, the magic forest mouse occupied that area, preventing any creature from approaching. Along the way, they encountered some monsters, but Nina killed them all. Kill level 10 lava monster. Kill level 11 forest jumping mouse. Trigger holy gold slime equipment effect. Free attribute points. These ordinary monsters just above level 10 were no match for them. Watching Nina rampage, he suddenly seemed to understand why the cursed class was considered the only forbidden profession. It seemed that being limited to equipping cursed gear had significant constraints, but the variety of cursed gear was vast. It included skills, beast pets, effects, and various types, with no conditions for equipping, almost covering all professions, making it a fusion of them. Other gear only distinguished between attributes and effects, and could not be as diverse as cursed gear. If this profession wasn't forbidden, then there truly were no forbidden professions left. All the empires in Divine Awakening strictly prohibit the use of cursed gear and even created special extermination troops to deal with those who secretly use cursed gear. As a cursed one, I am the only one who can use cursed gear without any cost. Am I not their number one enemy? He Beiyan was not afraid of being targeted by the various empires. Rather, he was contemplating his future plans. If my reputation is sufficient to become a high-ranking official or even the overlord of an empire, it would probably be very interesting. The more he thought about it, the more interesting it seemed, almost immersing himself in his own imagination. First, let's work hard to level up. Without strength, where would the reputation come from? Before long, He Beiyan arrived at the mine cave. A large black mouse was gnawing on blue ore. Those ores were the orichalcum ores that the black shop owner had sold him earlier. Magic Forest Mouse, Elite Monster, level, 15 health, 8000 attack, for 80 physical defense, 85 magic defense, 78 skills, none impressive, it's an elite monster. He had thought it was just an ordinary level 15 monster, but it turned out to be elite. After level 10, each level gained significantly increased monster attributes, unlike before level 10, where it only increased by 1 or 2 dozen. Thus, the Magic Forest Mouse's health was nearly 3 times that of the Orc Chieftain. He Beiyan could fight this monster, but the risk was quite high. Use free attribute points, 20 Constitution, 30 Strength. The monsters killed along the way brought He Beiyan 5 additional free attribute points. To deal with the Forest Mouse, He Beiyan used all the accumulated attribute points here. Player, He Beiyan level, 7, 524, class, Cursed One title, The Chosen Cursed One, specific values for all attributes, health, 1050, magic, 100, physical attack, 932, magic attack, 20 physical defense, 173, magic defense, 173, holy gold slime Nina, health, 1638 magic, 154 physical attack, 1453 magic attack, 30 physical defense, 268 magic defense, 268. Although Ibayan's health was not high, Nina's health and dual defenses were enough to withstand many attacks from the forest mouse. For him, that was sufficient. Nina, let's go. At his command, Nina transformed into a white cute mouse the same size as the forest mouse, with a long tail that struck like a venomous snake. Ugly mouse, take this. Squeak! The forest mouse, in pain, bared its fangs and lunged at Nina with bloodshot eyes. Its speed was fast, and Nina couldn't dodge in time, getting bitten squarely. He Beiyan seized the opportunity, wielding the death battle blade to attack. Nearly 2,000 true damage instantly appeared above the forest mouse's head. Divine Sensitivity. The moment the attack landed, he activated Divine Sensitivity, a white light enveloping his body as if a deity had descended. Wow, Nina had never seen such a master. Squeak! In a fraction of a second, he swiftly struck 3 times, dealing a total of 7,752 damage across 4 attacks. Coupled with Nina's attack, the forest mouse's health dropped to 0. Killed level 15 forest mouse, elite, gains 1680 experience, gold. It really works. Seeing the forest mouse turn into a light orb, He Beiyan was extremely excited. After he made one attack, using Divine Sensitivity would instantly reset the attack, allowing for another 3 consecutive strikes. It was equivalent to being able to attack the opponent 4 times from the start. The Death Battle Blade dealt fixed true damage with each strike, and the total damage from 4 attacks was nearly 8,000. Together with Nina, even a level 15 elite monster would be instantly killed by him. I still need more skill-type cursed equipment. I have too few right now. He Beiyan fully recognized the power of skill-type cursed equipment. If the effect and mimicry-type cursed equipment were his foundation, the skill type would be the booster that helped him go further. I've heard there are materials with special effects. Using them to craft cursed equipment should yield skill type ones, preferably a group attack skill cursed equipment. With such thoughts, He Beiyan approached the light orb. It was time for the enjoyable looting phase. This was somewhat similar to a card drawing game in reality, with the light orb representing unrevealed cards, full of infinite possibilities. A level 15 elite monster should have some good stuff, right? Acquired level weapon, magic tooth necklace, spirit, constitution, wearable by all classes at level 5, acquired suspicious magic stone, quest item, acquired level material, forest mouse fur, not bad. He directly listed the level equipment for auction on the trading market to exchange for funds to enhance cursed equipment. The starting price was 300 gold. With each bid increasing by no less than 50 gold. He was about to start harvesting the capital's leaks. According to the latest news from the World Channel, the fastest leveling players right now are the legendary class players. It is said that there are already level 5 legendary class players. The magic tooth necklace is suitable for mage classes and is a level equipment, with attributes far exceeding all listed equipment. He believed many would compete for it. But what is this magic stone? Is there a follow-up to the quest? Suspicious magic stone, quest item unknown, go ask the village chief. Goodness, he really doesn't reveal any information at all. Today was destined to be a day centered around He Beiyan. Not long after he put the grinding necklace on the market, even though countless players were used to seeing him around, they couldn't help but complain. What does He Beiyan mean by this? High-level equipment, increasing so many attribute values, but he doesn't use it and just puts it up for sale? Maybe he's not going for a magic damage profession? But that 10 points of constitution equals 100 health, it shouldn't be up for sale. Is he just trying to show off? 8-character road. I bet this is what he got from killing a level 10 elite monster. I wonder what level He Beiyan is now. Our country's pillar players should be able to surpass him soon. Just seeing the name He Beiyan annoys me. I heard someone is secretly organizing to find He Beiyan and take his treasures. Whether it was intentional or not, the insults towards He Beiyan in the World Channel were increasing. In reality, they were just envious and resentful because they couldn't gain any benefits. This high-level equipment was destined for the wealthy, powerful, or legendary players. In a certain novice village, Sister Nan, why is He Beiyan selling even high-level equipment? Does he have something better? A young man around 16 or 17 asked the beautiful woman beside him. It's possible. Nan Shirling frowned slightly. She couldn't figure He Beiyan out at all. He's so amazing. I've never admired anyone like this before. I feel like my dad isn't even as good as him. Nya Yong clicked his tongue in wonder. I hope I can meet him soon, then I can just ride his coattails and slack off. That would be so nice. Are you getting restless again? Nan Shirling pinched his ear. Don't forget we are both pillar players of the Dragon Kingdom. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Always thinking about riding coattails and being a slacker. What's the use of changing to a legendary profession? Ouch, ouch. I was just joking, Sister Nan. How could I, Nya Yong, not work hard? Look, I'm already level 5. Being so rough, I might not get married in the future. Looking at Nya Yong's unserious demeanor, Nan Shirling sighed. She gave him a thump with her staff. Report to the higher-ups, this necklace must be auctioned off. It's very useful to me. The 5th Cursed Equipment. Special Mission: The 5th Cursed Equipment. Special Mission: He Beiyan and Nina returned to the novice village and first went to find the shopkeeper to submit the mission. They received 30 free attribute points and his 5th Cursed Equipment. Scout's Divine Blow Dart, level cursed equipment attack effect, generates a blow dart every 5 seconds. with a 100% hit and penetration effect. Limit 1, penetration, each blow dart, upon hitting, deals 1000 points of fixed damage. Skill, stealth. Stealth is broken upon attack, and can also be detected by skills that reveal stealth. Skill cooldown, 3 minutes attack range, 100 meters curse, in stealth state. Health decreases by 0 every second. 100% hit and penetration, plus a stealth skill. This is too strong. This new equipment not only gave Yen ranged attack capabilities but also allowed him to go stealth at any time. He could temporarily play the role of an assassin. It's important to know that the cursed equipment slots are infinite. This means he could use the Scout's Divine Blow Dart for a surprise attack to pull monsters, and if the opponent hadn't died by the time they reached him, he could switch to the Death War Blade for close combat. Against particularly strong melee enemies, he could kite them, and if he really couldn't win, he could activate stealth to break aggro, drink some potions to recover health, and continue fighting. When facing intelligent beings and players, the usefulness of stealth is even greater. Because of the existence of the infinite equipment slots, the damage from blow dart attacks and using the Death War Blade is the same, and he could even hold the Death War Blade while activating stealth. Unfortunately, the penetration effect cannot be applied to the Death War Blade, because it clearly states that the penetration effect only occurs after each blow dart hits. I wonder if my stealth skill will go on cooldown while I'm invisible. Yen decided to test the stealth skill and activated it decisively. It works. After becoming invisible, the skill had indeed entered cooldown. Why is Master Nina transparent? Accompanied by her confusion, Yen was surprised to see Nina also enter a stealth state. This was too incredible. Could it be because Nina is my equipment, so it automatically judges invisibility? Equipment being able to go invisible with the holder was completely reasonable. Yen's margin for error had increased. I can activate stealth, wait 3 minutes, and then attack my opponent, allowing me to use stealth again, giving Nina more operational flexibility. I have to say, this time was a stroke of luck. Players who switched to the Assassin class had to reach level 10 and spend 300 gold to learn the stealth skill from the Assassin mentor. Moreover, there was a time limit. They needed to use it frequently to increase proficiency and extend the stealth duration. But it wasn't like the Scout's Divine Blow Arrow, where only attacking would break the invisibility. In fact, its curse that drained health was a limitation on the stealth duration, but unfortunately, it was ineffective against Yen. The most crucial point was that any class using skills would consume mana, but Yen didn't need to. All the skills were inherent to the equipment, he only had cooldowns, with no mana cost. Even if he later obtained cursed equipment with attack skills, it would still be the same. Just 2 words, awesome. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, something even more awesome. No matter how many types of cursed equipment there are, they are ultimately equipment. So there should be equipment that reduces skill cooldowns or even has no cooldown at all. Cursed equipment was so powerful, with effects covering various classes, there was a high probability such equipment existed. If he could obtain equipment with no skill cooldowns, who knows if it could also reduce the cooldown of skill type equipment to 0. The future looked promising. I should go ask the village chief what that magic stone is. Upon visiting the village chief's home, he unexpectedly encountered the captain of the guard. The strange look directed at them made it clear. Why were this lonely man and old man together every day? Warrior, let me reintroduce him. The captain of the guard is my son, Sean. The village chief, noticing Yen's confusion, said with a smile, "Oh." Yen took out the magic stone. "Village chief, I killed the forest rat blocking the road to Luwasua City, and this dropped out. Can you take a look at what it is?" When the village chief and Sean saw the magic stone, their expressions changed instantly, and they snatched it to examine it closely. Then the two exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. No doubt about it, this has the aura of cursed equipment. It must be a product of some cursed equipment. The village chief said seriously, "No wonder the Elijah mine was fine," and suddenly a level 15 forest rat appeared. Someone must be controlling it. Captain Sean was equally furious. "Warrior, you may not know, but those who use cursed equipment are villains, the enemies of all humanity. Is it related to cursed equipment?" Yen was greatly shocked. He had encountered a fellow traveler so quickly. No players knew about cursed equipment yet, except for him, which meant it had to be someone else's doing. But his equipment didn't have this aura. Could it be the work of the cursed class? "Yes, warrior. Could you help me gather some materials so I can create an altar to find the mastermind?" Sean reminded him, "That's the most dangerous place near the novice village, Deadly Canyon, filled with level 13 monsters, and many elite monsters. There's even a level 10 elite inside. But it's not our target. As long as we're careful, we won't run into them." The village chief added, "This matter is of great importance and extremely dangerous. If you are willing to accept, upon completion, you can go to the Lord of Luwasua City to claim your reward." he will definitely give you a generous reward. Accept the mission. Collect materials for a special altar. Special mission. Description: you seem to have discovered a conspiracy buried in the novice village. Gather materials for the village chief and the captain of the guard. Gold 0, target, gold-loving hedgehog. Firelight stone 0, target, firecrow. Seeking blood 0, target, seeking merman. Reward: go to Luwasuwa City to collect from the city lord. Is there another special mission? The diversity of divine inspiration is truly endless. This task should be the most difficult ultimate mission in the novice village. First, I'll tell you about the possible dangers and then decide whether to accept it. Bei Yan is eager to see a level 10 elite. Monsters that can be called such are treasures all over and are much harder to defeat than elite monsters. But he still wants to take a look. If he can kill it, perhaps it will drop high-level materials suitable for crafting cursed equipment. I accept. Thank you, warrior. Having someone like you in our village is truly a blessing. Bei Yan took on the task. It seems the relic dungeon matter will have to wait. But this is also good. Level 10 monsters in the relics are possible to encounter, and although the Deadly Canyon is dangerous, the monster level cap is 20. Village Chief, Captain Sean, wait for my good news. Bei Yan left the house. Watching his departing figure, the village chief turned to Sean. You were once like this warrior, full of fighting spirit no matter how daunting the challenges, but unfortunately, you lack his talent. Father, please don't discourage me. Sean said, almost in tears, I've never seen anyone as powerful as him. His level aura hasn't even surpassed level 10, yet he can defeat a level 15 elite monster. How can such a monster exist? Don't say you, even I have never seen such a thing. The village chief shot him a glance. I have been to the kingdom, and the descendants of strong ones there cannot be as powerful as him before level 10. Regardless of whether he completes this task, I will recommend him to the Lord of Luwasuwa City to join the Judicators Association. That association that specifically deals with holders of cursed equipment? I wonder if this powerful warrior will join. Sean sighed. Starting tomorrow, the update time will change to within 7 o'clock, no longer updating at midnight. Entering the Deadly Canyon, equipping the Scout God Blow Dart, Bei Yan glanced at his attack power. It had already surpassed 1,000, reaching an astonishing 1073 points. With this attack power, if he used the Blow Dart, the double attack penetration effect would be enough to one-shot a level 10 elite monster. My health isn't very high yet, but now that I have ranged attack capability, I'll allocate all 30 points to strength. Bei Yan allocated the 30 attribute points from completing the shopkeeper's task to strength. Player, Bei Yan level 7, 2320, class, Cursed 1 title, The Chosen Cursed 1, specific values for all attributes, health, 1050, magic, 100, physical attack, 1062, magic attack, 20, physical defense, 173, magic defense, 173, equipment, Death Warblade, mutated lifetree armor, holy gold slime, godly sensitive boots, Scout God Blow Dart. Once I gain more attribute points, I'll have to consider Constitution. Nina is also a great help in attracting and pulling monsters. High attack without sufficient health won't do. After I reach level 10 and obtain the enhancement skill, I'll prioritize enhancing the mutated lifetree armor and see what changes occur. Bei Yan thought to himself as he walked towards the village exit. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many people. Handsome, you're back again? Great God, can you take me to fight level 3 monsters? I can pay you with money and gold. Great God brother, how do you think I look? As long as you take me to level up twice, I can do anything for you. Hello, we are some members of the first-line exploration team from a 3 country, and we have been assigned to Village 66. We are currently stuck in the level 4 monster area. Could we hire you to help us? After the incident with Wang Chang, the players in the new Village 66 basically all recognized Bei Yan and knew that he had once knocked Jean away with a single blow. Mainly, he was just too handsome, and he had an incredibly cute little loli as his beast pet, leaving a deep impression on people. Sorry, I have other things to do. Bei Yan declined all requests and left the novice village. The Deadly Canyon was right behind the village, guarded by sentinels who did not allow any players to enter. However, when they saw Bei Yan, they voluntarily stepped aside. Warrior, the village chief has warned us in advance, but you must be careful. This area is originally meant for warriors above level 10. If you encounter danger, you can use this. We wish you a smooth journey. You have obtained the Village 66 Teleportation Talisman. It can be used to teleport directly to Village 66, usable after exiting combat for 10 seconds. Thank you. Bei Yan took it and walked in with Nina. Hint, you have entered the wild instance Deadly Canyon. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard the prompt. There are wild instances too? So there are not just ruin instances. In the world of Divine Awakening, many things needed to be explored on one's own. No wonder Captain Sean said there were many elite monsters here. and even a level 10 one. Does that mean he could be the first to clear the instance, the very first in the world? He was instantly motivated. As he and Nina ventured deeper, they saw many unknown white bones buried in the dirt. In such a place, monsters could appear at any moment, so Yen had to be cautious. Master, it's so eerie here. Nina didn't feel scared. Instead, she was very curious. But just as she spoke, the ground around them suddenly began to bulge, and a dozen skeleton monsters crawled out. In an instant, Yen and Nina found themselves surrounded. Skeleton monster, level 13 health, 980 attack, 200. No wonder this is an instance meant for level 10 players. By the way, can other players at level 10 defeat level 13 monsters? Yen wasn't sure, but to him, they were just free experience points. A dozen skeleton monsters wielding broken swords creaked as they swung at Yen and Nina. However, the skeleton monsters had such low health that they couldn't withstand even a single blow from them. Nina killed a level 13 skeleton monster, gained 84 experience points, killed a level 13 skeleton monster, gained 84 experience points, killed a level 13 skeleton monster, gained 84 experience points, triggered the Holy Gold Slime equipment effect, gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, you have reached level 8, gained 10 free attribute points. Without any flashy attack methods, Yen didn't even use a blow dart. His overwhelming strength turned the dozen skeleton monsters into bone dust in an instant. Yen leveled up by defeating them, gaining a good amount of experience, and successfully reached level 8. It's still satisfying to level up by defeating higher level monsters. I'll save the attribute points for now. He glanced at the experience bar. Reaching level 9 required 5,000 experience points. He was still 2 levels away from level 10 and wondered if he could level up in the Deadly Canyon. These skeleton monsters were just a welcoming ceremony from the Deadly Canyon. More experience awaited him ahead. Let's start looking for the quest target. He wasn't in a hurry, exploring bit by bit to increase his experience bar. After about 10 minutes of walking, the monsters he encountered changed from level 13 to level 15. And they were all walking in groups. So this instance is actually a team type. Yen finally realized that this was not suitable for solo monster grinding. However, that was for other players. For him, as long as there weren't large groups of elite monsters, he could handle groups of level 20 normal monsters, still lacking a group attack equipment. Otherwise these monsters can be wiped out in no time, saving a lot of time. Yen was determined to create a group attack type of equipment with the cursed embryo obtained at level 10. If he couldn't find suitable materials in the Deadly Canyon, he would look for them after going to Luwasuwa City. Right now, billions of players were holed up in various novice villages, and no one could reach the city. He needed to seize the early advantage and qualify to go to the kingdom or some empire as soon as possible. Only by having the strength to enter the empire could he obtain better resources and the possibility of becoming a god. Dealing with those is much more interesting than with players. I wonder if there are any high-level existences that I can try to max out their favorability to become subordinates. Yen chuckled. General, we found a wild dungeon and have already sent the vanguard team from the organization to scout it out. In a novice village, a bald man shouted excitedly. In front of him stood a scar-faced man with stubble, flanked by 2 women. What? A dungeon? What level is it? Jingu Jiro pushed the 2 women away. Not sure, the village guards originally wouldn't let us in, but after a long time of soft persuasion and completing many tasks, they finally agreed to let us send someone in. Take me there. Jingu Jiro immediately set off. Based on the experience from the previous world announcements, he could conclude that the first person to clear the dungeon would definitely receive an announcement reward. Previously, he had wasted a lot of time to change to a legendary class, and almost all the world announcements had been snatched by Yen. Otherwise, all the announcements would have been his. Having already missed so many announcement rewards that should have belonged to him, this time he was determined to be the first person in the world to clear the dungeon. The East Japan would not be left behind by anyone. Once I successfully clear the dungeon, the organization's status in East Japan will rise, and most importantly, the announcement reward. He fantasized beautifully. He had seen Yen gain attribute points in class-specific skill books, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. The first person to clear the dungeon would have rewards of even greater value than those previous announcements. Walking on the way to the dungeon, Jingu Jiro was filled with anticipation. But what he didn't know was the powerful monsters he was about to face. The joy of ranged attacks, I understand it now. The joy of ranged attacks, I understand it now. Kill level 15 Gold Obsessed Hedgehog, gain 96 experience, constant gold. Kill level 15 Gold Obsessed Hedgehog, gain 96 experience, constant gold. Kill level 10 Elite Monster, gain 840 experience. Kill level 17 Firecrow, gain 120 experience. Firelight Stone, trigger Holy Gold Slime equipment effect, free attribute points. I have gathered the constant gold and firelight stones. After an unknown amount of time, He Beiyan had collected 5 pieces of constant gold and 10 firelight stones. He also killed an elite monster along the way. Looting these monsters, he accumulated over 700 gold coins and some low-level materials. He Beiyan glanced at the experience bar. Experience, 2865. The experience bar is already over half, and I have accumulated almost 20 free attribute points. At this rate, it was very likely he would level up to 10 in the Deadly Canyon. Notice, your experience bonus of 20 has expired. Notice, item drop rate increase of 200 has expired. So soon, have I already been in the Divine Awakening for a day? He Beiyan hadn't even noticed how long he had been in the Divine Awakening. He didn't even feel hungry, perhaps because the increase in strength had also brought changes to his body. The expiration of the experience and drop rate bonuses didn't matter. He had already pulled away from other players. All he needed to do next was to maintain it. Anyway, I'm not tired, so I won't log out. I need to get the blood of the Seeker as soon as possible. He was only missing the blood of the Seeker to make the altar. This kind of monster should live by the river and nearby, but after entering the Deadly Canyon, he hadn't seen any rivers. Nina, transform into a bird creature and take me up to the sky to have a look. Okay, master. Originally a cute lowly, Nina began to transform, eventually becoming a white giant eagle capable of carrying 3 to 5 people. It must be said that with Nina, the all-purpose helper, many things became much easier for He Beiyan. Standing on Nina's back, her broad wings slowly spread out as they flew into the high sky. What's that? Just as they ascended, He Beiyan noticed 2 sharp-beaked birds flying towards them. Sharp-beaked hunting bird, level 20 elite monster health, 18,000 attack, 680 physical defense, 90 magic defense, 95 skills, bite, claw strike. 2 flying elite monsters with 2 skills? This dungeon is truly hiding dragons and crouching tigers. After seeing their attributes, He Beiyan nodded slightly. These 2 sharp-beaked hunting birds had quite high resistance to magic. Unfortunately, he was a physical damage dealer and ignored defenses. He Beiyan took out the scout's blow arrow. With 1 health point, he could kill one with 6 arrows. After firing each arrow, it needed 5 seconds to automatically recharge, meaning he could take them down in a minute. This was a walking large experience package. How could he miss it? Turn around and fly, stay within 100 meters, let's go bird watching. Saying this, he aimed the blow arrow at one of the hunting birds. Whoosh! A very thin silver arrow shot out from the blow tube, hitting the target. Piercing damage, chirp. Over 3,000 points of damage caused the hunting bird's health bar to drop significantly. The aggro was instantly pulled, and it flapped its wings furiously to chase He Beiyan. Master, these big birds seem to be a bit faster than Nina. Hearing Nina's words, He Beiyan observed carefully and found that the distance between the 2 hunting birds and himself was indeed gradually closing. However, this closing speed was very slow. If it weren't for his level increase improving his eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed at all. No worries, once we improve the wings, they won't be able to catch up to Nina. Nina's eagle wings showed slight changes that He Beiyan couldn't understand, but her speed suddenly increased significantly, creating distance from the hunting birds behind. It can work like this? He Beiyan was astonished. One could only say that cursed equipment couldn't be explained by common sense, but he guessed that this kind of enhancement also had its limits. After 5 seconds of recharge, He Beiyan aimed at the hunting bird again to blow the arrow. Seeing the human in front raise the blow tube again, the sharp-beaked hunting bird, having suffered once, tried to dodge. But no matter where it flew, the silver arrow followed it. This was the absolute hit effect. It would definitely hit, and there was no way to dodge. The only countermeasure was to use defensive skills to reduce damage or block it. If it were any other player, even a level 20 player firing arrows, the hunting bird would have a chance to block. But it just happened to encounter He Beiyan, a monster that ignored defenses and dealt double its attack power as true damage. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After being hit by 2 arrows, the sharp-beaked hunting bird was furious. With low intelligence, it only thought about quickly catching up to the ant in front and tearing its flesh to eat. Nina's flying speed was also very strategic, alternating between fast and slow. She gave the 2 sharp-beaked hunting birds opportunities but didn't let them succeed. It felt a bit like teasing them, then cooling them off. She had them firmly in her grasp. A minute later, both hunting birds were killed. Successfully killed a level 20 elite monster, gained 1,900 experience. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9, gain 10 free attributes. So satisfying. I think I understand the joy of those ranged classes now. Taking down monsters without taking damage, isn't this the ultimate dream in every player's heart? He Beiyan achieved it. Moreover, he discovered that the higher the quality level of the killed monsters, the easier it was to trigger equipment effects. 2 elite hunting birds each brought him 1 point of freedom attribute. Touch their light orbs. The corpses of the 2 sharp-beaked hunting birds fell to the ground, and Nina flew down. Acquired level skill book. Bite, acquired small healing potion, restores 300 health and 100 mana instantly, cooldown of 10 seconds, acquired 2000 gold. Without the drop rate bonus, Hibeyan only obtained 2 items, which was quite standard. He then stood back on Nina's back and continued to search for the river's trace in the air. Just 1 more level and I can get the enhancement skill. I feel like enhancing the Scout God's Blow Dart would be pretty good. The more cursed equipment he had, the harder it was for Hibeyan to choose. He wanted to enhance the mutated life tree armor to become invulnerable, allowing him to stand and fight indefinitely, while also wanting to enhance the Scout God's Blow Dart to kite effectively. After all, an adult's mindset is that he wants it all. Unfortunately, he currently had less than 30,000 gold, enough for only 2 enhancements. Master, Nina sees the river. At this moment, Hibeyan noticed a river below him. There were many fishmen on both banks of the river. Searching Fishman, level 20 monster, health, 1600 attack, 290 skill, venomous saliva finally found it. He hoped that everyone wouldn't complain about a lack of books before reaching 100,000 words, and by the way, he asked everyone to give a 5-star review, gifts, urge updates, and add to their bookshelf. This would really help the book. Thank you. Fishmen gathered. A highly challenging battle. Fishmen gathered. A highly challenging battle. Nina, fly low. I'm going to finish them off with the blow dart. The searching fishmen looked strange, holding harpoons, and could not fly at all. But their numbers were overwhelming, scattered all over both sides of the riverbank. There were at least 50 or 60 of them. It would be fine to land and kill them, but having tasted the sweetness of ranged attacks, Hibeyan naturally wanted to use it to eliminate them all. Mainly, Hibeyan was unsure how many more fishmen were in the river. Whoosh! Hibeyan aimed at a searching fishman and attacked. High double damage instantly appeared above its head, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Killed a level 20 monster, gained 120 experience points. To reach level 10, Hibeyan needed 10,000 experience points, so he naturally wanted to eliminate them all to accumulate more. Gurgle gurgle. A dozen searching fishmen noticed their companion's death, saw Hibeyan in the sky, and brewed a large mouthful of green venom to spray at him. Nina, tip, Nina is taking poison damage, losing 3 health per second, lasting 5 seconds. Can venomous saliva spray that far? Hibeyan had Nina hover 100 meters above the ground, and they could still be hit. Don't worry, master, Nina doesn't hurt. Nina's understanding demeanor was heart-wrenching. To Hibeyan, being attacked by such trash monsters was a huge insult to his intelligence. Fortunately, he hadn't landed to fight, otherwise, with dozens of searching fishmen spitting at them, neither he nor Nina would have survived unscathed. I was shallow, Nina, let's keep kiting these fishmen. Saying this, he flew off into the distance. A dozen searching fishmen chased them on the ground, separated from their group, occasionally spraying a few mouthfuls of venomous saliva into the sky. With precautions in place, Nina was no longer attacked. After all, even a level 20 elite monster couldn't catch up to her speed, so dodging the skills of ordinary monsters was very easy. In contrast, Hibeyan, standing on Nina's back, shot a silver arrow every 5 seconds, and at the same time, a searching fishman would die. Killed a level 20 searching fishman, gained 120 experience points. Killed a level 20 searching fishman, that's about enough. We can go down and finish them off now. After flying a distance, only 6 or 7 of the fishmen chasing them remained. Hibeyan leaped down, taking advantage of the moment when they had just released a wave of skills, summoning the Death Battle Blade to attack. He slashed down at the 2 nearest searching fishmen, and immediately 2 fishmen with tridents lunged at him. Hibeyan's defense was not as high as Nina's, and these fishmen's attacks could deal triple-digit damage to him. Don't you dare harm my master, Nina shouted, transforming from a large eagle into a giant cute mouse in midair. She landed gracefully, skillfully wielding her tail to sweep away the remaining 4 or 5 searching fishmen. Gained 120 experience points, gained 120 experience points, triggered equipment effect, free attribute points. Nina, thank you. Hibeyan patted her fluffy body. In terms of solo kill speed, Hibeyan was not as fast as Nina right now. After all, Nina could transform into various creatures based on the situation, fully mastering their attack methods and even languages, making her very agile. But who knows what the future holds? After collecting all the scattered light orbs on the ground, Hibeyan only obtained 2 drops of searching essence. Without the drop rate bonus, the probability of task items appearing had decreased significantly. There are still a few light orbs along the way, might as well collect them. Hibeyan suddenly felt that the looting phase was both a painful and joyful experience. Keep pulling monsters. Soon, he returned to the riverbank, locking onto an area with a high concentration of searching fishmen, using a blow dart to aim at one fishman. Instantly, it was killed. Guliguli. The death of their companion drew the attention of the surrounding fishmen, who raised their tridents and chased after him. This time, nearly 20 fishmen were pursuing him. Want to chase me? Hibeyan sat on Nina's back in her giant mouse form, waiting for the blow dart to be reloaded. As Nina ran, she swung her long tail, striking the fishmen behind her. Each strike claimed the life of a fishman. They tried to block with their tridents, but the mouse's tail was too agile and unpredictable to be stopped. Killed a level 20 monster, gained 120 experience points. Killed a level 20 monster, gained 120 experience points. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points. These fishmen gave me 3 free attribute points. This feels great. After defeating them all, Hibeyan smiled brightly. This was much more enjoyable than hunting monsters in the monster zone. He also gained 3 drops of searching essence, just 5 more to complete the task. Let's kill the remaining searching fishmen and then head to the location. Returning to the riverbank, he found that the remaining fishmen had all gathered together, and their numbers had even increased to over 70. What's going on? Suddenly so disciplined. In the center of the group of searching fishmen stood an incredibly tall fishman king, holding a fish spear, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. It was the one that had gathered all the fishmen, likely having noticed that its offspring had mysteriously decreased by half. Searching Fish King, level 10, health, 30,000 attack, 780 physical defense, 120 magic defense, 110 skills, water column torrent, Fish King charge, toxic spray. So it was right in that river. Fortunately, he had been cautious at the time and chose a kite strategy. Otherwise, this Fishman King could have easily ambushed him with its skills. But now I can't kite. Hibeyan felt a bit of a headache. All the searching fishmen were clustered together. If he used the blow dart to attack again, all the monsters would chase him. It wouldn't be a problem if it were just that. He could still kill them. The key issue was this Fishman King. 2 of its 3 skills were ranged attacks, and 1 was a quick thrust that dealt damage while moving. In close combat, he could use Nina's speed to kite it, but dealing with a creature that could attack from both close and far was quite troublesome. As it turned out, the Fishman King's attack range might be even farther than his, making it difficult to whittle down its health from the air. Hibeyan glanced at his skills. There were only 2, Divine Agility and Invisibility, but he had already thought of a way to counter the Fishman King. I can first use a blow dart to attack the Fishman King, then go invisible so they can't find me, losing their attack target. I'll wait 3 minutes for the invisibility cooldown to end, then get close to the Fishman King in the center of the monsters and attack it once with the Death Battle Blade, followed by 3 quick attacks with Divine Agility, and then continue to be invisible. This was a typical high-damage assassin playstyle, but it was also very dangerous. Hibeyan calculated that the scout's blow dart had a guaranteed hit effect, capable of dealing over 3,000 damage to the Fishman King. For double attacks would amount to nearly 9,000 damage, totaling over 12,000. He only needed to execute this maneuver 3 times to kill the Seeking Fish King. If anyone else were to hear Hibeyan's thoughts, they would probably kneel down and shout that he was doomed. He spoke with such confidence, and the key was that it could actually be realized. At least in a dungeon with 30 to 50 people, it looked like he was about to clear it all by himself. Is there really someone who plays games like this? But this extreme output assassin playstyle also tested his skills significantly. That was the moment right after Hibeyan attacked. If he didn't go invisible in time, he would be bombarded by countless monster attacks. In the midst of this group of fishmen, it would be hard for him to dodge, and he might just die instantly. Although Nina, as equipment, could also go invisible and help share some of the pressure, it was just a small part. He was attacking the fishman leader, so those small monsters would definitely prioritize attacking him. I still have 28 free attribute points. I'll put them all into Constitution. This was the most challenging battle Hibeyan had faced since entering the Divine Awakening world. Thrilling, weak point attack. Thrilling, weak point attack. Tip: you have allocated 28 free attribute points to Constitution. Player, Hibeyan level 9, 2520, class, Cursed 1 title, The Chosen Cursed 1, specific values for all attributes, health, 1050, magic, 100, physical attack, 1062, magic attack, 20, physical defense, 173, magic defense, 173, equipment, Death Battle Blade, mutated lifetree armor, holy gold slime, boots of divine agility, scout's blow dart. Now I should be able to withstand a bit longer. As long as he wasn't killed in the moment of executing the 4-hit combo, he could escape. Nina's health had also increased from over 1,600 to just over 2,000, and she had over 300 in both defenses. The damage from the small monsters had become 1, but the poison's damage over time was still effective. Unfortunately, her output damage wasn't enough, the effective divine agility skill couldn't be shared with her, otherwise, she could serve as the main firepower to assist Hibeyen. Nina, when I go invisible, wait for me to act first. When the time comes, you get close to the fishmen and try to distract as many of the seeking fishmen as possible. Okay, master. Nina will try her best to attract this group of little fishmen. Once Hibeyen attacked while in invisibility, Nina's invisibility would also be lifted, so they had to coordinate well. Taking a deep breath, Hibeyen calmed his mind and shot the seeking fish king with the scout's blow dart. A small glimmer of cold light flashed, and the seeking fish king sensed danger, immediately swinging its fish spear to smash the silver arrow into the ground. As a leader, it was able to knock down the silver arrow, then its gaze locked onto Hibeyen's position. Go la 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 la! It shouted, commanding its offspring to charge forward, but it didn't notice the silver light flashing on the ground. The guaranteed hit effect of the blow dart activated. Even if it was smashed into the ground, it would still hit. Guliguli, go la 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 la. A swarm of seeking fishmen and the Fishman King used venom attacks, and Hibeyen and Nina quickly dodged. Invisibility. Both of them became invisible at the same time, searching for the Fish King and its offspring, losing their attack targets. Countless venomous attacks fell empty, turning the ground into a toxic pool. Like headless flies, they looked around aimlessly. After 30 seconds without finding a target, their hatred dissipated, and they returned to the shore to regroup. While waiting for the invisibility cooldown to recover, Hibeyen carefully weaved through the gaps between the many fishmen, holding the death battle knife tightly. He arrived in front of the Fish King. Looking up at the massive creature, which was 3 times his size, he felt a bit nervous. The Fish King's attack power was not lethal to him, but if he missed the timing for invisibility, he would surely suffer from its combo skills. If the Fish King hit him with a water column, followed by a fishman stab and some minor attacks, he would be finished. Meanwhile, Nina transformed back into her lowly form and walked among the searching fishmen. As allied units, they could sense each other's locations. When Hibeyen made his move, he would instantly transform into giant form and kill the surrounding minor creatures. She had only one chance to attack, so she needed to kill as many as possible. Time's up. Seeing the invisibility skill light up again, Hibeyen exchanged a glance with Nina. Attack! Divine sensitivity. Hibeyen circled behind the Fish King and began to slash wildly. Nina also transformed into giant form as her invisibility wore off, her fists pressing down like Mount Tai on dozens of small fishmen. Gained 120 experience points. The Fish King, standing still, suddenly took massive damage, its health dropping by a third. Realizing the attack came from behind, it didn't turn around but flipped its fish spear to stab backward. Hibeyen didn't expect the Fish King's attack skills to be so proficient and was hit squarely. Invisibility. Without any hesitation, Hibeyen entered invisibility and escaped from the monster crowd. At the same time, a thick water column shot up from where he had just been. If he had been a second later, he would have been hit. Good thing I didn't get greedy, or I would have been done for. He took out a recovery potion and 4 basic life potions to drink. You recovered 300 health points. Within 40 seconds, recover 80 health points every 10 seconds. The monsters hit too hard. A single normal attack from the Fish King had reduced his health by more than a third. This was with him having added 28 points to his constitution. Without those, the damage would have been even higher. However, the outcome was good. His strategy was viable. Master, are you okay? Nina just killed over 20 small fishmen. The positioning of the searching fishmen was quite dense, and Nina had indeed taken down quite a few, creating many light orbs among the fishmen. I'm fine. Hibeyen stared at those light orbs. Only attacks will break invisibility, which means I can loot corpses while invisible? He still needed 5 drops of the seeking blood, so taking advantage of the cooldown, Hibeyen boldly approached to loot the corpses. In the world of Divine Awakening, many people had changed their classes to thieves or assassins, often thinking they could loot corpses while invisible in the early stages, planning to trick others and make a quick escape. But when they learned that they needed to be level 10 to learn the invisibility skill, many complained in the World Channel. You obtained Seeking Blood. You gain 30 gold coins. You gain 30 gold coins. You obtained a medium recovery potion. You obtained Seeking Blood. This invisibility skill is too powerful against monsters and players that can't break invisibility. Like passing through a sea of flowers, Hibeyen looted the corpses right in front of the fishmen, who showed no reaction at all. After all, the effects of cursed equipment were quite strong. To limit the invisibility that could last indefinitely, the curse drained health during invisibility. Unfortunately, they encountered Hibeyen, an anomaly, rendering the cost of the cursed equipment completely ineffective. After strengthening the Scout God's blow dart, it might make the invisibility skill even stronger, perhaps making it impossible to be detected, which would be utterly game-changing. With such a skill, he could snatch the corpse-light orbs of powerful monsters, and even face extremely strong foes while ensuring his own survival. The 3-minute cooldown quickly ended, and Hibei-yen and Nina coordinated once more, entering the midst of the merman crowd. Because Nina had killed over 20 small mermen, the offspring around the Merman King had noticeably decreased. Divine Sensitivity. Weak point attack. Tip: you hit the weak point of the Seeking Merman King. What the hell? The final blow from Divine Sensitivity left him momentarily stunned. After fighting so many monsters, it was the first time he triggered a weak point attack, doubling the damage again. It was this moment of distraction that led to his downfall. You were hit by the Seeking Merman King's charge attack, entering a 0-second stun state. Seeking Merman attack, invisibility. With nearly 1400 health, over 1200 vanished in an instant, and Hibei-yen hurriedly activated invisibility to escape the battlefield. That was close. Looking at the remaining health of just over 100 points, cold sweat broke out on Hibei-yen. Thankfully, it was only a 0-second stun, otherwise, he would have been done for. He quickly consumed the last 2 recovery potions and the basic red potion, slowly restoring his health. Hibei-yen checked the Merman King's health. Seeking Merman King, level 10, health, 6,930, only 4 more hits left. No need to wait for the invisibility skill to recover. Kill. Clue to becoming a deity. The world is shocked. Kill. Clue to becoming a deity. The world is shocked. Not only did the Seeking Merman King enter a critical health state, but the merman offspring around it also dropped from over 80 to 30. The critically wounded Seeking Merman King was covered in injuries, extremely fatigued, and was trying to return to the water for self-healing with the escort of its offspring. Can't let it go back. Hibei-yen felt a slight panic. It was so close to being finished, and if it returned to the river, all would be in vain. Ignoring that his health hadn't fully recovered, Hibei-yen directly activated the skill for a rapid dash. Divine Sensitivity. At the same time, Nina transformed into a giant cute mouse, sprinting towards the small merman. Gulaga gulaga. Uncertain if it was due to the threat to its life, the Seeking Merman King's perception suddenly became extremely sharp, and it threw the fish spear in its hand before turning to flee. With high combat experience, it would escape if it realized it was outmatched, adding more challenge to the encounter. Unfortunately, it had no way to break invisibility and couldn't locate Hibei-yen, as the direction of the thrown spear was far off. A rapid 3-hit combo left the Seeking Merman King with only a few hundred health remaining, and it reached the shore. With a leap, it was about to dive into the water. Over 30 small mermen rushed towards Hibei-yen desperately, trying to buy time for the Merman King, but were intercepted by Nina. Scout God's Blow Dart. Hibei-yen made a slight mental shift, switching weapons at light speed, aiming at the still airborne Seeking Merman King. Shoot! Penetrating damage, successfully killed the level 10 Seeking Merman King, gained 5,000 experience points, and reputation. Triggered equipment effect, gained 1 point of free attributes. Congratulations, you leveled up, gained 10 points of free attributes. All conditions for career task 1 have been met. Gained career exclusive skill, Curse Enhancement Technique. Check subsequent tasks yourself. Triggered title effect, gained level item, selectable Curse Embryo. Tip: after level 10, gain 15 points of free attributes for each level up. Various leaderboards have been opened. The infinite equipment bar allowed him to switch gear at light speed, which was very convenient. Using the blow dart to take down the Seeking Merman King and reaching level 10, Nina also quickly dealt with all the small mermen, and a series of prompt messages popped up one after another. But it wasn't over yet. A line of golden text appeared in the sight of all players. World announcement: player Hibei-yen has first cleared the dungeon, defeating a level 10 enemy. Performance surpasses all of history. As a reward, a clue to becoming a deity. All players, keep up the good work. At that moment, the world channel exploded. What am I seeing? What am I seeing? Defeating a level 10 enemy. First clear of the dungeon. Who exactly is Hibei-yen? Impossible. I don't believe it. How can a low-level class be this strong? He must be a legendary player. This is definitely cheating. What a sham. Clue to becoming a deity. One person is desperately seeking a team to find Hibei-yen's location. We must torture him to extract the clue. I am Ma Tang, the former chairman of the Penguin Group. I will pay 30 billion for your clue to becoming a deity and provide you with lifelong protection. Impossible, Mr. Ma, he will never give it up. I am an epic class player, gathering other epic class players to find Hibei-yen's location and completely erase him from the Divine Awakening. That's right. If we can't have it, we'll destroy it. That's reasonable. I'm an epic class player. Let's add each other as friends. The sudden appearance of this announcement made Hibei-yen a global enemy. Even many epic class players were shocked. The clue to becoming a deity is something all Divine Awakening players dream of. He Beiyan actually obtained it on the second day of the Divine Awakening. What's going on? If he continues to develop like this, wouldn't he become a deity in 3 days and dominate the world in 5? Out of fear of He Beiyan's incomprehensible and perverse actions, many players didn't even consider getting that divine clue from him. Instead, they wanted to erase him from the Divine Awakening, in a certain novice village. Damn it! Sister Nan, He Beiyan is too much. Nyeyong's face twitched wildly, stunned into silence by the world announcement. Among billions of players, no one expected the words "becoming a deity" to appear in their sight so soon. Nan Shirling also had a serious expression, touching her ear as if talking to someone. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "The higher-ups told us not to be affected, to level up quickly, and to prioritize collecting items that can help find other players, so we can contact He Beiyan as fast as possible. Nyeyong, we need to stay in the Divine Awakening for 24 hours from now on. This matter has a huge impact on the upper echelons." Outside the novice village, in the level 6 monster area. This salt-drinking bastard. I must kill him to get that clue. Jinin punched and killed a level 6 wild monster. He couldn't understand why the name He Beiyan kept appearing before him, like a curse. Should we join forces with the East Japan and the foolish country's pillar? Jin Sini suddenly felt that He Beiyan was not to be underestimated. No need. Just because he has a clue doesn't mean he's a deity. Let's go back to the novice village. I need to find a great god to help me start my class quest. During this time, Jinin had received a difficult special quest, which would unlock his class quest upon completion. East Japan. Baka. Damn dragon countries He Beiyan. In reality, after just losing a life and waiting for the death penalty to end, Inoue Jiro saw this urgent news broadcast on television. He smashed his wine glass in anger. He was already in a bad mood after being killed in the dungeon. Seeing He Beiyan gain attention again, along with that immensely tempting clue to becoming a deity, it was unbearable. Similarly, having entered the dungeon, he knew how powerful the monsters inside were. For He Beiyan to achieve the first clear and defeat a level 10 enemy, it was definitely not as simple as the saying strong in the early game, weak in the late game. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Put aside 90% of the matters within the organization and focus all efforts on investigating He Beiyan's whereabouts. We must find him. Remember, do not offend him in any way. Jingyi Jiro was not a pillar of the Eastern Land, but his thoughts differed from those of other legendary professionals and national pillars. Since it was temporarily impossible to surpass him, why not humbly learn by being close to him first? Once he understood the other party's details, he could secretly formulate a plan to eliminate him, and after mastering the skills, turn the tables and have everything in his grasp. This was the truly wise approach. Why must one always force things? Not just him, countless powerful figures inside and outside the world of Divine Awakening were searching for He Beiyan's whereabouts. They would dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth him. Some even spent large sums of money to hire so-called prophets and stargazers to pinpoint the village where He Beiyan was located. Everyone had different objectives, but with truth and falsehood hard to distinguish, various messages about He Beiyan's location appeared in the World Channel. A bunch of useless people who can't even explore the area around the novice village. What are they blabbering about? He Beiyan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the messages in the World Channel. Even if they really knew his location, so what? They couldn't even leave their novice village. How could they prove it? How could they deal with him? Wasn't this just boasting online? If they really came, none of them would be able to leave. However, this world announcement has indeed pushed me to the forefront. Could this be a test from the Divine Awakening for me? He Beiyan didn't like to say that those who could do more should do more, but the strong often did face more pressure. He clicked into the task panel to check the clue that drove billions of people crazy about becoming a god. Clue: it is said that players who first receive all the blessings of the gods can trigger the Divine Awakening, becoming a god. Task: a simple sentence, with no extra fluff. He Beiyan was doomed. Find a god to help. All the blessings of the gods? I still don't know how many gods there are in the world of Divine Awakening. He Beiyan thought this clue was nonsense. He only knew of one goddess of wishes, and that was through a wishing crystal ball. However, no matter how little he understood about how many gods there were, there must be a distinction between the gods of justice and evil. Just like ordinary equipment and cursed equipment, this meant he not only had to obtain the blessings of the gods from the order camp but also from the evil camp. Both sides were irreconcilable and would fight upon meeting. It wouldn't be that easy. Since it's a clue, it proves to be incomplete. As long as I have a rough idea, that's enough. He Beiyan walked towards the light cluster left by the Fish King. Gained 3,000 gold coins. Gained rare material, Fish King's poison fin. Gained rare equipment, Seeking helmet, set life. Physical defense, usage requirement, level 10 melee profession. Gained rare equipment, Seeking water shoes, set life. Magic defense, effect, can walk and run on water. Gained rare equipment, Seeking fish spear, set attack. collecting all 3 pieces of the Seeking set effect, Constitution, Strength, Dual Defense, a full set. The attributes are quite good, and it even dropped a Poison-type rare material. These 3 pieces of equipment could only be worn at level 10, and they also had additional bonus effects. Since you all want to kill me, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll sell the 3 pieces of equipment as a package and give you a set. He Beiyan clicked into the trading market and set the 3 pieces of the Seeking set for auction. Starting bid in gold. He also listed some other equipment obtained from the Deadly Canyon. It was already the 2nd day of Divine Awakening, and He Beiyan knew that those wealthy individuals had accumulated quite a bit of gold. Naturally, he wanted to make a hefty profit. Although the Seeking set required level 10 to equip, it didn't hinder the competition among these capitalists. As soon as it was listed, someone immediately noticed. He Beiyan has listed a lot of equipment, and there's even a full set? This must be a kill explosion, right? Is he stupid? He doesn't even need to sell it himself. He just wants everyone to level up quickly to kill him? I think he's the kind of confident to the point of arrogance, believing no one can defeat him, just waiting for the day he gets slapped in the face. Killing a level 10 player should take quite a toll on him. He probably wants to sell this gear to recover. Have you all checked the leaderboard? There are 2 major lists, the professional and the overall rankings. The top 100 players can make it onto the list. He Beiyan is so strong. I thought he would be first, but guess what? Aside from being first on the overall leaderboard, I couldn't find his name on any of the professional rankings. This proves that his professional strength can't even make it onto the leaderboard. It's purely because he relied on skills and equipment to build up his overall strength in the early stages. What? Doesn't that mean there's hope to surpass him? Let me see the professional leaderboard. Ah, it really is. It won't be long before He Beiyan is doomed. Those who initially doubted that He Beiyan's profession was legendary quickly dismissed their doubts. If his profession were truly strong, why couldn't they find his name on any of the professional lists? He Beiyan saw the content of the World Channel and also clicked into the leaderboard. Once the leaderboard opened, it automatically displayed the top 100 players in real time. The overall ranking is determined by a comprehensive assessment of players' skills, equipment, levels, and pets, and he ranked first, with the 2nd place several levels below him. The professional leaderboard is more special, subdivided into several smaller lists. There are rankings for warriors, mages, assassins, etc., analyzed based on skills and equipment, showing only the player's name, level, and country. He Beiyan is the only cursed one of the forbidden level profession, so there can't be a second person, and naturally, there is no cursed one leaderboard. The professional leaderboard only compares with others in the same profession, so its value is far less than the overall leaderboard. As long as He Beiyan occupies the 1st place on the overall leaderboard, that's enough. After all, there are no rewards for the rankings. It's purely for show, a competition among players, and a proof of one's strength. To put it simply, it can also be called a bragging leaderboard. However, it's worth noting that Nia Yong and Nan Shirling from the Dragon Country, as well as Jean and Jean Sini from the Beautiful Country, appeared on the professional leaderboard. They occupy the 1st place in the Assassin, Mage, Fistfighter, and Gunner categories, all at level 5. He didn't recognize the 1st place players on other lists. After looking around, he found that several hundred players had reached level 5. These rankings can change at any time. I wonder if these 2 pillars of the Dragon Country can hold on. He Beiyan set off on his way back to the village, knowing for sure that these 2 wouldn't be able to hold on. After coming out of the Deadly Canyon, the guards showed him even more respect. Warrior, your strength is truly admirable. Should we open this dungeon to allow more players under level 10 like you to enter? This is probably the benefit of being the first to clear the dungeon and having high prestige. It can change the original settings of the Divine Awakening. Once strength reaches a certain level, it can even alter the worldview of the Divine Awakening. No need, just do it as usual. Other players don't have such monstrous strength as he does. It's already tough enough for him to fight, and lowering the entry level would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. The main thing is that he doesn't want to expose himself, lest someone with a keen mind notices. Upon returning to the novice village, he found Jean and Jean Sini waiting for him at the entrance. Great God, I've received a level task that can unlock a profession-specific quest. Can you help me? Jean got straight to the point. Of course, there will be a reward. Please take a look first. Kill the wind spirit, level task. Description: you have grasped a faint power of the wind, but this alone is not enough to become strong. Kill the wind spirit passing through the village and use its essence to strengthen yourself. Quest objective: kill the wind spirit, level 10 elite. Quest reward: unlock class-specific quest failure. All level quests will be postponed. You will not unlock class-specific quests before level 20. Seeing this quest, He Beiyan was somewhat taken aback. He had automatically unlocked his class quest at level 5, while Jean had to kill a level 10 elite and faced a failure penalty? Thinking back to his previous successful job change, could this also be a special benefit of a forbidden class? Great God, the higher the class level, the harder the level quests. I know the level 10 elite is tough for us, but as long as the three of us legendary class players team up, we can definitely take it down. Jean naturally regarded He Bei Yen as a legendary class player. Great God, you also unlocked your level quest at level 5, right? We can help you then, and killing the wind spirit will drop the material wind spirit core. I can give it to you to enhance Nina's strength. Before asking the Great God for help, Jean had done his homework, knowing that the fastest way for beast pets to increase their strength was to consume various powerful supplements. He Bei Yen glanced at him. I've already unlocked my class quest, why should I help you? And do you think I'm easily fooled into believing that a level 10 elite drops class materials? No matter what materials dropped, seeing the failure penalty made him more than willing to help. Wasn't this the best opportunity to set him up? But as an unknown great god, with no grievances or grudges against Jean, he naturally had to pretend to be reluctant. Normally, that wouldn't be the case, Jean explained, but when I found this wind spirit, I noticed it was a bit different. The golden-haired Nina shot him a glance. Such an important matter and he was keeping them in suspense, wasting time. Didn't he hear the great god say he had unlocked his class quest? He must have killed an elite monster already. Hurry up and finish your part. I still want the great god to lead us. So she spoke up, Great God, in any case, it will definitely drop class materials. If it doesn't, you can just chop off Jean's head. Strengthen equipment, since you're so sure, I'll agree. He Bei Yen pretended to be embarrassed and agreed, but I won't team up with you. Let's meet here in 2 hours, I have some things to do. Jean nodded vigorously, understood. As long as the great god agreed, that was enough. They had already discussed the spoils, so whether they teamed up or not didn't matter. Great God, then we won't disturb you. We'll see you in an hour. After the two left, He Bei Yen went to the village chief's house. Powerful warrior, I've already heard of your deeds. You are truly the savior of our village. Sean immediately gave him a bear hug, and He Bei Yen quickly sidestepped. He had no interest in men. Why does Uncle want to hug the master, and why does the master want to dodge? The pure and innocent Nina cupped her face with her small hands, full of confusion. This is the best way to express feelings, it's just that the warrior rejected me. Captain Sean laughed casually. Nina looked at him, then at her master. Then I want to hug the master, will the master reject me? The atmosphere seemed to be heading in an awkward direction. He Bei Yen quickly pulled the topic back. Village chief, the quest is complete. Special quest submitted. Collect materials to make a special altar and submit the materials. Lord of Luosua knows of your deeds. Wait for you to claim your reward. Lord of Luosua favorability, village chief of village 66 favorability, captain of village 66 guard favorability, warrior. I'm really grateful to you. You can now go to Luosua city. Keep this letter safe and give it to the Lord of Luosua when the time comes. The village chief handed these materials to Sean, who left the house to prepare for the altar. Obtain the village chief's recommendation letter, special item, description. Due to your immense strength, the village chief wants to recommend you to the Lord of Luosua city to join the Judicator Association and eliminate the greatest evil force in the God-enabled world, the cursed god cult. Of course, the final decision lies in your hands. Hint, triggered keywords, general information about the Judicator Association and cursed god cult has entered your mind. In an instant, the information about these two organizations was received by He Bei Yen. Simply put, the Judicator Association is a powerful organization jointly created by various empires, while the cursed god cult is a special force formed by a group of thugs and power seekers who use cursed equipment. The two sides have been fighting continuously for thousands of years, but due to the overwhelming power of the cursed equipment, the Judicator Association has been unable to eradicate them, causing headaches for the major empires. If He Bei Yen joins the Judicator Association, the more cursed equipment users he kills, the stronger he becomes, and his status will rise accordingly. However, he would also be completely tied to the association, lacking freedom until he reaches the peak of his power. I'm not interested for now. Even if I don't join the Judicator Association, I'm confident I can become the strongest. He Bei Yen could not imagine the strength of the strongest members of an organization created by all the empires. Being bound to the Judicator Association would mean being completely cut off from many unknown tasks and events. The God-enabled world is so vast, he wants to explore it. He doesn't want to be confined to a small area. By the way, as the only cursed profession, am I not the head of the cursed god cult? Those thugs using cursed equipment have to bear the cost of the curses. As the only one immune to the cost, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is their god. The most dangerous head of the cursed god cult has been invited to join the Judicator Association. how magical is that? He silently complained in his heart, thankful that he currently has no intention of joining the Judicator Association. Instead, he could wait until his strength increases to check out the Cursed God cult. Perhaps he could obtain some unclaimed cursed equipment. However, this information also made He Beiyan realize that he couldn't let others know he was using cursed equipment easily. Otherwise, Judicators would come to cause trouble. With this in mind, he spoke to the village chief. Can I participate in the search for the suspicious magic stone murderer? I might be able to help. The magic stone that emitted the aura of cursed equipment was likely created by the cursed god cult, but the village chief shook his head. This matter can only be handled by the Judicator Association. None of us can participate. It's 10 times more dangerous than killing a level 10 monster, and creating an altar is already the maximum limit. Alright, it seems that matters involving cursed equipment are not something players can touch at this stage. He Beiyan then bid farewell to the village chief, found an inn to rest, and entered the trading market. The searching set you listed has been sold. You gained 1 gold. The level equipment you listed has been sold. You gained 68 gold. The level equipment you listed has been sold. Countless messages about sold equipment popped up, and He Beiyan gained another 10,000 gold. Now he has a total of 40,000 gold, which is enough to enhance his equipment at least 3 times. He decided to enhance the cursed equipment. The gold sacrificed for the enhancement spell will increase each time. I hope it's not too excessive. This amount of gold is all he has. The first item to enhance is the mutated life tree armor. After thinking it over, he still plans to follow his previous idea. His current damage resistance is still somewhat lacking. Once surrounded, it's easy to be defeated. To level up quickly without being caught up by other legendary professionals, He Beiyan must take risks. Therefore, being durable is essential. I hope the enhancement will be significant. Don't let me down. He Beiyan prayed, as enhancing equipment is also a matter filled with mysticism. Cursed enhancement spell. Do you want to sacrifice 10,000 gold coins to enhance the mutated life tree armor? Yes. A strong light suddenly appeared on the armor, and He Beiyan's wealth decreased by 10,000 coins. If other players saw him instantly spend 10,000 gold coins, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Enhancement successful. He hurriedly checked the armor information. His pupils suddenly constricted. Mutated life tree armor, level 150 health effect 1, for every 10 points of health, increase physical defense and magical defense by 1 point each. Effect 2, has a life shield equal to 100% of maximum health, which can resist any attack except true damage. Recovers after 10 minutes once broken. Curse, each level up grants a fixed 4 attribute points. Health increased by 50, and a new equipment effect appeared. The life shield equal to 100% of maximum health is Nina's health, a full 2000 plus shield value. This equipment effect was exactly what He Beiyan wanted. Whether it was physical attacks, magical attacks, or continuous damage effects, they would first deduct from the life shield. Only true damage, like that from the Death War Blade, could directly harm him. Spending this 10,000 gold coins was totally worth it. My dual defenses have always been strong, and with the life shield, I can dare to stand and fight against the Fish King. He Beiyan was extremely happy. He continued to enhance. The gold coins required for enhancement have increased from 10,000 to 10,000. At this rate, I can only enhance 2 more times. He began to think about which equipment would be better to enhance. He planned to save the last enhancement for the new equipment that had yet to be crafted. He already had 2 types of high-level materials, the Fish King's Poison Fin and the Ink Jade. Once he obtained the Wind Spirit Core of the same level from the Wind Elf, he could fuse it with the Cursed Embryo. With 3 types of high-level materials, including the highly toxic Wind attribute, he could choose a suitable equipment type to create a cursed equipment with area attack. Who should I enhance this time? He Beiyan fell into thought. Your weapon belongs to me. First, Nina was ruled out. Although she was also equipment, He Beiyan had always regarded her as an independent entity. Enhancing Nina wouldn't help him much. She was already strong enough. He also didn't consider the boots of divine sensitivity, so the remaining options were the Scout God Blow Arrow and the Death War Blade. He hesitated for a long time between the two, unable to make a decision. I think I'll go with the Scout God Blow Arrow. With the Life Shield, my melee output capability has also been indirectly enhanced, so it seems my ranged attack isn't sufficient. In the end, he flipped the card for the Blow Arrow. Do you want to sacrifice 1 gold coin to enhance the Scout God Blow Arrow? Yes. Enhancement successful. Please check the equipment yourself. A strong light burst forth from the Scout God Blow Arrow, and He Beiyan checked it. Scout God Blow Arrow, level cursed equipment 90 attack power effect, generates 1 blow arrow every 5 seconds, with 100% hit and penetration effects. Maximum of 3 arrows. Once the limit is reached, a triple shot can be performed. Penetration, each blow arrow, upon hitting, deals 1000 points of one-time damage to the target. Skill, Invisibility. Invisibility is lifted upon attack and can also be detected by skills that break invisibility. Skill cooldown time, 3 minutes attack range, 100 meters curse, reduces 0 health per second while in invisibility. Attack increased by 30 points, range increased by 50 meters, and the blow arrow limit changed to 3. The Scout God blow arrow didn't change much, it merely enhanced its output limit. Overall, it's not bad. After all, I'm not a lucky player, so I can't expect new effects every time. He Beiyan was very satisfied. Being able to perform a triple shot with the blow arrows, combined with the penetration effect, meant that the attack damage was 3000 higher than using the Death Warblade to cast Divine Sensitivity. It was perfect for kiting high health monsters. Open the personal panel. Player, He Beiyan level, 10, 3560, Profession, Cursed 1 title, The Chosen Cursed 1, specific values for all attributes, Health, 1380, Health Shield, 2173, Magic, 100, Physical Attack, 1092, Magic Attack, 20, Physical Defense, 206, Magic Defense, 206, and used attribute points. 16 2 enhancements have greatly increased He Beiyan's strength, allowing him to defeat the Fish King in under a minute. Just a set of ranged and melee combos can take away more than one of its health points. This wave of luck is taking off. He Beiyan laughed. By the way, I haven't checked what my next profession task is yet. Profession task, 2 reach level 20, attack power of 2000. Reward, Authority of the Cursed One, active skill, Authority of the Cursed One, any monster or enemy that enters within 10 meters of you will be forced to be immobilized for 3 seconds, unable to move. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Description, the authority of the Cursed One is not to be infringed upon. It is clear that this is a range hard control skill. The cooldown is a bit long, but immobilizing all enemies within 10 meters for 3 seconds is enough for me to do a lot. Currently, He Beiyan's equipment is not sufficient for flexibility, but obtaining this skill will make up for it. 3 seconds is enough to wreak havoc. However, the real difficulty of this task lies in the 2000 attack power. From level 10 to 20, there are only 150 free attribute points, and if all are added to strength, it only amounts to 300 attack. The rest can only be obtained through tasks, equipment, and triggering Nina's effects. Looks like I need to kill monsters fiercely. He Beiyan finished handling all matters. It was time to let the 2 national pillars from the beautiful country see reality. With you two, you really don't have what it takes to take me down. In fact, He Beiyan could have easily taken down Jean and Jean Sini with a single blow long ago, but wouldn't that be too cheap for them? An hour later, Jean Sini, and He Beiyan walked together. The two led him to a level 6 monster forest area, turning left and right until they reached a plain. There were large flower beds here, the air was very fresh, and a gentle breeze blew. Not far away, there were 6 or 7 fair-skinned elven women, with graceful figures and beautiful appearances. They had semi-transparent thin wings on their backs and held elven bows, able to move quickly with the wind. Wind Elf, level 7 health, 680 attack power, 185 skills, Divine Wind Technique, Wind Strike. Wind Elf, level 8 health, 700 attack power, 200 skills, Divine Wind Technique, Wind Strike. These wind elves surrounded a stunning elven girl who sat on a large rock, swinging her feet as if she were resting. Wind Elf Princess, level 10, elite, health, 5200 attack power, 350 skills, Frost Storm, Gale Shot, Blessing of the Wind. Description, the princess of the Wind Elf Empire, curious about humans, quietly ran out with the elves serving her, and could leave at any moment. Why is it another monster from the Empire? He Beiyan couldn't help but complain in his heart. The previous Orc chieftain was from the Orc Empire, and now another princess from the Wind Elf Empire has appeared? Isn't the Empire a gathering place for the strongest? Why are both of them so weak? Although the Elven princess is much stronger than the Orc chieftain, her health and attack are almost catching up to level 15 elite monsters. Could it be that the descendants of the Empire's big shots start from the same starting line as players? Upon careful thought, there is indeed this possibility. Then his competitors are not just players, but also the descendants of powerful beings from various imperial races. Each one has greater potential than the last. At this moment, Jean leaned closer to him. Great God, that elite monster is not ordinary, and its health is very high. Let's deal with the small monsters together first. Could you trouble Nina to hold back that princess? In Jean's eyes, they were just monsters. Even if their identity was special, he didn't take it seriously, unlike He Beiyan, who thought too much. Okay, He Beiyan said, but he didn't let Nina take action, because he had no intention of killing those elves at all. Not to mention that killing the Wind Elf would yield no experience. Even if he killed the Wind Elf princess, it would only give him a few hundred experience points, not enough to fill the gaps. What he really wanted to do was to make Jean's level quest fail. You guys go first, attract the monster's attention. I can take this opportunity to kill them all in an instant, and then we can deal with the elf princess together. He Beiyan pretended to be profound. Once Jean made a move, it would mean starting the level quest, and if anything went wrong in between, it would be deemed a failure. Okay. Jean was delighted to hear this. So the great god was this strong, able to kill an 8th level monster in an instant. Without a shred of doubt, he clenched his fists and charged towards the wind elves, waves of fist energy rippling through the air. Who goes there? The wind elves immediately became alert, and one elf raised her bow to shoot. Golden Silk Nina shifted lightly, finding a suitable shooting position, and suddenly a heavy firearm appeared in her hands, looking very formidable, ready to provide fire support for Jean. Just as the wind elf aimed to shoot, she found the great god standing in front of her gun barrel. That flawless, handsome face was breathtaking, and even she, who had seen countless men, almost lost her composure. Great god, quickly move aside, Jean is about to be attacked. She didn't understand what it meant for the great god to suddenly appear in front of her. He Beiyan said, "Your weapon now belongs to me." Ha! Golden Silk Nina hadn't reacted yet when she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she was shocked to find a red katana piercing through her body. You have died, about to return to reality, entering death penalty time. After a 6-hour cooldown, you can re-enter the Divine Awakening. Your level growth weapon, Quantum Gremlin machine gun, has dropped. Until the end, Golden Silk Nina never understood why the great god wanted to kill her. My strength is wisdom. I just wanted to drop your equipment, really cheap for you. He Beiyan looked at Golden Silk Nina disappearing from the spot and couldn't help but sneer. Originally, he wanted to make both of their level quests fail, but it seemed the situation didn't allow it. So he had to kill Golden Silk Nina to make Jean's quest fail. Fuck! Golden Silk Nina, where's your fire support? What the hell? How did you die? Jean faced 7 wind elves alone, his fists were no match, and fighting alone got him hit by several arrows. Realizing that Golden Silk Nina had fallen, he hurriedly turned to run. Great god, save me. There should be other monsters hiding around. Golden Silk Nina has been killed. He had been in a team with Golden Silk Nina, so he knew about her death. But then he saw the Quantum Gremlin machine gun at the great god's feet. The massive amount of information made his little brain crash instantly. He couldn't understand why Golden Silk Nina's weapon was at the great god's feet. Did the great god fail to save her? Ha, look at your silly face, it's really laughable. Jean, let me tell you a secret. He Beiyan laughed loudly, having no intention of saving him at all. He sent a request to Jean. Tip, the player He Beiyan has requested to join your team. In an instant, stunned, shocked, unable to believe it. Then it turned into endless rage and humiliation. Drink a cup of salt. So you are the one who drinks a cup of salt. I want to kill you. Watching Jean dodge the wind elves' shots while being furiously impotent. That comical sight made He Beiyan's thoughts incredibly clear and joyful. I have to thank you for calling my name wrong. You truly are my lucky star, Jean. He laughed and said, remember, when you return to reality, tell the forces behind you, and all the people in the world who want to kill me, that if they dare show hostility towards me, you and Jean Sini will be their fate. He casually took a level material from his inventory and tossed it at Jean. This material was something he had prepared for Jean, despite his disdain and disgust. Level material, hard droppings of a giant bird. Fuck, aha. Dodging the wind sprite shots was already difficult enough. Facing the droppings flying towards him, which were even faster than the arrows behind him, Jean had no way to evade. He understood that He Beiyan was deliberately humiliating him. By throwing this mess, he intended to kill him with the impact. Endless rage bubbled inside him, but he couldn't express it. He Beiyan, you wait for me. I will personally kill you. Already at low health and knowing he couldn't dodge, Jean gave up resisting. He was immediately hit squarely by the droppings. The terrifying damage didn't shock him, only shame, unwillingness, and rage surged in his heart, but he had no way out. He had fallen into He Beiyan's trap, completely crushed by him in every aspect from intelligence to strength. Even if his teeth were shattered, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it down. You have died, returning to reality, entering death penalty time. Level mission failed. Received failure penalty. No level missions will be opened within level 20. All level missions will be postponed in order. Your level armor has dropped. Before you die, you finally called my name correctly. Picking up his armor, He Beiyan casually listed it in the trading market. Special note, equipment dropped from killing legendary class Jean, set at a high price of 5,000 gold coins. The purpose was not to sell but to let the whole world see the consequences of offending He Beiyan. Similarly, Jean Sini's level growth weapon was also listed by He Beiyan in the trading market. 100,000 gold coins for purchase, no bargaining. Note, equipment dropped from killing legendary class Jean Sini, listed by He Beiyan. The goddess of luck might be on He Beiyan's side. Killing a player would randomly drop a piece of wearable equipment, and by coincidence, it was the powerful growth weapon she obtained after completing her class transfer task. This weapon could be upgraded to a level weapon after killing enough monsters. Now it was directly in Hibayan's hands, then listed for sale in the trading market. What a waste of a precious item. After all, he couldn't equip it and didn't care to. 100,000 gold coins were clearly stated in the trading market. If Jean Sini wanted it, she could buy it. If she didn't take it out quickly, it would eventually be taken by other gunners. Surely, someone would be willing to spend 100,000 gold coins to become stronger, even if it meant offending you, Jean Sini. Regardless, Hibayan would profit without loss, firmly grasping human nature. Human warrior, thank you for your help. A few wind sprites came to Hibayan's side to express their gratitude. I didn't expect that man's life to be so strong. He didn't fall even after taking several arrows. Conversations between players that involve reality would automatically correct to the language of the enlightened beings and understandable speech. No need to thank me. I have a grudge against them myself. Hibayan didn't like accepting kindness that didn't belong to him. But it is a fact that you helped us. We can feel that you are very strong. May I ask you to help us again? To let the princess return to the empire with us as soon as possible? To prevent what just happened from happening again? The wind sprite said with a bitter smile. To be honest, we have been persuading her for a long time, telling her not to go to human towns, or she would be attacked, but she wouldn't listen and insisted on staying here, saying she wouldn't leave until she saw a human. Triggering special mission. Persuade the wind sprite princess to go home. The young elven princess, having listened to too many human stories by her bedside, was very curious about humans. Use your wisdom to persuade her to go home. Task reward, Wind Spirit Core, grade material, do you accept? Hibayan? He had originally planned to obtain the Wind Spirit Core through other means, but it turned out he could get it just by convincing the little princess to go home. In any case, it was a good thing. Are you a human? Approaching the elven princess, her flawless fairy-like appearance was almost on par with Nina's, enough to captivate any male. But as a steel-hearted man, Hibayan was completely unmoved. I am. You've seen a human, can I go home now? The elven princess jumped down from the stone and flew around him curiously. Then she grabbed Hibayan's hand. Come, you're coming home with me. I want you to stay by my side all day and serve me. Hibayan's eyes widened. What a domineering elven princess. She was nothing like the elves he had in mind. Why should I? He shook off the elven princess's hand. You've only known me for less than a minute. Aren't you afraid I'll threaten you like that boxer just now? No, you wouldn't dare. The wind spirit princess shook her head. Because I'm stronger than you. Even if that boxer rushed to my side, I could take him down. Hearing her confident words, Nina, who was quietly standing beside Hibayan, pouted. She felt an inexplicable urge to give her a good beating. This little princess could be easily dealt with. So where did her confidence come from to say she was stronger than her master? You're stronger than me? Hibayan really didn't know whether to say she was young and ignorant or that her parents had protected her too well. But he decided to let this little princess experience the darkness of the adult world. He extended his right hand and gave the elven princess a sharp slap on the forehead. Ouch, that hurts. You actually hit me. Although this move didn't cause much damage, the pain was intense. The wind spirit princess gasped, covering her head, tears almost coming out. Her pretty face was filled with indignation. What? Not convinced? Come hit me, Hibayan said in a deliberately condescending tone. Use wisdom to persuade her to go home? Nonsense. His strength was his wisdom. Today, whether she wanted to go home or not, he would make her cry and go home to find her mother. A few wind spirits nearby saw this and were a bit worried, wanting to step forward, but they were held back by the only 8th level wind spirit. Trust this human warrior, if he dares to do this, he must have a way. Then a few 7th level wind spirits were a bit at a loss. Should they just watch the princess fight with the human warrior who was helping her? As kind-hearted wind spirits, this did not align with their racial ethics. The 8th level wind spirit coughed lightly, clearly an experienced spirit. Quietly, it said, pretend to enjoy the scenery. The psychological shadow had been cast. Damn it! You're infuriating me. I'll make you pay. The naive elven princess had never thought someone would dare to hit her. Even her parents had never laid a hand on her, treating her like a precious gem. Now she was actually offended by a human. She flew into the air, raised her small hand, and an extraordinary bow appeared in her palm. Strong wind shot. A large amount of wind elements gathered on the bowstring, then shot out an extremely swift white beam. Hibayan quietly watched the beam shoot towards him, not moving. The light shield absorbed all the damage for him, while displaying the damage value. How could this be? The elven princess was stunned. Her attack was actually weaker than his. He hadn't even defended. I gave you a chance. Nina, Upon hearing this, Nina transformed into a giant eagle, carrying He Beiyan into the air. Aren't you a human too? How can you transform? Seeing Nina's drastic transformation, the elf princess was startled and hurriedly flew away. So what if you can fly? You can't catch up to me. The wind elf had always been very confident in her speed. Among all flying races, the wind elves ranked high in speed, and the elf princess was even faster. She could easily shoot while flying. She drew her bow and looked back, but didn't see He Beiyan's shadow. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, that human's voice came from beside her ear, and the elf princess quickly turned her head. Bang! Another chestnut hit her on the forehead, the sound crisp and clear. Ah, that hurts so much. This blow made the elf princess's head throb painfully, and she couldn't even maintain her flight. She immediately fell to the ground, clutching her head and rolling back and forth. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. How could her proud flying speed be caught up by a giant eagle transformed by a human? She couldn't understand, nor could she fathom that even a level 20 elite couldn't keep up with Nina's speed. Are you going home or not? He Beiyan landed on the ground, squatting beside her with a kind expression. No, I'm not going back. I won't go home until I kill you. The Wind Elf Princess's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but she was very defiant. Looks like I was too gentle, He Beiyan said as he extended his hand, taking a deep breath. It seemed he was preparing a big move. The elf princess's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly covered her forehead. Don't hit me. As long as you come with me, I'll go home, okay? He Beiyan completely ignored her. Ah! The triple pain made her wail and twist on the ground, her delicate feet flailing about, wishing she could just faint. At that moment, she completely lost her princess demeanor. Humans are really scary, you know. I'll ask you one last time, are you going home or not? He Beiyan smiled, but his tone was quite frightening, raising his hand again to prepare for another blow. In the eyes of the elf princess, he looked like a demon. Her pretty face turned pale as she said, I'll go home. Please don't hit me anymore, woo woo woo. That's more like it. Go home early, and stop worrying your parents by running around. Once you're stronger, you can see the beautiful landscapes. Humans are so scary, right? He Beiyan stood up and walked over to the other wind elves, making a gesture. But those wind elves all stared at him blankly, seemingly stunned. Warrior, thank you very much. After a long while, an 8th level wind elf finally reacted. This human warrior's actions had truly shocked her. He actually managed to subdue their willful princess in such a manner. Humans really do have hidden talents. Where's the wind spirit core? He Beiyan extended his palm. Wasn't all this effort just for that thing? As long as he could get the princess home, it didn't matter how. It's with the princess. Don't worry, I will make her give it to you. The 8th level wind elf seemed a bit unsure and directly flew to the princess with her companions. What the heck? He Beiyan's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide as saucers. His pure heart felt like it had been hit with 100,000 critical strikes. Why didn't they say such important information earlier? I bullied her like that, and she could still give it to me? He suddenly felt that he was the elf princess. This 8th level wind elf was the terrifying human He Beiyan. However, the task reward was promised, so it shouldn't be a problem. With a nervous heart, he approached the princess again, smiling awkwardly. Little princess, does your head still hurt? He Beiyan reached out to touch her head to ease the pain, hoping to salvage his image. No, don't hit me, just take this thing. Seeing He Beiyan reach out again, the elf princess was so scared that she quickly buried her head in the wind elf's embrace. With trembling little hands, she threw out a crystal. Wind Spirit Core, level material and energy crystal infused with the essence of wind elves. Ugh, this has left a psychological shadow on the child, completely ruining her. Most likely, these wind spirits whispered something in her ear, saying that if she didn't hand over the spirit core, they would knock her on the head or something like that. I'm going home right now. The fairy princess was terrified, seemingly understanding why her father told her that humans are very complex beings. One moment they were banging their heads, and the next they were full of goodwill, caring for her. Complex, really too complex, too terrifying. She didn't even dare to look at He Beiyan, burying her head and flying away into the distance. She secretly vowed that before becoming the strongest, she would never step out of the fairy empire. The other wind spirits followed, but that level 8 spirit lagged behind a step. Thank you again, human warrior. You are welcome to visit the fairy empire whenever you have the chance. Heh, let's forget it. It's best if we never meet again. He Beiyan put away the spirit core. He wasn't a fool. After scaring the girl like that, what if she went back and complained? Wouldn't that mean he would be beaten up by her parents if he went to the fairy empire? His little body couldn't withstand that kind of beating. The level 8 wind spirit smiled and said, understood. We will explain the situation truthfully. May the fairy god bless you. Mission completed. Persuade the Wind Spirit Princess to go home. Obtained the Wind Spirit Core. Tip: the inexperienced Wind Spirit Princess has a very deep impression of you and will never forget your first encounter in her life. Tip: forming a bond with powerful or key intelligent beings may cause certain changes to the Divine Awakening. Changes to the Divine Awakening? What does that have to do with me? Hee-Bei-Yen sighed. I just hope she can understand my good intentions when she grows up. Although I wanted the Wind Spirit Core, it was given to me so easily, it shouldn't be that important. In reality, at the Royal Hotel of the Beautiful Country. Damn it! Damn it! I had already found Hee-Bei-Yen. He was right beside me. I even treated him as a low-key god. Jean's face was flushed as he raged in the room. Thinking back to his previous attitude towards Hee-Bei-Yen, he wished he could slap himself to death. We should have discovered it earlier. We just didn't expect Hee-Bei-Yen to have changed to a beast tamer. Jean Sini's tone was very cold, her expression equally grim. Her level growth weapon had been exposed and was listed on the trading market for 100,000 gold coins. She had already imagined killing Hee-Bei-Yen countless times in her mind. Ventilating our anger towards Hee-Bei-Yen won't have any effect. Let's organize what we know about him and make all his information public. Jean, right. Let's publish all his information on the Global Divine Awakening Forum. We also need to contact the national pillar players from the Clumsy Country and the Eastern Islands, collaborate with them, and gather all of Hee-Bei-Yen's real-world information. I underestimated Hee-Bei-Yen. From now on, I will treat him as a great enemy. While the two were organizing and releasing Hee-Bei-Yen's information, most of the messages on the World Channel were discussing them. Jean and Jean Sini were killed by Hee-Bei-Yen? Aren't they legendary professionals? Is this true or false? Regardless of whether it's true or not, that gunner's level equipment is definitely real. I also find it hard to believe that Hee-Bei-Yen could kill two legendary professionals. Who can stop him now? I believe it's true. Up until now, the two national pillars of the beautiful country haven't spoken, so they must have entered a death cooldown. The Global Divine Awakening Forum has released information about Hee-Bei-Yen. He is in the know. 66 Novice Village, a beast tamer, wielding a red katana as a weapon, named Nina, who can transform into a lowly beast pet. And he himself can deal an astonishing 2,200 points of damage. The information was released by Jean and Jean Sini. This means they were really killed by Hee-Bei-Yen. Holy crap! 2,200 points of damage. Is that even a damage output a human can achieve? Legendary professionals can't even deal 800 damage right now. Penguin Group is offering unlimited gold coins. Interested parties, come quickly. Countless people were shocked by the information released by Jean and Jean Sini. How did Hee-Bei-Yen become so strong on the second day of the awakening? Joyajiro had just finished his death cooldown and entered the awakening for less than a minute when he saw this information. He immediately contacted the organization members to see if anyone was in the know. 66 Novice Village to make contact with Hee-Bei-Yen. So strong. Good, everything he has in the future will be mine. While astonished by Hee-Bei-Yen's power, Joyajiro revealed a sinister smile. The protagonist won't be a solo player. The worldview will be vast later on. The task of unforgettable tonight? Many people want to make contact with Hee-Bei-Yen. Financial groups and organizations from various countries were contacting their subordinates to see if anyone was in the know. 66 Novice Village. Unfortunately, they were destined to fail, unable to even find others. Because he had no intention of returning to the Novice Village, it was time to go to Luosuwa City to claim his reward. Currently, the Awakening World does not have a recording function, and there are no videos or photos related to Hee-Bei-Yen online, so no one can recognize him. Moreover, his looks are so exceptional that even top-tier artists who have seen him cannot accurately depict his appearance. My equipment will keep increasing. I can disguise myself as various professions in the future. Now he has created a misconception among the world, making everyone believe he is a beast tamer. But he can also be a scout, a warrior, or an assassin. The number of professions he can assume will only increase, along with his identities. He has already planted the seed of being a beast tamer in the minds of the people, making it easier to disguise himself as other professions later on. Hee-Bei-Yen is not afraid of being discovered by players. He just doesn't want to attract the attention of those minor characters, which would delay his leveling time. After all, he stayed in the Novice Village for so long just to deal with Jean and Jean Sini. With his goal achieved and having additionally obtained the Wind Spirit Core, it was time to leave. So he said goodbye to Captain Sean through the friend panel and headed towards Luosuwa City. I'll wait until I reach Luosuwa City to fuse the new equipment. Fusing cursed embryos takes time, and he doesn't want to do it in the wild. Besides, with so many types of equipment, it would take quite a bit of time to choose. By the way, Jean still owes me 6,000 gold coins. I can annoy him again when we meet. That 6,000 gold coins was destined to be unrecoverable. However, as a yin-yang, his weapon is quite good and will definitely break Jean's defenses again. In the ruins of the orc village, 3 well-equipped red orcs traveled a long distance to this place. If He Beiyan were here, he would find that they were very similar to the orc chieftain he had slain before. Behind them was an even taller red orc, holding a pair of extraordinary crystal double axes, with veins bulging all over his body, seemingly struggling to control his rage. It was done by the giants. How could there be giants here? One orc saw the huge footprints on the ground and immediately made a judgment. At the same time, he was puzzled. Logically, giants shouldn't appear near human villages. Damn giants, orcs, and they have nothing to do with each other. Why did they kill my child? The double-axe orc didn't care about that, swinging his axe down onto the ground. With a loud bang, the ground within 50 meters instantly caved in, countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. Since my son died here, let the nearby humans accompany him in death. His eyes were bloodshot, rage filling his entire brain. Beast King Vito, your son was killed by giants, yet you vent your anger on us humans. What kind of ability is that? Suddenly, a blonde woman in heavy armor stepped out. Her armor bore a large cross symbol, looking very sacred. A member of the Judgment Association? Beast King Vito's pupils constricted. It seems the hands of the cursed god cult have reached here. The blonde woman snorted coldly, a massive heavy sword appearing in her hand, thrusting it fiercely into the ground. Are you leaving or are we going to fight? I allow all 4 of you to come at me. You only bully the weak orcs. You have entered the city of Luasua. Open the map. The places you have explored will automatically light up. Tip: because you killed the Beast King's son, the Beast King who came to investigate has made a misjudgment, and the hatred has shifted to the giant clan. As soon as He Beiyan stepped into Luasua City, he received a notification message. Real-time reminders, not bad. He Beiyan didn't pay much attention. After all, he had already left the novice village. Having a map makes things much easier. The town was far larger than the novice village, roughly estimated to accommodate at least 50,000 players. He Beiyan speculated that in the future, 5 or more players from novice villages would come to the same town. He didn't know how vast the Divine Awakening was, but there would certainly be many towns, and powerful players would meet in kingdoms and empires. There were various shops lining the streets, such as restaurants, inns, blacksmiths, tailors, potion shops, and even a pet shop. Not far away, there was also a teleportation array and patrolling teams moving back and forth. It was many times more impressive than the novice village. The town is where players truly begin. The novice village is just a tutorial, unable to experience the full charm of Divine Awakening. It had to be said that Divine Awakening could always bring new experiences to He Beiyan. First, let's find the lord of the town to claim my reward. At this stage, he was the only player who had entered the town. Everyone else walking around was NPCs. There was plenty of time to explore Luasua City. Hello, miss. Could you tell me how to get to the Lord's mansion? He Beiyan asked a stunningly beautiful woman passing by. The Lord's mansion? Can't you see such a big building? Ah, that man's face. The woman had a fiery personality and impatiently pointed in a direction until her eyes met He Beiyan's. Riesland's favorability towards you, He Beiyan was slightly taken aback. This is possible? So you're a warrior who just arrived in the city. I lost my composure just now. Do you have time tonight? Would you like to add me as a friend? Riesland smiled charmingly at him. Triggered special quest, Riesland's invitation. Description: the top courtesan Riesland seems to have a great interest in you. Quest objective: become Riesland's friend and visit her at the Red Building tonight. Quest reward: unforgettable night, gold. Do you accept the quest? Sorry, miss, I'm in a hurry. He Beiyan's mouth twitched, and he quickly bid her farewell. He could understand the unforgettable night reference. The city truly had deep schemes. He didn't expect such quests to exist, but he needed to focus on leveling up and becoming stronger, not getting lost in such desires that would dull his fighting spirit. Riesland watched his hurried departure with a hint of regret. It had been a long time since she had encountered a man who moved her heart. I wonder if we will meet again. Soon, He Beiyan arrived in front of the Lord's mansion. 4 well-equipped guards stood outside, all level 40 elites. Upon seeing their stats, He Beiyan found them to be similar to the level 10 Fish King, perhaps even a bit stronger. The only thing they lacked compared to the Fish King was a bit less health. I am here to see the Lord of Luasua. This is a recommendation letter from the village chief. One of the guards went in to report after seeing this and quickly brought He Beiyan inside the mansion. The mansion was filled with a serene and ancient atmosphere, refreshing to the heart. Lord, I have brought this warrior. After passing through a courtyard, the guard knocked on the door and left. Warrior, you have finally arrived. Please come in. The Lord of Luasua, Brady, opened the door and welcomed him warmly. Before He Beiyan's arrival, he had already heard from the village chief about the visitor coming. Please, have a seat. I've long heard the village chief speak of your deeds. It's hard to believe. To be able to kill monsters of that level before reaching level 10, and to uncover a conspiracy related to cursed equipment, your potential is limitless. Lord Brady sighed, personally brewing a cup of tea for Hebe-yen. By the way, this is the recommendation letter the village chief asked me to give you. I've read its contents. Hebe-yen submitted the recommendation letter according to the task process. Brady casually glanced at the letter to confirm its authenticity. So, warrior, would you like to join the Judicators Association? There are many strong individuals there, and joining would bring you numerous conveniences. I believe once they learn of your deeds, they will cultivate you vigorously. Thank you, Lord, but I'm not interested at the moment, Hebe-yen politely declined. Well, that's fine. Hearing his response, Brady looked somewhat disappointed. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Next, it's time to reward the warrior. Your strength has far exceeded my expectations. You've accomplished many things that even level 30 humans cannot do. Only the talents of the Empire can compare with you, and you must be generously rewarded. Perfect new equipment. Perfect new equipment. You have received a generous reward from Lord Luosuwa. Powerful potion recipe, level. You have obtained a level spell scroll, soul flame. You have obtained level material, blood thunder godwood. 3 rewards appeared in Hebe-yen's inventory. Not to mention the level material, he had never seen the first 2 items before. Seeing Hebe-yen in a daze, Brady smiled with satisfaction. Once you gather the required materials for the recipe, you can concoct the corresponding powerful potion. The spell scroll records a level spell as an attack item, worth 1 gold coin. You can release it directly when facing a tough opponent. You can check the details yourself. I intended to give you a weapon as well, but seeing that your blowpipe is quite extraordinary, I'll just give you a high-level material suitable for crafting lightning attribute weapons. Brady changed his mind on the spot, which was just right for Hebe-yen. Fortunately, after arriving in Luosuwa City, he hadn't fused the new equipment yet. Now that he had materials with wind, thunder, and poison attributes, crafting a new cursed equipment from the 4 materials would be incredibly powerful. I've said all I needed to say. There's a bounty hall in the city where you can check out various tasks. Then Brady emphasized again, if you want to join the Judicators Association, feel free to find me. Thank you. Hebe-yen cupped his hands in farewell to Brady. Watching him leave, Brady couldn't help but murmur to himself, after seeing it with my own eyes, this warrior's potential is likely even higher than that of the descendants of the Empire's strong. His equipment is also quite extraordinary. But those strong descendants have inexhaustible resources. Some of the descendants of foreign strongmen reach level 20 and advance, even carrying prefixes. I wonder if he can maintain this momentum. Hebe-yen didn't rush to the bounty hall but quickly found an inn to settle down. He checked his new acquisitions. Powerful potion recipe, level, effect 1, increases attack power by 10 for 10 minutes, multiple uses only extend the duration, effect 2, permanently increases strength by 5 points, only effective on the first use, materials needed, blood of the mighty boarman, bone marrow of the mighty boarman. When a certain quantity is produced, you can become a life profession level alchemist and gain mysterious bonuses. Production quantity, 0, an increase of 10% in attack power, plus a one-time increase of 5 points in strength, which means a total of 10 points in attack power. He hadn't heard of any player obtaining a potion recipe yet. If he successfully crafted it and put it on the trading market, it would definitely cause a sensation worldwide. In the early stages, an increase of 10 in attack power and strength is invaluable. The money for enhancing equipment will be available soon. Hebe-yen smiled happily. As a curse bearer, he cannot wear ordinary equipment or learn skills, but he can learn various life professions as a secondary job. This is a hidden setting of divine awakening. In addition to the main profession, he can also have a secondary profession. Becoming a level alchemist can grant mysterious bonuses. Are they related to potions or attributes? Hebe-yen could not determine what the mysterious bonus actually was. Let's take a look at the spell scroll. Level spell scroll, soul flame description, records a spell that can burn the souls of others, dealing 2,390 points of true damage to a single target upon release, and putting them into a weakened state. Weakened, all attributes reduced by 30. Usage, 1. The damage is not high for Hebe-yen, but the weakening effect is quite useful. Now I can be considered able to use ordinary skills. The soul flame would have a good effect when used. I heard from Brady that this thing is worth 1 gold coin, proving it can be sold, but I can't possibly spend gold coins to buy a large number of spell scrolls. His gold coins were barely enough to enhance his cursed equipment. A level spell scroll costs 10,000 gold coins, and its maximum damage is about the same as his blow dart attack. Unless there are special effects, it is simply not worth it. However, if he had enough gold coins, he could buy a large number of level scrolls, throwing spell scrolls at enemies infinitely to eliminate them, indulging in a mage's thrill. Later, I should catch a few who can make these things or players, and have them produce spell scrolls for me every day. This idea was the most realistic. For now, he should focus on making new equipment. He took out 4 types of materials and a selected cursed embryo. Please select level embryo type, attack, defense, special attack. Select secondary type, long sword, great axe, bow and arrow. He did not rush here, starting to filter one by one. Normally, each piece of equipment has the potential to produce area damage effects or skills, but He Beiyan wanted to search based on his own shortcomings. In melee, I have the Death War Blade, and for ranged, I have the Scout's Blow Dart. Is there a piece of area attack equipment that can be used in both combat styles? Simply put, he wanted new equipment that could be used in both melee and ranged combat, increasing output damage and attack frequency. It would be a versatile piece of equipment that wouldn't be outdated over time. With a clear direction, it became much easier to find. But then He Beiyan suddenly discovered an extremely special type. Why is there a belt option in the attack type? He Beiyan couldn't understand what was happening, as if a large shield had appeared among various swords and axes. But a voice in his mind kept telling him that he must choose this. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it. Should I take a gamble? He Beiyan's index finger hovered in the air, his heart seemingly struggling. Follow the voice of my heart. It's decided. Then he gritted his teeth and directly selected this belt type. Level item, Cursed Embryo, attack belt type. The cursed embryo underwent a change. Since he had no idea what would appear, He Beiyan directly fused the 4 materials with it. A burst of light flickered and then gradually dimmed. A dark green belt appeared before him. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, level cursed equipment life, double defense, weakness attack description, and attack equipment made from 4 high-level materials. Its exterior is indestructible. Because it contains the elements of wind, thunder, and poison, it condenses them into highly destructive Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, each one deals maximum attack power explosive damage to all enemies within a 20-meter range, with a chance to trigger bleeding, paralysis, and poisoning effects. All 3 effects can occur simultaneously. Bleeding reduces 500 health points per second, lasts 3 seconds. Poisoning reduces 500 health points per second, lasts 3 seconds. Paralysis paralyzes for 3 seconds. Limit 1 pearl generated every 5 seconds, with a maximum storage of 10 pearls. If the equipment holder is within the explosion range, they are immune to damage due to the belt's protection. Curse, each use triggers one of the following effects randomly: none, bleeding, paralysis, or poisoning, lasting 3 seconds, can stack. This is too outrageous. Upon seeing the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, He Beiyan was completely stunned. Not only had he crafted a high-level piece of equipment, but he also had a range attack device that carried 3 negative effects. Even more absurd was the increase of 10 in the weakness attack probability. That meant double damage. Throwing out 10 at once, even if no effects are triggered, can instantly deal over 20,000 points of damage. The monsters can't handle it. This was just the basic damage of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Occasionally triggering effects and weakness attacks would make the damage even more ridiculous. Moreover, both the Scout God Blow Arrow and the Death Battle Blade were one-handed weapons. He Beiyan could easily attack enemies with a weapon while throwing out the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. With the belt's protection ignoring damage, he could wield the Death Battle Blade within the explosion range. The damage calculation was simply enormous. By the way, I still have enough money for 1 enhancement. What will happen if I use it on the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt? He Beiyan was quite looking forward to it. Previously, he had specifically saved gold coins to use on new equipment. Would you like to sacrifice 14,000 gold coins to enhance the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt? Each enhancement increased by 2,000 gold coins, and this enhancement required 10,000. Yes, spent 14,000 gold coins, successfully enhanced the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, cursed equipment life, double defense, weakness attack. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, each pearl causes maximum attack power explosion damage to all enemies within a 20-meter range, with a chance to trigger bleeding, paralysis, or poisoning effects. All 3 effects can occur simultaneously. Bleeding reduces 700 health points per second, lasts 3 seconds. Poisoning reduces 700 health points per second, lasts 3 seconds. Paralysis paralyzes for 3 seconds. Limit generates 1 pearl every 5 seconds, can store up to 12, can delay explosion for 0 minutes. Curse, each use triggers one of the following effects randomly: none, bleeding, paralysis, or poisoning, lasting 3 seconds, can stack. He Beiyan was utterly speechless. Now even he wasn't sure how strong he had become. But this equipment was definitely the perfect attack gear he had envisioned. Targeted? Players focus. No way, I have to test my combat power. Although the attributes of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt did not increase attack power, it significantly boosted He Baiyan's output. The extreme range explosion damage, negative effects, and increased weakness attack probability were enough to make his combat power soar. Just right, I can gather the materials for the powerful potion formula. I'll head to the bounty hall first to see if there are any suitable tasks to do together. He Baiyan donned his new equipment and rushed out without hesitation. Wind Elf Empire. Just back home, the elf princess was filled with thoughts of her encounter with He Baiyan. Every time she thought of him, she felt both angry and a headache. Damn human, once I become stronger, I will make you taste the bitterness of being hit with chestnuts. Now she had calmed down and felt like she wasn't so afraid of him anymore. She couldn't say she liked that human, nor could she hate him. Although she was willful, she also understood that he was trying to help her return home. But the Wind Elf Princess just couldn't swallow this anger. I am the Wind Elf Princess, even the Prince of the Human Empire must treat me with respect, so why should I be afraid of an unknown human? She muttered to herself, suddenly realizing something. Damn it, I forgot to ask his name. The Wind Elf Princess pouted in frustration. Not knowing his name, how could she seek revenge for being hit with chestnuts in the future? Oh right, he has the Wind Spirit Core. We, the Elven royal family, have a special ability to locate each other through the faint breath of the wind. Thinking of this, she happily flew back and forth in the room. Just wait, you wicked humans, I will definitely find you for revenge, and then I'll knock your head until it reaches the Elven Empire, making you serve me forever. If you don't obey, I'll keep knocking you hard. The Elven Princess flew onto her bed, seemingly treating her pillow as He Baiyan, and kept tapping it with her little hand. She believed she could definitely do it. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? It feels like someone is watching me. He Baiyan turned around to take a look. There were only a few people in the entire bounty hall, so why did he suddenly have this feeling? Not thinking too much about it, he noticed various tasks posted in the bounty hall, with rewards ranging from gold coins, equipment, materials, skill books, and more. My wallet is a bit shy. I should take on some tasks that pay more gold coins. Is there anything suitable? After several enhancements, He Baiyan was left with only a few thousand gold coins. Although it seemed like a fortune to other players, it felt a bit pitiful to him. The formula materials for powerful potions dropped from wild boar monsters, which were located in the Nightfall Forest, 3 kilometers outside of Luosua City, so the bounty tasks he could take had to be from there. Got it. This one looks good. Soon, he found a suitable task. Exterminate the locusts. Bounty task. Description: in the Nightfall Forest, there is a group of locusts that frequently attack the rice crops planted near the town, causing great suffering to the local residents. Task objective: kill locusts, 0, elite locusts, 0, task reward, 18,000 gold coins, 50 reputation points, recommended professions, mage, gunner, and other area damage professions. This was a pure gold coin task, and compared to other bounty tasks, it was the one that offered the most gold coins that He Baiyan had seen. Moreover, the number of insect-type monsters was vast, which could bring him substantial experience points. I'll take it, just in time to test the power of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. He Baiyan then continued to browse through the bounty tasks, accepting all the ones that involved going to the Nightfall Forest to kill monsters. After all, it was on the way, so he might as well do them all. It's a pity I didn't see any tasks that reward professional equipment. This shouldn't be the case. Do bounty tasks not reward professional equipment? Here, the tasks that rewarded equipment clearly marked the usable professions, but he hadn't seen any tasks that rewarded professional equipment. This puzzled He Baiyan. Could it be that bounty tasks didn't reward professional equipment? However, after completing these tasks, I should be able to attempt entering the level ruins. Remembering the teleportation stone for the level ruins, it had been sitting in his backpack for a long time. After experiencing the Deadly Canyon dungeon, He Baiyan didn't think he could solo the level team ruins with 100% certainty. Even though his strength had increased significantly and he had obtained the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, a 50-person level dungeon would be more difficult than the Deadly Canyon. But if he could solo it, the rewards would definitely be explosive. So, taking advantage of being in town, he planned to do more tasks to further enhance his strength, allowing him to perfectly solo the ruins. Nina, take me to the Nightfall Forest. He called out Nina from his pocket after a long time. The master's pocket is swaying, and Nina fell asleep comfortably. Nina yawned and transformed into a giant white eagle. With her speed as a giant eagle, they would arrive in just a few minutes. With nothing to do during those few minutes, he clicked into the world channel. It had been 3 or 4 hours since he killed Jean, so someone should have noticed that he was no longer in the novice village. A woman in heavy armor and wielding a great sword suddenly appeared in novice village No. 66, and the village chief personally received her. Some players overheard their conversation, saying that the brave one left the village for Luosua City. Based on the previous kill of level 10 by He Beiyen, the brave one mentioned by the village chief must be him. The novice village cannot provide him with any upgrades, so he headed to the town. Damn! Is there anyone else besides He Beiyen going to the town now? No, the pillars of various countries and legendary professionals are still in the novice village, which means He Beiyen, as a player, can enjoy all the quests and benefits of the town alone. Damn! I can't stand this. I need a few mages to team up with me to kite and level up. You should shout in the regional channel, but I'm more curious about why that female heavy-armored swordsman is here. Not sure, no one can see through her strength. There is a thief player with an insight skill who, after using it on her, saw the words extreme danger and was glared at by that woman, making him weak in the knees for 10 minutes. Very scary. So it's Lozo City, huh? I'm at Novice Village 66. As an epic professional, I can't let him monopolize everything. I'm going to shout in the regional channel for people to level up with me, and after clearing the deadly canyon, we'll go to Lozo City to beat him up. Exactly. We can't be scared off by his attack power. Not being on the Beast Tamer rankings proves that he and his shapeshifting pet are both trash. I just don't know where he got his lucky break to get that godly weapon to make it onto the overall rankings. It's probably just luck. It's clear that He Beiyen is a hopeless case, a strong early game but useless later on, haha. So that means his defense is very weak. The 2 pillars from the beautiful country were ambushed because they didn't understand He Beiyen. Once they have the intel, ranged professions can attack him together, and rogue assassins can ambush him. He'll die in no time, and then we can camp his spawn point every 6 hours to definitely make him drop his weapon. Don't compete with me, I'm almost level 7. I want not only his equipment but also the clues to becoming a god. Get lost. I'm a legendary profession and already level 7. Everything he has is mine. Legendary big shot, hello. In the world channel, all the comments openly expressed hostility towards him. Because of the intel released by Jean and Gensini, along with the Beast Tamer rankings that didn't include him, they gained confidence. The intel might be wrong, but the rankings won't. In their eyes, a Beast Tamer who is trash himself, with a trash pet, only relying on a powerful weapon to ambush others, how could he not be targeted? Innocent people are not guilty, having a treasure is a crime. Possessing equipment with extremely high attack and clues to becoming a god, these 2 things are enough to make all players envious. He Beiyen understood this very well, because this was exactly what he had deliberately created. He Beiyen was just a noob beast tamer, and his strength was all due to luck. Since that's the case, he would add fuel to the fire. He opened the input box and sent out his first message in the world channel. Can someone hurry up to Lozo City? I'm getting rich off this, a bunch of trash. The level of mockery instantly maxed out. What the hell? He Beiyen spoke. So pretentious. Are you feeling invincible? Just wait. In a few days, I'll make sure you can't survive. I'm He Beiyen. Thousands of messages flooded the screen, frantically cursing He Beiyen. It was clear how high their blood pressure was. However, He Beiyen simply replied with a few words. Someone is getting anxious, I won't say who. He Beiyen, I'll kill you. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Just wait. I will definitely go to Lozo City to kill you. Blood letter to form a group to kill He Beiyen. Blood letter to form a group to kill He Beiyen. Every word he said could strike a fatal blow, causing countless players to break down on the spot. Hidden attribute activated. A pair of sisters. Hidden attribute activated. A pair of sisters. In the Nightfall Forest, the sounds of monsters roaring echoed everywhere. He Beiyen and Nina stepped in and moved forward. Not far in, they saw a group of wild boar men, numbering around 20 to 30. The wild boar people gathered together, and he discovered that this group was surrounding a wild boar person covered in sharp spikes on its back, holding a green spirit fruit in its hand, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. Mighty Spiked Wild Boar, level 15 elite health, 10,000 attack, 500 skills, spike attack and elite monster? Its attributes are even higher than those of the Magic Forest Rat. Monsters in towns are significantly stronger than those in novice villages at the same level. Each monster has its own potential, and the higher the potential, the stronger it is. The Mighty Spiked Wild Boar looked at the spirit fruit with awe and fervor, drooling all over the ground, seemingly eager to devour it in one bite. This spirit fruit must belong to some kind of rare treasure. Consuming it would be greatly beneficial, otherwise, the wild boar people wouldn't go to such lengths to hold a ritual. From a distance, he couldn't check the information about the spirit fruit, but judging by the wild boar people's formation, it was definitely not simple. Hibayan's eyes sparkled. He wanted to obtain this spirit fruit. He immediately took out the Scout God Blow dart and aimed it at the mighty spiked wild boar holding the spirit fruit, launching a 3-shot dart attack. The mighty spiked wild boar's health instantly dropped to 0. Ho 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 ho. The other wild boar people saw their leader instantly get wrecked, and a dozen wild boar people charged at Hibayan, while the rest covered their leader's retreat. Want to run? Is that even possible? Dealing with this group of monsters was a piece of cake for Hibayan. He swiped his right hand across his belt, and 2 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls were thrown from his hand. The Wind Thunder Poison Pearls were the size of pebbles but could be propelled far by the power of the wind. One landed near the dozen wild boar people charging at him, while the other accurately landed at the feet of the mighty spiked wild boar. Art is an explosion. Boom! Boom! The wild boar people didn't have time to dodge. 2 spherical fireballs shot up into the sky, mixed with white, blue, and green colors. Gained 60 experience points. Wild boar blood, recovery potion gains 60 experience points. Wild boar blood gains 60 experience points. Wild boar bone marrow gains 600 experience points. Wild boar blood, gold coins, mighty spiked heart, level equipment. 20 to 30 wild boar people, including the elite wild boar, were instantly turned to ashes, with none escaping the attack range of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. This is too weak, not a single capable one among them. In other games, Hibayan's terrifying output would have already caught the attention of the game administrators. Then there would be a series of equipment nerfs and other annoying operations to curb his overwhelming power. There was no way around it. He was just too invincible. Not to mention being the first among billions of players to reach the town, he could also easily annihilate elite monsters outside the city, his strength growing like a snowball. How could others compete with him? Unfortunately, the Divine Awakening world is a place where one can become a god, with no so-called administrators. By the way, why is my job transfer crystal black? What is the reason I was chosen for the forbidden level profession cursed one? Others have golden fingers like rebirth or systems, but he has nothing, just a forbidden profession. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. However, once he became a god, he would be able to figure everything out. First, I need to quickly reach the strength to enter the Empire. Becoming a god is his ultimate goal. For now, he must first step into the Empire. Hibayan stepped forward to pick up the spirit fruit. Rogwa fruit, special item strength special effect. Eating it can unlock insight, granting the ability to see through the essence of things. Tip, triggered keyword, knowledge related to insight has been automatically understood. Incredible, this is a great item. His brain absorbed the new knowledge, gaining a thorough understanding of insight, and Hibayan was overjoyed. The Divine Awakening world has many hidden attributes, such as luck, fighting spirit, and insight is one of them. There are many benefits to unlocking insight. He could instantly discern whether food had been poisoned, see the levels of those stronger than himself, and even learn a profession directly through observation when others used their life skills. In other words, if a level X alchemist was crafting a potion, he could acquire the level X alchemist profession simply by watching, bypassing the tedious processes of obtaining recipes, collecting materials, and accumulating crafting experience. Similarly, if someone was making a spell scroll, he could learn how to create the scroll just by observing. Of course, this required some time. Additionally, his insight could enhance the brain's agility, improving abilities like calculation, reasoning through clues, and facing crises, making it easier to find the key points and obtain the answers he sought. No wonder the elite wild boar men treasure it so much. I'm lucky to have encountered it, or I would have missed out big time. After all, he was the first player to arrive in the Nightfall Forest. It was a place for wilderness exploration, with many good things to be found. You have consumed a luo fruit, gaining strength and unlocking the insight attribute. Your understanding of things has become clearer, allowing you to easily see through their essence and grasp the details. After eating, Hibayan had never felt his mind so clear. His thinking and reactions had significantly improved. Just then, he suddenly felt a wave of hunger in his stomach. Almost forgot. I haven't eaten since entering the Divine Awakening world. That luo fruit really opened my appetite. Eating in the Divine Awakening world could also satisfy physical hunger, but one luo fruit was not enough. He had no other food in his backpack. I'll log out to grab something to eat, then hurry back to the Divine Awakening to continue exploring the wilderness. I want to take all the treasures here. He had just entered the Nightfall Forest, still on the outskirts, and had already encountered a luo fruit. There would surely be more good things ahead. Activating his Qilin arm, he quickly logged out and returned to reality. My strength has increased quite a bit again. Hibayan casually swung his arms in the room, creating bursts of sonic booms. He even felt he could smash a 2-story building. Unfortunately, when he tried to summon his weapon and Nina, he still couldn't succeed. Forget it. There's no food at home. I'll go downstairs to buy some instant meals, since I won't be eating many times anyway. Most of his time in the future would be spent eating in the Divine Awakening, so he would keep some supplies at home just in case. He grabbed his phone and quickly went downstairs while browsing the Divine Awakening forum. Hibeyan boasts, the pillars of the beautiful country, the Fool country, and the Eastern country jointly declare they will completely erase him. Detailed analysis of the god Hibeyan's early success with the beast tamer profession. Experts say that in the future, Luosuwa City will become the town with the most players. How much change will the Divine Awakening bring to reality? Poll, how many days until the arrogant loudmouth Hibeyan dies? There were many posts in the forum, but at least 70 to 80% mentioned him. He just smiled, not even bothering to click on them. Wow, sister, look, there's a really handsome big brother over there. As soon as he arrived on the street, Hibeyan saw a pair of beautiful sisters, around 14 or 15 years old, looking at him from the middle of the road. Noticing his gaze, they waved at him cheerfully. Due to the emergence of the Divine Awakening world, there were far fewer people in reality. However, some still couldn't accept fighting monsters and the treachery of human nature, choosing to remain in reality. It was impossible to judge who was right or wrong. Everyone simply made different choices. Seeing them, Hibeyan recalled his own past. He too had been so innocent, not needing to think about anything, living a blissfully happy life. Hibeyan smiled and waved back. Just then, he saw a truck speeding towards him from a distance. The driver of the truck was actually dozing off. Danger! Hearing his shout, the young girls noticed the approaching truck, but their minds froze like a computer crash, and their bodies did not move. If they stayed on the road, they would surely be hit by the truck. The outcome would undoubtedly be instant death. Almost instinctively, Hibeyan dashed onto the road. He turned sideways, wrapping his arms around the two girls, his right hand reaching out toward the truck. There was no time to escape with them. Hibeyan was unsure if his strength could stop the moving truck, but time was of the essence. He had to take a gamble. Bang! Ouch! Who set off a bomb? A loud noise jolted the sleepy truck driver awake, causing him to spring up from his seat. Then he widened his eyes. What the hell? Why is the front of my truck dented? I finally sold the gold I earned from the Divine Awakening to buy a new truck. Who did this? He cursed angrily as he got out of the vehicle, only to find two girls and a man standing in front of the truck. The girls, still in shock, tightly closed their eyes, their pale faces pressed against the man's chest. The man had one hand braced against the dented front of the truck, looking coldly at himself. Hey, just because you're handsome and have girls on either side, you still have to pay for damaging my truck. Wait, you stopped my moving truck with your hand? It suddenly dawned on him, and his mouth fell open in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been driving in a daze, seemingly unaware of the two figures ahead. This meant that this guy had burst out from the side and stopped his truck, which was going 40 yards per hour, with his bare hands. Such a thing would have been unbelievable before the Divine Awakening, but now it was absolutely possible. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The truck driver stared blankly at Hibeyan, unable to utter a word. The other party must be a powerful figure from the Divine Awakening world. You benefactor, are you a legendary professional from the Divine Awakening? In that moment, he felt like kneeling down and calling him father. If it weren't for his appearance, he would have been responsible for 2 deaths. I'm in a hurry, and there are no cameras nearby, so I won't hold it against you. Hibeyan released his hand from the dented truck front and shook his wrist. It turned out his strength had reached such a level. However, the impact still caused him some discomfort. His wrist was slightly sore. This matter must not be leaked, otherwise, you know what will happen. His insight had also been brought into reality, allowing Hibeyan to quickly capture all the details around him, noting the truck's license plate. Alright, I can't thank my benefactor enough. The truck driver nodded vigorously. Such superhuman abilities must belong to a big player in the Divine Awakening. He wouldn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Hibeyan then gently patted the heads of the sisters, escorting them across the road. It's all fine now. Hurry home, and next time, don't get distracted by greeting people on the road. The sisters' emotions had not yet settled, and they looked at Hibeyan, nodding in a daze. Hibeyan turned to leave. Big brother, wait a moment. At that moment, the younger sister suddenly called out to Hibeyan, excuse me, can you really become as powerful as you are in the Divine Awakening world? Hibeyan paused, of course. Thank you, big brother, for saving us. The older sister also shouted at that moment. Hibeyan smiled at them and waved goodbye. To the 2 little sisters, I apologize for my earlier actions. The truck driver hurried forward, feeling very guilty as he took out a bank card. I don't know how to compensate you. Here are 20,000 yuan. The password is 6 zeros. It's most of my savings. The 2 sisters instinctively took 2 steps back, not speaking to him. The truck driver realized they were afraid of him and simply placed the bank card on the ground, repeatedly signaling for them to take it. He then drove away in his flat-nosed truck. Seeing him leave, the younger sister stepped forward to pick up the bank card. She stared at the card, then looked in the direction where the big brother who saved them had gone. "Sister, I want to enter the God Awakening world and become stronger." Her gaze was very determined, as if she had made up her mind. "You away, don't you dislike fighting those monsters?" Hearing her sister's words, the elder sister was somewhat taken aback. It was because she didn't want to stay in the God Awakening world that she had come out to accompany her. "No, I want to go. I want to be strong like Big Brother so I can protect you, and also repay Big Brother." The younger sister extended her hand, and a pure white class change crystal appeared in her palm, radiating a holy glow. Without saying another word, she transformed into white light and disappeared from the spot. "This child." The elder sister shook her head helplessly, but a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. If it weren't for that brother's appearance, the younger sister would never have made such a big change. Her own crystal would also never have been able to function. The other party not only saved their lives but also completely changed their lives. If there are truly deities in this world, please bless us to see him again in the God Awakening world. She had heard that the number of players in the God Awakening world reached billions. Although the hope was slim, she sincerely prayed in her heart. A colorful crystal appeared in her palm, bringing her into the God Awakening world. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting He Bei-yen was at that moment frantically eating with his trembling right hand. His hand holding the spoon shook as if he had Parkinson's. After a sudden explosion, He Bei-yen, who had bought some instant noodles and fast food after finishing his meal, hurried back home. His crystal was uniquely black, and the risk of being detected while summoning outside was very high. Moreover, he didn't want to suddenly appear on the street one day. Enter the God Awakening world. The time ratio between reality and the God Awakening world was 1-to-1, and he had spent a total of 15 minutes eating. I need to make up for these 15 minutes. Although Nina had killed some monsters during his absence and completed the 2 small tasks he had taken, earning about 2,000 experience, 20 powerful potion materials, and some recovery potions and life potions. When he returned to Luosawa City to turn in the small tasks, he could receive 3,000 gold coins and 10 free attribute points. But He Bei-yen was like someone who volunteered for overtime, frantically pushing himself. He rushed deeper into the nightfall forest as if fueled by adrenaline. The locust nest is just ahead. Following the task instructions, he arrived at the location to eliminate the locusts. The difficulty of this task lay in the fact that there were many locust nests, widely distributed. If they couldn't destroy all of them together and kill the locusts inside, the task would be a failure. Disturbing the locusts and provoking them to attack could even endanger the town. However, He Bei-yen had the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, which could be set to explode with a delay of up to 30 minutes, allowing him to fill all the nests with pearls and then detonate them all at once. After all, during the delay, the belt could still produce new Wind Thunder Poison Pearls as long as the limit of 12 pearls hadn't been reached. So this was the most outrageous aspect of the enhanced Wind Thunder Poison Pearl belt. Moreover, this delayed explosion could be cancelled with He Bei-yen's will, turning it into an immediate explosion. There are a total of 10 locust nests, each about 1 or 2 minutes apart. Subtracting this time, I can set up about 20 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls in each nest within 30 minutes. He Bei-yen's current double attack damage was 2,336 points. After a quick calculation, 20 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls would deal 46,000 damage. Even if each nest had 1 locust, it would still be doomed. But the task only showed 5,000 ordinary locusts and 500 elite locusts, so there shouldn't be any boss locusts inside. Therefore, to save some time, stuffing 15 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls into each nest would be enough. 15 pearls would still deal a minimum of 35,000 damage. Wouldn't that blow the ground sky high? He Bei-yen began to act, walking up to the first nest to set up. Generally speaking, locusts rarely came out of their nests. He Bei-yen directly surrounded the locust nest with 12 Thunder Poison Pearls, set to explode in 30 minutes. After 15 seconds, he tossed 3 newly generated Thunder Poison Pearls near the nest. On to the next nest. He Bei-yen glanced at his experience bar. Level 10, 5860. How much experience would he gain from instantly killing 5,000 ordinary locusts and 500 elite locusts after setting up 10 nests? Reaching level 11 is definitely not a problem. I wonder if I can level up twice? At that moment, He Bei-yen was like a master trapper, continuously setting traps and waiting for the most bountiful harvest. The Cursed One class is truly versatile. 10 minutes later, he had safely set up 5 nests, feeling immensely satisfied. He wondered if there were any other players with forbidden classes. If so, how would he compare to them? He Bei-yen dared to say he was the only cursed one in the Divine Awakening, but he couldn't guarantee there weren't other forbidden classes. Thinking this way, he realized he couldn't be complacent. He had to stay alert and strive to improve himself. Although the vast majority of people, including those with legendary classes, were not his match. The descendants of the Empire's strong and potential forbidden class players were powerful competitors. Master, Nina is here to help you set up. Nina, who had been accompanying him, spoke softly and began to set up the sixth nest. She had been observing He-Bayan's actions and was learning quickly. Her movements in setting up the thunder poison pearls were even lighter and more delicate than his, making no noise to disturb the locusts in the nest. But just then, boom! A sudden, massive explosion shook the ground slightly, and it was very close to He-Bayan. What's going on? My thunder poison pearls can't explode on their own. He-Bayan could sense every thunder poison pearl he had set, and the explosion was clearly not caused by him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Master, there's movement in the nest. Damn it! Nina, get out of the way. He-Bayan shouted loudly, and Nina instantly transformed into a giant eagle, soaring into the sky, then decisively detonated all the thunder poison pearls. He himself made no mistakes, but was robbed by the inexplicable explosion. Truly, he hadn't checked the calendar before going out. Boom, 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 boom. A roar erupted, dozens of times more intense than the previous explosion, accompanied by 3 colors of flames igniting the surrounding trees. Fortunately, the sixth nest was also set up, and even if the locusts from the remaining 4 nests came out to attack him, he could handle it. Kill level 16 locust, gain 70 experience. Kill level 16 locust, gain 70 experience. Kill level 16 locust, gain 70 experience. Kill level 16 elite locust, gain 700 experience. Trigger equipment effect, free attribute points. Your level has reached 11, free attribute points. Kill level 16 locust, gain 60 experience. Trigger equipment effect, free attribute points. Kill level 16 elite locust, gain 600 experience. A series of kill notifications appeared in an instant, and he had no idea how much experience and free attributes he had gained. But the experience bar had risen to 81 at level 11. He-Bayan glanced at the mission progress. Mission objective, kill locusts, 3,000, elite locusts, 300, not a single locust from the 6 nests escaped, all were blown to ashes by the 15 thunder poison pearls. At this moment, the locusts from the remaining 4 nests also rushed out. Because He-Bayan had killed a large number of their companions, he became their primary target. Not far from He-Bayan, there was an extremely prestigious carriage, and he had no idea who was inside. There were 6 guards of varying attire near the carriage, currently wielding weapons and fighting against a dozen monsters before them. The guards were injured, but so far, no one had died. However, 2 monsters not far away had completely lost their vitality. The guards were extremely cautious, keeping a close watch on the 14 monsters in front of them. If they were ordinary monsters, they would surely be able to defeat them. This group consisted of elite adventurers, with a wide range of professions and formidable strength. They had been commissioned for this escort mission, but the monsters before them were all elite level, of different types. There were even 2 that were natural enemies of each other. Yet at this moment, they were all united in attacking them. It was highly unusual. How could so many elite monsters suddenly appear? It's as if it was premeditated. Is it controlled by a beast tamer? No, I've never heard of a beast tamer being able to raise a dozen elite beasts at the same time. Could it be a cursed equipment-wielding spellcaster? Damn it! Lian, can you release your high-level magic again? No, the meteor burst has a 3-hour cooldown. I can only use other skills to assist you. The mage named Lian looked somewhat fatigued, pouring a mana potion into her mouth. Looking at the dozen elite monsters before her, she felt a sense of despair. Her strongest magic had only taken down 2, and they truly had no way to deal with the remaining ones. A shield-bearing adventurer suddenly thought of something. Just now, there was an even larger explosion from the east. Let's fight while retreating in that direction. We might encounter some help. Is that reliable? There are a few monsters in the Nightfall Forest that can make that kind of noise. If it's a monster, we'll be doomed. Staying here is also certain death. Let's take a gamble. Remember to protect the carriage. The 6 elite adventurers held off the attacks of the elite monsters as they retreated eastward. Each of their faces bore the determination of facing death. They were elite adventurers, and they had hopes of becoming a top-tier adventuring team within a year. Even if that explosion was caused by elite adventurers, they could not contend with so many elite monsters. But people always hope for miracles in times of life-threatening crises. Hope, despair, or hope, hope, despair, or hope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kill level 16 locust, gain 60 experience points. Recovery potion. Kill level 16 locust, gain 60 experience points. Kill level 16 locust, gain 60 experience points. Boom! Kill level 16 elite locust, gain 600 experience points. Intermediate life potion. Trigger equipment effect, free attribute points. Hibeyen stood on the shoulder of the giant Nina, using Wind Thunder poison pearls and blow darts to attack. Each pearl thrown would explode and kill dozens of locusts. The giant Nina also swung her arms and legs, slaughtering locusts. The Divine Force's mandatory setting allowed even the attacks of ordinary locusts to deduct a bit of Nina's health. The 10 points of damage were from the elite locust's attacks. Although the single target damage was not high, the sheer number was overwhelming. After just 10 seconds, Nina, with 2,600 health points, was left with only a few hundred. If it weren't for the many recovery potions and life potions maintaining her health, the large area damage from the Wind Thunder poison pearls would have caused her health to drop even faster. Nina, transform into a giant eagle and fly up to recover some health. Hibeyen glanced at the mission details. Mission objective, kill locusts, 3869, elite locusts, 378, the remaining 1,000 or so he could deal with slowly using the Wind Thunder poison pearls. Nina responded and flew into the air to recover health. Hibeyen threw a Wind Thunder poison pearl every 5 seconds. One pearl was enough to instantly kill an ordinary locust. The elite ones were tougher, requiring 3 or 4 pearls to kill. Kill level 16 locust, gain 60 experience points. Kill 16 level elite locusts, gain 600 experience points, and a medium recovery potion. Free attribute points. The locusts that couldn't attack Hibeyen could only spin around on the ground. After all, he was the only creature around, drawing their aggro. Great! It's a beast tamer. Please help us. At that moment, Hibeyen heard a shout. He turned to look. 6 adventurers of different classes were desperately fending off the attacks of elite monsters to protect a carriage. So many 15-level elite monsters? That explosion just now must have been caused by them. Hibeyen's expression darkened. He was not a saint. The commotion from the other side not only made it troublesome for him to eliminate the locusts, but now they were actively drawing the monsters over here? Event quest triggered. Save the adventurer team and the noble carriage. Description: this newly emerging adventurer team, tasked with escorting a prominent figure in the carriage, has inexplicably been surrounded by a dozen elite monsters, seemingly related to the cursed outfit thugs. Quest reward, unknown hint. You can freely choose whether to accept. Both choices may lead to certain changes in the future of the Divine Awakening world. Related to the cursed outfit thugs? Hibeyen originally had a lot of grievances against them, but considering the quest, he decided to lend them a hand. However, he first needed to clear the locusts. In contrast, the locusts, seeing the sudden appearance of a group of people, immediately shifted their attack target. The 6 adventurers, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, turned pale as they saw thousands of locusts rushing towards them. It's over. We're really going to die. Kailai, you're a disaster. I will never trust you again. Fending off a dozen elite monsters was already the limit for the 6 of them. Faced with the tidal wave of nearly 1,000 locusts, they truly had no way to cope. Nina, go down. Nina's health had recovered enough. After a wave of aerial firepower, the less than 1,000 locusts posed little risk to her. After all, she still had potions in use. The giant eagle form of Nina transformed back into a giant, standing at the front of the caravan. Ding ding ding! Countless locusts gnawed at the giant's surface, and Nina's health instantly dropped by 5. But she didn't idle, using her hands and feet to attack the locusts. Kill 16 level locust, gain 60 experience points. Kill 16 level locust, gain 60 experience points. The 6 adventurers in the back caught a glimpse of the giant's ferocity and gasped internally. What kind of beast pet is this? It was just a giant eagle, but suddenly transformed into a giant, blocking nearly 1,000 locusts with just one person. How high must her health be? Even Kailai, who had the most defense and health among the 6, wouldn't dare to face so many locusts alone. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. A warrior standing on the giant's shoulder suddenly jumped into the swarm of locusts. Holding a large katana, he swung it horizontally, killing a dozen locusts. Immediately, many locusts pounced on him, biting at him. He, however, didn't care at all and pulled out a small orb. Boom! Flames engulfed him. When the light dissipated, he appeared unharmed in front of everyone. All the locusts on him had vanished. So strong. Is there really such a powerful beast tamer? Is he really a beast tamer? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe it. What level of powerhouse is he? This level of strength is comparable to our entire team of 6. If they were to deal with this group of locusts, they could achieve the same effect provided there were no other monsters interfering. They would also need good cooperation among the 6. But the beast tamer in front of them accomplished what their entire team of 6 could do alone. Doesn't that mean he is equivalent to a level adventurer team? If it were some powerful class, that would be one thing. The key point is that he is a beast tamer who is inherently weak. This is too unscientific. Just then, Kailai was distracted, and the large shield was lifted by 3 monsters working together. Most of his body was exposed in front of them. He was attacked and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying far away. "Kai-Lai, Winston, quickly stop those 3 monsters," shouted a goddess archer holding a bow and arrow. Besides Kai-Lai, there was also a secondary shield. Winston was already struggling to hold back the 3 monsters, feeling immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed skills at the other 3 elite monsters. Taunt! The 3 elite monsters, originally preparing to attack the carriage, shifted their target to Winston, their blood-red eyes fixated on him. "Hurry up and think of something. I can't hold on for 10 seconds. The attacks from the 6 elite monsters made it increasingly difficult for him. The main shield was constantly pushed back. At any moment he could be knocked away. The remaining archer, Aaron, Mage Lien, and 2 other high-level adventurers each held back 2 elite monsters. They simply couldn't spare any effort to help Winston. They were all around level 30, and while they could take some time to kill 6 or 7 level 15 elite monsters, 14 was simply too many. "Nina, you go help them first. I'll deal with the remaining locusts." At this moment, only a few dozen low-health elite locusts were still alive. Hibayan's life shield had not been broken yet, enough to handle them. He first turned around and attacked a low-health elite monster in front of Winston. The 3 consecutive blow darts took it down. Killed a level 15 elite monster, gained 550 experience points. Your level has increased to level 12, gained 15 free attribute points. Used 30 points to increase strength. Killing the locusts brought Hibayan quite a few attribute points. He used some of them, then threw out 2 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls, blowing up over a dozen elite locusts. Gained 580 experience points. Gained 580 experience points. Free attribute points feel the power of giants. At the same time, Nina roared, her previously soft voice suddenly becoming incredibly rough. Hibayan had advised her not to reveal her name in front of other humans. She strode up to Winston, her fists directly hammering the 4 elite monsters until their eyes spun. Then she turned and ran. The hatred of the 4 elite monsters shifted directly to her, pursuing her. Winston, who had been on the verge of being overwhelmed, now faced only a solitary monster. Watching the 4 elite monsters chasing the giant, he felt as if the pressure he had just experienced was a false dream. Was he really not dreaming? The mysterious person in the carriage, Nina, now had a dual resistance of 399 points. Facing 4 half-health elite monsters, killing them was a piece of cake. She occasionally switched between the giant and giant eagle forms, using her unique attack methods to whittle down their health. "How's everyone doing?" The knocked-back Kai-Lai, clutching his stomach, rushed back to support, only to find that the 14 elite monsters had been reduced to 10. He saw the beast tamer running swiftly, having killed all the locusts without him noticing, raising his quiver, and 3 small blow darts shot out in shock. Croak! An amphibious elite monster fell dead on the spot. Kai-Lai was stunned. A big knife, mysterious pearls, and these blow darts, 3 types of attack equipment, at least 5 or more equipment slots. This definitely has the strength of a high-level adventurer. His face lit up with joy, and he slammed his large shield down onto the ground. "This expert, I'll help too." Holy blessing! He saw hope in defeating the elite monster group. A halo spread out from him, covering everyone within it. Your dual defense increases by 10, health increases by 10, each attack has a lifesteal effect of 5. Lasting for 5 minutes. Hibayan raised an eyebrow upon seeing this message. This large shield skill was indeed quite good. However, it didn't matter to him whether it existed or not. The health points of these elite monsters are generally around 80, and 3 shots from the blow dart are enough to take their lives. In at most 3 to 5 minutes, they will all be eliminated. At this moment, no one noticed that a gap had opened in the window of the noble carriage. A pair of extremely weary eyes were peering through that gap, watching everyone fight. Especially the scene where Hibayan swiftly killed the elite monsters added a hint of astonishment to those tired eyes. In such a small town, is there really someone with such strength at just level 12? The voice sounded very weak, and then the window was closed tightly. There was no surprise at Hibayan's strength. The danger has been averted. Perhaps because she had seen too many true experts, her extraordinary vision not only saw through Hibayan's level but also foresaw the outcome of this battle. "You helped me through this ordeal, and I will grant you a fortune. I hope to see you on a bigger stage in the future." With Hibayan's addition, the pressure on the adventure team was greatly reduced. In just 2 minutes, they had killed 6 or 7 elite monsters. Of course, all were killed by Hibayan in an instant. The entire adventure team had become mere support for him. The last 3 elite monsters recognized him as the greatest threat and attempted to unite against Hibayan, but it was already too late. Triple blow dart attack. Kill 15 level elite monster. Gain 550 experience points. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Trigger bleeding poison effect, reducing 700 health points per second. Lasts for 3 seconds. Kill 15 level elite monster. Gain 550 experience points. There was only one remaining low health elite ogre, raising its wolf fawn club to smash down on Hibayan's head. Support! Kailei shouted suddenly, releasing his skill and instantly appearing in front of Hibayan. Even without a team, he could still cast support skills on individuals. He raised the large shield in his hand. Shield counter. At the moment the large shield collided with the wolf fawn club, the latter was directly deflected, and the huge recoil caused the ogre to stagger back 2 steps, entering a 1-second state of rigidity. Flame shot. Arcane missile. Backstab. Several adventurers seized this opportunity to unleash a fierce attack, working together in perfect harmony. The ogre immediately fell powerless, leaving behind a light orb. The deadly crisis was finally averted. The adventurers could finally breathe a sigh of relief, with several of them lying on the ground, gasping for breath, not wanting to move at all. Thank you, Beast Tamer. Kailei sincerely expressed his gratitude to Hibayan. If it weren't for you, we would probably be dead by now. It's nothing, Hibayan said, staring at the carriage. During the battle, he seemed to feel that the person inside the carriage was paying attention to him. Given the style of the carriage, why did the important person inside not have their own guards but instead send out a commission to find adventurers for help? Kailei noticed Hibayan's gaze and explained, "We don't know who is sitting inside. The client doesn't allow us to get close. We only know it's a woman. Oh, I'll leave 2 light orbs for you, and I'll take the rest." Hibayan didn't pay much attention and turned to walk towards the light orbs. That's good. Kailei felt a bit reluctant, but since the other party had saved them, and he had basically killed the monsters, there was nothing more to say. Gained 1,000 gold coins, cursed magic stone gained 1,000 gold coins, cursed magic stone gained 1,000 gold coins, cursed magic stone. Is there nothing else? Besides the gold coins, each light orb only contained 1 magic stone, with no other items. This phenomenon was a first. Cursed magic stone, an item used by a certain cursed equipment holder to control monsters, purpose unknown. This thing again? Hibayan took out a stone from his inventory to examine it, finding it identical to the suspicious magic stone that controlled the forest mice before. Isn't the master of the cursed stones in the novice village, but in Lasso City? Then the members of the Judicator Association who went to investigate have wasted their efforts? Master, I'm back. Suddenly, Nina's voice came through as she had killed 4 elite monsters, holding 4 identical cursed stones in her hands. She also had 4 bags of gold coins, 1,000. After handing them over to Hibayan, she did not revert to her lowly form but quietly stood there. Now Hibayan had 11 cursed stones. The question was, how should he use them? If handing them over to the Judicator Association could yield rewards, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as he was about to ask Sean through the friend panel, a pleasant female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Give me all the cursed stones. You won't be able to use them. I can provide you with something more helpful. His attention instantly locked onto the noble carriage. The reward for accepting this task was unknown, but it was very likely that the reward came from the person inside the carriage. What can you give me? Hibayan walked up to the carriage, and a cold voice from within replied, a map showing the locations of all treasures in the Nightfall Forest. How much you can obtain depends on your own abilities. Hibayan raised an eyebrow. The woman in the carriage even had such things? To possess such an item and casually offer it as a reward indicated that her strength and status were definitely not low. Why would she still hire adventurers? However, that was none of his concern. Compared to the cursed stones that might not be useful for a long time, the map of all treasure locations in the Nightfall Forest was clearly more valuable. Then I'll place the cursed stones on the carriage. With your strength, retrieving them from a distance should be easy, right? He placed all 11 stones at the edge of the carriage, and they vanished, leaving only a map behind. The woman did not speak again. People of such strength usually did not wish to converse much with the weak. Hibayan couldn't be bothered to engage with her either, picking up the map and turning to leave. After all, they were just passing acquaintances and would not meet again. Hibayan examined the map. Treasure map of the Nightfall Forest. Special item displays the locations of all treasures in the Nightfall Forest. With this map, he could truly gather all the treasures in his hands. So many people want to take me down. Soon there will be many players in Lasso City. I hope they won't regret it by then. Hibayan smiled with satisfaction. Have you been posted online? Have you been posted online? Beast Tamer Warrior, we don't know how to repay you. This is our team's exclusive seal. After obtaining the treasure map, the sharpshooter Aaron walked up to Hibayan and handed him a seal. It had 1 blue and 1 red flame on it. With this, you'll encounter fewer small troubles. I don't know if it will be useful to you. Obtain Red Flame Adventure Team Seal. Level item. Only teams that have passed special trials and are destined to become level adventurers in the future will possess this item. and will not be harmed by robbers or bandits. After receiving it, Kailei stepped forward and said, "We still have a commission to fulfill. If you have the chance, we welcome you to the Adventurer Association in the Bayo Kingdom. We will definitely treat you well then." Level Adventurer Kailei requests to add you as a friend. Level Adventurer Aaron requests to add you as a friend. Sure, Hibei-yen accepted the friend requests. It turned out this group was from the kingdom. He then checked their levels through the friend panel. Kailei, level 31 Great Shield Warrior Aaron, level 30 Sharpshooter. No wonder they were a new elite adventure team. The average level of the members was around 30, but such levels could definitely ensure they would become level adventurers in the future, and even 6 of them could temporarily withstand the siege of over a dozen level 15 elite monsters, so their skills and attributes must be quite impressive. Can I also add you as a friend? At that moment, a freckled girl who looked like a mage approached, holding a staff and appearing somewhat nervous. Hibei-yen remembered her. Her name was Lien. She was also the culprit that nearly caused him to mess up the extermination of the locusts. After Nina returned, Lien had been talking to her, though he didn't know what they were discussing. Of course, he didn't refuse. Hibei-yen was not a petty person. He was more than willing to engage with someone with potential. Hearing his response, Lien sighed in relief and smiled. "I've always wanted a beast pet, but I didn't know how to choose. I just spoke with your pet and found out she knows a lot about beast pets, so I have a general direction now." "Thank you." Lien bowed to him. A talking beast pet was already extraordinary, and knowing so much surely came from learning by its owner's side. Therefore, she believed that Hibei-yen must be a very experienced beast master. Added level Adventurer Lien as a friend. Lien's affection for you increased by 80. Lien, level 28 Destruction Mage. Does Nina know about beast pets too? After agreeing to the request, Hibei-yen muttered in confusion. He had never heard of that before. Lien's serious gratitude made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Upon reflection, it seemed quite normal for Nina, who could transform into any creature, to understand all beings, even if she had never seen a giant but could turn into one. "Lien, it's getting late, we should go." Kailei called out to Lien from the carriage, and she bid farewell to Hibei-yen before returning to her team. "You must come to the Baeo Kingdom. With such a handsome beast master, you'll definitely charm a lot of noble ladies in the kingdom." Winston shouted jokingly, only to be met with a heavy punch from Eileen. "You two have a really good relationship," Hibei-yen remarked. "Should I also find a few like-minded friends?" After thinking about it, he realized it might be quite difficult. There were too few people who could keep up with his growth rate. He was only level 12, yet he was stronger than the 30-level adventurers from the kingdom. However, having others assist him, like Kailei just now who had cast a skill that increased his defenses and health by 10, along with a lifesteal effect on his attacks, would raise his limits even higher. "I'll talk about it later. I don't need any dead weight. First, I'll go back to submit my quest and see if there are any suitable other tasks." Hibei-yen glanced at the task list. All tasks had been completed. After submitting in Luosua City, he would head to the Nightfall Forest for exploration. In the World Channel, everyone, look at the comprehensive leaderboard. Hibei-yen leveled up twice in a row. I refuse to accept this. Why do all the good things go to him? What the heck? He jumped from level 10 to 12. Is that weapon really that overpowered? If it were me, I could do it too. Hibei-yen is just relying on that one weapon, trying to sneak attack high-level monsters and slay them with one sword. But it can't be that fast, right? What monster could let him level up twice? Did he poke an ant nest? You might be overthinking it. There's an ant hole right outside our novice village. Over 600 level 7 ants could instantly kill 8 level 7 players. Anyway, it definitely has something to do with his weapon. I'm getting more and more excited to see him drop his gear. No matter who gets it, remember to post the stats in the World Channel. That's for sure. Jean and Jean C and I have been stimulated by him and are now leveling up like crazy, almost reaching level 8, but some legends on the leaderboard are already close to level 9. When the time comes, we'll force him to reveal how he leveled up twice. If he doesn't say, we'll torture him. Really, thanks to Hibei-yen, we've avoided a lot of detours. With nothing better to do, Hibei-yen checked the World Channel, and indeed, news of his level up had spread. The vast majority of people couldn't understand how he leveled up so quickly, and many greedy and arrogant individuals wanted to use him as a stepping stone. However, the subsequent comments in the channel made him frown slightly. Have you seen the video online? A man single-handedly stopped a moving truck and saved 2 girls. The front of the truck was even crushed. What? Is there really someone that strong? Are the 2 girls going to owe him their lives? Where did you see it? I didn't know about it. It's all over the internet now. You must be living in the last century. Just call out to the God's Awakening Forum. But unfortunately, the distance is a bit far, so you can't see the pretty girl's face clearly. You guys are missing the point. The focus is clearly on how the man was able to stop a truck with one hand. How much strength must he have in God's Awakening to do that? I saw it. That man is really impressive. There are indeed many powerful figures in God's Awakening. I wonder if he is stronger than He Bei-yen. I think without weapons, He Bei-yen wouldn't be able to beat him. The fact that he saved those sisters was actually posted online. Could it have been the truck driver who posted it? No, someone said the distance was too far to see the face. Could it have been filmed from a third-person perspective? He Bei-yen called out to the God's Awakening forum. Shocking. A man barehandedly blocks a truck to save 2 girls. How far are we from universal elevation? Video included. The top post on the homepage was about this incident, complete with highlighted and trending tags. It had only been posted for an hour or two, and views and likes had already surpassed 100 million. Clicking to view, the video was shot from a high-rise apartment window with a phone. The first 10 seconds recorded the sudden decrease in foot traffic due to the appearance of God's Awakening, with someone speaking, and then it showed the man rushing into the street to block the truck. It seemed he was captured on camera by accident. However, even with the camera zoomed in, his face was still unclear, and many people commented asking him to please get a better phone. At least the resolution isn't too high. He Bei-yen didn't want to become famous in real life, otherwise, it would attract a lot of trouble. After all, there were quite a few people targeting him. He would consider it when he could physically block bullets or withstand a nuclear bomb. He casually scrolled through the comments below the post. After seeing this video, I really believe God's Awakening can change reality. This must be a publicity stunt. Can we contact the person involved? He definitely deserves a reward. He should be a city hero. I'm really worried about the future. Not everyone can be as positive as this man. The power in God's Awakening is accessible to everyone, and crime rates will surely increase in the future. This video shouldn't have been posted. It should have been reported to the government first so that relevant personnel can quickly enhance their strength in God's Awakening to ensure public safety. I have to say, netizens are indeed powerful. A single video can lead to many thoughts, although the opinions may not be correct. They are thought-provoking. However, there are also plenty of foolish comments. But none of this was what He Bei-yen was currently considering. Without strength, all the talk is pointless. He Bei-yen clicked the return button in the upper right corner, preparing to close the forum. But he suddenly noticed a new post that had jumped from obscurity to the second most viewed position. Heading to Luwasua City. Must kill He Bei-yen within 5 seconds. Strengthened Nina, so arrogant? You've successfully caught my attention. He Bei-yen clicked to check. My name is Suashi, a player from Village 68. After long-term communication with the village chief and completing tasks, I learned that the town I am going to is Luwasua City. If I encounter He Bei-yen, I am confident I can kill him within 5 seconds. As for the reason, I cannot disclose. In any case, I will post his weapon attributes in the World channel, so stay tuned. The post was short, revealing no useful information other than the name. From the text, it was clear he was quite confident. Countless people commented below the post. Bro, 666, wish you a smooth journey. Who is this Suashi? I've never heard of him. Village 68 is also going to Luwasua City? He Bei-yen is from Village 66. Could it be that every 3 to 5 villages head to one town? I'm from Village 107. Damn. I can't kill He Bei-yen myself anymore. Can the Divine Awakening use the dirt to reincarnate? I want to go to Newbie Village no. 66. I checked the composition of this Suashi on the leaderboard, and unfortunately, his name isn't on any of the profession lists. So where does this guy get his confidence? We're about to go to Luwasua City too, gathering people to tackle a dungeon, and it's a bit tough. What a coincidence upstairs. How about we compete to see who can get the first kill of He Bei-yen first? There were at least hundreds of thousands of comments, and the more He Bei-yen looked, the more he wanted to laugh. This group of nobodies thinks they can take him down. They really should look in the mirror and see what they're made of. Suashi is so confident, even posted a thread. I really want to see where his confidence comes from. But let me explore the Twilight Forest first. They won't be able to come over for a while. Based on the current strength of the players, to reach Luwasua City, they would have to form a team to clear a dungeon and then come over together. The earliest they could arrive would be tomorrow. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and He Bei-yen had plenty of time to explore the Twilight Forest. Task: eliminate the locusts completed. Earned 18,000 gold, 50 reputation points. Task: forest trial completed. Earned 2,000 gold, 10 free attribute points. Task: monster nemesis completed. Earned 1,000 gold. Returning to Luwasua City, Nina had already transformed into her lowly form and followed He Bei-yen into the bounty hall. He submitted the tasks for eliminating the locusts and the 2 small tasks, earning a total of 2 gold. The equipment can be enhanced one more time. He Bei-yen looked at his equipment list. Equipment: Death Warblade, Mutated Lifetree Armor, Holy Gold Slime, Godly Agile Boots, Scout God Blow Arrow, Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt. The only items that hadn't been enhanced were the Godly Agile Boots and Nina. However, after some thought, Hibeyan decided to enhance the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt. This item had a wide range of power. As long as he stepped within 20 meters, it could quickly clear small monsters and drain the health of large ones. He would put off enhancing Nina and the Godly Agile Boots for now, but when he tried to use a skill on the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, an awkward scene unfolded. Hint: this equipment has already been enhanced once. The second enhancement requires level 20 or above. Hibeyan? What the hell is this surprise? After all this, multiple enhancements still have level requirements for me. He suddenly felt that the Cursed One profession was really hard to play. But upon closer inspection, there was no concept of success or failure probability for enhancing cursed equipment. Using the skill guaranteed a 100% success rate. If there were no restrictions, one could enhance as long as they had gold, and becoming a god would be a piece of cake. I'm only level 12, far from level 20, which means I can only enhance each cursed equipment once right now. Hibeyan sighed helplessly and could only choose between Nina and the Godly Agile Boots. The Godly Agile Boots weren't very useful to him anymore. He hadn't even used the Godly Agile skill since arriving in Luwasua City. Let's go with Nina, it's time to enhance her. As Hibeyan's first and only cursed equipment, she could transform into various biological forms for combat. The new changes after enhancement shouldn't be too weak, right? Nina, let's go, you're about to get stronger. He checked the bounty board, saw no tasks he wanted, and decided to find a quiet place to enhance her. It was unclear if Nina understood what Hibeyan meant, but she responded and followed him. The two arrived at an inn. There were many such inns in Luwasua City, all prepared for the incoming players. Hello, warrior, it costs 10 gold for a day's stay, including 3 meals. The receptionist greeted him with a very friendly professional smile. 10 gold a day with 3 meals included? Not bad. Although it was a bit pricey, Hibeyan didn't care about the money. Can the meals be taken away? Of course, we know that warriors mostly fight in the wild during the day, but it's best to have a specific thermal container, so the quality of the food decreases very slowly. I don't know if you need it, but we also sell them. The food in the Divine Awakening can directly affect the main body, but there is a small setting regarding quality. If food is kept in the inventory for a long time, its quality will decrease, and if it drops to a certain level, it will become inedible. It can't be stored for too long, and forcing oneself to eat it can cause some abnormal state, like diarrhea in reality. Only by placing it in a thermal container and then putting the container in the inventory can the rate of quality decline be reduced. Although this is a disguised consumption of the player's gold coins, it seems necessary to buy one. Master, just leave it to me, I can guarantee the food quality will never decline. At this moment, Nina tugged at Hibeyan's sleeve, her little hand pointing to her belly. Hibeyan then remembered that Nina could store things inside her, but he hadn't thought that the food quality wouldn't decline either. 100 gold coins for a 10-day stay, no need for a thermal container, Hibeyan said directly. The receptionist still wore a smile while processing his request, feeling regretful inside. Her commission was gone. Soon, they arrived at the room, which was clean and tidy. After giving Nina a few simple instructions, he began to enhance her. What changes would occur with the first enhancement of a level equipment? The first enhancement of the level, Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, would yield a greater improvement than other level equipment. As a higher grade Holy Gold Slime, the enhancement effect would undoubtedly be even more outrageous. Would you like to sacrifice 1 gold coin to enhance the Holy Gold Slime? Yes. Wow. Master, Nina is glowing all over. As soon as she finished speaking, the little lowly Nina radiated a glow, twisting her body back and forth, curiously observing herself. It seems Nina has learned something, she murmured. Tip: Holy Gold Slime enhancement successful. Holy Gold Slime, level mimicry type cursed equipment attack, life, dual resistance, effect 1, after transformation, possesses the specific attributes of the holder at 150. Effect 2, each transformation can gain 1 ability, skill, of the current race, but human form is excluded. New, effect 3, when killing a life form, there is a chance for the holder to gain 1 point of free attributes. No limit. This effect will not trigger if the killed target's level is lower than the holder's. Curse, each time it transforms, one of the holder's health, attack, or dual defense attributes randomly decreases by 10. Seeing the new effects appear, Hibeyan was stunned. Wasn't Nina going to be invincible? And skills? Skills? All along, Nina could only fight based on her inherent advantages and attributes when transforming into other biological forms. For example, the giant's wide-range attack, the giant eagle's flying ability, the agility of rodents. She couldn't gain the skills of that race during transformation and could only deal with enemies through a single normal attack. When fighting against unintelligent monsters, this didn't seem to pose much of a problem, but in the future, facing intelligent beings would become a significant disadvantage. However, this problem was now resolved. How many skills has Nina gained by being able to transform into all races? He Bei-Yen couldn't dare to imagine. Currently, no one could count how many races existed in the Divine Awakening, but there must be at least several hundred. This meant that after Nina's enhancement, she had effectively gained hundreds of racial skills in an instant. The diversity of combat ability had skyrocketed to infinity. Don't underestimate the fact that transforming into other beings only grants one skill. During battle, Nina could transform into various species infinitely, equating to being able to use multiple skills. After all, the curse effect was ineffective against He Bei-Yen. Even He Bei-Yen himself began to doubt if this was the kind of ability an enhanced equipment should have. As the highest grade equipment, it seemed there was no problem. Looking at the adorably silly Nina scratching her face with her little hand, He Bei-Yen's eyes sparkled. Let's go test it in the Nightfall Forest right now. At that moment, he really resembled a strange uncle. In the Nightfall Forest, He Bei-Yen said to Nina in front of him, "What skills do you gain by transforming into a giant dragon?" Nina transformed into a tall crimson giant dragon, spread her dragon wings, and flew into the sky, unleashing a thick stream of fire at a small monster ahead. Everywhere she flew was engulfed in flames, turning into a blazing path of fire. Dragon Breath, fire deals maximum attack damage. Any target touched by the flames receives 1000 fixed damage per second, for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Gained 40 experience points. Gained 40 experience points. Feeling the intense heat rushing towards him, He Bei-Yen was shocked. The skill had only a 10-second cooldown, but even more shocking things were yet to come. What changes will occur if you transform into an ice-type or lightning-type giant dragon? Nina immediately transformed into these two forms of dragons. The skill remained Dragon Breath, and the damage did not change, but the suffix changed to ice and lightning. Although the damage hasn't changed, transforming into a creature that counters the enemy's attributes can deal extra damage. He then had Nina transform into a giant eagle, and other forms. Resilient surface, passive health, dual defenses, attack power, recovers 1 maximum health point per second. Storm, creates a storm, dealing area damage equal to attack power. 10 seconds cooldown. Every time Nina transformed into a different creature, a new skill appeared, and the types of skills varied among many races. There were defensive, offensive, area attack, and even enhancement skills. The coverage was very broad. Moreover, the cooldown time was uniformly 10 seconds. He Bei-Yen was also unclear why this was the case. Perhaps this was the perverse nature of cursed equipment. However, the form that provided the highest attack damage bonus was the giant dragon form, reaching as high as 150. He Bei-Yen smiled with satisfaction. Now, exploring the Nightfall Forest would become much easier. He took out the treasure map of the Nightfall Forest, which marked many locations in different colors. There were 4 colors: white, blue, green, and red, representing treasures of different values. The surrounding terrain and monster distribution were also displayed on the map, very detailed. There are a total of 20 treasure locations, with the best being 3 red markers. The closest to me is the eastern green location, which is also the only green marker. Let's go for that first. The green marker was located in a Treant territory, guarded by a group of elite Treants and a level 15 Treant protecting that treasure. The 3 red markers have guardians ranging from level 20 to 25. I wonder if I can defeat them, but I can handle the monsters at the other treasure locations. Looking at the distribution of monster strengths on the map, He Bei-Yen rode on Nina in her giant dragon form and flew towards the Treant territory. Inside a huge black church, 2 figures dressed in black cloaks, one fat and one thin, stood there, completely covered. In front of them was a large diamond-shaped crystal. It was playing scenes of He Bei-Yen helping the Red Flame adventure team slay over a dozen elite monsters. If He Bei-Yen were here, he would definitely recognize that it was a piece of cursed equipment. It's that ant again. He has disrupted our cult's plans twice in a row. We must send someone to kill him. The thinner cloaked figure spoke with great anger. The fat cloaked figure, however, remained calm. It's fine, with his strength, he can't stir up much trouble. The Judicator Association's people are very close to Luosuwa City. It's not the right time to send someone to attack. We should arrange that matter first. No way. The thin cloaked figure thought for a moment. His strength is increasing rapidly, and his equipment is very strange. I believe if we don't deal with him before he becomes a real threat, he will definitely cause us big problems in the future. Why are you so stubborn? The fat cloaked man was not to be underestimated. The 2 things he did won't affect our overall direction at all. They're just a bit of a hassle. If we send someone to deal with him, it could very well be discovered by the judges, making that matter impossible. Don't forget, we need to do that in the Nightfall Forest. Although they weren't afraid of that group of judges, it was a critical time, and there could be no mistakes. The fat cloaked man patted his chest. How about this? If he obstructs our actions again next time, I'll handle him personally. You can rest assured about that? The thin cloaked man stared at him for a long time, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He glanced at the crystal, where the ant had killed all the elite monsters in just a few minutes. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking it. Alright, you said it. Don't come back later saying he can't stir up a storm and backtrack, or I'll take him down myself. He still recognized the fat cloaked man's strength. If he took action, combined with his cursed equipment, that person would undoubtedly die. I swear by the god of curses, if I don't die on the spot, is that good enough? Upon hearing this, the thin cloaked man nodded in relief. Nina, in her dragon form, flew in the sky, seeing those monsters that could be killed instantly, and breathed fire down to deliver experience to her master. He Beiyen, with nothing to do, chatted with Sean about the cursed magic stones, and the latter immediately reported to the judger investigating in the village. What? The heavy-armored female warrior wants to see me? He Beiyen was stunned when he saw the message from Sean in his friend list. The other party learned that he had found the magic stone again and handed it over to a mysterious woman, and now she wanted to find him? To be honest, he was somewhat resistant. After all, he was a forbidden-level cursed one. Even if he didn't belong to the cursed sect, she definitely wouldn't believe him if discovered. He touched his death war knife. Although his cursed equipment looked no different from ordinary ones on the surface, who knew if the judges had other ways to identify cursed equipment? Generally, cursed equipment carried a specific aura, making it easy to identify. If his equipment also had that, and she activated it, it would be over. With his current strength, he didn't know if he could take on the Judger Association. So, he Beiyen sent a message to Sean. Don't let her come, I don't want to see anyone right now. The investigation in the village is almost done, and there are no clues. She has already left. Damn it! Crazy! Leveling up continuously. Crazy! Leveling up continuously. Should we hide for a bit? The moment he Beiyen had this thought, he directly dismissed it. Hide? What for? I'm afraid of what? Her strength might not even be as good as level 15. The Divine Awakening just started 2 days ago. How strong could she be? At worst, when we meet, I'll just put away all my equipment. He Beiyen already had a plan in mind. Not long after, Nina brought He Beiyen to the vicinity of the Treyant territory. This was a deeper part of the Nightfall Forest, almost devoid of ordinary monsters, a paradise for elites. Large patches of purple trees quietly rooted ahead, seemingly without any danger. But He Beiyen knew they were Treyants. Purplewood Treyant, elite level 20 health, 2 attack, 680 skills, vines, blade leaves. There are nearly 100 level 20 elite Treyants. Where are they? With his insight, He Beiyen quickly calculated the number of elite Treyants but couldn't find them. Let's deal with this group of elite monsters first. With Nina's help, it wouldn't take more than a few Wind Thunder Poison Pearls to clear the health of the elite Treyants. Nina flew into the air above the Treyant territory. Dragon's Breath. A thick pillar of fire shot straight down, igniting nearly 10 purple-wood Treyants. Tip: Holy Gold Slime causes a counter effect, increasing the burn time of flames on the purple-wood Treyant by 5 seconds. He Beiyen smiled slightly. This meant that the originally fixed damage lasting 5 seconds had turned into 10 seconds. That is to say, 10,000 points of fixed damage, almost half of their health. The Treyant monsters immediately awakened from their slumber. Purple pupils appeared on their trunks, glaring at the dragon in the sky and He Beiyen. Their hatred was interconnected. If one Treyant was attacked, they would all awaken collectively. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Above the treetops, dense leaves shot into the air like flying daggers, locking down all the positions where Nina could evade. Dragon Breath. A thicker flame erupted from Nina's mouth, tearing a gap in the attacking leaves, but the fire did not extinguish and surged toward another group of purple-wood Treyants on the ground. These Treyants tried to defend, creating a large circular wooden shield with their vines in front of them, but they still could not escape the cost of being burned. Causing a counter effect, the burn time of flames on the purple-wood Treyant is increased by 5 seconds. The natural attribute counter made their defense negligible, and more Treyants gathered around Nina, attacking with their leaf blades. Come on over, Nina will weaken them, and I'll do the harvesting. He Beiyen toyed with the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls, observing the purple-wood Treyants on the ground. The aerial view was excellent. The 20-meter explosion radius was enough to cover more than 20 purple-wood Treyants. Seeing that they had gathered closely enough, He Beiyen decisively threw down 4 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. Boom! A huge explosion created a deep pit in the ground. Gained 1,000 experience points. Gained 1,000 experience points. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points. Gained 1000 experience points. Gained 1000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 13, gaining 15 free attributes. More than 20 elite Treants were instantly killed, and nearly 30,000 experience points allowed He Yen to level up directly. This is so satisfying. His cooperation with Nina was seamless, one weakened them while the other finished them off, making it incredibly easy to kill the purple wood Treants. Of course, this was thanks to the enhancement of Nina. Without enhancing her, even the second enhancement of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl belt wouldn't have such efficiency. He glanced at the experience bar, level 3480. There were already more than 40 free attribute points. Killing the remaining 70 or so purple wood Treants would likely get him to level 15. This was without counting the experience points from the Treants. The previous 2-level increase scared those guys in the channel enough they might not dare to come if I level up 3 times. After clearing an area, new purple wood Treants quickly replenished. The Leaf Blade skill had a cooldown, so he could only control the vines to try to trap the dragon Nina. Such a slow speed, and you want to bind me? The vines attacked Nina like giant pythons. She flapped her dragon wings to gain height, and when the vines stretched to a certain point, they couldn't reach her anymore. Once the 10-second cooldown was over, Nina unleashed Dragon Breath again. Each time Dragon Breath could ignite more than a dozen purple wood Treants, and some of the Treants that were closer would also be affected by the breath damage, receiving a 10-second fixed burn damage effect. Having air superiority is great. Some monsters are very difficult to deal with when the enemy is in the air. He Yen casually threw down 4 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls and detonated them. Boom! It wouldn't be long before he could finish off all the elite Treants. But after the explosion, he surprisingly did not receive any kill notifications. What's going on? He Yen looked down at the ground. He discovered that all the purple wood Treants had a layer of green barrier on them, protecting the low health Treants from dying, forcibly leaving a sliver of health. Not only that, but even the continuous burn effect of Dragon Breath had disappeared. Among the group of tree spirits, a light green little Treant emerged, holding a bow and arrow made from special branches. Blue Tree Spirit, level 15 health, 67,000 attack, 820 skills, Tree Language Healing, Giantization, Vegetation Growth Description, and Immature Glue Tree Spirit, which will transform into the War Giant Tree Glue upon reaching adulthood. Clearly, that layer of green barrier was its Tree Language Healing, but the barrier did not last long and soon disappeared. I was hoping to take out a few more tree spirits before you came out, but I didn't expect you to be so restless so soon. Your temperament needs improvement. The glue tree spirit's expression was grim as it raised its bow and arrow, gathering energy to shoot directly. The speed of the energy impact was incredibly fast. Nina was just about to dodge when she was hit. However, this damage was nothing more than a tickle to Nina. He Yen took out the Scout God Blow Dart and fired a triple shot while tossing 9 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls into the monster group. So what if you have a shield? Directly unleashing terrifying damage that could one-shot the tree spirits, rendering your shield useless. At the same time, Nina spewed flames, harvesting the remaining health of the purple wood tree spirit. In her dragon form, Nina's output was slightly higher than Ebayan's, but Ebayan's burst damage was far more terrifying. Gained 950 experience. Gained 950 experience. Free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 14. Free attribute points. The number of purple wood tree spirits instantly decreased by nearly 40, turning into a large amount of experience that allowed He Yen to level up, leaving only more than 30 tree spirits standing beside the glue tree spirit. Damn humans! The glue tree spirit's voice was somewhat hoarse, biting out 4 words intermittently, filled with hatred for the dragon knight in the sky. You can still talk? He Yen mocked it disdainfully, and the originally small glue tree spirit suddenly grew in size, transforming into a giant Treant over 10 meters tall. The bow and arrow in its hand also enlarged, resembling a terrifying bow used by deities. Giantization reduces 20 dual defense, health, attack power. Duration 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the flowers and plants on the ground grew at a visible speed, turning into huge flowers and sword grasses. The flowers occasionally sprayed different attribute pollen seeds, and the sword grass emitted strands of white sword energy. Vegetation growth catalyzes nearby flowers and plants, turning them into weapons for attack. He Yen's eyes widened. No way, it can be played like this? Put all attribute points into strength. Completely crush the powerful boss. Accumulate reputation points. After putting the attribute points into strength, He Yen's base attack power reached 1980. In contrast, the Glue Tree Spirit. Glue Tree Spirit, level 15, Giantization, health, 52,000 attack, 820. Perhaps the Glue Tree Spirit realized that its defense was insufficient to withstand He Yen's attacks, so it decided to release its skills, sacrificing part of its dual defense and health to increase its attack power. The remaining 30 or so purple wood tree spirits entwined flowers or sword grasses with vines, using various pollen and sword energy to attack Nina. First, take care of this group of purple wood tree spirits, Hibeiyen ordered, and Nina dodged these attacks but was still hit by several. The damage from the collective attack of the elite-level monsters was not low. The remaining 30 or so purple wood tree spirits all hit their targets, even threatening Nina's life. Hibeiyen dared to invade the tree spirit territory, relying on the fact that the aerial tree spirits' attack methods were difficult to threaten Nina. No matter how high their attacks were, if they couldn't hit, what was the use? They would eventually be worn down by her. But now that the glue tree spirit had appeared, the situation had changed, allowing every tree spirit to perform ranged normal attacks. If he didn't resolve this quickly, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for him. Fortunately, we took out most of the tree spirits first, otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Nina unleashed her final breath of flames at the remaining tree spirits, transforming into her giant form as her passive skill activated automatically, increasing her basic defenses, health, and attack by 20. With Hibeiyen, she descended from the sky into the midst of the tree spirits. Her arms swept through the surrounding tree spirits. Wind, Thunder, Poison, Pearl. Hibeiyen seized the opportunity, and a dozen tree spirits along with their plant weapons were engulfed in the explosion, simultaneously triggering the three effects of the Wind, Thunder, Poison, Pearl. Bleeding, reduces target's health by 700 per second, lasts 3 seconds. Poison, reduces target's health by 700 per second, lasts 3 seconds. Paralysis, causes paralysis for 3 seconds. Since it was a concentrated explosion, with one effect triggered, all enemies within the explosion range would be affected. Killed a level 20 elite monster, gained 900 experience points. Free attribute points, killed a level 20 elite monster, gained 900 experience points. Free attribute points, die. The purple wood tree spirit was down to half its health, and grew the Trent's green surface turned slightly red with anger. Drawing back the bowstring, a massive green beam shot forth. The terrifying destructive power swept away everything around, the intense light casting a green hue on Hibeiyen's face. Master, I'll block it. Nina stepped forward boldly. Bang! The beam collided with giant Nina, pushing her back 3 to 5 meters. Gru the Treant was stunned. He had used his strongest attack, yet he hadn't directly killed the beast pet, he had only pushed it back a few meters. How terrifying! Hibeiyen marveled at the giant mark on the ground. Even without Nina blocking, he wasn't afraid of Gru the Trent's shots. His life shield alone had 3,100 health, it would take at least 3 shots to break through. In other words, that beam, despite looking incredibly powerful, was actually quite weak, impressive in appearance but ineffective. Against Gru the Treant, it posed even less of a threat to Hibeiyen than the elite purple wood tree spirits. Hibeiyen wasn't afraid of a powerful single opponent but rather of those mid-tier monsters that came in large numbers. The accumulated damage could wear him down. I'll handle it. Once I finish off the remaining elite tree spirits, come help me. Let's end this quickly. Hibeiyen commanded, using the scout's divine blow dart for a triple shot, causing Gru the Trent's health to drop significantly. He then approached it with the Death War Blade. Wind, Thunder, Poison, Pearl. Triggered paralysis effect. The opponent is paralyzed for 3 seconds. Am I this lucky? Hibeiyen smiled slightly, raising the Death War Blade and striking at its foot. Regardless of where he hit, it was true damage. In those 3 seconds, Hibeiyen struck 4 times, nearly severing all the branches on its foot. Divine Agility. After the paralysis effect wore off, he swiftly slashed 3 more times, successfully chopping off one of its feet. Ugh! Gru the Treant immediately lost its balance, groaning as it knelt on one knee. You think kneeling will make me spare you? A series of attacks brought its health below 20, and a new dart was generated. Hibeiyen immediately used it. Due to the close distance, Gru the Treant couldn't aim its bow and had to swing its massive bow at Hibeiyen. As an archer, using your bow to smash someone? You're really pathetic. He wasn't attacking Gru the Trent's foot for no reason. The most feared thing about ranged attackers was their agile movement. Restricting their mobility was like trapping a turtle in a jar. With no way to dodge, the Death War Blade met the massive bow, slicing through countless branches and vines. Hibeiyen wasn't injured but was pushed back a short distance by the recoil. Gru the Treant didn't pursue. Instead, a halo appeared on its surface, slowly forming a layer of barrier. It seemed to be preparing to use a skill. Is it trying to use tree language healing? The cooldown is up. Hibeiyen did not have strong control skills, and even if he wanted to stop it, there was no way. He could only pin his hopes on the 2 newly generated Wind, Thunder, Poison Pearls. With hope, the 2 Wind, Thunder, Poison Pearls struck out instantly. Boom! Boom! Triggered paralysis effect. Target is paralyzed for 3 seconds. Ha! You're done for. Perhaps the goddess of luck truly favored Hibeiyen, as the Gru Tree Man was interrupted in its skill due to paralysis. The barrier vanished in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Hibeiyen launched a counterattack. With a flurry of slashes, the Gru Tree Man's health dropped by another 10, and just as it regained control of its body, it immediately cancelled its giant form and attempted to flee. I see now, monsters in Divine Awakening will run away when they realize they are about to die, unlike monsters in other games that fight to the bitter end. After all, in other games, monsters release skills based on their health dropping to a certain level, but in Divine Awakening, monsters choose the right moment to unleash skills regardless of their health. So once they realize they have exhausted their skills and cannot defeat the opponent, they naturally choose to flee. But how could He Beiyan let it have its way? Blow Dart Attack. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. I'll chop you to death. The three types of equipment complemented each other, and the powerful burst and sustained output capabilities were simply beyond what a level 15 could withstand. If other players saw He Beiyan single-handedly slaughtering level 15 monsters, with the latter completely unwilling to attack and focus solely on escaping, they would probably be wide-eyed in shock. Ultimately, the Gru Tree Man fell under He Beiyan's relentless strikes. Killed level 15 Gru Tree Man, first kill, gained 10,000 experience points, reputation, first kill reward, triggered equipment effect, free attribute points. Your reputation has accumulated to 1,000 points, meeting the conditions to unlock small town level reputation quests. You can choose to unlock or continue accumulating reputation points for higher level reputation quest qualifications. Tip: reputation quests can only be unlocked once, regardless of whether the quest is successful or not. It will not unlock a second time. Your level has increased to level 15, gained 15 free attributes. Reputation quest? Sounds interesting. He Beiyan was unclear about what the small town level reputation quest represented, but he chose to continue accumulating reputation points. He guessed that completing it would likely grant him a corresponding position, and for small town level quests, it would be a small town level position. Of course, there might be other benefits as well. As long as I continue to accumulate reputation points to a certain extent, I can unlock reputation quests for kingdoms or even empires. His passion seemed to ignite, and his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Besides collecting cursed equipment, He Beiyan had found a new direction. First kill explosion. Another cursed equipment. First kill explosion. Another cursed equipment. Master, you hit faster than Nina. At this moment, Nina had just finished off the remaining purple wood tree spirits. Just as she wanted to come help her master, she found there was nothing left, only a ball of green light at her feet. She thought she had become stronger than her master and could do more for him. Little did she know, her master was still her master. Reluctantly reverting to her lowly form, she approached him with disappointment. Nina did well too. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to successfully conquer this monster territory. He Beiyan patted her head, and he wasn't lying about that. The dragon form of Nina and he had worked together to take down quite a few purple wood tree spirits at the beginning, creating an opportunity for him to defeat the Gru Tree Man. Time to count the spoils. Nina and He Beiyan gathered all the loot. Nearly 100 elite level purple wood tree spirits brought him almost 3 gold coins, along with various materials and equipment. In addition, there were 4 skill books, with skills for Blade Leaf and Vine. These skills are too advanced for current players. Selling them would definitely result in a huge loss, as no one can afford the proper price. He Beiyan temporarily decided to hold off. I'll consider it after 2 or 3 dozen people reach level 10. In the comprehensive battle power rankings, no one besides him had reached level 10 yet, with the closest being level 8. Meanwhile, he was already at level 15, and the gap was widening. There should be a lot of people noticing my level change by now. After sorting through the loot from the Treant, he put all the unnecessary equipment and materials on the market and walked over to the green light orb. Nina, look around here and see if there are any strange items or treasure chests. Okay, master. The loot was not the treasure marked on the treasure map. There were definitely other items in the Trent's territory. Acquired Great Red Potion recipe, obtained 3 Great Red Potions, obtained 6,000 gold. Great Red Potion, restores 3,000 health immediately upon consumption. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Acquired Treant Spirit Spring, level increases constitution upon use. Acquired Skill Book, enlargement. Acquired Class Equipment, sealed Forbidden Spellbook. He Beiyan's expression remained unchanged as he collected the loot until he found the class equipment. So killing can yield class equipment. He was shocked. No wonder I couldn't find any quests for class equipment rewards in Luwasuwa City. Plus, I'm the first player in the world to achieve level 15, so the kill rewards are massive. It seemed he needed to kill more in the future. Check the Forbidden Spellbook. It sounds powerful. Sealed Forbidden Spellbook, growth type level curse equipment, health, attack power, description. This equipment is basically in a sealed state. It can unlock more powerful effects upon meeting certain conditions. Effect, your physical attack and spell attack values are equal, taking the higher one. Triggers only once. Sealing effect, assimilation of the caster, allows up to 8 targets to gain a specific value of one of your attributes, with no cooldown or duration limit. Kill level 30, 0, ceiling effect, attack power, kill level 35, 0, ceiling effect, immunity to 50% of all spell damage, kill level 50, 0. To unlock the seals, the kills must be made by the individual alone. Tip: more ceiling effects will unlock after strengthening. Once all seals are unlocked, the forbidden spellbook will undergo certain special changes. Curse: after unlocking a seal, one soul must be absorbed daily. This is insane. Hibayan's voice trembled slightly. Besides those two words, he really didn't know how to describe the power of the forbidden spellbook. Just the 3 ceiling effects displayed were enough to be described as perverse. Aside from my spell attack, my 4-dimensional attributes are not low. My attack power is the highest. The assimilation of the caster allows 8 people to gain one of my attributes, and if it's attack power, that means 9 of me are fighting simultaneously. It's not an exaggeration to say it forms a powerful army in an instant. Unfortunately, the inheritors could only inherit his attack power and could not gain effects like double attack, but that was already incredibly powerful. If the inheritor had any strong skills or equipment, it would enhance the inherited attack power. As for the attack power and immunity to 50% spell damage, that went without saying. Especially the latter, as the forbidden spellbook was strengthened more times, unlocking new seals. Immunity to 100% spell damage could even appear. This was not spell resistance, but a percentage reduction based on the spell damage received. Its value was many times greater than spell resistance. Moreover, Hibayan had the mutated life tree armor, which would increase both defenses as his health increased. The magic defense would first reduce a portion of the spell damage and then further reduce the damage by a percentage. It's just that the unlocking conditions are too harsh. So many powerful effects must be achieved by my solo kills. Fortunately, Nina counts as equipment, otherwise, it would be really hard to fight. Now, without any other factors interfering, Hibayan can handle 3 level 10 enemies, and that includes Nina. He doesn't have 100% confidence in defeating 2 level 15 enemies. The kill count seems low, but each level up brings a significant boost in attributes, and he wonders how long it will take to complete. As he acquires more cursed equipment, Hibayan increasingly feels that the cursed one is a late game class. It's certainly strong in the early stages, but not overwhelmingly so. Being surrounded by multiple enemies with area attacks and guaranteed hit skills can easily lead to disaster. The only effect currently unlocked allows my magical attack to be as high as my physical attack. Unfortunately, he can't use the skill book, so it feels somewhat useless. Besides waiting to unlock Cursed Assimilation, to let other mages inherit his magical attack, Hibayan can't think of any other uses. After all, his mana is a pitiful little over 100. I currently have no trustworthy players. I'll wait until I unlock Cursed Assimilation to recruit some reliable ones. Hibayan has a plan in mind. Once Cursed Assimilation is unlocked, he can form a mage team, allowing 8 mages to inherit his magical attack and bombard monsters, achieving a laid-back leveling experience. After all, experience is distributed based on contribution in team monster hunting, and as the key to making them stronger, he should be able to gain a fair amount of experience. Moreover, Cursed Assimilation has no cooldown or duration limits, allowing them to inherit continuously. Master, Nina found a treasure chest. At that moment, Hibayan heard Nina's shout and hurried over. It was a delicate blue chest, only the size of a palm, and he wondered what was inside. This should be the treasure marked on the treasure map. The chest was not locked, and Hibayan carefully opened it. Inside lay a silver blue token. Guild token, special item can be used to create a guild. Description: this token allows the created guild to be recognized. Tip: currently, no one has created a guild. The first guild created will receive extra rewards and unlock the guild system for all players. A guild token? So there are guilds in Divine Awakening. Players often shout in the world channel looking for members for certain guilds, but those are all privately arranged. The guild system had never appeared in Divine Awakening. Hibayan thought this item didn't exist. The guild token would allow his created guild to have guild attribute bonuses and be recognized. It could recruit members or ally with other factions. As the guild develops, it could even have its own territory and influence, controlling nearby outdoor dungeons, granting them control, and requiring other players to pay something to enter. Without a guild token, one could still create a guild, but it would only allow players to join without recognition. No matter how large it grew, it couldn't have territory, allies, or membership, unless one later obtained a guild token. Hibayan looked at the guild token in his hand. The first guild established will receive benefits. I won't let anyone join for now, at most I'll occupy a spot. The problem is, if I establish a guild, others can do so too. Once he establishes a guild, all players will unlock the guild panel. Although it's a stripped-down version of a guild, he doesn't want others to take advantage of him. Forget it, I'll just establish it to avoid more dreams in the long night. Occupying a spot is better than letting others claim the first guild establishment reward. Hibeyen decisively used the guild token. Creating a guild requires 10,000 gold coins, are you sure? Yes, please enter your guild name. Let's call it The Chosen. Remembering how he had just entered Divine Awakening and completed his job change as the Chosen Cursed One, it felt like fate, so he used it directly. Your guild is named The Chosen. Are you sure? Sure. Consumed 10,000 gold coins, successfully created the Chosen Guild. World announcement, player Hibeyen has created the first guild of Divine Awakening, Chosen. Received the goddess's blessing. All members of the guild gain all attributes and reputation. The Chosen Guild has received the goddess's blessing and has caught the attention of many powerful players. If the Chosen Guild develops well in the future, it will be easier to attract strong members. The guild panel has been open to players worldwide, allowing them to create or join guilds and access the guild leaderboard. In the World Channel, Guild, the first guild has appeared. Countless big shots wanted to create a guild in Divine Awakening but couldn't find a way, and Hibeyen discovered it first. Why is it always Hibeyen? I just saw him go from level 12 to level 15. He must be cheating. Oh my god. Nyeyong and Nanshirling from Long Country have also reached level 10, and with Hibeyen, the three of them dominate the overall leaderboard. Come on, beautiful country's pillar. Chosen Guild? What a ridiculous name. Those who want to kill Hibeyen, can you hurry up and go to Luosua City to kill him? Why just watch him get stronger? You're really pathetic. Ha, do they really think they can kill me, Hibeyen from Long Country? Just stay there. Scary, too scary. I've decided to change my view of Hibeyen because I want to join the Chosen Guild. From now on, he is my god and I want to join. Look at your faces. As a citizen of Long Country, I have to say something fair. You were the ones who insulted God before, and now that you see his guild has received the goddess's blessing, you all want to join? God I'm applying to join your guild. Can you accept me? Thank you, Hibeyen, for allowing me, who long from the capital, to create a guild. I hope we can cooperate. Long Country's pillar Nyeyong hopes to contact Mr. Can we add each other as friends? Just half a minute after the guild was established, the application messages to join the Chosen Guild reached millions. Hibeyen didn't even look and directly rejected all of them, setting it to invite only for the guild leader. You want to act like a saint after being a whore, wanting to stand on the same line as me when there's profit involved? Is that possible? I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. For players, unless he has personally interacted with someone he trusts, he won't let anyone into the Chosen Guild. His guild doesn't need many people. Those who can join must be the chosen ones. As for the last two messages about cooperation and adding friends, he automatically filtered them out. Now is not the time to consider these things. Improving my strength is the most important thing for me. He had attracted a lot of jealousy by being too dazzling in the early stages, and he wasn't sure what the other party's intentions were in wanting to contact him. Once his strength was strong enough to influence the world, no matter what tricks the other party played, they would have no effect. In a certain novice village, a man and a woman sat exhausted on the ground. A level 10 monster in front of them turned into a light orb. Sister Nan, we can go to the town now, right? Brother, he is too strong. He's already level 15. Nyeyong gasped for breath, having used all his trump cards to kill the level 10 monster. However, the rewards were incredibly rich. Through personal experience in battle, he deeply realized how strong Hibeyen was, who had killed on the first day of Divine Awakening. It was so difficult for him and Nanshirling to work together to kill it. How powerful must brother he be to achieve the first kill alone? Unknowingly, his title had changed to brother. It's a pity the town we're going to isn't Luosua City, Nanshirling said slowly. How's the application to join the Chosen Guild going? Nyeyong shook his head. No, brother, he set it up so that no one can send a join request. We still can't contact him, and my messages in the channel haven't received a reply. It's okay, as long as we maintain our leveling speed, we will meet him one day. In the novice village, a dozen players were struggling fiercely against the level 10 seeking Fish King. From time to time, players turned into shards of light. They started with dozens of people, but now only about 15 remained. Damn it! Why is this so hard to beat? Cursed a leading epic level player. Hibeyen must have found some way to skip class. I refuse to believe he defeated it purely by skill. The Seeking Fish King had mobility and control. With high damage, it was unimaginable that it could be defeated by Hibeyen. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with just one high-attack piece of equipment. After all, even with dozens of them, they couldn't win, and there were even epic-class players among them. If they admitted that Hibeyen had killed it by skill, they would have no face left to meet anyone. Then again, could it be that Hibeyen had a team too? Everyone, let's put in more effort. Hibeyen must have his own team, and he killed it with the help of his teammates. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they just needed to say it. Their team of over 50 had dwindled to just a few, and the sacrifices of their teammates were not in vain. The Seeking Fish King's health had dropped to 18. As long as they paid attention to their positioning and avoided being hit, they could win. Yet, there were still sacrifices. An epic level ranged player misstepped and was pierced by its fish spear. They vanished on the spot. "We'll come to help you." At that moment, a rough shout came from afar, and a pair of foreign men and women rushed over. "It's Mr. Jean and Miss Jean Sini." Several epic players saw hope. With 2 legendary players joining, their chances of victory increased. "Quick, agree to let us join the team and take it down together." Jean appeared extremely anxious. He seemed unwilling to see any more players face death penalties, and he charged directly at the Seeking Fish King to draw its aggro. Jean Sini also took out her weapon to attack, but it was just a level fire gun. It was far less impressive than the previous Grelin machine gun. "Great! With 2 legendary players here, we can't lose. Are there any living supports? Hurry and shield Mr. Jean and heal him." Compared to Ibayen, I prefer to team up with Jean and Jean Sini. We can help you deal with Ibayen later. The speakers were all non-Dragon Kingdom players. Whether intentional or not, there wasn't a single Dragon Kingdom player in their team. With his back to them, Jean smirked at the Seeking Fish King. This was exactly the effect he wanted. "Over there, Scout, you've been hiding for a long time. Over there, Scout, you've been hiding for a long time." Ibayen checked the guild information. Chosen guild, Ibayen, number of members, 1 alliance, none hostile relations, none nature, neutral territory, none guild attribute, goddess's blessing, all members attributes. The guild had no hierarchy. To increase the member limit, one just needed to spend gold. The number of members equaled 100 gold. Its existence mainly facilitated player factions in the mid to late game, with little use in the early game, only truly becoming effective after acquiring territory. "You must be the warrior who found the cursed magic stone." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ibayen. Turning around, he saw a woman in heavy armor, with a giant sword hanging on her back. Madel, extremely dangerous. Ibayen could only see her name and the words extremely dangerous. He had no other information about her, but he was certain she was from the Judgment Association, and he hadn't expected her to arrive so quickly. "Are you the judge sent to investigate the village?" Ibayen smiled, but his body was tense, fully alert. He had activated his insight but couldn't see her level or any attributes. She was definitely stronger than him by more than just a little. He had planned to strip off all his equipment when meeting her, but he hadn't expected her to come find him in the Nightshade Forest directly. Ibayen hadn't even noticed when she had appeared behind him. "Yes, I originally planned to wait for you in Luwasua City, but sensing a powerful energy emerging from the Nightfall Forest, I came to take a look." Madel glanced at the pockmarked ground around her and then looked at Nina, nodding slightly. "Your strength and your beast companion are quite impressive. Even I, at your level, cannot kill a level 15 monster in so many elite creatures." You can tell that?" Surprised that Madel knew she had killed a level 15 monster, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't realized that Nina was using cursed equipment. "You'll understand when you reach level 20, what you're facing now is just child's play." Ibayen was momentarily taken aback. Level 20 seemed to be a turning point for players, and he was already very close to that level. Madel then got straight to the point. "Who did you give those cursed magic stones to? Tell me in detail." Ibayen recounted everything about his encounter with the Hongyan adventure team and the woman in the noble carriage. After listening, Madel furrowed her brows tightly. The Hongyan adventure team was targeted by a dozen elite monsters. A thorough investigation was necessary, and it was clear they were after the unidentified woman in the carriage. "I have a task that requires your help to investigate. If you can complete it, I will grant you unexpected benefits." Task triggered. Investigate the conspiracy of the Cursed Cult. Description: the Cursed Cult seems to be plotting something deep within the Nightfall Forest. Madel cannot investigate herself and hopes you can go and gather some useful information. Task reward: unknown task failure, death, level loss hint. Completing this task may unlock the main storyline related to the Judicator Association and the Cursed Cult. This was Ibayen's first time triggering a task with a failure penalty. The punishment was severe. Not only would he lose a life, but his level would also decrease. However, the temptation of this task was immense. It wasn't just because of the unknown task reward, but the main storyline of the Judicator Association concerning the Cursed Cult. Each faction's main storyline could only be triggered once, with rewards that were incredibly generous. Later players would have to wait for the previous player's task to fail before they could take it on. As a cursed one, if Ibayen could unlock this main storyline, the benefits were self-evident. He could not only get in touch with the cursed cult but also establish a connection with the Judicator Association. You can refuse. Seeing He Beiyan deep in thought, Maddle said quietly, I accept. Refuse? No way. This kind of task was a rare opportunity. If he refused here, he wouldn't know how long he would regret it later. Seeing him accept, Maddle's eyes lit up. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Thank you, brave one. According to the information I have, they will take action late tonight. I will wait for you at the Judicator branch in Luwasua City. With that, Maddle left. You have accepted the task. Investigate the conspiracy of the cursed cult in 3 hours. The cursed cult will appear in the deepest part of the Nightfall Forest. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. 3 hours left. There are a few treasures to be collected in the depths of the Nightfall Forest. Let's gather them all. Checking the treasure map of the Nightfall Forest, several white and blue treasure markers were conveniently on the way, and with his current strength, he could easily obtain them. I have enough gold to enhance once. Let's enhance the Forbidden Spellbook first. The gold price for enhancing cursed equipment had risen to 20,000, and the only unenhanced equipment left was the Forbidden Spellbook and the Divine Sensitive Boots. Do you wish to sacrifice 20,000 gold to enhance the Forbidden Spellbook? Enhancement confirmed. Enhancing now. Enhancement complete. Please check your equipment. After enhancement, the Forbidden Spellbook's life increased from 100, and its attack from 20. Aside from that, there were no other changes, but a new sealing effect was added. Sealing effect, passive when health reaches 0, revive at full health in place and refresh all skills, cooldown for 3 days, kill level 55, 0. Isn't this just too overpowered? He Beiyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Once he takes down 30 level 55 monsters, he can use 1 life as if it were 2, allowing him to take on many high-risk, high-reward ventures. No more talking, I'm immersed in leveling up. Don't disturb me. In the deepest part of the Nightfall Forest, a plump man in a black robe stood there, staring intently at a skeleton dressed as a mage in front of him. It was a level 25 creature, the most powerful overlord in the Nightfall Forest. Soon, a portal appeared in front of him, and 2 men stepped out. Gentlemen, we have arrived. The man speaking was robust, wielding a giant axe, while a short, gloomy man stood beside him. Lyle, you'll have to work hard later, the plump man, Knock, said to the gloomy man. No problem, but creating the cursed stone to control the abyssal sorcerer will take some time. I hope Tyron can protect me during this period. He was Lyle, a disciple of the curse crafting sect. They had come according to the sect's arrangements to control the level 25 abyssal sorcerer, laying the groundwork for the future. However, before coming, his right eyelid had been twitching, and he felt something bad was going to happen. With me here, no one can hurt you. Tyron, beside him, hefted the giant axe. And this time, it's not just me, other disciples from the sect are here to help, so you can control the abyssal sorcerer more securely. Just relax. Lyle nodded silently, summoning his cursed equipment, a black banner. The cursed stone would be created through it and generated directly within the target's body. Let me know when everyone is here. I'll prepare some things first. Over an hour later, He Beiyan arrived. At this moment, he had disguised himself, not wearing any equipment at his waist, dressing as a scout with a cloth covering his face. Nina had transformed back into her original form and was tucked into his pocket. So many holders of cursed equipment? He hid at a distance, observing invisibly. A dozen or so disciples of the curse crafting sect stood there, all around level 30 elite. But one couldn't underestimate them just because of their levels. For intelligent beings, level only represents part of their strength, unlike monsters, and they also had cursed equipment. This was his first time negotiating with intelligent beings, and he absolutely couldn't be careless. No wonder it's just an investigation. If it were a mission to exterminate them, I might as well just commit suicide. He muttered to himself, suddenly sensing several gazes. Hey, scout over there, you've been hiding for a long time. Shouldn't you come out and say hello? Did you really think we wouldn't find you just because you're invisible? Someone shouted, and He Beiyan was shocked. He had been discovered. The grievances between us will be settled here. The voice immediately attracted the attention of all the disciples of the curse crafting sect, who turned to look at He Beiyan's hiding place. In an instant, the air froze. He Beiyan cursed inwardly, dispelled his invisibility, and calmly walked out. Everyone, don't worry, I'm one of you. Saying this, he displayed the information panel of the Boots of Agility. This was all prepared in advance. If discovered, he would pretend to be a disciple of the curse crafting sect and show them the panel of the Boots of Agility. This equipment was his weakest, neither revealing his weapon nor raising suspicion. Seeing the panel of the Boots of Agility, everyone's expressions relaxed. If you're one of us, why hide? Can we steal your equipment? I thought a brat from the Judgment Association came to deliver his head. Little brother, you're confused. This equipment isn't strong. and the curse cost is still overload type. Let me show you mine. Enchanting human skin, cursed equipment can ignite the desire of all the opposite sex for you, unconditionally giving you their treasures. Curse, loss of sexual interest. Here we go again, right? When will this bad habit of showing off equipment when we need change? Besides, your equipment really isn't worth showing off. Bad habit? This is an unwritten noble etiquette of our cursed god sect. Anyway, the equipment is bound to us, it won't be stolen, so why not show off something that will follow you for life? Little brother, how come someone with such a low level got sent here? Are you here to gain experience? I guess it's for scouting. There are few scouts in our sect, and besides this little brother, there's only one over there. Hibayan looked up and saw a scout sitting on a nearby treetop, with a blowgun quiver hanging from his waist. He unexpectedly encountered a fellow practitioner of the same type of equipment. Noticing his gaze, the other person made a gesture to Hibayan. I thought you were an outsider, but it turns out you're one of us. Your invisibility is quite impressive. Don't use it again next time. This voice clearly belonged to the guy who had just discovered him hiding nearby. Hibayan pretended to be indifferent and nodded, secretly remembering him. Dare to mock me? Let's see how you handle it. Harvey, don't bully the newcomers. The first principle of our sect is to live in harmony. Someone stood up for Hibayan. Just then, a plump man in a black robe, Knock, stepped forward. Everyone is here. I know you all have questions about why you were sent here, but to keep our plans from outsiders, we always do it this way. Now, let me tell you your mission. This time, the target is to control the 25 level, Sinking Sorcerer of the Twilight Forest, and obtain the treasures it guards. All the cursed equipment practitioners immediately began to discuss. Control the Sinking Sorcerer? Is Lyle coming? The Sinking Sorcerer has strong individual combat ability and team fighting skills, with various area attacks and powerful single-target skills. Its output is very comprehensive. Is the cursed god sect finally going to take action? I'm so excited. Hibayan's ears perked up, catching the key information from the crowd. Controlling the 25 level Lyle is the creator of the cursed magic stone? He didn't expect to encounter the person so soon. He turned to someone beside him and asked, Brother, I just joined the sect not long ago. Who is Lyle? Please enlighten me. Saying this, he quietly took out 1,000 gold coins and stuffed them into the other's arms. This 1,000 gold coins made him feel a bit pained, but since the other person was a cursed equipment practitioner, he naturally had to give more to avoid being looked down upon. The other person glanced at Hibayan and silently stuffed a bag of gold coins into his pocket. With a smiling face, he seemed very willing to help the newbie understand. Lyle is a rising star in the sect, equipped with a beast control flag, theoretically able to control monsters of any level, allowing cursed magic stones to appear within them. However, the higher the monster's level, the longer it takes to control it, and one must be careful of the monster going berserk. That's also why we are here. But it has nothing to do with you, the lookout. Hibayan was slightly shocked. So powerful? If he controls a strong one to level up, wouldn't he be invincible? It's not that easy. Powerful berserkers are hard to suppress. Any significant commotion will be noticed by the judges, and it takes several days to fully control them. Plus there's the curse of the equipment. The older brother looked around and explained quietly, his equipment curse means that the monsters he controls do not provide experience points for killing enemies, so his level isn't high, and he always has someone protecting him. Hibayan's eyes widened. This curse is quite harsh. The monsters he painstakingly controls can only serve as henchmen, with no experience points to speak of, causing his own leveling speed to slow down. However, I suspect that it won't be long before a powerful figure from the cult steps in to help him control a formidable opponent. The fallen sorcerer is just an appetizer. Look, that gloomy guy is Lyle. Following his gaze, two men appeared beside Knock. Lyle, level 16, Elite, Tiranov, level 25, Bronze Elite, Health, 8 Attack Power, 1060 Physical Defense, 310 Magic Defense, 260 Bronze Elite? Is this what Matter meant by the changes after level 20? These stats are significantly stronger than level 15, almost at the level of 20. He wasn't sure how the stats for Bronze Elites were calculated, but they were far superior to an ordinary level 25 Elite. Speaking of which, Lyle's level is so low, if I take him down, does that mean I've exceeded the mission? Hibayan pondered. Despite being protected by Tiranov, he still felt confident he could eliminate Lyle in an instant and escape. I'll wait for the right opportunity. The cultists then prepared themselves and stepped into the fallen sorcerer's aggro range. As a low-level scout, Hibayan was naturally assigned to the periphery, standing atop a treetop. With his rival scout not far away, Hibayan focused slightly, already devising a plan to deal with him. You and I have a grudge in the Nightshade Forest. Let's settle it here. Hibayan thought to himself. Send a few more people to keep watch, to prevent any potential judges from appearing. Even though he was protected by Tiranov, Lyle still felt a chill run down his spine, feeling uneasy all over. It was as if something was watching him. "What's wrong with you today? I've never seen you so anxious before," Tiranov remarked, but he still instructed 2 cultists to go to the outskirts. "Sending more people out to keep watch won't be enough to suppress the fallen sorcerer's combat power unless you want me to step in." Lyle shot him a glance, as if you could take it on. "Let's just get started." He then took out a flag, a dense black aura enveloping it, eventually forming a mass of black mist. It slowly approached the fallen sorcerer, shrouding him. "Greedy humans, you dare to try to control me, a great mage. I will make you pay the price." The fallen sorcerer roared, chanting a spell as he raised his staff. The ground began to tremble violently, as if something were about to emerge. "You should just sit tight." A cultist held a glowing ring in his hand, which then shot out a beam of light that struck the fallen sorcerer. The ground immediately returned to calm, and the fallen sorcerer seemed to be frozen in place, as if asleep. "Strong control-type cursed equipment?" He Bei Yen raised an eyebrow from the treetop. How nice it would be if he had similar equipment. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the fallen sorcerer awakened from his slumber, condensing a ghostly blue fireball atop his staff. "Give me half an hour, don't let it step out of the black mist," Lyle shouted, as the ghostly blue fireball surged toward him. "Shield of the Realm." Bang! A yellow barrier suddenly rose up, enveloping Lyle and Tiranov. The fireball struck the barrier, causing it to shake violently, but it held firm. "That output is a bit terrifying. It can block another attack, so be careful." The cultist who released the Shield of the Realm reminded them, a necklace around his neck emanating a cursed aura. A cursed item that can release shields? Or is it a type of accessory? He Bei Yen quietly observed. Indeed, there were various types of cursed equipment. This group of cultists, who were only level 30 elites, had the capability to hold their own against the fallen sorcerer for a few exchanges. But that was where it stopped. Facing the fallen sorcerer alone, they wouldn't last long. The fallen sorcerer then unleashed several more attacks, but they were always able to deflect them. Wanting to leave the range of the black mist, he was always inexplicably repelled or trapped. At this pace, it was indeed possible to control it in half an hour. However, He Bei Yen did not notice the cost of their cursed equipment abilities. Perhaps these people had become accustomed to it and would not easily show the price they paid. "Hey kid, what are you looking at?" At that moment, the scout Harvey appeared in front of him, staring coldly. "You're here to scout, not to watch a show. What does it matter to you?" He Bei Yen directly slipped away towards the battlefield. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness. You dare to head towards the battlefield of the fallen sorcerer? I could take on 10 of you trash." Harvey mocked mercilessly. "Is that so?" He Bei Yen stopped. "I hope you can stay this confident." Since he wanted to die so quickly, he would help him. However, it was foolish to act directly here. He glanced at Lyle, who was fully utilizing the beast control flag. It was time to act. About 20 minutes later, all the cursed equipment of the cultists had been used once. Some had even used it multiple times, their faces pale, clearly affected by the curse. Lyle's forehead was also covered in sweat, and the shield domain in front of him had long since disappeared. Almost there, just a little more. While using the beast control flag, the feeling of being watched by something had never faded. His sixth sense had always been accurate, helping him through many dangers, but the fact that nothing had happened made him uneasy. "Just hold on for 3 more minutes. Once I control the fallen sorcerer, I'll go straight back to the cult and won't come out for a while." Lyle admitted he was afraid of death. A powerful figure in the cult had once told him that his existence could allow the cursed cult to completely crush the Judgment Association and reach the true pinnacle of the world. But before that, he had to protect his life. This was something the other cultists did not know. To protect him, they had even assigned him a bronze-level elite bodyguard to guard him all day. Thinking about it, if he could help the powerful cursed cult reach the top of the world, his status would rise accordingly. Wealth, power, fame, and beauty, he would have it all. So he had to protect his life and avoid any dangerous situations. He focused on improving his strength, gradually gaining control over the powerful. "Lyle, can you hurry up? The attack frequency is getting fiercer. If we use the cursed equipment again, we won't be able to withstand the curse." Some cursed cultists shouted, as many of the equipment's curses were not as harmless as Lyle's. The stronger the equipment, the greater the cost of the curse, for example, losing health, attribute decay, etc. Each use would incur significant losses. Although returning to the cult would provide some compensation based on contributions, it became difficult to make up for it after multiple uses. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes left. Lyle was even more anxious than they were. However, at that moment, 3 extremely tiny silver lights suddenly appeared. They shot straight towards Lyle's forehead. "Who dares to be reckless in front of me?" Tyranfu reacted quickly, immediately drawing his giant axe to block in front of Lyle. Clang! Clang, clang. The blow darts were blocked and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lyle finally breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy revealing themselves to attack him made him feel a bit more secure. Indeed, trusting his sixth sense was the right choice. Successfully controlling the fallen sorcerer, he would make a quick escape. But then, a stronger sense of crisis rose from the depths of his heart. The intensity of this feeling was so strong that it made him want to give up controlling the fallen sorcerer and turn to flee. But this time, he chose to trust Tyranfu beside him. It's okay, with Tyranfu here, I won't be in any danger. Tyranfu frowned, searching for the assailant based on the direction of the blow darts, but he only saw Scout Harvey. While he was puzzled, he completely failed to notice that 3 blow darts at his feet suddenly stood up again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of cold light instantly pierced through Lyle's body. The terrifying damage of over 10,000 was something that a level 16 elite like him could not withstand. His body was instantly riddled with 3 large holes, and he helplessly fell towards Tyranfu's back. Lyle, you keep controlling the fallen wizard. I will protect you. Tyranfu thought he was just scared, hiding behind him, until he saw the blood pooling beneath his feet. Turning around, he discovered Lyle lying on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Lyle is dead. The followers instantly sensed it, their faces filled with disbelief. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. One moment Lyle was full of life, and the next he had dropped dead on the spot. Damn it! The black mist is gone. The control over the fallen wizard has failed. It's going to go completely berserk. Who the hell did this? They've put us all in danger. Stop talking. We need to find a way to defeat the fallen wizard, or we're all done for. Damn it, I can't take this curse anymore. I'm out of here. What's going on? Nock sensed the commotion on the battlefield and rushed over, only to see Lyle bleeding profusely. Who did this? His eyes were about to burst, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lyle was dead. A surge of unnamed fury erupted from his heart. He was one of the rising stars in the church, with hopes of becoming a high-ranking member, leading the Cursed God cult against the Judges Association. To think he died right in front of him. He could not bear this responsibility. Tyranfu's teeth ground together. Capture Harvey. I'll deal with the fallen wizard. Although he wasn't sure if Harvey was the one who did it, the direction of the blowgun attack pointed only to him, making him the prime suspect. All the followers suddenly realized and turned to attack Harvey, who was on lookout. Harvey, damn you. I've never liked you, and now you've even killed a comrade. What benefit do you get from killing Lyle? Are you an undercover agent sent by the Judges Association? You made me bear such a heavy curse, and in the end, it all went to waste. How will you compensate? Harvey, who was on lookout, saw the crowd angrily charging at him, looking completely bewildered. He had been focused on his lookout duty and only turned around when he heard someone shout that Lyle was dead. He was just as confused about who did it. Faced with the attacks from the many followers, he could only dodge frantically. Harvey, look at what you've done. Nock was also furious, pointing at him with a small castle appearing in his hand. Instantly, as he dodged the attacks, Harvey felt an immense pressure on his soul, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Numerous attacks rained down on him, leaving him battered. It wasn't me. He struggled to utter a few words. You have to believe me, it was the new scout who did it. If it wasn't you, then why is Tyranfu trying to capture you? Could it be that he did it? Faced with the questioning, Harvey couldn't find his voice, but the truth was he really didn't do it. Although he enjoyed making things difficult for newcomers, he wasn't stupid enough to kill a rising star of the cult. Even if he had done it, he wouldn't just wait around to be caught. But now he couldn't explain, everything happened too suddenly, and everyone was blinded by rage. Then, he suddenly thought of something. That newcomer, that low-level scout. He left his lookout position and entered the battlefield nearby. It must have been him. Harvey seemed to grasp a lifeline, desperately trying to shift the blame onto Yen. Although he was right, would the others believe him? Screw you, Harvey, I've seen shabby, but I've never seen someone as shabby as you. At a time like this, you still want the newcomer to take the blame for you. The older brother who had just taken 1,000 gold coins from Yen was the first to express his dissatisfaction. His level isn't even higher than Lyle's. How could he kill him in one hit? Moreover, his cursed equipment is shoes, with no hidden attributes displayed in front of us. Everyone can see that the weapon that killed Lyle was a blowgun. Everyone knows that your cursed equipment is of the blowdart type. And look over there, is the newbie keeping watch properly? You'll say anything to shift the blame. The big brother angrily pointed at the treetops in the distance, feeling more righteous than ever. What? The blowdart is a weapon. Harvey was completely panicked. There was no way he could clear his name now. Turning around, he noticed the newbie not far away, looking at him with a face full of anger and shock. It seemed he hadn't expected him to be the culprit, but from Bayan's gaze, he sensed a moment of amusement. Then he recalled what he had said earlier. I hope you can stay this confident. Everyone, please believe me. You must believe me. I really didn't do it. Think about it, if I really did it, why haven't I run away? Let's catch that low-level scout together. I can guarantee no outsiders are coming. The murderer must be among us watchers. He desperately tried to explain, attempting to convince everyone of his innocence. But the more he did, the more it seemed like he was hiding something. Yeah, isn't the murderer you, the one keeping watch? I can't take it anymore. A dead duck stubbornly refuses to admit defeat, even trying to drag the newbie down with him before dying. I never expected you, Harvey, to be such a shameless person. Why not run? Let me explain for you. It's simple. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Do you think saying that clears your suspicion? Deacon Knock, kill him. The followers all suggested. Take him back to the cult. I can't hold on much longer. Tyranfu's voice suddenly came through. His strength was not even a match for level 25. He had used all his control skills, and his combat power had reached a critical point. If this continued, he might very well be finished. Everyone else, disperse and regroup in the cult. Be careful not to attract attention. I will take Tyranfu with Lyle's body and Harvey, and let the cult deal with him personally. Although Nock could suppress the fallen sorcerer with the castle in his palm, he couldn't hold it for long. The curse was still significant. During this time, he couldn't kill it. He could never have imagined that in the last minute or two, Lyle would be killed. Both he and Tyranfu would face punishment. That treasure can only be retrieved after some time. Reluctantly glancing at the fallen sorcerer, the followers scattered. Some even spat at Harvey before leaving. Newbie Scout. Let that newbie scout come with us. Harvey had never faced such humiliation, but he could only endure it. Seeing Yi Beiyan turn to leave as well, he quickly shouted out. He was certain that Lyle's death was definitely related to him. Newbie, although I also think it's not you, you should still come back with us for an investigation. Oh, Yi Beiyan turned around, casually touching his waist, but I'm not going. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Divine Sensitivity. 12 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls were decisively thrown at Nock. Taking advantage of Tyranfu not having escaped from the fallen sorcerer yet, he activated Divine Sensitivity and ran directly. This was his best chance to escape. After killing Lyle, he received a notification for exceeding the task, and the reward became even greater. He could find Maddle to claim it upon returning to Luwasua City. Boom 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 boom. Triggered poison effect. Health per second, lasts 5 seconds. Triggered bleeding effect. Health per second, lasts 5 seconds. Killed the cursed cult follower Harvey. Experience points, reputation. No paralysis triggered? It was truly a time when luck was consistently on his side, yet at such a critical moment, not a single one of the 12 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls triggered the paralysis effect. It's you, the one who repeatedly obstructs our cult's actions. Seeing this familiar method of attack, it was exactly the same as when they encountered the ant-like humans that had hindered their actions twice before in the Diamond Crystal. Feeling the high damage output, there was no need for investigation. It must be him who killed Lyle. I didn't expect you to have cursed equipment. Killing one of the new talents of the divine cult, you will undoubtedly die. Hint, your act of killing the new talent Lyle of the divine cult has been discovered, and your relationship with the cursed cult has escalated to hatred. Nock will pursue you with all his might. Hint, if your act of killing the new talent Lyle is reported to the Judgment Association, you can seek help. Your relationship with the Judgment Association has risen to friendly. You know me? Perfect. I killed that murderer Harvey for you, no need to thank me. Yi Beiyan turned around, playing with people's minds. You can't escape. Suppress. Using the castle in hand again, Nock's face twisted, bearing the immense cost of the curse. Hint, under the mental attack suppress, the passive skill curse thought has been triggered, and you are now immune, allowing you to use this skill once. Suppress, forcefully suppress the opponent's soul for at least 10 seconds, unable to attack or defend. The passive skill he had never triggered before came in handy at this moment. Why is nothing happening? Nock was stunned. He clearly used cursed equipment, yet Yi Beiyan could still run. I'll catch him. At this moment, Tyranfu also understood the truth and hurriedly accelerated to escape the range of the fallen wizard's attack. His legs pushed hard towards Yi Beiyan. Ha, here's a great gift for you. Suppress. Just as Tyranfu was sprinting with all his might, he suddenly felt his soul tremble, leaving him breathless. His body uncontrollably fell to the ground, landing in a heap. Immediately followed was a series of combos from the fallen wizard, and he could only watch helplessly as he was attacked. Greedy human, die. Weakened domain. Destruction meteor. Sea of fire. No! Countless skill attacks rained down on Tyranfu, and the 10 seconds of prolonged control left him completely defenseless, suffering 100% damage. Assisted in killing a level 25 bronze elite. Gained 8,000 experience points, reputation points, and a steward certificate, proof of kill. Gained title, Glorious Warrior of Remarkable Achievements, effect, obtained a magical treasure chest, guaranteed to contain one item of level or above. Activate luck. Impossible. You actually managed to suppress Taranfu. Taranfu died on the spot, leaving Nock in shock. Not only had the opponent not been suppressed, but he had also turned around and used his own equipment skill to suppress Taranfu. The release was so effortless, so casual. There was no trace of any curse cost at all. This completely exceeded his understanding. Who on earth are you? Even within the Judgment Association, there had never been such a perverse existence. Crying for gifts from the readers, Goddess Spirit Medicine. Who am I? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. He Beiyan was overjoyed. He had only wanted to delay Taranfu, but unexpectedly, the fallen wizard's set of skills had directly taken him away, which was indeed an extra gain. It seemed that among those below his level, the bronze elite was far from level 25. Goodbye. However, He Beiyan did not stop his steps and ran towards Luosuwa City. He did not believe that Nock, as a steward, had no backup. Taking advantage of the fact that he had not figured out his details and was on guard, he quickly made his escape. The reality was just as he thought. You killed our steward and new talent. No matter the cost, I will make you stay. Nock trembled all over, pulling out 2 scrolls and using them directly. Soul Piercing, Frost Spear. One was a mental attack, and the other a spell attack swept through, and He Beiyan felt a terrifying energy from it. Summoning Nina decisively, he instantly transformed into a giant dragon and exhaled dragon breath behind him, then accelerated and flew away on her back. Under mental attack, the effect of the curse thought is automatically immune, and one use of Soul Sting is available. Soul Sting deals 3000 spell power damage to the target. The Frost Spear was affected by Nina's dragon breath, reducing its damage somewhat, but it still knocked out all of He Beiyan's 3600 life shield, taking away over 2000 health points. His health was left with only a few hundred points, and the health bar instantly dropped below 10. If it weren't for Nina's dragon breath, this spell attack would have surely taken his life. He's still not dead. Nock couldn't imagine how powerful this weak ant truly was. He had used his 2 strongest spell scrolls, yet still hadn't killed him. But this was also his last chance to attack. The dragon's flying speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was just a black dot left. It had exceeded the range of all his attacks. In desperation, he laughed in anger, a laugh that was incredibly mad. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, and the fallen wizard who was slowly regaining health without hatred, he was speechless for a long time. Originally, it was just Lyle who had died, and Tyron could still share the responsibility with him. Now even Tyron was dead. One could imagine the cruel punishment he would face when the Curse God sect found out. This spell attack really hurts. He Beiyan poured a bottle of red potion into his mouth, restoring his health to full. Dealing with these enemies of the Curse God sect was still a bit too early for him. Fortunately, Nock used a mental attack, otherwise I would have undoubtedly died. Killing the people of the Curse God sect, he felt no psychological burden. If he hadn't killed them, he would be the one dead now. Although He Beiyan was a curse user, he didn't know what this identity meant to the Curse God sect. His strength was still weak. What if exposing himself turned out to be disadvantageous? After all, those who dared to wear cursed equipment mostly sought to gain immense power. No one wanted to have a major nemesis above their heads, someone who could wear countless cursed items without cost. He also didn't know if there were items or cursed equipment that could take away others' professions. These things could only be slowly understood later. By the way, it seems that Nock recognized my attack method, but I haven't seen him before this. He had specifically disguised himself, not revealing his face, but it seemed he knew it was him who had obstructed the actions of the Curse God sect. Could it be that when I previously killed the elite monster containing magic stones, he could observe from a distance? There might really be such cursed equipment, but it didn't matter. Anyway, their plan in the Nightshade Forest had already been disrupted by him, and with the holder's death, the cursed equipment would automatically be destroyed, permanently disappearing from the world. Next, he could safely develop in the city for a while. The frontline players from the novice village should be coming to Lozo City soon. He could deal with them then. He took out a magical treasure chest, which was a box inlaid with colorful gems. At least it could yield a tiered item, equivalent to a guaranteed drop. Now that my luck value has also been activated, I wonder how much use 5 points of luck will have. I hope to get something good. You have opened a magical treasure chest. You have obtained 10,000 gold coins, a profession-specific skill book, and a life elixir. Life elixir, tiered item constitution, health recovery, description. It is said to be a potion casually made by the goddess of life. Tiered item. He Beiyan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Aside from the cursed embryo, it was the first time he had seen another tiered item. 200 constitution means 2,000 health points, plus a 3% health recovery per second. I'm really going to become a blood cow warrior. He took out the life elixir, which was contained in a very exquisite bottle. emitting a faint fragrance. The elixir crafted by the goddess of life is of high quality. How terrifying could it be if she were to take it seriously? The effects of this potion would greatly enhance him. With the increase in constitution, his physical and magical defenses would also rise by 200 points, while his life shield would gain an additional 3,000 shield points. Nina's life and dual defenses would also improve. The life recovery per second would allow him to use blow darts and wind thunder poison beads to create distance when injured, enabling ranged attacks for healing. He directly uncorked the bottle and drank the life elixir. Additionally, the life spring obtained from killing the Gru Tree Man would grant him an extra 15 points of constitution. You have increased your constitution by 215 points. Life recovery. Player, Hibayen level, 15, 19350. Title, The Chosen Cursed One. Specific attribute values. Health, 4300. Life shield, health 6901. Mana, 200. Physical attack, 1632. Magical attack, 1486. Physical defense, 491. Magical defense, 491, life recovery, 147, luck, 5 equipment, death warblade, scout god blow dart, 7 pieces. If any player saw Hibayen's attributes, they would undoubtedly be furious, repeatedly shouting the word cheat. Except for mana, no attribute could be reached by a normal level 15 player. How many levels do I need to gain to reach such attributes? Hibayen couldn't calculate it himself, but he knew he was far ahead of players worldwide. It was likely that even a level 25 legendary class, with equipment, wouldn't have attributes like his. With this health and defense, the Gru Tree Man's attacks won't take much health from me. With nearly 7,000 life shield points, a level 15 Gru Tree Man's attack wouldn't deal more than 400 points of damage to him. Breaking his shield would be a long time coming. By the way, there's also the class skill book. In addition to the life elixir, Hibayen had also obtained a class skill book. I wonder what skill I'll get. He touched the skill book, silently activating it. Acquired class skill, Undying Curse. Undying Curse, passive exclusive to cursed ones, effect, automatically triggers. When health drops to 1 point, it forcibly locks health and enters a 5-second invincible state. Cooldown, 3 days. Description, the cursed one's life-prolonging technique. I can't believe it. Looking at the new skill's effect, Hibayen couldn't help but click his tongue. This meant that in the future, no matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. The fastest they could do it would be after 5 seconds. And Hibayen now had 5 seconds of absolute output time. Now I don't have to worry about being killed instantly. One of the most powerful forces in the world of divine awakening, the Cursed Church. Nock knelt in the empty cathedral hall, head bowed, with 3 corpses beside him. 2 of the bodies were beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. If it weren't for their clothing, even their own mothers would have difficulty recognizing them. In the hall, several distinguished individuals in red robes were examining a diamond crystal, watching the scenes of Hibayen thwarting their actions 3 times. In addition, a dozen young men and women stood at the edge of the hall, also observing this scene. Useless. You are simply a waste. After watching, one of the red-robed individuals trembled with rage, rushing down from the platform to slap Nock several times. A mere level 15 beast tamer allowed him to kill 3 of our followers, one of whom was a rookie, and the other was a steward just like you. He grabbed Nock by the collar, lifting him up. Almost face to face, he roared at him. Do you know what Lyle means to the Cursed Church? A highly malleable trump card. But now he is dead. Nock's mouth tightened, his expression grim. He didn't dare make eye contact with the other. I will definitely kill him. After killing him, I will also take my own life to apologize to Lyle and Turin. Thinking of that beast tamer, endless hatred and anger flowed from Nock's eyes. Matter was shocked. How did you do it? You still want to take revenge on him? Suppression is ineffective against him. Even the 2 strongest spell scrolls failed to kill him. What other trump cards do you have? Useless. The red-robed man threw him heavily to the ground. Nock's face was grim, but he couldn't find the words. He truly had no cards left to instantly kill Hibayen. After living for so long, he had never imagined that one day he would feel such a sense of defeat brought on by a level 15 beast tamer. The red-robed man was unwilling to deal with him any longer. Pointing at the image reflected by the diamond crystal, he said to the young men and women standing at the edge, "Recognize this face. He and his beast companion can disguise themselves, but their attack methods won't change. He has 3 types of attack equipment and at least 5 or 6 equipment slots. You might run into him one day. You are all newcomers to the Curse God sect, the key to fighting against the Judgment Association in the future. I don't want a repeat of what happened with Lyle." After saying this, he dragged Nock, whose eyes were filled with despair and hatred, and intended to leave. "Bishop, give him a chance." At this moment, a white-haired boy with glasses stepped forward. "I'm quite interested in this beast tamer. I happen to need someone to guide me." "Ivan, are you planning to deal with him?" The red-robed bishop paused, seemingly in thought. He had originally intended to handle not personally, but if it was Ivan, he could definitely kill the opponent. Ivan's various methods could also serve as training for him. Ivan nodded slightly. Staying in the sect is rather meaningless. These newcomers who use cursed equipment purely for power are not worthy to be with me. There are no like-minded individuals here. His words exuded confidence. White-haired brat, looking for death, ha! Dare to spar with me? You little brat! This arrogant demeanor made all the newcomers very dissatisfied. But the red-robed bishop knew that Ivan indeed had the capital. Even Lyle was only equivalent to his little finger. Fine, then I'll spare him a dog's life to guide you. Just in case, I'll give you a few more items. Gained experience points, Blood of the Wild Boar Man, free attribute points. Gained experience points, Blood of the Wild Boar Man, gained experience points, Bone Marrow of the Wild Boar Man. On the way back to Luosuwa City, Hibeyan killed quite a few wild boar men along the way, obtaining many materials for powerful potions. That should be enough to make about 1,000 potions. Hibeyan checked his backpack. He had over 3,000 drops of wild boar man blood, and each slot could hold a maximum of 999 of the same material, occupying 4 slots. He also had over 1,000 pieces of wild boar man bone marrow. Each player's initial backpack only had 100 slots, and besides these, there were skill books and equipment with good attributes. These items surpassed the current version of players and had to be kept for now. The slots were already full. This was still the case with many items left unpicked. His backpack was truly stuffed. 100 slots cost 10,000 gold coins. I'm so short on money. Right now, Hibeyan had less than 20,000 gold coins. He still wanted to enhance the boots of divine sensitivity, but the next sacrifice amount was as high as 2. This money was indeed not enough. Once I make the powerful potions, I won't have to worry anymore. These potions will definitely cause a sensation once they hit the market. Almost all first-line players had started to form teams to tackle the novice village dungeon, and defeating it would allow them to reach the town. The powerful potions increase strength by 10, and using them for the first time would grant an additional 5 strength, greatly aiding their dungeon runs. Upon returning to Luosuwa City, it was already late at night. Hibeyan first arrived at the Judgment Branch. There were solemn knight statues holding swords on either side of the gate, with no one guarding it. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside to find a massive sacred statue with outstretched arms, gazing down upon all beings. It appeared to be a woman, but Hibeyan did not recognize her. Matter stood beneath the statue. Warrior, how is the investigation going? I have killed the novice cultist Lyle who created the cursed magic stone, along with his guardian, Turin. Hibeyan got straight to the point, pulling out the steward's credentials. What? How did you manage that? Matter's expression showed rare shock. The steward's credentials were not something that could be faked. Hibeyan then informed her of the cursed cult's plans and all his encounters, and Matter grew increasingly astonished. Warrior, you have accomplished what many judges could not do alone. I must offer you the most generous reward. The NPC who helped buy equipment announced, you have obtained the level up equipment, Holy Sword of Light. You have obtained a holy fruit, small. You have received 5 gold coins. You have unlocked related tasks between the Judgment Association and the cursed cult. Subsequent tasks will automatically trigger at specific times. A series of notification messages appeared on his panel. However, his backpack was already full, so he could only stuff the equipment and fruit into the adorable Nina. Matter's expression then turned serious. Warrior, I solemnly invite you to join us in the name of the Judgment Association. I can guarantee that when you reach level 30, you will directly become a Judgment Knight within the association, holding certain power and status. Notification: Judgment Knight Matter hopes you will join the Judgment Association. Upon joining the Judgment Association, you will become a judge and receive the title of Preparatory Judgment Knight. Judgment Knight, a position typically reserved for judges above level 40, capable of having 10 judges as subordinates, with a status equivalent to a baron in the kingdom, enjoying many conveniences in the kingdom and below. Notification: if you agree to join, a divine contract will be signed, pledging eternal loyalty to the Judgment Association, non-negotiable. Note: you will embark on a divine path different from most players. Hibeyan was momentarily taken aback. His formidable strength was already enough to warrant an invitation to join the opposing faction. This was likely the greatest reward. One could only imagine how many players would join different factions, embarking on a path uniquely their own. However, Hibeyan had no intention of joining the Judgment Association. The reason was simple: signing the divine contract would bind him to eternal loyalty to the Judgment Association, and any breach would result in severe punishment. To him, the Judgment Association was too small a temple. Even the cursed cult was not worthy of his allegiance. Thus, despite the allure of positions that would tempt any player, Hibeyan remained unfazed. Thank you, Knight Matter, for your invitation, but I'm afraid I have no intention of joining any faction at this time. Bayan slightly bowed to express his regret. Is this not enough? Matter continued to persuade him in a very human manner. Warrior, your potential is great. Your limits may not stop at Judgment Night, but reach even higher positions. These are merely conveniences I offer you at the start. I'm sorry. Bayan was well aware of his potential. He even had confidence in defeating the leader of the Judgment Association in the future. He simply did not wish to be bound. Very well. Matter sighed in disappointment. You have killed 2 key figures of the cursed cult, and they will seek revenge. Take this. You have received a summoning talisman from Judgment Night, Matter. When you encounter danger from the cursed cult, activate this talisman, and I will instantly teleport to your side to protect your life. It's best to stay in Lozo City for now. By killing Lyle, you have indirectly helped me complete an investigation, and I will be in Lozo City for a while. The Judgment Association is not a villainous force. Even if Bayan refuses to join the association, they will do their utmost to protect him. At the same time, Bayan received a friend request from Matter. After accepting, he checked her level. Matter, Judgment Night level 52, Bronze Elite. Goodness, Bayan secretly sighed. Who would have thought that a level 52 Bronze Elite had personally come to the novice village to investigate? No wonder he kept running into tasks related to the cursed god cult but couldn't delve into the core. That was something players could only access in the mid-game. Night Matter, if I don't join the Judgment Association, can I receive some other rewards, like a guild territory? Since this guy is so strong, surely he would give something more. No, the Judgment Association cannot grant territory to anyone. Only the kingdom and the empire have that capability. Okay. Unable to obtain any other benefits, Bayan returned to his inn. Master, here are the fruits for you. Nina obediently held out the holy fruit with both hands, standing on her tiptoes to present it to him. Taking the fruit, Bayan patted her head. Holy fruit, small increases 30 points of free attributes, affinity with light-type creatures, resistance to dark-type damage. Each attack deals an additional 500 points of light damage, doubled against dark-type creatures. Description: a highly valuable reward item from the Judgment Association. The effect of the fruit was quite good. I'll allocate all 30 points of free attributes to strength. The previous life elixir had raised his health to a whole new level, and there was no need to increase his constitution at this stage. After consuming it, Nina took out the Holy Sword of Light. Holy Sword of Light, level attack power, health, physical, magical defense, effect. Each attack releases a beam of light sword energy within a straight line of 15 meters, with a penetrating effect. Light sword energy deals attack or spell damage, weakening each enemy hit by 5 damage. Equipment requirement: light type profession. This sword is just a piece of scrap iron for me. Bayan's forehead twitched. The attribute effects were good, but unfortunately, he couldn't equip it. Just put it on the market. 100,000 gold coins, take it or leave it. Bayan set the price as high as a gremlin machine gun. The Holy Sword of Light had no level restrictions. Any light-type profession could use it, and once obtained, they could take off in the early game. However, 100,000 gold coins was likely something no one could gather right now. It would probably need to be listed for a day or two. He then checked the comprehensive leaderboard. Many players around the world had already reached levels 9 and 10, and those skill books and equipment could be listed as well. Skill books for 2,000 gold coins, and equipment for 1,500 each. After listing everything, his backpack instantly freed up quite a few slots. Bayan then took out a mountain of powerful potion materials. Just looking at them gave him a headache. There were simply too many. It's the middle of the night. I'll make some powerful potions and then rest. There's no way I can finish 1,000 of them. Why has Bayan suddenly listed so many items, both equipment and skill books? What does he mean by this? Suashi was on his way to Luwasawa City, his brow furrowed. When he saw Bayan leap to level 15 in just a few hours, he began to regret posting on the artifact forum. Now, Bayan had listed a large batch of high attribute equipment and skill books, and even more absurdly, a level Holy Sword of Light, making him start to doubt whether he had the ability to take down the other party. To be honest, he was a bit tempted to give up, but once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. He had already made bold statements, and basically, all the players in the world knew, waiting for him to share his weapon attributes in the world channel. Even if he couldn't win, he had to grit his teeth and fight. Otherwise, how would he team up with others in the future? I can't put psychological pressure on myself. The items that Bayan has are all obtained through powerful output weapons, so his defense must be very weak. This is a conclusion drawn by players all over the world. And my profession is special, I can easily get close to him. Once I get in close, he is undoubtedly dead. I want to get my hands on the clues to becoming a god in the powerful weapons. Suashi stroked his dark dagger, filled with confidence. In a certain outdoor dungeon, guild elites, quickly buy those skill books and equipment. This is the time for us to see who falls first. These things can make a decisive difference. Don't complain about the price. The president of the Longbo Xuanhu Guild suddenly shouted in the guild channel. At this moment, he was leading a team and had already entered the final stage. This attribute makes my movements more agile. My attack has also increased a bit. There are even control-type skill books. Brothers who meet the learning conditions take turns to release skills. Controlling for even a fraction of a second counts. Awesome. So awesome. Hishin is simply providing timely help, otherwise, we would have lost even more people. Hu Yi, your timing is perfect. After equipping and learning skills, the situation tilted slightly in their favor. President Hu Yi was overjoyed. All members, listen up. From now on, send people to take turns camping at the trading market. We will buy as much as we can from the items he Yen lists. At this point, anyone who could create a guild was someone of significance. Can't afford the big items? Can't even buy the small ones? But he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Newbie Village No. 6667 I finally succeeded in my job change. This job quest was really difficult. A girl around 15 or 16 walked out from somewhere, unconsciously radiating a holy aura. Behind her was an extraordinary-looking bearded uncle. You're too slow. We've lost 2 days of leveling time compared to others. Another girl in purple, slightly taller than her, complained, then noticed the uncle behind her. Who is this? Sister, don't worry. He said he wants to help me buy some good equipment. Do you know where to buy it? Help you buy equipment. The purple-clad girl looked at the bearded uncle in surprise. Her sister had just completed her job change. How could someone come to help buy equipment? She then shared an item from the trading market with her. Level Bright Holy Sword, see if it suits you. Such strong attributes and effects. I just happen to meet the equipment requirements, but the price is so high. With a try-it-out attitude, she told the bearded uncle the price. To her surprise, he didn't think twice and swiped his finger. Reed Talon pays you 10 gold coins. You have obtained the level equipment, Bright Holy Sword. The purple-clad sister was struck like lightning. He really bought it for her sister. Yue, what profession have you changed to? Lu Yue said with a face full of disdain, seemingly unwilling to say, the name Furious Saintess sounds so bad. Divine Awakening always brings surprises to Ishin. Resting in Divine Awakening is even more comfortable than reality. Yan woke up from his sleep. After just a few hours of sleep, he felt invigorated. Master, you're awake. Nina leaped into his arms. As equipment, Nina didn't need sleep and had been guarding him by the bed. Let's see how the items are selling. Pinching Nina's little face, Yan opened the trading market. The Bright Holy Sword you listed has been sold, level equipment has been sold, level skill book has been sold after deducting the handling fee. You have received a total of 18 gold coins. Almost all the items listed had sold out. Someone actually forked out 100,000 gold coins? This ability to monopolize gold is too strong. Although the monster-killing speed of billions of players should not be underestimated, their low levels meant they couldn't drop much gold. Plus there were so many wealthy people around the world collecting gold. It was originally expected that it would take until today at the earliest to gather everything. Anyway, it doesn't hurt me, now it's just that the grind machine gun hasn't been sold yet. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Tip: the growth level weapon grind machine gun you listed has been sold. After deducting the handling fee, you have earned 9 gold coins. Just as she finished speaking, Jean Sini's exclusive weapon was sold. That's quite a face saver for me, Yan smiled. Although the handling fee was quite steep, he was definitely making a profit. It was a growth level weapon he had obtained for free, so he couldn't lose no matter what. Unfortunately, he didn't know who the buyer was. He glanced at his gold coins, 340,000 pieces. This amount of gold looks so good. Then Yan looked towards a corner filled with potion materials. I only made 100 this morning. Today I'll finish the remaining 900 and prepare a bit more before I can activate the relic stone. Level 20 was a watershed moment, but the level relic dungeon was a 50-player team dungeon that even level 10 players could enter. Yan had no idea what he would encounter. Let's get to making potions. The production of powerful potions was very simple. The wild boar marrow was placed on the table, and 3 drops of blood would automatically turn into a bottle of orange potion. Just had to be careful not to shake too much. If it dripped elsewhere, that was fine. It was quite unscientific, but that was just how it was. You used materials to create a bottle of level powerful potion. You used materials to create a bottle of level powerful potion. You used materials to create a bottle of level powerful potion. When the production reaches a certain quantity, you can obtain the life profession level alchemist and gain a mysterious bonus. Production quantity, 103, an hour later. You used materials to create a bottle of level powerful potion. You used materials to create a bottle of level powerful potion. Production quantity has been reached. You have become a level alchemist. Level alchemist. You can learn all potion making methods of level and below from the potion master. Activate focus, skill release speed. Wow, this focus effect is quite nice. Hibeyan only had equipment and professional skills, but some equipment skills also required some time to release. For example, invisibility had a gradual invisibility time of 0 seconds after use, not an instant complete invisibility. Similarly, the agility also had a slight delay of a few tenths of a second. It seemed short, but for true experts, that was the key to victory. The increase in casting speed may seem small, but as I gain more equipment skills, its advantages will gradually show. Moreover, once I become a level alchemist or even a higher level alchemist, the casting speed will definitely increase. Overall, Hibeyan was quite satisfied. The alchemist life profession leaned more towards mages, and it wouldn't be long before he became popular among mage players, but it was equally applicable to the versatile curse users. I wonder if there are other life professions I can learn. They should also provide extra bonuses. Hibeyan had insight and could acquire life professions by observing. He wouldn't go through the trouble of doing life profession quests, wasting his leveling progress. Let's take a stroll through the life street and gather all the life professions in Luosuwa City. He hadn't carefully explored Luosuwa City since arriving, so it was a good opportunity to see what the city had to offer. Hibeyan held Nina's small hand as they walked down the street, completely unmasked, waiting for players to appear to harvest him. His current strength was a dimensional strike against world players. If someone in Luosuwa City actively attacked him, he could defend and counterattack. Even if he killed the opponent, it was fine. Unlike the novice village, there was no novice protection. Of course, if you were the one being bullied and couldn't beat your opponent, the city guards would still intervene. But it was still early, so it was likely that it would be a while before anyone arrived in Luosuwa City. Aside from the apothecary, there are 5 other life profession shops. How much of an improvement will I gain after mastering them all? Hibeyan observed and felt quite excited. He first entered the blacksmith shop. There were several blacksmiths forging equipment. Warrior, are you here to buy equipment? I'm just taking a look. Hibeyan scanned the equipment in the shop. They were all low-level items. However, a few of the low-level items had very good attributes, close to mid-level. He then began to observe the blacksmith forging equipment, starting to learn by stealth. The blacksmith held a hammer, continuously striking the unshaped equipment, and after a few strikes, he would place it in the furnace to heat it before taking it out to strike again. You are observing someone forging equipment, but you completely do not understand. Insight increased. You are observing someone forging equipment, but you completely do not understand. Insight increased. You are observing someone forging equipment and have gained some understanding. Insight increased. You have learned the forging skill through observation and obtained the apprentice blacksmith profession. Insight increased. Apprentice blacksmith can instantly decompose materials of level and below into forging materials. You have fully comprehended the forging knowledge of level and below equipment. After nearly an hour, Hibeyan successfully became an apprentice blacksmith. Although he was merely observing, he gradually began to understand the strength of each strike and the control of the heat, deeply imprinted in his mind, as if he had learned it without a teacher. If he had enough materials now, he was even confident he could forge a mid-level piece of equipment. Continuing to observe the blacksmith forging equipment, Hibeyan discovered that his insight could still improve. You are observing someone forging equipment and have noticed their forging flaws. Insight increased. You have identified the other party's forging flaws and found a way to compensate. Successfully promoted to intermediate blacksmith. Intermediate blacksmith can instantly decompose materials of level and below into forging materials. Current health permanently increased by 10, one-time effect. Wow! Hibeyan couldn't help but exclaim. This insight was too incredible. He had just become an apprentice blacksmith for less than half a minute, and now he had directly become an intermediate. What shocked him even more was the effect brought by being an intermediate blacksmith. Current health increased by 10. Only life professions at the intermediate level have additional bonuses. If I raise my health to 100,000 or 1 million, and then use my insight to become a higher level blacksmith, how outrageous would the effect be? Divine inspiration always brought surprises to Hibeyan. Next. This effect was one time only, but it also brought Hibeyan 460 health points, along with 46 points of dual defense. Not counting the life shield, Hibeyan's health had already exceeded 5,000. Can I continue to improve by observing? He tried again, but this time there was no response. It seemed he could only find an intermediate or higher blacksmith to continue improving his blacksmith level through insight. This discovery is very important. I'll wait until I have more health to raise my blacksmith level. After all, he didn't need to forge equipment, he could decompose some equipment into materials and sell them to other blacksmiths. Let's go to the next life shop to learn. He Beiyan had never thought that learning by stealth could be such a joyful thing. After spending 3 hours, he obtained 3 different life professions. Level chef, can make dishes using monster or exotic meats. The effects of the dishes vary based on the type of meat used. Level scrollmaker, creates spell scrolls, preserving the power of spells. Level enchanter, can enchant equipment, magical damage. Well, these effects are all pretty average. He Beiyan wouldn't focus his energy on life professions. He just wanted to gain their additional bonuses to make himself stronger. After all, with enough strength and gold coins, you can buy anything without needing to make it yourself. Among the effects of these 3 professions, the only one useful to him is magic damage. But he currently doesn't have any equipment that grants magic damage skills. It's fine, my magic attack has increased quite a bit. Sooner or later, I'll get some magic attack equipment. He wasn't in a hurry about this. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of life professions. Once he reached the kingdom, he could learn other life professions. Perhaps the game encouraged players to develop life professions, but it was unlikely anyone could master all of them. It required an immense amount of time. Only he Beiyan, could do it so easily. There's just one last gardener at the plant shop. Is this prepared for those leisurely players of the game? To cultivate their sentiments? He Beiyan speculated. But who knows what effect a maxed-out gardener would have. As he walked towards the plant shop, He Beiyan suddenly saw an old lady who had fallen and couldn't get up. Someone, please help me. The weak cry for help went unanswered. Is this a quest? He Beiyan approached her with some confusion. But as soon as he took a step, he sensed something was off. Due to your high insight, you have seen through the truth. Sushi, level 10, Master of Disguise, health, 310 attack power, 150. It turned out to be a player in disguise. He Beiyan sneered inwardly but continued walking towards him. So this was the Suwashi who had posted on the artifact forum. He was curious to see what tricks Suwashi had up his sleeve. Suwashi, noticing He Beiyan approaching, felt a sense of glee. He had been observing the other for quite a while. He had gone in and out of 3 life shops without buying anything, not knowing what he was up to, but he was certain this was He Beiyan, because currently, aside from him and himself, no one else had reached Luosuwa City. Players had a unique arrow above their heads, which He Beiyan did not have, making him very easy to identify. So he planned a little act of helping the old lady, using his kindness to instantly kill him the moment he helped her up. Although the Master of Disguise profession wasn't strong, no player had been able to see through it yet, and it had helped him a lot in the novice village. So He Beiyan was undoubtedly doomed. He pressed one hand down, tightly gripping a dark dagger. This was the key to killing him. Warrior, please help me. The old voice trembled with age, and Suwashi's acting could be considered award-winning. If it weren't for his insight, He Beiyan might have truly fallen for it. Old lady, I'll help you up. He Beiyan played along, bending down to extend his hand to help her up. Thank you, thank you. Just as the old lady was helped up, a flash of black light appeared. Die, He Beiyan. You have actively attacked a player in Luosuwa City. The opponent may defend themselves. Suwashi's dagger was pressed against He Beiyan's chest but didn't pierce him at all. How is this possible? Suwashi's eyes widened. His dagger had been blessed, and the first strike could add an extra 300 attack points, yet it only dealt 1 point of damage. Not even level 10 had such high physical defense. Just how terrifying was He Beiyan's defense? Is this your so-called guaranteed one-hit kill, Suwashi? He Beiyan laughed disdainfully. He had thought his killing move would deal at least 10 points of damage, but it couldn't even break through his defense. How did you recognize me? Suwashi was shocked. He suspected someone had secretly exposed him, but he hadn't told anyone about his profession. Now, the assassination had failed, and his identity was inexplicably revealed. It was not safe to stay here. Suwashi turned and fled. Master, let me take care of him. Nina cracked her knuckles, and with a kick of her legs, she directly grabbed a piece of flesh on Suwashi's thigh. Ouch! Let go of me! A sharp pain shot through him. He hadn't expected the strength of this beast pet to be so great. He couldn't break free from its grip on his thigh and turned to stab it with a dagger. I won't let go. Nina laughed, completely unconcerned about the dagger, twisting the flesh of Suwashi's thigh and lifting him up. Then, treating him like a toy, she slammed him down onto the ground on either side. Bang! 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 Ah! Nina was not serious at all, casually tormenting Suwashi, but his health could only withstand 3 hits. In contrast, Suwashi's head made intimate contact with the ground, causing a jolt that left him briefly dizzy. Ugh, how boring. Nina pouted, clearly displeased. Master, should we leave him alive? Kill him, he's too trashy. Just as Suwashi regained his senses from the dizziness, he heard the other party say they would kill him. He Beiyan, you have died. entering death penalty time, randomly deducting 10 attribute points. Before he could finish his words, Nina had already killed him by slamming him down. It was extremely humiliating. At the same time, with a loud clang, a dagger appeared on the ground. Dark dagger, level, the equipment level is quite high. This is a gift of gold coins for me. Hibeyen directly listed the dagger for 3,000 gold coins. Note, obtained from killing Suashi in Lwasua City. Evaluation, poor player, broken equipment, neither good-looking nor useful. Next one. To prevent someone from quickly buying it, Hibeyen set the sale to start in 1 hour. He wanted the whole world of players to see. Those who came to deal with him would not only be killed by him but would also receive the most heartfelt and sincere evaluation. Immediately, a large number of people began to gossip in the World Channel, especially the players from the Dragon Kingdom, who were the most excited. Ha ha ha, so ruthless. God, he is too ruthless. Not only did he kill the guy, but he also didn't forget to list the equipment he dropped for mocking evaluation. So satisfying, so satisfying. Wasn't Suashi calling for help just a moment ago? How did he die? God, he is so awesome. Even saying next one, this is using the trading market to make those who want to kill him come quickly. Suashi, you can't do it, Suashi. What are you so proud of? Our silly country has a guild leader and some members who are about to arrive in Lwasua City. Soon it will be Hibeyen's death day. How arrogant now, how miserable later. I see no low profile in him at all. Hibeyen will be the next Suashi. Suashi posted the latest information about Hibeyen on the Divine Awakening forum. Everyone go check it out. The agitated crowd quickly heard about the trading market from the reality-affected Suashi. His face turned red with anger, filled with impotent rage. He immediately posted about Hibeyen's defense surpassing level 10 and the terrifying strength of his beast pet on the forum. But he didn't explain how Hibeyen saw through his disguise or how he was killed, although many were asking. After all, one must hide their weaknesses. He still wanted to save face. But some expressed disbelief, saying that even though Hibeyen was level 15, his defense couldn't possibly surpass that. This was his own failure to obtain Hibeyen's items after being killed, deliberately fabricating lies to make others give up. Those who said such things completely broke Suashi's defenses, and he directly cursed them in the comments. In the world of Divine Awakening, Hibeyen read his post and left a comment. Why not mention how my beast pet tossed you around like a ragdoll? It's a pity that Divine Awakening doesn't have a screen recording feature. Otherwise, I would have recorded the entire process of you being killed and made a highlight reel to post online. The title would be Compilation of Pretentiousness Being Turned Against. Absolutely explosive. He then closed it with flair. This statement was incredibly arrogant, but he could indeed do it. He just feared that those who had their eyes on him would see Suashi's post and be too scared to come. That would be so boring. He didn't see the note about the equipment being shelved, yet everyone clearly wrote down their locations. What he displayed was less than 10% of his full strength. Stretching his muscles, Hibeyen walked towards the plant shop. Pushing the door open, he found two young ladies inside. They were pruning plants with slightly flushed faces, occasionally stealing glances at him. It seemed that Nina had made quite a commotion earlier, attracting a lot of attention. I'm here to learn gardening skills. Being watched like this made it a bit embarrassing to learn secretly. Really? Lena's favorability towards you. Liana's favorability towards you. One of the young ladies, upon hearing this, rushed over like a rabbit. Then realizing her own lack of composure, Lena blushed and lowered her head. It's just that there are very few male gardeners willing to learn. I got a bit too excited, sorry. Hibeyen smiled slightly. It's okay, I really like plants. You can continue showcasing your gardening skills, I'll just stand by and watch. Alright, Lena's favorability towards you. It's rare to meet like-minded individuals of the opposite sex, and with Hibeyen's gentle words, Lena's youthful heart was almost captured. But she quickly tucked away her little thoughts and focused seriously on a series of operations with the plants. Nina looked up at her master's face. For some reason, she suddenly felt like she didn't recognize her current master. It felt a bit strange, like a beast in human clothing. Master? Scumbag? The 4 words slipped out, causing Hibeyen's handsome features to scrunch together. Where did she learn such words? Meanwhile, the president of the Han country's Park Tiangong Association, Park Sungtian, arrived in Lwasua City with his guild members. Has everyone seen the latest post from Sushi? Park Sungtian turned to scan the 30 people in front of him. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Park Sungtian continued, the reason Sushi lost is due to insufficient preparation and overconfidence, choosing to act alone. But we are different. We have 30 people and attack-type items. Even if Hibeyen's defense exceeds level 10, he will still die under our siege and items. However, we will also suffer some losses. I assure you that every fallen member will receive compensation or even rewards. Follow me, Park Sung-tian, and you won't be treated unfairly. Understood. Everyone was determined to succeed. They had made many preparations in the novice village to kill He Bei-yen. Soon, they dispersed throughout Luosawa City, searching thoroughly, and quickly locked onto He Bei-yen in the plant shop. Everyone, gather quickly at the entrance of the plant shop on Living Street. Park Sung-tian grinned greedily. Let you enjoy this last moment in the plant shop. Perhaps due to an increase in insight, He Bei-yen obtained the level gardener profession in just half an hour. He also guided the 2 gardener young ladies, triggering a quest called Find the Jelf Seed. Stepping out of the plant shop, he discovered over 60 people waiting for him with predatory gazes. Besides the Park Tiangong Association, others with the same intentions had also found their way here. Is this all? Are there still people missing? He Bei-yen dug in his ear and blew a breath. Unfortunately, there were no familiar faces, just strangers. He Bei-yen, you dare to be so arrogant in front of so many of us. Let's see how you die in a bit. Since ancient times, arrogant people have never ended well. Your journey in the Divine Awakening world has come to an end. Not bad. In the first 3 days, Divine Awakening players basically revolved around you. If there are ever Divine Awakening recorders, your name will definitely be remembered. He Bei-yen nodded after each person spoke. You all talk so big, but why is no one brave enough to step up? A casual remark instantly choked over 60 mouths. They quietly looked around, each with their own thoughts. The information from Suashi was uncertain, but they still had their reservations. If it turned out to be true, wouldn't the first to act become the scapegoat? If the defenses weren't so high, even if the first to act killed He Bei-yen and obtained the item, they would still be besieged by others. Therefore, no one made a move. Everyone was thinking of provoking He Bei-yen with words, hoping he would act first. At that moment, Liana mustered her courage and stepped forward. Her face slightly flushed, she boldly took He Bei-yen's hand. You go inside and hide for a bit. I'll handle them. I won't let them in. She didn't dare to meet He Bei-yen's gaze, fearing he might sense something. She had her own independent thoughts and would act according to the situation. It's fine. The straightforward He Bei-yen shook off her hand. I wonder if we have anything here that can record video? It would be a shame not to record this scene. Since the Divine Awakening hadn't activated the recording function yet, what would the inquiry result be? We do have it. We often need to record plants for a long time to observe their growth cycles. What do you want to do? That's great. Bring it to me, and you'll know soon. All right. More than 60 people stared wide-eyed at each other. Watching He Bei-yen flirt with the beautiful girl, their nerves were stimulated. He Bei-yen, do you even care about us? This is too much. I can't take it anymore. Everyone, I propose we attack He Bei-yen together. Exactly. Whoever doesn't join in to kill He Bei-yen next will be next. Good. Let's all go. Begging for updates, gifts, and good reviews. This is very important for this book. Moi. Master, Nina has taken them all down. Master, Nina has taken them all down. The crowd surged forward just as Liana came out with the recording device. Liana, just turn on the recording. Nina, don't act yet. Watching the crowd rush in, He Bei-yen smiled and said, from now on, gardeners will be the most popular profession. He directly used the effect of a level gardener. Level gardener, due to frequent cultivation of plants, possesses a unique aura of plants, will not be actively attacked by plant life, and is easier to gain their favor. Evil plants excluded, you can catalyze the low spirit plants around you, turning them into your combat power. Low spirit plants have their own attack and health of 50 attack, 50 health. In an instant, a certain plant in the plant shop seemed to come alive, beginning to grow and spread wildly. A vine as thick as a giant tree shot out from the store, sweeping the first 6 players away. 6 players were instantly turned into fragments, exiting the Divine Awakening. Don't be reckless, his damage is very high. Use skills and scrolls for ranged attacks. Although they had heard about it before, seeing He Bei-yen's output with their own eyes was still shocking. Moreover, they had no idea that He Bei-yen also had the ability to control vegetation. Hellfire, Fireball, Mana Missile, Frozen Sphere. Waves of magical attacks surged toward He Bei-yen, who didn't move an inch, a massive vine blocking in front of him. The vegetation controlled by the gardener had no defense. The damage was real, but the vine had over 2,500 health points, still having 40 health left after 1 round of attacks. But this gave everyone hope. Keep attacking. This vine has very low defense. It won't hold out for long. But the output is too high. The meat shield can't withstand a single hit, and the support can't heal in time. After more than 60 people reached an agreement, their cooperation was seamless. The meat shield stood in front, the mages at the back, and the assassins tried to find a way to approach Hibeyan. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute output, it was hardly worth mentioning. With just this many of you, you think you can deal with me? Hibeyan put his hands in his pockets and yawned. If it weren't for the concern that catalyzing too many plants would ruin the plant shop, they would have been overwhelmed by a massive number of plants. But that would have taken away some of the fun. He also wanted to see how this group struggled. The key was to make them use up all their trump cards. To think of dealing with him this way, just killing them and causing them to lose some attribute levels and equipment, wouldn't that be too easy? Use any items you have quickly, or you won't get another chance. The enormous vines were smashed to pieces by the skills, and immediately another giant vine appeared to block Hibeyan. The seamless transition was so quick that they didn't even catch a glimpse of Hibeyan. Damn it! He has obtained the life profession of gardener. He can catalyze and control plants. What do we do? At this moment, a player realized. Park Songtaean shouted in their temporarily formed team, "Everyone, let's use our strongest moves together. Let's take down the giant vine and Hibeyan at the same time." Okay. Those with buff skills, cast them on us. Holy Strike, Demon Slayer Totem Power, Destruction Ray. Various powerful and dazzling skills appeared, instantly obliterating the giant vine in front of Hibeyan. Following that, Hibeyan took damage. Countless explosion effects engulfed Hibeyan. As the dust settled, Hibeyan stood there unscathed, looking at the health bar. What the hell? This is impossible. Our strongest move didn't even take away a drop of his health. No, he has the ability to recover health. Our 60+ people's trump card can't even match his 1 second of health recovery. Everyone gasped in shock. At that moment, they understood that what Suwashi said was all true. No, this was even more terrifying than what Suwashi described. They, over 60 people working together, could kill a level 10 monster with minimal casualties, but now they couldn't even take away 1 health point from Hibeyan. What kind of monster were they facing? A wave of fear surged in their hearts. Run! At this moment, no one wanted to take on Hibeyan anymore, but just as they had the thought of escaping, they suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Woohoo! I'm coming! Instinctively looking up, a gigantic stone giant was descending from the sky. Fuck! Where did that stone giant come from? How can a giant fly? There's no time to escape. Attack quickly. Boom! The stone giant's massive backside crushed all 60+ people beneath it. Park Songtaean has died. Level, randomly reduced by 10 attributes. Jin Danting has died. Level, randomly reduced by 10 attributes. Yu Yong has died. Level, randomly reduced by 10 attributes. A large number of kill notifications appeared on Hibeyan's panel. Not a single one of the 60+ people survived. They all perished. Behind them, Laina, holding a recording device, stood with her mouth agape, unable to speak. She was just a level gardener and had never imagined that the gardener profession would be this powerful. Able to catalyze and control plants. Hibeyan smiled faintly. He walked over to her, took the recording device, and gave the battlefield a close-up. Master, Nina killed them all. It's so much fun. Nina transformed back into her lowly form, jumping with joy. The sunken ground was littered with equipment and some gold coins. This is the price of opposing me. After saying this, Hibeyan stopped the recording. Tip: you have a new recording. Do you want to export it? Can be published on the internet, Divine Enlightenment Forum, of course. After extracting the recording, Hibeyan named it and uploaded it. Why can't over 60 people working together take away even one of my health? So annoying. With a flick of his hand, he published it across the entire network. Then, Hibeyan picked up the equipment on the ground to put on the shelves. Kill Park Songtaean in Lozo City. Evaluation: Public Welfare Equipment Delivery Ambassador No. 1. Kill Jin Danting in Lozo City. Evaluation: Public Welfare Delivery Ambassador No. 2. The kill of Hibeyan in Luwasua City. Evaluation: Public Welfare Delivery Ambassador No. 66. Perhaps it was fate. The wave of players coming to kill Hibeyan happened to number 66, corresponding to his No. 66 Novice Village. A bunch of noobs, I beg you to practice a bit before trying to kill me. Hibeyan couldn't help but complain in the World Channel. As for the city ground damage fees, don't worry, Luwasua City's Lord, Brady, will collect from those 66 players. After a brief conversation with Liana, Hibeyan left the place. However, he didn't notice that in a corner, Ivan and Nok, using some advanced concealment items, were watching everything. In reality, the video Hibeyan posted quickly caused a stir worldwide. A group of elders in a certain part of Long Country sat together, repeatedly watching the video. Hibeyan posted this video. The title seems very arrogant, but in reality, he has blurred his face, showing both boldness and subtlety. He doesn't want to be found in reality, so let's send someone to contact him in the Divine Awakening. I remember there's someone in No. 66 village. Agreed. Hibayan's attack moves are very unique, catalyzing giant vines to attract firepower, and beast pets descending from the sky. Every move is unexpected. He's a rare talent. Moreover, his control over combat details is also very precise. If it weren't for the person recording being behind him, we wouldn't have noticed when the beast pets disappeared. The elders watched the video, increasingly astonished. Hibayan was not the slacker player rumored to merely possess a powerful weapon. His combat awareness and experience, as well as his control over his profession and battlefield, could be considered at the national pillar level. Report. The detailed information of those 66 people has been fully investigated. They come from beautiful country, stupid country, and eastern Japan, with not a single person from Long country. At this moment, a young man rushed in excitedly to report. The video uploaded by Hibayan ignited the passion of many Long country players. Very good. An elder stood up directly, release this news and make the detailed information of the 66 people public. Take this opportunity to call on Long country players not to harm each other but to unite against outsiders. Yes. In the desolate land, the news of the failure of the 66 players surrounding Hibayan spread like ripples in a stone-throwing pond, with more and more players learning about it. Did everyone watch the video? God, he is so fierce. Just a few hours after posting, the views have already reached tens of millions. I watched it, but I completely don't understand or learn anything. I knew God he wasn't as simple as others thought. Luckily, I don't follow the crowd. What about those who wanted to kill God he? The stupid country people who said they would definitely kill Hibayan. Slap in the face, right? We can only watch the excitement. Only those national pillars and high-level players can gain something from this video. Perhaps it will also help beast tamers. The Long country official has released a statement, hoping we Long country people can unite and help each other. Those greedy foreigners trying to deal with God he deserve it. The equipment God he listed is so fun. I want to urge for more updates. Hurry and go for a few more head deliveries. The gardener profession looks so powerful, they can control plants. I want to become a gardener too. Countless people were communicating in the World Channel. Those who used to shout about killing Hibayan were all silent. Outside Loasawa City, Jean Sini checked the headscarf on Jean's face to see if there were any spots left uncovered. Stop it. Jean turned his head away, feeling very upset. More than 60 people besieged Hibayan, including a guild from Stupid Country leading the charge, and they were utterly defeated. Even as a legendary professional, he had no chance of survival against that group. He didn't want to admit it, but Hibayan was indeed much stronger than him now. I know you're annoyed. Does that make me happy? Jean C and I continued to help him adjust his headscarf. The green machine gun was mounted by him, and I had to go through great trouble to commission the upper management to gather 100,000 gold coins to buy it back, which is like giving Hibayan so much money for free, and I got a good scolding for it. As for the desire to kill him, I don't have much less than you, but we must endure now. This is also the intention of the upper management. Mentioning Hibayan made both of them grit their teeth in hatred. However, their strength was inferior to his, and if they refused to endure any longer, being discovered upon entering Loasawa City would mean their death. Don't worry, the two of you. In fact, we have been eyeing Hibayan's things for a long time. This is also arranged by the higher-ups behind us. We are on the same front. Behind them were more than a dozen players who had come out of the No. 66 novice village together, covering many countries. We believe that even if Hibayan released that video, the Dragon Country officials are calling for their players to unite, and in the future, many people will target Hibayan, including some from the Dragon Country. The temptation of the weapons in Hibayan's hands and the clues to becoming a deity were simply too great. At most, because of this matter, everyone would temporarily avoid his brilliance and focus on improving their strength. When they had the confidence, they would strike back at him. There was also the latest intelligence about terrifying defenses. Perhaps his armor was also very good. Just because they were strong at this stage didn't mean they would always be so. The Wheel of Fortune turns, he would have his low points too, and that time would be their best opportunity to counterattack and reclaim everything. Fortunately, more than 60 people had already tested the waters for them. Otherwise, if Jean and his group entered Loasawa City, they would have to deal with Hibayan, and they would be the ones to die. We will act low-key after entering Loasawa City, do more quests to level up quickly, and wait for him to show signs of decline. It should be quiet for a while. Back in the hotel room, Hibayan stretched and relaxed. His victory over 66 players had brought a huge shock to the world. In the short term, no player would foolishly come to confront him. However, Hibayan knew in his heart that such things would inevitably happen again in the future. The temptation of the clues to becoming a deity was something few could resist. Many believed that wealth and danger go hand in hand. Even if he shared this clue with everyone, some would think he was hiding something. The preparations are almost done. we can teleport to the ruins now. He-Bei-Yen took out a pebble-sized ruin teleportation stone from his backpack. Inside, there were various potions in quantities of 50. On the way back, he had bought many health potions, such as recovery potions, intermediate life potions, and Chinese medicine bottles, spending about 10 gold coins. He planned to solo the ruins for a team of 50. Dying in the ruins would mean losing a life, so he naturally needed to stock up on health potions. This money had to be spent. In addition, the Boots of Divine Agility had also been enhanced. Boots of Divine Agility, Cursed Equipment Life, Attack Divine Agility. When activated, your dynamic vision and agility are greatly enhanced, allowing you to attack 3 to 4 times at super light speed. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute, curse. After using Divine Agility 5 times, you will suffer backlash. With a 90% reduction in all attributes equipment conditions, no restrictions, the attributes doubled, and the super light speed attacks increased from 3 to 4. One more opportunity to output meant one more chance to win. Finally, the consumable that has stayed in my backpack the longest can say goodbye. He-Bei-Yen crushed the ruined stone with his fingers. A surge of spatial power surrounded him and Nina, making them disappear from the room. In the adjacent room, Ivan was discussing the plan to kill He-Bei-Yen with Knock when he suddenly stood up. He could no longer sense He-Bei-Yen's presence. He disappeared. Ivan ran towards the wall, and his body actually passed through the wall, arriving in He-Bei-Yen's room. It was empty. Could it be that I've been discovered? Ivan frowned. But how could he escape my breath detection? Where did he go? He then noticed some crystallized rubble at his feet. He actually got a relic teleportation stone? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed it wasn't his problem, but rather that he was teleported to the relic. I really don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Although you can get many good things inside the relic, it's also much more dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to death, and you chose to enter alone. Many relics he wouldn't dare to try easily, yet He-Bei-Yen was quite bold. But even if you successfully come out of the relic, I will kill you. I hope you can bring out treasures from the relic. You have entered the level relic, Desolate Land. Description: the Desolate Land was once a vibrant place, but one day the NASA church that guarded this land suddenly fell, no longer protecting it, allowing fallen creatures to invade, devouring the flesh and blood of living beings, ultimately leading to a barren wasteland. Chain quest: kill all approaching fallen creatures. 1. Quest reward, 40 free attribute points. Tip: since you entered the relic alone, the difficulty of the quest will not decrease, but the rewards for each chain quest will significantly increase. Tip: the first completion reward for level relics has not yet been obtained by players. Messages appeared before He-Bei-Yen, giving him a deeper understanding of the Desolate Land. Solo entry into the relic increases rewards, and there's a first completion reward. He-Bei-Yen grinned. What level would his strength and rank reach after clearing this relic dungeon? He couldn't imagine. It was somewhat similar to trial levels in other games. The process would be tough, but the rewards would be immense if completed. The first chain quest is to kill the approaching fallen creatures. These monsters can smell the scent of life. He sighed, soon seeing countless dark shadows approaching him from a distance. Nina, let's see who can kill faster. Okay, master. Now He-Bei-Yen had 5,200 health points, and his dual defenses were over 500 points. There was no need to let Nina tank damage alone anymore. As delicious flesh rushed towards him, countless fallen creatures pounced on He-Bei-Yen, tearing at his flesh. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Seeing the monsters gather, He-Bei-Yen directly detonated 4 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. Boom! Light attribute damage. You are attacking dark creatures. 500 fixed light attribute damage is doubled. He-Bei-Yen's 20-meter radius was instantly empty. You gained 100 experience points. You gained 100 experience points. Free attribute points. You gained 100 experience points. Since they were elite monsters, He-Bei-Yen, also level 15, could still gain triple-digit experience, but no light orb appeared. This monster increased my light damage, but the experience is too little. He shook his head slightly, then took out more Wind Thunder Poison Pearls, wielding his death battle knife to slash at the remaining fallen creatures. Each fallen creature he struck twice, reducing them to low health. Then he repeated the same tactic on the other fallen creatures. He aimed to catch all these monsters in one net. Facing their pounces, he showed no intention of dodging. The values of the life shield dropped in order, like people queuing up to get tickets, very well mannered. It had no effect on He-Bei-Yen's health at all. About half a minute later, with a loud bang, gained 100 experience points. Free attribute points gained 100 experience points. Free attribute points. You have leveled up to level 16, gaining 15 free attributes. All the fallen creatures surrounding him were killed, yet there was no message about completing the quest. Damn heretics! How dare they invade the territory of the great NASA religion? Turning around, several teams of skeletal mages came into view. Level 17 elite fallen mages, with skills to weaken defense and poison? I suppose they count as fallen creatures. It seemed he had killed the fallen beasts too quickly, and these mages had just arrived. Unfortunately, even with poison and defense weakening skills, they were no match for Hibeyen. After a while, gain 300 experience points. Gain 300 experience points. Completed the chain quest, 1 gained 40 free attributes. After finishing the kills, he already had 60 in used attribute points. Starting off with level 15 and 17 elite monsters, if it were a team of 50, each person would at least need to be level 13 to win, right? Hibeyen estimated. This was just the first ring of the quest. It would only get harder from here. He couldn't determine exactly what level would be safe to clear it. Still not as fast as the master. Next time I want to turn into a dragon and take down the enemies. Nina returned to Hibeyen's side, pouting in dissatisfaction. Hibeyen laughed heartily, then checked the next ring of the quest. Chain quest, find the believers of the fallen NASA religion. 2. Description. It is said that there is a village in the west that believes in the fallen NASA religion. Kill the believers to obtain clues about the NASA religion. Quest reward, gold coins. Hibeyen's mouth twitched. Killing a believer only gives 3 gold coins? Ridiculous. One could only say that the rewards for entering the ruins solo were indeed lacking. If I bring a player just for show next time, will each of us get 20,000 gold coins? As he headed west, Hibeyen's imagination ran wild. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to test it. The teleportation stone for the ruins could only be used once, and he didn't think the divine revelation would have such intelligence. Is that the village? Soon, Hibeyen found the location of the village. However, he had to cross the large suspension bridge in front to reach it. He squinted. The bridge was wide, crowded with many monsters. Most were around level 20 elite. Below the bridge was a bottomless abyss. Among the same level, the elite monsters in the ruins dungeon were stronger than those in the wild. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't stop Hibeyen's terrifying output. Under normal circumstances, I should pull the monsters little by little to clear the ones on the bridge, but that would waste too much time. Hibeyen ordered Nina to transform into a dragon and carry him into the sky. Many of these monsters were ranged attackers, and upon sensing life in the air, they immediately launched their attacks. But Hibeyen and Nina didn't care at all. Dragon breath. Wind and thunder poison orb. Triple arrow shot. The benefits of having multiple attack equipment became apparent at this moment. Various explosions and the sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted, eliminating a large area of monsters on the suspension bridge. If a mage were to cast area skills, they might achieve the same effect, but it would consume mana and have skill cooldowns, unlike Hibeyen's attacks, which were like normal attacks with no cost. Gradually clearing the monsters on the bridge, most of the monsters' attacks fell on Nina, who couldn't even break through her defense. It was neither painful nor itchy. In fact, there was a simpler way to deal with it: blow up the bridge, but he couldn't bear to lose those experience points. Even if those monsters fell into the abyss, they might not necessarily die from the fall. Even if they did die, he might not gain experience points. For safety's sake, let's slowly eliminate it. Is someone running out of the village? At that moment, Hibeyen saw a figure rapidly approaching the suspension bridge. It must have been the explosion of the wind thunder poison pearl that startled the believers in the village. A gaunt, pitch-black human rushed onto the bridge. Strangely, the monster on the bridge did not attack him. Level 13? 30,000 health points? Well, that's not too bad. Hibeyen directly sought his panel. It was a monster called the Fallen Marksman. Prioritize killing. No longer aimlessly clearing elite monsters, 5 wind thunder poison pearls were thrown at the Fallen Marksman, while 3 blow darts simultaneously locked onto him. These attacks were enough to take him down in an instant. But just then, the Fallen Marksman swiftly retreated 20 meters, leaving only an afterimage in place. Boom! His position was beyond the explosion range of the wind thunder poison pearls, only killing a group of elite monsters. But the 3 blow darts hit hard. The power of the scout's blow darts, combined with the penetration effect and light attribute damage, took away more than half of his health. Shadow Step? Seeing the skill he just used, Hibeyen's gaze sharpened. This displacement skill allowed him to survive for another 15 seconds, but what good would that do? Who would have thought? The Fallen Marksman raised his bow and arrow, muttering something. A burst of light fell upon all the ranged monsters. The attack speed of these ranged monsters suddenly increased, and countless attacks rained down on Nina. The king watching Hibeyen regretted that the Fallen Marksman's attacks could not break Nina's defenses. Is there really a way to increase attack speed? Why do I still not have any attack speed attributes? Hibeyen didn't care about the damage. Instead, he was shocked by the marksman's skill. The appearance of the godly sensitivity made him suspect that the attack speed attribute might exist, and now seeing countless ranged monsters with slightly increased attack speed, he was even more convinced. Could it be that the attributes displayed on the panel are not all of them, and players only reveal everything upon reaching level 20? If that's the case, level 20 is too important for players. Fortunately, I didn't get killed instantly, which gave me a new discovery, but it's a pity that the Ruins dungeon doesn't drop loot. He bay inside. With tears in his eyes, he unleashed a 3-hit combo of blow darts, ending the sinful life of the fallen marksman. Successfully killed level 13, gained 7,000 experience points. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points experience points, 26300, almost level 17. Let's clear the remaining small monsters. Gain 700 experience points. Gain 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. Free attribute points. The leveling speed in the ruins was indeed much faster than outside. After all the elite monsters were killed, the experience bar for level 17 also grew to 20. Hibei-yen and Nina landed on the ground and suddenly noticed something dropped next to the corpse of the fallen marksman. Letter of the NASA cult, quest item. This must be a clue from the NASA cult. Hibei-yen picked up the letter and opened it. Tip: you have obtained the geographical coordinates of the NASA cult, which can be viewed on the map. Completed chain quest. 2 gain 3 gold coins. Chain quest. 3 go to the NASA cult and assassinate the NASA cult leader. Description: be careful, there are many strong individuals in the fallen NASA cult. Try to bypass them and kill the cult leader. Quest requirement: complete within 6 hours. No mention of rewards? Instead, it turned into a quest requirement. Hibei-yen clicked on the map to check, which displayed 2 light points. The green light point was his current location, and the red one was the direction of the NASA cult. It's 3 kilometers away from my current position. I wonder how strong those so-called NASA cult strongmen are. He muttered. The reward for the 3rd ring quest was somewhat mysterious. Wait until I assassinate the Nassar Pope, and you'll know. Nina spread her dragon wings and flew towards the Nassar church. However, not long after they left, a humanoid figure appeared beside the fallen marksman. It's been a while since I've seen a beastmaster who can casually kill fallen creatures. He looked in the direction where Hibei-yen had departed, daring to come alone to this desolate place. The potential is quite impressive, and the beast pet can still transform into a dragon. Finally, I can find someone to help me take revenge. He took off his hat, revealing 2 long rabbit ears on his head, though the ears were covered in many scars. The strongest of the Ingtian Thunder Rabbit Kingdom, Leiruf. Title: King of the Ingtian Thunder Rabbit Kingdom. Although this beastmaster's current strength couldn't help him achieve revenge, Leiruf saw hope. Leiruf's favorability towards you. Hibei-yen, who was flying towards the Nassar church, suddenly saw this message. Leiruf? Who is that? Hibei-yen frowned, not recalling such a character. The name didn't sound like a girl's. Could it be some guy who heard about his explosive good looks and developed a crush on him? With the divine awakening being so real, the appearance of a male admirer seemed reasonable. The thought sent chills down Hibei-yen's spine. I hope it's not true. He had never considered that there would be non-enemies appearing in the ruins instance. He arrived invisibly at the location of the Nassar church, where a tall European-style castle came into view. He didn't let Nina fly too close, worried that there might be someone inside the castle who could break the invisibility. The outermost layer is a circle of outer fortifications in 4 towers, with the main castle wrapped inside. Flying high allowed Hibei-yen to clearly see the entire structure of the Nassar church castle, even the Nassar believers moving within the castle grounds. However, the distance was too far to gather any information about them. It's a pity I don't have any reconnaissance-type cursed equipment, otherwise, I could learn about the strength distribution of the entire church castle. Hibei-yen fell into hesitation. Should he force his way in or find a way to sneak inside? Although he claimed to assassinate the Nassar Pope, he probably wouldn't be able to do so without sufficient strength. He could easily defeat the enemies on the outer fortifications, but who knew what the situation was like inside the main castle? What would a team of 50 do to enter here? After thinking for a while, Hibei-yen came up with a plan. Nina, in a moment, you attack the castle and create as much noise as possible while I take the opportunity to sneak in. Okay. Hibei-yen and Nina split up. Nina, now invisible, had just flown within 100 meters of the castle when she was spotted by the people on the outer fortifications. Indeed, there were those who could see through invisibility. Enemy attack. It's a fire dragon. The Nassar believers shouted hoarsely, and the attention of all 4 towers immediately turned to Nina, launching an attack against her. These enemies on the outer fortifications couldn't even deal 2 points of damage. After all, Nina had 877 points in both defenses, far beyond what these level 25 elite monsters could handle. Dragon's Breath. A massive flame turned half of the outer fortifications and 2 towers into a sea of fire, countless Nassar believers screaming in agony. How could a fire dragon appear? We are no match for it. Quickly, go summon the apostles. Some believers ran towards the main castle, while others, along with those inside the fortifications, rushed over to fend off Nina. Everyone's attention was focused on her. Hibeyan circled to the other side of the outer fortifications, while Nina transformed into a stone giant and suddenly plummeted from the sky. Boom! The outer fortifications were instantly smashed open, sending countless debris flying. One larger piece of debris accidentally landed on the castle wall in front of Hibeyan. With a thud, it created a large hole. Nina, well done. Hibeyan secretly transmitted his voice, and Nina transformed into a giant eagle, creating a white storm. Storm! The damage bonus from the storm isn't as high as the dragon's breath, but it can last for 10 seconds. Countless Naga cultists were killed by the continuous damage. Gained 900 experience points. Gained 900 experience points. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points, gained 1000 experience points. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points, master, hurry inside. Nina will take care of these guys. I won't let them affect you. Nina's voice reached his mind, and she was still constantly changing forms, unleashing various skills. A true war machine. Be safe, there's no need to fight if you encounter danger. Hibeyan stealthily infiltrated, just in case. He stripped off the clothes of a dead cultist and put them on himself. If any of you have good curse equipment settings, feel free to leave a message here, or comment under my review. I will definitely check it out. Catching turtles in a jar, please come in. Catching turtles in a jar, please come in. Damn! How could a dragon appear in such a desolate place? Let the cultists pay attention to other directions to prevent anyone from sneaking in. As soon as he entered the main fortress, 3 apostles hurriedly ran towards the outer fortress. Their idea was correct, but unfortunately, Hibeyan had already sneaked in. Even if they had skills to break stealth, they wouldn't use them inside the main fortress. Hibeyan quietly checked their information. Impressive, all level 15. Their attributes were decent, but for Nina now, these 3 were just here to deliver experience. He secretly instructed Nina not to let these 3 super experience bags escape, and Hibeyan began to observe the structure of the main fortress. The entire main fortress was divided into 3 levels, each with several doors. The 3 apostles had just come out of a room on the first floor. These rooms might have treasure vaults, but I should take out the cult leader first. Hibeyan headed straight for the 3rd floor of the main fortress. According to the usual pattern, the higher the floor, the stronger the occupants. The 3rd floor had 4 doors, each spaced far apart, and he didn't know which door the Naga cult leader was behind. But he didn't need to know. He took out 12 wind and thunder poison pearls and arranged them near one of the doors. He planned to catch them in a jar. Just like when he exterminated the locust nest, the landmine trap strategy was making a comeback. Double damage combined with light damage, each pearl would cause at least 4,700 points of damage, and 12 would be 5. To prevent accidents, Hibeyan planned to set up 20 wind and thunder poison pearls in front of each door, which would at least cause 9 points of true damage. Once I set everything up, I'll just use the death battle blade to smash the door. Assassination? Blowing you up is a successful assassination. He didn't believe that after he smashed open a door, the people in the other rooms wouldn't come out. No matter who was inside, as long as he opened the door, Hibeyan could elegantly detonate the pearls. He would blow the entire ceiling of the main fortress sky high. Even if someone could withstand the explosion power of 20 wind and thunder poison pearls, they would still be severely injured. In fact, Hibeyan could detonate them directly after setting them up. But what if the space behind the door was more than 20 meters? If he didn't blow them up, it would be uncomfortable. By the way, I still have over 70 free attribute points, all into attack. Hibeyan almost forgot about the free attributes, and his base attack power instantly increased by over 100 points. Now, even with 100,000 health, they would still die thoroughly. In less than 2 minutes, the 20 pearls at the first door were set up, and Hibeyan arrived at the second door. The door is ajar? He found that this door was only slightly open. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed that several doors on the second floor had all opened. Bastards! The attacks of the 3 apostles can't break the monster's defense, and they're about to be killed. We need to go support. Hibeyan secretly checked their information. A total of 7 were of varying levels, all around level 16. There really were a lot of monsters in this relic dungeon. Nina, 7 more are coming to find you. Try to buy as much time as possible. If you can't win, retreat, don't force it. Hibeyan hurriedly hit a few thunder poison pearls near the door before stepping inside. Each time a new pearl was generated, he concealed it in inconspicuous corners of the room. What is going on here? The room inside was very large, resembling a presidential suite, with several smaller rooms inside. However, He Beiyan heard a sound coming from the room on the far right. Is this door slightly ajar? The door to the small room had a crack, and He Beiyan peered through the gap. A muscular man stood bare-chested in front of a mirror, whipping himself with a leather whip. The strikes were fierce, drawing blood. Hiss! A special kink? He Beiyan gasped. NASA cult leader Wilson, level 25, health, 20 attack, 1490 skills, resilience, blood rage, heavy strike. He Beiyan's pupils dilated. So he was the leader. With a health of 20 and a very high attack power, he was indeed quite formidable for a level 25. Who? At that moment, Wilson, who was whipping himself, suddenly turned his gaze toward the crack in the mirror, and the whip lashed out. Not good. I've been discovered. He Beiyan quickly retreated while not forgetting to use a blow dart for a 3-hit combo. Wilson's whip strike took away nearly 1/8 of He Beiyan's shield, but his attack only reduced the opponent's health by 1. The monsters outside really didn't appear for no reason. I specifically opened the door, and it did bring you in. Wilson seemed to have anticipated this, whipping the air. Crack! With a whip crack, 2 bandaged figures emerged from the other 2 small rooms. NASA cult leader's servant Charlie, level, 20 health, 12 attack, 1000. NASA cult leader's servant David, level, 20 health, 10 attack, 960. Following Wilson, the 3 surrounded He Beiyan in a pincer formation. This is troublesome. It's designed specifically for me. He Beiyan's expression froze. He thought he was catching a turtle in a jar, but the opponent had lured him into a trap. The key was that he had fallen for it. However, he wasn't completely without a chance. There were thunder poison pearls placed both inside and outside this room. As long as he could escape their encirclement and detonate them one by one, he might have a chance to kill them. Tip: kill a level 15 enemy to gain 12,000 experience points, free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18, free attribute points. At that moment, Nina killed 3 level 15 NASA apostles, raising He Beiyan to level 18. This was crucial. All 18 points into strength. He Beiyan immediately used his attribute points, but Wilson's expression turned grim. My most loyal apostle has been killed by you, heretic. You did quite well. The 2 servants immediately lunged at He Beiyan, and Wilson swung his whip at him. At this moment, no one was there to help He Beiyan absorb damage or kite the enemies. Surrounded on 3 sides, he had to break out quickly. Divine sensitivity. He decisively activated divine sensitivity, and the Death War blade struck servant Charlie 4 times in a row, interrupting his attack and instantly dealing nearly 20,000 points of damage, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, David and Wilson's attacks landed on He Beiyan. The shield value instantly dropped by 1,500 points, but having repelled Charlie, He Beiyan seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Chase. Wilson was slightly startled. This level 18 heretic had very strong defenses. His 2 consecutive attacks couldn't take him down. He was determined not to let him escape. The 3 pursued He Beiyan, who was running toward the door. He Beiyan calculated the distance, waiting for them to step into the range of the buried thunder poison pearls. Blow it up for me. While escaping, He Beiyan drank a powerful potion. Your attack power and strength are permanently increased, lasts 10 minutes. Wilson, you are a good man. Wilson, you are a good man. Boom. Poisoned, loses 700 health points per second, lasts 3 seconds. The 3 of them suffered explosion damage together, their health dropping significantly. Heh, you still have a backup plan? But this power is insignificant to us. Heretic, die. Wilson shouted as he chased after the servant, wielding the whip in his hand. Another explosion followed. Boom. Triggered paralysis effect, entering 3 seconds of paralysis. He Beiyan's pupils brightened at the prompt and quickly turned to launch a 3-shot blow dart attack at the motionless Wilson. He knocked off nearly 20 health points, but it wasn't over yet, for thunder poison pearls appeared in his hand and were quickly thrown into their midst. Boom boom boom, triggered 3 seconds of bleeding effect, triggered 3 seconds of poisoning effect. The 2 servants' health dropped below 100,000 due to the explosion, while Wilson still had around 14 health points left. Damn heretic, you've successfully angered me. Wilson shouted, endurance. Endurance will not be affected by any control effects for 10 seconds. A faint yellow light covered Wilson's body. What the hell? 10 seconds? Are you even letting anyone play? He Beiyan cursed inwardly and hurriedly escaped outside. Wilson and the others continued to pursue relentlessly, and as soon as they stepped outside, they were hit by a few more thunder poison pearls. Damn heretic. I want to see how many explosives you can bury. Blood Rage. Blood Rage restores 20 health, increases attack by 15, lasts 5 minutes. Wilson decisively activated his second skill, his skin slightly reddening, blood flowing faster throughout his body, and the whip in his hand struck at Ibayen like a swift snake. Due to the narrow passage, the whip was already hard to dodge, and it struck heavily against the life shield. The whip, under Wilson's control, attacked twice in succession, leaving over 4,000 shield points. Ibayen dropped a pearl and ran towards the location of the 20 thunder poison pearls without looking back. He had to keep his distance from Wilson to avoid being surrounded by the three of them. Avoid that pearl, Wilson ordered the two servants. The individual damage from these pearls wasn't high, but accumulated, the two servants would soon be unable to withstand it. The servants jumped from the third floor to the first, then quickly ran down the stairs, trying to encircle Ibayen. Meanwhile, Wilson continued to pursue despite the explosion damage from the pearls. Using Blood Rage restored 20 health points. This minor injury was nothing to him. So disgusting, immunity to control and health recovery. The buried thunder poison pearls were nearly used up, with only the last 20 remaining, but there was still some distance to cover. After finally knocking off around 80,000 health points from Wilson, a Blood Rage restored another 40,000 and increased his attack power. However, the cooldown for these two skills should be quite long, and he wouldn't be able to use the second one again in a short time. Once he stepped into the detonation range of the 20 thunder poison pearls, he could take away over 100,000 health points from him, still have a heavy strike unused. Blow Dart attack. A blow dart was generated, and Ibayen turned to counterattack. He had already entered the explosion range of the pearls, and to avoid raising Wilson's suspicion, he continued to run. Fortunately, Wilson was more of a physical warrior. If he were like a sinking wizard with countless attack skills, his shield points would have been depleted long ago. Glancing below, the two servants had also climbed to the second floor, and once they returned to the third floor, they would directly enter the explosion range of the thunder poison pearls. Kill level 16, gain 18,000 experience points. Free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 19, free attribute points. Suddenly, the kill notification appeared again. Nina had killed the boss monster at the outer fortress. Just one more level to reach level 20. Ibayen's expression was filled with joy. His base attack power had already exceeded 2,000. Upon reaching level 20, he would gain the skill authority of the caster, which would provide a 3-second immobilization effect within a certain range, and various curse equipment could also be enhanced. By killing two servants, he would surely advance to level 20. Moreover, he had a premonition that the benefits of reaching level 20 were not limited to this. Heretic, your trump card has been used up. This is the end. While he was pondering, Wilson shouted triumphantly and stepped boldly into the explosion range of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. At that moment, the two servants returned to the third floor, appearing before Ibayen, instantly trapping him in a dire situation of being attacked from both sides. Thank you, Wilson, you're a good person. The inexplicable words left Wilson confused, but he noticed that the other party had stopped running and was instead standing there smiling. He felt that this was a complete surrender of struggle. Heretic. Just as he was about to whip out his whip, Wilson suddenly felt an extremely terrifying energy. His battle instincts made him instinctively retreat, but it was already too late. All attribute points into strength. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Boom! The explosion of 20 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls shook the entire main fortress, as if it would collapse at any moment. A large hole was blown in the ceiling above, and some residual explosive force emanated from it, the tremendous noise causing all members of the NASA cult to tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying explosion. Damn heretic! Immediately followed by Wilson's furious roar. Kill level 20, gain 2 experience points. Free attribute points. Kill level 20, gain 2 experience points. Free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 20, gaining 15 free attributes. Complete the job task. Gain skill. Authority of the caster. A new curse embryo has been issued to your backpack. Unlock advanced exclusive trial. Cursed equipment graveyard. Unlocks full attribute panel upon completion. Cannot level up until the advanced trial is completed. Gained experience points will be retained. Tip. The news of the caster's birth will spread throughout the Divine Awakening. Countless notification messages appeared, and before Ibayen could finish reading, Wilson, with bloodshot eyes, charged at him. Heavy strike. Heavy strike. The next attack will definitely stun the opponent for 2 seconds, can be interrupted. At this moment, his health was below 60,000. Authority of the caster. Ibayen decisively used his new skill, an overwhelming sense of pressure instantly enveloping Wilson, interrupting his heavy strike. A immobilization effect appeared above him. The 10 seconds of blood rage immunity had expired after the explosion ended, and the death battle blade appeared in Ibayen's hand. Start the counterattack. Weak point attack. Blow Dart Attack. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. The Death Battle Blade slashed, while in his other hand appeared the Blow Dart and Pearls, Silver Light and Firelight flashing in succession, dealing damage to Wilson. By the time he recovered from the immobilization effect, his health had dropped below 10,000. Wilson, who was even more formidable than Ishin, had no skills left. Once he was in close range, he couldn't swing his whip and could only attack with his fists. The deaths of several loyal believers caused him to completely lose his sanity. 2 high damage attacks appeared above Hibeyen, but he didn't lose a single drop of blood. All of it was absorbed by the life shield. Time to deal with you. It was a good fight. With 2 slashes, Wilson was cut in half. Kill level 25, gain 3 experience points. Retained, complete the chain task. 3 Assassinate the NASA cult leader. You have obtained the key to the NASA Sex treasure vault, which can open the vault on the 3rd floor of the main castle. Due to the deaths of the NASA Sex leader and several heads, the followers have lost their fighting spirit and begun to flee. All tasks have been completed, and you can exit at any time. Forced teleportation will occur in 1 hour, so the final task's reward is the entire vault. Hibeyen felt a bit excited. Treating the vault as the ultimate reward was perfectly reasonable. This was a 50-person team dungeon, and logically, there should be dozens of people entering the dungeon. The items in the vault could be distributed among everyone. If the rewards were the same, it would be too monotonous and rigid, and everyone's progress would be identical, lacking personalized development. Only Hibeyen, this monster, had single-handedly cleared the 50-person dungeon and claimed the entire vault's rewards. Other players would probably be so jealous they might die on the spot upon learning this. Perhaps this was also the divine inspiration encouraging strong players to solo dungeons. Based on the overall difficulty of the desolate land, to clear this place, at least dozens of level 20 players are needed. There must be plenty of items in the vault. Although there were no other level 20 players besides himself at the moment, Hibeyen could estimate the strength required to clear the dungeon. With anticipation, he walked to the vault door and used the key to open it. A beam of light simultaneously fell upon the treasures inside. This is insane. Seeing the treasures before him, he was completely stunned. You have obtained 20 gold coins, a level set of equipment, and several materials. You have obtained a level skill book, a level skill book. You have obtained a level skill scroll, Falling Star. You have obtained the golden heroic medal, attack power, agility, weak point attack, critical hit rate, first clear reward. Because he had soloed the ruins, all the reward levels had been significantly increased. Originally, it was just a level item, but after being bathed in light, it transformed into a level item, and a level skill scroll appeared. This was a bit too generous. If this continued, would he be able to obtain level items by soloing level team ruins? He then equipped the medal. Agility should represent attack speed and evasion, weak point attack would deal double damage, and critical hits would likely deal triple damage. The effects seemed few, but they could add more variability to Hibeyen's output, making it easier to combat strong opponents. Master, those little ones have all run away. I couldn't keep them. At that moment, Nina entered the main castle, her small hands clasped, her pretty face looking a bit aggrieved. Hibeyen patted her head to comfort her. Let's go find them together. We can kill as many as we can. He didn't want to miss out on those super experience packs. When he reached level 20, the world of divine inspiration experienced an incredibly astonishing phenomenon. The sky suddenly turned a deep purple across the entire divine inspiration world. What's going on? Why has the sky darkened? This isn't a normal sunset. It has a flavor of apocalyptic disaster. Divine inspiration is so much fun, interesting, really interesting. Countless players commented calmly, as if they were mere spectators. Divine inspiration announcement. The forbidden level unique profession Cursed One has appeared. It is rumored that he can control all cursed equipment without cost, known as the God of Cursed Gear. The forbidden level profession is enough to change the entire divine inspiration. A violent upheaval concerning judgment and curse is about to arrive. In the next second, they could no longer remain calm. Forbidden level. The legendary profession isn't even the highest? How many more profession levels are there? I thought becoming an epic profession was already powerful enough. Just below legendary, how is there still a forbidden level? The forbidden level profession can change the entire divine inspiration. Are there other forbidden level professions? Look at this phenomenon. It must be the birth of a supreme being. What is this cursed equipment? I want to ask that too. All players, guild leaders, and big shots were deeply shocked by this unique divine inspiration announcement. They had never seen such an announcement with its own world-altering effects. Much more impressive than Hibeyen. Immediately after, due to the emergence of the Cursed One, knowledge about cursed equipment has entered the minds of every player. The world-class power, the Judgment Association, is about to go to war with the Cursed God sect. Everyone was dumbfounded. Holy crap! Holy crap! This knowledge of the Cursed One is too overpowered. I know the Judgment Association. It seems to be one of the strongest forces in the Divine Awakening. Cursed equipment is so freakish, it's known as a forbidden weapon. How can others play if they get such equipment? Can we join the Judgment Association or the Cursed God sect? Such a force could help me take off at lightning speed. Where do you think the Cursed One will be? No way, I need to find cursed equipment. Isn't it even better than Gene Sini's Gremlin machine gun? Everyone was discussing, but a new announcement appeared immediately. Ding! Every player's town will trigger a regional event. In 6 hours, a rampaging cursed equipment world will arrive. Please protect the town from destruction. Killing or holding out until the judger arrives will reward all players in the town with generous rewards. Failure will result in players in the town losing levels, gaining a 48-hour experience penalty, and being randomly teleported to other nearby towns. The Han Country Putian Guild currently ranks 6th in the guild rankings. All guild members immediately search for the Cursed One in every novice village. We must find him. Park Sung-taean repeated this sentence in the guild channel. He had a premonition that the Cursed One would surely surpass Hee Bei-yen. The announcement meant that he had just successfully changed jobs, which indicated that the other party had not yet left the novice village. Once found, no matter the cost, he must be made to join the Putian Guild. Hee Bei-yen, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. The Bounty Hall of Luosuwa City. Jean had just submitted a few tasks when he said to everyone, "Let's go. We're heading back to Novice Village 66. Why? Jean Sini and the others were puzzled. Did you forget? A woman from the Judgment Association once went to Village 66. I believe the Cursed One is very likely among the Novice Village 66. Hiss. Jean's words made everyone's eyes widen. Upon careful thought, this possibility was indeed very high. But this will delay our leveling progress. How about we send someone else? Someone suggested. No, we all go. Jean grinned sinisterly, pulling out a teleportation talisman. Shia City teleportation talisman. This was given to me by the Han Country National Pillar in Shia City. We'll teleport directly to Shia City to fight. Just imagine, what will happen when Hee Bei-yen faces the world alone in 6 hours? In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. The world is not the kind of difficulty found in dungeons, where a few dozen or 100 players of the same level can defeat it. The latter is just a younger brother in front of the former. Facing the world alone in a siege, the result is bound to be death. Even if Hee Bei-yen is ranked first overall, it won't matter. Levels and gaining experience points. This is a great opportunity to weaken him. Others took this opportunity to fan the flames, attacking Hee Bei-yen online, creating public pressure. And when they go to Shia City, they will be equivalent to the players of Shia City. Coupled with the players from Shia City itself, the probability of defeating the world is even greater. I didn't expect you and the Han Country National Pillar already had a plan. Jean Sini was extremely excited. Most of the top players in Luosuwa City are not on good terms with Hee Bei-yen. I'll contact Park Sung-taean and the others right away. She remembered that among the top players entering Luosuwa City, only one was from Long Country. But what use is that? The rest are just a bunch of nobodies. Secretly finding a reason to spread the news, that Long Country player would likely leave Luosuwa City along with the other players. Let Hee Bei-yen face the world alone. Everyone's anxious mood completely dissipated. Finally, Hee Bei-yen's good days are coming to an end. Lord Ivan, make your move. Within just an hour, more and more people flooded back into the novice village, searching for the taboo level caster. They all believed that the caster was the key to changing the world of divine revelation, and if they could bring him under their banner, the benefits were self-evident. There was also a new batch of ordinary players looking for cursed equipment and pathways to taboo professions. Although they knew the hope was slim, one must have dreams. The appearance of the Divine Revelation announcement was not only known to players, it could also be discerned through the phenomenon of the caster's birth. After seeing this phenomenon, Ivan, who usually had an indifferent attitude towards everything, broke into an excited smile. Really? The ancient texts are true. The caster has truly appeared. He clenched his fists tightly. He had always wanted to confirm the existence of the caster, but no one believed him. Even the newcomers and high-ranking members of the Cursed God sect thought the caster was a fabrication. Although they had all heard the stories of the caster, they did not believe in his existence. After all, if the caster could be immune to all curses and could utilize the effects of cursed equipment, why had such a person not shown themselves earlier to lead the sect to invincibility? The ancient texts even recorded that the caster could help other cursed equipment users become immune to the costs of their gear. If he existed, how could the Judgment Association, this traitorous force, develop to be as powerful as the Cursed God sect and compete against it? Thus, only Ivan firmly believed that the caster was real and had been searching for him. He scoffed at those who did not believe in the existence of the caster. Ivan hoped that the caster could help him eliminate the costs of cursed equipment, allowing him to become a perfect cursed equipment user. For that, he would be willing to pay with his soul. Lord Ivan, the Judgment Association is going to war against the sect. They believe the caster is within our ranks. Nock spoke to him with great respect. Despite being a steward, his status within the sect was far below Ivan's, both before and after Lyle's incident. But he had not expected that the phenomenon of the caster's birth would truly appear, just as described in the ancient texts. What does the leader think? Ivan asked. Most of the followers and high-ranking members have returned to the sect to negotiate with the Judgment Association, while some are out searching for the caster, including you and me. Ivan nodded. Then his expression changed to one of surprise. Interesting, He Bei-yen is about to make his move. We should prepare to act. Yes. Nock revealed a fierce look. He had long harbored deep hatred for He Bei-yen. A portal appeared, and He Bei-yen and Nina returned to their room. Unfortunately, we only killed 2. The experience retained is only enough to level up once. Ruins dungeons were hard to come by. Who knew when he would get another chance to level up like this? Before logging out, he encountered a strange robed figure who said they would meet him soon. Then He Bei-yen noticed new world announcements and quest messages. Just as he was about to check, he suddenly sensed danger. He Bei-yen, die! Nock furiously charged through the wall, his weapon aimed at He Bei-yen's forehead. It's you! He Bei-yen quickly recognized him. After the baptism of the ruins, he no longer regarded this level 30 bronze elite as a threat. 3 darts flew towards him. Critical hit. Before the weapon could hit, Nock's health dropped by 50. His pupils constricted. The opponent's strength had increased so much, but it didn't matter. Lord Ivan, make your move. Nock shouted, intending to hold He Bei-yen back so Ivan could finish him off. That was their original plan. But strangely, Ivan did not appear from the other side of the wall. Do you have help? He Bei-yen flipped his wrist, and blood-red knife shadows fell. Nock could not withstand it at all. You have killed Nock. Until the end, Nock could not understand why Ivan did not make a move. With agility attributes, the attack speed is a bit faster. He went to the next room and found the window open, the person inside long gone. You sure run fast. Somewhere in the grass outside the inn, Ivan's face was filled with shock. The moment He Bei-yen appeared, he realized the other party had already reached level 20. He recalled a line from an ancient text. The ancient records state that the curse bearer is not born from level 1, but at the beginning of their advancement. Level 20 was precisely the time for advancement. Remembering this made him hesitate, and he did not follow through with his original plan to eliminate He Bei-yen. In the past, he wouldn't have thought twice, but the timing of He Bei-yen's level up coincided with the birth of the curse bearer. Could he be the curse bearer? This matter alone made Ivan reluctant to kill, nor did he want to take the risk. He had joined the cult of the curse to find the curse bearer, and he was unwilling to jeopardize that. I'll observe a bit longer. In a few hours, the town will see rampaging cursed equipment. If he really is the curse bearer, he will surely handle it with ease. After all, with his cursed equipment, he would have plenty of opportunities to strike, and he wasn't short on time. As for Nock, he had never taken him seriously, so even the divine spirit knows about the curse bearer. After going through all the messages, He Bei-yen sighed. The amount of information was overwhelming. The Judgment Association had clashed with the cult of the curse, and the world was about to emerge, with players searching for the curse bearer and cursed equipment in various novice villages. Unfortunately, they would never find it in their lifetime. In addition, he received a friend request from Maddle, hoping he could help the Judgment Association fight against the cult of the curse, even sending a specific task for it. He didn't even look at it. He wouldn't go after so many formidable monsters. What if a passing powerhouse discovered his profession? That would be courting death. Let's wait and see if I can get my hands on the cursed equipment. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Hello, Godhe. I am a player from the Dragon Kingdom, with no ill intentions. I just want to tell you some things about Jean and the others. He Bei-yen opened the door, not surprised that the other had found his place. A man dressed as a priest stood outside, likely a support-type profession. He looked somewhat worried. This is my personal panel. Wang Tianyu, level 12 profession, divine healer, epic, health points, omitted. Wang Tianyu showed all his attributes without reservation to express his sincerity. Godhe, according to our intelligence, a large number of frontline players from Luosuwa City, including Jean and Jean Sini, have been teleported to Xia City. Now, only the 8 second-line players from the Dragon Kingdom, led by me, remain in Luosuwa City. The world is about to emerge, and we can't stop it. You should leave Luosuwa City soon. He was anxious, although Godhe had no connection with him. That video of the one had earned his respect for He Bei-yen, coupled with the higher-ups assigning him to contact He Bei-yen and repeatedly emphasizing not to offend him, but to befriend him first. Wang Tianyu did not want Godhe to suffer any losses here. After all, the the cost of failure in defense would be severe. I can sense your goodwill, but how can you be so sure I will lose? Hibayan's retort left Wang Tianyu stunned. Wang Tianyu gambled big, acknowledging that God he was strong but felt he was a bit too confident. So he continued to persuade. Other towns have at least 300 players, and some even have over 500 frontline players preparing to fight against the world. And we in Luosuwa City have fewer than 20 players combined. Do you think we can? I think we can win. We might even be able to kill. Hibayan laughed. You don't need to believe me. If you're worried, just take your teammates and leave. In any case, I won't be going. Wang Tianyu fell into a brief dilemma. Alright, we'll stay here to accompany Hishin. I'm a divine healer and can give Hishin a shield and heal him. He made a bold gamble, choosing to trust Hibayan. He was eager to see how the other party would conquer the unknown world. If they could truly kill, the reward for hundreds of people would be claimed by just 10 of them, perhaps allowing Wang Tianyu to surpass all the top players at this stage. A wise choice. Is there anything else? Wang Tianyu shook his head. I just came to tell Ishin that Longhua holds a friendly attitude towards you and won't dig into your identity in reality. But other countries might not be the same, you need to be careful. Hibayan waved his hand. Got it. By the way, if Ishin is willing, could you add the 2 pillars of Longhua as friends? Wang Tianyu probed. Let's talk about it when we meet. I'm not interested for now. Then I won't disturb Hishin any longer. Wang Tianyu left the room, understanding the situation. To dare to stay here and gamble with teammates without knowing my depth, he's quite a character. Wang Tianyu indeed had some courage. However, Hibayan wasn't lying. He could indeed fight, even if it was just him alone. Hibayan's current strength was equivalent to the total of 50 level 20 players, and even surpassed that. Although no level 20 players had appeared yet, a few hundred players just above level 10 could not possibly defeat dozens of level 20 players. Moreover, he hadn't enhanced his cursed equipment since reaching level 20. He currently had over 400,000 gold coins, and even after enhancing everything, he would still have half left. At that time, his attributes and various aspects would be raised to another level, along with various potions and scrolls. First, let's make the new equipment. He obtained many materials from the NASA treasury, including a very small number of high-level materials. This time, Hibayan planned to create a staff-type attack item. Just relying on the blow dart as a ranged attack was not enough, and the attack frequency had a limit, making it difficult to unleash his full strength. These high-level materials are all pretty good. I'm too lazy to filter them, so I'll use them all. He merged all the high-level materials with the cursed Embryo, and the 8th cursed equipment was about to be generated. Hafei Staff, level growth type spell power, casting speed, cooldown reduction effect, immune to 60 fire attribute damage. Fireball, single target normal attack deals spell power damage, 1 second chant, no cooldown. Divine Flame Rain, causes continuous spell power damage in a 50-meter area for 5 seconds. 5 seconds chant, 1 minute cooldown. Flame Spirit Guardian, summons a flame spirit with powerful spell power attacks, generating a damage shield for you with each attack, lasting 10 seconds. 10 seconds chant, 5-minute cooldown. The Hafei Staff will evolve to level after killing a certain amount of life. 0. Curse, the stingy Hafei Goddess brings you misfortune, constantly eroded by divine fire. Releasing a fire attribute attack reduces 8 health points, and health recovery effects are invalid. Perhaps it was the contribution of 5 points of luck. So strong. It has 2 skills and can use Fireball for ranged attacks. With a 1 second chant time, after the rapid casting percentage reduction, it only takes a fraction of a second. The 2 skills are also very powerful, one for area damage and one for burst output, plus it can give itself a shield to reduce damage. Hibayan even wanted to find a target to test it immediately. From now on, my magical attack will no longer be the same as my physical attack. On top of the physical attack's magical attack base, the spell attack power increases by 150. The Hafei Staff can also grow automatically. Killing 100,000 monsters will turn it into a level equipment, and it has immunity to 60 fire attribute damage. Fire mages and fire-type monsters will cry when they see it. Against fire attribute enemies, he would be their nemesis. But this was just the beginning. Enhance the Hafei Staff. Sacrifice 2 gold coins. Hafei Staff enhancement successful. Sacrifice 2 gold coins. Hafei Staff enhancement successful. Hibayan directly performed 2 enhancements and checked its new attributes. Hafei Staff, growth type spell power, casting speed, cooldown reduction effect, immune to 60 fire attribute damage. Fireball, single target normal attack deals additional spell power damage. Divine Flame Rain, deals continuous spell power damage in a 50-meter radius for 5 seconds. 5 seconds chant, 1 minute cooldown. Flame Spirit Guardian, summons a flame spirit with powerful spell power attacks, generating a damage shield for you with each attack, lasting 10 seconds. 10 seconds chant, 5 minutes cooldown. Hefei's staff will evolve to the next level after killing a certain amount of life. 0. Curse. The stingy goddess Hefei brings you misfortune, constantly eroded by divine fire. Releasing a fire attribute attack reduces 8 health points. This is scarier than my physical output. Hebei Yen recalled his other cursed equipment. What level of combat power would he reach after enhancing all 7 pieces of cursed equipment? There's still plenty of time, let's enhance them all. Sacrifice 2 gold coins to enhance the Scout God's Blow Dart. Expand to view, the same applies below, otherwise, it could fill an entire chapter. Sacrifice 3 gold coins to enhance the Death War Blade. Sacrifice 3 gold coins to enhance the mutated Life Tree Armor. Sacrifice 3 gold coins to enhance the Divine Agility Boots. Sacrifice 3 gold coins to enhance the Holy Gold Slime. Sacrifice 3 gold coins to enhance the Forbidden Spellbook. Sacrifice 4 gold coins to enhance the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt. With a consumption of 10,000 gold coins, all 7 pieces of equipment were enhanced. A total increase of 680 attack power, 1,000 health points, and 135 dual resistances. The true damage effect of the Death War Blade has doubled. My strongest attack is still physical output, but the magic attack isn't far behind. With the upcoming world, Hebei Yen felt more confident. This is the best way I could think of to avoid filler, but the formatting of the paragraph comments is quite problematic. I've tried to reduce the word count as much as possible. I wonder how the readers feel about it. Or should I release the data in a separate chapter? Of course, if I release the data in a single chapter, I will write another chapter of the main text. I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. This is a great opportunity to surpass Hebei Yen. Hebei Yen looked at his attack stats. Physical attack, 2890, magical attack, 2660, with the equipment's normal attack bonus effects. The damage is 7,802, physical, and 6,892, magical, points respectively. There's also 500 points of light damage, with the 2 types of normal attack damage breaking through 8,000 and 7,000 respectively. What he calculated was still just the normal attacks. The Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, Blow Dart attacks, and the 2 newly acquired powerful spells were not included. Not to mention Nina, the war machine with infinite skills. By the way, I haven't checked the level 30 job quest yet. Then Hebei Yen opened his quest panel. Unfortunately, the job quest had not been activated. It said he needed to complete the advancement trial first for it to display. However, the advancement trial was shown at the top. Advancement trial, Cursed Equipment Graveyard. Enter the trial ground and unlock the exclusive ability of the Cursed One, Curse Power. He had a premonition that Curse Power was a very powerful force. Wax City. Many female players with a cherry blossom on their wrists were busy preparing for the upcoming world. They were members of the Cherry Blossom Guild, ranked 2nd on the guild leaderboard, and the guild was entirely female. In fact, in terms of guild power, they were already first, but they lacked a guild token. President, we have prepared many life and mana potions, as well as various level spell scrolls and attack items. A female member gazed dreamily at the president, Han Maisie, seemingly entranced by her beauty. Make sure to get more weakening spell scrolls and items, go ahead. Hanabi wore a kimono, holding a pipe, possessing a unique aura that many mature women lacked. She was both the president of the Sakura Guild and a pillar of the Eastern Land. Checking the panel, there were still 2 hours until the world arrived. Hold on until the judger arrives? That doesn't suit my Hanabi's character. I will secure the world's first kill. She aimed to crush Hebei Yen with the foundation of the world's first kill. A few hours ago, she received news that all top players from Luosuwa City had gone to Shia City, leaving only Hebei Yen. Although she had no grievances with Hebei Yen, surpassing him would earn her more support from others. Moreover, in her eyes, the stronger the man, the more he should be trampled underfoot, right? He-san, you've already stolen the spotlight. You can immediately become my stepping stone now. If we meet again in the future, I might make an exception and let you be my slave. Hurry up! This is the best opportunity to surpass Hebei Yen. Earth mages and hunters, haven't you finished your defenses and traps yet? In Shia City, a chubby warrior in a tiger skin shouted from the high platform, directing the crowd below. Today, whoever secures the world's first kill will receive 1,000 gold coins. I, Jean Lupang, the pillar of the Han Kingdom, keep my word. 6 Gu is mighty. Follow 6 Gu, everything tastes great, and your health will be top-notch. After Jean Lupang finished speaking, he cheerfully walked up to Jean and Jean Sini. How do you two feel? Our preparations in Shia City are quite good, right? Jean nodded slightly. If we secure the world's first kill, we can develop together in the future. Countless towns and players were gearing up for the world's first kill, making various preparations. But only Luosuwa City was an exception. remaining as calm as usual in the real world. Major media outlets and live broadcasts were showing the same scenes. The Divine Awakening channel brings you the latest news. Currently, over 100 towns have players preparing for the world's first kill. Some towns have fewer players, and those with conditions have teleported to towns with more players or chosen to retreat to the novice village. But strangely, only Luosuwa City, where Hishin is located, remains silent. Reports indicate that a large number of top players from Luosuwa City, led by Jin and Jin Sini, have all appeared in Shiya City. So, is Hishin still in Luosuwa City? Is the lack of preparation in Luosuwa City due to his confidence in himself, or has he completely given up on Luosuwa City? The host spoke with emphasis, throwing the suspense to the audience. Players who had not yet left the novice village saw this report and immediately entered the Divine Awakening World channel to discuss. All the top players from Luosuwa City have run away. Who is left in Luosuwa City now? Run away? You mean Jin and the others, right? After all, they have a grudge against Hishin. Is Hishin still in Luosuwa City? Does he plan to take on the world alone? Even if he is strong, he can't do that. Definitely can't. I bet Ibeyen has run away too. Luosuwa City is probably just a town now, with no players left. Oh my god, how could your Hishin run away? He wouldn't really run, would he? Wait, there's new news in the report. You can watch it on TV. The host suddenly received a letter, and after reading its contents, hurriedly reported, "We have received the latest frontline news. A player has stayed in Luosuwa City, claiming to have seen Hishin with several players from the Dragon Kingdom. They have not left the town. At the same time, this mysterious player claims he can live stream, and when the battle in Luosuwa City begins, he will broadcast it live across the internet. Unfortunately, due to the nature of Divine Awakening, all players' faces will be pixelated, and we still cannot know Hishin's true appearance. At that time, the success or failure of Luosuwa City will be witnessed by us all." The television report ended there, but the players' emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Live streaming in Raso City. I have to watch this. The strongest player in Divine Awakening battles the world. Even if he loses, it should be quite spectacular. Spectacular? What are you thinking? It's the world. Ibeyen will probably get taken out the moment he shows up. I don't have high hopes for Ibeyen either. He definitely can't defeat the world. You Dragon Kingdom players are really something, still accompanying Ibeyen to his death, unlike our Luuba, who has managed to rally Jin and the others. Poor he doesn't understand the ways of the world and has offended all the top players. No one is there to help him. Ha, does my god he need to give the opponent face even if he's about to be killed? I support god he. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. More and more people joined in, with over 90% believing Ibeyen couldn't win. As they chatted, only 5 minutes remained until the event. Raso City. A young man with unsteady steps emerged from the red building, a look of intoxication and delight on his face. It seemed he had fallen in love with this place. Soon, I'll be making a fortune. I'm going to pay to live stream the battle with Ibeyen. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. He was the man who claimed he could live stream. Not the first? Not the first? I'm going to start a paid live stream of the battle with Ibeyen. He was the man who claimed he could live stream, Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong had no grand dreams. He was just a lazy fish living off scraps, coming to Divine Awakening for his own amusement. He just happened to land in Newbie Village number 66 and arrived in Raso City. Once I earn enough gold, I'll visit all the red buildings in Divine Awakening. He. Wang Tianyu and the others arrived at the agreed meeting spot with Ibeyen, waiting for him. Brother Wang, are we really going to wait here to die? If it doesn't work out, we can go back to the Newbie Village. When Wang Tianyu decided to stay, the others thought he was crazy. Ibeyen was strong, but there was really no need to drop 5 levels for him, not to mention the terrifying 48-hour experience reduction penalty. He couldn't possibly win. I admit this decision is reckless, but I beg you all to gamble with me. I want to see how powerful God he really is. Seeing his determined gaze, the others had nothing more to say. Alright, we'll gamble with Brother Wang. I also want to see how strong God he is. Our lives were saved by you. We owe our presence here to Brother Wang. We'll follow your lead. Wang Tianyu felt a bit emotional. What are you chatting about? Unbeknownst to them, Ibeyen had appeared behind them, scanning their classes. With Wang Tianyu, there were 2 supports, 2 ranged attackers, for melee fighters, and 1 beast master. Noticing Ibeyen's gaze, Wang Tianyu introduced, Beast Master ranking 92, Gung Yuan. The others are also hovering around 90 in their respective class rankings, while I'm 18th among priests, but that's nothing compared to Godhe. Ibeyen nodded slightly and tossed out several powerful potions. Drink this in a bit. Seeing the information on the powerful potions, the others were somewhat shocked. They were actually level potions. Wang Tianyu seized the opportunity to whisper, Godhe, do you know someone will be secretly live streaming you? Ibeyen nodded. it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. After all, Divine Awakening would automatically blur faces, so he didn't need to be concerned. On the contrary, it would let the whole world understand just how strong He Beiyan was. So what should we do later? We'll make sure to follow your instructions. If there are small monsters, don't let them into the city. If not, be careful not to get hit, and try to stay alive. Wang Tianyu really didn't expect. God, are you planning to take on the world one-on-one? Can you really do it? I'm a bit anxious. Bang bang. Just as he finished speaking, a huge black sphere suddenly fell from the sky, splitting open in the middle. When it opened, it revealed a bloodshot eyeball. True Vision, Annihilation Eye, Rampage Level 1 World, Life, 500,000 Attack, 2,000 Physical Defense, 200 Magic Defense, 200 Skills, Absolute Break Concealment, Destruction Ray, Description. A certain spellcaster has gone rampage, strangely without a holder. 500,000 health. A warrior behind Wang Tianyu exclaimed upon seeing it. What the hell? He had never seen a monster with even 50,000 health, and now it jumped straight to 500,000. And that 2,000 attack power, even halved, not many top-tier tanks could withstand it. Wang Tianyu's mouth twitched. He knew the world would be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. It's completely over. Meanwhile, He Beiyan pulled out a scroll. Flame of the Soul. Weakened effect triggered. World, True Vision, Annihilation Eye. All attributes reduced by 30%. True Vision, Annihilation Eye, Rampage, Weakened Level 1 World, Life, 349,621 Attack, 1,400 now. His attack power was just over 100 points higher than that of the Nassar Lord, and his defense was as high as 730 points. Let's start the slaughter. Nina jumped out of his pocket, and 5 blow darts immediately attacked the True Vision, Annihilation Eye. 1,500. 1,500. Critical hit. Chung Hon, who was live streaming from a dark corner, could no longer take his eyes off He Beiyan upon seeing the high damage numbers. Artifact Forum. It started. The live stream has begun. What the hell? Paid live stream? 20 gold coins. 1 gold coin per minute afterwards? This guy is too greedy. But I have no choice, I paid. Countless players who had not yet left the novice village watched the livestream through the panel, and the number of viewers instantly surpassed 100,000. What a giant! It's He God's beast pet, Nina. Isn't He God's weapon a katana? What's that orb in his hand? The explosion range is huge. Awesome. He God is soloing the world. Why do I feel like the damage from this big eye monster isn't that high against Nina? Why can't I see the damage numbers? This livestream is terrible. Refund. Everyone, pay attention to He God's positioning, you can learn something. Countless people watched the livestream while discussing in the World channel. Nina tanked the damage and drew aggro, while He Beiyan moved along the edge of the world, occasionally using blow darts and thunder poison orbs to attack. Each attack displayed dense damage numbers exceeding 7,000. Occasionally, it even broke 10,000. The percentage of the world's health slowly decreased. Wang Tianyu and the others were left dumbfounded. Did I just see damage numbers over 10,000? I'm not seeing things, right? He God just used a scroll, and all attributes dropped by 30. They felt like they were not playing the same game as He Beiyan. Ding! Real-time leaderboard for the world opened. A sudden leaderboard appeared. It displayed the 10 worlds with the lowest health. True Vision, Annihilation Eye, Health 80, Eye of Demonic Desire, Health 89, Eye of Petrification, Health 95, Eye of Temptation, Health 95, Eye of Spells, Health 97. Is there someone who has brought a world's health below 90? He Beiyan tossed the Thunder Poison Orb, somewhat surprised. Although he hadn't used all his strength, the other party achieving this level in just a few minutes was quite impressive. The Eye of Demonic Desire is probably from Xia City. However, at this moment, in Xia City, Jean and others, who were fighting desperately against the Eye of Demonic Desire, had terrifyingly dark expressions. Fuck! Which town is the True Vision, Annihilation Eye from? How could it be faster than us? We have over 40 frontline players, 3 national pillars. We've made all sorts of preparations, nearly 600 players in total, and we're still not first? Find it. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find out where the True Vision, Annihilation Eye is located. Jean roared with a twisted expression. The others gritted their teeth, unsure how to respond. It's really too strong. Every control effect applied has no more than 0 impact, and the output is terrifyingly high, killing with every move. If it weren't for the large number of spell scrolls and countless traps prepared in advance, we wouldn't be able to take down so much health at all. And yet, we are not in first place? Their self-esteem took a severe hit, fully aware of how difficult the world is to conquer. Players with attack enhancement skills quickly boost the buffs. Healers who can only heal, I apologize for putting you at the front. Be ready to take hits for the damage dealers when necessary. We are a coalition of several nations, including Han country and beautiful country. This first kill will definitely be ours. Everyone, let's go. Jean Lupang began to plan a new strategy, but when he opened the leaderboard again, he saw True Vision's Eye, health, 75. In contrast, the Eye of Demonic Desire's health had just dropped to 88. Jean Lupang, must learn my lesson this time. He Bei Yin frantically used blow darts and wind thunder poison pearls to attack, and once they were used up, he slashed with the death battle blade. After 25 seconds, He Bei Yin pulled back to shoot 5 blow darts and 5 wind thunder poison pearls, repeating the process. True Vision's Eye's Annihilation Ray is single target damage. Every time it tried to attack He Bei Yin, it was always blocked by Nina. In fact, even without Nina, with skill enhancements, it barely dealt over 1,000 points of damage. This is so boring. It's not even as challenging as the Lord of NASA. At least the Lord of NASA had healing and control skills. True Vision's Eye only has one attack skill, and when it goes on cooldown, it just stands there passively taking hits. No other means of attack. No wonder it's only level 1. I'm not fighting anymore. World Channel. Suddenly, He Bei Yin stopped his actions. He actually sat down right there and opened the World Channel panel. What the hell? What is he God doing? Why isn't he fighting? Is he in a water group? He really doesn't take the world seriously. Is he not afraid of being attacked? Everyone, pay attention to the leaderboard. True Vision's Eye's sudden drop is so slow. What the hell? What the hell? I have a crazy idea. Could True Vision's Eye be in Lwasawa City? True Vision's Eye's health has been dropping quickly, but after He God went into the water group, it slowed down. He God is single-handedly challenging the world, and his damage is still ranked first. How strong is he? Everyone was a bit shocked. It's still uncertain. We can't draw conclusions directly. If this is true, that would be terrifying. They initially thought it was the first in Xia City, but what if it was completely different from what they imagined? Wang Tianyu and others were equally shocked. The world was right in front of them, and someone was sitting cross-legged, and the purpose was actually to join a water group? Any normal person seeing this would say he's lost his mind. But if you replace someone with He God, it becomes perfectly reasonable. As the most direct observer, the visual impact of the massive damage numbers is still vivid. He God truly has the qualification to join a water group in front of the world. At this moment, they fully understood how powerful He God's output was. He God, I have a temporary attack enhancement scroll. Why don't you use it? Let's finish the battle quickly. Wang Tianyu's tentative remark was just heard by everyone. It completely confirmed that True Vision's Eye was indeed in Lwasawa City. How come I still have 9 big leg accessories? This is what it means to truly showcase strength. Being strong is not as good as being backed by strong legs, lying down to win and be invincible. I'm in awe. I want to hug a big leg too. Can we go to Lwasawa City now? I want to go and get rewards. Don't even think about it. When the world appears, no village can go to the town. We can only wait for the kill or the judge to arrive. Reports are coming in from multiple towns like Xia City and Valuo City, with hundreds of players dead. They might not hold on much longer. The 100 Flowers Guild is buying various attack enhancement potions and weakening potions above 10 at high prices. Please list them directly on the trading market. Park Tiangong will buy various attack enhancement potions and weakening potions above level 10 at a high price. Please list them directly on the trading market. As time passed, the damage to players in each city grew increasingly severe. Not to mention kills, even self-preservation became difficult. The weakening potions used in the world only took the highest effect of weakening and did not stack, so they were very uncomfortable. Especially the 100 Flowers Guild, which had prepared many life and weakening potions, found them useless. The most precious healer hadn't even cast a single healing spell and had to actively take damage for the output, showing just how desperate the situation was. There was no way around it. Who could withstand the high attack power of a level 1 world, even with a reduction to 50? Need potions? Isn't this a great opportunity to rake in profits? He Bei Yin had powerful potions in his backpack that he hadn't sold, so he directly listed 500 powerful potions at a price of 4,000 gold coins each. That's right, he was out to make money. If it weren't for the consideration that everyone had little gold, he would have set a higher price. If you want to claim the world first kill, then you have to buy. Although even if you buy it, you still won't get it. But if you take a chance, a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. He God, be careful. At that moment, Wang Tianyu suddenly shouted. He saw the True Vision Destroyer seize Nina's opening and unleashed a devastating ray at He Bei Yin. Buzz. It had no vocal cords, but its pupils were filled with excitement. Finally, I found my opportunity. As long as I hit you, you're definitely dead. An incredibly terrifying energy struck He Bei Yin's head. Shield absorbed, He Bei Yin scratched his scalp, feeling a bit itchy. What a fuss, it's just a piece of paper hitting my forehead, right? Wang Tianyu was stunned. The players watching the live stream were also dumbfounded. Not only was he Baiyan's output powerful, but his defense was also so high. A race skill that could instantly kill all players was actually described as the power of a piece of paper? Just now, Deng Yuan's hand trembled as he pointed at He Baiyan, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Wang Tianyu, yes, you heard right, the ray only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. Upon hearing this, the players watching the livestream were completely stunned. Weakness, critical hit, returning to the battle. The True Vision Destroyer's health was dwindling. If it weren't for the live stream, combined with the Hefty Staff and Nina's various form switches, it could have been killed even faster. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. The True Vision Destroyer is definitely not in Luosua City. 4,000 gold coins for a bottle of powerful potion? Ha ha ha. He Baiyan, I won't fall for your trick. Jean, watching more and more companions being killed, was going a bit mad. Why does He Baiyan always win? Why? He had clearly worked so hard. He even specially teleported to Xia City to collaborate with the national pillar of the foolish country to jointly seize the first kill. How could this be worse than He Baiyan alone? Plan change. Everyone hold on until the judge arrives. Physical attack players each buy a bottle of powerful potion. Jean Lupang shouted unwillingly. Even knowing that He Baiyan was raising prices, he had to force himself to buy. Otherwise, they would be wiped out. Jean was completely demoralized by He Baiyan, losing his fighting spirit. He couldn't afford to despair. There were still so many brothers who believed in him, gritting their teeth to hold on. He had to fulfill the responsibility of the national pillar of the foolish country. At the same time, he sent a message to Jean CNI, from now on, unless I have a 100% certainty to deal with He Baiyan, I will not participate in any activities against him. Jean and the others had already suffered 2 or 3 defeats. Jean Lupang had to learn from this lesson in one go. He Baiyan was not someone you could provoke casually right now. What divine clues, what top-tier attack and defense equipment. If you don't have the fate to obtain it, and still want to find ways to get it, that's just looking for death. Not long after, world announcement, players from Luosua City have achieved the world first kill. Shocking the kingdom. World announcement, players from Luosua City have achieved the world's first kill. Shocking the kingdom, and received huge rewards. World announcement, players from Luosua City have achieved the world's first kill. Shocking the kingdom, and received huge rewards. The announcement repeated 3 times. You are the gospel of the cursed. You are the gospel of the cursed. Surprised, shocked, incredible. This was the common thought of all players except He Baiyan. Even Wang Tianyu and his 9 companions felt as if they were in a dream. Oh, and let's not forget Cheng Hong, who was just waiting to eat and die. In the entire Luosua City, there were only these 11 players. One can imagine how enormous the rewards they were about to receive would be. Due to Luosua City achieving the world's first kill, and with fewer players, all Luosua City players' rewards have been increased. Receive free attribute points, reputation points, receive 1 piece of class growth equipment. Additional rewards are being calculated based on damage contribution. Your damage contribution is 0, reward received, 20 free attribute points, 5,000 gold coins. The 10 players from Luosua City, including Cheng Hong, all widened their eyes. Because of He Shen, they had scored 70 free attribute points and 5,000 gold coins for free. Plus, a piece of class growth equipment. They took out their respective class equipment to look at. If certain conditions were met, it could be upgraded to a higher level. A few of them stared at each other in disbelief. For them, just having class equipment at this level could last a long time. It could be considered a graduation from the early stages. In the future, if they wanted to level up to a higher tier without a major opportunity, it would basically take a lifetime. After all, anything of level quality was highly sought after, even by the Empire, especially weapons, for which they were willing to pay a hefty price. If I had known, I would have just swung at the world a couple of times. I did nothing and still got 20 attribute points in gold. Wouldn't it be even better with 1%? Come on, do you think you're Hishin? You'd be turned to ash by lasers before you even got close. 1%? 0.1% is more like it. We really don't deserve these rewards. I really don't know how to thank Hishin. Doesn't Hishin have a guild? We could join his guild to repay him. I don't like being in debt to others. Good idea, but the problem is, would Hishin agree to let us second-tier players in? The team members suddenly fell silent. Although second-tier players in the early stages of Divine Awakening were considered above average, in Hishin's eyes, they were merely dead weight. They were not on the same level at all. So, their gazes turned to Wang Tianyu, hoping to get an answer from him. Don't look at me, I'm just like you. He had only met He Beiyan by chance. The rewards they received stemmed from mutual trust and a gamble. There was essentially no emotional connection between them. He just happened to win this time. But whether they could join Hishin's chosen guild was really hard to say. However, he did have that thought. Joining the chosen guild would mean a complete connection with Hishin. Even if they couldn't team up with Hishin for a long time, it would facilitate future meetings between the two pillars of Long Country and him. Strong alliances would surely make them true overlords in the Divine Awakening world, trampling other pillars and players underfoot. After all, other pillars were also looking for Dark Horse players within their countries, intending to recruit or collaborate with them. The Divine Awakening world would undoubtedly become the second world of Blue Star, with immense potential for exploration. The higher the status here, the more elevated one's real-life identity would become, even if they couldn't become gods. It was just unclear what Hishin was thinking. It was definitely impossible to recruit them, and collaboration would depend on his thoughts. The gap in strength was evident, and the initiative was in the other's hands. In the World Channel, what are you guys chatting about? Hurry up and post the rewards in the World Channel. Let us, the onlookers, have a good look, okay? Don't keep me in suspense. The players in this Shia city are really bad. They haven't even reached level 80 yet, and they must be struggling. So many high-level players can't even match one Hishin. It's really trash. Just quit the game. Ha! Why did the stream go dark? Damn! The stream has been shut down. Cheng Hong closed the stream and walked out from the corner. His eyes were burning with intensity as he gazed at He Beiyan's back. A goal formed in his heart that he must achieve. He had to join the chosen guild. This was the first time a goal had appeared in his aimless life. The earlier stream had earned him at least a few million gold coins. Each viewer didn't spend much, but collectively, the amount of gold was enormous. After all, Shinchi is a game participated in by billions of people. But he also realized that without a good backing, a strong ally, he couldn't possibly keep this money. He wouldn't be able to enter the Red Mansion of Shinchi. Others might not know, but Cheng Hong knew. He had long been discovered by Hishin. He just hadn't said anything. Therefore, to prevent Hishin from selling him out, it was better to take the initiative to show goodwill and join the chosen guild. Even if he had to part with some gold, it was fine. Even if Hishin, as a strong player, looked down on revealing himself, he still had to voluntarily hand over gold to Hishin. Without Hishin's consent, he couldn't possibly stream smoothly, and thus couldn't earn millions of gold coins. Everything was for the sake of living off others. A more justified way of living off others. In contrast, He Beiyan, he walked to the True Vision Eye, which had returned to its original form, and was about to bend down to pick it up. Successfully defeated the world. Earned 5 gold coins, 5 experience points. Retained, gained free attribute points. Reputation points. Gained 1 piece of level growth equipment for the profession. Notice, due to your profession not having level growth equipment, it has been upgraded to level growth equipment. Calculating additional rewards based on damage contribution. Your damage contribution is 100. Gained one of the ultimate skills of the cursed profession, Repair. Repair can repair cursed equipment with damage less than 80, but requires curse power. Current curse power, not activated. Description: cursed equipment is inherently envied. Some wish to use it to eliminate evil and promote good, while others wish to use it to satisfy their desires. Many powerful cursed equipment have been destroyed without a master, and you are the salvation of cursed equipment, able to repair them. He Beiyan was stunned. Using curse power to repair cursed equipment? I seem to understand part of the uses of curse power now. Repair was one of the ultimate skills of the cursed profession, and He Beiyan received it early due to his first kill and 100% damage contribution. However, he currently had no curse power, and even having this skill was of no use. Only through the professional trials in the cursed equipment graveyard can it take effect. He felt a bit of anticipation. The cursed profession must have other ultimate skills, but he didn't know when he would get the next one. He should have received it by completing the final professional task. He Beiyan picked up the True Vision Eye. Its original form was the size of a human eye. True Vision Eye, life, effect, any form of invisibility, illusion, or disguise is ineffective before you. Destruction Ray, lock onto a single target within a 1000 meter range, dealing maximum spell attack damage. The ray can be blocked by non-locked targets. Cooldown, 30 seconds, illusion. After wearing it, you can disguise yourself with a mask to conceal your face. No cooldown, curse, your other eye becomes permanently blind, and you permanently gain the headache abnormal status, unable to sleep for life. I hit it so hard, yet it didn't get damaged? He Beiyan was a bit surprised. Or rather, he had only prevented the True Vision Eye from going berserk. He was still far from damaging it. This was good. as it meant he could still use the cursed equipment he had obtained. The true vision eye's usefulness to Yi Bei-Yen lay in its effects. No matter how extraordinary the invisibility, illusions, or disguises are, they are all ineffective in front of Yi Bei-Yen. It means he no longer has to fear being ambushed by assassins or illusion masters. He doesn't have to worry about professions similar to Soshi anymore. And with the ability to conceal his appearance in the real world, I won't be afraid of being recognized anymore. Yi Bei-Yen equipped it directly. Now that there are people who can livestream on the Divine Awakening, although it will automatically pixelate, the future is uncertain. He isn't worried about being recognized in the Divine Awakening world, but in reality, it could be a bit troublesome. After all, he entered the Divine Awakening with his real face. However, when he equipped the True Vision and Eye of Destruction, he didn't notice a white-haired boy not far away in the grass. The boy's eyes sparkled, breathing rapidly, his heart pounding. It's really the Lord Cursed One. Ivan witnessed all of this. My lord, why? Because you don't understand. My lord, why? Because you don't understand. Yi Bei-Yen wasn't in a hurry to enhance the True Vision and Eye of Destruction. Instead, he checked another cursed item he had obtained. Mechanical Power Ring, Level Growth Type Physical Attack, Mana Effect. Attacking an enemy has a 20% chance to summon a self-destructing spider, dealing additional maximum attack damage to the enemy and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Curse, eroded by mechanical power, lifespan shortened by 5 years, bones become the weakness of your body. And even if physical attacks are successfully blocked, you will still suffer a certain amount of real damage due to recoil. This curse is better off dead. Just die already. Yi Bei-Yen's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he was immune to the curse's cost. Without further ado, he directly enhanced the Mechanical Power Ring. Sacrifice 8 gold coins. Mechanical Power Ring. Mechanical Power Ring, Physical Attack, Mana Effect. Attacking an enemy has a 20% chance to summon a self-destructing spider, dealing additional maximum physical output damage to the enemy and reducing their movement speed by 40 for 5 seconds. Maximum output damage? Isn't that over 10,000? The enhanced Mechanical Power Ring seemed to have no significant changes, but Yi Bei-Yen grasped the key point. His current physical output could reach 8,662 with each normal attack. Adding 150, the self-destructing spider's damage would soar to 10,000. There's a 40% chance to summon a self-destructing spider upon hitting an attack, plus 5 points of luck. How would you evaluate this level? Yi Bei-Yen couldn't calculate it anymore. The triggering of the self-destructing spider is independent of the form of attack. As long as the attack hits the opponent, there's a 40% chance. Just think about the Scout's Divine Blow Arrow, and then think about the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. With just these two pieces of equipment thrown out in one wave, even with bad luck, it could trigger 5 or 6 times, right? Not to mention there are also things like Divine Sensitivity and the Heath Staff. And with the 40% slow effect, if the enemy gets hit, they can only watch themselves get killed by Yi Bei-Yen's Fireball and Blow Arrow. This effect is super disgusting. So eager to escape, yet unable to. Fortunately, it's Yi Bei-Yen who possesses it. By the way, if Nina and the Heath Staff's Flame Guardian attack hit the opponent, can it summon a self-destructing spider? Yi Bei-Yen's mind raced, planning to find a place to test it later. If it works, his combat power would soar to another level. It's just that enhancing is too costly. Yi Bei-Yen looked at his gold coins. Gold coins, 134,456. The 50,000 gold coins he just earned were gone, and he even put in another 30,000. He didn't plan to enhance the True Vision and Eye of Destruction for now. That ray skill didn't seem strong to him, and it was a single target attack. He could enhance it later when he encounters a situation that requires precise long-range shooting. With this thought, Yi Bei-Yen turned around and planned to head back. Wait a moment. At that moment, a white-haired boy jumped out from the grass not far away. Yi Bei-Yen didn't recognize him. What is it? Please forgive me, Lord Cursed One. He directly knelt in front of Yi Bei-Yen. I am Ivan, the top newcomer of the Cursed God sect, hoping for your mercy. At this moment, Ivan's mood was both excited and anxious, tinged with a hint of guilt. He had almost killed the Cursed Master he had been desperately searching for. If it weren't for his meticulous nature and the precautions he had taken, the Cursed Master might have already been eliminated by him. You have the wrong person, Yi Bei-Yen said expressionlessly. Internally shocked, he realized he had been discovered. From Ivan's words, it was clear he was the top newcomer, and his strength was certainly greater than Lyle's. Just as he was about to check his information, several messages popped up before him. Because you are the Curse Master that Ivan has been desperately searching for, affection level. Conditions met, Ivan's current attitude towards you, loyal, permanent. Tip, those with loyal, permanent status will not harm you and will obey your commands. He was instantly stunned. My lord, I understand. I have already set up a barrier around us with props. no one can hear our conversation." Ivan remained kneeling there, recounting the entire sequence of events that led him to this place. "So, you took the initiative to propose to the Red Robe Master to kill me, and now that you realize I am the Curse Master, you come to apologize?" After listening, He Beiyan stared at Ivan. A system message popped up, and he felt relieved, no longer needing to act. "That's right." Ivan nodded repeatedly. "Curse Master, could you please return with me to the Curse God sect and lead us to eliminate those judgment traitors? I believe the Master will welcome you." Hope sparkled in Ivan's eyes. The relationship between the Curse God sect and the Judgment Association was like that of cat and mouse, always at odds. Now that the Curse Master had appeared, as long as he could return to the sect, the Judgment Association would soon be eradicated. "I won't go." He Beiyan refused outright. He remembered that when he came out of the ruins instance and checked the career trial, there was a main quest listed below. Main quest, hide yourself well. Extremely dangerous. Description 1, you are the Curse Master recorded in ancient texts, now known to the world, and the Curse Master is sending people to find you, eager to meet you, but it seems he has other motives. Description 2, the Judgment Association believes you are in the Curse God sect, and rather than declaring war, if the judges discover your existence, they will do everything to eliminate you. Quest objective, hide yourself well and wait for subsequent quest changes. Quest reward, none failure penalty, unknown tip, since you have activated the main quest of the judges against the Curse God sect, and as the Curse Master, you will gain dual-line intelligence, which will be beneficial for judgment. This was the reason he had never gone to the Curse God sect. It was the first time He Beiyan had seen an unknown failure penalty. If discovered, the consequences would not simply be the loss of a life. But Ivan could not understand. "My lord, why?" "Because you don't understand. Then I will stay and assist you." Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Ivan made a decision without hesitation. Joining the Curse God sect was to meet the Curse Master. If the Master was unwilling to return, then he wouldn't either. Moreover, Ivan had no sense of belonging to the Curse God sect. A group of people who couldn't even believe in the existence of the Curse Master were not worthy of standing with him. He then took out his curse equipment. "I believe I can bring you great value." He Beiyan's pupils constricted. Ivan had actually taken out 2 pieces of curse equipment. "You know you are strong, but you don't know how strong He Beiyan is." "You know you are strong, but you don't know how strong He Beiyan is." Eternal Forbidden Divine Talisman unfolds a divine talisman barrier of 10,000 meters, preventing everyone except yourself from using skills, beast pets, or equipment within the barrier. Attributes gained from equipment are unaffected. Curse, after 15 uses, the soul will dissipate into the heavens and earth. Remaining uses. 4. Magic Energy Spirit Cannon, the Morning of the Earth Dragon, causes a devastating bombardment within a 100-meter range, dealing area damage from spell attacks. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Curse, each use reduces lifespan by 1 year. As the top rookie, I possess 2 powerful cursed items that you can use, Ivan said confidently. This was the first time He Beiyan had encountered the owner of 2 cursed items, both of which were high-level equipment. To be honest, he was somewhat envious of that Eternal Forbidden Talisman. Unfortunately, once cursed equipment is worn, it binds the user, and there's no way to give it to someone else. "You're eager to work for me, what's the reason?" With absolute loyalty, He Beiyan could keep him around and have him join the chosen guild. But compared to staying by his side, he had better plans for Ivan. However, He Beiyan wanted to hear the reason first. "I hope the caster can help me eliminate the curse cost and become a perfect cursed user." Ivan did not hide. The Eternal Forbidden Talisman is about to reach its usage limit, and I've used the Spirit Cannon over 50 times. I'm only 16, and my hair has turned completely white. I want to become the strongest and am unwilling to die like this. I'm willing to do anything for it. He Beiyan's body trembled. From Ivan's words, he seemed to have discovered another secret. A caster could actually help a cursed user eliminate the curse cost. This was likely one of the professional skills, but he had not obtained it yet. It was easy to imagine that once he unlocked this skill, he would have a group of very powerful cursed users, almost just like himself. Of course, he would only use it if he was certain of the other's absolute loyalty. It's probably an ultimate skill. Such skills wouldn't be easy to obtain. He Beiyan gazed into Ivan's eager eyes and slowly spoke. "Okay, but you must first help me with one thing." "What is it?" Ivan exclaimed excitedly. "Return to the church and investigate the Curse Master. Find out his true purpose for seeking me. And stay alive. The true sight eye has been dead for 20 minutes, and the eye of demonic desire still has 69 health points? At this rate, the yellow flowers will wilt. I can only say that he God is too strong. Does anyone know the specific situation over in Shia City? I'm very curious." In the World Channel, many players watching the excitement were discussing among themselves. Latest news, due to he God killing the world, Jean has suffered a huge blow and lost his fighting spirit. he was just killed in seconds by the Eye of Demonic Desire. Shia City, which had over 1,000 players, now has only a little over 300 left. Players from other towns aren't doing much better. The two pieces of news instantly captured their attention. TSK, 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 terrifying. It's better not to go against he god. The clues to becoming a god aren't limited to just one. We can also achieve it through our own efforts by completing high-difficulty tasks. That's right, stealing others' hard work shouldn't be done. Besides, it's just a clue, not a direct path to becoming a god. I really want to have a monkey with he god. Meanwhile, in reality, in a hotel, Jean sat on the bed with vacant eyes, lost in thought. Crack! The door was open from the outside, and several men and women in suits walked in. A woman stepped forward. With a cold expression, she took out a piece of paper and read, Mr. Jean, in light of your foolish actions, repeatedly being humiliated in front of He Beiyen, which has severely damaged the reputation and interests of both beautiful country and our players. After deliberation by the National Assembly, your status as a national pillar player will be temporarily retained, but all subsequent actions will follow Mr. Hurst's arrangements. Upon hearing the name Hurst, Jean instinctively raised his head. He made eye contact with the man himself. He knew this person, one of the dark horse players from the beautiful country, who had been courted by the higher-ups all along. His eyes sparkled with hopeful light, but in an instant, they turned desolate. It's useless, I know you're strong, but you don't understand how terrifying He Beiyen is. He shook his head and laughed, a laugh so tragic it seemed to mock himself. Through the battles of the world, Jean fully realized that He Beiyen had completely distanced himself from him. This distance was like a chasm, unbridgeable, longing yet unattainable. Hurst merely watched him, silent. Finally, he let out a long breath. Mr. Jean, I want to tell you, don't give up so easily. Temporary failure is not terrifying. I obtained a level relic teleportation stone and, through various connections, contacted many professional talents, preparing to tackle the level relic. Relics are more dangerous than wild dungeons, but the rewards are also more generous, and the first kill of the level relic is still up for grabs. This proves that He Beiyen has never entered the relic. I will use time to prove that he is not terrifying, but a joke. By the way, I have been noticed by the world-class power, the Judgment Association, and have become a preparatory judge. Mr. Jean, you should rest well. Hurst was confident. Under his declaration, everyone looked at him with excitement. It was as if he was the hope of the beautiful country. Only Jean chuckled coldly. Not long ago, he was just like Hurst. He didn't think He Beiyen was that terrifying. But as an observer, how much did Hurst really understand about He Beiyen? The title of the Pillar of the Beautiful Country is now yours. I wish you success. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he stood up and left the room. Mr. Jean, are you sure? You know better than I what the pillar means. Hurst's eyes radiated a fiery light. He had always wanted to become the pillar of the beautiful country, to enjoy various conveniences in reality, but for some reasons, he couldn't achieve it. Now that Jean voluntarily handed over the position of the pillar to him, he was overjoyed. Coupled with his status as a preparatory judge in the God Awakening world, it could be said that reality and God Awakening had achieved a win-win situation. Jean only sneered coldly. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to leave this team, to distance himself from these people, to cast aside all fame and benefits, and find a quiet environment to calm down, to rethink what he truly wanted, to defeat He Beiyen, to become stronger, or to become a god. In any case, regardless of the outcome, he would do everything to achieve it. After Jean left, Hurst said to the people behind him, contact the higher-ups, mobilize all the personnel in Huaxia, kill everyone named He Beiyen, even if it all gets exposed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed shock. They understood the consequences of such actions, yet no one stood up to refute. Right now, He Beiyen could independently slaughter in a level 1 world that countless top players couldn't kill. If he continued to grow, how terrifying would the future be? God Awakening World. You have added Ivan as a friend. Ivan, level 26 Bronze Elite, She Master? At least that's an epic profession. At this moment, Ivan had already left, having added He Beiyen as a friend. Before leaving, He Beiyen instructed him on some matters, such as not telling others that he had found the Cursed One. Ivan was quick-witted and understood He Beiyen's meaning. The Cursed Master was looking for him, but with ulterior motives, and He Beiyen was very curious about the reason. As the top rookie, Ivan could occasionally come into contact with the Cursed Master, but whether he could gather useful information was hard to say. He could only try his best. As for helping him eliminate the curse's cost, that would be discussed later. The Cursed One was not like the Cursed Master, who could only wear cursed equipment. They have an extra equipment slot and can wear ordinary gear, and they can also learn skills, but this equipment slot is bound. However, due to the aura of cursed equipment, they often face powerful judges and must fight using cursed gear. As long as Ivan stops running around and reduces the use of cursed gear, Yen will be able to help him eliminate the curse cost in the future. In comparison, although Yen can only wear cursed equipment, he is immune to curses and has not leaked the aura of the equipment. This is countless times better than them. I wonder if Ivan's lifespan taken away will be returned after the curse cost is eliminated. Yen shook his head. It's still too early to say, let's wait until we get this skill. I just want to make a little money and wait to die. Yen quickly returned to Luosuwa City. As soon as he entered the city, he found that Wang Tianyu's team was waiting for him. Who is this? Why are you holding him? There was a chubby stranger in the team, being held by two of Wang Tianyu's teammates, looking nothing like a friend. Hishin, my name is Chung Hong. I was the one hiding in the corner live streaming you. Cheng Hong looked resentfully at the two rough men holding him. I already said I just wanted to earn some gold coins to go to the Red Mansion of the Divine Awakening later. I mean no harm to Hishin, and you guys should have noticed me long ago. Why don't you believe me? Ha, Hishin is already in the spotlight, and you expose his strength to the world players, then say you mean no harm after making a fortune? Hishin, don't believe his nonsense, this kid is very cunning. The two teammates were not buying his story at all, believing that Chung Hong must have some hidden agenda. Let him go. Did you hear that? Hurry up and let me go. Chung Hong kicked his legs in the air. The two teammates exchanged glances. Since Hishin had spoken, they could only helplessly put him down. Yen looked at him with a smile. How much did you earn from the livestream? Hishin, a total of over 6 million gold coins. Chung Hong grinned, but he didn't tell the truth. In fact, he earned over 8 million. He set up two charging methods. One was a fee to enter the livestream, and the other was a charge based on viewing time. Although the prices were not high, the number of viewers was large. In the end, he accumulated so many gold coins. If it weren't for so many people busy leveling up and strategizing the world, and not having time to watch the live stream, I could have earned even more. Cheng Hong seemed dissatisfied with the results and then thought of something. Hishin, without you, I wouldn't have earned these gold coins. I'll transfer you 2 million. Hiss. Chung Hong's two statements nearly made Wang Tianyu and the others fall to the ground. How much did he earn? Over 6 million? How much is he giving Hishin? 2 million. You really have a heart. As a second-line player, with a first-line support, their entire team combined couldn't earn 10,000 gold coins in 3 days. Yet Chung Hong, a level 10 player with low attributes and poor equipment, earned over 6 million in one livestream. It's really infuriating how some people are so much better than others. But after hearing this, Yen shook his head. He knew that Cheng Hong's appearance here was not just to give him a dividend. Moreover, Yen did not believe he was telling the truth. This is the most basic quality of a shrewd businessman, to hide the truth. And the fact that he could earn a quantity of gold coins that others couldn't right at the beginning of the Divine Awakening must mean he had some exceptional ability. He didn't believe it was just luck. It's just that Yen had not discovered it yet. Yen extended 5 fingers. I want 5 million, if you agree, then I'll listen to your next conditions. Strengthening equipment requires a large amount of gold coins. With this 5 million as startup capital, he wouldn't have to worry about gold coins for a while. The price of sacrificial gold coins is getting higher and higher, and the speed at which he acquires new equipment is gradually increasing. In the future, it may even be possible to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of gold coins for a single equipment enhancement. In the future, if the chosen guild is to develop, it will also need gold coins to support it. 2 million is simply not enough. At his current rate of development, it won't last a month. Yen has been thinking of other ways to acquire gold coins. Cheng Hong's livestream gave him some inspiration. Thus, he tacitly allowed him to stream in secret. Upon hearing Hishin's words, Chung Hong fell into a dilemma. Although giving Hishin 5 million gold coins would still leave him with 3 million, which would be enough for a while in the Red Mansion, it was hard for him to part with that 5 million without hesitation. After pondering for a moment, Chung Hong spoke with great determination. Okay, but I want to team up with Hishin. I want to join the chosen guild to ensure my safety. Let me do a live stream for you once a week. I'll take 7, you take 3. Chung Hong stated his conditions. He thought for a moment. Just having his safety guaranteed wasn't enough. He also needed to do a live stream for Hishin every week to earn subsequent profits. After all, his streaming props could be used multiple times, and right now, the one with the highest attention was Hishin. Streaming for him would definitely earn countless 5 millions. Yen silently watched him, thinking it was pretty much what he had in mind. I can agree to you joining the guild, but as for the rest, I have better conditions. Yen smiled. In the future, when I enter some special dungeons or complete certain tasks that are convenient for streaming, I'll invite you along. This was actually just his pretext. Whether he would really take him along was unknown. For now, he just wanted to paint a big pie. Scarcity makes things valuable. A steady stream is better. Streaming too frequently will have the opposite effect. All the gold coins will belong to me. I'll take you to do dungeons and tasks. Your strength will improve, and you'll also gain many extra rewards, allowing you to earn money with your strength in the future. Unless you want to be protected all the time, then you can refuse my conditions. Chang Hong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although all the gold coins would go to the other party, this condition was indeed better than what he proposed. Being protected all the time meant he would still be weak. He pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Although Chang Hong was just coasting along, he had a keen eye for people and knew that Hishin was a dragon among men. Teaming up with him would allow him to coast even better. With Hishin's strength, the dungeons and tasks he entered would definitely far exceed those of all other players. This would be greatly beneficial to him. Just like today, it was completely about leeching experience and rewards. This not only did not contradict his life goal of coasting along, but also had the effect of becoming stronger. Most importantly, it was very safe. It seemed like a loss, but it also had many benefits for him. With strength, he wouldn't fear anything. He could even travel freely, confidently wandering through the Red Mansion. The key was that after going to the Red Mansion, if the ladies saw how strong he was, it would give him face. Who knows, they might not even make him spend money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, I agree to Hishin's conditions. I'll add you as a friend. Pleasure to cooperate. You have accepted Chang Hong's player-friend request. Chang Hong, level 10, mastermind merchant. Seeing his profession, He Beiyan raised an eyebrow. This was clearly a profession similar to that of a merchant, but usually, it would directly display the word merchant. His profession seemed quite special. Sending him a message with his mind, "Send me your profession information." The next second, Chang Hong sent over his profession. Profession, mastermind merchant grade, epic, can grow to legendary, flexible mind, no matter the situation, can flexibly come up with ways to make money and avoid significant losses during negotiations. Wrist, high commercial talent, can sell even trash at a high price. Lecherous prodigal? Not sure if he is greedy for wealth, but he is definitely lecherous, wanting to give every girl in the world a home. When you can manage a kingdom or a world-class business, you can be promoted to a legendary profession, disciple of the god of commerce. I found a treasure. He Baiyan's heart surged with waves of excitement. The mindful merchant comes with 2 high-level passive skills. This Cheng Hong, who seems unremarkable, appears to have earned a few million gold coins by luck. In reality, he is capable of being promoted to a legendary epic profession, and it just so happens to align perfectly with his specialty. It's like the teacher always says, as long as you have 99% effort, plus 1% talent, you can succeed. But they don't tell you that the 1% talent is the most important. And Cheng Hong is the one who possesses that 1% talent. The vast majority of epic professions cannot grow. No matter how hard they try, they remain epic professions. Out of 10,000 epic professions, it's rare to find one that can grow into a legendary profession. This shows how great Cheng Hong's potential is. Thinking carefully, being able to reach the town at the same speed as first and second tier players cannot be ordinary. The most absurd part is that he managed to mix his way into the town while planning to just eat and wait to die. Why didn't you tell me you were a growth type epic profession? He Beiyan immediately messaged Cheng Hong. God, he didn't ask. Cheng Hong seemed indifferent to his profession. Besides, reaching legendary is too far for me. I just want to be an ordinary lecher, make some small money, and eat and wait to die. At this moment, Cheng Hong would never have thought about how high his future achievements would be because he followed He Beiyan. You have received 500 gold coins. Cheng Hong has joined the Chosen Guild. The Chosen Guild welcomed its first member. At the same time, he was also He Beiyan's first player friend. Before joining the guild, He Beiyan had Cheng Hong sign the Divine Awakening contract. He swore not to pose a threat to the Chosen Guild or its members. As long as everyone swore in the Divine Awakening, they could directly sign the Divine Awakening contract, which could not be violated. After handling Cheng Hong's matter, He Beiyan turned his attention to Wang Tianyu and the others. What do you want? Wang Tianyu stepped forward and said, God he, we also want to join the Chosen Guild and are willing to sign the Divine Awakening contract. When Cheng Hong signed the contract, he had already reported his plans to the higher-ups and received approval. Joining the Chosen Guild, even without being friends with God he, they could still contact him through the guild channel. Wang Tianyu continued, Cheng Hong is still very weak. We can act as his bodyguards. TCH, I don't need your protection. Cheng Hong still remembered how they treated him earlier. He Beiyan thought this idea was not bad. He was about to go for the advancement trial, and the cursed burial ground could only be entered by him alone. He couldn't take Cheng Hong with him. He Beiyan also wanted to see if he could obtain broken cursed equipment for repair there, which should take a lot of time. After all, it's called a burial ground, so there would definitely be a lot of broken cursed equipment. During this time, if something happened to Chung Hong, it would be quite awkward. Receiving the world's reward, Wang Tianyu's entire team became first-tier players. Protecting him was more than enough. Alright, you signed the Divine Awakening contract, and I'll pull you into the guild. Thank you, God. Wang Tianyu and the others were overjoyed. They remembered that the chosen guild had the blessing of the goddess, all attributes. It would make them stronger. Wang Tianyu has joined the chosen guild. Deng Yuan has joined the chosen guild. After that, He Beiyan left. Watching his back, the first thing everyone did was quickly open their attribute panels. Wow! My physical defense has broken 200. My base magic damage has reached over 300, and with equipment bonuses, it has surpassed 400. My healing output is now more powerful than a milk cow. Is there a possibility that as a beast tamer, I can take on a level 10 player head-on? Let's go! While many high-level players are being killed by the world and facing penalties, we need to level up quickly. Cheng Hong, you have to come too. Wang Tianyu and the others realized that this was a great opportunity to establish themselves among frontline players, or even become top players. As the initial members of the chosen guild, they couldn't let He Shin down, nor could they embarrass themselves. He Beiyan returned to his room. Finally home. Nina immediately flopped onto the soft bed, sprawled out in a big shape, closing her eyes to enjoy. He Beiyan opened the trading market. He found that only a few dozen powerful potions had been sold. After deducting the transaction fees, he received a total of 197,600 gold coins. The number sold was not much, which was within his expectations. The high price was set to exploit high-level players. 4,000 gold coins was a price they could afford, but it still hurt to pay. The Judicator should be here by now. He Beiyan clicked into the world channel to see if there was any relevant information. Damn it! This world is really not something a person can fight. I almost died. The Judicator finally arrived, but my brother Jie is dead too. What the hell? The Judicator said the town suffered extensive damage, no rewards. Instead, it counts as a failure to defend the town. I will never trust these guilds again. What a load of crap about gathering high-level players to defeat the world for rich rewards. Screw that. Rewards? Why are there no rewards? A 2-day continuous event with levels is indeed generous. I'm almost crying from how generous it is. I just want to laugh. Our town is the same. I asked around and only Luosuwa City received rewards. If I had known, I wouldn't have run back from Luosuwa City. Watching those people get free rewards makes my heart bleed. Besides He Shin being reliable, I don't trust anyone else now. He Shin, please, let us cling to your thigh. The world channel was filled with wails. He Beiyan said nothing. Everyone had to rely on themselves to grow stronger. He was no exception. Even Wang Tianyu had obtained those items through his own gamble. The Judicator is here, so the prices can be adjusted. Powerful potion, 1,500 gold coins each. This was the price He Beiyan originally had in mind. Warrior, has Luosuwa City not encountered the world yet? At that moment, Matter sent a friend message. It has appeared, I killed it. Just as Matter stepped into Luosuwa City, he froze in place. He turned to look at the 10 Judicators behind him. Together, they were disheveled in the wind. Is this the cursed equipment graveyard? Soon, He Beiyan and Nina arrived at the trial ground. Before them was a gray, eerie mist that obstructed He Beiyan's vision. Hint. True side effect activated, vision no longer affected by the mist. The mist gradually dissipated, allowing him to see everything clearly around him. The mist had not disappeared, it was just that true sight allowed him to no longer be affected by it. Ahead were countless tombstones, standing crookedly. The ground was littered with severely damaged cursed equipment, covered in dirt and scars. They had been there for an unknown amount of time. You have entered the Cursed Equipment Graveyard, Advanced Trial. Description. This is the hell of cursed equipment. The glory of the Judicator Association. A forbidden area established by the Judicator Pope, sealed by 5 layers of barriers. No one dares to approach easily, so no matter how much noise you make here, you won't be discovered. However, the Judicator Bishop personally appointed by the Pope will come here at fixed times to deliver a new batch of destroyed cursed equipment. Quest objective, please obtain 10 curse power within 3 days, or you will be discovered by the Judicator Bishop after 3 days. With no place to escape. Task success, permanent activation of spell power failure penalty, extremely severe countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds Judgment Archbishop. He Beiyan's features scrunched together. He remembered this was the leader of the Judgment Knights. The Judgment Knight was a level 40 bronze elite. How strong could the Archbishop be? He was only level 20, and now he had to face the Judgment Archbishop. Wasn't that a bit outrageous? Anyway, he was definitely not a match for such an opponent. At most, he could rely on the spellcaster's immortality to last 5 seconds. The failure penalty was extremely severe, giving off a feeling more terrifying than the unknown. And they don't even tell me how to obtain spell power. I have to figure it out myself. He Yen sighed. The trial task of a forbidden level profession was indeed difficult. Sinful Fire Cross Nina, you go into my pocket first, and call for you when needed. Okay. His intuition told He Yen that this place was definitely not just a simple graveyard. He walked up to a huge red cross, which bore various marks from attacks. It was originally a cross, but the upper part had been sheared off by something. Cautiously reaching out to touch it, He Yen surprisingly felt a trace of residual heat. Then, dark lines emerged from the cross and entered his palm. You have gained 10 points of spell power temporarily activated. Wow, so just touching these damaged spell items can grant spell power. He Yen's eyes lit up. He turned his gaze to the tombstone beside it. It was engraved with many words, recording its unknown life. Upon seeing the information, He Yen's eyes widened. Sinful Fire Cross, effect, upon activation, it can summon sinful fire within a 1 kilometer radius, causing 2 points of true damage, and subsequently inflicting 5,000 points of true damage per second, lasting 1 hour. Curse, each use resets all attributes and levels of the holder to 0. No experience gained from killing during the activated hour. Destruction level, 83. Destruction information, Year 6 of Divine Revelation, destroyed by the Fire Dragon Empress. This is too outrageous. Without undergoing enhancement, it has such a strong effect. How ridiculous would it be if I enhanced it twice? To show me such a powerful level equipment right off the bat, but I can't repair it. Are they playing with me? If the destruction level hadn't been over 80, He Yen would have definitely found a way to repair this cross. Once taken out, wouldn't it be a free-for-all slaughter? Wouldn't the seal of the forbidden spell book open in an instant? Compared to this equipment, Nina, also a level item, seemed a bit lacking, but the focus of the two was different. The cross had a single, inflexible attack. Although the damage was high, it didn't say that the sinful fire couldn't be extinguished. 5,000 damage per second for an hour seemed strong, but escaping a 1 kilometer range would be fine. Meanwhile, Nina was a jack of all trades, equivalent to an integration of countless skills and races. Even though I only have 10 points of spell power now, how much spell power would it take to repair level equipment? He Yen symbolically attempted to repair the sinful fire cross. The destruction level of this equipment is greater than 80. It cannot be repaired. Hint, repairing level spell items requires 10 spell power. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 100,000 points of spell power was exactly his goal for passing the trial. If possible, He Yen wanted to find a suitable level spell item to repair and take away. He then walked over to a half shield and reached out to touch it. Gained 1 point of spell power, just 1 point? That's too little. He Yen looked at its corresponding tombstone. Death Shield, any form of attack hitting the shield has a 0% chance to trigger instant death. Curse, you cannot use attack weapons or skills, only passive defense. Destruction level, 92. Destruction information, Year 19 of Divine Revelation, destroyed by the Naga Prince. There can't be an entire graveyard of spell items with a destruction level lower than 80, right? He Yen's mouth twitched. If that were the case, he would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, destroying information seemed to have quite a story behind it. Not only humans, but many races also harbored hostility towards cursed equipment. There must be a significant problem here. Why not ask Ivan? He opened his friend panel, but found he couldn't send messages. It seemed that this advanced trial was very strict. If it said solo, it had to be solo, not even allowing contact with the outside world. Similarly, He Yen couldn't access the world channel. Level is 1 point, level is 10 points, so level is 5 points? He Yen found a cursed item with level damage. Gained 5 points of curse power. It really was. At this rate, let alone 3 days, he wouldn't even complete the requirement of 100,000 points of curse power in 5 days. But He Yen didn't know any other way and could only speed up his progress. Gained 1 point of curse power. Gained 5 points of curse power. Gained 1 point of curse power. Gained 10 points of curse power. About half an hour later, he had accumulated over 500 points of curse power, which was hardly a drop in the bucket compared to 100,000. The good news was that He Yen discovered a few cursed items with damage levels below 80. However, he didn't think much of their performance. Although they weren't weak, they weren't quite suitable for him. Moreover, repairing level cursed items required 1 point of curse power, which he couldn't afford. He Yen looked up ahead. Among countless tombstones and damaged cursed items, he suddenly spotted an incredibly dark floating spirit body. Primary Curse Spirit, Level 20, Special Life, 15 Attack, 1400 skill, Curse Power Aura, passive, releases a large amount of Curse Power Aura, permeating the air, reducing all attributes of all contacted life by 50, except for the cursed item holder. Description: a primary spirit body formed from long-term condensation of Curse Power Aura, with extremely harsh formation conditions, not high in level, yet capable of posing a great threat to intelligent life, regarded as an extreme evil by the Judgment Association. The cursed spirit body saw He Beiyan, its hands morphing into claws, charging directly at him. Tip: you are immune to Curse Power Aura. Coming at me right away? 5 consecutive blow darts. A mere 15,000 health little monster dared to strike first? Others might be wary of this cursed spirit body, but He Beiyan was not intimidated at all. He Beiyan drew his quiver, and 5 small beams of cold light shot out, hitting the cursed spirit body. The cursed spirit body had countless damage values pop up above its head, and its health bar suddenly dropped by a third, yet its speed remained unchanged. When the 5th blow dart hit, the mechanical power ring on his hand glowed slightly. Triggered mechanical power ring effect, summoning self-destructing spider. A red mechanical spider crawled out from the ground, appearing at the feet of the cursed spirit body. With a loud bang, it exploded instantly. A flash of fire appeared, and the cursed spirit body's speed was suddenly reduced by nearly half, affected by the slow effect. With such a slow movement speed, I could outrun you in a wheelchair. He Beiyan distanced himself from the cursed spirit body. Nina, come out and play with it. He Beiyan wanted to see if Nina could trigger the mechanical power ring's effect. Emerging from He Beiyan's pocket, Nina transformed into her lowly form. Waving her little fists, she rushed towards the cursed spirit body, babbling excitedly. He Beiyan wasn't worried at all. With only over 80,000 health left, the cursed spirit body wouldn't be a match for Nina. Cursed item available for repair. Cursed item available for repair. Holy Gold Slime. Nina life, 9834 physical attack, 5197 magic attack, 4389 physical defense, 1125 magic defense, 1125 other attributes, life recovery, 393, luck, 7, weakness attack, 30, critical rate, 7, casting speed, 67, cooldown reduction, 37, fire damage reduction, 90 with nearly 10,000 health and over 1,000 in defense. To be honest, these attributes weren't very high, but with the cursed spirit body's attack power of 1400, it could only deal a pitiful 200 to 300 points of damage. Even more outrageous is that Nina can still benefit from He Beiyan's other attribute bonuses, and it also increases by a factor of 1. I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. As a cursed equipment, the passive skill of the cursed spirit body naturally cannot take effect on Nina. 2 small fists swung back and forth against it. Weakness, triggering the effect of the mechanical force ring, summoning a self-destructing spider. He Beiyan laughed. It really can be triggered. It seems that the Heath Scepter summoning the Flame Spirit Guardian can also trigger the ring's effect. Finish it off. The task of using the level cursed spirit body as a guinea pig was quickly completed, and it was soon smashed to death by Nina's delicate little fists. Kill the primary cursed spirit body, gain 200 points of curse power. Killing the cursed spirit body can also yield curse power. Besides that, there were no other rewards after the cursed spirit body was killed. A level 20 primary cursed spirit body is worth 200 points of curse power. Since it clearly states it is primary, there must be intermediate and advanced cursed spirit bodies. Those cursed spirit bodies would bring more curse power. The passive of the cursed spirit body is also very strong. No wonder this place is sealed by multiple barriers. He Beiyan looked around. He seriously suspected that the mist was the tangible manifestation of curse power. A primary cursed spirit body can reduce all attributes by 50. What about intermediate and advanced cursed spirit bodies? Other players would have long since perished. Will there come a day when the barrier of the cursed equipment graveyard is broken, and all the cursed spirit bodies run out, or be used by me? He Beiyan stopped thinking too much. After all, he was their nemesis. He just didn't know if there were conscious cursed spirit bodies. If he could communicate with them, he could more effectively gain curse power with his identity as a curse caster. He continued to absorb the curse power from the cursed equipment along the way. Gained 1 point of curse power. Gained 1 point of curse power. Gained 10 points of curse power. Gained 5 points of curse power. Even the smallest mosquito is still neat. Moreover, He Beiyan still needed to check the information and damage level of these equipments, which wouldn't take much time. As long as he gradually moved deeper, he would definitely encounter new cursed spirit bodies. This cursed equipment is not bad. An hour later, He Beiyan did not encounter any cursed spirit bodies but found a nice piece of equipment. It was a gauntlet with a hole in it. Dead Gold Gauntlet, shield value effect. Each time the shield value is reduced by 1000, it will deal reflected damage. Real damage will prioritize reducing shield value. Reflected damage deals real damage equal to the maximum life and maximum shield value. Curse, when the shield value reaches 0, you will permanently lose your arms. After losing both arms, you will be devoured by the dead gold gauntlet. Destruction level, 79 destruction information, year 14 of divine enlightenment, destroyed by the gem wild boar king. Repair requirement, 5 curse power. This equipment is very suitable for He Bei Yin. His current shield value is 9,834 points, and with the dead gold gauntlets 1,000, it directly exceeds 10,000. There are a total of 10 chances for reflected damage, and the damage is 10% of the maximum life shield value. This value is already very high. The most important thing is that if he successfully repairs the dead gold gauntlet, he won't have to worry about real damage threatening him anymore. But a level cursed equipment requires 50,000 curse power to repair, and he also wants to see if he can find a level cursed equipment. Can I put damaged cursed equipment into my backpack? He picked up the dead gold gauntlet. The damaged cursed equipment here was all carelessly thrown on the ground. Because cursed equipment cannot be repaired, destruction is also extremely difficult. For example, He Bei Yin cannot further destroy them. Each life that destroys cursed equipment is also a powerful figure. Plus, this place is sealed by multiple barriers, and no one can easily come here. Only He Bei Yin is the exception. He used his mind to put the dead gold gauntlet into his backpack. If it can be put into the backpack, he can repair it any time in the future. Hint, you are in a barrier seal, and due to the barrier's influence, you cannot put any items into your backpack. He Bei Yin, it seems that even the damaged cursed items have multiple layers of barrier protection. The Judgment Association doesn't want them to circulate in the world. One could say they are quite cautious. Master, why not let Nina give it a try? Nina, sensing He Bei Yin's intention, suddenly spoke up. He Bei Yin then remembered that Nina has her own space within her body and can store items. He handed the dead gold gauntlet to her. Nina rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate arms. In an instant, it transformed into liquid and wrapped around it, devouring it. The entire process took less than 2 seconds? Alright, Master, that broken gauntlet is inside me now. She shook her arm. Nina was very happy to be able to help her master. Nina, He Bei Yin smiled. Now he didn't have to worry about finding suitable cursed items that he couldn't take with him. How about we take all the cursed items that can be repaired? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, He Bei Yin vetoed it. Acquiring cursed power is very difficult. He couldn't even repair the cursed items he wanted to use, let alone others. Once they left the cursed item graveyard, how to obtain cursed power afterward would be a problem. Let's first meet the clearance conditions. He Bei Yin continued to absorb cursed power from the damaged cursed items and checked their information. Gained 1 point of cursed power. Gained 10 points of cursed power. Gained 5 points of cursed power. Unfortunately, the cursed items encountered along the way had damage levels exceeding 80. Moreover, the deeper he went, the fewer high-level cursed equipment there were. Soon, He Bei Yin's cursed power accumulated to over 3,500 points. He finally encountered new cursed spirit bodies. There were as many as 5 of them. Primary cursed spirit body, level 20, special life, health, 15 attack, 1400 skill, cursed power breath. Intermediate cursed spirit body, level 20, special life, health, 20 attack, 1600 skill, intermediate cursed power breath, all attributes reduced by 55 for living beings other than the cursed item holder. This special life form does not have an accurate strength classification. In terms of panel stats, it is equivalent to a higher level. However, it was completely within He Bei Yin's strength range. Divine Flame Fire Rain causes continuous spell damage of 200 for 5 seconds in any 50-meter range. 2 seconds chant, cooldown 46 seconds. The hefty staff with a fiery red crystal appeared in his hand, and after about 3 seconds of chanting, a complex magical pattern emerged from the crystal, and countless divine flames shot out. The final 5-digit damage was triggered by the self-destructing spiders, causing a total of 4 damage over 5 seconds. The 5 cursed spirit bodies charged at him simultaneously. The magic damage is too low, let's use physical output instead. He intended to indulge in his mage cravings, but the damage was a bit awkward. 15 wind thunder poison pearls appeared in his hands, and he decisively threw them all out. Boom 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 boom. Triggered bleeding effect, reducing 1000 health per second, lasts 3 seconds. Triggered poisoning effect, reducing 1000 health per second, lasts 3 seconds. Triggered paralysis effect, body paralyzed for 3 seconds. The colorful explosions instantly engulfed the 5 cursed spirit bodies. A large amount of damage values floated out. 3 primary cursed spirit bodies directly perished. You gain 200 points of cursed power. You gain 200 points of cursed power. You gain 200 points of cursed power. Immediately afterward, the mechanical power ring glowed. He Beiyan vaguely saw several self-destructing spiders crawling out in the firelight. You gained 500 cursed power. You gained 500 cursed power. Free attribute points. Cursed power value directly broke through 5,000. Physical output is still satisfying. The weakest outsider, the deepest part of the cursed item graveyard. A gigantic curse spirit, towering over 10 meters high, released curse power to the countless small curse spirits at its feet, as if they were its children. The small curse spirits absorbed the curse power, with a very few transforming into intermediate and advanced curse spirits. If He Beiyan were here, he would notice that it had a pair of pitch-black eyes, imbued with intelligence. Several offspring have disappeared. I can't even sense the presence of a cursed artifact. It was momentarily taken aback, then its pupils flared with anger. This meant that another powerful life form had somehow breached the barrier. However, this life form seemed weaker than the previous ones, unable to instantly kill even an intermediate curse spirit. Useless Pope. Anyone can break through his damn barrier. The ultimate curse spirit, Normank, cursed. During the thousands of years it had been trapped here, it had encountered 3 powerful outsiders who entered the cursed artifact graveyard, attempting to take away some damaged cursed artifacts. Their strength, even when weakened by 60% in all attributes by advanced curse spirits, could easily annihilate them. Only when facing special or ultimate curse spirits did it find the battles incredibly difficult. As the ultimate curse spirit, Normank was not born here but from the outside world. It knew that there was a cursed artifact obtained by someone in the outside world that could allow damaged cursed artifacts to unleash their last remnants of power and shine once more. This was also the reason for the outsider's intrusion. However, the fate of these 3 powerful outsiders was that 2 were killed by their own hands, and the remaining 1 fled heavily injured. Now, a 4th had appeared, whom it considered the weakest. Its gaze flickered with murderous intent. It issued commands to a small group of curse spirits at its feet, sending them outwards. Kill intermediate curse spirits, gain 500 curse power. Kill intermediate curse spirits, gain 500 curse power. Kill advanced curse spirits, gain 1000 curse power. Free attribute points. Killing curse spirits for curse power is so fast. He Beiyan opened the task panel. Unknowingly, there was less than a day and a half left on the countdown for the tasks above. After killing 5 curse spirits and delving deeper into the graveyard, he encountered more and more new curse spirits. Even advanced curse spirits had appeared. Check curse power value. Curse power value, 42651. He Beiyan needed to hurry. With less than 36 hours remaining, his curse power value had not yet reached 50,000. Along the way, he had also been checking tombstones and absorbing the curse power from damaged cursed artifacts. However, it seemed that the deeper he went, the higher the grade and damage level of the cursed artifacts became. He had yet to encounter a cursed artifact with a damage level below 80. Now, he could no longer see any low-grade cursed artifacts. The inscriptions on the surrounding tombstones were not just about low-grade cursed artifacts. Strangely enough, the number of tombstones had not decreased. In fact, there seemed to be even more. Where did all these cursed artifacts come from? In reality, He Beiyan had long harbored this doubt. The attribute bonuses of the cursed artifacts were not high, but their effects were strong. Even after so many had been destroyed, the Cursed Church could still contend with the Judgment Association for so many years. This was still under the premise of bearing the cost of the artifacts. If he truly stood with the Church, once he grew stronger, the Judgment Association would likely be annihilated. However, he would not. To become a god, one could not side with any particular force, especially one of such a world-class nature. Otherwise, even if he could truly become a god, it would probably not be his turn to be taken away by others. Let's not forget that Divine Awakening is a very real game world. With this thought, He Beiyan suddenly saw a number of cursed spirits rushing towards him from a distance, at least around 10 of them. Advanced Cursed Spirit Body, Level 20, Special Life, 25 Attack, 2100 Skill, Advanced Curse Power Aura, all attributes of living beings other than the Curse Bearer reduced by 60, Special Grade Curse Spirit Body, Level 20, Special Life, 30 Attack, 2400 Skill, Special Grade Curse Power Aura, all attributes reduced by 65. Curse Arrow. There are long-range skills? He Beiyan raised an eyebrow. Dragon form. Nina instantly transformed into a giant dragon, and He Beiyan stood on her back as they slowly ascended into the sky. Divine Flame Rain. Critical hit. Raising the Heifei staff, countless fire rains poured down, striking the 10 cursed spirit bodies. Although the damage wasn't high, it still dealt considerable damage. At the same time, Nina soared through the sky, breathing dragon fire. The thick flames burned upon them. Compared to Ibayen, Nina found it easier to trigger weak point attacks or critical damage. She took away more than 20 life points from the cursed spirits. The 10 cursed spirits struggled in pain. Immediately, their dark bodies sprouted wings and rushed into the sky. You can fly too? Seeing this, Hibeyen took out the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl and threw them all into the air. Triggered paralysis, bleeding, and poisoning effects. Stackable, the explosion engulfed them like a nuclear bomb. This was the total damage caused by all the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. It contained various negative effects, as well as triggering weak point damage, critical hits, and other total damage. Hiss! This human's fighting style is disgusting. The advanced cursed spirit screamed inside, but its body fell to the ground, stiff from paralysis. Without even touching the opponent, its health was reduced to a sliver. What a humiliation! It felt like a dog, toyed with by the human before it. But humiliation was still humiliation. The last sliver of health was completely drained by the combined effects of bleeding and poisoning. Kill advanced cursed spirit body. Kill advanced cursed spirit body. Kill advanced cursed spirit body. If you were a curse bearer, I would. If you were a curse bearer, I would immediately consume 7 advanced cursed spirits, transforming them into 7,000 points of curse power, making a significant contribution to Hibayan's trial completion. The remaining 3 special grade cursed spirits still had nearly 50,000 health, barely hanging on. They quickly recovered from the paralysis state using some method. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They flew back into the sky, conjuring dark arrows in their hands to attack Hibayen. Nina, beneath him, suddenly transformed from a giant dragon into a white eagle, easily dodging the arrows. Storm! Then, with a flap of her wings, she summoned a raging storm. The special grade cursed spirits tried to evade the storm, scattering, but the storm split and rapidly pursued them. The 5-second duration took away 1 of their health. Hibayan used blow darts and Wind Thunder Poison Pearls for the final finishing blow. Gained 2,000 points of curse power. Free attribute points. The curse power surged to over 60,000, and Hibayen felt great. At this rate, he would complete the trial today. I didn't expect you to be stronger than those previous outsiders. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in Hibayan's mind. A wisp of barely noticeable black smoke drifted towards him, and Hibayan instinctively sensed danger, ordering Nina to quickly retreat. However, the black smoke transformed from illusion to reality, rapidly expanding until it became a giant cursed spirit body over 10 meters tall. Its surface manifested enormous ghostly hands, moving at incredible speed, slamming down on Hibayan and Nina like a mountain. Instantly, they were knocked to the ground. Hibayen, Nina, terrifying damage values appeared above their heads, especially for Hibayen, whose shield value plummeted by nearly a quarter. Ultimate Curse Spirit Body Normank, level 80, weakened, severely injured, life, 49 attack, 3000 skills, Curse Power Breath, all attributes of living beings other than the Curse Caster are reduced by 80, vaporization, transforms into black smoke, able to pass through any object, curse all things, can use curse power to unleash any form of attack. Description: the ultimate curse spirit body captured by the Judgment Pope and brought to the curse equipment graveyard. Having gained intelligence, it has been guarding the damaged curse equipment here. After checking its information, Hibayan was stunned. This was a curse spirit body with self-awareness, level 80, with a health cap of up to 20 million. If it weren't for the 2 negative statuses of being weakened and severely injured, he would have no power to resist at all. Nevertheless, Normank still had nearly 500,000 health and 3,000 attack damage. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to covet the treasures of the Curse Master must die. Normank's form continuously shrank until it was the height of an adult. Its index finger extended, and a black energy ball resembling a falling star instantly formed. Its eyes were blood red, staring fiercely at Hibayen, filled with hatred. After being captured by the Judgment Pope, seeing so many powerful cursed equipment being destroyed, it was heartbroken. But Normank knew that the Curse Master could easily repair all these equipment, so for thousands of years, it had been guarding these damaged curse items, waiting for the Curse Master to appear. Curse spirits are born to assist curse casters. This is their mission. Therefore, any outsider attempting to steal cursed equipment would be killed with all its might. Those who disrespect the Curse Master shall die. The enormous energy ball attacked Hibayen, the surging energy fluctuations enough to suffocate. Nina transformed into a giant and stepped forward, using her arms to block the energy ball and throwing it into the air with force. With a loud bang, the energy ball exploded into nothingness. Although Nina successfully blocked the attack, she was still injured. The stone giant's arms and chest showed large cracks, with fragments occasionally falling off. Seeing that the opponent's beast could easily block its attack, Normank was slightly taken aback. It could sense that this person and beast were not of high level, yet they had taken 2 of its strikes. Soon, it understood. The other party was unaffected by the curse energy, definitely a curse caster, possessing extremely strong cursed equipment. A stronger rage surged from its heart. The outsider who escaped from here back then was also a curse caster. Enjoying the blessings of the curse master yet still disrespecting the curse master, Normank could not tolerate it. It raised its hand to condense a new attack. Wait, you have self-awareness. Can't you see that I am the curse caster? He Beiyan heard it calling the curse master for so long, seemingly very respectful, yet it couldn't even recognize his identity? Those previous cursed spirit bodies without self-awareness could be excused, but was this level 80 Normank's brain also weakened and injured? There was no need for this fight at all. You are the curse caster? Upon hearing these 3 words, Normank's body trembled. It instinctively sized up He Beiyan. The next second, it wanted to tear him apart. Its face twisted in a snarl as it charged forward. If the curse master is someone like you, I might as well eat shit on the spot. He Beiyan's forehead twitched with black lines. Why was this ultimate cursed spirit body so obtuse? But the lines were indeed tough. Forget it, then how about this, do you believe it? The majesty of the curse master. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped Normank's entire body, freezing its charging form in place. It was filled with shock. This was clearly the first time it felt such pressure, yet it felt incredibly familiar, awakening the deepest memories of its soul. It couldn't be wrong. This feeling was unmistakable. The human before it was truly the curse master it had waited for thousands of years. After 3 seconds of being forcibly immobilized, Normank directly knelt at He Beiyan's feet. Hint, Norman's affection level for you. Current affection level, absolute loyalty. Do you believe it now? He Beiyan had long anticipated that Norman would act this way. When the spellcaster's authority was released, an indescribable aura would emerge from within him. This aura was unique to the curse bearers, so when using the spellcaster's authority on Norman, it would definitely recognize itself, as long as it wasn't brain-dead. But what He Beiyan didn't expect was, Master Spellcaster, it's my poor eyesight. Norman, keep my word, I want to eat you. Get lost. He Beiyan kicked it hard, feeling goosebumps all over. According to the usual pattern, it should have apologized to him, then worshipped him with a face full of guilt and respect, right? Instead, it just remembered its earlier foolish words, not shedding a single tear? It seemed the time of guarding was still short. Norman chuckled and explained, I really didn't expect Master Spellcaster to be so weak. In my memory, you were very strong. He Beiyan, are you asking for a beating? Nina, Master, can I beat it up for you? No more playing around. He Beiyan asked, how much do you know about curse bearers? The professional background of curse bearers had always been a mystery, but it was definitely not simple. I only know that the curse spirits serve the master spellcaster, but unfortunately, almost all the curse spirits are here and cannot go out. Before I was captured, it was very difficult for new curse spirits to be born in the outside world. Norman's gaze dimmed. The birth of curse spirits relied on unbound cursed equipment, but there were fewer and fewer unbound cursed items. Among them, only it had formed an independent consciousness. Although Norman had never seen a curse bearer, it had these memories since it gained consciousness. But you can repair all the cursed equipment here and take them all away. At that time, the damned Pope's expression will definitely be very interesting. Norman laughed proudly. Over the years, it had been tortured terribly by the Judgment Pope. Now, finally waiting for the Master Spellcaster, its efforts to guard these damaged cursed items had not been in vain. However, He Beiyan shook his head. I can only repair cursed equipment with a damage level of 80. What? Norman's smile abruptly stopped. This matter had never been mentioned in its memory. 2 pieces of cursed equipment perish at the moment of devouring? Master Spellcaster, all high-level cursed equipment with a damage level below 80 is here. Upon learning that He Beiyan could only repair cursed equipment with a damage level below 80, Norman brought all the qualifying cursed items. Having guarded here for so long, it remembered all the cursed items clearly. There were only 2 in total, a pendant and a cube. He Beiyan first looked at the pendant. Death God Pendant, Life, Attack Description, a pendant personally empowered and cursed by the Death God, indestructible. Effect, each attack on an enemy permanently reduces damage dealt by self, the opponent's health limit. Curse, each attack reduces self by 10 health points, and death cannot be revived. Destruction level, 77 Destruction information, Year 1 of Divine Revelation, destroyed by the Divine Emperor. Repair requirement, 10 curse power. After reading, He Beiyan's heart raced. This pendant was simply too overpowered, using one of its own output damage to permanently reduce the enemy's health limit. Others cut health points, but I directly cut the health bar. This means that even if I encounter a strong tank-like opponent in the future, I can slowly wear them down by reducing their health limit. Trying to heal or use potions to restore health would be impossible. 1% may seem small, but don't forget that after Yi Beiyan repairs it, he can also enhance it. The effect at that time will only be more terrifying. Other curse bearers equipped with the Death God pendant would still be powerful. For example, attack 7 or 8 times, then slip away, and wait for the health to recover before coming back to annoy the enemy. One day, I will bring his health limit down to 0. It requires a high level of skill, or some ability that the opponent cannot counter, otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to my own demise. However, Yi Beiyan had no such concerns. Who is this God Emperor from the year of Divine Awakening one? Is it the Judgment Pope? Yi Beiyan looked at Norman. The pendant blessed by the Grim Reaper was indestructible, yet it was still destroyed to such an extent by the God Emperor, which showed how powerful he was. Not that old man. Norman also looked puzzled. I've heard of many strong individuals, but none called the God Emperor. But now it has been 5,000 years since the Divine Awakening, he might already be dead. Then where did all this equipment come from? Even the equipment blessed by the Grim Reaper is cursed equipment. Is there a god of curses? Norman shook his head with a bitter smile. In his memory, there were only the cursed ones, not a god of curses, and he had no idea where cursed equipment originated. It might not exist, or it might, he couldn't be sure. Unable to find an answer, Yi Beiyan turned his attention to the second cursed item. Time-Eating Cube, no attribute bonus effect. After activation, it expands into a cube domain with a range of 100, lasting for 30 minutes. Anyone within the domain, except the equipment user, will experience 2 states: time stagnation and death absorption. Cooldown, 10 minutes, time stagnation, movement speed and attack speed reduced by 60. Death absorption, enemies that die within the cube domain have a 20% chance to absorb 10 of a certain attribute value and grant it to the equipment user, can stack. The bonus disappears after the domain vanishes. Curse, automatically teleported to the timespace gap once a month, resisting timespace turbulence, and must find a way to survive. Destruction level, 75 destruction info. Destroyed by the Prince of the Holy Blue Empire in the year of Divine Awakening 18. Repair cost, 5 curse power, so it really does eat time and lead to death? This cube was quite powerful. Enemies entering the cube domain would have their attack and movement speeds reduced by 60, and after dying, Yi Beiyan would have a 20% chance to absorb 10 of an attribute, making himself stronger with each battle. It would be very effective against large groups of enemies. If he triggered the self-destructing spider, the slowing effect would reach 100%. Of course, even if it reached 100%, it wouldn't be completely immobile. It would just be slowed to an extreme degree. Compared to the Grim Reaper's pendant, both had their strengths, but the time-eating cube was slightly inferior. Overall, both pieces of equipment were quite special, leaning a bit towards support. Now, the question arose. Yi Beiyan only had over 60,000 curse power, and he hadn't even cleared the trial yet. How could he repair these items? He looked at Norman. Do you have a way for me to quickly obtain 150,000 curse power? Including the gauntlets in his backpack, the total repair cost was 200,000 curse power. If possible, he wanted to repair all 3 at once. 150,000 curse power? Norman thought for a moment. I can give all my curse power, as well as the curse power from other cursed spirits, to the cursed one, but it would only amount to 100,000. The condensation of curse power was very difficult. Even though Norman was the ultimate cursed spirit, he could only have up to 80,000. Only the cursed one could quickly obtain curse power. It was like 2 containers, one a plastic cup and the other a swimming pool. The limit was right there. 100,000 is fine. Yi Beiyan nodded slightly. Not only had he passed the trial requirements, but he had also repaired 2 cursed items. That was quite good. After a moment's thought, Yi Beiyan continued, do you know how to obtain curse power after leaving here? Norman spoke. There are many races around the world, some intentionally or unintentionally tainted by the aura of curses, deeply affected. The cursed one only needs to touch their bodies to absorb and convert it into curse power. For example, among humans, many powerful individuals have been tainted for various reasons. Only you can heal them. No other priest or divine official can completely remove the curse. It then smiled slightly. Moreover, there is an interesting story about this matter that circulates in the world, and you will know it then. A story? Yi Beiyan was not concerned about the story. He just wanted to repair the cursed equipment and become stronger as soon as possible. Subsequently, Norkman summoned all the cursed spirits, seemingly reluctant to take a last look at them. With a wave of its large hand, all these cursed spirits transformed into pitch-black lines, converging in its palm to form a small black sphere. Yi Beiyan raised an eyebrow. Cursed Power Sphere, special item, an item formed by converting a large number of cursed spirits into cursed power. Description: to the world, this sphere is the most terrifying disaster, but to a certain individual, it is a great nourishment. Contained cursed power, 20,000. He did not expect that Norkman had transformed all the cursed spirits into pure cursed power to gather 20,000. It was evident how much effort it had put into nurturing these offspring. The cursed power sphere gradually grew larger, while Norkman's pitch-black body began to lighten. It started to inject its own cursed power into the sphere. If it poses a danger to you, even if it's not up to 100,000, that's fine. He Beiyan felt a bit guilty. Became a bronze boss? Divine Awakening symbol. Became bronze? The Divine Awakening symbol Norkman was the most powerful he had encountered so far, and it was on his side. If it were to die while helping him condense cursed power, there would be nowhere to cry. Thank you for your concern, Lord Caster. I know my limits. Norkman continued to inject its internal cursed power into the sphere, and the contained cursed power value gradually increased. For thousands of years, Norkman had not found a way to break through the barrier and leave this place. Because its life was locked by the Pope above the barrier, it could not leave the range of the barrier. Originally, it had planned to one day lead its offspring out of the cursed equipment graveyard to slaughter those judges, but compared to the uncertain day that might come, it was more worthwhile to hand over the cursed power to the Lord Caster now. After all, it was stuck in the cursed equipment graveyard, unable to go in or out. Through those damaged cursed equipment and the cursed mist, new cursed spirits could still be born, although it would take a long time. Lord Caster, please take this. Soon, Norkman handed the sphere containing 100,000 cursed power to Beiyan. At this moment, it was extremely weak, its body no longer solid, in a semi-solid and semi-virtual state. Beiyan checked Norkman's panel. Aside from the level, the values had already dropped to the level of a special cursed spirit. It was evident how important cursed power was to cursed spirits. Thank you. You have obtained the cursed power sphere. The cursed power sphere was about the size of 2 palms. Once he held it, Beiyan instantly absorbed it. You have gained 10 points of cursed power. You have met the trial completion conditions. Permanently unlock cursed power value, a special power that belongs only to the caster. Unlock more attributes, agility, attack speed, etc. All basic attributes increase by 20 points, and you will gain 20 free attributes with each subsequent level up. Unlock profession task. 3. Please check it yourself. Experience will be automatically used. You have leveled up to level 22, gaining 40 free attribute points. You have left the ranks of rookie warriors and are being assessed based on your overall strength. Your strength assessment is level 22 bronze. Bronze can inflict a 10% reduction in all attributes on all unordered enemies, regardless of level. You can leave the cursed equipment graveyard at any time. You will be forcibly teleported after 34 hours. A string of prompt messages appeared, mostly within Beiyan's expectations. Only this strength assessment left him somewhat shocked. He had unexpectedly jumped straight over the elite rank and become a bronze. He had never even seen a bronze before, yet he received such a rating? His health points were often in the hundreds of thousands, while Beiyan, with his life shield, had less than 20,000 health. It seems my overall strength is too strong. He then looked at the incredibly weak Norman. Is there any way to help you get out of here? Norman was very powerful, enough to be a combat asset for Beiyan, and once his equipment was repaired, he could slowly recover using curse power. The premise was that he could be taken away. The current curse master can't help me, but in the future, I definitely can. Task triggered, save Norman. Description: Norman, born for the curse master, is imprisoned in the curse equipment graveyard. As a curse master, please find a way to help him. Task objective: unlock one of the ultimate skills, Curse Master's Grace, and return here again. Hint: completing the task will unlock the exclusive main storyline for the Curse Master. Hint: completing the task will change the Divine Awakening timeline. Hint: completing the task will significantly alter your fate. Failure penalty: permanently lose the only main storyline task of the Curse Master. Task duration: 365 days. There's a time limit? Beiyan was somewhat shocked. Could it be that Norman would die after a year? I'll take it. In any case, he had to accept this task. After completing it, he could have Norman as a subordinate and also gain the Curse Master's only main storyline, which would even significantly change his fate. This main storyline was different from professional tasks. Perhaps he could learn all about the Curse Master's background. He was very curious to see what would happen then. Stay here and don't die. I'll get you out within a year. It's been 2 days, and God, he hasn't triggered a new world announcement. I'm suddenly a bit unaccustomed to it. Not only that, but Godhe's level hasn't changed either. He's still at level 20. What's going on? Could it be that Godhe has been targeted by some powerful entity? I've been in Luosawa City for a day, and I haven't seen Godhe at all. Many people who want to visit him can't find him. Could it be that Beiyan is done for? I said long ago that he was an early-stage profession. I didn't expect him to be so stuck in the early stages that he can't level up anymore. In the World Channel, players had been discussing He Beiyan for the past 2 days. His level, which had been rising steadily, suddenly came to a standstill, causing suspicion. In contrast, other players on the comprehensive leaderboard had all reached level 13, and the 100th player was already at level 12. Just then, world announcement, player He Beiyan has completed the advancement trial first, breaking the level limit, and has been rewarded with a special item. World announcement, player He Beiyan has completed the advancement trial first, breaking the level limit, and has been rewarded with a special item. World announcement, player He Beiyan has completed the advancement trial first, breaking the level limit, and has been rewarded with a special item. The players who were discussing this were dumbfounded upon seeing the repeated world announcement 3 times, especially a certain foreign player who had just been boasting. At this moment, his face was burning with embarrassment. The fool was actually me. So it turns out he completed the advancement trial. By the way, what is advancement? Is breaking the level limit a watershed for players at level 20? Do they need to pass the advancement trial to level up further? I don't understand. Now, besides no one has reached level 20, not even a level 14 player. I suddenly realized that is playing a different version of Divine Awakening than us. He's playing a single-player private server, while we are in an online game, and the problem is that these 2 versions are interconnected. No wonder there are no cute girls around he's ahead by a version. No one can encounter him. Will I have the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the future? I don't bow to anyone, only to the true single man by strength. By the way, isn't Nina just a cute girl? How can it be the same? Nina is a beast pet, not a real player, and she's not very strong. Wow! After completing the trial, Hishin's level jumped straight to level 22. Is this Ascension? Aren't you curious about what special item Hishin received? He Beiyan had just teleported back to his room from the cursed equipment graveyard when the world announcement popped up. That special item was something he had deliberately hidden and not made public, because this thing was too overpowered. Symbol of Divine Awakening, equipment can be integrated into any piece of equipment, permanently bringing it into reality. Description: only exceptionally outstanding warriors can obtain this symbol, but do not be proud, even without this item, in the future, everyone will be able to bring everything they own into reality. No one knew how turbulent He Beiyan's heart was when he saw this symbol. Clearly, this was a convenience given to players who had performed exceptionally well. He was more of a boss than the bronze boss. He was more than bronze. The moment He Beiyan obtained it, he had already made a decision on which piece of equipment to choose. Nina, do you want to come play in my world in the future? Nina, who was comfortably resting on the bed, jumped up in excitement. Yes. The previous 2 times He Beiyan had suddenly disappeared had created a significant psychological gap for Nina. She was very afraid that one day, her master would never return. He Beiyan smiled and activated the symbol of Divine Awakening. The symbol transformed into shimmering starlight, falling upon Nina. You have used the symbol of Divine Awakening on the holy gold slime Nina. So Nina can go to the master's world now? She clenched her little fists and kept jumping up and down, looking very excited. That's right, but you won't be going out for now, let's wait for an opportunity. Okay, as long as I can be with my master. After the symbol of Divine Awakening disappeared, He Beiyan felt that he could bring Nina out of the Divine Awakening world. But right now, it was crucial to increase his strength. He had no time to take Nina around. In reality, Nina's strength was still double that of He Beiyan. Without other cursed equipment, He Beiyan would not be her match. If such a monster appeared in reality and went berserk, what kind of impact would it have? He Beiyan dared not think about it, nor could he imagine. Fortunately, this monster was very obedient, and only listened to him. Tip: you have unread friend messages. At this moment, He Beiyan received a notification. He opened the friend list. At this time, Wang Tianyu had already reached level 13, ranking 2nd on the priest leaderboard. Even Chang Hong, this deadweight, had surprisingly leveled up to 12. It seemed that switching from a bird gun to a cannon had rapidly increased their strength. Among them, in the upper left corner of Wang Tianyu's chat box, there was a red bubble. He clicked in to check. Hishin, you'd better not return to reality recently. In the past 2 days, Jean is no longer a player of the beautiful country but has become a legendary profession called Hearst. We haven't yet clarified his specific profession, but many foreign assassins have come to the Dragon Kingdom. We are currently blocking and eliminating these assassins, but we cannot rule out the possibility of some guys mixing in, so please be sure to pay attention to your safety. After reading, He Beiyan chuckled softly. These people really can't forget about me. Could it be that I'm their wild dad? As long as he stayed in the Divine Awakening world and didn't go out, they would never find him, because his body was also brought in. He Beiyan's strength was not weak to begin with, and now Nina could also return to reality with him. As long as they dared to come, he would dare to send them a chilling welcome. Then, Hibeyan repaired and enhanced the Death God Pendant and the Time-Eating Cube. Spent 100,000 curse power, successfully repaired the Death God Pendant. Spent 50,000 curse power, successfully repaired the Time-Eating Cube. Sacrifice 4 gold coins for the Death God Pendant. Death God Pendant, Life, Attack Description. A pendant personally blessed and cursed by the Death God, indestructible. Effect: each attack on an enemy permanently reduces their maximum health by the amount of damage dealt. Curse: each attack reduces the user's health by 10, and death cannot be revived. Sacrifice 5 gold coins for the Time Devouring Cube. Time Devouring Cube, no attribute bonus effect. Upon activation, it expands a cube domain with a radius of 300, lasting for 1 hour. Anyone within the domain, except the user, will experience 2 states, time stagnation and death devouring. Cooldown, 7 minutes, cooldown reduction, 25, time stagnation, movement speed and attack speed reduced by 60. Death devouring, enemies that die within the cube domain have a 30% chance to have 15 of a certain attribute absorbed and granted to the user, can stack, and the granted attributes disappear after the domain vanishes. Curse, automatically teleported to a time-space gap once a month, resisting time-space turbulence, and must find a way to survive. Nearly 200,000 gold coins vanished in an instant. Which of the 2 high-level equipment to repair first? Hibeyan thought for a long time. Ultimately, he decided to repair the Time-Devouring Cube first. It could absorb the attributes of killed enemies, bringing him more attribute bonuses, making him stronger in battle. This was much higher than the limit of the Death Gold Gauntlet. Check Personal Panel. Player, Hibeyan, Bronze, Level, 22, 8000, Class, Cursed 1 Title, The Chosen Cursed 1, Specific Values for all attributes, Health, 10160, Health Shield, 20482, Mana, 2200, Physical Attack, 3590, Spell Attack, 2750, Physical Defense, 722, Magic Defense, 722, Attack Speed, Agility, 20, Special Attributes, not benefiting from title bonuses. Health Recovery, 341, Luck, 5, Weak Point Attack, 20, Critical Hit Rate, 5, Casting Speed, 45, Cooldown Reduction, 25, Fire Damage Reduction, 60 Equipment, slightly not used free attribute points, 130 22 points of Agility only counts as 0 attack speed? Hibeyan frowned, 80 points of free attributes added to Agility. Agility is 1 free attribute point, and since he has plenty of attribute points, he doesn't mind this little bit. The higher the attack speed, the higher the damage per second he can deal with the Death Warblade, making melee combat more advantageous. As for ranged attacks, Hibeyan had too many methods of attack, so many that he couldn't even use them all, and he was no longer at a disadvantage. Used 80 free attribute points on Agility. Agility, 100, Attack Speed, 2, that's more like it. After reviewing his attributes again, Hibeyan smiled. Aside from health, he was better than Bronze. I remember the people from the Cursed God cult wanted to control the fallen mage to obtain the items it guarded. I should go take a look. With his current attributes, wouldn't it be easy to take down a level 25 wild monster? Xia City. Jean Lupang saw Hibeyan trigger the world announcement again, and his hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. How could there be such a freakish person in the world? He would believe it if someone said Hibeyan was the son of a god. It felt like Hibeyan's existence was messing with people's mentality. Fortunately, I stopped in time. He exhaled a large breath of turbid air, feeling much more at ease. In the past 2 days, Jean had disappeared, abandoning the title of National Pillar Player, transferring it to Hearst. Hearst seemed to be executing some grand plan against Hibeyan. During this time, he even specifically asked Jean Lupang if he wanted to collaborate with him to deal with Hibeyan and obtain everything he had. Jean Lupang directly refused. Now seeing Hibeyan successfully advance, he was glad he made the right choice. This is a hanging wall. I need to keep my distance from him in the future. Is this Lothar City? Inojiro looked around, his eyes filled with excitement. He mobilized the entire organization, enduring countless hardships, and finally arrived in Luasua City. He was just a step away from Hibeyan. No need to rush to approach him. First, I need to complete some tasks to enhance my strength. I can't fall behind in levels. Inojiro still did not give up on his plan, intending to befriend Hibeyan under the guise of a friend to achieve his own goals. However, after days of careful consideration, some of Inojiro's thoughts had changed. The gap in strength between us is too great. It's impossible to take his equipment. As long as I can find out the clues to becoming a god, that's enough. His beast pet seems very young and inexperienced. I can start from her. The Notebook of the Goddess of Love. In the Nightfall Forest, Hibeyan rode on the dragon form of Nina, arriving here. At this moment, the Nightfall Forest had players present, not many, engaging in a battle of wits and courage against monsters. Wow! A giant dragon. Is that also a monster? No, there's a person standing on it. This giant dragon is a beast pet. That big katana belongs to Hishin. It must be Hishin. With a player's exclamation, all players distanced themselves from their respective monsters and looked up at the sky. They saw an enormous fire dragon flying overhead, with a masked man standing on it, heading deeper into the Nightfall Forest, a place they dared not attempt. The large katana hanging behind the masked man was known to all. Isn't Hishin's beast pet the giant Nina? How did it turn into a fire dragon? Could it be that Hishin has tamed a new beast pet? I just used to scout on that giant dragon, and guess what? I saw a screen full of question marks. Aren't you stating the obvious? What level are you, and what level is Hishin? I need to post this news to the World Channel. You all keep discussing. I've stolen your low health monsters. Ha, there's a dog. In an instant, the news of Hishin possibly taming a new beast pet spread across the World Channel. The effect of the illusion mask of true vision is quite useful. Arriving in the domain of the sinking mage, Nina landed directly. Soon, the sinking mage appeared before them. Arrogant ants, daring to step into my territory. The sinking mage conjured a ghostly green fireball, ready to attack, but looked at Hibeyen with confusion. Human, your aura feels familiar. We once teamed up to kill a level 30 bronze elite. Hibeyen removed the illusion mask. Team up? Ridiculous. I could have killed that wretched guy without you. The sinking mage stared at him. However, you have become much stronger. Yes, much stronger, even stronger than you. So, can I ask you to hand over the guarded treasure? For the sake of our past alliance. Impossible. The sinking mage flatly refused. This matter is non-negotiable. Unless you step over my corpse. In the wild, there was no room for sentiment, and Hibeyen had nothing more to say. Perhaps death was their destiny. Sinking Mage, level 25, weaken 10, health, 17 magic attack, 1161 skills, weaken domain, destruction meteor, ghost flame C, death summon, blink. The ghostly green fireball was released, and the Sinking Mage immediately used blink to distance himself from Hibeyen. Weakened domain. He began to chant a spell, but before he could finish, 15 small orbs appeared in his line of sight. Boom, boom, boom. Double light damage. Each explosion caused the Sinking Mage's health to plummet, turning him into a twisted mess. At the same time, he felt himself entering 3 abnormal states: bleeding, poisoning, and paralysis. Realizing his vitality was rapidly depleting, it dropped below 30 and continued to fall. He wanted to heal himself, but there was simply no time to cast a spell. As the sound of the explosion faded, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. A good fight, I lost. The health bar instantly dropped from 100 to 0. Since the death line wasn't fully spoken, he was forcibly granted a few extra seconds of life. The staff slipped from his hand and his body vanished in an instant. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. To be honest, the fallen mage had been very cautious. He had tried to create distance at the first opportunity, yet he was still killed in an instant by the man before him. Kill the fallen mage. Earn 7,800 experience points. Receiving the notification, Hibeyen sighed. Why must we make things difficult for ourselves? Although the feeling of instant killing monsters was quite exhilarating, Hibeyen picked up the staff. Fallen staff, magic attack, life, it's average, it can sell for a good price. Hibeyen had seen plenty of high-level equipment and didn't think it was particularly strong. But for players with average-level gear, it was a different story. He took out the treasure map given to him by the mysterious woman earlier. It marked an item guarded by the fallen mage, a red treasure. After searching, he quickly found the item. Diary of the Goddess of Love, special item, description, some notes recorded by the Goddess of Love. When a target's favorability towards you reaches 10,000, the diary can be opened. 10,000 favorability? Is the favorability cap that high? Hibeyen's face twitched. 10,000 might not even be the final limit. With a favorability of 2,005 to 3,000, one could achieve absolute loyalty. If it reached 10,000, Hibeyen couldn't even imagine what kind of state that would be. But as a god's diary, opening it would surely yield unexpected benefits. This was Hibeyen's closest encounter with a deity. This fallen mage would rather die than hand over the diary to me. Does he have some story with the Goddess of Love? Unfortunately, the fallen mage was already dead, and even if Hibeyen wanted to ask, he wouldn't get an answer. There are 2 more red treasure markers. Let's see what I can get. Players who came to Luosua City still didn't have the qualifications to enter the depths of the Twilight Forest. Even Wang Tianyu's team could only linger in the middle area due to their strength. The red treasures were guarded by level 20 enemies, and no one could defeat them, so there was no need to worry about someone taking them. However, the fallen mage was the strongest here, so the other 2 treasures would likely be weaker. Hibeyen looked at the sky. The 3-day countdown has passed, the Judgment Bishop should have arrived at the cursed equipment graveyard by now. Since Bayan left, Normank had been absorbing the cursed mist in the graveyard. This mist was formed from the aura emitted by cursed equipment, and by absorbing it, he could convert it into cursed power. At this moment, his body had solidified much more than before, but it was still far from its original strength. The mist is of little help to me. To recover to the strength I had when I met the Caster Lord, it will probably take 3 months, Normank complained. Suddenly, he sensed something and a trace of hatred appeared on his face. Another new cursed equipment has been brought in. Normank instinctively moved to rush over but suddenly remembered what the Caster Lord had said before leaving. I'm too weak right now, I need to hide and observe. Out of caution, his figure transformed into wisps of black smoke, merging with the cursed mist. Outside the cursed equipment graveyard, a powerful Judgment Bishop, holding a holy stone, walked unimpeded into the graveyard. But as soon as he stepped into the outermost area, he stopped. His gaze warily scanned the surroundings. Something's off. Why does it feel like the mist is much thinner, and even the cursed spirits are nowhere to be seen? Expanding his mental power, he initially didn't pay much attention, until he discovered that nearly 100 cursed spirits that had been in the graveyard had all vanished. This should have been a good thing. The problem was that this was the cursed equipment graveyard. The bizarre disappearance of nearly 100 cursed spirits, had they died or gone somewhere? Logically, it shouldn't be possible for them to escape. Normank, come out, tell me what happened. However, no one answered. This was something that had never occurred before. No one in the Judgment Association knew that the cursed burial ground had been breached 3 or 4 times, because Normank had no need to inform them. A sense of crisis arose in the heart of the Judgment Bishop. Report this immediately to the Archbishop. Only those immune to curses could call upon the curse bearers? In less than 2 minutes, Archbishop Leon hurried over, holding a piece of holy stone. This was a stone infused with divine power by the Pope himself. It could block the curse mist from entering and pass through the barrier, but the holy power within was limited. They needed to leave before the holy power was exhausted. Leon immediately used his mental power to investigate, but the result was even more terrifying than the report from the Judgment Bishop. Not only had all the cursed spirits disappeared, but 3 pieces of damaged cursed equipment were also missing, and they were not of low grade. Normank, aren't you the most loyal servant of the curse bearer? How could you let someone break in and take away 3 pieces of cursed equipment? Leon was filled with rage, knowing it must be nearby. Then a burst of laughter echoed through the air. If you want to blame someone, blame your useless Pope, who has had the barrier breached 3 times over thousands of years. You must have heard that the Nightmare Demon King Sardens and the Moon-Eating Serpent Baku suddenly went missing. Leon's pupils constricted. These 2 beings were once dominant rulers, controlling vast lands. The Judgment Association was reluctant to provoke them easily. Not to mention their own formidable strength, their subordinates were also incredibly fearsome. However, they had both gone missing 2,000 years ago and 800 years ago, never to appear again. Could it be, just as you think, they broke into the cursed burial ground and were killed by me? You all condemned the destruction of cursed equipment, yet the strongest among you spare no expense to enter here and steal a few pieces of damaged cursed equipment. Isn't that a slap in the face? Speaking of the past, there was a hint of disdain in Normank's tone. 3 days ago, another curse bearer came, possessing 8 pieces of cursed equipment, unafraid of the curse's influence, took away 3 pieces of damaged cursed equipment, and escaped from here. It shows how useless your Pope's barrier is. Even with 5 layers of barriers and 100 layers, people can still get in. Trash. In his words, Normank pretended to be so angry that he inadvertently leaked his own aura, making Leon feel his weakness. He needed to protect the curse bearer, so he planned to throw dirt on the curse bearer who had escaped from his hands. Although Normank did not know that person, he indeed had 8 pieces of cursed equipment at the time. At first, it seemed he was not afraid of curses at all, trading blows with Normank, and even Normank was at a slight disadvantage. But in the end, he could not withstand the curse's influence and gave up the damaged cursed equipment to escape. Through Normank's aura, Leon sensed that he was very weak at that moment. This weakness was not feigned, but he frowned tightly. If that were the case, cursed spirits were precious to Normank, and he would definitely keep them far away. They shouldn't all be dead. Then he suddenly recalled something from a few days ago. He ordered the Judgment Bishop to throw down the damaged cursed equipment, and the 2 quickly left. This matter was serious. He could not make the decision. It had to be determined by the Pope himself. Archbishop Leon, based on the description, this curse bearer shouldn't be. The curse bearer may have been here. Come with me to see the Pope. Leon's direct interruption made the Judgment Bishop shudder. This was not the person he had guessed. Kill level 23 Wild. You have obtained a level spell scroll. Kill level 22 Wild. You have reached level 23, gaining 20 free attribute points. you have obtained a level skill book, Endurance. It's uncomfortable. The 3 strongest in the Nightfall Forest have all been killed, and not a single piece of professional equipment dropped? He didn't know what to say. At this rate, when will I ever get 100 pieces of cursed gear? Helpless, he put the skill book and some useless drops up for sale in the trading market. I might as well check the professional quest. After advancing, he still hadn't looked at the professional quest 3 that had been unlocked. Professional quest 3, reach level 50 and wear at least 15 pieces of cursed equipment. Reward, curse reversal, passive. Any curse from enemies will turn into an equivalent blessing effect on you. Description: can a curse caster who can only be immune to curses still be called a curse caster? This skill is amazing. He Bei Yan's eyes lit up. With this skill, he no longer feared physical curses. Mentally, he was immune to all negative effects of curses, and with one use of that attack, physically he was not only immune to curses but also turned them into blessing effects. For example, if the weakening effect on defense was 10, it would be applied to Yi Bei Yan as such. Even curse casters would weep at this. Is this even human? If I ever meet someone who can permanently weaken attributes and they cast a curse on me, wouldn't I lose my pants? Yi Bei Yan felt a bit excited. He wanted to encounter such a big spender soon, to become a benefactor in his life. However, this professional quest had a high-level requirement, reaching level 50. It was very likely that level 50 was the second advancement. Getting cursed equipment was simple, he still needed 3 more pieces. I'll check again after leaving Luosua City. Yi Bei Yan was about to graduate from Luosua City and move on to a larger town. At that time, his focus would be on various levels, quickly unlocking the seal of the forbidden spellbook. Naturally, his level would rise. But for now, he still had one last task to complete. Special task: find the seed of Jelf. Description: Jelf was the most talented master gardener in the history of divine enlightenment. With a deep love and research of flowers and plants, he created the forest seed, becoming a legendary life profession, forest activator. Unfortunately, he was killed by evil plants before he could plant it. Task objective: go to the demonic manor outside Luosua City and obtain the forest seed. Hint: if you can successfully cultivate the seed, the gardener profession will be upgraded to the legendary life profession, forest activator. This was the task he received at the plant shop. Life professions also had legendary levels, which greatly shocked Yi Bei Yan. In the future, many players would undoubtedly trigger various epic legendary life profession tasks. Therefore, he had to speed up his own progress. After all, he was only a small version ahead of the world players. Could that really be called ahead? Humans, I can't kill you. Several high-level materials have appeared in the trading market. Hurry and grab them. The leader said that as long as anything Heshin puts up for sale, we must take it all. Me, whose Qilin arm is so fast. The high-level skill book disappeared in a flash. My promotion and raise are at stake. It's over. I only managed to grab one high-level material. The boss said if I can't get 3 pieces, I won't be allowed to eat. Yi Bei Yan didn't know that while he was listing various items, countless people who were bored and staring at the trading market were all on high alert. They were like people waiting for red envelopes in various group chats during the new year, going crazy trying to click fast when they saw Yi Bei Yan listing items. Outside the demonic manor, there was a large flower bed. Rather than calling it a flower bed, it was more like a mutated garden. It was filled with all sorts of strange, towering mutated plants, covering most of the manor. Yi Bei Yan peered through the gaps in the flower bed and saw many black-green vines growing on the walls of the manor, giving off a sinister vibe. It seemed no one had been here for a long time. Strictly speaking, this was considered a wild dungeon of Luosua City. Let's go, Nina. Yi Bei Yan rode the dragon-shaped Nina, soaring over the mutated garden, his eyes filled with excitement. These were all large experience packs. Who would have thought? You have entered a poison state, losing 120 health points per second, lasts 10 seconds, can stack. Just as he flew into the air above the mutated garden, Yi Bei Yan caught a strange smell, and his shield value began to drop little by little. It must be the poisonous gas emitted by some evil plant. Nina, burn this place down. A massive breath of dragon fire erupted from Nina's mouth, incinerating large swaths of mutated plants. Weak point attack. Weak point attack. You have killed the poison thorn grass. You have killed the overlord flower. You have killed the hallucinogenic rose. The dragon fire was extremely effective against these evil plants, seemingly having a natural counter, easily triggering weak point attacks. No plant could withstand 3 seconds before being burned to death. At the same time, the flames gradually spread deeper, causing even the mutated plants that were originally out of the dragon fire's range to take damage. Snap! At that moment, icy willow branches fell, slapping down on the flames. They actually extinguished the dragon fire. A willow tree seemed to come to life, with angry eyes glowing blue appearing on its trunk. Mutated frost willow, level 25, weaken 10, health, 28 attack, 2000 skills, Ice Shield, congeals a shield, Frost Willow Leaves covered in frost, attack enemies with additional freezing damage, Divine Ice Strike, willow branches carry a small amount of Divine Ice Aura, can extinguish all flames, freezes enemies. The strength of the Frost Willow was much greater than that of the Sinking Mage. Although they were of the same level, the Frost Willow had undergone mutation, significantly enhancing its attributes. Moreover, several of the Frost Willow's skills carried ice attribute damage, which had a slight effect on Hibeyen, especially the freezing effect. He couldn't see the specific freezing time. However, with its meager output, it couldn't kill him even if it controlled him for 5 seconds. After some thought, Hibeyen directly activated the time-devouring cube domain. A black-gray domain appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the surrounding space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sensing the anomaly around it, the Frost Willow wildly swung its branches, attacking Nina in the air. However, the speed of the branches was very slow, and Nina could easily dodge. Seeing this, Hibeyen took out the Scout Divine Blow arrow. He shot at the Frost Willow. 5 silver lights hit, taking away a large amount of its health. Immediately, the ground bulged, and a small red spider crawled out. Weak point attack, the Frost Willow instantly lost over 90,000 health. It immediately used Ice Shield, a thick layer of frost quickly covering its body. A large number of blue willow leaves shot out from the treetop. However, Hibeyen had no intention of dodging. Nina beneath him breathed out dragon fire again, melting the vast majority of the willow leaves into ashes. Only a few attacks landed on them. Shield absorbed. Nina! Shield absorbed. Seeing its attack hit the opponent, the Frost Willow excitedly swayed its branches. Damn human! Watch me kill you! Just as it was about to continue attacking them with willow leaves, wind and thunder poison beads began to fall. Boom! Caw. Massive damage numbers appeared above its head, the ice shield shattered instantly, and 3 negative effects were applied to it. Its health plummeted below 3, filling it with immense panic. Divine Flame Fire Rain, but Hibeyen didn't give it a chance to react at all. After the wind and thunder poison beads were unleashed, he took out the Hephaestus staff and began to chant the skill. Before the explosion sound had faded, the Divine Flame Fire Rain fell immediately. Before the 5-second skill duration had ended, the Frost Willow crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The hard control skills were never used until death. Successfully killed the Frost Willow, gained 7,000 experience points. Triggered equipment effect, gained 1 point of free attribute. Devoured 200 points of physical attack from the Frost Willow, duration 1 hour. Due to leveling up to 23 earlier, the original 7,800 experience for killing a level 25 monster was reduced to 7,000 experience points. Hibeyen didn't pay attention to the devoured attributes but instead checked a piece of data on the Heifei staff. The Heifei staff will evolve after killing a certain amount of life. 1. Does killing only count as 1? He specifically used the Heifei staff for the final blow, hoping for something different, but it left Hibeyen greatly disappointed. There was still a long way to go to reach 100,000. On the way to the demonized manor, he had tried using the Heifei staff to kill small monsters. Any creature lower than his level and not an elite monster killed by the Heifei staff did not count towards the evolution conditions. He thought the description wasn't that clear and hoped to sneak in some loopholes. It seemed he was overthinking it. He then picked up the loot from the Frost Willow. Gained 1 gold coin, intermediate equipment enhancement stone, agility stone 2 stones. This was a new item that had never dropped before. Hibeyen immediately checked it. Intermediate equipment enhancement stone, special item can enhance level equipment once. Using it on higher level equipment has a chance of failure. His eyebrows raised. If this item were put up for auction, Hibeyen believed many people would go crazy for it. Even those wealthy players would be no exception. Aside from a very few players, the vast majority had their best equipment at level, or even lower. Enhancing equipment would increase combat power, giving a slight edge over others. I'll keep it for now and think about how to sell it when I get the forest seed. Hibeyen didn't need this item to enhance his equipment, he just needed to spend gold coins. The agility stone was something truly valuable to him. Agility stone, special item activating it increases your agility by 300 for 5 minutes. A 3-fold increase in agility could be very beneficial in many situations. What Hibeyen currently lacked was not burst damage but sustained output capability. The agility stone precisely made up for this. He looked around. The mutated garden was filled with elite monsters, all between level 22. He could kill freely and increase the kill count of the Heifei staff. Just in time, the devouring time domain is still active, and there are plenty of evil plants to kill within the domain. Thus, the disaster for many evil plants began. Devoured 800 health points, duration 1 hour. Devoured 20 points of magic resistance, duration 1 hour. Devoured 1 point of agility, duration 1 hour. Before long, all the mutated vegetation within the devouring time domain turned to charcoal. This brought him 350 attack, 2000 health, and several other attributes. After all, the death-devouring effect couldn't be triggered every time. It's worth mentioning that the temporary health attribute could also trigger the equipment effect of the mutated life armor, increasing dual resistance. This was great news. If I step out of the devouring time domain, will the devoured attributes directly become ineffective, or will they persist until the domain disappears? This was Hibayan's first time using the devouring time cube. Many technical aspects needed to be explored personally. All cursed equipment was like this, even higher grade ordinary equipment. The descriptions of equipment were often not detailed. Only through self-exploration could one unlock the maximum value of the equipment. This was also part of the fun of Divine Awakening. The NPCs in the manor were delighted when Hibayan stepped out of the devouring time domain. The devoured attributes still existed. Since that was the case, he could leave the domain active and enter the demonized manor without cancelling it. The downside was that the domain was semicircular and quite conspicuous, making it easy to be discovered. And during the duration, there will be no cooldown countdown. If only the time-devouring realm could be opened more, with a range of 300, I could directly open 1,000 or 1,800 of them. He thought to himself, as Hibayan used the Hethia staff to kill all the vegetation in the mutated garden. Kill the enchanted flower. Kill the blood spring flower stamen. Experience points, 22,450, level 24 is not far from me. He placed his hand on the gate of the enchanted manor. Just as he was about to push it open, a vibration came from his palm. Noisy sounds came from inside the gate. Hibayan frowned. Someone was fighting inside. He decisively activated his stealth skill, gently pushed the door open a crack, and quietly entered with Nina. Captain, the enchanted puppet is about to escape. Stop talking, hurry and chase it. Alice, heal me. As soon as they entered the manor, Hibayan saw 8 well-equipped individuals chasing an enchanted puppet not far away. The enchanted puppet was entirely purple, with a head resembling a large flesh lump. It looked like a zombie, but was more agile and stronger. Is it running towards me? The direction the enchanted puppet was fleeing was right towards the manor gate. This could trigger a quest. Hibayan's eyes lit up. In this situation, it was likely that there was a quest to be accepted. He just didn't know if they were here for the forest seed or something else. Nina, can you transform into a race with control skills to immobilize that puppet? The two found an inconspicuous corner, and Hibayan quietly asked. Nina responded with a soft transforming into a small, exquisite, and adorable nightmare. Enter dream. Nina locked eyes with the enchanted puppet. The next second, the puppet's gaze became vacant, and it stopped running, standing still. Good opportunity. Go for it. Judgment strike. Hammer of justice. Go to hell. Everyone's attention was focused on the enchanted puppet, not noticing that someone had entered. Various skills and equipment were all smashed onto it, and the enchanted puppet's health dropped rapidly. Soon, they killed it and extracted a magic crystal from its chest. This team has great synergy. The levels of these 8 individuals were generally around level 35, elite players, stronger than the Hongyan adventure team he encountered before. The captain was a melee warrior, the first to charge into battle. Besides him, there was another warrior. 2 mages and 2 archers provided ranged output and reconnaissance. The remaining 2 were a rogue and a healer, covering all types, making for a very standard team configuration. Shall we take a break, everyone? The captain was about to let everyone adjust on the spot when he suddenly sensed an incredibly noisy sound coming from ahead. The 2 archers immediately used their reconnaissance skills, and upon seeing the scene ahead, their faces changed dramatically. Captain, there are 2 30-level bronze elite enchanted puppets. Before he finished speaking, the elite enchanted puppets appeared before them. Can we fight this? Hibayan checked the data panel of the enchanted puppets. Bronze-tier elite monsters were about twice as strong as ordinary elites of the same level. Although these puppets were 5 levels higher, the gap was not something that could be made up with just a few levels. Quick battle, quick resolution. We just need a bit more magic crystals to complete the quest. They could barely handle the 2 bronze elite enchanted puppets. If new ones showed up during this, it would be very difficult. Facing the nearest warrior captain, the 2 enchanted puppets attacked first, spewing a ball of corrosive acid. They recognized that this human was the strongest in the team. The captain dodged sideways, avoiding one ball, but was hit by another ball of acid. The puppet's damage is not low, and it has a corrosive effect that weakens equipment defense, Hibayan thought to himself. He clearly saw the acid hit the captain of the warrior team, causing a significant drop in his health. Holy healing! Protection! Immediately, 2 beams of light shone upon him, restoring his health to full and dispelling the corrosive effect. Kaka. The 2 corrupted puppets let out strange cries, their gaze instantly shifting to the only healer. they planned to take her down first. Taunt, Heavy Strike, Wind Arrow, Ignite. The captain and another warrior each engaged one corrupted puppet, while the rest launched a frenzied attack. The puppets had tough foreheads. The two corrupted puppets were hit by countless skills, their health bars slowly decreasing. Cack! As if realizing that the enemies before them were somewhat tricky, one puppet let out a fierce roar. Then, two more corrupted puppets ran out from the manor's interior. These beasts are calling for help. Captain, we can't fight this. We should retreat. Damn it! Captain Dick cursed angrily, for corrupted puppets far exceeded the team's capacity to handle. But retreating would mean their team failed the Royal Guard's test. Life was more important than anything. Just as he was about to lead the retreat, 5 tiny silver lights suddenly appeared in his line of sight, striking the corrupted puppet right in front of him. He couldn't see the damage numbers above the monster's head, but the corrupted puppet before him collapsed instantly, its brain matter splattering everywhere. Dick's eyes lit up. Someone was helping them. The other members were equally delighted to see the sudden death of the corrupted puppet. Soon, 2 figures approached them leisurely, as if they were just out for a stroll. Need any help? Hibeyen asked, holding Nina's small hand. It's wonderful that there are warriors here. Please help us kill the corrupted puppets. Although Dick sensed that the other party's level wasn't high, those previous attacks were more powerful than their skills. Mission: assist Captain Dick's team in killing the corrupted puppets. Description: this is a team from the great city of Yate, hunting for magic crystals to become part of the Royal Guard. Help them obtain more magic crystals. Mission reward: 5,000 gold, giant strength potion, permanently increases physical attack by 30 points, effective only once. Accepted. Hibeyen took out the scout's blow arrow, pretending to fiddle with it. Captain Dick, my equipment needs 25 seconds to charge. Could you hold on for a bit? The divine equipment had self-awareness and was adept at human nature. Hibeyen didn't want to show all his strength in front of the people he had just met. Besides, who knew what monsters they would encounter next? No problem. With only 3 corrupted puppets left, although they were tough to beat, holding on for 25 seconds was more than enough. Light Barrier. The only healer in the team seemed to unleash a powerful spell. A massive magic circle appeared on the ground, forming a faint golden barrier that kept all the corrupted puppets outside. The 3 corrupted puppets pounded their fists against it, causing the barrier to shake violently. The light barrier can hold for 10 seconds. The healer took out a large bottle of blue potion and drank it, then cast a skill on everyone. Blessing of Holy Light. Tip: dual defense, attack adds 500, light damage. Lasts 10 minutes. Wow, this healer is truly amazing. Hibeyen thought to himself, this buff effect was incredibly strong. Originally, it only added 500 light damage, but since Hibeyen's attack already included 500 light damage, it became 1000. No wonder a saying often circulated in online games: being good at playing is not as good as having a good healer. A powerful healer can save the whole world. Even the most incompetent can make fools out of experts, causing their enemies to suffer from high blood pressure. The rest of the team also replenished their mana and health during these 10 seconds. Just as the barrier shattered, Dick and another warrior each held onto a demonized puppet. The third puppet, however, charged past them unimpeded, rushing towards the backline. Antira, use your magic to bind that puppet first. Dick shouted. No need, came a shout from Hibeyen. Beside him, Nina transformed into a giant, blocking the third puppet. Everyone's pupils widened in shock. They had thought he was a scout using a blowgun weapon. They never expected this warrior to be a beast tamer, and the little sister standing next to him was his shape-shifting beast companion. A beast companion that can transform into human form is quite rare, even in large cities. Moreover, this beast companion's power could rival that of a level 30 bronze elite. Just as they were thinking this, the giant's stone fist smashed into the forehead of the demonized puppet, producing a crisp sound. Such a hard forehead. Nina had thought she could smash it with one punch, but it only took away 10 health points. Assist the warrior's beast companion in killing the demonized puppet. Dick became excited. Originally, they could only deal with 2 demonized puppets, but with the appearance of the beast tamer warrior, they could easily take down even 4. He saw hope for becoming part of the Royal Guard. Everyone prioritized helping Nina, launching various attack effects on the demonized puppet. Meanwhile, Dick and another warrior maneuvered skillfully around the demonized puppet in front of them. The mages and archers in the backline would release control skills or attacks whenever they saw their teammates in danger, alleviating their pressure. Hibeyen felt a chill run down his spine. The combat experience and awareness of this team were surprisingly high. This made him cautious. In the future, when encountering a full enemy team, he needed to be careful, especially with human players. However, based on the comments in the World channel, the current player teams mostly said, gathering is a pile of dung, scattering as a sky full of stars. There was hardly any skill coordination, it was just a barrage of various skills, with the front line charging forward to tank the monsters. After all, the Divine Awakening had only just begun, and everyone's skill usage and coordination were still in the adjustment phase. Coming back to his senses, the scout finished charging his blowgun and aimed at the puppet in front of Nina to shoot. You have killed the demonized puppet. The puppet, already reduced to low health from various attacks, was instantly killed by Hibei-yen. The pressure immediately lessened. The remaining 2 puppets were also successfully dealt with within a minute. Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. Warrior, thank you so much. Dick laughed as he walked over to Hibei-yen and gave him an unexpected bear hug. Dick's favorability towards you, and Tyra's favorability towards you, Quidisha's favorability towards you. Could you let go of me? The smell of sweat from Dick was a bit overwhelming for Hibei-yen. Sorry, our captain is always like this. Captain, doing this will make people dislike you. Quidisha stepped forward to pull Dick away, giving Hibei-yen an apologetic smile. She was the healer of the team. After being pulled away, Dick smiled nonchalantly. He took out a bottle of blood-red potion and a large bag of gold coins. Warrior, thank you for your help. This is your well-deserved reward. You have received 5,000 gold coins. Strength potion. Your strength has increased by 30 points. Hibei-yen drank the strength potion immediately, increasing his physical attack by 60, which was quite good. However, warrior, although it may sound a bit unreasonable, could you please give us the magic crystals dropped by the demonized puppets? We don't want anything else. The light orbs from the killed demonized puppets were still on the ground, but no one moved to collect them, because the final blows on the 3 demonized puppets were all dealt by Hibei-yen. Warrior, run! Warrior, run! Compared to players, they were much more civilized. If players team up to kill the corrupted puppets, without someone holding the fort, after the kill, they would all scramble for the loot and then make a quick getaway. Of course, it's also possible that Hibei-yen encountered a group with higher quality. Dick and his crew were very self-aware and didn't touch his loot. After all, Divine Awakening is a high-end game. It wouldn't make sense to be mocked and targeted everywhere, making one look foolish. Of course I can. Hibei-yen was originally there to assist them in obtaining the magic crystals. He probably didn't expect that he could take down 3 corrupted puppets in an instant. Obtained the formula for the corruption potion. Obtained puppet brain juice. High-level material, obtained magic crystal. After collecting all 3 loot orbs, Hibei-yen handed the dropped magic crystals to Dick. Warrior, we still need 15 more magic crystals. Could you please continue to assist us? I will offer you even richer rewards. Triggered quest, continue to assist Dick's team. Description, help Dick's team obtain 15 magic crystals. Quest reward, Blue Guardian Amulet, special item, damage taken is deducted from mana first, automatically activated when placed in the backpack. Poison Enchantment Stone, gives weapons a poison effect, dealing 500 poison damage per second for 3 seconds. The Enchantment Stone held little value for Hibei-yen, but the Blue Guardian Amulet was different. His mana was currently low, and its usefulness wasn't apparent yet. Once his mana increased, enemies would struggle to break through his 20,000 shield, only to find that their attacks drained his mana but didn't touch his health. They would probably despair. After all, his skills didn't consume mana, and his mana bar remained untouched. Moreover, Hibei-yen had a bold idea. Once he repaired the Death Gold Gauntlet, could his mana also absorb real damage? With that thought, he decisively accepted the quest. The group walked into a long corridor, gradually delving deeper. Though it was called a manor, it was as large as a castle. The entire corrupted manor was damp and dark, with many traces of corrupted plants. Aside from the torches hanging on the walls for illumination, there were no other light sources. Master, there are patterns on the wall. At that moment, Nina pointed at the wall, but it was hard to see clearly. Fire seed. And Tyra conjured a flame in her hand, bringing light to the surroundings. The wall was engraved with many plants and some incomprehensible text. A long time ago, this was Jelf's manor. The drawings on the wall are his understanding of various plants. And Tyra clearly knew a lot about this place. He never stepped outside the flower bed in his life, dedicating everything to various plants. In the field of botany, he probably surpassed even the Flower Fairy clan. But one day, the manor underwent a transformation, and he ultimately perished at the hands of these plants. She sighed, feeling regret for the fall of this genius. Hibei-yen didn't care about that. He just needed to obtain the seed of the forest. Before long, a slightly ajar door appeared before them, and it was eerily silent inside. This was the innermost part of the manor. Dick glanced back at a certain archer, and the other party understood. Biting his thumb, a few drops of blood flowed out, transforming into a red eagle. Caw! The archer sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and controlled the red eagle. The red eagle flew into the door, but soon let out a shriek. The archer, coming back to his senses, turned pale. There are 15 corrupted puppets inside, and one even more powerful creature. I wanted to get closer to observe, but it spotted me. Before he finished speaking, the slightly ajar door was blown open by a gust of wind. 15 corrupted puppets charged out simultaneously. Damn, that's too many. Run! Dick let out a very human-like curse, and everyone hurriedly ran back. These were 15 bronze elites. Even with a warrior's assistance, they couldn't possibly win. No one thought of attacking. Rapid flicker, divine sprint, shadow dash. Everyone has their own unique escape skills, and even the nurse, Tridisha, is no exception. If luck is on their side, if only 4 or 5 demonized puppets chase them out of the manor, they might still have a chance to fight back. But Dick suddenly realized that the warrior was not among the fleeing group. Turning around, he was shocked to see him still standing there with his beast companion. Warrior, danger! You have the blessing of holy sprint, hurry and escape. The other team members also noticed he was still standing there, shouting desperately. But the other party remained unmoved. He must be too scared to react. Damn it! I asked him for help. How could I put him in danger? I'm going to save him. Captain, I'll help. Tridisha hadn't finished her sentence when countless flames suddenly ignited. Boom! The deafening explosion accompanied by a terrifying shockwave blinded them, nearly blowing them away. When they regained their senses, they were all frozen in place. There were no longer any shadows of the 15 demonized puppets in sight. Only a man holding a blow dart stood on the shoulder of a stone giant. At his feet lay countless burning puppet corpses. Standing among these burning bodies, they seemed to be the real monsters. Successfully killed demonized puppet. Free attribute points. Successfully killed demonized puppet. Successfully killed demonized puppet. Free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 24, gaining 20 free attributes. What did this warrior do? Dick's eyes widened. He couldn't even see what the other party had done. Not just him, the other team members were also speechless. Is the Beast Master this strong? Let alone a city-level city, even the main city or kingdom doesn't have such a freakish Beast Master. Ibayen scratched his head. He still couldn't help it, mainly because he wanted to quickly obtain the forest seed and didn't want to waste any more time running away with Dick and the others. Just as he was pondering how to explain, a brown giant hand clawed at the eaves, revealing a bearded head. There were many demonized plants on it, already becoming part of his head. Demonized Manor Lord, level 30, weaken 10, health, 40 attack, 2,400 skills, Demon Plant, Heart of Demonization, Demon Plant Explosion. Description: the deceased Jelf is parasitized by demonized creatures, becoming their puppet and nourishment, his soul painfully bound within his body. Please grant him release. You call this a Beast Master? You call this a Beast Master? Jelf was killed by evil plants and was parasitized to become their puppet. Truly tragic. His body was about the same size as the giant form of Nina, but he was covered all over with many demonized plants. This is Jelf. I've seen him in historical paintings. He's actually not dead. And Tyra exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on the demonized Jelf. At this moment, Jelf was much larger than she had seen in the painting. Originally, he was only human-sized. He's dead, but parasitized by demonized plants. Ibayen calmly turned his head. I came here to help him be released. Jelf's appearance just happened to give him a chance to save face. The others looked at Ibayen with newfound respect. Roar! Jelf cried out in pain, his palm slapping towards Ibayen. Cover the warrior! Dick shouted urgently, quickly approaching Jelf. Warrior, I can hold him off for a few seconds. You retreat first. We'll plan how to deal with him later. Taunt! Although Dick knew his health wouldn't withstand a few hits from Jelf, he still rushed over. Jelf was not the same as those puppets. Even if the warrior could create another massive explosion like before, he wouldn't be able to kill him in one hit. The giant hand that was aimed at Ibayen turned towards Dick due to the taunt skill. Bang! Dick was caught off guard and hit hard. His body slammed into the wall. His health bar instantly dropped by nearly half. Actually, if you want to help me, just cast some buff skills, he said. Seeing Dick risk his life to help him made Ibayen feel a bit embarrassed. Without their help, he could still kill the demonized Jelf. He fired 5 blow darts, then took out the death battle blade. He jumped onto the demonized Jelf. Self-destructing spider. In just 3 seconds, Jelf lost more than a quarter of his health. Now, Ibayen's attack speed allowed him to swing the death battle blade twice per second. That meant over 20,000 points of damage. In 3 seconds, that totaled 60,000 damage, plus the 70,000 from the 5 blow darts, and with the self-destructing spider, it was at least over 100,000. A regular level 30 was no longer a threat in front of Ibayen. Moreover, after killing it, he could unlock the first seal of the forbidden spellbook. The members of Dick's team widened their eyes. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They clearly saw a large amount of plant debris splattering from Jelf's body. The battle blade sliced through Jelf's surface as easily as cutting tofu. Am I seeing things? Is a Beastmaster really swinging a battle blade around? One archer couldn't believe it and shot an arrow at Jelf with all his might. If a Beastmaster could hurt him, could I do it too? However, seeing that he only scratched the surface, he felt a bit embarrassed. Is this warrior really over level 20? Isn't this power a bit too insane? If this is a dream, I should pinch myself to wake up. Hiss, you pinched my leg, trying to take advantage of me, huh? Sorry, and Tyra, it was a reflex. I've been having a bit of trouble with my eyesight lately. If it weren't for the warrior fighting, I'd have to kill you. Dick crawled out from the wall, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he saw the warrior continuously slashing at Jelf. Damn it! You're so strong, why didn't you say so earlier? This warrior, whom he couldn't see through, was causing him a lot of trouble. Who? The demonized Jelf was continuously slashed by the death battle blade, and the demonized plants on its surface began to rise. Clearly, it had used a demon plant skill. A stunning demon flower released a large amount of pollen, enveloping Hibeyen. Tip: you are affected by paralysis, entering 3 seconds of paralysis. Hibeyen's body became immobile. He stared wide-eyed. What the hell? This was the first time he had been controlled by a monster. The paralysis effect was a physical control, so the curse didn't take effect. Immediately after, from the corner of his vision, a demonized giant mouth flower lunged at him. Its massive mouth, filled with sharp teeth, was about to swallow him, and he could only watch helplessly. Dispel! At that moment, a beam of light fell upon him. Instantly, he regained his ability to move. It was Quidisha, who had seized the moment and decisively released a controlled dispel skill just as the paralysis took effect. Thank you! Hibeyen swept the battle blade, directly severing the thick stem of the giant mouth flower. Then, with a swift motion, the stunning demon flower instantly withered. Without pausing, the death battle blade struck Jelf again. With his other hand, he used the Scout's God Blow dart to unleash a 5-shot barrage. At that moment, Hibeyen realized that even with his super strong attack power, he couldn't be immune to physical control. He had to finish this quickly. Woo! Various weapon attacks landed on the body of the demonized Jelf, inflicting immense pain. The health bar had already dropped below 50. Then, Hibeyen suddenly felt a rhythmic vibration under his feet, along with a thumping sound. Master, its chest is glowing. The heart of demonization activated. Jelf's purplish skin continuously sprouted blisters, as if it had been subjected to biochemical radiation, and then with a pop, they began to burst. Deep purple liquid splattered onto Hibeyen. You are affected by the cursed toxic water. Your soul enters a weakened state, attack power reduced by 30. You are affected by the cursed toxic water. Your physical and magical defenses are reduced by 30. Triggered the passive skill of Cursed Thoughts, soul weakened state is now immune. A series of information prompts appeared. Aside from a reduction of 6,000 in life shield, Hibeyen's dual defenses also dropped by 30. But it wasn't over yet. The remaining magical plants on Jelf began to swell, about to explode. Did he use 2 skills at once? Hibeyen still had 14,000 life shield. With the dual defenses reduced by 30, it merely offset the defensive bonus consumed by the time-devouring field, leaving him with 722 in dual defenses. Hibeyen could definitely stand and fight. Swift Divine Light, Angel Shield. At the same time, Quidisha cast 2 spells on Hibeyen. Your attack speed is increased to 2, lasts 10 seconds. You gain a 5,000-point light shield, lasts 1 minute. Hibeyen's eyes sparkled. Support! Quidisha hoped that by casting her strongest shield skills, Hibeyen would stay away from Jelf and avoid the explosion of the magical plants. But who would have thought? Just as the words were about to leave her mouth, she saw Hibeyen completely ignore the impending explosion of the magical plants. His battle blade continued to slash madly at Jelf's body. Not only that, even the beast pet giant didn't take it seriously, landing heavy punches on him. She and her teammates were dumbfounded. Why was he so confident? Warrior, you can't be here just for training, right? Is this really scientific? An unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone. Hibeyen braved the explosion of the magical plants, slashing at Jelf with each blow. Critical hit. At the same time, the explosion also dealt damage to Hibeyen. The explosion of the magical plants clearly had a damage enhancement effect, but it was all absorbed by the life shield. In contrast, Jelf's health bar plummeted below 20 under the relentless strikes of the death blade. Death was drawing ever closer. Hibeyen finally experienced the thrill of standing and fighting. A real man never defends. Can we really do nothing? Just watch the warrior fight alone? But our attacks are hardly able to deal substantial damage to Jelf. Really? I don't believe it. Giant vine suppression. It just wrapped around Jelf and then snapped. Wind split shot. What the hell? It could break skin before, now it only leaves a mark. Some mages and archers, not willing to give up, tried to assist Hibeyen, but their attacks had no effect at all. If they could see the stats, they would find that Jelf's overall attributes had significantly increased due to the curse. Rationality told them that a level 24 warrior could not withstand the area damage of a level 30 skill while launching a frenzied attack against it. Moreover, the effect seemed quite significant, yet it was undeniably happening right before their eyes. Stop wasting your effort. Dick walked back to the team. Turning to gaze at Hibeyen, who was being beaten without the power to fight back, he seemed to sigh. Jelf has enhanced his overall strength with the cursed heart, far exceeding our capabilities. If I were hit by the magical plant explosion twice, even I wouldn't die but would be severely injured. Hiss! Everyone collectively gasped. This warrior's strength was at such a level? That was truly a small knife stabbing the butt. It opened their eyes. The high damage output and extremely fast attack frequency soon overwhelmed Jelf. The magical plants he controlled couldn't comprehend it. Why can a level 20 ant cause such great harm to itself? Soon, it dies a second time. Successfully killed a level 30. Gained 1 experience point. Triggered equipment effect, free attribute points. You have obtained the Seed of the Forest. Cursed equipment, the Forbidden Spellbook has unlocked a layer of seal and has undergone new changes. Hint, you have redeemed Jelf's soul, granting him release. Perhaps one day in the future, this event will bring you good fortune. Several messages popped up, and the battle reached its conclusion. This hint is quite significant. Redeeming Jelf's soul might bring good luck in the future. Jelf was a legendary living professional in his lifetime. What could this good fortune be? Not thinking too much about it anymore, Hibeyen did not rush to check the Seed of the Forest and walked over to Dick and the others with Nina, who had transformed back into a loli. At this moment, they all stared blankly at him. These are your magic crystals. He handed 15 magic crystals to Dick, pulling him back from his thoughts. Thank you, thank you. The stark contrast in strength made Dick hesitant to act as casually as before. Gained Blue Tyrant Amulet, Poison Enchantment Stone. Relax, am I going to eat you? This group had repeatedly thought he was in danger and wanted to rescue him. It made Hibeyen understand that they were a group of loyal and righteous people. No wonder their team coordination was so seamless. It stemmed from long-term cooperation and trust. Mainly, your strength shocked us too much. With Hibeyen's words, Dick relaxed. Warrior, your strength is comparable to the descendants of the Empire's strong. You aren't here for training, are you? Descendants of the Empire's strong? He recalled the Beast King's son and the Wind Elf princess he had encountered before. To be honest, it felt a bit ridiculous. So he decisively shook his head. I come from Luosawa City, and after freeing Jelf, I plan to go to a bigger city. A bigger city? The closest big city from here is Yates City. Other big cities are far away. You need to take the dedicated teleportation array in Yates City to reach them. Strictly speaking, Luosawa City is just a small town. It is not a real big city. Towns serve as a transition for players to step out of the novice phase until they become true strong players. Big cities, and later the main cities, kingdoms, and empires, are the stages where countless players make their mark. Warrior, we just happened to come from Yates City. If you want to go, we can take you there. Dick weighed the magic crystals in his hand and smiled wryly. Consider it our insignificant repayment to you. Alright, but I need to return to Luosawa City to handle some matters first. Then we'll go with you. We don't mind this little time. The 9 of them set off on their return journey. As they walked out of the enchanted manor, everyone saw the chaotic state of the transformed garden. They understood in their hearts that this was definitely the warriors' doing, because the way they entered the manor was through some large stealth spell. On the way back, Hibeyen did not let Nina transform into a dragon. Even though he knew Dick and the others were kind and upright, he did not want to expose all his strength. One must always keep some trump cards. The more, the better. Damn, is this forbidden spellbook trying to take my life? Walking at the back of the group, Hibeyen checked the forbidden spellbook. He wanted to curse out loud. Sealed forbidden spellbook, level, effect, your physical attack and spell attack are equal, taking the higher one, triggers only once. Effect, caster assimilation, allows up to 8 targets to gain your specific attribute values, with no cooldown or duration limit. Seal effect, attack power, kill level 35 bronze, 0, seal effect, immune to 50% of all spell damage, kill level 50 bronze, 0, seal effect, passive when health reaches 0, fully resurrect on the spot and refresh all skills, cooldown of 3 days, kill level 55 bronze, 0, originally, one only needed to kill the corresponding level of ordinary enemies to unlock the seal effect. Now, it has all turned into bronze level. This is too much of a scam. This week's data has plummeted. I hope the grandpas can stop nurturing the book. It's almost 20 characters. If the data for 20 is good, I can get another wave of recommendations, and then I can explode with more updates. By the way, I ask for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Thank you, Grandpas. Looking for the Cursed 1, 2 Sss-Level rewards? Looking for the Cursed 1, 2 level rewards? Perhaps, this is the uniqueness of Divine Awakening. Want to find a shortcut in Divine Awakening? No way! Hibayan's strength has been classified as bronze level, and the unsealing conditions of the Forbidden Spellbook have also changed. However, this change only occurred after he unlocked a seal. At least it shows some conscience. I haven't seen bronze level yet, but with my current stats, I probably can't even beat a level 30 bronze. Level ordinary, all attributes weakened by 10 still have 40 health, and the attack and skills are still strong. If it weren't for the 20,000 shield value, Hibayan would have to use kite tactics to have a chance to take him down. And at bronze level, it can't be weakened anymore. This is good. It can urge me to level up quickly and improve my strength. Then Hibayan checked the information on the Seed of the Forest. Seed of the Forest, legendary item, description, a seed created by Jelf, if successfully cultivated, will possess a revitalized warforest. Cultivation requires, watered with the Fountain of Life, 3 days, and planted on at least 3 square meters of Earth God soil. What are these things? Hibayan had never heard of these 2 items, so he asked Dick. Warrior, these 2 items are extraordinary. The Fountain of Life is a treasure bestowed by the god of elves to the clan, priceless and rare. It is said that anyone who drinks it within 3 hours of death can be resurrected. As for the Earth God soil, I've only heard that it can turn a wildflower with no level into silver level, but I don't know where it comes from. Upon hearing this, Hibayan was dumbfounded. These 2 items are more outrageous than the other. One can only imagine how terrifying it will be when the Seed of the Forest is cultivated. In a certain town, Hearst did not stay in the town like most people to resist the world, but wisely returned to the novice village to recuperate. Now it seems he made the right choice. The future will surely be the same. At this moment, there are 50 players behind him, each equipped differently. All levels are above 10, and they are all epic class players. Looking at these people rubbing their fists, he felt an immense pride in his heart. These people are his capital to dominate Divine Awakening. Fighting alone has no future. We are about to enter the level ruins, a special dungeon that even Hibayan has never entered. Just as he was about to crush the ruined teleportation stone, a task suddenly popped up. Main quest, find the Cursed One. Description, confirmed by the Pope, the Cursed One has been to a forbidden area of the Judgment Association and took away several items. Quest objective, find the trace of the Cursed One and report to the Judgment Association or kill him. Quest reward, choose level growth equipment. Become a judge tip. If you kill the Cursed One, you will learn a random skill of the Pope's level and receive the title of Preparatory Judgment Bishop. Hearst was overjoyed. Reporting the Cursed One would grant him a piece of level growth equipment. Equipment that can grow. This means it can become level, or even level. What a generous reward. Killing him would also randomly grant a skill of the Pope's level. How could he not be excited? Hibayan, you will soon understand what it means for the Wheel of Fortune to turn. After that, he checked another task. Once completed, finding the Curse Caster would be a piece of cake. You all can wait for me at the inn. Back in Luosua City, after giving Dick and the others a brief word, Hibayan sought out Wang Tianyu, Chung Hong, and others. What do you need from us? Wang Tianyu's team had been grinding monsters in the Nightfall Forest with Cheng Hong when they suddenly received a message from Hibayan saying he needed to see them. No small talk. Hibayan pulled out the formula for the demonic potion. You need to find someone to make this potion. The chosen guild will get at least 80% of the profits. He believed Wang Tianyu could find a suitable alchemist. Upon seeing the formula information, Wang Tianyu and the others' eyes widened. Demonic potion formula. The demonic potion can enhance all attributes. Required materials: demon energy flower, demon energy grass, duration 1 hour, cooldown 6 hours. Initially, when Hibayan mentioned 80% profits, Wang Tianyu felt a bit troubled, but after seeing the all-attribute enhancement, he suddenly thought Hibayan was being too generous. The trading market was filled with potions that only enhanced a single attribute, and their effects were weak. The strongest was Hibayan's powerful potion, but it had long been sold out. Therefore, the emergence of the demonic potion, even if the chosen guild wanted 95% of the profits, would have countless people willing to collaborate with him. The mass production of demonic potions would undoubtedly be the hottest item since the awakening of the gods. For Hibayan, the demonic potion might be useless, but for other players, even a 1-point enhancement in all attributes was incredibly precious. Good. Wang Tianyu choked up. Is there anything else you need? Do we need to form a crafting team in the guild? With Hibayan's reputation and the blessing from the goddess, he believed there would be countless people willing to join the chosen guild. No need. Just find someone to make it yourself. The chosen guild didn't require too many people. Moreover, the level potions could enhance the proficiency of alchemists below that level, improving their rank. Not only would they gain proficiency, but they would also get paid, and alchemist players would be eager to take on the task. Besides, he didn't believe the people behind Wang Tianyu wouldn't form a few crafting teams, so leaving it to him, He Beiyan would have a risk-free profit. Alright, I'll contact the higher-ups right away. These formula materials can be found in many places. Wang Tianyu hurriedly left. Then He Beiyan turned his attention to Cheng Hong. You come with me. Ha, what's wrong, God he? Cheng Hong was somewhat reluctant. He still wanted to inspect the red building later. We're going to hunt monsters. Cheng Hong's face fell, feeling 100 unwillingness in his heart, but there was no way out. Currently, aside from He Beiyan, the second on the comprehensive leaderboard was a level 14 player named Hurst. This was the new pillar of the beautiful country that Wang Tianyu mentioned. He Beiyan hadn't paid attention to this person before. Initially, he wasn't even in the top 50 of the comprehensive leaderboard, then suddenly appeared. In contrast, the two pillars of the dragon country ranked 3rd and 4th. Show me the growth equipment you've obtained, He Beiyan said to Cheng Hong. With the Curse Caster's assimilation lifting the seal, He Beiyan could allow 8 people to possess a certain attribute. However, he didn't plan to help Wang Tianyu and the others just yet. First, he wanted Cheng Hong to have some self-defense capability. He also wanted to try out some small tricks with the Curse Caster's assimilation. Cheng Hong took out his level growth weapon, a throwing curved dagger made of gold. Throwing dagger, level growth weapon physical attack, effect. Before throwing the dagger, you can spend any amount of gold coins, with a chance to double the attack. The more gold spent, the higher the multiplier, up to a maximum of X. Description: what is treachery? Not telling you the probability is treachery. It could only be said that it perfectly matched the giant merchant profession. However, Cheng Hong, this miser who just eats and waits to die, probably wouldn't waste gold coins on this. He-Shin, let's be clear. I will only use the attributes of the dagger itself to fight. Spending money is out of the question. Even if you want me to spend gold coins, I won't. They arrived in the Nightfall Forest. He Beiyan directly took him to the deepest part. A few days had passed, and everything had respawned except for the Sinking Mage. As for the Sinking Mage, it was a one-time encounter. He-Shin, are you sure you want to come here to kill monsters? You have to protect me. Cheng Hong's tone was tinged with a whimper. If it were someone else, he would have turned around and run away long ago. The depths of the forest were filled with elites above level 20. Even with his level-up weapon, he couldn't fight back. He would be taken down in 1 or 2 hits. Lying flat and slacking off, can you sleep at night? He Beiyan looked at the level 20 monster not far away. Soon, you'll become one of the top players on the overall leaderboard. Ha! Cheng Hong exclaimed in surprise. The top players on the overall leaderboard? He really didn't deserve it. Even though Cheng Hong was level 13, he hadn't even made it into the top 100 of the overall leaderboard. He-Shin said he would make him one of the top few? Even if He-Shin had confidence in him, Cheng Hong himself didn't have that confidence. Not to mention the top few, the top 30 on the overall leaderboard were all legendary professionals. There were even legendary players who had failed to resist the world and were punished, still within the top 30. Level doesn't represent everything. Unless He-Shin could bring him to above level 17, perhaps he could temporarily lead with his attribute panel and level gear. But that was too difficult. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on Cheng Hong's panel. You have received a special skill enhancement, significantly increasing your physical attack attribute. Wow, my attack power has risen to 3,000 points. Oh my, why did my attack drop back down, and my defense became 600? It's back to 3,000 attack again. Is this data panel malfunctioning, treating me like a monkey? Watching Cheng Hong complain, He Beiyan smiled. The back and forth changes on the panel were actually his test. The spellcaster's assimilation could allow someone to inherit a specific attribute of theirs and even convert it. For example, if He Beiyan enhanced Cheng Hong's attack power, he could also freely change it to defense, achieving a balance of offense and defense. The specific attribute values could also be adjusted by him, as long as they didn't exceed his own maximum attribute value. This was so comfortable. From now on, wherever He Beiyan went, he could find someone to tag along as an extra little bodyguard. But with Nina around, there probably wouldn't be many opportunities to use it. But practicing was always good. Go take care of that, and I'll guarantee you won't die. Hearing He Beiyan's words, Cheng Hong was first taken aback. Then he suddenly realized, He-Shin, is this your skill? Is He-Shin's attribute enhancement on me? Or is it a buff effect? This value is too insane. I can guarantee this skill definitely has a long cooldown, otherwise, Hishin, you should save it for someone who needs it more. Giving this precious skill to a useless person like me is a waste. Chang Hong's series of clever remarks ultimately expressed his desire to give up. He Beiyan directly lifted him up and kicked him into the line of sight of the level 20 magic ape. There were also a few bottles of life-restoring potions. This Chang Hong, joining the Chosen Guild, did he think he could lie back and relax? Absolutely not. He was working so hard, using Chang Hong as a test subject for skill practice. Lying flat like this, can you sleep at night? Tip: you have received a special skill enhancement. Physical attack increased to 3,000 points. He shun. You. Screech. Chang Hong's blood pressure rose in anger. This He Shin was too much of a scammer. Before he could finish his words, the magic ape came charging at him, accompanied by violent tremors in the ground. Ah, I'm going all out. God He, you better protect me, or I won't let you go even as a ghost. Chang Hong ran away with a face full of grievance. He turned back and threw out the golden curved blade, which shone like a streak of golden light. Ow! The curved blade pierced the arm of the demon ape, revealing a high 4-digit damage, taking away a small chunk of its health. Then, like a boomerang, it flew back into Chang Hong's palm. What the hell? Am I this fierce? Chang Hong felt as if he were in a dream. He had never imagined he could deal nearly 3,000 damage. But just as he was lost in thought, the demon ape charged right in front of him. Its claws swiped at his back. Tip: under the effect of a special skill, 3,000 physical attack is converted to 600 physical defense. The demon ape's attack reached 1,200, and Chang Hong's health, which was less than 3,000, instantly dropped by 23. Focus. In the future, you might encounter assassins ambushing you. What will you do if no one is there to protect you? He Beiyan seemed to be looking out for him on the surface. In reality, he was practicing the single-player version of spell assimilation. Although he could allow Chang Hong to gain all his attack or physical defense, it didn't make much difference. His attack and dual defense were only 4,700. 3,000 attack and 600 defense weren't that different either. Why don't you start a live stream, titled God He Guides Little Newbies? I believe many people would be willing to pay to watch. No way. Chang Hong flatly refused. He wanted to stream God He, not make it seem like God He was streaming him. Whose special item was this anyway? Although it could indeed earn gold coins, he didn't want others to see his embarrassing moments. I'll fight you. He downed a bottle of red potion, instantly filling his health bar. A layer of green covered Chang Hong. Divine Wind's swift movement. Treating survival as the goal, what was the most important? Of course, life was the most important. So Chang Hong had many movement and escape skills. They were all to prevent being hunted down in the future. He thought far ahead. After all, he was a professional at just surviving. He quickly distanced himself from the demon ape. Holding his breath and concentrating, the curved blade struck again. Split. The golden curved blade that attacked the demon ape suddenly transformed into 4. They landed on 4 different spots on the demon ape. The demon ape instantly had 4 wounds, blood dripping onto the ground, and its health decreased by 10,000. Chang Hong glanced at its remaining health. Damn, still 67,000. This was his only attack skill. Moreover, it had a long cooldown of 2 minutes. He pursed his lips, glaring at He Beiyan with a mix of anger and grievance, like a little wife. Screech! The demon ape's eyes turned crimson, letting out an angry roar without understanding the situation. You are affected by the demon ape's sound, entering a state of confusion. Your attacks cannot be aimed and you are stunned. Lasts 2 seconds. Its limbs moved wildly as it charged towards Chang Hong. He Beiyan quickly converted physical attack into physical defense. He Beiyan was not a support. He had no ability to break control or heal. Watching Chang Hong being sent flying far away. Ah, my handsome face. Recovering from the state of confusion, Chang Hong felt a burning pain on his face. He was completely furious. Second in the rankings? Who is this Chang Hong? Second in the rankings? Who is this Chang Hong? Divine movement, swift run, agile spell. He didn't even know how many speed boosting skills he had learned. Quickly drinking potions to recover health, he distanced himself from the demon ape again. A living, breathing, agile little chubby guy. The golden curved blade flew out. The speed of the golden curved blade's launch and return increased significantly, reaching an attack frequency of once per second. Not bad. He Beiyan nodded slightly from a distance. Chang Hong's combat talent was still there. Although there were some flaws and shortcomings, they could be compensated under the enhancement of spell assimilation. In that case, he definitely couldn't let him lie down and slack off. Who wouldn't like a talented person who could do business and fight? Assisted in killing a level 20 monster, you gained 1 experience point. Chang Hong had been battling wits and courage with the demon ape for about 7 or 8 minutes. Finally, he managed to wear it down to death. He lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, not wanting to move at all. Well done. At this moment, Chung Hong had reached level 14. Meanwhile, He Beiyan, having surpassed the level, could easily kill it and only received 1 experience point. He God, please spare me. Chung Hong felt like crying. So, should I just leave now? I've cleared the Lothier City dungeon and need to leave Lothier City. What? He God, you cleared the Lothier City dungeon? Chung Hong sat up, his face filled with disbelief. He God, you can't abandon me. How can I live without you? He clung to He Beiyan's thigh, refusing to let go. He God was his support. Without him, he would be bullied by Wang Tianyu and the others, and He God wouldn't even know. He Beiyan looked at his whimpering expression, a black line appearing on his forehead. So hurry up and get stronger. Once all your skills are off cooldown, I'll take you to find the next monster to practice on. Meanwhile, many first and second tier players from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly received an urgent order to find 2 materials, Demon Energy Grass and Demon Energy Flower. In some places, these flowers and grasses were everywhere. The Dragon Kingdom players who received the order began to gather them in droves. The grasslands quickly became barren. What the heck? What's wrong with these Dragon Kingdom players? Instead of leveling up properly, they're here picking flowers and cutting grass? Oh, Angelina, look how ungraceful those Dragon Kingdom players are, picking all the flowers and grasses clean. They completely lack the quality and demeanor expected of a great nation, even in the world of Divine Awakening. Many foreign players commented on the bewildering behavior of the Dragon Kingdom players, but it wasn't long before they wished they could just die here. That night, in a certain level of ruins, Mr. Hurst, we were right to come here with you. This level of ruins isn't difficult at all. We successfully cleared it with 0 deaths. Following Mr. Hurst was indeed the right choice. The team of 50 led by Hurst had completed the final task of the ruins. They were excitedly distributing the rewards from the ruins. Many people's levels had increased by 1. Even Hurst, who ranked second on the overall leaderboard, had reached level 15. Listening to everyone's praises, Hurst smiled. Everyone remember to leave the control, skills, and spell scrolls for me, as well as any items that can deal fixed extra damage. Just as he had anticipated, they had smoothly cleared the level of the ruins. The items he wanted were key to dealing with He Beiyan in the future. Of course, this was still far from enough. Understood, Mr. Hurst, these items will be very useful. Caution and foresight have always been Mr. Hurst's trademarks. Following Mr. Hurst, we will have a bright future. After distributing the rewards, Hurst revealed a smile that could endear him to others. Then let's withdraw. Notice, your overall strength ranking has dropped to 3rd place. As soon as he came out, Hurst saw a notification. He quickly opened the leaderboard. He saw a completely unfamiliar name occupying the 2nd place that originally belonged to him. Overall ranking 2nd, Chung Hong, level 17, Dragon Kingdom. Who is this Chung Hong? Since there were others around, he could only curse wildly in his heart. Clearly, before he entered the ruins at noon, he was still in 2nd place. Just 1 afternoon later, he had been surpassed. And it wasn't by Nye Yong or Nan Shirling, who were behind him, nor even by anyone in the top 20. It was a stranger who had never appeared on the leaderboard before, and the level was an outrageous 17. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, specifically targeting him. The good mood of the first completion of the ruins instantly vanished. He opened the world channel at the fastest speed. What the hell? Who is this Chung Hong? He wasn't on the overall strength ranking before, right? I've been watching the overall ranking all afternoon, seeing him surge from outside the top 100 to now 2nd place. It's unbelievable. I've been observing for a long time too. He just entered the overall ranking at level 14, and now he's already level 17, just 7 levels away from Ishun. What profession is he? Let me check. The number 1 merchant on the profession list? Is this for real? When did it become so easy for merchants to level up? Many merchants on the list haven't even reached level 10. This is the highest level player at this stage besides Ishun. Are merchants really that amazing? Hurst has been pushed down. I'm a merchant too. Seeing Mr. Cheng Hong's level instantly motivated me. The Penguin Group sincerely invites Mr. Cheng Hong to join. You can set your own terms. The Park Guild is willing to pay a high price to learn Mr. Cheng Hong's leveling method. Oh, why is it again a player from the Dragon Country? All players shared Hurst's thoughts. Who exactly is this Chung Hong? However, just as everyone was puzzled, his level jumped to 18. Players? Damn it! This is really damn it! Hurst's teeth ground together in anger. Why does the Dragon Country always produce such outlandish players? A merchant can reach 2nd place on the overall strength ranking? Rationality told him that the more it was like this, the more he needed to stay calm. The players who cleared the ruins with him also noticed the discussions in the World Channel. They couldn't help but twitch their lips. Mr. Hurst, being temporarily behind is nothing. A mere merchant profession, you'll surpass him soon. We will stand on the same front with you, everyone believes in you. Because of you, we cleared the level ruins. What shall we do next? Looking at the group of epic players before him, Hurst let out a long breath. Thank you all for your trust. I do have a request. I hope you all will follow me to the Firefly Mountain range to complete a certain task. Okay. A grand procession of 50 people left the town, attracting countless gazes. Among them were two sisters who had just walked out of the novice village and arrived at the town. Yue, that's the legendary professional Hurst and his epic professional team, Lu Qiuyue said to her sister Lu Yue beside her. The implication was for her to keep a low profile and protect herself. What's there to be afraid of? Uncle Reed is here anyway. Lu Yue looked up at the uncle beside her and flashed him a bright smile. Since meeting the uncle, aside from being a bit downcast and less talkative, her strength was solid. He could even guide her on how to become stronger and assign her tasks. Even her sister Lu Qiuyue, who hadn't taken many tasks, had made rapid progress because she had been helping her complete tasks. But when she asked Reed why he followed her and casually spent 100,000 gold coins to buy equipment for her, he pretended not to hear and fell silent. In short, in Lu Yue's mind, there was just one thought. When in doubt, find Uncle Reed. Uncle, where are we going next? Reed Talon didn't hesitate and assigned Lu Yue a new task. To the Firefly Mountain range. Just as Hurst stepped out of the town, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Strange. Why do I feel like a crisis is about to happen? Which city is most severely affected by the cursed equipment? At the gate of Luosuwa City. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourselves. I hope to see you before I leave Yates City. Wang Tianyu and his teammates awkwardly nodded at Chung Hong, whose face was ashen. No one expected that just a few days after arriving in Luosuwa City, Hishin was going to fly solo again. That's not how you demoralize someone, right? I want to go to the Red Mansion, huh? Chung Hong seemed to be completely worn out, mumbling half-heartedly. His soul was almost escaping from his mouth. Wang Tianyu's team had no idea what he had been through, but seeing him take the second place on the overall leaderboard, they felt an immense envy in their hearts. Warrior, please wait a moment. Just as he was about to leave with Dick and the others, Marta suddenly appeared at the town gate. Take this letter. If you want to join the Judgment Association, you can go to the Judgment Association in its city anytime. With your solo victory over the world, you are fully qualified to become a senior Judgment Knight. As a junior Judgment Knight, Marta still did not give up on recruiting He Bei-yen. She hoped he would join the Judgment Association. Okay, He Bei-yen accepted the letter. Just then, he had something to ask Marta. Which city is most severely affected by cursed equipment? Marta paused slightly and replied, I haven't heard of any major cities, but there is a main city where many humans and other races have contracted curse sickness. He Bei-yen's eyes lit up. Which main city? It's called Gel. In this main city, humans and other races coexist, and it is the place most heavily affected by cursed equipment. It is said that more than 5 judgment priests are stationed there, yet they still cannot solve the problem. Warrior, would you be willing to go there? He Bei-yen nodded slightly. As long as he went to Gel, there would be countless curse powers to absorb. Judgment priests are the superiors of judgment knights. If he could solve a problem that even they couldn't, what kind of benefits would he gain? He could definitely increase his favorability significantly and turn them into his tools. If any powerful beings also contracted curse sickness, helping them solve such a century-old problem might even reward him with rare treasures. If luck was on his side, he might even raise his favorability to 1 and unlock the Goddess of Love's journal. Seeing He Bei-yen nod, Marta's beautiful eyes brightened. Marta's favorability towards you. Thank you, warrior, but Gel is very far from its city. If you want to go, the teleportation array won't reach it. If you take an airship, you also need a certain level of strength, but obtaining a main city-level positioning teleportation talisman would be faster. However, such things are extremely rare and only drop from powerful monsters. Perhaps someone in its city is selling them. He Bei-yen nodded slightly. It seemed that without the required strength, he wouldn't be able to go for a while. But the warrior can find Priest Nick in the Judgment Temple in its city. Hand the letter to him, and completing the task he gives you can quickly enhance your strength. She believed He Bei-yen was going to join the Judgment Association. In Marta's view, it was not impossible for him to become a Judgment Bishop in the future. Thank you. Be careful on your journey. The light of judgment will guide you forward. He Bei-yen set off on the road to its city. Along the way, some level 30 ordinary elite monsters would occasionally appear. This should be considered a benefit from the Divine Awakening for players. It allowed players heading to larger maps to level up quickly on the way. Dick originally planned for them to handle it, not letting He Bei-yen take action. But how could he give up these experience packs? Although the experience from kills was more, their numbers were large. Don't move. My mother taught me since I was little that a man must take responsibility. Blow dart attack. In the Nightfall Forest. Finally got it. With this, I can find out the answer. Jingyi Jiro was covered in dust, dancing with joy. In his hands, he held a steamed bun. Like a treasure. Passing players looked him up and down, amused by his naive demeanor. Shabby. He didn't care. Others didn't understand. This steamed bun was a great treasure, because it was obtained from a treasure chest in the wilds of the Nightfall Forest. Psychedelic and honest steamed bun, special food, description, does not reduce food quality. After consumption, it allows the target to enter a psychedelic effect, answering any questions and can also be directed to do something. Lasts for 1 hour. Tip: the psychedelic effect is extremely difficult to detect. As long as I can get Nina to eat this, I can learn about He Bei-yen's divine clues from her. Even if she doesn't know, I can instruct her to ask. Although it's not guaranteed that I'll get an answer, the chances are not small. Let's head back to Luosuwa City. He hurried back with excitement. Suddenly, his face fell. He Bei-yen had already left Luosuwa City and gone to a major city. Baka, looks like I have to use that thing. He then took out an item he had been hesitating to use. It's not safe to use it here. He Bei-yen might come back. I need to find a way to teleport back to the previous town. Yate City tip: you have entered a major city, Yate. Tip: activate the recording function. It can be posted on major forums and may be useful at certain times. Tip: you will witness the true charm of Divine Awakening. The monster hierarchy is no longer divided into elite and others, but has a more detailed classification. Normal, elite, boss, lord, king. Each tier has bronze to diamond levels. By the time he arrived here, it was already late at night, and the pop-up message made He Bei-yen raise an eyebrow. Interesting, so I will encounter more powerful monsters. Looking at it this way, his bronze strength was quite valuable. However, the recording was temporarily of no use to him. When a large number of players arrived in the major city, one could imagine how many videos would be posted online. He looked around Yates City. He was stunned by the scenes before him. In the city, orderly rows of guards were everywhere. Countless tall and grand buildings sparkled with lights, bustling with people coming and going. Moreover, at every intersection in the city, there were guiding markers leading to various places. Beast Taming Arena, Adventurers Association, Shops, Potion Association, Judgment Temple. Many special buildings that could not be seen in Luosuwa City existed in Yates City, providing players with a more diverse city experience. Warrior, we need to go to the Royal Castle to submit the magic crystal. Thanks to your help, we can complete the task smoothly this time. I'll add you as a friend. If you need anything in Yates City, be sure to contact me anytime. Dick sent a friend request to He Bei-yen. He didn't like to owe favors. After agreeing, Dick led his team members away towards the royal castle. He Bei-yen looked around. Many players had a yellow exclamation mark above their heads, indicating they could accept quests. The entire Yates City could roughly accommodate at least 150,000 players. That's more than 3 towns worth of players. But right now, there was only He Bei-yen. How many quests could he take on? Let's find a place to stay first. He Bei-yen was not in a hurry. Looking at the indicators, he headed towards the inn. Warrior, please recognize yourself. The inns in Yates City are more like 9-star luxury hotels. Very upscale. It costs 200 gold coins a day, including 3 meals, and the food is prepared by a master chef. After eating, one can gain various temporary buffs. Of course, there are some lower-end inns available, but the cheapest still costs 150 gold coins a day. It's clear that if players come here without money, they will have to sleep on the streets or log off to rest. After paying for 15 days rent and recognizing the room number, He Bei-yen walked out. Let's go straight to the Judgment Temple. Even at night, He Bei-yen didn't want to waste time. With his current strength, he could go days without sleep. Soon, He Bei-yen arrived at the entrance of the Judgment Temple. The Judgment Temple was large, entirely in a light golden color, with a golden cross symbol above the eaves. However, each end of the cross had a small triangle, seemingly sharp beyond measure. Warrior, the Temple of Judgment is not open at night. If you wish to pray to the God of Judgment, please come back tomorrow. Seeing He Bei-yen standing at the temple door, the 2 guarding judges explained, I am here to find Priest Nick. He Bei-yen handed over Matter's letter. Although he did not intend to join the Judgment Association, with this letter, he should be able to receive tasks related to curse energy. He needed to repair the dead gold gauntlet as soon as possible. Sensing the divine power on the envelope, the judges took it seriously and went inside to report. Please wait a moment, warrior. Before long, he returned and led He Bei-yen into the Temple of Judgment. This place is quite large. The temple first opened into a big square, with a fountain in the center, surrounded by pale yellow light spots. If one stared closely at the light spots, a panel would pop up. They were little light sprites. Their level was not high, but they could provide some minor boosts to light attributes. The judge brought him to the hall. Please wait a moment, Priest Nick will be here shortly. After giving his instructions, he left. He Bei-yen looked around. The place was empty, but there was a huge standing statue. It was a bearded man holding a holy hammer and shield, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. It imparted an unspoken sense of sacred solemnity. Statue of the God of Judgment, Asado. Description: the God of Judgment, Asado, also known as the God of Judgment, is the only deity of the Judgment Association. He Bei-yen was somewhat shocked. The enormous female statue I saw at the Judgment Branch in Lozo City is not the God of Judgment? It seemed that among the gods, there were many stories to explore. So you are the warrior who single-handedly defeated the world. Very well done. At that moment, a benevolent-looking man approached, sizing up He Bei-yen. He seemed quite satisfied. Unlike Dick, he could see that He Bei-yen's strength far surpassed that of his peers. That damned curse god cult has caused many towns to suffer, countless citizens affected. The Judgment Association needs strong individuals with potential like you. Welcome to join us, warrior. Hint: Priest Nick invites you to join the Judgment Association and grants you the position of Senior Judgment Knight. Your choice will change your destiny. Priest Nick, I don't plan to join the Judgment Association for now. He Bei-yen did not expect him to be so direct. Nick was taken aback. Not planning to? Then warrior, although I do not intend to join the Judgment Association, I am willing to undertake the tasks given by the priest. Upon hearing He Bei-yen's words, Nick suddenly understood. He nodded appreciatively. I see. You want to become a junior judgment priest directly. There have been geniuses like you in the past. He Bei-yen, I happen to have a task here. There is a group of stinky old rats in the garbage dump of Adder City. I don't know where they contracted the curse disease from, and I hope you can help solve it. Do you accept the task? Solve the rats in the garbage dump? Completion reward, Lightstone, reputation. Seeing the task rewards, He Bei-yen's mouth dropped open. Lightstone, special item can be fused into attack equipment to gain 1000 fixed light damage. Hint: curse equipment is also effective. This hint seemed to be specifically reminding him, leaving He Bei-yen even more astonished. Could this be the reason why the Judgment Association is desperately trying to destroy curse equipment? He furrowed his brows. The properties of curse equipment were weak, but their effects were strong, which was evident. If, in the later stages, one could cultivate the properties of cursed equipment through special items, that would indeed be extraordinary. Strong effects, equipment skills, and enhancement, plus using special items to raise the only attribute shortcoming, ordinary equipment of the same level could not even compare. It was simply invincible. No matter what, this task he must accept. Successfully accepted, solved the rat problem in the garbage dump, 0. But after receiving the task, Nick saw that he wasn't leaving. Warrior, is there anything else? Are there any tasks related to curse sickness? Or destroying cursed equipment? I want to take them all. Just this task wasn't enough to satisfy his appetite. His idea was to take at least 7 or 8 tasks from Nick. Absorbing curse power while destroying cursed equipment. Haste makes waste, warrior. Nick chuckled. Moreover, the task of destroying cursed equipment can only be given if you join the Judgment Association. Although your strength could make you a high-ranking Judgment Knight, you haven't joined the association. Then let me take a few more tasks related to curse sickness. He Bei-yen thought for a moment. I'll let you in on a secret. I can actually cure curse sickness. No one in the world can cure curse sickness, so the fact that he can solve it will eventually be known to all. Therefore, he didn't plan to hide it. Speaking up might trigger more tasks. Of course, he didn't force Nick to believe him, because he would believe it sooner or later. Warrior, you say you can cure curse sickness? As a judgment priest, his quality and cultivation were very high. But in his eyes, he couldn't help but show disdain for He Bei-yen. For 5,000 years since the Divine Enlightenment, curse sickness has existed among all races. No one has been able to cure it, becoming a nightmare for countless lives. Even the blessings of the gods from various races cannot completely eradicate it. Only in ancient texts is it recorded that there was a holy physician who traveled the world helping people remove curses. It is said that this person had a deep connection with the Judgment Association and even claimed to have seen the God of Judgment, Asado. But such a person has never appeared in history. Yet this warrior boldly claims he can cure curse sickness? Isn't that just ridiculous? Tip: Nick's favorability towards you. Current favorability, mild disgust. He likes powerful and idealistic geniuses. But arrogant geniuses will eventually meet their demise. Warrior, please recognize yourself. talk after you deal with the rats. Nick didn't want to say too much to him. Leveling up is about to take off. Leveling up is about to take off. What the hell? Hee-Bei-Yen stared into Nick's eyes. How could there be a decrease in favorability? It turns out that favorability can have negative values. He always thought it was only positive, leading him to believe there was no such thing as negative favorability. This just doubled back, and it would be a shame for Hee-Bei-Yen, the charming player loved by all. Priest Nick, it's you who haven't recognized me. How about this? If I bring back a rat that has been cured of curse sickness, can you detect that it once had curse sickness? Of course not. Nick, filled with anger, was somewhat irritated. No one has been able to solve curse sickness from ancient times to the present, so naturally, there have been no cases of cure, let alone detection. Unless the life that contracted curse sickness dies, the curse would perish with it. But all 15 of the psychic rats in the garbage dump are infected with curse sickness. If you can really bring back a psychic rat without curse sickness, I will give you a huge reward. Ding! Solve the rat problem and the garbage dump task has been changed. Solve the rat problem in the garbage dump. Kill 14 rats and bring back 1 psychic rat without curse sickness. Task rewards: Stone of Light, 500 reputation, Holy Water of Light, failure penalty. Nick will record your arrogant behavior in the Judgment Ledger, and you will not be able to accept tasks from the Judgment Association anywhere, and your main line with the Judgment Association will be severed. Seemingly feeling it wasn't enough, Nick added, don't think about going to catch a clean psychic rat elsewhere. There are none besides these 15. Alright, I will make you lose convincingly. Hee-Bei-Yen smiled. This is exactly the effect he wanted. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, the rewards could double. It just felt like this Holy Water of Light was a bit underwhelming. Holy Water of Light reduces damage from dark attributes by 20 when consumed. Effective only once. Items of level or above are categorized as and, such as, and. Compared to the Heath Staff, which reduces fire attribute damage by 60, the bonus from the Holy Water of Light is indeed not high. With more and more cursed equipment obtained, Hee-Bei-Yen's perspective had been raised significantly, but as a judgment priest, the best he could offer was this level of item. It was still passable, barely usable. Bye-bye, remember to prepare more curse-related tasks for me in advance. Nick's favorability towards you, current favorability, moderate dislike. Hee-Bei-Yen turned and left, completely unconcerned about his negative favorability. I've never seen such an arrogant warrior before. If it weren't for his duties and composure as a judgment priest, he would have wanted to directly kick the other party out. To be honest, he also hoped the other party was the holy healer recorded in ancient texts, but that was clearly unlikely. After all, how could a holy healer who hadn't appeared for 5,000 years show up in a city that wasn't even a main city? And so young, so arrogant. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh no, I almost got delayed by him. I need to hurry to the royal fortress and help the Viscount's daughter suppress the curse energy. Following the task instructions, Hee-Bei-Yen arrived at the garbage dump in its city. It was wrapped in a barrier, but people could come and go freely. It was mainly to prevent psychic mice from escaping. Because of the appearance of psychic mice, there was no one in the entire dump. Many piles of garbage were still unprocessed, but the air had no particularly unpleasant odor. It was evident that its city was quite professional in this regard. I wonder if I can get Asado's blessing. Hee-Bei-Yen suddenly recalled the clues for becoming a deity. Obtaining the blessings of all deities would trigger the Divine Awakening task, which was the task of becoming a deity. Although the hope was slim, receiving a blessing was still a good thing. But he was also worried. If 2 opposing deities blessed him at the same time, would it have a counterproductive effect? Or if he received a blessing from one deity, would the other deity's faction see him and immediately turn their favorability hostile? Let's wait until Nick's favorability is brought back before worrying about that. In any case, he needed to finish the task regarding the psychic mice first. The garbage dump was large, but Hee-Bei-Yen was not worried about not finding the target. Nina, it's up to you. Okay. The versatile Nina played her role at this moment. She jumped out of Hee-Bei-Yen's pocket and then transformed into a pure white puppy, sniffing around on the ground. Holy gold slime, puppy scout form can locate nearby creatures. Soon, she transformed back into her lowly form and pointed in a certain direction with her small hand. Master, it's over there. In no time, Hee-Bei-Yen arrived at the destination. Is this the psychic mouse? The psychic mouse was the size of a thigh, with a creepy appearance. 15 of them were scattered across several garbage hills, gnawing at the trash inside. Mice like to live in groups, which saved Hee-Bei-Yen quite a bit of time. Check monster information. Psychic mouse, level 35 bronze elite, weaken 10, health, 15 attack power, 1060 attack speed, 1 skills, plague teeth, toxic fur, tail whip, goodness. Their stats are higher than the level 21s I encountered in the ruins dungeon. Not only do they have attack speed, but they also have 3 skills. After entering its city, the game's difficulty seemed to have suddenly increased, but Hibayen was not to be excluded. The stats of the 15 mice were quite similar. Hibayen's dual defenses reached 800 points, and adding them all together, their total damage per second was less than 4,000. The 20,000 shield value could easily withstand it. On the contrary, Hibayen's 15 Thunder Poison Pearls have the power to deal at least 157,500 instant damage, enough to kill them in one hit. However, these psychic mice are scattered across different garbage hills, and the 30-meter explosion radius can at most cover 2 of them. Moreover, Hibayen still needs to catch one to take back. These 2 hills have the most mice. They are the ones. Soon, Hibayen locked onto 2 adjacent garbage hills, which had a total of 9 mice. Without further ado, he struck. Thunder Poison Pearl. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, engulfing the 2 garbage hills in a surge of flames. The psychic mice, frantically gnawing at the garbage above, didn't even have time to react before turning to ashes. Kill Psychic Mouse. Experience points. Gained 80 spell power. Kill Psychic Mouse. Experience points. Gained 80 spell power. Triggered equipment effect. Free attribute points. 9 psychic mice were instantly killed, yielding 720 spell power and 4 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 25. Gain 20 free attributes. Experience points. 29,000 in used free attribute points. 113. A city of this size is a place where legendary professional players can only come after reaching level 25. Ordinary players must be at least level 30. Most quests also require a team to complete. With 99% of players worldwide not even reaching level 15, Hibayen arrived here at level 24, and he did it solo. The experience gained is unimaginable. My level is about to take off. Players' levels are destined to drift further away from Hibayen. The rating mechanism has changed. The early data for this book was actually good, but too many people were nurturing the book, leading to a low completion rate, and then the rating dropped. It hurts my heart. Spell Equipment NPC. Definitely a Spell Equipment NPC. Spell Equipment, absolutely Spell Equipment. Killing psychic mice only grants 80 spell power, which is a bit pitiful. To gather 5 spell power, one must kill 625 psychic mice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The remaining 6 psychic mice were startled by the violent explosions, their bodies covered in a layer of special psychic energy. Like arrows, they charged directly at Hibayen. Blow Dart 5 shot. Nina, you handle them first. Okay. After Hibayen unleashed a 5-shot combo with the Scout God Blow Dart, he left it to Nina to deal with. Nina transformed into a giant white cute mouse, blocking all of them. The psychic mice's attacks couldn't break through Nina's defense at all. Only the attribute damage from the plague teeth could cause her to lose some health. In contrast, their health was continuously decreasing. Hibayen opened his panel to allocate attribute points. You have increased 80 points in strength. You have increased 20 points in agility. Physical attack, 3810, attack speed, agility, 120, each attack's damage has risen to 10,667, capable of dealing an astonishing 22,334 points of attack damage per second. He could take down a fully healthy psychic mouse in 7 seconds. A level 35 bronze elite is too weak for me. Nina, transform into a giant, and let's quickly take them down together. Hibayen brandished his death warblade and charged into the midst of the 6 psychic mice. Kill Psychic Mouse. Gained 4,800 experience points. Gained 80 spell power. Kill Psychic Mouse. Gained 4,800 experience points. Gained 80 spell power. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 26. Gained 20 free attributes. After nearly half a minute. Squeak. Only 1 psychic mouse remained, lying on the ground in pain and howling. At this moment, it was pinned down by Nina, who had transformed into a giant, using her little toe, unable to move at all. Meanwhile, Nina was yawning, seemingly finding this battle lacking in excitement. After all, bullying psychic mice that couldn't talk was just too easy. Otherwise, it would have to scold the guy in front of it. Just pressing me down is fine, but using the little toe? That's too much bullying for the mouse. Hibayen reached out to touch it. You have gained 80 points of curse power. Is it also 80 curse power? He thought that absorbing from a living being and absorbing from a kill would yield different amounts of curse power. It turned out to be the same. It seems that any life affected by curse gas disease receives a fixed amount of curse power upon absorption. This should be similar to curse spirits. The stronger the life, the more curse gas it can absorb. Hint, task completed. Please find Priest Nick to submit your task as soon as possible. The information appeared on the panel. Hibayen ordered Nina to knock out the spirit mouse, and she hurried back towards the Judgment Temple with it in tow. This task was completed easily. After all, for Hibayen, it was just a prologue. In the Firefly Star Mountains, Hurst was leading a team on a special mission, collecting liquid in a grove that emitted a faint glow. Special task: collect firefly tree sap. Description: the firefly trees in the Firefly Star Mountains absorb sunlight during the day, and after midnight, they release sap, which contains a small amount of light attribute. Task objective: collect 10 pounds of firefly tree sap and deliver it to the Judgment Branch in the town. Task reward: Seeker's Token, can locate a player below level 15. As long as this task is completed, he would surely find the location of the Cursed One. Besides, the tasks issued by the Judgment Association had no time limit. Then he could obtain a level selectable growth equipment. There was even a chance to get a high-level skill from the Pope. With his own epic team, with a little effort, surpassing Hibayen would be incredibly easy. Just 6 more pounds to go. The Cursed One definitely can't exceed level 15. Hurst laughed. Soon, he would obtain the growth equipment. However, collecting this firefly tree sap was too difficult. With so many of them, it would probably take until dawn to gather it all. Uncle, you want me to collect 100 pounds of firefly tree sap here? Isn't that a bit too much to ask? At that moment, a pleasant voice came through. 2 women and a man walked into the Firefly Grove, drawing everyone's attention. Sorry, but we, the Hurst Elite Team, are currently collecting firefly tree sap. If you need something, please come back tomorrow. A team member frowned and stepped forward. Clearly, they had someone guarding the area to prevent others from entering. How did they get in? No, your matters are not important. Come help me collect the sap first. The only man among the 3 said. The player was about to explode. No one had ever dared to speak to them like that, but Hurst stepped forward. Respected Mr. Red Talon, I am a preparatory judge of the Judgment Association, currently completing a task assigned by the association. Could you please give us some time? By morning, we will leave, and then you can collect the sap. Seeing Hurst's reaction, some players immediately understood. They hurriedly checked the other party's information. Name, Red Talon, extremely dangerous. Besides that, nothing else was visible. Red didn't care about Hurst's words at all. Scanning the area, he noticed that Hurst was the strongest. Help me collect firefly tree sap, and let your people hand over the collected sap to me. Hurst frowned. He didn't understand why 2 level 10 female players were following him here, and they wanted him to collect firefly tree sap. It was very strange, but it was impossible to give it, let alone help collect it. Mr. Red, are you from the Judgment Association? No. Then aren't you afraid of provoking the Judgment Association's displeasure by doing this? Why are you so chatty? Red was clearly impatient. He didn't know what had happened. He was just standing there without moving, yet Hurst was suddenly knocked back by a tremendous force. Red Talon's proactive attack on you allows for defense. The health bar suddenly dropped to 1. I defend, damn it, he shouted in anger. Never had he encountered such tyranny. Without even exchanging a couple of words, the attack came directly. He couldn't even discern the attack moves. Defense? How to defend? Are you cursing me? Heh, you're the first one in all these years. No, Mr. Red, let me explain. Before Hurst could finish his sentence, Red casually glanced at him. You have died, level, random attributes, and level shoes have dropped. Collecting Firefly Tree Sap mission failed. Since you have exited the novice period, you can resurrect directly in the town for a cost of 1 gold coin. Remaining resurrection attempts, 10. After resurrecting, Hurst angrily cursed in the town. Once a mission commenced, dying in the middle would directly result in failure. This made him lose the best chance to find the curse caster. Damn Red Tylon! What kind of dog illness have you got? Immediately after. Tip, you are affected by Red Talon's curse skill. Losing 3000 health per second, lasts for 6 hours. You have died, level, random attributes, and level shoes have dropped. Remaining resurrection attempts, 9. He had barely been resurrected for 2 seconds. Hurst died again. In his soul state, he was instantly dumbfounded. Bastard! How is there still a curse? Ah, this is the curse caster. It must be the curse caster. He wanted to resurrect immediately and report this to the Judgment Association, hoping they would back him up. Unfortunately, he couldn't, so he decisively logged off and contacted the epic players in reality, asking them to find a way to report it. But could they? Risking being scammed, they had to try once. Risking being scammed, they had to try once. Seeing Hurst drop dead instantly, the other epic players were too scared to even breathe. Is everyone in the city this ruthless? The outside world is truly terrifying. I should just obediently listen to the other party and help him collect Firefly Tree Sap. After all, I was originally helping Hurst, and now that he's gone, helping anyone is still helping. Especially the epic player who spoke first, feeling an immense gratitude towards Hurst. Big brother, you are truly my good big brother. If it weren't for you, I would have been the one to get killed. Thus, to repay Hurst's life-saving grace by setting an example and to prevent another death incident from occurring, he was the first to stand up. Everyone, I think we should help Mr. Red collect firefly tree sap. Mr. Red is so strong and still needs 100 pounds of firefly tree sap. It must be of great use. So let's help Mr. Red collect it first. What do you all think? The 49 members of the team nodded in unison, their eyes not even blinking. I think you're right. Mr. Red, do you have any tips to speed up the collection of firefly tree sap? Mr. Red, here are the 4 pounds of firefly tree sap we just collected. Please take it. The players, with smiles on their faces, worked hard to collect the firefly tree sap. The Lu sisters nearby were left dumbfounded. Indeed, powerful strength is more important than anything else, so they left this to Red and went off to level up nearby. What the hell? Is Priest Nick not here? Upon returning to the Judgment Temple, they were informed by the guards that Nick had gone out. Yes, Mr. Nick went to the royal castle to help the Viscount's daughter suppress the cursed sickness. Hearing the guard's explanation, Hibayan's eyes lit up. Okay, I got it. Leaving the temple, Hibayan immediately opened the friend panel to contact Dick, asking if he could take him into the royal castle. Brave warrior, I'm not sure I can help you with this. Although we have become part of the royal guard, we cannot just bring anyone into the royal castle. The rules are strict. There are 2 ways to get in. The first is to complete various tasks within the city of Ater, raise your reputation, and once you reach 10,000, you can meet the city lord. Basically, outsiders usually enter this way. The second way is something I might be able to assist with. May I ask what business you have in the royal castle, warrior? Hibayan replied, I can cure the cursed sickness, not just suppress it, but completely heal it. However, you probably won't believe me. In any case, please help me convey this message to the Viscount in the royal castle. I believe he, being a loving father, will surely summon me. There are 2 Viscounts in the royal castle of Ater. One is the city lord, and the other is the Viscount whose daughter is afflicted with cursed sickness. The latter's status is second only to the city lord. Unlike the usual game tropes where there are conflicts of interest or hidden agendas, Dick was overjoyed and was just about to leave. Wait a minute. At that moment, Nick's voice came through. Who is that person? He suddenly remembered the arrogant warrior he had encountered tonight, who also claimed he could cure the cursed sickness. If the other party was indeed coming for the royal castle, he probably had other motives. It doesn't matter who he is, just let him come over. Bert understood Nick's meaning, but he had to seize every opportunity to save his daughter. Over the years, he had also been searching for a holy doctor who could cure the cursed sickness, even willing to give everything, but there had been no results. There were a few reckless imposters who came forward, and naturally, they ended up dead at his hands. This touched his bottom line. Bert sincerely hoped that Dick's friend was genuine, because he didn't want to kill 2 people tonight. The nobleman Hibayan and the psychic mouse Nina entered the royal castle. It must be said that the place where the royal nobles lived was indeed luxurious. At this moment, a task panel appeared before him. Heal Count Bert's daughter Julie, extremely dangerous. Description: Count Bert once took his daughter out for a trip when they were ambushed by hostile foreign tribes, causing his daughter Julie to contract the cursed sickness, leaving him forever guilty towards her. Task objective: heal Julie. Task reward: any item Count Bert can provide. Task failure: Bert hates anyone who deceives him regarding his daughter. Not only will you die, but you will also endanger Dick and his entire team. Hibayan couldn't help but gasp. What a ruthless person. If he didn't truly have this ability, he would have gotten Dick and the newly formed royal guard killed. Indeed, those who could become powerful figures were all ruthless individuals. Upon arriving at Julie's room, the priest Nick immediately locked eyes with him. It really is you, arrogant warrior. He pointed at Hibayan, very angry. Count Bert, he also told me he could cure the cursed sickness. He's a fraud. He must have other motives. Hibayan rolled his eyes at him. Have you seen me treat the cursed sickness with your own eyes? Not wanting to say much, he had Nina drop the unconscious psychic mouse at his feet. You see for yourself, this psychic mouse has no cursed sickness on it. Nick looked at him suspiciously. Then he picked up the psychic mouse from the ground to examine it. Bert also stared intently. There was indeed no cursed sickness present. Just then, the unconscious psychic mouse slowly woke up. Squeak! Seeing that it was not those 2 terrifying humans who had captured it, it opened its mouth and bit towards Nick's hand. Heaven won't abandon me. My mouse life is still saved. However, just as it opened its mouth, a holy light ignited on it, instantly turning it to a pile of ashes. Nick clapped his hands. Alright, if you can heal Julie, I will apologize to you. Apologize? What good is an apology? Hibayan extended his hand and beckoned. What about my task reward? You. Looking at his smug expression, Nick almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He really was too careless back then. He insisted on changing the task and even altered the reward. Alright, the warrior has completed the task, you should give him the reward. Bert didn't want to waste time. The visitor this time seemed to indeed have some skills, and there was hope he was a genuine holy doctor. But he didn't hold much hope, because he was too young. You have obtained the Stone of Light, 500 reputation, Holy Water of Light. You consumed the Holy Water of Light, permanently reducing the dark attribute damage you receive by 20. He Bei Yen drank the Holy Water of Light in front of him. It had no taste, almost like plain water. I need to check the severity of the curse sickness, and you all need to sign a divine contract. If it is confirmed that I am a holy doctor, no word of it can leak out. He Bei Yen said. His strength had not yet reached invincibility in front of everyone. If the news leaks, the cursed sect will definitely send a powerful expert to kill him. Even though he always wore a mask, He Bei Yen didn't want to take any risks. After all, they didn't know that the curse master and the holy physician were the same person. Due to various reasons related to the curse sect leader, he couldn't reveal his identity as the curse master. Good. Bert and Nick signed the divine contract without a second thought, including Dick. If it really was the holy physician, they naturally understood He Bei Yen's importance and knew they couldn't be ostentatious. Then He Bei Yen approached the bedside. Julie, suffering from curse sickness for 7 years. He Bei Yen pinched her arm, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Bert watched his actions closely, ready to act at any moment. If he noticed any inappropriate behavior, he would not hesitate to kill him. Everyone was watching He Bei Yen, eager to see where his confidence came from. As He Bei Yen's hand gripped Julie's arm, he felt the curse energy could be absorbed. Rather, it was as if the curse energy was eager to cling to him, rushing into his body. Moreover, he discovered that he could actually manipulate the curse energy within her. He could make it calm instantly or, in the next second, become agitated. You have gained 100 points of curse power. He didn't rush to absorb it all at once but first took in a small portion. Failing could mean losing his head, which was enough to prove how daunting this task was. Shouldn't he get a little something out of it? The task reward was any item from Bert, but that didn't mean it would be a lot. He was about to resolve Bert's biggest knot, so shouldn't he ask for more? Lord Bert, you might want to let Nick check if the curse energy in Lady Julie has decreased a bit. He Bei Yen pretended to be exhausted, speaking weakly. Before Bert could respond, Nick immediately stepped forward to examine her. Really has decreased a bit. The look in Nick's eyes when he glanced at He Bei Yen was filled with intense shock. How did he do it? Hearing this, Bert hurriedly approached. Although he couldn't solve the curse sickness, a reduction was still noticeable. His eyes widened in disbelief. Hero, warrior, you truly are the holy physician from the ancient texts. Bert stared at He Bei Yen in disbelief. For 7 years, the curse energy within Julie had never decreased. It had only continued to increase. Yet the warrior had only touched her arm, and in less than half a minute, it had decreased by 1/7. He had thought the holy physician would be a reclusive master, the kind with a long white beard, someone he would spend his life searching for to ask for help. But this voice was clearly that of a young man, and he had come to them. This was not at all in line with his perception of the holy physician and was far too magical. Holy physician? What holy physician? He Bei Yen had no idea about the story of the holy physician. Bert directly knelt halfway before him. Please, Your Excellency the holy physician, save my daughter's life, I can pay any price. He saw hope for his daughter to regain her vitality. He Bei Yen nodded slightly. This viscount was quite perceptive, but my strength is still insufficient. It took a lot of effort to remove the curse energy just now. Before he could finish his sentence, Bert immediately extended his hand, palm filled with various high-end potions. Holy physician, here are top-grade potions that increase physique, strength, and mana, take them all. He Bei Yen was momentarily speechless, his words stuck in his throat. This was too perceptive. He was practically answering on cue. Looking again at the potions in his hand. Blood Bull Potion, permanently increases physique by 150 points. Brute Force Potion, permanently increases strength by 100 points. Vitality Potion, permanently increases spirit by 100 points. Good heavens, that was equivalent to directly gaining 17 levels of attribute points. Very good, very nice. He Bei Yen grabbed them all. To make it more convincing, he directly drank them down. A shiver ran through him, instantly filling him with energy. You permanently gain 150 points in Constitution, 100 points in Strength, and 100 points in Spirit. In an instant, his health increased by 1680, physical attack by 224, and magical attack by 224. At the same time, his defenses also rose by 168 points. This was the change after accounting for the title's 12% bonus. He opened his panel. Player, He Bei Yen, Bronze, Level, 26 Title, The Chosen Cursed One, Specific Attribute Values, Health, 11660, Health Shield, 23506, mana, 3200, physical attack, 4010, magical attack, 2950, physical defense, 872, magical defense, 872, attack speed, agility, 120, special attributes, not benefiting from title bonuses, health recovery, 391, luck, 5, weakness attack, 20, critical rate, 5, casting speed, 45, cooldown reduction, 25, fire damage reduction, 60, dark damage reduction, 20. Equipment. Slightly after reviewing the panel, He-Bei-Yan nodded in satisfaction. His dual defense attributes had never been increased, yet they were almost breaking 1,000. It looked truly comfortable. Meanwhile, Nick was staring intently at his face. Count Bert was eager for his beloved daughter. Seeing that Princess Julie's curse sickness had improved, he directly believed that he was the holy doctor. But he always felt that this arrogant warrior was deceiving Bert of his possessions, just like how he had deliberately provoked him before, tricking him with the holy water of light. Yet he couldn't find any evidence, because the curse sickness within Princess Julie had indeed decreased. Warrior, since you have recovered, quickly resolve Princess Julie's curse sickness completely, Nick urged. As the judgment priest, he had to witness the complete removal of the curse sickness from Julie's body with his own eyes before he would fully believe. In contrast, Dick, who had been silent, looked at He-Bei-Yan in disbelief. It really is. It seemed that ever since he met this warrior, his fate had been getting better. A heavenly treasure, becoming a baron? A heavenly treasure, becoming a baron? You have gained 100 points of curse power. You have gained 100 points of curse power. You have gained 100 points of curse power. The converted curse power is indeed quite a lot. Then, He-Bei-Yan absorbed another 600 points of curse power, and the curse energy on Julie was completely cleared. After 7 years, the curse energy within her was very thick, much more than what was on the damaged curse equipment. But compared to the curse spirit body, it was still lacking by a significant margin. Perhaps it was due to her relatively weak strength. Father, as the curse energy disappeared, Julie slowly woke up. She immediately saw a masked man sitting beside her, holding her wrist. Throughout the journey, He-Bei-Yan had not removed his mask. Julie, don't move yet. This is the holy doctor recorded in ancient texts, who was just helping you heal your curse sickness. Upon noticing that the curse sickness in his daughter's body had completely vanished, Bert fully believed. His favorability towards He-Bei-Yan rose rapidly, now reaching nearly 600. During this process, Nick's mindset gradually shifted, filled with joy. He was already planning to take He-Bei-Yan to the Judgment Association headquarters. Holy Doctor, thank you for saving my life. Julie's favorability towards you increased by 1,000 points. Current favorability, respect. Julie had just shaken off the curse sickness, and her body had not yet fully recovered. She needed some time to rest. You all keep talking about the Holy Doctor. What exactly is that? He-Bei-Yan had long wanted to ask. It had been mentioned that ancient texts were involved, and he guessed this was what Normank referred to as the story. Bert took the initiative to explain. I have even seen the judgment god Asado? After hearing this, He-Bei-Yan found it absurd. Then I am not the Holy Doctor. I have never seen Asado. It doesn't matter, that's not important. The important thing is that the warrior saved my daughter, so I must show my sincerity. You have received 30 gold coins, title, Noble of its city, and the formula for the Essence Magic Potion. Noble of its city, you receive a 30% discount on all expenses in its city, making it easier to gain favor in its city. Tasks will be prioritized for you, and you can also receive hidden tasks. Essence Magic Potion formula, permanently increases energy by 30 points, triggers only once, and boosts magic attack and mana by 50. Lasts for 30 minutes. Required materials. He-Bei-Yan raised an eyebrow. The potion loved by mages. Mages are a popular class. There are still many full-output mage teams rampaging through various monsters to gain experience. It's mindless yet effective, ensuring your safety. If the Essence Magic Potion is crafted, all mage players will become his big leaks. Buy as many as you can. The increase of 50 magic attack and mana for half an hour significantly enhances their combat endurance. Not to mention it can also increase their energy by 30 points. A very premium potion formula. The title is not bad, but the most important part is the hidden tasks and the discount on expenses. But this is not all of the rewards. You have obtained the blueprint for the flowing electric dagger. This equipment has physical attack, 2 agility, and has a 15% chance to trigger a 1-second paralysis effect upon a successful hit. Goodness! Another player-friendly weapon. After handing over the gold coins and blueprints to He-Bei-Yan, Bert seemed to feel it was still not enough. He took out a gray jade talisman. I stumbled upon this jade talisman a few years ago on the road. At that time, many monsters were fighting over it, so I got involved and killed them all. But after obtaining it, I never knew what it was. It should be a treasure. Now I am focused on managing its city and have no time to study it further. I wish you could use it one day. You have obtained an unknown jade talisman. Treasure item can unlock the talisman effect through level identification technique. Unable to see the item information, He-Bei-Yen was genuinely astonished. A treasure? What level of item is this? Before he could think further. Hint, due to wearing the level cursed equipment True Side-Eye Extinction, which comes with level identification, the talisman effect has been unlocked. Mysterious Jade Talisman, Primary Treasure, Effect, comes with mysterious power. If the additional attribute damage you receive is less than your own defense, you are completely immune. If it exceeds your own defense, the final value is calculated by subtracting your defense, and the reduced damage is fully reflected back. Description: it is said that gathering all treasures will trigger a mysterious event. 1. Hint: treasure items take effect immediately when placed in the backpack, but if you die, they will definitely drop extra. He-Bei-Yen? This effect is too outrageous. And when did True Side-Eye Extinction come with identification? Could it be that just like Nina understands all races from birth, True Side-Eye Extinction comes with level identification? In any case, he knew that Bert had suffered a huge loss. In someone else's hands, aside from certain tanky blood cows, it wouldn't be very useful for others. But for the versatile He-Bei-Yen, it is extremely practical. Only true strong players can maximize its effectiveness. Many attack skills and equipment come with additional damage. Most of them are fixed additional damage. For example, the Scout's Piercing Arrow has a penetration effect that adds 1500 fixed additional damage. As for non-fixed additional damage, there are also examples, like the Poison Enchantment Stone he obtained earlier. If the equipment is enchanted and the opponent has poison resistance, the poison damage becomes a non-fixed value. The mysterious Jade Talisman is powerful in the hands of the strong, while it is difficult for the weak to utilize it effectively. With it, players will find it hard to exhaust He-Bei-Yen through large amounts of fixed additional damage in the future. Moreover, the effect of the mysterious Jade Talisman can stack with the Dead Gold Gauntlet. Once he repairs the Dead Gold Gauntlet, if the opponent hasn't exhausted He-Bei-Yen, they might end up being killed by the reflected damage themselves. And this is just a primary treasure. What effects would higher-level treasures have? What mysterious events would occur once they are all gathered? He-Bei-Yen seemed to have discovered a new world. Warrior, are you willing to become a baron noble of its city? I can make an exception and grant you nobility, which will bring you countless conveniences in its city. Viscount Bert intends to grant you the title of baron. Do you agree? Tip: since you own a guild, becoming a baron will allow you to manage a small village, approximately 100 population, as your territory, receiving a noble salary each month. But if its city needs you, you must help. Tip: your choice will change your fate to some extent. Outside the city, cursed equipment, humble Nick. Viscount Bert, I don't have that intention for now. He-Bei-Yen politely declined. A village with a population of 100 as the territory of the chosen guild? That seemed a bit beneath him. Moreover, having a territory now, He-Bei-Yen did not have enough manpower to manage it and would have to toil personally. How could he level up like this? Monsters or villains could appear around the small village. If the village were destroyed or occupied, all the reputation he had accumulated would be wiped clean. Furthermore, becoming a baron of its city required signing a divine contract. He would have to pledge eternal loyalty to its city and become their servant. How could He-Bei-Yen possibly submit to others? Well then, Bert sighed inwardly. It was indeed impossible to keep the Saint Doctor in their large city. Viscount Bert, do you have a city teleportation scroll? He-Bei-Yen asked. If he could get one from Bert, it would save him a lot of time. I'm sorry, warrior, I don't have one. Bert shook his head. This item was originally owned by a big merchant in the city, but he was killed while passing by the Spider People's cave near its city, and it was left there. They are a group of intelligent beings, very difficult to deal with. Even I couldn't resolve them personally. So powerful? He-Bei-Yen checked Bert's panel. Bert, level 46 bronze boss, health, 82 attack, 3845 physical defense, 1800 magic defense, 1700 skills? He-Bei-Yen felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. A bronze level boss with nearly 1,000,000 health? Although He-Bei-Yen could find a way to take him down, it would definitely not be easy, and that terrifying output was almost catching up to his base attack power. As a bronze boss, Bert must have many skills. Unfortunately, He-Bei-Yen's level was too low to see them. If it weren't for the bronze title, he wouldn't even be able to view Bert's health and attack. Viscount Bert, can you give me the task first? When my strength is sufficient, I will help you solve this problem. Based on his panel, He-Bei-Yen roughly inferred the strength of the Spider People's boss. Okay, you have accepted the quest. Kill the Spider People. Warrior, your identity must not be exposed. Nick, You take the warrior to stay in the royal castle first. It's not safe outside. Starting tomorrow, I will send elite guards from the royal castle to protect the warrior. After saying this, Bert deliberately glanced at Nick. It seemed to be a warning to him that even if he signed the divine contract, he shouldn't risk his life for faith and tell the Judgment Association about this matter. Bayan was clearly considered one of their own, while Nick was seen as an outsider. Nick, he naturally sensed it, but he didn't want to speak. Outside the demonized manor on the outskirts of Luosuwa City, there was a scene of devastation. Suddenly, a figure emerged, carrying a unique fragrance. Has someone already taken care of it? Looking at the corpse of Jelf at her feet, the ethereal female voice had an ominous premonition. She quickly searched Jelf's body, but after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find her target. It was indeed taken away. How was the news leaked? She was very displeased. Using a certain item, he witnessed the scene of Bayan killing the corrupted Jelf. No matter who you are, I will take back the forest seed from you. Warrior, are you awake? Early the next morning, Julie's voice came from outside the door. Bayan opened the door to find her holding a steaming breakfast. Bert was indeed a viscount. In just one night, he had enabled his daughter, who couldn't get out of bed, to walk again. Who knows how many high-level items he used. These dishes are made from the finest ingredients and can temporarily increase your attributes. Please enjoy. Bayan took the breakfast. You just recovered, you need to rest more. But Julie shook her head and said, although I don't know what the warrior looks like, I will remember this mask for a lifetime. You saved me, this little thing is nothing. My father and priest Nick are waiting for you outside. Warrior, please have your meal first, no rush. As a princess, Julie was very composed. After speaking, she left. Your physical attack lasts 12 hours, physical attack 5164. Your dual defense lasts 12 hours, dual defense 1333. Your life lasts 12 hours, life value 15670. Just after finishing breakfast, the attributes showed a percentage increase. This thing is great. Originally, Bayan's dual defense was only over 900. After 2 increases in life and dual defense, it broke through 1,300 points. The base physical attack also exceeded 5,000. Although it was only temporary, the duration was a full 12 hours. Let's see what Bert and Nick want from me. He arrived in the royal castle hall, just in time to see 2 judgment knights receiving tasks from Nick, walking towards him. How did unclaimed cursed equipment appear outside the city again? I don't know, it feels like it's man-made. The priest told us to recover it, so let's collect it and hand it over to headquarters for destruction. That's right. Bayan's ears perked up. Intact cursed equipment. Does that mean he has new gear to bind again? Suppressing his joy, he quickly walked towards Bert and the others. Warrior, you're here. I want to know your recent arrangements to send elite protection. No need to protect me. Bayan directly refused. As long as you follow the divine contract, my strength is not as simple as you see. Sending people to protect himself? Even Bert might not be qualified. He wasn't arrogant. At least a silver-level leader's strength was needed to provide protection for the current Bayan. The elite of the royal castle that Bert mentioned would probably last less than 3 minutes in his hands. Better to forget it. I have other tasks to do, so I'll leave first. Warrior, wait. Nick suddenly called out. He still wanted to take Bayan to the Judgment Association headquarters. Once there, his safety would be absolutely guaranteed, and with some strong protectors, he could go everywhere to treat curse sickness. Who knew he wouldn't even get a chance to speak, and the other party ran away. Because of the previous matter, he didn't dare to keep him. He was afraid the warrior would be dissatisfied with him again. For the first time, Nick felt what it was like to be humble. Bayan followed behind the 2 judgment knights, activating his invisibility. In fact, he heard Nick's call and knew what he wanted to say, but Bayan would not go. He was worried that his identity as a curse caster would be exposed. After all, the identity of a holy doctor was very heavy. In the Judgment Association, it was equivalent to a curse caster of the curse god cult, or even higher. Unless he could also stand firm in front of the Pope. These 2 judgment knights are of intermediate level, right? Checking their data panels, they were stronger than Midar, but they completely failed to notice that he was tracking them. The matter of recovering cursed equipment was very confidential, so the 2 dared not bring their own judges along, as it would attract too much attention. They tossed and turned until they reached a certain swamp outside the city, attacking the monsters that appeared around them. How could a cursed item appear here? Although they hadn't found it yet, the way this cursed equipment had shown up left Bayan a bit perplexed. Are players who don't steal from NPC monsters considered qualified players? Are players who don't steal monsters considered qualified players? The forms of cursed items that Bayan knew of were only as quest rewards for class equipment, or dropped from defeated enemies. Perhaps they could also be obtained in some higher-grade relic dungeons. If cursed equipment were found in the wild, the only way he could think of was through wild treasure chests. But the actions of the two judges were very purposeful, as if they knew the exact location of the cursed item. Clearly, it had nothing to do with treasure chests. Then he thought of two questions. How did other cursed item users obtain their cursed equipment? How did the Judgment Association know about it? The more He Beiyan thought, the more confused he became. He transformed the Mask of True Sight into another form and changed his outer clothing. Once they found the cursed item, he would strike directly, to save that lovely child from a destroyed fate. However, He Beiyan was not idle. He kept an eye on the monsters being attacked by the two judges. With free henchmen right in front of me, I can't let this opportunity go to waste, right? That's right, He Beiyan planned to steal the monsters. The monsters the judges were dealing with could bring He Beiyan a lot of experience points. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him, and he didn't even have to lift a finger. Why not steal? There was even a saying among players about stealing monsters. If you don't steal the monsters, I would say you have high quality and are a friend worth making deep connections with, and we can team up another day. But if you don't steal any monsters, don't expect me to acknowledge you, you good for nothing. I'll cut ties immediately. Are players who don't steal monsters still considered qualified players? Your equipment, skills, and class will all despise you. Big Lang, let's work harder. This mudfish is almost dead. I know. Sword strike. At this moment, the two judges still didn't know. They were being eyed by a handsome man. Both of them were melee classes, and their cooperation was very tacit, causing the mudfish monster's health to continuously decrease. Before long, when the monster's health dropped to 1, He Beiyan seized the opportunity and decisively used the Heifei staff. Fireball. Kill the swamp mudfish. Gain 1,600 experience points. Ha! How did it just die like that? Someone's nearby. The two judges were first taken aback, then instantly reacted. They looked around warily, but after He Beiyan used the fireball, he entered stealth mode again. After all, this stealth skill would enter a cooldown countdown during its duration. Damn it! Which bastard is so uncouth? Stealing someone else's monster. Shameless. Erlang angrily cursed and released the reveal stealth skill, but he couldn't find the monster thief. Forget it, let's focus on the main task first. The Lang tugged at Erlang, touching the light orb and continuing deeper. The fact that the thief didn't show themselves while stealing monsters proved their strength was not as good as the swamp mudfish. They were just not as good as them. It was just that the stealth skill was a bit strong. Next time he made a move, he would pay more attention and catch them in the act. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't just watch the monsters drop light orb without picking it up. So this is what it feels like to steal monsters. Looking at his experience bar lengthening a little, He Beiyan smiled. Although the experience from the monster's death was automatically distributed based on contribution, the contribution gained from killing monsters was the average of all participants' contributions. Therefore, many players often waited for monsters to enter low health, then went up to deliver the finishing blow and gain a large amount of experience. Or the leader of the team could deliver the final blow to gain more experience. However, He Beiyan had always been soloing, so he couldn't trigger this mechanism. Not long after, the two Judgment Knights encountered the swamp loach again. This time, they had learned their lesson. After reducing its health to below 5%, they deliberately slowed down. They remained vigilant of their surroundings. In contrast, He Beiyan stood several hundred meters away, just right to test the Annihilation Ray of True Sight. The Annihilation Ray, with an attack range of over 1,000 meters, could strike from a place they wouldn't notice. Several hundred meters away, it was beyond their perception range. Want to play mind games with him? He Beiyan had at least 100 ways to show them up. Annihilation Ray. Finding the right angle, he instantly unleashed a skill he had never used before. A thick laser shot out, hitting the swamp loach that had just dropped to 1 health. Kill the swamp loach, gain 1,600 experience points. I can't believe it. If you have the guts, come out. Damn it. Seeing the swamp loach being harvested by the hidden player again, the two Judgment Knights immediately lost their composure. Their blood pressure shot up, faces flushed. Despite being extremely vigilant, they hadn't sensed anyone's presence when the ray struck the swamp loach, but they were certain someone was definitely nearby. Because monsters wouldn't steal kills, it could also be intelligent beings from other races. The two cursed at the air for a long time, but no one appeared. They could only choose to calm down. Hurry up and retrieve the cursed equipment. I don't believe he dares to show himself. They quickened their pace, no longer thinking about catching him in the act. They dealt with the loaches without holding back. Kill the swamp loach, gain 1,600 experience points. Kill the swamp loach, gain 1,600 experience points. Kill the swamp loach, gain 1,600 experience points. Naturally, every single one was snatched by He Bei-yen. The two knights were too angry to say anything, quickening their steps, all their frustration bottled up inside. Finally, they arrived at the location of the cursed equipment. Seeing the dark ring on the ground was like seeing the judgment god Asado. They could finally get rid of that damn hidden player. De Lang hurried forward. He bent down to reach for it. Ha, where's the ring? This is the cursed equipment you wanted to retrieve. Not far away, a person wearing a mask and a trench coat stood there, holding the rage ring they were supposed to recover. Rage ring, the damage you receive will be stored, and the stored damage will turn into incredibly destructive energy, which can be released to deal massive damage to a single target. Limit of 500,000. Curse, each time you release energy, your health temporarily becomes 1 point, and all attributes decrease by 98, lasts for 3 days. Tip, attacking yourself is ineffective, and damage from attacks that do not provoke your rage is not counted. This cursed equipment was very nice. He Bei-yen directly equipped it in front of them. Ah, you bastard! Seeing the cursed equipment they wanted to recover being worn, the two knights immediately understood why the other had been hiding in the shadows. Damn it! The shameless thing finally dares to show itself, not only stealing our monsters along the way, but now wearing cursed equipment. So you want to become a cursed wielder, huh? Good. Go die. The two Judgment Knights knew the effect of that ring. Even if he equipped it, it wouldn't unleash its power. They hadn't caught any monsters, and their mission was ruined by this guy in front of them. It was infuriating. As long as they could take down this little brat, they would be willing to face any punishment from the priest when they returned. Annihilation Judgment. Earth's Wrath. The anger in their hearts finally had a place to vent, and they unleashed their strongest moves right away. But what they didn't expect was, seeing the thin film on the opponent absorb the attack, he couldn't hold back. Is this power too weak? I was still thinking of using you to absorb damage. He Bei-yen shook his head helplessly. It must be that his current defense was too strong. However, the damage absorbed by the shield was still counted by the Rage Ring. Watch closely, this is what damage looks like. Evil mission, evil god contract? He Bei-yen had no intention of leaving the two alive. He was that cold-blooded. Not only did he want De Lang and Air Lang to become his tools, to be used and then disposed of, but he also wanted them to make their final contribution, turning into experience points. Boom! 15 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls exploded, engulfing them. Kill Intermediate Judgment Knight. Gain 6,000 experience points. Kill Intermediate Judgment Knight. Gain 6,000 experience points. Free attribute points. The two unfortunate Judgment Knights left not even ashes behind. They were killed in such a humiliating manner. Looking at the two light clusters on the ground. If you fall behind, you'll get beaten. He Bei-yen shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do. After all, he was a player, not aligned with any faction. To become a god, to fulfill himself, he had to make do with them. Obtained Gaze of the Giant Sword, Earthquake Fury, Skill Book. This was the first time He Bei-yen had killed a god awakening. Just like killing players, Death randomly dropped one item, unless encountering a high sin value red name, which would drop all items upon being killed. I'll leave these things to Chung Hong to handle. With a brainy merchant who had signed the god awakening contract, Chung Hong would know when to list them for maximum profit, for himself and the chosen guild's benefit. Besides these two items, there were also the recipes, blueprints, and so on obtained earlier, all traded to him through the friend panel, and he instructed him to tell Wang Tianyu to collect the corresponding materials and prepare in advance. Being a hands-off manager was indeed comfortable, but relying solely on these items was still not enough for He Bei-yen to maintain the sustainable development of gold coins in his mind. More items that could be listed on the trading market were needed. This matter can only be done bit by bit. He Bei-yen left some curse energy in this area and then quickly went invisible and left. The explosion of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls was not small. He didn't know if anyone had heard it. The death of the two Judgment Knights would eventually be discovered, so he left some curse energy to disguise himself as a curse caster who killed them, although he himself could also be considered a curse caster. World announcement: player Jing Yijiro actively triggered an evil mission. Contract with the evil god. Players near Shisi Town, please kill him within 3 days to receive a huge and generous reward. Otherwise, it may bring some bad changes to the god awakening in the future. This mission is only known to players and cannot be disclosed, displaying real-time coordinates, 3 days Shisi Town. Just then, He Bei-yen suddenly heard the world announcement. Evil mission? He had seen the name Jing Yijiro on the comprehensive strength ranking, currently ranked 13th. He should be a legendary class player. According to the text description of the world announcement, it was a mission triggered by Jing Yijiro himself. At this time, all legendary class players were focused on leveling up, completing their class missions, and advancing as quickly as possible, Why would he trigger a mission that made him a public enemy? The huge and generous reward looks pretty good. He opened the world channel to see if he could find the specific location of Shishi City. What the hell is this? Contract with the evil god? Is there an evil god in the God Awakening world? Isn't that obvious? This huge and generous reward is very enticing. It might just have clues to becoming a god or level rewards. Does anyone know where Shishi City is? As long as I can get there, I'll add you as a friend and transfer 500 gold coins immediately. Shishi Town is the upper level of newbie village. No. 486 players from these newbie villages come together to kill Jingyi Jiro. Jingyi Jiro is a legendary professional, with his own guild power. It's hard for just a few players to deal with him. There have already been past players who died. It seems that his evil quest can still form alliances. Jingyi-san, I am willing to join your group and embody evil together. Gather nearby legendary and epic professional players online to form a team against Jingyi Jiro. What about Hishan? What is Hishan's attitude? Some plan to hunt down Jingyi Jiro, while others expressed a desire to join them. This was something He Bei-yen hadn't anticipated. Many players in Shinshi believed their potential was limited and wanted to find a backing to help them grow quickly and raise their limits. As for the outcome of their choices, they had to bear it themselves. This time, He Bei-yen rarely spoke in the world channel. Is there a teleportation symbol for Shishi Town? I'm quite curious about the evil quest. He spoke very politely, but the meaning was clear. The novice village was far from his no. 66 novice village. The distance was definitely not close. Damn, Hishan really has the intention to hunt. Then it's settled, Jingyi Jiro won't survive tonight. Who can quickly give Hishan the teleportation symbol? They can also get a friend slot. After watching Hishan's video, I feel like a waste. Hello, Mr. I am Jingyi Jiro. I can state my position in front of so many people. My quest will not affect you, nor will it affect other players, and it certainly won't affect the Shinshi world. I hope everyone can believe me and give me time to prove myself. No one would really believe that, right? Give you time to grow? Hishan, I just had someone buy the teleportation symbol for Shishi Town, but it says I am over 1,000 kilometers away from Shishi Town and cannot use it. I came from no. 103 novice village. Should I try to give it to you? He Bei-yen frowned. It seemed impossible to get there. He didn't fulfill others' intentions and just quietly observed. There were so many types of quests in Shinshi, this kind of thing would happen sooner or later. He couldn't possibly go every time and crush them in the cradle. That would make Shinshi too dull, lacking much fun and variation. As long as he maintained his strength, he wasn't afraid of Jingyi Jiro becoming the spokesperson for evil. Ding! You have received a friend message. Thinking of this, Wang Tianyu sent a message. Hishan, our two pillars of the Dragon Kingdom are near Shishi Town, but according to estimates, there is only a 60% chance of winning. Do you think we should take action against him? There were only 3 days, which was indeed a bit rushed. Otherwise, Wang Tianyu and the others could use the potion blueprints given by Hishan to strengthen the two pillars and others' strength. Why is it only a 60% chance? He Bei-yen understood this point but still felt it shouldn't be so low. The two pillars of the East Ing collaborated immediately to hunt him down, and they have already died once. Wang Tianyu replied, this news will soon appear in the world channel. Originally, the players who were supposed to work together with the two pillars against him, as long as they survived, I don't know what Jingyi Jiro did to them, but they were forcibly turned into his servants, greatly increasing his power. He Bei-yen raised an eyebrow. It could be played like this? This evil quest was a bit interesting. Are permanent servants time limited? What about those who have died once? He asked back. It's not permanent. You have to be his servant for 3 months. The players who died received the normal death penalty, with no other effects. Well, you all can decide for yourselves. Anyway, I can't get over there. Danger and opportunity often lie in a single thought. He Bei-yen couldn't provide any substantial advice. He didn't know the specific content of this evil quest and couldn't make an effective judgment. However, the East Ying's pillars suffered heavy losses. It was said that during the previous world arrival, they even planned to compete for the first kill with him. Unexpectedly, one knight returned to the pre-liberation era. The accumulated power turned into the wedding dress of Inoue Jiro. The will of heaven is hard to fathom. Who knows what will happen in the future? He Bei-yen chuckled. Such divine inspiration could only bring him challenges. Inoue Jiro breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the teleportation symbol had distance limitations. Fortunately, He Bei-yen couldn't come. Even though his current power had merged nearly half of the players from the two great pillars of the nation, he still didn't think it could compare to He Bei-yen alone. The gap between them was like that between a martial artist and a 5 or 6-year-old child. No matter how many children there were, they couldn't defeat a true martial artist. 3 days, just get through these 3 days. Then I can receive the rewards from the evil god. This is a divine reward. It must be better than what Yen gets. By then, I can. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. The prices of divine items remained plain and unadorned. Ultimately, after discussions among the high-ranking officials and the national pillars of Longwa, it was decided to launch an expedition against Inoue Jiro. But what the outcome would be, Yen could not know. Back in its city, he didn't waste time and visited the life street. It's time to level up my life professions and see if there are any new ones I can learn for free. Yen smiled. Every life profession that reached a certain level could gain the bonus effects of profession attributes. This was what Yen desired most. As he learned more life professions, one day he would become a master of all life professions. Who knows when it might come in handy? Walking past various life profession shops, he gained insights into their operations. You have gained some new skills of the pharmacist and become a pharmacist. Insight has increased. You have gained some new skills of the chef and become a level chef. Insight has increased. Only to level? And the effects haven't changed? After visiting 2 life profession shops in succession, the level had increased, but the effect bonuses had not changed at all. Forget it. I'll look for new life professions to learn and wait until I go to the Empire to improve overall. With that in mind, Yen didn't want to waste time. He looked around for new life professions. What is this? Soon, he made a discovery. The shop had the words treasure hunting written on it. Upon entering, he saw a man with a monocle standing at the counter, elegantly wiping some item with a handkerchief. The walls behind him were filled with various strange items. Welcome to its city, noble guest. How may I assist you? The man smiled. Are you professionals in treasure hunting? This kind of profession appearing in the life street left Yen somewhat incredulous. Yes, we are treasure hunters. Becoming a treasure hunter allows you to find all kinds of rare treasures, and even play a crucial role in triggering certain special tasks. Yen nodded, suddenly recalling something. Can cursed equipment also be found? Strictly speaking, yes, the man replied calmly. However, according to the laws of each empire, only treasure hunters approved by the Judgment Association are qualified to search for cursed equipment. Other treasure hunters cannot do so, or they will face execution. Oh, I see. No wonder Priest Nick could issue a task to the Judgment Knights to recover cursed equipment. It was likely that high-level treasure hunters provided the clues. Among the cursed equipment users of the cursed god cult, there should also be similar individuals. Yen felt a stir of interest. Once he became a treasure hunter, he could search for cursed equipment himself, no longer relying on luck as he did now. As for the approval of the Judgment Association, wasn't finding Nick something that could be done easily? As recorded in ancient texts, the Holy Physician could treat cursed energy diseases. Looking for cursed equipment and conveniently destroying it wasn't very normal? Even if he wasn't a member of the Judgment Association, he would surely be able to obtain approval. This is a unique case that belongs only to him. However, it shouldn't be easy. Such matters should require strict approval. And since the matter of the Holy Physician involves a divine contract, he has no way to report it. He'll ask Nick about it first. How can I become a treasure hunter? He asked. You can purchase the Treasure Hunter's Manual with gold coins. The Level 1 manual only costs 7 gold coins. So expensive? The prices of items sold by the Divine Official Store are still so plain and unadorned. This is after a 30% discount. For a normal player, that means 10 gold coins for a Level 1 manual. Even Yen, who is referred to as a big capitalist by countless people, felt tears welling up. Warrior, the effort you put in is proportional to the rewards you reap, the man said with a smile. Treasure hunters can find any equipment, items, and other special objects, whether for personal use or resale. They can quickly recoup their investment. Then how much is your highest level treasure manual? Yen didn't want to hear him ramble on about marketing. The Level 1 treasure manual is originally priced at 1.2 million gold coins, but you only need to pay 840,000 gold coins. And there is only one copy in Yates City. Yen? How much? 840,000 gold coins. Are you kidding me? The price for enhancing a few pieces of cursed gear doesn't even come close to this. Even when future players enter Yates City, aside from a few leaders of powerful factions, no one can afford this price. Seeing the prices of these officially sold items, Yen really began to doubt whether he had been doing charity all along. Back then, selling a Level 1 weapon for 100,000 gold coins feels like a huge loss. The treasure hunter profession is quite special. If he can't encounter a treasure hunter and observe their entire process, he won't be able to learn through insight. Fine, I'll buy it. Yen gritted his teeth and said this. Spent 84 gold coins to obtain a Level 1 treasure manual. He looked at his gold coin count. Only 4,500,000 gold coins left. Warrior, soon you will understand the power of a treasure hunter. He Beiyan left the official black market and took out the treasure manual. Level 1 Treasure Manual. Upon use, you will directly obtain the treasure hunter profession, and the skills and knowledge of the profession will automatically enter your mind, allowing for flexible application. Fortunately, this manual allows for immediate advancement. This is a unique convenience for players. Otherwise, it would take a long time of study and constant trial and error to grow into a treasure hunter. After using it, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. You have become a treasure hunter and can explore various treasures of the same level. Unlocked new life profession entry. Level 1 Treasure Hunter. Luck tip: as you are a cursed one, you are highly sensitive to cursed energy and can sense the location of level 1 unclaimed cursed equipment within a 10-kilometer radius. One must admit, the treasure shop owner is a shrewd businessman. He never revealed that treasure hunters can only find items of the same level. However, the profession entry for treasure hunters is quite decent. Luck value is already not low. Holy Physician, you must sign the contract, I beg you. In the world of divine inspiration, the uses of luck value are very broad. It potentially increases the drop rate of high-level items, the quantity of golden items dropped, and the triggering probability of various hidden quests. For certain professions, like beast tamers, it also makes capturing pets easier. Not only that, but critical hit rates, weak point attacks, and all probability-triggered attack effects will also receive a certain boost. However, the early-stage enhancement is relatively small. Every 10 points of luck increases the probability by 1. When reaching 1000 points of luck, it can add 100, which is the highest bonus brought by luck value. The gold coin spent in the treasure shop, I will definitely get back several times over. He Beiyan silently noted the treasure shop in his heart and continued to stroll through the life street. He learned 2 new life professions. You have become a level messenger, agile. You have become a level rune master, spiritual. Not bad. Aside from the painful moment in the treasure shop, He Beiyan was quite satisfied. The agility attribute was hard to come by. A 10-point boost seemed small, but in reality, it was quite significant. Soon after, He Beiyan bought some consumables in the shop that temporarily increased attribute values. In the future, when he encountered troublesome opponents, he could use them to enhance his combat power. Let's go find that old man Nick and have a chat. He Beiyan had already thought of a way to get the approval from him. Although he could recklessly collect cursed items without approval, having it would reduce a lot of trouble. After all, with the identity of a holy healer, he might as well take advantage of it. Judgment Temple. The same 2 judges were guarding the entrance, but this time they did not stop He Beiyan. Instead, they respectfully greeted him. Nick had specifically instructed them. When they saw He Beiyan again, they were not to obstruct his entry into the temple and had to show respect. It was clear that he wanted to regain He Beiyan's favor from all aspects. Inside the temple, Nick was praying to Asado, incredibly devout. He Beiyan did not disturb him. Holy warrior, you have come, Nick said after finishing his prayer, noticing He Beiyan's arrival. I have become a treasure hunter. Can I get your approval to search for cursed items? He Beiyan got straight to the point. Nick was taken aback for a moment, then replied seriously, generally, only level treasure hunters can find level cursed items, and they must join the Judgment Association and sign a contract to obtain approval. However, he cautiously glanced around, fearing eavesdroppers, and activated the unique barrier within the temple. You are quite special, warrior. If you can come with me to the Judgment Sanctuary, you will definitely get approval. That is the headquarters of the Judgment Association. Not going, no reason, He Beiyan directly refused. Nick was stunned. He couldn't understand why He Beiyan was unwilling to go. It left him speechless. Then I will make an exception and approve it this once. This matter is recorded in cities of level Great City or above. He Beiyan smiled. It really worked. Nick took out a book radiating holy light and wrote He Beiyan's name in it with a specific pen. Then a faint holy light fell into He Beiyan's body. You have received the approval of the Judgment Temple. You can freely search for cursed equipment. Warrior, after you find the cursed items, please be sure to hand them over to me. I will submit them to the headquarters for recovery processing. Nick said calmly, is there a possibility that, as a holy healer, I can handle the cursed items myself, or even completely destroy them? He Beiyan's rhetorical question left him speechless. The attitude of the holy healer indicated that he did not intend to hand over the cursed items but wanted to handle them himself. If anyone else dared to say such a thing, he would directly reprimand them or remove them from the approval list. But since the other party was a holy healer, he absolutely dared not and could not say that, because holy healers, unlike cursed ones, were not members of their Judgment Association. However, their importance to the Judgment Association was even greater than that of Cursed Ones to the Cursed God cult. After all, Cursed Ones were originally part of the Cursed God cult, an indispensable key existence. A holy healer, without the Judgment Association, could still treat cursed disease everywhere and build their own unique power. Therefore, Nick did not dare to offend him. Just think about it. How many people have contracted cursed disease over the past 5,000 years? Excluding those who died, there were still many strong individuals constantly eroded by cursed disease, suffering immensely. Thus, even if Nick had to flatter Hebei Yen, or even the Judgment Association had to flatter Hebei Yen, they could not afford to offend him. Alright then, but warrior, you must promise me one condition, I beg you. Thus, Nick seemed to have made a tremendous decision, feeling incredibly wronged as he said, warrior, you must sign the divine contract. To obtain the cursed equipment, you must destroy it in your own way, and it must never be passed on. Although I believe the Holy Physician would never do such a thing, without a contract binding him, I won't be able to sleep soundly for the rest of my life. Nick pressed his lips together, his eyes pleading as he looked at Hebei Yen. Alright, Hebei Yen nodded seriously. Any cursed equipment I find will never be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. I will recover it in my own way. Seeing the Holy Physician sign the divine contract in front of him, Nick finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that one day the Holy Physician might lose his mind and collaborate with the Cursed God sect. That would truly be the end. Warrior, thank you, really thank you. Hearing Nick continuously express his gratitude, Hebei Yen had nothing to say. He had never seen someone so humble. It was one thing to obtain cursed equipment and seek approval, but the equipment he found was still unwilling to be handed over. As a member of the Judgment Association, with a not insignificant position, Nick had to plead with him to sign the divine contract. In the end, he even had to express his gratitude as if he had received a great favor. But more importantly, the content of Hebei Yen's contract was simply that it would not be passed on to others. Recovery did not mean he couldn't use it himself. Because of his identity as the Holy Physician, Nick seemed to have overlooked this small detail. Or perhaps he didn't think the Holy Physician would wear cursed equipment himself and bear that immense curse. Do you have any tasks related to cursed energy diseases or recovering cursed equipment? I should be able to take them now. Yes. Nick nodded repeatedly. Recently, it seems a group of foreign treasure thieves has infiltrated a Terre city, but we don't know their race or any information. The only thing we know is that they have cursed equipment. I believe you, warrior, can find them and deal with them. Do you want to accept the task, the foreign treasure thieves hiding in a Terre city? Task objective, find and kill. Task reward, blessing from the judgment god Asado, reputation. Here it comes. Hebei Yen's eyes sparkled. He had wanted to ask about Asado's blessing before, but he had forgotten in the busyness that followed. However, he still asked, with my identity as the Holy Physician, can't I receive Asado's blessing? No, warrior. Nick shook his head. To receive Lord Asado's blessing, you need to gain his recognition. When I prayed to him today, I received a response. As long as you can complete this task, he will grant you his blessing. Hebei Yen was slightly taken aback. Asado was actually paying attention to the divine world? As a cursed one, had he been discovered? Speaking of which, he wasn't clear where these gods were. As he delved deeper into the divine, his questions grew more numerous. This task didn't seem particularly special. How could it lead to a divine blessing? Generally, only more difficult tasks would offer blessing rewards. Hebei Yen couldn't be sure. It was also possible that the hidden difficulty of the task was quite high. In any case, it felt great. Not only could he receive a divine blessing reward, but he could also obtain new cursed equipment from the treasure thieves. He couldn't be happier. Getting 2 rewards from one task would make anyone shout how awesome it was. Alright, then I'm off. Hebei Yen turned and left. Nick watched Hebei Yen's departing figure, feeling immensely moved. The Judgment Association was finally about to welcome the light. So what if the Cursed God sect had cursed ones? The great Holy Physician had also appeared. As long as he grew quickly and became known to the world, who would still fear being afflicted by cursed energy diseases, the long war with the damned Cursed God sect, lasting 5,000 years, was about to come to an end. Immediately after, he showed a puzzled expression. By the way, where have those 2 Judgment Knights gone for so long without returning? Interdimensional stowaway, the best equipment in all realms? Where should I start looking? Hebei Yen had no clear target. But it didn't matter. He directly used the unique technique of a treasure hunter to sense within a 10-kilometer radius. A treasure hunter could only find unclaimed items and could not perceive items that had already been obtained. Otherwise, everyone would become a treasure hunter, and the world would be in chaos. Found it! Through his perception, Hebei Yen indeed discovered the location of the alien treasure hunting group. Arriving nearby, he found a dilapidated warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, and there was no sound inside. It seemed to have been unused for a long time. This time it's a game of wits with intelligent beings, not as simple as dealing with monsters. A hint of seriousness flashed in Hibayan's eyes. Intelligent beings were different from monsters. They possessed wisdom equal to that of humans. Moreover, Yates City belonged to humans, and aliens could not enter. The fact that they could come in and even have a dilapidated warehouse to hide in suggested that someone might be helping them in secret. Just then, Hibayan saw an inconspicuous figure, wrapped up tightly, approaching the warehouse. However, he gave Hibayan a strange feeling, as if he were out of place with the Divine Awakening. Hibayan checked his information. Stowaway from another world, Todd, level 38 Diamond Elite, life, 51 attack, 2610 skills, explosive spirit hell, blood demon suck, soul capturing spell, hell whale description, a person who is stowed away from another world to the Divine Awakening world. A stowaway from another world? Hibayan raised an eyebrow. Stowaway meant entering the Divine Awakening world without following the normal procedures. No wonder he could sense a slight incongruity about him. The alien treasure hunting group has cursed equipment, and coincidentally, someone from another world has come. Could he be after the cursed equipment? Hibayan was unclear whether there was cursed equipment in the other world or what Todd's purpose was in coming to the Divine Awakening. Todd was very cautious. He first wandered around the warehouse a couple of times to ensure no one was following him before knocking on the warehouse door. Judging by his cautious demeanor, it didn't seem like a good sign. The aliens inside slowly opened the door, and Todd quickly entered. Did the aliens inside the warehouse notice he was from another world? With this doubt, Hibayan became invisible just as the door closed behind him. The warehouse was quite bright. Inside, there were 10 strong werewolves, scattered in various positions. Hibayan observed them one by one. All were golden elite werewolves with 30 health points. Their eyes were all fixed on Todd's every move. Todd, do you have what we asked for? The werewolf leader stared at him. Of course. Todd, covered entirely by a gray robe, spoke in a hoarse voice. Aren't you going to let me see that cursed equipment first? It's right here. The werewolf leader pointed to a special box beside him. I advise you not to play any tricks. The curse energy of the cursed equipment is sealed inside. Once I open it, everyone will be infected with the curse sickness. A glint of red light flashed in Todd's eyes. Confirming that it was indeed the cursed equipment he was looking for, he smiled and said, Then let's do a handover, cash for goods. A bottle of stardust appeared in his hand, and the werewolf leader's eyes immediately lit up with desire. With this item, he could even hope to be promoted from Golden Elite to Silver Chief. With a glance, 2 werewolves carried the box to Todd. Mr. Todd, please hand over the eternal stardust to us first. One of the werewolves watched him warily. They knew the risks of trading with interdimensional stowaways, because the Divine Awakening contract had no effect on the other party. Even if the other world had a similar contract to sign, they wouldn't know its authenticity. But the item the leader wanted was only in the hands of the other party. Therefore, the werewolf treasure thieves took a huge risk and chose to conduct their transactions in the bustling city of Yate. It was unclear what Todd had done, but he split the stardust in his hand in two and handed half a bottle to the other party. Give me the equipment, and the remaining half bottle is yours. The werewolf glanced at the leader, who nodded slightly and handed the box to Todd. Thank you. Todd also fulfilled his promise and gave him the remaining half bottle of eternal stardust. The next moment, soul captivation spell. The werewolf leader was about to react instantly, but a wave of magical sound suddenly echoed in the minds of all the werewolves. Hibayan was also affected by the soul captivation spell. You have been subjected to a mental attack. The passive curse immunity allows you to use the soul captivation spell once. Soul captivation spell, within 100 meters, any target with lower health than yours will permanently enter a dazed state, but your own health will decrease by 20. Conversely, if the target's health is higher, they will enter a 3-second daze without losing health. With a bunch of trash like you still want eternal stardust? Todd retrieved the stardust from the werewolf in front of him. Such things were also extremely rare in his world, belonging to unique items of that realm. Cursed equipment was a unique product of the Divine Awakening world. I've long heard people from various worlds say that the cursed equipment of Divine Awakening is the strongest in all realms, but the stronger the cursed equipment, the more terrifying the curse. This one is, in my opinion, the strongest among the cursed items. Quickly eliminate this trash and return to our world to find a way to remove the curse. Todd killed the werewolves one by one and then quickly left Yate. Unfortunately, he did not notice that a little tail was secretly following him. The greatest gain since entering the Divine Awakening. Cursed equipment is the strongest in all realms? I've learned something incredible. Hibayan stood on the back of Nina, who had transformed into a giant dragon, invisibly following Todd. Moreover, the cursed equipment in his hand seemed to be of high quality among the cursed items. If he didn't get it, wouldn't that be a disservice to his identity as a curse bearer? When Hibayan focused on Todd, he saw that Todd's overall attributes had been weakened by 10. Coupled with his own use of the soul captivation spell, his health was now only 35. Used the light stone with the wind thunder poison pearls. The light stone he received from Nick had not been used yet and could increase fixed light damage by 1000 points. In contrast, Hibayan's every basic output reached as high as 13,026 points. With 15 wind thunder poison pearls, plus the light damage, that would be 195,390 points of damage. It would directly take away nearly 2/3 of his health. I ask, who else? Hibayan laughed. Originally, dealing with Todd would take some effort. Unfortunately, he did not expect to be followed by the little sixth. This guy seems insensitive to invisible units. Hibayan followed him all the way. About 10 minutes later, they were far from Yate. To prevent him from suddenly using some item to disappear, Hibayan decided to take action. Wind Thunder Poison Pearls, taking him by surprise to take his life. Hibayan directly threw down 15 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls, while Nina also unleashed her dragon breath. Todd, engrossed in his journey, suddenly sensed a crisis from behind. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw countless small pearls appearing with cracks, spilling out the energy inside. And a massive, robust flame. Light damage. Self-destruct spider. Nina, entering bleeding and poisoning state, reducing 1000 health points per second, lasting 3 seconds, entering paralysis state, lasting 1 second. Affected by dragon breath flames, reducing 1000 fixed damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. A large number of damage numbers floated out, and Todd's health bar instantly dropped significantly. Only 8 health points left. Is there resistance to reduce negative effects? The negative state of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl is not a fixed value and is reduced by Todd's 50. However, his attacks did not stop. 5 consecutive blow darts. 5 blow darts shot out, reducing his health to below 2%, leaving just over 10,000. With over 300,000 health points, under Hibayan's explosive combo, he was brought to the brink of death. The 5 blow darts didn't trigger the mechanical spider? I thought I could kill him instantly, but who knew the mechanical spider didn't trigger at the crucial moment? Damn Dragon Knight, you actually followed me. In this brief moment, Todd recovered from his paralyzed state. While glaring at Hibayan, he also showed a hint of fear. He had almost been killed. A bottle of simple yellow potion appeared in his hand, and he quickly used it. The opponent recovered 15 health points. Seeing the green number above Todd's head, Hibayan felt regret. He still lacked combat experience. An unexpected situation caused him to miss the best opportunity to finish him off. But Todd couldn't make much of a comeback either. Majesty of the Caster. Without using the soul capture spell, Hibayan first released his class skill. An overwhelming sense of oppression swept over Todd's entire body. Hibayan jumped down from the air, and under Todd's shocked gaze, the death battle blade struck out repeatedly. Mechanical Spider, 3 seconds of hard control, once again bringing his health below 60,000. Explode Spirit Soul Capture. Seeing Todd about to recover and use his skill, Hibayan directly unleashed his skill. He had intended to save this skill for tougher opponents in the future, but just to be safe, he decided to control him to death right away. Under Todd's eyes, which were whiter than eggs, he continued to attack with the death battle blade. Throughout the entire encounter, Todd hadn't even managed to say 2 complete lines. You have killed the interdimensional smuggler, Blood Demon Todd. Gained 20 gold coins, 3 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 27, gaining 20 free attribute points. World announcement, player Hibayan is the first to kill an interdimensional smuggler, gaining a random talent, Source of Magic. Gained prestige in the Frost Moon Empire. Knowledge related to the talent has entered your mind. Tip, due to your killing of the interdimensional smuggler, all of their items have dropped. 6 messages appeared on the panel in succession. Looking at the various light orbs scattered all over the ground, Hibayan was stunned. He had actually gained a talent. This was the first talent to appear in the God's Awakening world, plus 1,000 points of prestige in the Empire. If the Empire's prestige could reach 10,000, or the total prestige reach 100,000, his deeds would spread throughout the entire jurisdiction of the Empire, and gaining favorability would be much easier, leading to proactive land grants and even strong individuals voluntarily pledging allegiance. So it turns out that only smugglers drop all their equipment. I need to be careful next time I encounter interdimensional visitors. Killing players only drops 1 item. He almost lost a cursed piece of equipment. Luckily, Todd was a smuggler. Check the loot. Hibayan touched the light orbs one by one. Gained Super Recovery Ancient Medicine, Eternal Stardust, Treasure Chest, Level Relic Stone, Level Skill Book, Level Skill Book, Level Skill Book, Exquisite Radiant Stone, Excellent Magical Treasure Chest. Countless items filled Hibayan's backpack to the brim, even overflowing. so he sorted out a large portion of useless items and stuffed them into Nina's belly before he could finally pick everything up. These items included those from Todd's backpack and some randomly dropped items from killing Todd. What caught his attention was that Todd had collected many high-level skill books but had not used them. First, let's open the chest and see what makes this level of equipment so strong. The chest was sealed with a spell. Bei-Yen gently tapped the death battle knife against it. Instantly, it split in half. Inside was a round cursed equipment, no larger than the palm of his hand. Entry Fusion Ball, semi-finished product level, effect. Can fuse skill books of level and below with one piece of equipment of level or below, merging 10 skill books into one entry, which automatically becomes compatible with the selected equipment. The final effect of the talent is determined by the grade of the skill book. Curse, for every entry fused, 20 learned skills are reduced. When the number of learned skills is less than 20 or 0, the soul will be taken by the entry fusion ball. Tip: the reduced skills must match the grade of the fused skill book. 666. Bei-Yen finally understood why Todd had collected so many high-level skill books but hadn't used them. It turned out to be for the fusion ball. As long as he had enough skill books, Bei-Yen could make any cursed equipment he obtained stronger than level. It could be said that this was the day he had gained the most since entering the Divine Awakening. Will there be any changes if I enhance it? Sacrifice 5 gold coins, successfully enhance the entry fusion ball. Checking the equipment information, there was not a single change. Since it can be enhanced, it means it is actually effective. Bei-Yen speculated, could it be that if I enhance it multiple times in a row, the semi-finished fusion ball can become a complete product? This possibility was not out of the question. A complete fusion ball would definitely be able to fuse even level skills. However, his level was not high, and at most he could enhance it twice before reaching the limit. Let's take a look at the Eternal Stardust. Bei-Yen, the Eternal God. Bei-Yen, the Eternal God. Eternal Stardust, special item grants the talent, Stardust upon use. Another talent? Bei-Yen raised an eyebrow, use it directly. You have gained the talent, Stardust. Stardust, 30 under the protection of Stardust, increases defense by 20 during the day. At night, your agility increases, and the invisibility effect will not be broken by any skills. Tip: collecting more Eternal Stardust can upgrade the Stardust talent. Talents, like skills, can be upgraded, but they are more personal and are permanently effective. Unlike skills, which can only be triggered when used and have cooldowns and other restrictions. Due to being a cursed one, Bei-Yen could not learn skills and had to rely on equipment skills to make up for it. Unlike skill upgrades, talents do not require proficiency to enhance but rather the acquisition of corresponding items or special props. For example, with Stardust, if Bei-Yen collects enough Eternal Stardust later, he can upgrade the power of Stardust. The level 1 power of Stardust has such an outrageous effect. Bei-Yen was secretly astonished. The bonus at night was somewhat excessive. The defense increase was also quite good, but compared to the fact that invisibility wouldn't be broken at night, it seemed a bit lacking. This is forcing me to become a thief at night. There was also a 20 increase in agility. Percentage increases have always been incredibly powerful, especially for agility, which is inherently difficult to enhance. It not only increases movement speed and attack speed but also boosts potential evasion attributes. From now on, entering the night would offer much more operational flexibility. He then checked another talent. Law Source, 0 Spirit, Magic Attack. Tip: killing mage-type targets can quickly level up. The output shortcoming of magic damage has also been strengthened. Bei-Yen laughed. The 50 magic attack boost from the Law Source talent could stack with the magic attack increase from other skills. For example, if Fireball increased magic damage by 240, it would add another 50 on top of that, close to 3 times the magic output. Combined with the Stardust talent, he could act as a sneaky, invisible assassin mage at night, targeting certain special objectives that were difficult to approach in melee. Even able to conquer a city single-handedly, the opponent couldn't even find a shadow of the enemy. After all, a mage's skills can cover a large area. It's just that my spell equipment skills are not many. I wonder if the attributes can merge into skills. Since the attributes are derived from skill books, there should be a chance to produce similar skill effects. Then, Bei-Yen checked another significant gain. Ingeniously crafted Radiant Stone, when it sparks with any equipment, it will merge into it, adding 1000 points of true damage to each attack. Hiss! With the world announcement of killing Todd, all players seem to be spoiled by the plot, their faces filled with shock. Interdimensional stowaway? How many secrets does Divine Awakening still have for us to uncover? Has he Shin become this strong? He can even kill interdimensional visitors. The opponent must be very powerful. As expected of my idol, the stowaway should receive quite a few rewards. I'm really curious about what he Shin got. I declare that the Hishin Support Guild is officially established. The only requirement for joining the guild is to unconditionally support Hishin, and there must be unity and harmony within the guild. As long as you are a player from the Dragon Kingdom, come quickly if you're interested. Countless players from the Dragon Kingdom occupied the channel without hesitation, discussing fervently. However, at that moment, world announcement, the Dragon Kingdom has taken the lead in opening a public dungeon with no player limit, Blood Demon Purgatory. All players of Dragon Kingdom nationality can follow the opener to enter and receive huge rewards. Opener, Hibeyen, Dragon Kingdom. Tip: there are a small number of interdimensional stowaways in the Divine Awakening world. Killing them will yield substantial rewards and open public dungeons. All players from the Dragon Kingdom went completely crazy. Ah, Hibeyen is forever a god. Damn, a public dungeon. Does this mean we can meet Hishin? I'm afraid we can only look up to Hishin's back. This is a public dungeon with no player limit, absolutely enormous. Countless unknown rewards await us. I think we shouldn't be too excited. The name of this dungeon is not simple. I suggest everyone team up according to their abilities and delve in slowly. Those who haven't left the novice village should better not enter. From now on, I will be a dead weight on Hishin, sticking myself to his thigh with 502 glue. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me. Can Hishin see this? Please don't open the public dungeon yet. Give us some time to prepare, I beg you. At this moment, all players of Dragon Kingdom nationality were calling out to Hibeyen. They had to seize this opportunity to become stronger. The players from the Dragon Kingdom had a premonition that after coming out of the public dungeon, they would at least level up significantly. Players from other countries also saw this announcement. Incredibly jealous, yet they dared not speak. Afraid of being charged by the Dragon Kingdom players, they could only curse inwardly. In fact, they were envious to the core. Why doesn't our country have a freak like Hibeyen? Why am I not of Dragon Kingdom nationality? Especially those who were originally of Dragon Kingdom nationality but transferred out felt even more miserable. However, there were also some countries, some members, whose jealousy of the Dragon Kingdom exceeded their envy. They had already begun to plot how to bite off a piece of flesh from the Dragon Kingdom players once they emerged from the dungeon with substantial gains. Among them, Hearst and Inoue Jiro were at the forefront. As the leader of an epic team and the man who triggered the Evil God quest, controlling half of the power of the two major pillars of the Eastern Land, they had the right to treat Dragon Kingdom players as prey. Directly enhance 5? Direct enhancement? It's that Hibeyen again. Hearst snorted coldly. But no matter how strong you are, you still fear the effects of true damage and various debuffs. Once I collect a large number of related items, it will be your death day. Ever since the mission to collect the Firefly Tree Sap failed, he was completely cut off from the task of finding the curse caster. His usually stable mindset had also experienced significant fluctuations. He reported the obstruction of his mission to the Judgment Subcommittee. However, they did not send a judge to attack the other party but chose to handle it coldly. This left him feeling very helpless. He glanced at the epic players around him. They were also frowning, wearing expressions as if they had eaten something foul. For the past few days, they had been helping someone named Reed collect Firefly Tree Sap without even a chance to log off. They had been collecting day and night for him. Although they could forcibly log off, they would still be in the same spot when they logged back in. Reed would mercilessly strike them down and then cast a devastating death curse. No worker had ever been exploited like this. Now, seeing that the Dragon Kingdom had opened a public dungeon, how could he feel good about it? Mr. Hearst, those two female players are from the Dragon Kingdom. Let's find a way to distract Reed and kill their resurrection counts. Suddenly, one of the epic players suggested. This immediately sparked a lively discussion among the crowd. Exactly. Let's kill their resurrection counts. Damn it. I've never been this exhausted, not even when I was shoveling dung back in the day, treated like a dog. It's always been us players getting scammed, and now we're being heavily exploited in return, with no rewards. We are the top player team in the God's Awakening world. If this gets out, it would be so embarrassing. We must get our revenge. The epic players were all red-faced and shouting, expressing their grievances. Hearst frowned. He felt this matter was somewhat risky, but it was worth a try. Otherwise, these members would disregard his objections and attempt it anyway. As a leader, being overly timid would only diminish his prestige. Alright, but we must devise an extremely cautious plan to ensure Reed can be lured away and that we have enough time to kill those two female players from the Dragon Kingdom. That's for sure. Everyone nodded. There's one more thing that needs everyone's covert assistance. Hearst hesitated. I plan to secretly incite capable players from other countries to kill as many Dragon Kingdom players as possible before the public dungeon opens, maximizing the weakening of their combat power. We don't know when Hibeyen will open the dungeon. This must be done quickly. My strength alone isn't enough, and I hope everyone can help. Although Hearst knew that even if he didn't take this action secretly, many non-Dragon Kingdom players would still act. But he hoped that the more people willing to kill Dragon Kingdom players, the better. Damn it! In the wilds of Zai City, the injured Inoue Jiro cursed. He had fallen into the ambush set by Nie Yong and Nan Shirling, almost failing his evil mission. Fortunately, he was meticulous and had prepared 3 plans, allowing him to escape by a stroke of luck. My subordinates haven't died much, and now Nie Yong and the others have gone back to prepare for the public dungeon. In a way, it was also Hibayan's triggering of the public dungeon that saved his life, preventing further pursuit by the other party. It's a pity I didn't take down the Dragon Kingdom team. Inoue Jiro's gaze sharpened, but not all players of Dragon Kingdom are absolutely loyal to it, nor do they all wish for Hibayan to remain on the pedestal forever. In the God's Awakening world, he truly couldn't find any way to deal with Hibayan. One reason was his own ability, and the other was that he didn't have as deep an understanding of the God's Awakening as Hibayan did, nor did he have as wide a network. But the Blood Demon Purgatory Dungeon was different. That was a place unfamiliar to everyone, including Hibayan, so he pulled up his friend panel. He sent messages to a few people shortly after the announcement of the public dungeon appeared. The Dragon Kingdom officials also released an urgent notice, reminding Dragon Kingdom players to pay attention to their safety in the God's Awakening world and to protect themselves to avoid being harmed by treacherous individuals. It is best to act in groups with trustworthy people. On the other side, the approval of nationalities has also been secretly prohibited to prevent foreign nationals from taking advantage of the situation. The emergence of the Divine Awakening world, although many things have yet to affect reality, has already led to significant changes in reality. Hibayan naturally saw this notification. The response is quite swift. The sudden appearance of the public dungeon surprised him as well. Public dungeon, Blood Demon Hell, no player limit, description. A dungeon opened by killing the Blood Demon Smuggler, can be opened at any time, all players from the Dragon Kingdom can enter. Opening times, 1 hint, if you can clear it perfectly, you will gain permanent access to this public dungeon. The task description is very simple, and nothing can be discerned from the information alone. The only useful information is that a perfect clear will grant permanent access to the dungeon. Once this access is obtained, it means that anyone wanting to enter this dungeon in the future will have to offer certain benefits for Hibayan to open it, but he is unclear about what a perfect clear entails. I hope that after a perfect clear, not just players from the Dragon Kingdom can enter. In the World Channel, many players from the Dragon Kingdom hope he will delay opening the dungeon to prepare more. In fact, even if they didn't say it, Hibayan didn't plan to open it right now. A public dungeon with no player limit must have considerable difficulty. He himself needs to be well prepared. Hint: you have fused the exquisite gem into the holy gold slime. Using the gem, the real damage of 1,000 points per attack is a significant boost for Nina. Afterwards, Hibayan took out the magical treasure chest and looked at the introduction. Excellent magical treasure chest will definitely yield 2 items of suitable quality for you, with a small chance of yielding a higher quality item. This chest dropped from killing Todd. Higher quality item. The last magical treasure chest he obtained had no prefix, guaranteeing at least 1 higher quality item. The drop rate this time is clearly much greater. Hibayan took a deep breath. Then he opened the chest. You have obtained the Spell Power Pearl. You have obtained the Universal Crafting Stone, can enhance any item of higher quality or below to. An item that can directly elevate equipment to a special quality. Currently, most of his equipment is in a state. Hibayan thought for a moment. He only frequently uses 3 or 4 weapons. Among them, Nina and the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt exceed higher quality. The rest are just the Death Battle Blade and the Scout Divine Blow Arrow. Enhancing the Scout Divine Blow Arrow to may not necessarily allow unlimited arrows, it still has limitations. Thinking this way, the most beneficial and worthy of enhancement for him right now is the Death Battle Blade. Use the Universal Crafting Stone on the Death Battle Blade. Hibayan quickly made his decision. You have used the Universal Crafting Stone. The Death Battle Blade has been enhanced to Death Battle Blade. 200 attack power. Effect 1, directly deals attack power, real damage to enemies with physical defense lower than your attack power. Effect 2, each attack has an additional 15 physical lifesteal. Skill, Death Mark, passive: any enemy you attack will be marked for death. Killing them will immediately restore 2,000 health points, and if at full health, will grant an additional 1,000 shield, permanently retained. The shield limit from the passive is 5 curse, defense is a negative value of attack power. No skills, just standing and fighting. The increase in true damage from standing and fighting is not much, but a new effect and new skill have been added. The passive skill is quite powerful. The enhancement allows an item that originally had no skills to gain skills, which greatly surprised Hibayan. His current life shield value is 23,925 points. Adding the death mark can provide a permanent shield of 50,000 points, totaling over 70,000. The mark has no requirements on the monster's level. In other words, every time he Beiyan kills a small monster, he can gain 1,000 shield points. After the Dead Gold Gauntlet is repaired, combined with the newly acquired Rage Ring, he is practically invincible. When facing a powerful enemy that can summon many small monsters, he can stack his shields while attacking. With the 15% lifesteal effect, it would be quite difficult for his health to drop. He then took out the Spell Power Orb. Spell Power Orb grants 25,000 spell power upon use. Just right, 2 of them for 50,000 spell power. The goddess of luck is truly favoring me. He Beiyan felt incredibly pleased. This Todd is really his great benefactor. He has gained so many advantages. One day, he should get him a spittoon, burn some incense, and pay his respects. You have gained 50,000 spell power. Repair the Dead Gold Gauntlet and enhance it. Sacrifice 11 gold coins to enhance the Dead Gold Gauntlet twice. Dead Gold Gauntlet, shield value, effect, real damage prioritizes reducing shield value. For every 1,000 shield points reduced, retaliatory damage occurs. Retaliatory damage deals real damage equal to the remaining shield value of your maximum health. Curse, when shield value reaches 0, you will permanently lose your arms. After both arms are lost, you will be consumed by the Dead Gold Gauntlet. The professional task, 3 of 15 cursed items, has been completed. Upon reaching level 50, he can directly obtain the curse reversal skill. From now on, I won't fear the threat of real damage or mental damage. Feeling the changes within himself, he Beiyan experienced an indescribable joy. Regular attacks and attribute damage will first reduce shield value, and real damage will also prioritize reducing shield value. He is no longer afraid of various controls and attacks from mental power. If someone uses it against He Beiyan, it would only make him stronger. After reaching level 50 and obtaining the curse reversal skill, physical curses will only make him even more powerful. Dealing with He Beiyan will require no skill, just brute force. Only a real man can fight hard, competing to see whose attribute data output is higher, trying to take the other down first. If one were to nitpick, He Beiyan only fears instant kill type skills. He wonders if such skills that shouldn't exist in the God Awakening world. But even if they do, the owners of such skills are extremely rare. The spellcaster's Undying passive will also forcibly retain 1 health point, giving a few seconds to escape. First, let's get the blessing of Asado. In a noble room somewhere in Yates City, a luxurious woman spoke to the mirror before her. The treasure hunting group is dead, and Todd is also dead. Who did it? A warrior who has a good relationship with the Judgment Temple. The eternal stardust and cursed items are in his hands. The shadow on the other side of the mirror fell silent for a moment before speaking. Find a way to eliminate him and take back the eternal stardust. Understood. The woman nodded, but now, there are people from the Flower Fairy clan entering Yates City. I don't know the reason. Then let's wait for a while and keep an eye on their movements. Indeed, human cities are filled with desire everywhere. The Flower Fairy Surmi walked through the streets of Yates City, her brows furrowed. At this moment, she was disguised as a human woman, but she felt uncomfortable with the various aspects of human life. The Flower Fairy clan has always been pure and simple, loving a natural lifestyle. In contrast, humans indulge in excess, which is completely opposite to their pursuits. If it weren't for the forest seed, no flower fairy would step into a human city. Let's find that warrior as soon as possible. Through observing his battle with Jelf, Surmi could easily kill him, but bullying the weak is not interesting, so she plans to negotiate first, offering him other items more suitable for him in exchange for the forest seed. Although its value is certainly not comparable to a successfully cultivated forest seed, it would definitely benefit him more. After all, only the Flower Fairy clan can cultivate this seed relatively perfectly. But if the other party's ambition is too great, and like the vast majority of humanity, they are never satisfied, filled with greedy desires, then don't blame her for being impolite. I hope he is a perceptive human. He Beiyan returned to the Judgment Temple and found Nick. The task is complete. So fast? Truly worthy of being chosen by Lord Asado. You have submitted the task and gained 1,000 reputation points. Nick activated the unique barrier within the temple and gestured, "Warrior, please kneel before the statue of Lord Asado and receive his blessing." Kneel? He Beiyan was neither a member of the Judgment Association nor a follower of Asado, so why should he kneel? To him, maintaining respect was enough. He walked to the statue and gazed into Asado's eyes. "What are you doing, warrior?" Seeing that he had not knelt down for a long time, Nick was somewhat puzzled. If you don't kneel, you won't receive Lord Asado's blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong golden light suddenly burst forth from the giant hammer held by the statue of Asado. It illuminated Hibayan's entire body. You have received the blessing of the judgment god Asado. Nick, the priest, was dumbfounded. The slap to his face was too loud. But over the years, he had never heard of anyone receiving a blessing just by gazing at the statue. Hibayan was unaware of Nick's thoughts. He checked the effect of the blessing. I am not good at speaking, introverted. I am not good at speaking, introverted. Blessing of the judgment god Asado, 50% reduction in light damage, increases damage to dark-type monsters by 100. Not bad. Hibayan nodded slightly. Each god's blessing has a different effect, and even two different people receiving the same blessing can have different outcomes. Hibayan speculated that the strength of the blessing is determined by one's qualifications and potential. Simply put, the stronger become stronger, and the weaker make themselves less weak. You actually received such a strong blessing effect. After telling Nick about his blessing effect, he exclaimed, generally, blessings only produce one effect, but you, warrior, receive two, and they are so powerful. If kneeling to ask Hibayan to join the Judgment Association would be effective, Nick would definitely be licking his toes. Warrior, I hope we can have a long-lasting friendship. This is my small token of appreciation. Nick smiled and took out an item. Hibayan looked at it in confusion. Judgment Summons grants one-time control over high-ranking Judgment Knights. After use, a portal will appear, and 50 high-ranking Judgment Knights will come to your side. So this old man Nick wants to curry favor with me. The divine inspiration is too vivid. This item is not particularly useful to him, but it is not completely without use. Then I'll accept it. Seeing him accept it, Nick breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that as a holy physician, Hibayan would eventually come into contact with the Judgment Association. If he joined the Judgment Association, even at his current level, he would at least be a junior judgment priest. Moreover, the upper limit is definitely not limited to this. Even if he doesn't join, building a good relationship with him would definitely not be a bad thing. With such a small investment, the future Judgment Temple would surely reward him doubly upon learning that he knew the Holy Physician. This would allow him to establish a deeper bond with the Holy Physician. After that, Hibayan left the temple, leaving Nick's heart filled with endless fantasies. The Divine Inspiration Contract, who on earth came up with this thing? Because of the existence of the contract, Nick felt a sense of frustration. The Holy Physician was clearly right in front of him, and he could see him every day. Yet he could not share this exhilarating news with more people. These past few days, he felt as if he were going mad in his dreams, disregarding the contract and wanting to announce the Holy Physician's appearance to the world. There was also a perverse thrill. This matter cannot be taken lightly. He shook his head and knelt before the statue to clear his mind. Leaving the temple, Hibayan arrived outside the city, preparing to fuse 10 high-level skill books. Suddenly, a woman blocked his path. Warrior, I sense the aura of the forest seed on you. Could you hand it over to me? I will give you something even better. Hibayan frowned. True Sight has automatically triggered, revealing the other party's true identity. Floral Sorceress Semi, level 48 Diamond Elite, weaken 10, life, 63 shield, 30,000 attack, 2,910 skills. Dream Pollen, causes the target's mind to fall into a dream. Flowery Words, weakens all attributes of the enemy by 30. Blessing of the Flower God, reduces damage taken and increases resistance. Flower Petal Guardian, possesses shield value. Flowerer Spell, Spirit Flower Curse, Frenzied Surge, Awakening. The weakening of her power sequence is unknown to her. Semi is a more powerful alien than the interdimensional smuggler Todd. But, she is a sorceress. She poses no threat to Hibayan. Semi's skills primarily weaken and diminish the soul. With the curse in his mind, Hibayan is precisely her nemesis. He has grasped her vital point. If she harbors hostility towards him, she can only passively take a beating. But Hibayan did not make a move. The Flower Fairy clan seeking him out was within his expectations. After all, they are the wisest aliens best at cultivating vegetation. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Likewise, he was curious about how Semi knew he possessed the forest seed. Claiming to sense the aura of the forest seed was clearly an excuse. If such an aura existed, he would have noticed it long ago. Moreover, when entering the royal castle, it would have certainly been discovered by Count Bert. What can you offer me? Although he had no intention of trading the forest seed, he still wanted to see what she could provide. What if there was something he could use? A piece of level equipment. Semi felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking there was hope. She directly presented the equipment before Hibayan. In her eyes, this human warrior was no match for her at all. Whether in pure strength or in every aspect, she could crush him completely. Therefore, it was better to be straightforward. Let him see these items that he could not possibly possess at this stage. A visual shock of temptation. This item is useless to me, let's exchange it for a special item or tool of equal value. He Bei Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. A piece of level equipment wants to trade for the forest seed? Did he think he was a fool? Useless? You delicate little brat really have a lot of demands. Semi was taken aback for a moment but still took out a small box. This is flower fairy powder, very rare, which can permanently increase the power of a weapon by 10 after use. This is acceptable. He Bei Yan nodded slightly. However, I need to verify the authenticity of the flower fairy powder to avoid being deceived. Show it to me. Of course. Semi, unconcerned, tossed the box containing the flower fairy powder to He Bei Yan. After all, her strength was evident, and they were within 3 steps of each other. Whatever tricks he wanted to play would not escape her grasp. You have obtained flower fairy powder. Permanently increases the damage of a certain weapon by 10 after use. Seeing the prompt appear, He Bei Yan smiled. This item could be used for Nina. He wanted to raise Nina's stats in every aspect, striving for her to be stronger than himself. The item is genuine. He Bei Yan looked at Semi, his expression somewhat playful. But I'm not good with words and tend to be introverted. Just this flower fairy powder isn't enough to exchange for the forest seed. Do you have any other items? Let me see them. Upon hearing his words, Semi momentarily did not react. The next second, she was furious. Damn human, you're playing me. In an instant, she no longer thought about negotiation. I'm going to kill you. Her gaze revealed a strong intent to kill. Humans are indeed filled with greedy desires. They actually want to take advantage of me. Dream pollen. A large cloud of colorful pollen flew from Semi's hand, adhering to He Bei Yan's skin. The pollen of their flower fairy clan is very advanced. It doesn't only work through inhalation, skin contact has the same effect. In her eyes, He Bei Yan was already a dead man. Are all you flower fairies so irritable? Do you start killing at the slightest disagreement? Curse triggered, immune to dream pollen, and can use this skill once. From the moment Semi called herself a delicate little brat, He Bei Yan had no good feelings for her. She could get angry and want to kill him just because he retaliated? Then she shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Dream pollen. The same move flew from his hand. Semi, who thought she had the upper hand, widened her eyes. How can you? The two were very close, and before she could finish her sentence, her soul directly entered a dream state. Wake up! But before even half a second passed, she recovered and quickly distanced herself from He Bei Yan. Very good. He Bei Yan smiled faintly. He was just waiting for Semi to use her only control-breaking skill. This life-saving skill has a long cooldown once used. It couldn't be used again in a short time. Generally, such skills are saved for when both sides have exchanged control and weakening skills. But Semi sensed something strange about He Bei Yan, and a sense of crisis rose in her heart. So she dared not hesitate. Who are you? How can you use our flower fairy clan's unique skills? Semi shouted in anger. She couldn't understand why the dream pollen had no effect on him and even allowed him to release dream pollen in return. Logically, outsiders shouldn't be able to use it. He had no trace of the flower fairy clan about him. To be precise, the flower fairy clan had never had males. Me? He Bei Yan shouted. People call me Lord Hurst. Did she skip a meal? Hurst, give me back my flower fairy pollen. Semi glared at He Bei Yan, gritting her teeth. You gave this to me yourself. Legally, it's mine, and there's no reason to return it. If He Bei Yan weren't wearing a mask, Semi would have seen his innocent expression, as if the flower fairy pollen was originally meant for him. Ah, you shameless human. Semi had never seen such a shameless person. As a flower fairy pursuing nature, her vocabulary to break defenses was clearly insufficient. She was so angry that she couldn't even maintain her disguise. She directly transformed back to her original form. She only wanted him to verify the authenticity of the flower fairy pollen. When did she say it was a gift for him? And she even brought up some non-existent law, flower language technique. Since the dream pollen couldn't control him, then weaken him. But Semi was very cautious. After releasing the skill, she didn't rush to attack. Flower language technique is immune and can be used once, weakening the target by 30 in all attributes, lasts 10 minutes. You human really has a problem. Seeing that his soul was still unaffected by the skill, Semi took out her vine whip weapon. Even if you can resist my skills, you will die today. Semi no longer released skills. She wanted to crush this detestable human with her strength. Crack! The vine whip struck at He Bei Yan, who did not dodge or evade. Shield absorbed. Dead Gold Gauntlet automatically triggered, dealing true damage back to the target. Semi? Why did he not resist her attack, but instead, she was the one who got hurt? The shield value didn't drop at all, and her health directly decreased by nearly 20,000. What kind of curse is this? When did you cast it on me? Semi immediately understood, her anger boiling. She had no idea when she had been cursed by the other party. As long as her attack hit and caused damage, she would also suffer backlash. But it seemed the other party had a layer of shield, and her attacks did not inflict substantial damage. But it didn't matter. Her health was over 600,000. Semi believed she could definitely kill the opponent before her life ran out. After all, he was just a level 27 little trash. Raging surge. The vine whip in Semi's hand began to swell, becoming even more ferocious. Her own attack and attack speed increased a bit as well. Good skill. Can you make yourself even stronger? Seeing Semi's power increase, Hibeiyen was not worried at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. Since the effect of the high-level dish had not yet worn off, his shield value was still over 30,000. This way, he could accumulate the energy of the raging ring faster. The reason he hadn't released the flower fairy powder was precisely because he hoped Semi could be even more powerful. Let's see if you can remain so calm later. Die. Stupid Hurst. Death Gold Gauntlet effect triggered. Every time the shield value decreased by 1,000 points, backlash damage would be dealt based on the percentage of remaining shield value. A large number of blue damage values appeared above Semi's head, and the backlash damage could not be avoided by any skill or effect. Her health instantly dropped by 70,000. In contrast, Hibeiyen had not made any attacks from the beginning, not even taking a step. You're really useless, did you forget to eat? Hibeiyen showed a mocking look. His shield value was still over 20,000. He ignored Semi's attacks and opened the flower fairy powder box right in front of her. Damn human, what are you doing? If you have the ability, lift the backlash curse. Relying on curses to defeat others, what kind of man are you? Hurst, no, you can't use the flower fairy powder. I won't allow you to use it. Semi's beautiful eyes were bloodshot. She watched in horror as Hibeiyen poured the flower fairy powder onto a golden yellow mysterious oval object. During this process, she frantically attacked, but that layer of shield remained intact. Only her health kept decreasing. Semi was almost sick from the backlash. Tip: you have used the flower fairy powder on the holy gold slime. Very nice. Hibeiyen nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his shield value. It was less than 10,000 now. I don't believe you can nullify all my skills. Seeing the flower fairy powder used by Hibeiyen, Semi's hatred for him had reached its peak. She unleashed all her skills in one go. Flower user's spell. Spirit flower curse. Binding entanglement. As a curse master, she clearly had the most curse-related skills. Curse thought effect triggered. You can use one flower user's spell. Spirit flower curse. Hibeiyen was overjoyed. This Semi was here to gift him skills. The more mental skills obtained through curse thought, the more helpful they would be for future battles. After all, these skills would remain as long as they were not used. However, the binding entanglement physical control skill still took effect. Tip: you cannot move for 5 seconds. You really can't be immune to all skills. Physical control is your weakness. Semi's gaze was fierce as she quickly took out a spell scroll. After testing, she finally found the trick to deal with him. You lied to me. Without thinking, Hibeiyen could guess this was a physical weakening or control skill. But binding entanglement only restricted his movement. It was a soft control. It didn't mean he couldn't attack. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. The counterattack time had arrived. 15 thunderous poison beads emitted a deafening roar. Mechanical Spider. Target, Surmi, suffers from bleeding negative effect. Target, Surmi, suffers from poisoning negative effect. Target, Surmi, suffers from poisoning negative effect. Surmi's health bar instantly dropped below 40, accompanied by 3 negative statuses, failing to successfully use the spell scroll. Her face turned pale with horror, but this was just the beginning. Nina, give it to her. Invoker's Majesty. Calling Nina to attack, just as the paralysis effect was about to wear off, she used Invoker's Majesty to maintain control. Surmi only saw a giant dragon suddenly appear. Roar! The thick dragon breath fell upon her. The shield value instantly decreased by more than a third. While terrified, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the beast pet's attack wasn't all real damage. As long as she could hold on, she could kill the opponent. But right after that, the dragon that had just released its breath transformed. It became a majestic eagle, unleashing a terrifying storm. The storm lasted 3 seconds, instantly breaking her shield value. Her health began to decline. Even more unbelievable was that the eagle then transformed into a giant rat. Its tail whipped back and forth against her, tearing her skin. Is this ever going to end? Surmi was about to go mad. What kind of beast pet was this? first a dragon, then an eagle, and now a giant rat. Even the extremely rare shapeshifting slime could only change its appearance without releasing the skills of different races. But this beast pet's accumulated output was hardly weaker than that of the detestable human. Each strike made her feel her vitality rapidly draining away. She even felt that even if she recovered to full health now, she wouldn't reach her original health limit. And this damned oppressive aura, making it impossible for me to move. A trace of despair emerged on the face of the flower mage Surmi. Her attacks couldn't even break Hurst's shield. The vast majority of control skills were also ineffective against him. After finally finding a way to deal with Hurst, she discovered that his output capability and control effects were even more terrifying than her own. Plus, there was a fearsome beast pet. Was this the power a level 27 human should possess? He stood still and she couldn't defeat him. When he moved, she was even more brutally beaten. What could she do? Human, please spare my life. I was wrong. Struggling against the pressure, she spoke with difficulty. I don't want the forest seed anymore. Please don't let the beast pet attack again. Lord Hurst, I am willing to hand over all my treasures to you. Please let the beast pet stop. Daddy! As she shouted the word daddy, the control time of Invoker's Majesty was just released. Surmi directly dropped her vine whip and knelt on the ground, bowing her head to Hibeyen. This behavior was truly disgraceful. At the same time, the binding effect on Hibeyen was also lifted, but he did not let Nina stop attacking. He even went up to deal a few more strikes himself. Surmi's health bar was still too long. Her health was still a bit high. It needed to be reduced further. Wait a moment, let me hit a few more times to think it over, Hibeyen said, while dealing damage with the Death Warblade, provoking Surmi further. If it weren't for most of her spells being ineffective, how could she have fallen into such a predicament? For a spellcaster, this was extremely deadly. It was too frustrating. Intense pain coursed through her body. Hibeyen's attacks continued unabated. The once vibrant flowers and plants on Surmi were slashed to pieces. Her originally curvy figure became increasingly slender. Are you done yet? Please don't force me. Just as she was about to resort to desperate measures, the opponent finally stopped. Hand over the treasures. Hibeyen planted the Death Warblade into the ground. I can take it, but you must sign a contract and swear not to kill me. A flicker of hatred for Hurst flashed in Semi's deepest gaze. Ha! Hibeyen let out a cold laugh. He then agreed to her request. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, I swear to the gods that Semi will hand over all her treasures to me and will not be attacked. My beast pet is the same. Ding! The divine contract has been signed. A beam of light entered the bodies of the two. Where are the items? Hibeyen's expression was emotionless. They're all here. Numerous items appeared before Semi. The vast majority were equipment and scrolls. Special items and props accounted for only a small portion. After tossing them aside, she turned and ran. Yet in her heart, she harbored immense resentment towards Hurst. Damn bastard, I remember you. Once my strength is restored, I will come back for revenge. For Semi, fleeing was not shameful. There was a loophole in the contract with Hurst. He could not attack her, but that didn't mean she couldn't attack him. This meant that Hurst could only passively take hits in her presence from now on. If she hadn't been beaten down by him and his beast pet, leaving her with very little health, she would have definitely approached him while handing over her treasures. She would have chugged a potion at lightning speed and then ambushed him. Just as she thought of this, she suddenly felt a wave of danger from behind. She saw Hurst's beast pet transform again into a majestic eagle. Its wings flapped rapidly, creating a storm. In her weakened state, Semi could not withstand it. You tricked me. Semi's face was filled with disbelief. Hibeyen waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone sincere. I don't think I ever told you this is my beast pet. Nina, as a sentient piece of equipment, actively attacked Semi, and Hibeyen couldn't stop it. Put! Semi didn't understand the meaning of his words, but that didn't stop her from spitting out a mouthful of blood. If you won't let me live, don't expect to fare well either. Feeling her life force rapidly draining away, Semi used her last resort. Great flower goddess, I, Semi, dedicate my soul to you here, cursing Hurst. Let his soul suffer permanent damage. Her soul burst forth from her crown, then shattered, transforming into a large cloud of bright green pollen. It surged towards Hibeyen. Hurst, die with my hatred. In the final moment of her life, Semi laughed heartily. But at that moment, the pollen drifted past Hurst's head, flying further away. Semi, what are you? Without her soul, Semi's pupils gradually dimmed. The storm emptied her health. She couldn't finish her words. With a thud, her delicate body collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Killed the flower sorceress Semi, gained 3 experience points. You leveled up to level 28, gained 20 free attribute points. After killing Semi, the experience points surged again, causing Hibeyen to level up directly. The task was accomplished. and I let you all gain the blessings of the evil god. I didn't expect that a sorceress could curse others by name once she reached a certain level. He had originally just not wanted to tell Semi his true name, just being cautious. Who knew a blind cat would stumble upon a dead mouse? After pushing Semi to her limits, he let hers take the blame. However, Beiyan felt no psychological burden. After all, he was in an antagonistic relationship with him. In reality, he had even sent assassins into the Dragon Kingdom to kill him. Even if he got him killed, Beiyan didn't see any problem with it. Moreover, even if Semi knew Beiyan's true name, the curse would still be ineffective due to the existence of the curse intent. After all, this also belonged to the realm of soul curses. It's a pity, it seems I've missed out on a really impressive skill. Beiyan felt a bit regretful, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. His gaze turned to Semi's treasures. He waved his hand and stored them all in his backpack. Gained 25 gold coins, sword grass knife, sleep flower petal skill book. He briefly scanned all the items. Their value was not low, but there was nothing Beiyan could use. After filtering through, a large portion was handed over to Chung Hong. You have received a new friend trade. Did God he send me new supplies again? In Luosuwa City, Chung Hong, surrounded by beautiful ladies, suddenly perked up and jumped. He opened the trade panel, and his jaw dropped. He quickly shooed away the beautiful ladies he couldn't bear to part with. Looking at the large amount of new supplies, 2-level skill books, 1-level equipment, 6-level equipment. After tallying it up, Chung Hong swallowed hard. He then saw a message from God he. You can pick the items you can use, and arrange the rest. God he really wants to cultivate me. Beiyan had very strict requirements for Chung Hong. No skill below level was allowed to be learned. When Chen Hong learned of this requirement, he was so shocked that his eyes widened like a doll's. He thought God he had too high expectations of him. How could a person who just muddles through life possibly acquire skill books above level? But now, he realized he didn't have to lift a finger for these things. God he would hand them directly to him. For a moment, it must be said, Cheng Hong was moved by God he. From childhood to now, others know my attitude of just muddling through life, only to mock and disdain me. Only God he supports my muddling through life and helps me so much. Remembering the past, comparing it to God he, Chung Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. Never had there been someone like God he who supported what he loved so much. I should also put in some effort occasionally. God he, as the man standing at the pinnacle of the Divine Awakening players, was so accommodating towards him. For the first time, Chung Hong felt respected for what he pursued. Therefore, he should also give God he some feedback. Let those who discriminate against those who muddle through life see. When a person who muddles through life puts in effort, they can be more determined than anyone. This recipe already has quite a few materials collected by players from the Dragon Kingdom. We can prepare to put it on the shelves. This equipment is just right for players at this stage. Selling it can yield maximum profit. In a state of muddling through life, I've only earned over 3 million gold coins recently, which is really too little. I'll report to God he when I have greater gains. No one knew. When a peculiar genius has demands on themselves, what kind of events would unfold? Who should the skill book be fused to? The entry fusion ball can only generate new entries for level equipment. This left Beiyan in hesitation. He briefly hesitated between the Death Warblade, Hefei's Scepter, and the mutated Lifetree armor. In the end, he chose the Death Warblade. You fused 10 advanced skill books. The equipment Death Warblade gained a new entry. Entry, your first strike deals maximum output damage to the target. 8 times output damage? Very good. Beiyan laughed. Powerful output is the most important. His defense was already not weak. What he needed to enhance most at the moment was his output capability. The higher the output, the higher his limits would be. Tip: you have received a friend message. At this moment, Wang Tianyu sent a message. God he, when do you plan to open the public dungeon? Beiyan thought for a moment. He didn't want to delay this matter for too long. Once he felt he was ready, he would open it directly. He wouldn't slow down his own progress just to wait for others. He opened the world channel. A message was sent. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., I will open the public dungeon. All Dragon Kingdom players, get ready. No one knew the situation of the public dungeon, and no one knew what would happen, so they could only try to improve their strength as much as possible or buy some consumables. Just 1 day later? Isn't that a bit too fast, Hishin? I thought it would be a month later. Hishin's strength is so far ahead of us. The monsters in the public dungeon must be strong too. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Hishin doesn't need to slow down his leveling speed for us noobs, otherwise, he would gradually be caught up by the pillars of other countries, and the consequences are imaginable. I think so too. Hishin must stay alert to maintain his lead. We should try to improve ourselves and get some defensive items. I just hate being so weak. I hope to see Hishin dominate in the public dungeon. After the news was announced, some players complained, while others expressed understanding. Sister Nan, how's the preparation going? In the city of Shisi, Nya Yong was fully equipped, like a dragon-slaying hero. Almost done. In front of him stood a female mage holding a crystal staff. Nya Yong looked a bit excited. I can finally meet Higu in person. I have so many questions to ask him. Once we come out, Inoue Jiro's death is imminent. On the other side of Shisi City, Inoue Jiro was in contact with someone. As long as you accomplish this, I can grant you the blessing of the evil god. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, we can't guarantee anything in the Divine Awakening, but for the public dungeon, we are confident. The other party replied. Uncle Reed, my sister and I are preparing to go to a place called Blood Demon Purgatory. Can you come? Lu Yuewei looked at Reed with hopeful eyes. Sure, Reed nodded lightly, but I can't go with you. I'll arrive a bit later. Take these for self-defense. There were some things Reed didn't want to tell Lu Yuewei, but for her, everything was worth it. Reed took out a few items and stuffed them into Lu Yuewei's hands. Lu Qiaoyue, standing beside her, was instantly dumbfounded. They were all high-level items. Lord Hurst, based on our Hibeyan research group watching his videos thousands of times, we believe your idea is correct. Collecting true damage, control, debuff attributes, and fixed damage type items or skills will pose a huge threat to Hibeyan. At this moment, Hurst was discussing with the newly formed research group. They sat around a round table, with a huge projection screen appearing in the middle. It displayed scenes from Hibeyan 1 and the Solo Kill world. Indeed, the live broadcast of the Solo Kill world had been recorded. It was everywhere in the real network. Hurst interlocked his fingers, resting his chin on the back of his hands. These things can definitely threaten him. After all, it's absolute damage. Reflective damage types can also work, but his attacks are too terrifying. If you don't sacrifice lives to stack it, it won't be very useful. What I want to know is, besides that, what other weaknesses have you discovered about him? Hurst wanted to hear not their factual summary but new discoveries about Hibeyan's weaknesses. Actually, we haven't found any. We've watched the 2 videos thousands of times. With a critical mindset, we searched for flaws, but we found that Hishin is perfect. I even learned many combat techniques from his videos. When discussing Hibeyan's weaknesses, a research member's eyes sparkled with admiration. This conclusion was not drawn by him alone but was a collective conclusion from dozens of research members present. There were no weaknesses to be found in Hibeyan's videos. His combat style was very stable yet not lacking in aggression. Let many admire him, directly turning from black to fan. Immediately, he noticed Hurst's face darkening. It seemed he had said something wrong. Ahem, actually, we have found some issues with Hibeyan. He quickly added, for example, his attack range is only close combat, and his attack form is too singular, just hacking away, which can be continuously controlled to prevent him from getting close. However, his strength is now even greater than when facing the world, so these judgments may not apply and could be ineffective. Alright, I understand. Hurst stood up directly. It felt like he had raised a bunch of useless people. He will soon start the public dungeon, and at that time, someone will bring his latest intelligence for you to study. Really? That's great. The eyes of all the research members lit up. It was unclear whether they were trying to help Hurst deal with Hibeyan or wanted to learn from it. At that moment, a research member asked in confusion, Lord Hurst, why is there a shiny layer on your head? Hurst instinctively looked up. It looked somewhat nice, but what was it? Could it be that I triggered some special task? Or received some kind of reward? He was overjoyed. At the same time, the shiny thing slowly fell down. Hurst accepted it without resistance. The next second, bang! His body exploded. All the researchers present were dumbfounded. Hint: you have been cursed by the flower fairy sorceress Semi. Your body cannot withstand it, and you die on the spot. Receive death penalty, cursed, leveling up to 20, 25, 30, 35 will trigger a heavenly tribulation task, which is difficult, with no rewards upon completion, but failure will incur a huge penalty. Curse duration, before level 50, hint, every 10 levels, the heavenly tribulation task will be prioritized, and only after completion will professional or advancement tasks be triggered. Hurst, fuck, what the hell is this? Flower fairy sorceress Semi, I don't even know you. What kind of idiotic foreign style did you pull? Not understanding the truth, he could only vent his anger with curses. Why is there always some inexplicable trouble for him? He had already died 3 times, all because of this. And this curse effect. Isn't it a bit too harsh? Hibeyan was heading to the lair of the spider people according to the task instructions. He planned to kill the spider people to obtain the main city teleportation scroll before entering the public dungeon. Rustle. After stepping into a forest, unusual noises soon emerged around. Lizards with horns crawled out, flicking their tongues, their crimson gazes fixed on He Bei-yen and Nina. Horned Lizard, level 38 Bronze Elite, weaken 10, health, 25 attack power, 1560 skills, Horn Charge, petrifying skin. These guys really aren't afraid of death, just right to stack the passive shield of the Death Warblade. He Bei-yen unusually did not use the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl to clear the monsters. Returning to his macho style, he wielded the Death Warblade and charged at Nina. Clang! He Bei-yen's speed was very fast. The first strike landed on the Horned Lizard's back, causing an astonishing 12 true damage. Its health bar dropped by half. So the maximum output of the first hit damage mentioned in the description refers to the Death Warblade's 3x amplification plus 8x. You don't know until you try, and it's shocking when you do. This was undoubtedly great news for He Bei-yen. Unfortunately, this effect only worked once. Kill the Horned Lizard, experience points, map fragments, gain 1000 permanent shield points, limit 5 points, free attribute points. The experience points are so few. After killing a Horned Lizard, He Bei-yen felt a bit dissatisfied. His strength had greatly increased, enough to easily slaughter these weak experience bags. The result is only 2000 experience points? Other players might think that's a lot, but for him, it's really too little. However, he did find an item that piqued He Bei-yen's curiosity. Map Fragment. One collecting 10 fragments will grant you a complete hidden map. Seeing the detailed description, He Bei-yen's interest surged. This thing is interesting. He looked again at the group of Horned Lizards in front of him. None of you are getting away. Targets hit by the Death Battle Blade will be marked. If I attack each lizard once and harvest with the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, can I trigger the shield's passive? The Death Battle Blade is very powerful, but after all, it's a single target output weapon. In terms of monster clearing speed, it can't compare to the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. With that thought, he began to act. His incredibly agile steps quickly rubbed against the ground, showcasing various snake-like movements. As reptiles, the Horned Lizards naturally couldn't match He Bei-yen's speed. Each time he swept past a Horned Lizard, he left an attack mark on them, with damage values floating up. Almost there. After a while, He Bei-yen revealed a friendly smile. He gathered the aggro of all the Horned Lizards together. Music, start. Boom! The most beautiful little mushroom cloud in history appeared in the woods. This Dragon Knight is toxic. This Dragon Knight is toxic. Gain 20,000 experience points. Map fragment. Permanently increased shield value by 10,000. Free attribute points. After the flames caused by the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl dissipated, all the Horned Lizards were annihilated. It really works. He Bei-yen nodded in satisfaction. He then pieced together all the fragments. The map fragments slowly glowed, transforming into a brand new complete map. Lost Underground Battlefield, Hidden Map, Description. It is said that in the distant Gur City, there exists an ancient battlefield, seemingly related to the Cursed Ones. Please follow the map clues to find the correct location of the ancient battlefield. Tip: you can explore the ancient battlefield on your own, or you can submit this item to the Judgment Association for other rewards. He Bei-yen was shocked. Isn't Gur City the place he planned to go? What a coincidence! He had come here based on the task prompt, intending to kill the Spider Lord to obtain the city teleportation scroll. He hadn't found the spider nest yet, but he got a hidden map, which also pointed to Gur City. Is my luck just kicking in, or is all of this a carefully arranged conspiracy? He didn't know the real reason, but he had already become wary of his surroundings. Just obtaining the hidden map is a good thing. A hidden map is equivalent to a hidden dungeon, and you can only enter by meeting specific conditions. Once he reached Gur City, he could follow the map's instructions to search around. He checked his attribute points. He had accumulated 80 points. He allocated 50 points to attack and the remaining 30 points to attack speed. Then he opened his attribute panel. Player, He Bei-yen, Bronze, Level, 28, 34,000, Title, The Chosen Cursed One, all attribute specific values, Health, 11,660, Health Shield, 24,136, Mana, 4,700, Physical Attack, 4,410, Spell Attack, 3,250, Physical Defense, 872, Magic Defense, 872, Attack Speed, Agility, 160, Special Attributes, not benefiting from title bonuses. Health Recovery, 402, Luck, 10, Weakness Attack, 20, Critical Rate, 5, Casting Speed, 45, Cooldown Reduction, 25, Fire Damage Reduction, 60, Dark Damage Reduction, 20, Light Damage Reduction, 50, Damage to Dark Monsters, Equipment, not applicable. After reviewing his attributes, He Bei-yen couldn't help but marvel at his shield value. For any enemy he encounters, this little shield, even with added health, is hardly worth mentioning. But his shield can reflect true damage and absorb real damage. Can others do that? Just this point alone is the ultimate dream of countless pure meat tanks. Who wouldn't want to be a player with maxed out defense and an incredible damage reflection effect? The only downside is that the magic damage is too low. He Beiyan still felt unsatisfied. He didn't even know how many times the physical output exceeded the magic damage. All along, he had been enhancing his physical attack, as that was his main means of output. He would have to think of a way to raise his magic attack as well. Only by developing comprehensively could he Beiyan be satisfied. If other players saw the magic attack data he referred to as a downside, especially those magic teams, they would probably bang their heads against a wall. "Master, there's a spider person over there," Nina suddenly pointed. Among some bushes, a spider person was crouching and observing him. Realizing it had been spotted, the spider person quickly got up and fled. Like Spider-Man, it shot out silk and moved swiftly between the trees. "Chase it!" Nina decisively transformed into a giant dragon, and he Beiyan stood on her back to pursue. The spider person's nest must be nearby. It was the sound caused by the thunder poison pearls that attracted this spider person. It was likely here to investigate. Following he Beiyan's command, Nina leisurely trailed behind it, showing no intention to attack. He Beiyan was counting on it to help him find the nest faster. Sure enough, feeling the powerful pursuer behind it, the spider person fled straight back to its nest. After reporting the situation to the leader, a large number of spider people surged out of the nest. Spider leader, level 48 bronze boss, weaken 10, health, 89 attack power, 3945 physical defense, 1500 magic defense, 1400 skills, silk barrier, confusion gaze, venomous silk, sky control, Godspeed Dragon Knight. What do you want? The spider leader saw the giant dragon in the sky, its 8 eyes flashing with seriousness. Their nest was very afraid of fire. If this dragon unleashed its breath, it would be troublesome, but that didn't mean there was no way to deal with the opponent. He Beiyan did not respond. Roar! A breath of dragon fire represented his attitude. Dragon breath deals true damage. The spider leader quickly reacted, using some looted item to protect the nest. Dragon Knight, do you want to die? It threatened angrily, but all it received in response were a few thunder poison pearls, and a shadow. Boom! Many spider people were hit by the explosion, their bodies covered in wounds. Even the spider leader was no exception, but for its extremely high health, it was hardly worth mentioning. In fact, he Beiyan used these thunder poison pearls not to kill the spider people, but to reduce their health and see if he could trigger other effects. Foolish Dragon Knight, a beast master relying on a pet wants to fight me in close combat? Are you asking for it? The spider leader scoffed. Originally, dealing with an airborne Dragon Knight would be very troublesome for it. It didn't expect to encounter someone so reckless, jumping directly off its pet to engage in close combat. You can forget about flying back up now. Little ones, surround him. The spider minions beside it rushed forward. Various silk skills were unleashed, completely surrounding he Beiyan. The spider leader looked up at the sky. It planned to deal with that disgusting giant dragon first, but before it could act, why am I hurt? This Dragon Knight is poisonous. He has damage reflection equipment. The reflection damage is so high. Leader, I can't hold on. I'm about to be killed by the reflection. Why is he completely unharmed? What do we do? He Beiyan remained motionless, allowing these spider people to attack him. Triggering the passive effect of the Dead Gold Gauntlet. Triggering the passive effect of the Dead Gold Gauntlet. For every 1,000 points his shield value decreases, all spider people that attacked him within that 1,000 points will uniformly suffer a counter damage effect. Various damage values appeared above their heads. He Beiyan's defense was very high. The damage these spider people inflicted on him did not exceed 200. After all, with the effect of high-level cuisine, his dual defenses reached 1333. I've discovered a new counter damage technique. Helpless, frustrated, and unwilling, it meant that in the future, the higher he Beiyan's defense, the more attacks he could withstand for every 1,000 points of shield value, equivalent to half a skill's damage. For example, if 1,000 people attacked him, the accumulated damage would deplete his 1,000 points of shield value. These 1,000 people would collectively bear the real counter damage effect. The counter damage received would be no different from one person depleting 1,000 points of shield value. Besides the counter damage, he Beiyan also received some notifications. The Ring of Fury is accumulating damage, triggering the effect of the Curse of Thought, immune to confusion and can use this skill once. Triggering the effect of the Curse of Thought, immune to weakening and can use this skill once. He was here to stock up. How is this possible? The spider leader looked incredulous. Its 8 eyes were wide in shock. Is this a beast master? Or a pure meat warrior with counter damage that countless people pursue? No matter how they hit, they couldn't move him. You deal with that giant dragon. I'll take care of this guy. The spider leader immediately changed tactics. All the spider minions looked like they had encountered a plague god, quickly distancing themselves from He Bei-yen. Among all equipment effects, the most disgusting and psychologically damaging are the counter-damage types. Any intelligent creature encountering it either hurriedly grabs a potion to deal with it or turns to run. But the counter-damage effect is nothing compared to this human freak. Damn Dragon Knight, don't think that just because you have powerful counter-damage effects, I can't deal with you. Venomous Thread. The spider leader directly unleashed a skill at He Bei-yen. It knew that counter damage generally wouldn't account for negative effects. For example, attribute damage, poison, bleeding, and other negative effects cannot trigger counter damage. A deep purple giant web surged towards He Bei-yen. He couldn't dodge in time. You are poisoned, taking 700 damage per second, lasting 5 seconds. At the same time, the spider leader suffered over 10,000 points of counter damage. The damage is acceptable, He Bei-yen nodded in praise. This was the first time he had encountered an unavoidable attack recently, but the spider leader was dumbfounded. During the poison effect, it clearly felt that the counter damage was still in effect. Damn it! Your shield must have a problem. How can it counter attribute damage too? Are you playing fair? Skyward. Godspeed. The spider leader quickly realized the reason He Bei-yen wasn't injured and unleashed 2 major buff skills. It flew into the air, intending to quickly deal with He Bei-yen, because it found that the little spider people seemed unable to handle that giant dragon. With your strength, this shield must have been generated using a special item of a high level. But it's okay, I will use my most powerful move to finish you off. Watching the self-comforting spider leader charge at him, He Bei-yen summoned the Time-Devouring Cube. Time-Devouring Domain. An oval gray barrier appeared. All spider people, including the spider leader, were enveloped within the domain. The spider leader's speed instantly slowed down. At this speed, He Bei-yen could dodge even with his eyes closed. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. He threw out 10 pearls, accompanied by flames, charging towards the spider leader. It needs to feel where its true strength lies. Mechanical Spider. Trigger Paralysis Effect. Trigger Bleeding Effect. The spider leader fell to the ground from the air, and 4 mechanical spiders crawled out from the ground. Immediately after, the death battle blade struck it. The paralysis effect hadn't even activated for a second. The spider leader was hit by a combo that took away 50 health points. Are you even human? The spider leader exclaimed. When the count of over 40 level nobles came to hunt it down in its city, they were nothing compared to this human who was under 30 levels. It hurriedly used a special item to break free from control. Then it quickly counterattacked. Ding, ding, ding. 8 spider legs transformed into spider blades, continuously attacking He Bei-yen. But due to the influence of the time-devouring field, the speed was surprisingly slow. Yet it noticed that He Bei-yen didn't dodge or evade. He just stood there, seemingly with a masochistic tendency, waiting for its attack. Trigger effect of the deadly gold gauntlet. The shield on the opponent still existed. The only one getting hurt was itself. What kind of monster are you? The spider leader struck with its legs for a long time, and the beast tamer in front of it seemed completely unfazed. It began to doubt whether its attacks were malfunctioning. The Dragon Knight in front not only had a strong shield but also an absurdly strong attack. Even more disgusting was the constant counter damage. Is there no justice? He Bei-yen watched as the spider leader attacked him while damage numbers floated above its head. It had taken away nearly 2 of his shield value, yet due to the counter damage, it had reduced its own health by 10. Divine Sensitivity. A glow enveloped He Bei-yen, and he launched a 5-hit combo at super light speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The battle with the spider leader hadn't lasted half a minute, and its health had already dropped below 20. Bastard! You forced me to this. Chaos Vision. Curse of Authority. Just as the spider leader was about to unleash its skill, He Bei-yen interrupted directly. The chaotic vision leaned more towards physical control skills, not purely mental ones. The curse could not immunize it. He Bei-yen naturally wouldn't let it cast its skill. Blow Dart 5 shot. The health bar instantly plummeted to 10, and He Bei-yen's speed was maxed out. The Death Battle Blade, with the force of decay, sent the spider leader tumbling. With He Bei-yen's attack speed of 2, his damage per second was at least 34,984 points. 3 seconds of absolute control could deal 279,872 points of damage. The spider leader's health bar was completely emptied. You can't play this game. I refuse to accept this. The spider leader didn't expect that the beast tamer, who had been casually letting it attack, would suddenly change tactics and not allow it to cast its skills. From start to finish, its attacks hadn't harmed He Bei-yen even a bit, not even breaking his shield. As death approached, feelings of helplessness, frustration, and unwillingness surged in its heart. You have killed the bronze head monster, gaining 5 experience points. Gained main city teleportation scroll, fine spider silk, level material, gained 1000 shield points, free attribute points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 29, gaining 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 30, gaining 20 free attribute points. All curse equipment enhancement limits lifted. Trigger title effect. Selected curse embryo has been automatically issued to the backpack. Tip: you have completely passed the novice period. Based on your bronze strength sequence, experience gained from killing monsters below this sequence will be reduced. What the hell? Is this targeted? Looking at the remaining spider minions in front of him, Hei-Yen felt a significant loss. New equipment, the Mage's Nightmare. New equipment, the Mage's Nightmare. Kill the Spider-Man, gain 1,500 experience points. Kill the Spider-Man, gain 1,500 experience points. Soon, all the spider minions were dealt with by Hei-Yen using the Heath Staff. Messages kept popping up on the panel. Hei-Yen's heart was bleeding. Only 1,500 experience points. What's the difference from having none? It seems that in the future, only those that can meet my experience requirements will do. Hei-Yen shook his head helplessly and began to use his attribute points. You have used 16 free attributes, attack speed, 2. You have used 28 free attributes, attack, 5135. Hei-Yen had long thought about how to choose the type of new curse embryo. The high-level materials I've obtained recently are all in my backpack, just waiting for this day. His backpack contains 6 or 7 types of top-tier materials, including the newly acquired fine spider silk. Most of these were obtained by him from killing monsters. A few were given to him by Chang Hong, who had no idea where they came from. I choose the bow and arrow type. This was something he had decided long ago. For mid to close range, there were explosive types like the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Close range had the Death War Blade, and for long range, there was only the Heath Staff and the charging type Scout God Blow Arrow. Since Hei-Yen was not satisfied with his magic damage, he rarely used the staff. Another point. The Fireball spell had a cooldown time and could not enjoy attack speed bonuses like physical attacks. At most, he used it to clear small monsters and accumulate conditions for advancement. Therefore, before his magic attack grew, he needed a piece of ranged physical attack equipment to use. And this equipment had to be unique. It should not be gradually eliminated as he developed. So the materials he chose were all highly representative. Attack type bow and arrow curse embryo selected. Materials added, fusing. Watching the materials being devoured by the embryo and merging together, the light flickered continuously. Finally, with a ding, cursed equipment has been born. Please check it yourself. Demon Breaking Longbow, attack, dodge effect. Each arrow you shoot that hits a target will reduce the target's mana by 1. Effect, arrow hits reduce the target's movement speed by 10, only triggers once. Mana Surge, temporarily enhances a skill to be used twice, and the skill's effect is increased by 50. Cooldown time, 45, reduced cooldown by 25. Curse, your arrows have no attack power, only deducting the target's mana. Each arrow shot will reduce your maximum mana limit by 500 points. When the mana limit is less than 500 points, it will deduct 2,500 points from your life limit. Tip: arrows condense with mana, no limit, enjoy attack speed bonuses. Seeing this equipment, Hei-Yen's pupils shrank. It completely matched what Hei-Yen had in mind. Isn't this the ultimate mana-draining artifact that counters mages? In the past, he had only heard of mana-draining knives. He had never heard of a mana-draining bow. Isn't this exactly the unique equipment he wanted? And it's incredibly annoying. Imagine this: a new player kiting a powerful enemy. As they chase, they realize they can't cast their skills anymore. And the more they chase, the further behind they fall. As for the curse, it curses them. I am immune to mine. The two are parallel lines that will never intersect. What does it have to do with Hei-Yen? With the time-devouring field, triggering a few mechanical spiders in between, who can still catch up to me? Hei-Yen's heart raced. His slow effect is a percentage reduction. Moreover, physical attacks are not weak to begin with. This is still the initial version of the Demon Breaking Longbow without enhancements. Enhance the Demon Breaking Longbow, Hei-Yen immediately said. Sacrifice 18 gold coins, enhance the Demon Breaking Longbow. Demon Breaking Longbow, attack, dodge effect. Each arrow you shoot that hits a target will reduce the target's maximum mana by 5. Effect, an arrow hitting a target reduces their movement speed by 10, only triggering once. Lasts 10 minutes. Mana Spring, temporarily enhances a skill, usable twice, with an 80 increase in the skill's effect. Cooldown, 45 minutes. Curse, your arrows have no attack power, only deducting the target's mana. Each arrow shot will reduce your own maximum mana by 500 points, and when the maximum mana is less than 500 points, it will deduct 2,500 points from your life maximum. Tip: arrows are condensed from mana, no limit, enjoy attack speed bonus, after enhancement. Increased the target's blue amount reduction by 4, and the skill Mana Spring also received a 30 enhancement. This skill is very useful for Hebei Yen. If it's an attack skill, using it twice in a row increases its power by 80. If it's a buff skill, it increases the duration effect by 80. The choice is very flexible. Hebei Yen summoned the demon-breaking longbow. This bow is exquisite, overall a deep blue color, carved with unknown beautiful patterns. It is nearly 2 meters long. Hebei Yen easily pulled the bowstring. An ethereal blue arrow automatically generated. Looking at his mana, there's no consumption, because the mana consumed to condense the arrow is classified as a curse. As the cursor, how could Hebei Yen be affected by the curse? It's equivalent to condensing arrows without consumption. Isn't this like cheating? So exhilarating. The demon-breaking arrow shot out, piercing into a tree trunk ahead. Whoosh! The bow seemed to string a line of trees together like skewers, easily penetrating them. Quite impressive. Ah, that hurts. Just then, a delicate scream came from not far away. A somewhat disheveled, glamorous woman walked out from the woods. She looked at Hebei Yen with a resentful gaze. Warrior, why did you attack me? Lila, level 50 Diamond Elite, Baroness, life, 62 attack, 3000 description, a noblewoman from Ets City. Seeing her information, Hebei Yen was slightly taken aback. Even a female baron is this strong. He didn't expect that there would be nobles from Ets City wandering nearby. I'm sorry, esteemed Miss Lila, I was practicing my weapon usage here. Hebei Yen's eyes shifted. I wonder what you are doing here. Perhaps I can assist you. It's nothing, I'm just picking a few flowers to give to my beloved man. Lila's eyes flickered, making Hebei Yen sense a hint of incongruity. He guessed that she must have seen him just kill the Spider-Man, but it didn't matter. After all, he still needed to find Bert to submit his quest, no need to hide. I hope you'll be more careful next time and not casually unleash such terrifying attacks. Lila seemed unwilling to talk more with Hebei Yen and hurriedly left. In fact, her heart was racing, because she was the noblewoman who planned to kill Hebei Yen and take the eternal stardust. 3 new effects. Hebei Yen felt a bit melancholic. I'd almost revealed myself. After quickly running back to Ets City from the woods, Lila finally breathed a sigh of relief. This warrior is truly too abnormal. She witnessed firsthand that he, under level 30, killed a level 48 bronze boss. And it was a solo kill. Perhaps only those genius figures from kingdoms and empires could compare with him. I thought he could only kill the flower sorceress. That was already the limit. Since entering Ets City, she had been secretly observing. Discovering that the other party's target was also this warrior shocked her immensely. This warrior named Hurst still possesses the legendary forest seed. Lila frowned. This thing is not much weaker than the eternal stardust, but with her strength, she is definitely no match for Hurst. Heaven-defying counterattacks, powerful shields, immunity to mental control, high output, diverse attack methods, and ever-changing beast pets. How can he have so many advantages? The outstanding characteristics of Hurst are simply too numerous, so excellent that Lila couldn't finish listing them in one breath. But whether it's the eternal stardust or the forest seed, that lord is incredibly eager for them. So she returned to her residence. She reported everything to the person in the mirror. After a brief discussion, they made a final decision. Contact the top-tier forces in the Divine Awakening world, which is also the most elite assassin family, the Lapi family. Spend a fortune to offer a bounty for the assassination of Hurst. Whether it's the eternal stardust or the forest seed, I must get my hands on them. A fierce look flashed in Lila's eyes. She had to thank Hurst. If he hadn't killed the flower sorceress, even knowing he had the forest seed wouldn't make it easy to obtain. I'll just watch the changes from behind the scenes, Lila said lightly. However, Hebei Yen was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was enhancing all his cursed equipment. Sacrifice 6 gold coins to enhance the Death Battle Blade. Smiley face, I will write out the new effects of the equipment. Sacrifice 6 gold coins to enhance the Scout God Blow Arrow. Sacrifice 7 gold coins to enhance the God-sensitive boots. Sacrifice 7 gold coins to enhance the Mutated Life Tree Armor. Mutated Life Tree Armor, Life, Effect 1, for every 10 points of health, increase physical defense and magic defense by 1 point. Effect 2, has a life shield with a maximum health of 180, which can withstand any attack except true damage. Recovers after 10 minutes. New, Effect 3, when your health drops below 30, instantly restore 30 health and increase dual resistance by 30. Lasts 1 hour. Curse, the attribute points gained from each level up are fixed at 4. Sacrifice 7 gold coins to enhance the Holy Gold Slime. Sacrifice 7 gold coins to enhance the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Sacrifice 7 gold coins to enhance the Forbidden Spellbook. Sacrifice 8 gold coins to enhance the Heffy Staff. Heffy Staff, Spell Power, Casting Speed 25, Cooldown Reduction 25, Effect, Immune to 60 Fire Attribute Damage. Fireball, single target normal attack deals spell power damage. Divine Flame Rain, causes continuous spell power damage in a 50-meter area for 5 seconds. 5 seconds chant, cooldown 33 seconds. Flame Spirit Guardian, summons a flame spirit with powerful spell power attacks, generating a damage shield for you with each attack, lasting 1 minute. 10 seconds chant, cooldown 3 minutes. New, Elemental Blink, can transform into a fire element, immune to one form of attack, and blink to any distance within 100 meters. No chant, cooldown 3 minutes. The Heavy Staff will evolve to level after killing a certain amount of life. 4561, Curse, the stingy Heavy Goddess brings you misfortune, constantly eroded by divine fire, releasing a fire attribute attack reduces 6 health points. Sacrifice 8 gold coins to enhance the Mechanical Power Ring. Mechanical Power Ring, growth physical attack, mana, effect, attacking and hitting an enemy has a 40% chance to summon a self-destructing spider, dealing additional maximum physical output damage to the enemy and reducing their movement speed by 40, lasts 5 seconds. New, effect, attacking and hitting an enemy has a 20% chance to summon a mechanical python, dealing maximum physical output damage to the enemy and entangling the target for 5 seconds. The Mechanical Power Ring will evolve to level after reaching a certain trigger value. Self-destructing Spider, 115, Mechanical Python, 0, to be unlocked, 0. Curse, eroded by mechanical force throughout the body, lifespan reduced by 5 years, bones become the weakness of your flesh, and even if physical attacks are successfully blocked, you will still suffer a certain amount of real damage due to recoil. Sacrifice 8 gold coins to enhance the Death God Pendant. Sacrifice 8 gold coins to enhance the Ring of Fury. Sacrifice 8 gold coins to enhance the Dead Gold Gauntlets. Nearly 1 million gold coins vanished in an instant. But compared to the gains, the small expenditure is completely worth it. Aside from the demon-breaking longbow, which has been enhanced 3 times, following the principle of saving money, the True Sight Eye and the Attribute Fusion Orb have not been enhanced for now. A total of 810 points of attack power, 1,500 points of health, 205 points of dual defense, 100 points of spell power, and 500 points of mana as base attributes. With the effect of Title 16, the increased attributes are far more than this. From now on, every 10 levels, my strength will undergo a significant boost. Power always brings joy. In this enhancement, Hei-Yen gained 2 new effects on his equipment, and a new skill. Can I really trigger the new effect of the mutated Lifetree armor in my lifetime? When his health drops below 30, it automatically restores 30 health and increases dual resistance by 30. With the Dead Gold Gauntlets and the Blue Tyrant Amulet, his shield value and blue bar won't deplete, making it impossible to lose health. I hope that day of triggering will come. He is quite eager to see his dual resistance percentage increase. Among the new effects appearing on the 3 pieces of equipment, the one Hei-Yen needs the most is Elemental Blink. Of course, the Mechanical Python of the Mechanical Force Ring can control the opponent's movements, restricting their positioning. But after all, it is a probabilistic skill. Hei-Yen has never had a displacement skill. If he encounters large area skills or area control skills, aside from relying on agility for acceleration, he can't dodge at all. Elemental Blink just helps him make up for this. Paired with the various effects and skills of his equipment, there are countless techniques he can employ. I can also be immune to any form of attack once. This is really forcing me to develop in a perfect direction. Hei-Yen shook his head slightly, feeling a bit melancholic. A new era is about to arrive. The fact that Nina and the Thunder Poison Pearl did not gain new effects or skills is the only regret for Hei-Yen. These 2 pieces of equipment are the ones he uses most often. However, they have both been enhanced. Hei-Yen believes that with continuous strengthening as his level increases, they will eventually have new effects. Looking at his latest attributes, Hei-Yen couldn't help but smile. Player, Hei-Yen, Bronze, Level, 30, 7000, Title, The Chosen Cursed One, all attribute specific values, Health, 13160, Health Shield, 30531, Mana, 5200, Physical Attack, 5576, Spell Attack, 3250, Physical Defense, 1077, Magic Defense, 1077, Attack Speed, Special Attributes, not benefiting from title bonuses Health Recovery, 457, Luck, 10, Weak Point Attack, 20, Critical Rate, 5, Casting Speed, 45, Cooldown Reduction, 25, Fire Damage Reduction, 65, Dark Damage Reduction, 20, Light Damage Reduction, 50, Damage to Dark Monsters, Evasion Equipment, slightly including shield value, nearly 60,000 health. This doesn't even account for the full shield value. Entering the public dungeon, he will be more confident. It's getting late, time to go back and turn in the quest. After checking his personal information, Hei-Yen immediately rode on Nina in dragon form, flying back to its city. Gained 1,500 reputation points. Bert's favorability towards you. Is this all the reward? After submitting the quest to Bert, He Bei-yen frowned. Of course not, but there's something I can't help but want to tell you first. Bert saw that He Bei-yen had completed the task so quickly and confidently said, Warrior, you are the first prodigy of your kind I have ever met. I believe you will surely make a name for yourself in the Empire in the future. I would like to betroth my daughter to you. I wonder if you would be willing. He still wanted to bring He Bei-yen onto the same side. Not only was he a holy physician, but his strength was also formidable. Such a warrior was someone anyone of status would desire to ally with. Hint, Bert intends to betroth his daughter, Julie, to you. Your choice will affect your future. I am not willing. He Bei-yen directly refused. From both the personal and other perspectives, he could not agree. Although it felt a bit harsh to Julie, to be honest, she was indeed somewhat unworthy of him. Moreover, He Bei-yen had only one purpose in the Divine Awakening, to become a god. Aside from that, he had no interest in romantic entanglements, they would only hold him back. Well then, Bert sighed inwardly, you will surely need this item. I hope our friendship can last. He took out a precious orb and simultaneously set up a soundproof barrier around them. You have obtained the evil orb. Special item can be used on a single target, raising their evil value to 1,000 points. Cooldown, 3 days. Once, in my youth, I was reckless and enjoyed fighting with others. After obtaining this item, I offended quite a few people and later paid the price for it. Warrior, your status is special. This item is given to you for self-defense, allowing you to escape some entanglements. Do not, like I did in my youth, make enemies everywhere. Bert spoke earnestly. When the evil value reaches 1,000 points, a black-red, evil, title will appear above one's head, visible to all. In the Divine Awakening, anyone with such a title who is killed will yield a large bounty. Thus, many chivalrous bounty hunters were born, and many were quite willing to kill such individuals. They could be considered a common enemy in the Divine Awakening. If a player is fortunate enough to obtain such a title and is killed, all items in their backpack and on their person will drop. It would be like going back to square one. Thank you. He Bei-yen stored the evil orb in his backpack. This item was indeed good. However, he wasn't thinking of using it against anyone. He was curious about what effect it would have if brought into reality. There were still 10 hours until the scheduled dungeon opening time. He was in no hurry to leave Ater City. I'm about to leave Ater City, and Changhong and Wang Tianyu still haven't entered the city. He Bei-yen strolled around the city with Nina, rubbing his forehead in frustration. This was the result of him bringing them to obtain the world reward. If they were like this, other players were even worse. Just how much did He Bei-yen's strength surpass that of top players? To be honest, he didn't know himself. Anyway, every time he opened the world channel, he could always see some top players bragging. They would say things like they soloed a level 15 elite monster. Then someone would shout 666, and someone else would curse at them. He Bei-yen couldn't understand it. With so much time, they didn't focus on getting stronger and leveling up but instead sought attention in the world channel to satisfy their vanity. Is someone following me? At that moment, He Bei-yen suddenly sensed a sense of incongruity. Ever since returning to Ater City, he had felt this way. He looked around but couldn't find the target. Forget it, I'll just log off. After all, with his strength, no one in Ater City was his match. Nina, let me take you to play in my world. In the real world, He Bei-yen and Nina appeared together in a room. Wow! Seeing everything unfamiliar in the house, Nina's little mouth formed an O. Her two eyes curiously looked around. Everything had a strong attraction for her. The living Nina had come from the Divine Awakening to reality. Despite He Bei-yen's mental preparation, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The God Awakening world was likely a reality crafted by the gods. He opened his phone. Coincidentally, a notification from a certain app popped up. He God. Public dungeon countdown has begun. He is the brightest star of the Dragon Kingdom forever. He Bei-yen. He casually scrolled through it. The content was just mindless self-promotion, nothing problematic, except for being a bit cringy. This time returning to reality, He Bei-yen felt that he had become much stronger. If another speeding truck came along, he could easily force it to stop, even flick it away with his pinky finger. I can't bring out my equipment for now, but can I use my skills? He Bei-yen tried. Unfortunately, whether it was equipment skills or profession skills, he couldn't use them in reality. To use them in advance, he might need to obtain certain specified items. However, Nina could transform into various races and use skills. her power remained undiminished. Nina's arrival was almost a dimensional strike against reality. Even though skills and equipment couldn't be brought out, He Beiyan speculated that in a few months, reality would surely undergo a transformative change. Everyone's attributes would turn into strength in reality. A new era was about to arrive. If there weren't a new set of rules or institutional systems by then, or if the strongest constrained the people, the world would revert to the era of the survival of the fittest. Cultivation from the Judgment Sanctuary. Shortly after He Beiyan exited the God Awakening, a large number of Judgment strongmen appeared in the town where Hurst was located. Lord Hurst, come out and take a look. These strongmen from the Judgment Association are heading towards the Red and the two female players from the Dragon Kingdom. They must be going to kill them. An epic player shouted excitedly at Hurst. They had just formulated a plan to deal with Red and the Dragon Kingdom sisters. Before they could act, the Judgment Association had already taken the lead. Hurst wore a smile, revealing a look of gloating. Everything was under his control. This is the price of opposing me. Reporting Red's situation to the Judgment Branch was indeed useful. At least over 100 strongmen from the Judgment Association surrounded the hotel where the Dragon Kingdom sisters and Red were located, attracting many players and onlookers in the town. Let's follow and see. Hurst was eager to see how they would deal with Red. Uncle Red, what's going on? Inside the room, Lu Yuewei asked Red with confusion, feeling a bit anxious. A lot of Judgment Association members had surrounded them, and all the information showed a uniform, extremely dangerous rating. Among them, there was even a Judgment Bishop present. It was clear that these strongmen were not something she could handle. She didn't know what their intentions were. Don't worry, Red replied calmly. He seemed to know why they were there. Set up a barrier. All unrelated personnel, quickly move away. The leading Judgment Bishop shouted. The judges drove away the onlooking players and simultaneously set up a barrier, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening inside. Damn it, I can't see the process of them being killed. Hurst felt a bit regretful, but it didn't matter. He would just stand here and wait, even knowing the outcome would be good. Inside the barrier, the Judgment Bishop walked up to Red and the sisters. He actually bowed respectfully to them. Lord Red, Lady Saint, Bishop Leon has something to say to you. Lu's sisters? What is going on? They brought so many people here, aren't they looking for trouble with us? The Judgment Bishop took out a holy stone, projecting Leon's shadow on it. Lord Red, not only are you alive, but you have also found the saint for us. Leon gazed at Lu Yuewei, his emotions extremely excited. He didn't waste any words. Your Holiness, please return to the Judgment Sanctuary with Lord Reed. The Pope and I will spare no effort to train you, so you can become stronger as soon as possible. No one knew what the Saintess meant to the Judgment Association, but the promise given by Leon was enough to prove her importance. Lu Yuewei was still in a state of partial understanding, but a panel popped up in front of her. Ding! Triggered a mainline job quest. Training from the Judgment Sanctuary. Description: you are a very important existence in the Judgment Association. By going to the Judgment Sanctuary, you will receive unconditional training from the Pope and the Archbishop. Quest restrictions: you cannot leave the Judgment Sanctuary before level 100, your freedom is restricted, all quests unrelated to this mainline cannot be triggered, and you must be permanently loyal to the Judgment Association. Tip: if you refuse this mainline quest, you can still go at any time in the future, and there is a chance to trigger other mainline or special quests. After reading the quest, Lu Yuewei felt a bit at a loss. She had never thought such a thing would happen to her, yet she could feel the richness of this quest. But I am the Berserk Saintess, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Leon's phantom shook his head repeatedly. No mistake. It is precisely because you are the Berserk Saintess that we want to train you vigorously. Once you arrive at the Judgment Sanctuary, everything will be clear. Can my sister come too? Lu Yuewei countered. Only then did Leon notice that there was another woman beside the Saintess. I'm sorry, but the Judgment Sanctuary does not allow outsiders to enter unless she is willing to sign a contract of loyalty to the Judgment Association. I can make an exception for her to go. Then I won't go. Lu Yuewei directly refused without hesitation. She knew her sister's profession was not simple. She would not pledge loyalty to any force. Lu Yuewei did not want to be separated from her sister. Besides, refusing this quest wouldn't affect anything. She could go anytime, and refusing might even trigger something better later. So why not refuse? Leon was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect the Saintess to refuse so decisively. He looked at Reed, seemingly wanting him to help persuade her. I am just the Saintess's protector now. Leon understood his meaning, his expression somewhat stiff. The Pope also wants to meet you. Then let him come find me. Alright. Leon shifted his gaze back to Lu Yuewei, somewhat unwilling to give up. Your Holiness, could you come for just one day? Just one day. I won't be fooled. I won't go. Although she was young, she had heard of delaying tactics. Once she went, she would definitely lose her autonomy, and if she wanted to come back, she would have to wait until level 100. Uncle Reed, you chat with them. I definitely won't go. Lu Yuewei pouted, her attitude very clear. Then she transformed into a beam of light and disappeared before everyone. She actually logged off directly. Leon was dumbfounded on the spot. I'm sorry, my sister has a bit of a stubborn temper. Please bear with her. Lu Choyus smiled faintly, also logging off from the Divine Awakening. Leon had a bitter expression. The Saintess's temper was hard to handle. If I were you, I would personally invite the Saintess instead of sending so many subordinates. Reed looked at Leon with a blank expression. Just go do what you need to do. The Saintess is still weak and young. In the future, I will tell her everything on your behalf and let her choose for herself. Leon could only awkwardly nod. He did want to come personally. Mainly because of the war with the cursed god cult, there had been quite a stir over there. It made it difficult for him to get away. Including this group of judges who had come to the town, they were also preparing to head to the front lines to fight the cursed ones, passing through on the way. By the way, Leon was about to close the Phantom. Reed seemed to think of something. There is a preparatory judge in this town. I don't think he is qualified. When the barrier disappeared, a large number of judges dispersed, arranging themselves in a uniform manner. Hurst was stunned to see the bishop bowing to Reed. He was dumbfounded. It's over. He instantly understood something. He had offended the wrong person. The fact that even the judgment bishop bowed to him indicated how high the other party's status was. Definitely not just any curse caster. His brain raced. He hurriedly stepped forward, making sure that every move he made did not seem offensive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. He needed to salvage the situation and prepare to apologize. But before he could reach the front, he was stopped by the approaching judgment bishop. Who allowed you to come over? You really don't understand etiquette. You do not qualify as a candidate for our judgment association. You are unworthy of being a judge. Hint, your title of preliminary judge has been revoked. Why? Hurst gritted his teeth, his heart roaring. He Bei Yen held Nina's small hand as they walked down the street, where people were still scarce. Master, what is that little moving tin? A car. And this one? A traffic light. Oh, so that black fabric in the store is clothes, right? Won't it be cold to wear? That's a bikini, worn for swimming. What is a bikini? He Bei Yen. Nina's big eyes blinked as she asked questions non-stop, like 100,000 whys. He Bei Yen took Nina to a luxurious restaurant. He was immediately attracted by the large screen TV inside, which was broadcasting a program. It was a new channel dedicated to reporting matters related to divine awakenings or players. It was broadcasted worldwide and had international authority. Now, it was reporting something related to him. Today we have invited the top 2 beast tamers from the Asan Kingdom, Job and Gung Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom, to help more players understand the beast tamer profession. But before that, there is a question many players want to ask. Why hasn't the overall ranking number 1, Hishin, who has beast pets, made it onto the beast tamer ranking? On either side of the host sat Job and Gung Yuan. The two were not worried about their real identities being exposed. After all, they were already quite famous on Blue Star. Or rather, aside from Yi Bei Yen and some unscrupulous players, very few people hid their true identities. Regarding this matter, I have indeed thought deeply. Job spoke first. I have watched Yi Bei Yan's videos many times. From my observation of his giant beast pet, it has extremely strong defense but weak combat ability, leaning towards a support type, which is why he hasn't made the list. The host nodded slightly and countered, but there are people on the World Channel who claim to have seen Hishin acquire a new dragon beast pet. This matter has no video evidence or any related proof, it's just hearsay, and there are too many uncertain factors, Job calmly stated, so it is not within my reference range. He Bei Yen watched silently. In his 2 videos, Nina fought in her giant form, so he didn't know that Nina could transform into various forms. What about you, Mr. Gung Yuan? You have had close contact with Hishin in the Divine Awakening world and even became a member of his guild, which has made many of Hishin's fans envious. Gung Yuan was very young, incredibly handsome, and not over 25 years old. He smiled. My judgment is a bit superficial. I believe Hishin can hide his ranking. Although there has never been a claim that rankings can be hidden, I believe Hishin is the exception. Perhaps this is the privilege of being number 1 on the overall ranking. Having topped the most significant list makes the professional rankings irrelevant. After all, Hishin's character has always been like this, giving other players more opportunities. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. When it came to Yi Bei Yen, Gung Yuan's gaze was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for him, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't have achieved the second position in the Beast Tamer rankings, stepping on countless legendary beast tamers. In fact, He Beiyan, who was listening to him speak, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This guy really knows how to boast. He elevates himself so high. Clearly, it was Wang Tianyu who risked their lives to gamble for this reward, yet he claims it's because of his good character. Not bad. At such a young age, he's already learned to speak with a guilty conscience. A bright future ahead. However, Dong Yuan's explanation was indeed more convincing. The name He Beiyan had almost become demonized in the world of Divine Awakening. Any unreasonable matter that had anything to do with these three characters suddenly seemed so ordinary. Although there were still some doubts, they couldn't think of the real reason. Based on the current player's understanding of the world of Divine Awakening, who could connect equipment and beast pets together. Moreover, this equipment was cursed. He Beiyan was the cursed one who hadn't even left the novice village. Even after another 6 months, it was likely that no one would connect these things together. Guest, your ordered dishes have arrived. With attention no longer on the column, exquisite dishes were placed on the table. Nina, come try this. As He Beiyan's equipment, Nina didn't need to eat. But as equipment from another world, how could she not taste the cuisine of another world? What equipment gets this kind of treatment? Nina took a big bite of sushi. Her eyes instantly lit up. So delicious. Immediately, she no longer cared about her image. Her little hands moved like lightning, leaving trails as she wolfed down all the sushi. Her unusual behavior caught the attention of some people in the restaurant. However, everyone was used to it. After all, everyone had changed to some extent after becoming stronger in the world of Divine Awakening and returning to reality. Big brother, you're here too. Suddenly, He Beiyan heard a familiar, pleasant voice. He saw the pair of sisters he had once saved joyfully running towards him. What a coincidence! You two came here to eat? He Beiyan raised an eyebrow. He thought he would never see them again. He didn't expect to run into them here. Yes, ever since Big Brother saved us, my sister and I have been leveling up in Divine Awakening. Seeing He Beiyan again, Lu Yuewei was very happy. She then noticed Nina, who was crazily eating beside them. Is this Big Brother's daughter? So beautiful, like she walked out of a painting. He Beiyan smiled. Their actions had already attracted everyone's attention. Boss, please move me to a private room. Meeting his fate, He Beiyan invited, let's go inside and talk. Okay, this time I want to treat Big Brother to a meal. We've earned quite a bit in Divine Awakening. Once inside the private room, the two girls unabashedly introduced themselves. Lu Yuewei, you're the one who's first on the priest leaderboard. Hearing the name, He Beiyan was shocked. Wang Tianyu had always been the eternal second on the priest leaderboard. No matter how hard he tried, he could never become first. He had even complained to He Beiyan multiple times. The first place was definitely some big freak who spent all day in Divine Awakening grinding for points and experience. He never expected it to be the little girl he saved. What should I call you, Big Brother? We're currently in Baker Town. Are you close to here? Lu Yuewei looked at He Beiyan with anticipation. If he was close, she could have Uncle Reed take him to level up. If Uncle Reed was unwilling, she would cry, throw a tantrum, and even threaten to hang herself. Based on her understanding of the uncle, he would definitely agree to her. I'm a bit far from you, just call me He-Yun. He Beiyan didn't want to reveal his identity. Upon hearing the response, Lu Yuewei clearly felt a bit disappointed. Brother He, then let's add each other as friends when we enter the Divine Awakening. Just now, a bishop named Leon insisted that I go to the Judgment Temple, nagging me to death, but I don't want to be separated from my sister. Do you think I should go? I want to show off in front of my idol. He Beiyan was once again shocked by Lu Yuewei's words. The bishop of the Judgment Association, Leon. He had heard this name from the ultimate curse spirit Normank. He was the top person under the Pope. Lu Yuewei was actually invited by the bishop to the Judgment Temple? That was the headquarters of the Judgment Association, and the curse graveyard was nearby. Your profession must be quite special to have caught his attention. He speculated that Lu Yuewei's profession was likely related to the Judgment Association, but He Beiyan wouldn't reveal his own secrets. Even if he saved them, he couldn't be sure of their character. If he could make a long-term judgment, there might be a chance for Lu Yuewei to assist him. He needed to find a way to fish Normank out of the cursed graveyard. Yeah, it's called the Berserk Saintus, can deal damage and also heal with a percentage. Leon said as long as I go, the Pope and he will train me with all their might, but I can't leave the Judgment Temple until I reach level 100. Before Lu Yuewei revealed her profession, Lu Qiuyue had hinted for her not to say it out loud. It seemed the younger sister didn't receive the hint. That's pretty impressive. As long as they don't make you sign a contract, it can be considered. Her profession must be legendary, and quite high-end at that. He Beiyan was indeed lacking a powerful healer, but for now, it wasn't necessary for him. It's precisely this restriction on freedom that I won't go. The public dungeon is about to open. Big brother, will you enter? Lu Yuewei asked. We can go together then. I have an uncle who can help. I probably won't enter. I'm currently in a secret realm and can't come out for the time being, He Beiyan concealed. Ah, well, okay. They then chatted for a long time, and both girls gained a lot. They exchanged phone numbers and said their goodbyes. Until the end, He Beiyan didn't reveal any of his true information to them. Only when he felt satisfied with his strength and reality would he stop hiding anything. There were only a few hours left until the agreed opening time of the public dungeon. Before entering the public dungeon, let's fill up the shield value. Back home, He Beiyan quickly entered the Divine Awakening with Nina. A few hours later, public dungeon, Blood Demon Purgatory has opened. All Dragon Kingdom players can enter. The god he has opened the dungeon. For this dungeon, I've made all the preparations. I will definitely dominate inside. The rewards for the public dungeon must be very generous. Charge. These past few days, foreign players have been trying to kill us, but unfortunately, your plans are not going as you wish. Countless Dragon Kingdom players were expressing themselves in the World Channel, turning into a beam of white light. How are your preparations? Inoue Jiro sent a message to a friend. Absolutely foolproof. We are confident we can take down He Beiyan in the dungeon. Just wait for the good news, Inoue-kun. Very good. I believe you won't disappoint me. Inside Bake City, Hearst stood in front of several epic players from the Dragon Kingdom. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a killing intent. If one were to check their information, they would find that these epic players' names were in red. Do you all understand the purpose of entering the public dungeon? Rest assured, Mr. Hearst, what you have given us is very good. We will fulfill your request in the public dungeon. After all, you really gave too much. Several players from the Dragon Kingdom laughed wickedly. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. He Beiyan had no idea what awaited him. He entered the dungeon. You have entered the public dungeon, Blood Demon Purgatory. Background information about this dungeon has been filled into your mind. Public dungeon exclusive chat channel opened. Ding! Based on your strength assessment, you have received a trial task, the Conspiracy of the Blood Demon Clan task objective. Find 1,000 blood spirit seeds, detonate them, and destroy the teleportation array that brings the Blood Demon world here. Trial objective, kill the final boss of Blood Demon Purgatory, K's. Hint, the trial objective is not mandatory. If completed, you will permanently have the right to open this dungeon. I like this task. He Beiyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a task that required cooperation with other players, he was fine. He clicked into the dungeon's dedicated channel. Countless players from the Dragon Kingdom were speaking inside. What tasks did you all get? My task is to kill 50 little blood demons. Anyone want to team up? Coordinates, 168. Everyone gets different tasks when entering the dungeon. Where is he god? I'm an epic class player. Maybe I can help you. He Beiyan looked around. There were scattered players from the Dragon Kingdom around him. Players who entered as a group would be teleported together. Solo players were randomly teleported. Additionally, there were some little blood demons, only waist high, scattered around. Little blood demon, level 20 bronze elite health, 15 attack power, 1360 skills, blood fury, blood mist. According to the background information in his mind, the Blood Demon Clan is a race that has a vampiric effect with every attack. To kill them, one must not delay. It must be a quick battle. Seeing a human appear, these little blood demons quickly pounce towards him. Kill, kill, kill. 3 little blood demons continuously roared, their hands transforming into blood claws, attacking He Beiyan. Too slow. With such a shocking speed, He Beiyan could dodge even while in a wheelchair. The death battle blade appeared in his hand as he slightly sidestepped to avoid the attack. The blade's shadows frequently emerged. Weakness. In just 1 second, he knocked off more than a third of the little blood demon's health. He Beiyan's arms moved in succession. With an attack speed of 3 strikes per second, he wielded the death battle blade with incredible agility. In about 3 seconds, he could take down 1 little blood demon, successfully killed a little blood demon, gained 0 experience points. Free attribute points. He Beiyan was already level 30, his strength and level far exceeding that of the little blood demons. Therefore, he gained no experience points at all. After they died, no light orbs appeared. The corpses turned into pools of blood. However, He Beiyan found a blood spirit seed in one of the pools of blood. You have obtained 1 blood spirit seed. The drop rate was a bit low. After all, these little blood demons were too weak. They were not on the same level as him. Damn it, this little monster's damage is so high. I can't handle it alone. Look, that battle blade looks so familiar. He god has actually been teleported here. Wow, it really is. We, the noobs, can learn from He God's superb skills. He God is awesome. In less than 10 seconds, he took down 3 little blood demons. Please, big shot, take care of your little brother. I can't handle it alone. Healer, buff me. I want to show off in front of my idol and take him down. In contrast, the other players around him were struggling against the little blood demons, while those in teams were holding steady. Lord K's, this heart of a strongman will keep you invincible forever. Lord K's, this heart of a strongman will keep you invincible forever. But a traitor appeared in one of the teams. A warrior player seemed to be on a blood-fueled rampage, disregarding team coordination and charging off alone to battle 2 small blood demons. He unleashed a series of flashy, seemingly powerful skills. However, they were of no real use. The claws of the 2 small blood demons lightly grazed him. The warrior player immediately dropped to low health. What the hell are you doing? Can you not embarrass us? The healer in his team scolded him while healing him. Your health is decent, but your skills are appalling. Sorry for showing off. After He Beiyan made his comment, he moved on to other areas to collect blood spirit seeds. At this stage, players generally had levels around 16 or 17, with significant improvements in all aspects of their stats. Top-tier players, especially legendary class players, were on the verge of reaching level 20. Although he was still a bit far from that, it was still quite good. Weak little humans, how dare you trespass here? Coming back to his senses, He Beiyan found several larger blood demons in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to check their information. He directly threw out a few Wind Thunder Poison Pearls, successfully killed a level 30 Bronze Elite, gained 300 experience points, successfully killed a level 30 Bronze Elite, gained 300 experience points, and Constitution. You can gain Constitution attributes here? He Beiyan thought to himself. The value of this public dungeon was incredibly high. He hadn't even done much yet, just killing a level 30 Bronze Elite monster, and he had already gained 1 point of Constitution. His 1 point of Constitution was equivalent to gaining 1 point in both defenses. If he encountered stronger blood demon races, could he gain more Constitution points and other attributes? What rewards would he get for the final kill? It seems this public dungeon is biased towards warrior and tank classes. He began to feel excited. This was a path He Beiyan had never envisioned. It also implied that there were exclusive dungeons for other class types. One had to admit, it was a bit perverse. He had to secure permanent access to this dungeon. However, when would his magic attack and mana points be able to stand up? Sigh. He Beiyan sighed helplessly. He glanced back and continued forward. Hurry, go see if there are any leftover items. After He Beiyan left, some players quickly emerged from the shadows, frantically searching the pools of blood on the ground. They were the player team that had just been battling the small blood demons back and forth. Because they had encountered He God, they had used their prepared ultimate skills at any cost to quickly kill the small blood demons. Not far behind him. That's right, they just wanted to pick up the scraps. Damn it, this dungeon doesn't drop loot for the whole team. Nothing was left behind. By the way, that pearl from He God was really powerful. He got new equipment again. Since we can't gain anything, I see that many people in the dungeon channel are willing to pay to know He God's coordinates. How about we? They pondered for a moment and sent He Beiyan's coordinates into the dungeon channel. At the very center of the blood demon purgatory, there was a massive teleportation array surrounded by countless blood-colored grass huts. K's was situated within one of the grass huts. If someone could check his information, they would immediately discover that he possessed advanced skills and a talent. The blood demon purgatory was not a place where the blood demon race lived, but rather a facility specifically designed for raising their offspring. In the world where the blood demon race lived, K's was expected to become the next blood demon overlord, leading all blood demons to battle countless other realms. Being stationed in the blood demon purgatory was also to prepare and train in advance. At this moment, he had his muscular arms crossed over his chest, his eyes tightly shut. Lord K's, many foreign humans have suddenly appeared, with numbers reaching at least 100 million. Many small blood demons have been killed by them. 2 blood demon guards rushed in, one of them reporting, "You let mere humans fluster you? Have you lost the pride of the blood demons?" K snorted coldly and released a reconnaissance skill. The strongest is only level 30, and after killing a few weak descendants of the blood demon, they deserve it. The strongest is only level 30? The blood demon guard was clearly taken aback, then mocked, "What a foolish race. Congratulations in advance, Lord K's, for adding another achievement before becoming the blood demon overlord." K's murmured, his expression unchanged. It seemed he didn't care for the blood demon guard's flattery, but the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. With so many humans from another world, I also look forward to them causing me some trouble. After all, since becoming a candidate for the Blood Demon Overlord, no one has been able to defeat me. But unfortunately, this level 30 human from another world doesn't even qualify to make me take action. Kaze paused, then continued, let's keep him for now and send the blood demons to eliminate the other human ants. I hope he can bring me some surprises. After hearing Kaze's words, the blood demon guard nodded in deep admiration. He was utterly impressed. As expected of Lord Kaze, in all the worlds, perhaps only you possess such an invincible and tolerant mindset. This heart of a strong one will keep you undefeated, and it's worth me learning for a lifetime. Another blood demon guard, this guy's tongue. The flattery he dishes out. It truly is worth me learning for a lifetime. Kaze, hurry up and get it done. If he can bring me surprises, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, Lord Kaze. The blood demon guard's face lit up with joy. A series of peculiar ideas floated in his mind. Since that human could bring surprises to Lord Kaze, he could also receive rewards. Why not lend a hand in the process? After all, the one who would ultimately win would definitely be Lord Kaze. With that thought, he dashed out of the grass hut. Another blood demon guard followed him with a mournful face. Only his companion could receive rewards. He heard that loud and clear. Lord Kaze had completely ignored him. Wasn't it said that being quiet and reserved in front of a leader made one seem more stable and capable of bearing responsibilities? Why was it completely the opposite with Lord Kaze? The path of a demon is long. Perhaps I was too shallow. He looked at the back of his companion who was good at flattery. He resolved in his heart. It seemed he should seek him out for advice on the art of flattery. Being so good to the master must mean he is a good demon, right? At this moment, Yen was unaware that he was about to meet his first noble in the world of divine awakening. He walked while continuously killing the blood demons that appeared. Gained physique, gained free attribute points, gained blood spirit seeds. Yen couldn't even remember how many blood demons he had killed, but his physique had increased by a total of 23 points, blood spirit seeds by 210, and 18 free attributes. To see the scene of God fighting with my own eyes, I have no regrets in this life. God I declare you, can you team up with me so I can gain experience? Go away. Do you have the quality of an onlooker? Just watch and say less, understand? Yen. Behind him, the number of onlooking players was increasing. The initial group had posted his coordinates in the dungeon channel. As more and more people gathered, they didn't even hide their tracks, swaggering right behind him. Aren't you going to kill monsters? These monsters still give physique attribute points. What use is it to watch me kill? Yen turned back and asked. God we want to, a player from the Dragon Kingdom said with a frown. Messages about players dying pop up in the dungeon channel from time to time. You probably haven't seen it. Staying by your side is the safest option right now. Most of the people here are solo players. Those with teams have long gone to hunt monsters. We follow you while getting to know new compatriots, and if it feels right, we'll form our own teams and go kill the blood demon. Besides, by following you, we can broaden our horizons and learn some high-level skills. Yeah, Hishin, we also want to hunt monsters, but our abilities just aren't enough. After hearing this, Yen found himself at a loss for words. So they were treating him as a springboard to meet more players. Then you all take care of yourselves. I don't have the time to look after you. Hishin is so gentle, even telling us to take care of ourselves. The monster hunting continued, and Yen's physique and dual defenses slowly increased. However, among the players watching him, two narrowed their eyes. Second brother, this Yen is indeed formidable. The monsters we've encountered along the way are no match for him. When do we act? A player named by Shang whispered to the scarred man beside him. No rush, let's wait until he encounters a tricky monster before we make our move. The scarred man, Yen Jin, kept his gaze fixed on Yen. But isn't this giving him a chance to grow stronger? The stronger the monsters he kills, the higher the chance of gaining physique attribute points, which means 10 points of health. Bai Shang didn't quite understand. Yen Jin shot him a glance, looking at him as if he were foolish. Are you stupid? What good is it to increase his health by 1,000 points? Health doesn't increase dual defenses. The monsters here have high attack power. We just need to strike when he's fighting a powerful monster, using the monsters to do the killing for us. We don't have to risk our own lives. Just satisfy Inoue Jiro's request and take care of Yen. Bai Shang finally understood and nodded. Second brother is brilliant. Their confidence in killing Yen didn't come from themselves. It came from the monsters in the blood demon purgatory. When Yen encountered a troublesome monster, they would use the items they had prepared in advance. They would assist the monster in killing Yen, playing a crucial supportive role. After all, Yen was so strong and also the initiator of the dungeon. The tasks he accepted were definitely not something that could be completed by just killing some small monsters. A small tolerance leads to a great plan being disrupted, have you learned that? Yan Jin watched Bai Shang with a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. He also hoped to quickly eliminate He Bei Yan so he could hunt monsters in the blood demon purgatory to enhance his physique. For this, he and his little brother hadn't even killed any monsters yet, afraid of missing the best opportunity to strike. Little brother has learned. Bai Shang nodded repeatedly, praying for powerful monsters to arrive soon. Why are there so many otherworldly humans following him? 2 blood demon guards appeared not far from He Bei Yan. The more blunt blood demon, Bowen, immediately wanted to rush over. What do you want to do? Blood demon guard Hardy quickly pulled him back. Bowen's eyes were blood red. That ant is slaughtering our compatriots. Even if Lord Kaze wants to keep him for now, he must pay a heavy price. That won't do. It's rare to encounter such an interesting human. I still want to reward him. Hardy had not forgotten Lord Kaze's words. He wanted to secretly help this human. Let him grow stronger quickly and bring a surprise to Lord Kaze. But Bowen couldn't understand. Just as he was about to curse him, Hardy took the initiative to explain, "Don't you want to receive Lord Kaze's reward? No matter how strong this human is, he will ultimately meet the fate of being slain by Lord Kaze. As long as you keep quiet about what happens next, when the time comes, Lord Kaze will give me a reward, and I'll share half with you." Sounds good, right? Bowen finally understood his meaning. But the blood demons watched their compatriots being killed by intruders on their territory while also offering help. Wouldn't their ancestors be furious enough to jump out of their coffins? Isn't that a bit unethical? But Hardy had already taken action. As a blood demon, his race was different from the others, and their positions were opposed. It was impossible for him to voluntarily reveal himself and hand over items. Therefore, Hardy used a certain secret technique of the blood demon clan to wrap what he believed would help He Bei Yan grow stronger quickly in blood. Then he sank it underground. As a guard beside Lord Kaze, the secret technique he employed would definitely not be detected by those low-level players. Damn otherworldly humans! Lord Guardian and Lord Kaze will take revenge for us. The level 35 blood demon orc let out a reluctant roar before dying. Congratulations, you have obtained blood spirit seed. You have obtained level 35 equipment, jade armor, and equipment drop. He Bei Yan found an item from the blood water, but something felt off. How could a level 35 bronze elite drop level 35 equipment? It didn't feel like it was dropped from killing a blood demon orc. It was as if the equipment had been lying on the ground all along. Whatever, getting an equipment drop is a good thing. He tossed it into his backpack and continued to kill blood demons. Meanwhile, Nina, who was following He Bei Yan, pouted her little face, looking puzzled in a certain direction. She couldn't understand why a blood demon would see its kin being killed and not only do nothing but also send equipment to the master. But being so good to the master must mean he was a good demon. Why aren't you equipping it? Hardy was dumbfounded by He Bei Yan's actions. He had carefully selected this piece of equipment that wouldn't raise suspicion and was quite powerful. A quality defensive piece of equipment was top tier for a level 30 player. Yet the other party just put it away directly. However, he didn't care too much. Whether it was equipped or not didn't matter. As long as the items were delivered, that was enough. It would also give him more talking points in front of Lord Kaze, making him interested in this human. Moreover, what he intended to give He Bei Yan was far more than just 1 or 2 items. Damn it, did I just see things? It seems like he got an equipment. I saw it too, the quality doesn't seem low. Killing a level 35 blood demon orc drops equipment, I need to remember this. Any brothers want to team up? I'm a sharpshooter. Epic level frontline main, can control and tank, just missing a mage. Seeing he got drop equipment, many players were eager to act and began shouting. These ants are so noisy. Hardy frowned and looked at Bowen. Go deal with those ant humans. It's annoying to listen to. Bowen nodded and transformed into a beam of bloodlight, charging towards the many players following He Bei Yan. Blood poison spell. Notice, player Li Changtian has died, automatically exiting the dungeon. Notice, player Wang Defa has died, automatically exiting the dungeon. Notice, player Zhao Hu has died, automatically exiting the dungeon. Just as he appeared, a large pool of poisonous blood emerged from the ground, and as it contaminated the players, some immediately died. Damn! Someone's ambushing. One hit killed over 100 players. It's not a player, it's a blood demon. Don't get contaminated by that blood. Counterattack together, fireball spell. What the hell, extremely dangerous. No wonder it only dealt 1 point of damage. Can't provoke, I'm outta here. God, please help us quickly. Many players checked Bowen's information, but apart from the name and the words, extremely dangerous, they couldn't get any useful information. Instead, the players were being harvested like chives, batch after batch. He Bei Yan severed the head of the blood demon and turned to look back. Blood Demon Guardian, Bowen, level 56 bronze boss, weaken 10, health, 102 attack power, 4186 skills, blood poison spell, advanced lifesteal, blood sacrifice confinement, blood sacrifice baptism. This guy is attacking other players instead of me? Seeing Bowen turn his back to him and attack players from the Dragon Kingdom, Hee-Bayen was somewhat confused. Logically, he should be the biggest threat to the Blood Demon here. Am I being looked down upon? Hee-Bayen's gaze was intense. Listening to the words of the Blood Demon Orc before its death, the Blood Demon Guardian and Case should be the strongest monsters here. With over 1,000,000 health and more than 4,000 attack power, he didn't want to miss out on this huge experience package. He's asking for trouble himself, and you still want to be saved? Die, all of you. After casting the blood poison spell, Bowen transformed into an afterimage, swiftly harvesting the lives of the players. Hee-Bayen clearly saw each player's head burst with damage numbers in the 3 to 4,000 range before they were instantly killed. A few stronger tanks could withstand one hit, but the second attack followed closely behind, turning them into a beam of light. His attack speed isn't slow either. Players died or fled. In no time, only he and Bowen remained. Confirming that no players were left around, Hee-Bayen decisively drew his demon-breaking longbow. With 2 fingers pinching the bowstring, a series of ghostly blue arrows shot towards Bowen's back. 3 arrows in 1 second, Bowen lost nearly 60,000 health. Additionally, his mana was reduced by 15. You can still use a bow. Bowen had not intended to deal with Hee-Bayen, but his proactive attack, even while being hit, ignited Bowen's anger. Damn human ant, I will make you pay a heavy price. You bastard Bowen, come back here. Hadi shouted at him telepathically, but the latter chose to ignore it. Bowen kicked off the ground, quickly closing the distance to Hee-Bayen, but he found that the latter was rapidly retreating. Although the distance was closing, his speed was not much slower than his own. Demon-breaking arrow. Another 3 blue lights shot towards Bowen. Blood shield. After all, Bowen was a bronze boss. While pursuing, he also made a defensive move. A blood-red glow enveloped him, and he was confident he could withstand this human's arrows. The next second, he froze. His shield was still intact, but he had 3 holes in his body. Ignoring defensive attacks. Human, you have completely enraged me. Blood sacrifice confinement. Blood sacrifice confinement. After use, the target enters a 5-second confinement state, unable to attack, act, or defend. Hee-Bayen clearly felt his blood stirring within him, as if something was obstructing it. He couldn't control himself as Bowen quickly approached. Die. But just before the confinement effect was about to take effect, Hee-Bayen hurriedly used a skill. Elemental Flash. Hee-Bayen's body turned into golden flames, flashing to 100 meters away. Bowen's attack missed, and he looked momentarily dazed. He actually broke his blood sacrifice confinement? This weak human ant was far from as simple as he thought. Tip: you have negated the skill blood sacrifice confinement. Physical control is really troublesome. Hee-Bayen frowned, his fingers still resting on the bow. His attacks had not stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of damage numbers appeared, and Bowen's health decreased by another 60,000. At this moment, Bowen's blue bar was already half empty. The Blood Demon was a race inclined towards melee physical output. The mana consumed by skills was not large, but it still required mana. Blow arrow 7 consecutive shots. Demon breaking bow. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary confusion, Hee-Bayen quickly switched between 2 ranged weapons, reducing Bowen's health to 68. Ants are still ants in the end. I want to see how you dodge this. Blood sacrifice baptism. Blood sacrifice baptism inflicts continuous damage and silences the opponent for 1 minute. In fact, Bowen didn't care about losing this bit of health. For the Blood Demon clan, even with just 5 health left, as long as their skills or attacks hit the opponent, they could quickly recover. A special giant pattern appeared beneath Bowen and Hee-Bayen's feet. Nina, fly up into the sky. Okay. Hee-Bayen was unclear about the attack form of blood sacrifice baptism. He commanded Nina to transform into a giant dragon and take him into the sky. You really surprise me everywhere, even having a dragon as a pet. But unfortunately, it's useless. Hadi was no fool. As soon as Hee-Bayen flew into the air, he felt as if his whole body had sunk into a quagmire, a tingling sensation washing over him. Triggered passive effect of Curse of Thought, silence is immune. Since blood sacrifice baptism was not a simple silence skill, Hee-Bayen could not use that skill. However, his shield value was rapidly depleting. Lasts 10 seconds, but for his 80,000 life shield, it was nothing at all. The only one truly taking damage was Nina. The shield value did not fall within the attribute range, so Nina could not benefit from the shield. Ha, human, I'm afraid you don't even know how you're going to die. Bowen laughed heartily. This was his ultimate move. A large-scale skill, Whether in the air, on the ground, or underwater, no one could escape the skill's range and would suffer high continuous damage. But he suddenly realized that not only had his health not recovered, it had dropped significantly. What's going on with this reflection damage? Bowen instantly understood the reason. He had never seen such a perverse reflection damage. It was even more outrageous than his advanced lifesteal passive. You really should find someone to treat your hysteria. He put Nina away and landed on the ground. Without Nina, the real reflection damage Bowen suffered became even more severe. Simply losing shield value would not give him any lifesteal effect. This was another powerful aspect of shield value. No lifesteal. How could you not be dead? Bowen's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He-Bei-Yen was unwilling to interact with him. The continuous slashes of the Death Warblade were the best response to Bowen. Mechanical Spider. Mechanical Python. A mechanical giant python coiled around Bowen. Tip. The opponent is affected by a 5-second binding effect and cannot move. This is impossible. How can a level 30 ant have such high output? You can't possibly defeat me. Bowen sensed the breath of death. He exerted all his strength, trying to break free from the mechanical python's grip, but the harder he tried, the tighter the mechanical python coiled around him. He felt as if his bones were being deformed. The effect of blood sacrifice baptism was not over yet, but He-Bei-Yen was not the least bit anxious, because Bowen would not be able to cast any skills. Demon Breaking Arrow. Each Demon Breaking Arrow could reduce 5 mana points. The ultimate move Bowen had just released was his only skill that consumed the most mana. These last 3 arrows reduced his mana to double digits. He couldn't cast a single skill anymore. What's going on? Why has my mana suddenly disappeared so much? At first, Bowen did not notice the massive loss of mana. He had focused all his thoughts on dealing with He-Bei-Yen. Now, being controlled, he could only passively take hits, making him realize that his mana had been completely exhausted. Otherworldly human, wait a moment, I have something to say to you. Bowen wanted to buy himself some time to wear down the binding effects control. He-Bei-Yen knew exactly what was on his mind. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Boom! 18 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls exploded on Bowen's face simultaneously. A dense array of damage values popped up above his head. His health bar instantly dropped by a significant amount. Mana Spring. But He-Bei-Yen's actions did not stop. The skill Divine Sensitivity has been enhanced by Mana Spring, increasing its effect by 80, and can be used twice. Originally capable of attacking 6 times at the speed of light, Divine Sensitivity, after the enhancement from Mana Spring, reached 10 attacks. Divine Sensitivity. 2 consecutive uses of Divine Sensitivity. The Death Battle Blade surpassed the speed of light at that moment. In less than 0 seconds, he swung his blade 20 times. What on earth? The accumulated high damage directly emptied nearly half of Bowen's health bar. It ended his life. Successfully killed Blood Demon Guardian, Bronze Boss, gained 5,000 experience points, increased 20 Constitution, 20 Dual Defense, gained Teleportation Array Coordinates. Looking at the pool of thick blood on the ground, He-Bei-Yen let out a long breath. This was the first time he faced a monster with over 1,000,000 health points. The battle was much more difficult than before, but fortunately, victory still belonged to him. His health bar didn't drop either. In contrast, not far away, Hottie stared at the pool of blood left by Bowen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Bowen was actually killed by an otherworldly human. A level 30 human defeated a level 56 bronze boss blood demon. He didn't even have time to react, not even a chance to save Bowen. He was instantly killed. Terrifying. This power is too terrifying. Hottie suddenly realized that this human's strength was not as weak as it seemed. He was only 2 levels higher than Bowen. That meant if he were to face this human, he would meet the same fate. Could this otherworldly human be a peerless genius of the human empire? Hottie speculated in his heart. But Bowen, you didn't die in vain, Lord Kaze will avenge you. With such strength, he didn't really need to reward anything. Just telling Lord Kaze about Bowen's death would definitely pique his interest. High output, shield value, instant burst attack, and it seems there's some equipment that reduces mana. This was the information Hottie gathered from the battle. But if Lord Kaze wants a surprise, then I'll add a little fuel to the fire. Hottie produced a special item in his hand. This human shield seemed quite powerful. Bowen's ultimate move, Blood Sacrifice Baptism, couldn't break it. So, he would give him a similar item, allowing him to last a bit longer in Lord Kaze's hands. He secretly sent it into Bowen's blood pool using a secret method. Although it seemed like he was hindering Lord Kaze, Hottie knew what to give and what not to give. He wasn't a fool. The item he was giving would only add some shield value and wouldn't be decisive in winning. Moreover, compared to Lord Kaze's strength, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if he gave his best item, the other side would never defeat Lord Kaze. Hottie couldn't help but smile. Having just finished a battle, this human must be quite exhausted. To ensure the surprise could arrive smoothly, he decided to delay a bit longer before reporting to Lord K's. With that expectation in his heart, he left the place at a leisurely pace. Damn it! Is this blood demon guardian sick? Watching He Beiyan kill their compatriots, yet they come to attack us first? Bai Sheng and Yan Jin fled frantically, not daring to look back. Fortunately, they were positioned further back and realized the danger the moment Bowen appeared. They ran straight away. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Second brother, what should we do now? Can we still go back? After running a considerable distance, Bai Sheng asked. Yan Jin furrowed his brows and thought, I don't know how the battle situation is now, let's wait a bit longer. They had finally gotten close to He Beiyan. Before they could find an opportunity to strike, they were interrupted by the blood demon. At this moment, a line of announcements floated before the two of them. Dungeon announcement, player He Beiyan, coordinates 144-168, has successfully achieved the first kill of the blood demon guardian, key character in the dungeon. Reward, blood spirit essence. Nina can be cultivated? Nina can be cultivated? The players from the Dragon Kingdom who had escaped from Bowen were dumbfounded. How long has it been? Not even a minute, right? Hishin just took down the blood demon guardian? To escape from this monster, they had used all their resources. Since he has this kind of strength, Hishin, you should have acted sooner. On the other side, Uncle Reed, why did you just arrive? We've already completed our task. Lu Yuewei held the holy sword of light, with more than 10 blood demon corpses at her feet. I was delayed for a bit. Reed said lightly, did you kill all these blood demons? Yes. Lu Yuewei nodded. There were always blood demons coming to us, clearly so weak, yet they shouted about wanting to kill us. Thanks to their weakness, my sister and I quickly completed the task and both leveled up to 20. Reed was secretly astonished. Among these blood demon corpses, there were quite a few elites over level 20, all killed by these two girls in front of him? He didn't expect the combat power of the Berserk Saintess to be so strong in the early stages. You should have received the prompt for the advancement task. The Firefly Tree Sap can be used now. The Firefly Tree Sap collected earlier in the town was prepared for Lu Yuewei's advancement. I've already used it. Uncle Reed, my sister also received the advancement task. She needs to go to an ancient ruin. Can you help? Reed shook his head. I haven't heard of her profession. I can't be of much help. All right. Lu Yuewei felt a bit regretful. The strongest warrior I mentioned to you before, He Beiyan, just killed the blood demon guardian. Since the task is completed, my sister and I want to go take a look. Okay, I'll go see for myself. Reed had already heard various achievements of this warrior from Lu Yuewei. Now he could even kill the blood demon guardian that was stationed here. He remembered that the blood demon guardian had the strength of a level 50 or above bronze boss. He was very curious to see what made this warrior different. Why aren't any items dropping anymore? After gathering the blood spirit seeds, He Beiyan couldn't help but wonder. Ever since he killed Bowen, no items had dropped. However, due to triggering the dungeon announcement, more and more players from the Dragon Kingdom were gathering around. He shun. Besides the blood spirit essence, what other rewards did you get for killing the blood demon guardian? Clearly, we are all carbon-based life forms. Why can you trigger announcements wherever you go, while we can't? Countless players shouted. He Beiyan ignored them. At this moment, he was standing on the shoulder of the giant Nina, heading towards the teleportation array. Better get the opening rights for the blood demon purgatory soon. Along the way, He Beiyan checked the rewards from killing Bowen. Blood Spirit Essence increases 50 points of constitution and 10 physical lifesteal after consumption. Resilience Stone, consumable, increases the maximum shield value based on the current shield value, disappears after use. Seeing this consumable, He Beiyan felt there was something fishy about it. It really seemed like it was specially prepared for him. After killing a big monster, he had a reason to obtain it. He only had 10 points of luck. It couldn't be just a coincidence. Now my shield value is full again. During the process of collecting Blood Spirit Essence, He Beiyan restored his shield value to full. Shield value, 31992, use the Resilience Stone. Tip, you have used the Resilience Stone, and your shield value has increased by 50. Shield value, 81992, a total shield value of 120,000. Combined with the Dead Gold Gauntlets, it reduces the real damage caused by shield depletion, remaining life shield. The first reduction of 1,000 shield points can cause 34,496 points of real damage. It's almost comparable to Yi Beiyan's 2 physical attacks. It bounces up and takes off. This Blood Spirit Essence, I really don't find it useful. Thinking carefully, ever since he had the life shield, He Beiyan hadn't felt what pain was like for a long time. Now the shield value was as high as 120,000. the lifesteal effect hadn't triggered even once. Adding 10 lifesteal wouldn't significantly enhance his combat power either, unless he hit himself. Otherwise, it was really not easy to lose some health. Can Nina consume blood spirit essence? He Beiyan had a sudden idea. As equipment, Nina should not be able to consume blood spirit essence, but as a cursed equipment, perhaps it was worth a try. So, in front of many players, he Beiyan took out the blood spirit essence. All the Dragon Kingdom players following him looked on with eager eyes. Yet, no one dared to rush forward to snatch it. Instead, many players scanned the surroundings, seemingly on guard against anyone trying to seize it. Is he God going to cultivate a beast pet? Will Nina change in appearance after consuming this? Whether in giant form or lowly form, she's so cute. Please don't develop in other directions. If I can see he God cultivating a beast pet with my own eyes, I would die without regrets. Bro, you're a bit overdoing it. Tip: the Holy Gold Slime has consumed blood spirit essence, increasing 50 points of constitution and 10 physical lifesteal. That feels good. Seeing Nina successfully consume it, he Beiyan nodded in satisfaction. Now Nina's physical attack also had a lifesteal effect. Transforming into a myriad of races, this 10 physical attack lifesteal could be maximized on Nina. You have to know, some races' physical attacks have a ranged attack range. Nina can be cultivated like a beast pet, and in the future, when I obtain items that enhance attributes, I can consider giving them to her. He Beiyan planned to cultivate Nina into another version of himself. In terms of attributes, he wanted her to surpass himself. He just didn't know if there were non-equipment items that simply increased shield value. If there were, that would be even better. This is too painful. Lord Kays, it's bad. Bowen has been killed by that level 30 human. Hearing Hardy's panicked voice, Kays was shocked. What happened? My subordinate is incompetent. I didn't see clearly. Hardy pretended to tremble, embellishing the lines he had long prepared. Bowen faced him head-on, and he couldn't even last 10 seconds before being instantly killed by his super-fast attack speed. Bowen's blood sacrifice baptism couldn't even deal effective damage to him. After hearing this, Kays's expression changed. Interesting. Truly interesting. You have successfully piqued my interest. Where is he? I want to meet him in person. Hardy, he is just outside the camp. Please, Lord Kays, kill this damned human and avenge Bowen. Outside the blood demon camp, in front of He Beiyan and the giant Nina, countless blood demons bared their teeth in a row, but none dared to step forward. Only because at Nina's feet lay countless blood demon remains crushed into thin slices. It was filled with deterrence. So it was you who killed Bowen? Kays walked out of the camp, and the blood demons parted to make way. Kasai, level 60 silver boss, weaken 10, title, next blood demon overlord talent, blood star power. Attacks that cause lifesteal additionally inflict true damage equal to the lifesteal value on the target. Health, 219 attack power, 4,800 skills, Mind Devour. Target enters a 3-second absolute fear state, increasing self-control resistance. Blood Fong, bites the enemy, restoring a large amount of health and inflicting bleeding status. Blood Shadow, transforms into a shadow and moves at high speed, dealing high damage. Intermediate life enhancement, increases health cap and health recovery per second. Blood Flame Prison, surrounds itself in a sea of fire, burning the blood of all nearby targets, causing high double damage. Frenzied Blood Sacrifice, for every 10 health lost, increases attack power by 3. A silver level boss? And it has talents. Now that's challenging. Seeing Kasai's power level and health, He Beiyan felt no worry. Instead, he was eager to try. Kasai had more than 10 skills, covering almost every aspect, similar to a hexagonal warrior, but he still belonged to the melee unit. The talent was of no use to He Beiyan. With a shield in place, he couldn't lifesteal at all. Without further ado, He Beiyan immediately threw out 18 Wind Thunder Poison Orbs. He and Nina rushed forward at high speed. I want to see just what your abilities are. Kasai snorted coldly. Seeing the small orbs coming his way, he charged forward. Just 18 orbs. Can you kill me? Boom! Mechanical Spider, massive damage appeared above Kasai's head. His health instantly dropped by over 400,000. At the same time, the Wind Thunder Poison Orbs triggered 3 negative effects. Kasai was suddenly rooted in place. This straightforward and conventional operation left countless players with their mouths agape. Wow! That huge health bar just shrank a bit. At least about 20% of health evaporated. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Does this mean that all the players here have shown their trump cards and can't withstand a single blow from God? What was that spider that just emerged from the ground? Can someone explain? To everyone in the dungeon channel, hurry to coordinates, 155. This is the very center of the Blood Demon Purgatory, and God has stormed into the Blood Demon clan's stronghold. The The strongest in Blood Demon Purgatory is battling He God. He God dealt a 20% health drop with just one attack. The Dragon Kingdom players present had imagined He God was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. They couldn't see Kasai's specific data, but they could see his health bar decrease. How can he be this strong? Or is the defense here very weak? Yen Jin couldn't believe it. Hibayan's output capability was enough to wipe out players worldwide as long as he didn't give others a chance to strike. Fortunately, he had the foresight not to choose to clash head-on with Hibayan. It's time to find the right moment to strike Kasai and take him down secretly. He must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Meanwhile, there was another group with ulterior motives towards Hibayan. Quick, take note, Hibayan used new equipment. Those orbs were taken from his waist belt. Several red-named players hired by Hearst hid in a nearby corner. Their purpose for entering here was to kill other Dragon Kingdom players and gather the latest intelligence on Hibayan. It seems to also have a paralysis effect, but he didn't start by using a weakening skill, which may mean he doesn't possess such skills. While observing, they analyzed. In my opinion, if Mr. Hearst wants to deal with Hibayan, he better do it quickly. It's a pity we can't see Kasai's specific data, which prevents us from knowing Hibayan's damage output each time. The data protection in the Divine Awakening world is quite strict for monsters whose power cannot be seen through. Only when one can view the monster's data panel will they see the specific damage values players inflict on it. Otherwise, low-level players can estimate the monster's approximate health by observing the damage values of high-level players. Similarly, when high-level players are attacked by high-level monsters, low-level players cannot see the damage dealt. Interesting. Your weapon is very interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered a worthy opponent. It was unclear what Case had done, but the paralysis effect didn't last even a second. Mind Devour. His eyes shot out a gleam and immediately sank into Hibayan's forehead. Cursed Thought effect triggered, immune to Mind Devour, and can use this skill once. Hearing the prompt, Hibayan felt a surge of joy. Another control skill added, but he pretended to be controlled, his eyes glazing over. There were too many players watching his battle. He didn't want to reveal his trump card of being immune to control. After all, he had shield points. Case couldn't break through them anytime soon. It's over. Hishin is controlled. Is there a priest? Quickly dispel Hishin. No. I tried, but the skill level is far too high for us to break the control. Blood Fawn. Case opened his massive mouth, sharp fangs biting into Hibayan. Shield absorbed, triggered Dead Gold Gauntlet effect, dealing 7 times reflected damage. True reflected damage. Unfortunately, the reflected damage wouldn't trigger against the mechanical spider and mechanical python. Shield points? And what's with this terrifying reflected damage? The blood demons despised shield points the most, but compared to shield points, this reflected damage was making him look foolish. This hurts way too much, but the control effect lasted for 3 seconds. He drank a bottle of high-level special potion to replenish his health. He had plenty of time to break the shield. Did I just see that right? He drank a potion? You saw right, and when Case bit Hishin, not only did Hishin not get hurt, but his own health dropped by 10. That's the shield. Hishin has shield points. As a shield warrior, I can guarantee it. And Hishin has a reflected damage effect. Absolutely can't be wrong. The onlooking players summarized. Nearby, the red-named players quickly took note of it. How much has this Hibayan changed in these days? He forcefully held back. Don't you dare harm my master. At that moment, Nina intervened and engaged Case. Get lost, weak low-level giant. Case punched Nina, trying to knock her away to continue attacking Hibayan. But when their fists clashed, he found her incredibly strong. At that moment, Nina's stats had also undergone a tremendous change. Her health reached 2, and her attack power soared to 11,642 points. In giant form, she also gained the passive effect of surface hardening, health, dual defenses, and attack increased by an additional 20. Her attack speed reached 5 per second. Not only was she not knocked away, but she also punched Case's arm with a crack sound. His body involuntarily flew backward. Case? Players. Wow. Brother, his beast pet is so fierce? That punch looks anything but cute. Just arriving at the scene, Nya Yon and Nan Shirling witnessed this astonishing spectacle. The intelligent monster named Case had data they couldn't see, only the evaluation of extremely dangerous. Not bad. Very good. I'm also quite satisfied with your beast pet. Case was not furious about being knocked back. Instead, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Blood Shadow. Suddenly, he vanished, merging with the ground, hiding beneath the earth. Forget it, let's end this quickly. Hibayan didn't want to play anymore. The crowd was growing larger, each person staring wide-eyed in disbelief. No insight at all. Wasn't it just about instantly reducing 20% of his health? Has he forgotten about the time he soloed the world? What's there to be so surprised about? Sleeping Flower Core. Even though K's turned into a shadow and burrowed underground, Hibeyan could still track him down. This was all thanks to the true side-eye. He unleashed the control skill he had obtained from the flower sorceress. K's, who had submerged underground, immediately floated back up, comically lying on the ground. Use the Agility Stone. Tip: you have used the Agility Stone. Agility increased by 300, lasts for 5 minutes. The Agility Stone was obtained by killing the Frost Willow Tree in Luwasawa City. He had almost forgotten about it while it was sitting in his backpack. Agility, 259, Attack Speed, 3. The attack speed exploded. He launched a series of attacks together with Nina. At that moment, it was as if he had 12 arms. The death battle blade struck K's like a flood. Mechanical Python. Nina, Hibeyan realized and released the control skill again. K's control resistance was not low. The sleeping flower core only lasted for less than 2 seconds before he woke up. Together with Nina, they had only taken away 60% of his health. Not even a third of his total health. Fortunately, the mechanical python was triggered, extending the control. Human, how is your attack speed suddenly so fast? K's panicked. Even if he was controlled by the human in front of him for 10 seconds, he wouldn't be this flustered. But this attack frequency greatly exceeded his level's limits. Even he couldn't swing his blade 12 times per second like Hibeyan. He tried with all his might to break free from the mechanical python, but found it utterly ineffective. I don't believe it. Triggered the effect of the Curse of Thought, immune to soul impact skills. The caster's location is revealed, and the skill can be released once. While he was frantically swinging the death battle blade, Hibeyan suddenly saw the prompt. This skill was not released by K's. He quickly locked onto the opponent's position. It turned out to be a player who was secretly attacking him. Nina, kill that human for me. Hibeyan pointed his blade at Yenjin, who was among the onlooking players. How could it be ineffective? Yenjin was stunned. He saw Hibeyan's attack speed suddenly soar and felt that K's was doomed. So he decisively took action, trying to create an opportunity for K's to turn the tide. Who would have thought that the soul impact had no effect on Hibeyan? Logically, it should have at least worked for a second. That way, he could release the next control skill to continue. But opportunities are often missed. Before Yenjin could react, Nina transformed back into her lowly form and quickly darted through the crowd. Her delicate little fists hammered against his chest. Yenjin's health instantly dropped to 0, and he was easily killed. Second brother. Bai Sheng couldn't help but call out. The next second, he regretted it. Ha, there's another accomplice? Nina huffed at her middle finger. Then she gave him a headbutt right on the forehead. A large hole was instantly knocked into his forehead, turning into a white light, and he exited the dungeon along with Yenjin. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The other players hadn't even reacted when Nina once again joined the fray against K's. The storm-like attacks reduced K's health bar to a sliver. The players had never seen a health bar drop so quickly, but they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Just now, little Nina was right next to me killing those two players. Why is that? What did those two do? I felt the fluctuations of skills nearby. Those two probably wanted to ambush Hishin but were discovered by him. Deserved it. The players from the Dragon Kingdom were completely awed by Hibeyan. The treasures on Hishin were simply too many. He had only used 2 pieces of equipment throughout the entire process, 1 beast pet. Yet they completely grasped the situation with K's. They couldn't help but feel excited. In the future, even if their data panels were not as good, as long as the gap wasn't too large, they could make up for it with the enhancement of other items. Then they would use a multitude of control skills to take it down. It must be said that through this observation of Hishin's battle, countless players from the Dragon Kingdom felt as if a light bulb had gone off in their heads, suddenly enlightened. Blood Flame still want to unleash a big move? Soul Flower Planting. They directly forced K's ultimate move back. Successfully killed K's level 60 silver boss, gained 150 points of constitution, 50 points of dual defense. World announcement. Player Hibeyan successfully killed the Blood Demon Purgatory final boss. Obtained the unique product of the Blood Demon world, Eternal Stardust. Don't cry, come here for a head pat. Don't cry, come here for a head pat. In the last moment of life, K still wanted to turn the tide, but it was forcibly controlled to death by Hibeyan. A plethora of skills and moves couldn't showcase its magnificent form. Perhaps, heaven just loves to play with life tirelessly. 1 second, it was effortlessly dominating the game. Suddenly, without knowing why, it turned into a dire situation. And it was the kind that couldn't be saved. Losing was inexplicable. Uncle Reed, what do you think? He's so strong. Witnessing the entire battle between Hibeyan and K's, Lui Weiwei couldn't help but exclaim from the heart. Truly worthy of being the top player in comprehensive strength rankings. Such powerful combat ability. For at least half a month, no player could surpass him. And for some reason, Lu Yuewei and Lu Choyue always felt that this figure looked somewhat familiar. Not bad. Reed rarely praised, with his current strength, he can easily defeat the current kingdom-level strong heirs. But whether he can maintain this in the future is hard to say. It's even more difficult to judge when facing the heirs of Imperial Strongmen. Lu Choyue's eyes revealed surprise. Are the heirs of Imperial Strongmen that strong? This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. In the eyes of the players, He Beiyan had already become incredibly strong. There might still be a significant gap when facing the strong from various countries, but could their heirs not be able to win? The heirs of those guys can't be judged by common sense. Reed explained in simple terms. The simplest example, just among the few strong heirs I know, they can kill Ks in less than 3 moves, and you will encounter them in the future. This human warrior only managed to kill Ks by using all his strength, but that's already quite impressive. The two girls nodded silently. They thought so too. Generally speaking, only when one knows they cannot defeat their opponent with their own equipment and skills would they use temporary enhancement consumables. Items that can increase agility attributes are already rare. He Beiyan used it to quickly finish off Ks, which shows he exerted all his strength. Dungeon announcement. Due to player He Beiyan killing the Blood Demon Purgatory final boss, all Blood Demon's attributes are reduced by 50, and rewards remain unchanged. Limited to once, players, seize this opportunity to kill the Blood Demons. Limited time of 6 hours. Players who complete the task can exit at any time. All players in the dungeon saw this announcement. Wow, there's this good thing? We're riding on Hishin's coattails. Quick, let's go. There are many Blood Demons in the Blood Demon base. Everyone help each other, team up to take them down. Thank you, Hishin. Charge, charge, charge. Countless players surged into the Blood Demon camp. The Blood Demons they couldn't even defeat in a team suddenly became easy to handle. This was a great opportunity to take advantage of their weakness. Players didn't care about any martial ethics, and the screams of various Blood Demons echoed continuously. Many people's task progress was completed rapidly, and their strength advanced further. Let's go, we should kill more Blood Demons to increase our constitution points, Lu Choyue said. Lu Yuewei's gaze dimmed a bit. She felt a bit regretful that she couldn't run into brother He-yun here. However, she quickly perked up. It didn't matter if they met a little later. Anyway, once brother He-yun came out of the secret realm, he would add her as a friend. The later they met, the stronger she and her sister would become. By then, they could help him even better. Sister, Uncle Reed gave me a lot of treasures. I'll secretly give you some later, so you can complete your advancement task faster. Lu Yuewei quietly sent a message to Lu Choyue. You have destroyed the Blood Demon World Teleportation Array, and no more Blood Demons will be transported here. Tip: you have permanently unlocked the Blood Demon Purgatory. Can be opened once every 10 days. All information regarding Blood Demon Purgatory has been automatically understood. Exceeding the completion of the instance task, you have obtained Eternal Stardust. After destroying the teleportation array, He Beiyan received another prompt. There were many places in the Blood Demon Purgatory that the Blood Demons used as vessels. Those areas were covered in the blood essence of the Blood Demons, and new little Blood Demons would automatically be born at intervals, available for players to kill for physique points. If not opened for a long time, these little Blood Demons would grow into Blood Demons or even Blood Demon Guardians, becoming even more powerful, and the physique points obtained from killing them would be greater, with a chance to gain defense points. A total of 70 points of Eternal Stardust, just enough to upgrade my talent. He Beiyan used it. Stardust power, 0 blessed by Stardust, increases defense by 20 during the day. At night, your agility and stealth effect will not be broken by any skills. Tip: obtain more Eternal Stardust to upgrade the Stardust power talent. How could Lord K's lose to you kind of trash? After upgrading his talent, He Beiyan saw a Blood Demon slumped on the ground, looking hollow. Checking his information, he found that it was also a Blood Demon Guardian. Oh, isn't this that good Blood Demon? Who bullied you? Don't cry, don't cry. The little lowly Nina recognized Hardy at a glance and stepped forward to pat his head. He was the one who secretly gave good things to her master. She was always willing to interact with those who helped her master. Don't touch me, you despicable beast pet. Hardy swatted Nina's hand away as if insulted, his eyes red, glaring at her and He Beiyan with a look of heartbreak. Why did Lord K's lose to trash like you? Is it really because of me that you became too strong? He remained slumped there, seemingly suffering a huge mental blow, with no desire to fight. Strange, Nina said, puzzled. Master, the defensive equipment and shield stone you obtained were actually given to you secretly by him using a secret method. She explained the whole story to He Beiyan. Only then did He Beiyan understand what was going on. No wonder the toughness stone seemed to be prepared just for him. It was likely that Case had promised Hardy something, hoping that he could fight with all his strength. But just as Case made his move, he was taken away by a super combo. How could Hardy accept that? Even without the toughness stone you gave, he still couldn't win against me. Ha! Hardy sneered, seemingly unwilling to accept this reality. Kill me. Someone will avenge us in the future. Yen was more than happy to fulfill his wish. Kill the Blood Demon Guardian, gain 20 physique points, 5 defense points. This intelligent alien who actively sought death was simply too easy to kill. He really hoped there would be more intelligent beings like Hardy in the future, seeing through his weakness and actively offering him attribute points. Today was too tiring, very sleepy. I was pushing through while writing, but I didn't want to break the update. In the next chapter, I'll also share Nina's data, which hasn't appeared for a long time. Holy Gold Slime Nina Life, 32343 physical attack, 11642 magic attack, 6786 physical defense, 2850 magic defense, 2850 agility, 540 attack speed, 5 physical lifesteal. Other attributes: life recovery, 1313, luck, 18, weakness attack, 36, critical hit rate, 9, casting speed, 45, cooldown reduction, 25, fire damage reduction, 65, dark damage reduction, 20, light damage reduction, 70, damage to dark monsters. Evasion tip: when the mimicry equipment's health reaches 0, it will revert to its original state and cannot be used for 3 days. Some attributes do not benefit from bonuses, such as damage reduction, cooldown, and casting speed. Evil God Glam Palace. During the 6 hours in the Evil God Glam Palace, aside from the unfortunate souls killed by the Blood Demon, no one actively exited the Blood Demon Purgatory. Once all players exited the dungeon, various world announcements appeared. World announcement: player Yen perfectly cleared the Blood Demon Purgatory, defeating the final boss and obtaining the Blood Demon World specialty, Eternal Stardust. World announcement: player Luyua Wei successfully completed the advancement second, obtained a profession-exclusive skill book. The world channel was also unprecedentedly lively. Blood Demon World exclusive specialty? What is that? I am Chung Hong, the second player on the overall strength ranking and the first creator of the Divine Awakening livestream. I have recorded some situations from the Blood Demon Purgatory, including the scene of Hishin defeating the final boss, for players from all countries to watch. Attached Blood Demon Purgatory video, 2,000 gold coins per view. Hishin defeating the final boss, 5,000 gold coins to watch. Fuck you, Chang. You heartless merchant, I'm going to kick your ass. The Blood Demon Purgatory dungeon is really amazing. Look at the rankings of various professions. The top 50 are basically all Dragon Country players. The top 10 on the overall ranking are all names of level 20 Dragon Country players. Hishin, will this dungeon be opened again in the future? I still want to get some constitution points and defense points. Yen, I can open the Blood Demon Purgatory once every 10 days, anyone can enter, but there will be a fee, and I will assess the situation then. Hishin is awesome. Whether there's a fee or not doesn't matter. Mainly this dungeon can quickly enhance our strength. Countless Dragon Country players were chatting enthusiastically. They even took the initiative to answer questions for players from other countries, sharing the excitement of the Blood Demon Purgatory. Mr. Hurst, here is the information you need. Several red-named players handed a thick stack of papers to Hurst. Hurst glanced at it briefly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This is what I promised you. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Yen was far more powerful than he had imagined, and he needed to study it thoroughly with the research team. Mr. Hurst, although we are outsiders, we still want to say a little more. The leading red-named player spoke. Bayan's current strength cannot be defeated by any player. If you really want to crush him completely, you should find a strong ally and build rapport to have them take action. I don't need you to tell me that. Hurst's tone was clearly a bit displeased. In fact, he had thought of this long ago. For this reason, he became a preparatory judge, ready to use the Judgment Association to eliminate Yen. The Judgment Association and the Curse God cult are irreconcilable, looking for an opportunity to frame him with a related crime, and the judgmental strong would definitely take action. But this idea had just sprouted and hadn't even started. It was all ruined because of that person named Red Nolan. It seems I spoke too soon, but before I leave, Mr. Hurst, I need you to sign another Divine Awakening contract. Hurst was a bit confused. Haven't we already signed a contract for executing the transaction? The transaction has gone smoothly without any defaults. No. The red-named player explained, we are also from the Dragon Kingdom. We shouldn't fight among ourselves. We don't want to have a conflict with Yen. The information we provided you was only because you have something we need. It's a matter of mutual benefit. If this information leaks to Yen and comes back to us, it would ruin our relationship. So Mr. Hurst must swear in front of us that he won't disclose our assistance in obtaining this information. Hurst immediately understood what he meant. His expression darkened. Do you think I will lose? They spoke so grandly about not fighting among themselves, yet they didn't even look at their own red names. Clearly, they were just being cowardly. They believed they couldn't provoke He Bei-yin, so they were unwilling to stir trouble. We never said that. Everything is for our own benefit, we hope, Mr. Hurst won't make things difficult for us. Is the public dungeon really that powerful? Killing monsters inside can even grant certain attribute points. Jing Yijiro browsed through the World Channel's discussions, ideas popping up one after another. 3 days of evil missions had already passed. At this moment, he sat on a throne in a black palace. On either side of him were several incredibly beautiful maidens, massaging and fanning him. This was the evil god Jella Palace. After completing the 3 days of evil missions, he could freely teleport here. Everything here belonged to him. Currently, Jella Palace was just a small, insignificant force. Moreover, aside from this palace and a few highly potential maidens waiting to be trained, there was nothing else. Those players who followed him or were manipulated were arranged elsewhere by Jing Yijiro. But in the future, Jella Palace would surely make all players tremble in fear. And no one would know it was him, Jing Yijiro, behind it. Fortunately, the Blood Demon Purgatory increases physical constitution and dual defenses, which poses no threat to me. Jing Yijiro breathed a sigh of relief. But I should take action now. He knelt before a statue resembling a demon. It had a strange appearance but possessed a pair of wings. Great evil god, I am your most sincere disciple. Please guide me on how to find the interdimensional smugglers and unlock the public dungeon most suitable for me, so I can complete your mission faster. The statue emitted specks of black light that fell upon Jing Yijiro's forehead. Instantly, 4 words appeared in his mind: Jella Main City. He was not the only one looking for interdimensional smugglers. Many guild leaders, legendary professionals, and various extraordinary individuals were trying to find traces of the smugglers. Once discovered and killed, it would unlock a public dungeon. Just the ability to gain attribute points was enough to drive countless people mad. After successfully clearing it, one could permanently hold the rights to that dungeon. If the dungeon obtained increased physical or magical attack types, one could almost live off that dungeon for a lifetime. Even if one couldn't become a god, they could still lie flat in the God Awakening world. Where was Hurst after 2 days of waiting? It's time to prepare to go to Jella Main City. Seeing the various comments on the World Channel, He Bei-yin's lips curled slightly. This time, he had revealed a small part of his strength. He believed those who wanted to deal with him must think he was capable again. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, powerful shields, and high damage reflection, these things were unavoidable and would eventually be exposed. Because they were too common on him, their frequency of appearance was very high. Moreover, even if these 3 points were exposed, they posed no danger to him. What was truly important was his immunity to mental control, various skills, and long-range attacks like the demon-breaking longbow. Nina's various forms also counted in this regard. Therefore, in this battle with K's, he had at most used 40% of his combat power. The agility stone is quite a good consumable. I should stock up on similar items in the future. After using the agility stone, He Bei-yin felt no regret at all. Such consumables could be obtained easily later on. Using it in front of many players could even give them the illusion that he was giving it his all. It would mislead those players who wanted to deal with him into thinking he was just a melee class that could only stand and fight. Everyone has 10 lives. He Bei-yin always kept a trump card for himself. Before I leave, I should chat with Count Bert and Priest Nick to see if I can trigger a quest. Just as He Bei-yin stepped out of the inn, he suddenly sensed an intrusive gaze. It felt as if someone was scrutinizing him intensely. Looking around, He Bei-yin quickly pinpointed the source. On the rooftop of a tall building across from the inn, there were 2 figures. However, it seemed he was not their target. Upon being spotted, they even waved at him casually. It was none of his business. Without a quest trigger prompt, He Bei-yin was too lazy to interact with them. I've been lurking here for 2 days. Where the hell is Hurst? On the rooftop, a man looked at the exquisite orb in his hand. It displayed the character He. Aside from that warrior He who just discovered us, there have been no other warriors entering or exiting the inn. Is the target really in Yates City as the employer said? They were the top assassins of the Lepi family, hired with a hefty sum by Lila and the Mirror Man. However, the 2 had no idea about the employer's true identity. The connection was handled by the family behind the scenes. They were merely executors following orders. When they saw the employer's description of the target, they had prepared for a long time to ensure they could kill the target instantly. Yet, after 2 days of waiting at the destination, they hadn't even seen a shadow of the target. I'll contact the family, the intel is probably wrong. Another one spoke up. For top professional assassins like them, staying here for even a minute meant a significant loss of wealth. There had been instances in the past where the employer misunderstood the target's location or there were discrepancies. However, this was nothing that could stump the Lepi family. The family had a secret treasure specifically for pinpointing the target's location. That's how they became a top-tier assassin organization. Yet, such things were unknown to the outside world. To use it successfully, one had to know the target's real name, and there was a hefty cost involved. If it weren't for the employer's reward, which was so generous it made one's scalp tingle, the family would never use such a thing. Damn it! The location is indeed wrong. Soon, the family responded. This guy can really run. He's currently in Beak Town. Ridiculous. Do they think we can't find them just because they escaped to a small town? Based on the employer's description of Hurst's strength, they didn't think there was anything wrong with Hurst appearing in the distant Beak Town. In fact, it seemed quite normal. Such a strong individual was likely sensing some danger and had fled early. The more the target acted this way, the more they enjoyed it. This cat-and-mouse feeling made them, as top assassins, revel in the chase. Brother, we're at a bit of a loss this time. We must take it out on Hurst. The two immediately set off, using some expensive teleportation item. They left Yates City. Warrior, are you preparing to go to Gel City now? Upon arriving at the royal castle, Bert happened to be chatting with Nick, and the former asked, Yes, so before I leave, do you have any suitable tasks for me? There were still many homeless curses in Gel City waiting for him to absorb. Yen didn't want to waste time. Moreover, he wanted to check out the ancient battlefield underground. This place was related to ancient curse casters. He wondered if he could make some new discoveries. I do have a task that requires the warrior's assistance. Bert spoke up. I hope the warrior can take my daughter Julie, along with the royal guard, to Gel City. At City A war is about to break out with the surrounding alien cities, and I'm afraid it would be dangerous for her to stay here. Quest triggered, escort Princess Julie to Gel City. Quest reward, Viscount of Travel, special title, no salary. Does not belong to any faction, will enjoy some privileges of a Viscount in any human city. Viscount? Warrior, I hope you can accept this task. Before Yen could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Bert. This was the result of his careful consideration. Although Yen was curious about how Bert, as a Viscount, could grant someone a Viscount title, it seemed Bert did not want him to ask. Accepted. With no constraints from any faction, this Viscount title was too good to pass up. But Yen countered, Do you need my help in the war against the aliens? As long as the reward is sufficient, I can stay a few more days. It's precisely because I don't have suitable rewards for you that I want you to take Julie away. Bert said with a bitter smile, Normally, I would have plenty of rewards for a level 40 warrior, but you are the exception. To this, the priest Nick beside him deeply resonated. His best treasure had been taken away by this warrior from the very beginning, but that was all in the past. Warrior, I will inform the Judgment Temple in Gel City about this matter when you leave. Be careful, as it is controlled by the cursed god cult, Nick advised. Yen said nothing more. Instead, his eyes lit up. Controlled by the cursed god cult? Does that mean I have a high chance of obtaining new cursed equipment? Not only can it absorb curse power and heal people, but it can also provide new gear to make me stronger. The feng shui of Gel City is simply too good. No time to lose, quickly call Julie and the others over. Let's set off now. He would safely escort Julie and the royal guard led by Dick to Gel City, but that was all. He wouldn't keep dragging them along. This was not heartless, just like when he left Luwasuwa City back then. A player's path must be walked by themselves, and they must forge ahead on their own. In the real world, inside a quiet, luxurious villa, Nan Shirling was intently staring at her palm. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and her delicate brows occasionally furrowed. There were several elderly men and young men and women around her. At this moment, they were all silent, even their breathing was extremely cautious. Nya Yong was among them. Suddenly, Nan Shirling's palm shook. Buzz! A flame the size of a thumb appeared out of thin air in her palm. Success! The young people shouted excitedly. Just then, the flame extinguished instantly. Nan Shirling's face turned pale, and her eyelids felt heavy. It seemed her spirit had been greatly drained. Shirling, you did very well. Quick, take her to rest. An elderly man ordered a nearby female secretary to help Nan Shirling upstairs to rest. Great! We are the first country to release skills in reality. Although it was only for less than 2 seconds, this is a significant breakthrough. It's a pity there is no first world announcement reward in reality, otherwise, our dragon country would be even stronger. Currently, no one can bring out equipment, but skills will shine brightly in the real world through continuous attempts. We must thank Ishin. If it weren't for the emergence of the blood demon Purgatory, which allowed Nan Shirling to reach level 20, it would have been impossible. The young people excitedly discussed, and the elderly men all looked radiant, seemingly 10 years younger. Then they thought of something. Everyone, quickly go and prepare in advance, let the people below hurry to improve their strength. Since skills can be released in reality, the previous predictions have proven to be accurate. At most half a year, skills will completely dominate reality, and many problems will arise then. Don't forget to record his screams for us. Don't forget to record his screams for us. Tip, you have been transported to Gel City, the main city of the Eastern players. Just as he was transported to Gel City, Bayan saw an unexpected prompt message. The main city of the Eastern players? Does that mean I can take a stroll in the nearby lower-level cities? Some players had made calculations. Each area's novice village and town is primarily populated by players from a certain major country, with a small number of players from other countries randomly mixed in. Gel City is the upper main city of the Eastern players, which means many Eastern players will come here in the future. In the World Channel, many Eastern players have a lot of opinions about Bayan. Or rather, aside from the Dragon Kingdom players, players from other countries have significant hostility towards him. He wondered what actions the Eastern players would take when they discovered they had appeared in Gel City. But Bayan couldn't wait. By the time they developed to the point of coming to Gel City, he estimated they would have already stepped into the empire. I should find an opportunity to visit towns with more Eastern players. It would be even better if I could find Inoue Jiro. It was said that Inoue Jiro suddenly disappeared after passing a 3-day assessment. Now no one could find out where he was, but Bayan believed they would eventually run into him. With that thought in mind, he suddenly heard Julie's voice beside him. Warrior, if you ever need anything in the future, please come find me so I can repay your help. During this time, I will work hard to become stronger. Julie, level 35 Golden Elite, has become your friend. Affection level, admiration. Quest completed. You have obtained the title of Traveling Viscount. Your strength is improving quite quickly. Would you like to sign a contract to join my guild? I would be very willing. Julie was very happy. Her talent was not bad. The main reason she couldn't progress before was due to the influence of the curse sickness. An affection level of admiration is a higher tier than respect. Beyond that is absolute loyalty. Perhaps one day in the future, she could be of use. Compared to players, the Divine Awakenings are much more reliable. As for Dick and his team members, Bayan did not invite them. They had signed a contract to be absolutely loyal to Julie when they became the Royal Guard, so he only needed to manage their leader. Joining the guild would only take up space without contributing. Plus, he would have to spend gold to increase the guild's member limit. After bidding farewell to Julie and the others, Bayan finally had time to observe Gel City. His first impression was that it was surprisingly large. Various races with different appearances walked through the main city. Moreover, Bayan noticed a special phenomenon. Every human was followed by a beast pet. Checking their information, he found that the vast majority were beast tamers. It wasn't just humans. Many non-humans also had beast pets beside them or on their shoulders. Bayan then realized a phenomenon. Gel City is a city where beast tamers are prevalent. Somewhere underground in Gel City, a little brat with a nauseating aura of judgment has arrived. After all this time, has the Judgment Association sent us another head? When will they understand that this is the territory of the Curse God cult? No matter how long it takes, Gel City will always be occupied by the Curse God cult. A few shadows stood there, discussing among themselves. They didn't take this matter seriously at all. All along, the Judgment Association had been continuously sending fresh blood to Gel City, trying to change the situation there, but without exception. Except for the 5 strongest high-ranking judgment priests, all the other newcomers from the Judgment Association were severely afflicted by curse sickness. They died on the spot. This new guy clearly hadn't reached the level of a high-ranking judgment priest, so he will surely die at their hands. It's time for my favorite part, the purifier of the judge. A voice from a shadow was oddly excited. Take out the unclaimed curse device and let him be infected with the most severe curse sickness. Don't forget to record his screams for us. Bayan arrived at the Gur Judgment Temple. It was unguarded. This place was much more desolate than the Judgment Temple in Yates City. Even the walls of the temple bore the scars of battle. The 5 senior judgment priests were inside, each wearing an inexplicable expression of sorrow. Upon seeing Bayan arrive, one of them said, "Warrior, we have received your goodwill, but you should leave as soon as possible. We will escort you out together. You are still young, you shouldn't waste your life here." They did not know Bayan's identity as a holy physician. Upon his arrival, there was not a trace of excitement or enthusiasm. Instead, there was more concern. They once believed that under the joint efforts and protection of the 5 of them, the younger generation would not perish. Gur City would only get better. But reality was cruel. The hidden curse users were simply unpreventable. The Judgment Association's juniors who had come here before all met with death in the end, let alone this junior who fantasized about directly becoming a judgment bishop. Even though Priest Nick had told them various things about his strangeness and strength, it still could not change the minds of the five. If he was truly a good seed, he should be sent away quickly. Leaving the five old men to sit in prison in Gur City was enough. Drive me away? Drive me away? He Yen did not expect these five priests to be so pessimistic. It was completely different from what he had heard before. It seemed that the influence of the curse god cult on Gur City was so severe that even the Judgment Association people thought it was hopeless. However, what did it have to do with him, He Yen? As long as he could grow stronger here, that was enough. Please believe me, esteemed senior priests, I can easily defeat a level 60 silver boss. Please, Your Excellency the priest, issue a task. I can work with you to slowly change the situation in Gur City. He Yen thought he had made a good point, but the five senior priests all shook their heads and sighed. Can defeat a level 60 silver boss? Nick never mentioned that. If what you say is true, being able to defeat such a powerful monster at level 30 is comparable to the descendants of imperial powerhouses, we would have to drag you away. But a young man with such strength probably won't give up easily. How about this? If you can defeat any one of us, you can stay, provided you sign a contract stating that the loser must leave. He Yen didn't think twice. Sure, he had already assessed the strength of the five as soon as he entered. All were above level 70 silver bosses, with the strongest one nearing level 80. He Yen did not know the level cap in the Divine Awakening world, but he guessed it would not be 100. The five priests had slightly higher stats than K's. He Yen could handle them completely. To save face for them, He Yen chose the weakest priest, named Mode. Senior Judgment Priest Mode, level 73 silver boss, health, 269 attack power, 5000 skills, Judgment Ruling, Guardian Healing, Holy Purification. He Yen raised his hand above his head. I, He Yen, hereby sign a contract. If Mode can break my shield within 5 moves, I will leave on the spot. Upon hearing the terms of He Yen's contract, the 5 senior priests were stunned. Break the shield within 5 moves and leave? This warrior was a bit reckless. After all, he was only level 30. No matter how strong the shield was, it definitely wouldn't withstand Mode's 3 moves. Young warrior, it's better to be grounded in reality. Mod did not experience significant emotional fluctuations due to He Yen's words. After arriving in the main city of Gur, he had grown accustomed to life and death. His mindset had long been tempered. You say 5 moves, then let it be 5 moves. A burst of golden light erupted from Mod's hand, attacking He Yen. He Yen did not dodge or evade. Shield absorbed, such a hard shield. Wait, why does it also have such strong rebound damage? This strike was merely a test from Mod. However, he found that not only did he fail to break the opponent's shield, but his own health also dropped by over 20,000. Not bad for an attack. There are still 4 moves left. He Yen smiled. The attack Mod had just used belonged to the light attribute. It should be noted that he was immune to 70% of light attribute damage. Coupled with the talent effect of Stardust Power, his defenses increased by 25 during the day. Under such circumstances, being able to deal just over 1,000 damage was already quite commendable. The other 4 senior priests also widened their eyes, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. Mod exchanged glances with them, nodding subtly. Warrior, you need to be careful next. If you sense danger, you can call it off at any time. Don't push yourself. Judgment. A massive holy cross suddenly appeared above He Yen's head, emitting blinding light. If a guilty person looked at it for too long, their soul would be scorched. Boom! The cross fell on He Yen's crown. Shield absorbed. Priest Mod, did you forget to have breakfast? Seeing the damage pop up, He Yen pouted. He had thought this skill could take away 3 to 5,000 shield points. Who knew it didn't even reach 2,500 points? How is this possible? Mod's face turned slightly awkward. No longer holding back, he unleashed 3 skills with all his might. Puff! Releasing skills at full power consecutively, Mod suffered high amounts of true rebound damage, which his old bones could hardly withstand. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. You. He looked at He Yen with the eyes of a monster. Was this warrior really level 30? Could he be a bishop sent by the Judgment Association to play with them? Priest Mod, why are you spitting blood? I am very respectful of the elderly and love the young. Seeing you like this pains my heart. Let me stay and help you. Why must you make it hard for yourself? He Yen did not expect Mod to be so fragile. He had only reflected 200,000 true damage, not even 10% of his health bar. Yet he inexplicably spat blood. You can stay. The several priests helped Mod steady himself, their faces filled with shock. This warrior was stronger than any young Judgment members who had come before. Since he insisted on staying to help them, they would see just how capable he was. However, they only recognized He Bayan's strength. Changing the situation in Gur was, in their view, impossible. Even the 5 senior priests together could not handle the current state of Gur. What difference would one more make? Your strength is impressive, but staying in Gur, you must be careful of the evil curse casters trying to make you contract curse sickness. The strongest senior priest, Warren, spoke up. Warrior, you'd best stay with us all day. No problem, I'm more worried they won't come. He Bayan waved his hand. Issue the task. Seeing his confidence, Warren did not say more. Strong as he was, this mindset would eventually cost him his life in Gur. In the town of High and beneath Gur, there is a restless group of mounts that are difficult to tame. We hope you can help resolve this. Task triggered, tame the restless mounts. Description: Warren wants to see if you truly have the ability to stay in Gur. He is testing your problem-solving skills and temperament. Completion rewards: Equipment Advancement Stone, to advance an equipment to level. Statue of the Judgment God, can resist the erosion of curse energy once, lasting for 5 minutes. Failure penalty: if you can't help with such a small matter, Warren will force you to leave Gur City. If you insist on staying, 5 priests will join forces against you. Tip: after accepting the task, you will receive a teleportation scroll to Haiyan Town, Eastern Japan. He Bayan was stunned. Not only was he not given any related tasks in Gur City, but he was also being sent away? It seemed they really didn't want him to stay here. The task content was unrelated to combat, yet the rewards were so generous. Quite interesting. I'll take it. You have accepted the task and received a teleportation scroll to Haiyan Town, Eastern Japan, and a teleportation scroll to Gur City. An equipment advancement stone like this, even now, could easily sell for over 5 million gold coins. This price is very normal, because it has selectivity, allowing one to choose the most suitable equipment for advancement. And currently, there is only one. The level of equipment obtained directly is random and may not be suitable for oneself. The key point is that players cannot obtain level equipment. Without a great opportunity, equipment is already the ceiling they can touch. Only legendary players might possess 1 or 2 pieces. As for the statue of Asudo, He Bayan would immediately give it to Chun Hong. If that didn't work, he would just throw it in the trash. Keeping it in his backpack felt unlucky. Now that the equipment advancement stone has appeared, how far can the cursed equipment advancement stone be? He Bayan thought to himself. He didn't know if such items existed in the Divine Awakening world. The team of Divine Servants. The mounts of the Divine Servants team are things that every player entering a small town can obtain by completing corresponding tasks. They can save a lot of travel time and increase health or other attributes. However, He Bayan had Nina in her universal form. A flying dragon is much more advanced than those ground mounts, so he had never paid attention to this aspect. Just arrived in Gur City, and I have to meet with the Eastern Japan players. He Bayan revealed a creepy smile, changing his mask form and wearing equipment. He used the teleportation scroll. Have you heard? A powerful team of players suddenly appeared in our town, killing all the Dragon Kingdom players as soon as they arrived in Haiyan Town, and now they are tackling a boss. Yes, that team is incredibly strong, and they are recruiting powerful players to join them. It is said that many strong players from our Eastern Japan have united just to defeat He Sang in the future. As soon as he appeared in Haiyan Town, He Bayan heard some discussions. He immediately stepped forward to inquire, "Excuse me, where is that team? I am a powerful mage and would like to join them. You just came out of the novice village, right? Why are you still wearing a mask?" The other party sized up He Bayan but still said, "It's near the Ruby Highlands, just outside the town." He Bayan immediately opened the map system and headed there. There was no rush to complete the task. Let's have some fun first. At this moment, He Bayan held the Heath Scepter, and apart from that, he had no other equipment. Just a few pieces of attribute-less clothing. It looked a bit shabby, but all the effects of the equipment were actually still present on him. He disguised himself not out of fear of his true identity being discovered, but because he didn't want the foreign players in Haiyan Town to know. He Bayan came to the small town to bully the weak. Otherwise, if he scared away all the foreign players here, it wouldn't align with his kind personality. Soon, he arrived at the Ruby Highlands. Move faster. Front line, hold this one, mages, unleash your damage. Defeating this will allow Lord Aino to gain some dark energy, and becoming the first in Divine Awakening is just around the corner. The future is bright. Hundreds of well-equipped players from the east are fully engaged in dealing with a single creature. However, to He Bayan, this is merely a simple golden elite monster. Checking the information of this group, He Bayan immediately expressed surprise. The levels of these 100 players are all marked with the title, Servant of the Divine Disciple, Inoue Jiro. No wonder they are a team that just arrived in Haiyan Town. Most likely, when Inoue Jiro disappeared, he scattered his servants across various towns, allowing them to develop independently. The true sight and eye of destruction are really useful. He Bayan swaggered out, instantly attracting their attention. Where did this poor mage come from? Hurry up and get lost. Can't you see we're fighting? An East player shouted angrily. Hibayan's gaze instantly turned cold, exuding a murderous aura, truly deserving of being called a little devil. Although he disguised himself, he had no intention of hiding his identity as a player from the Dragon Kingdom. You little devil! You're from the Dragon Kingdom and you dare to insult us. Let's take him down. The East players despise being called little devils the most. Several assassin players turned into afterimages, quickly approaching Hibayan. In their eyes, a guy who couldn't even gather a full set of mage gear could be killed with his eyes closed. Fireball. The speed of the East assassins seemed fast, but in Hibayan's eyes, it was surprisingly slow. He completely locked onto them. A blazing fireball condensed atop the Heifei staff and shot directly at one of the assassins. The health was instantly depleted, the body evaporated in an instant, leaving only a piece of equipment on the ground. To deal with these little trash, he only needed one fireball. One more and I lose. This is a mage pursuing extreme output, take him down quickly. Seeing their companion being killed in an instant, the remaining assassins immediately activated their skills. Their speed increased a few notches. Many clones appeared, attempting to confuse Hibayan, but Hibayan remained unfazed. Suddenly, a giant python appeared beside him, its tail sweeping across those assassins. Player Womo Yongdo has died. Player Daji Era has died. Player Tsukimi I has died. All the assassins swept by the giant tail were killed instantly. Following that, a beautiful magical pattern appeared atop the Heifei staff. Divine Flame Rain. Swish, swish, swish. Countless golden fire rains fell from the sky. Seeing the fire rain about to land among the crowd, those East players showed no signs of panic. Do you really think we fear you just because you have high attack? Evil God's protection. A black barrier enveloped them. The fire rain attacked above but was completely absorbed. The barrier then disappeared. Hibayan raised an eyebrow. Servants of the evil God's disciple are this powerful? I need to become a god quickly. Ha ha ha. Ants from the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you? One East player was about to mock, but suddenly, he saw another fire rain falling from the sky. And this was not all. Every second, a new batch of fire rain followed closely behind. A total of 4 batches of fire rain. Nanny! This is a continuous area skill. Run! The barrier could only absorb one attack. Without the barrier's protection, the hundreds of East players panicked. But their escape speed was no match for the falling speed of the Divine Flame Rain. You have killed player Katana Wumi, gaining 0 experience points, 1000 shield points. You have killed player Harukiyu, gaining 0 experience points, 1000 shield points. Free attribute points. Before the third batch of fire rain could even fall, all these divine servants were killed instantly. A large amount of equipment dropped to the ground, with varying quality. Hibayan had the giant python Nina collect everything into her body, and with great courtesy, helped them slay the golden elite, claiming all the rewards for himself. With the dark energy, killing an extreme output mage is simply too easy. At the resurrection point in Haiyan Town, a burst of light flashed, and countless minions appeared at the resurrection point, attracting the attention of many players. They can collectively fail too? After leaving the novice village, players no longer only drop equipment items. Items in their backpacks can also drop. Moreover, the probability of dropping the most valuable items is extremely high. Damn it! Damn it! My high-level spell scroll was dropped. I lost 6,000 gold coins. That's more than half of my wealth. Who is that mage from the Dragon Kingdom? I want to kill him so he can never enter the Divine Awakening again. The minions of Inoue Jiro gritted their teeth. Their hearts were bleeding. Except for Lord Inoue, no one had ever been able to press them down like this. And this person was a mage who sacrificed defense for extreme output. When a player dies, they cannot see the name of their killer. Instead, the killer can see the name of the killed. Therefore, they had no way of knowing the other party's real name. This is a typical case of falling behind and getting beaten up. Haiyan Town is this small. Even if we don't know his name, it doesn't matter. That person will definitely come back. In the team, the leading player from the East Japan stepped forward. I will personally request Lord Inoue Jiro to give us some dark energy, and wait for that Dragon Kingdom mage to walk into our trap. He was a player personally appointed by Inoue Jiro as a high-ranking minion, leading the 100 or so minions in front of him. His name was Hattori Ado. Upon hearing the words dark energy, all the minions' eyes lit up. With dark energy, although we can't defeat Hibayan, killing a defenseless mage from the Dragon Kingdom will be incredibly easy. We'll take turns lying in wait at the town gate, waiting for that person to return. Hattori Ado nodded slightly. Once we spot him returning, don't act recklessly, wait until I get the dark energy. Everyone responded in agreement. Fortunately, among this group, there were no players who had been forced to become minions. Otherwise, once they died, they would break free from Inoue Jiro's control, and the situation would become troublesome. Soon, news of the minion team collectively failing and resurrecting appeared in the World Channel. The Dark Minion team in Haiyan Town was all wiped out? Was it done by players or monsters? Just now, someone leaked that it was an extreme output mage from the Dragon Kingdom who killed them all with just one skill. Our Dragon Kingdom players? It seems even heaven couldn't stand to see them suffer divine retribution. I just want to say, well done. Extreme output mage? Only god-level experts can walk this path. They're fragile and die with just a touch. Baka, how did another dark horse emerge from the Dragon Kingdom? In front of players from other countries, I unconditionally support Inoue-kun. God, are you biased? Why do you always let new strong players emerge from the Dragon Kingdom? When will our strong players finally show up? This was the hot topic in the World Channel. Aside from Ibeyen and the stronger National Pillar players, it was Inoue Jiro and his Dark Minion team. Countless minions formed one team after another, using unknown methods to invade various towns. This caused the players originally here to lose many leveling resources, daring to be angry but unable to speak, especially the players from the Dragon Kingdom, who were targeted in various ways. Fortunately, due to the emergence of the Blood Demon Purgatory Dungeon, their strength had significantly increased, allowing them to have some space to survive in the towns. But because they were dark minions, they couldn't do anything about them. Therefore, the news of their setbacks made the players from the Dragon Kingdom the happiest. As for the person who leaked the information, of course, it was Ibeyen sending it anonymously. It's a bit unsatisfying. Closing the chat channel panel. After wiping out this group of minions, he felt no significant turmoil inside. If I could directly find Inoue Jiro and take him out, that would be somewhat interesting. Ibeyen glanced at the Heifei staff in his hand. Every god has their own personality. As a follower of the evil god, would killing Inoue Jiro be considered protecting one's own? For some reason, Ibeyen felt a bit of anticipation for the appearance of the evil god. Back in the town of Haiyan, as soon as he stepped through the city gate, Ibeyen sensed that he was being followed. With the dual effects of true sight and insight, these players who hadn't even reached level 20 had nowhere to hide before him. Let's see what tricks you want to play. Ibeyen didn't expose them. He wanted to learn more about the followers and their servants, so that when he encountered stronger followers in the future, he would have enough judgment. After all, some players had already become followers, so it was certain that there were others. Rather than waiting to understand when facing a powerful follower, it was better to gather information from Inoue Jiro, the still unweaned infant. Arriving at Qingyun Manor, this was the place where players in Haiyan Town could obtain mounts. However, not long ago, the Qingyun tigers had become inexplicably restless. The reason was unknown, but it could harm those who rode them. The Qingyun tigers were a type of mount that came with attack capabilities, but their damage wasn't high. Before resolving the issue with the Qingyun tigers, the manor's owner had ordered that no players were allowed to enter. Warrior, Qingyun Manor is not open to the public for the time being. Please come back after a while. Seeing Ibeyen approach, the guard standing outside Qingyun Manor spoke. I received a task from Priest Warren to come help you solve the problem with the Qingyun tigers. Great! Warrior, please follow me. Upon hearing Ibeyen's response, the guard immediately led him into the manor. The evil servant from the East Ing who had been secretly following him was dumbfounded. Why can he enter Qingyun Manor? From a distance, they couldn't hear the conversation between Ibeyen and the guard. It seems this Dragon Kingdom mage has a big secret. The evil servant's eyes sparkled with greed. The more secrets, the better, because soon everything about him would belong to them. Master, Priest Warren has sent someone to assist in investigating the restlessness of the Qingyun tigers. A burly man rushed over, his face filled with joy. Where is he? In the city of Gur, beast tamers were prevalent, and many people had a deep understanding of beast pets. The inexplicable restlessness of the Qingyun tigers had driven him nearly bald, and as a result, the manor had been in a state of financial strain. Now, there was finally a glimmer of hope. But when he saw that the visitor was a warrior and that there were no beast pets accompanying him, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Warrior, please follow me. However, he still led Ibeyen to the breeding grounds of the Qingyun tigers. The continuous roars of tigers were deafening. At this moment, the breeding ground was enveloped in a barrier, with hundreds of Qingyun tigers continuously crashing against it. They bared their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, seemingly wanting to escape from here. The situation is just as you see it. One day, they suddenly became crazily aggressive, especially towards me. This phenomenon has never occurred before, the manor owner explained. I understand. Ibeyen pondered for a moment, as if this was not a big problem at all. In fact, he had no clue. But just because he didn't understand didn't mean that Nina, who understood the myriad races, didn't know. You had your chance, coward. You had your chance, coward. And then Nina jumped out of his pocket, transforming into human form. This immediately startled the Qingyun Manor owner beside him. A beast pet that can transform into human form. Such beast pets were extremely rare and had high potential. Their future strength would undoubtedly be immense. The lowest quality was at least level. If a mediocre beast tamer could obtain such a beast pet, as long as they didn't die and developed cautiously, they would surely soar in the main city or kingdom in the future, becoming an impressive presence. It can be said to be the ultimate dream of every beast tamer. The warrior before her actually possesses such a powerful beast companion? Where on earth did they get it? Let me see. Nina stepped into the barrier as if she were in a world of her own. Immediately, she was met with countless attacks from the Qingyun tigers. Little brain axes, sit down. Tell me what happened. Suddenly, Nina transformed into a giant, adorable white tiger, speaking human words. All the Qingyun tigers that had attacked her suddenly hit the brakes and obediently sat there, sticking out their pink tongues and making soft growling sounds. Qingyun's master? He couldn't help but feel that the usually imposing Qingyun tigers suddenly resembled dogs. As Nina communicated with them, she slowly spoke, "Master, it's nothing serious, just that Nina doesn't quite understand. These Qingyun tigers told me that a few days ago, the master took all the female Qingyun tigers away, and after returning, he showed no interest in them at all, so they are in a bad mood now, feeling that their owner is not a good one." Cough, cough. Upon hearing Nina's statement, Qingyun's master couldn't help but cough twice. Bei Yan looked at him in confusion, noticing that he was intentionally avoiding eye contact, pretending not to see. But sensing the change in Bei Yan's gaze, it seemed he was about to understand. Qingyun's master then explained, "A few days ago, I took the female Qingyun tigers out to explore the origins of life with other tiger-like creatures. Warrior, you understand, we live off our mounts, so of course, we hope to cultivate more new types of mounts to improve the lives of ourselves and our subordinates. However, I really didn't expect that the warrior's beast companion not only can transform into human form but also happens to be a tiger-type beast companion, able to communicate with tiger-like creatures without barriers. You have resolved the conflict with the male Qingyun tigers for me, and I am truly grateful." Qingyun's master seemed reluctant to discuss this further, shifting the topic back to Bei Yan. Roar, roar, roar. But those male Qingyun tigers kept roaring angrily at him. Nina adorably translated, "They say resolving is a load of nonsense. It's you who resolved it unilaterally." Qingyun's master, Bei Yan tried hard to control his facial expression, but in the end, he couldn't help it and burst into laughter. He had thought there would be some kind of conspiracy or that he would need to fight. He didn't expect it to be a family matter between the male Qingyun tigers and their owner. The Divine Awakening world actually had such dramatic tasks? He then recalled the task reward promised by Warren. Bei Yan hit the jackpot. He had not exerted the slightest bit of effort for this task. He had only used his words to earn a reward. But this way of obtaining rewards was something only he could achieve. As Nina, who could transform into various creatures, not only understood each race very well but could also communicate with them easily. If it were a beast tamer, unless they had exceptional talent or learned later on, they could only master one or two beast languages. It was evident how versatile Nina was when it came to beast companions. The communication between beast tamers and their companions was mostly built on the tacit understanding developed over long periods of interaction. However, Qingyun's master was clearly experiencing this for the first time, having taken the female Qingyun tigers out of the breeding circle, which led to the displeasure of the male tigers. Then think about how to make it up to them. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Qingyun's master nodded silently. At this moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had lost so much face in front of the warrior he met for the first time. I hope the warrior won't mention this small matter outside. There's no need for a contract or anything. It's rare to see such a promising beast tamer, which brings me comfort. I hope this news can be of help to you. You have obtained a clue related to beast companions. It is said that in the Wind Spirit Empire, there are beast companions left behind by the Wind God. Thank you. Bei Yan understood Qingyun's master's meaning. This was not about seeing his potential. It is clear that they hope this clue will silence him. Don't let such a shameful matter become known throughout the entire town of Haiyan. But this clue itself, the Wind Spirit Empire, A distant memory seems to be stirred. Bei Yan is not really a beast master. With Nina, it's equivalent to having countless beast pets. So, should I go to this place that makes my heart uneasy? Beak Town. Fuck you. Which bastard has been framing me all along? Hurst is frantically fleeing, cursing as he goes. Behind him, two assassins are hot on his heels. Hurst, Are you not going to use your full strength? We're running out of patience. Stop running. No matter where you escape to, we will find you. The two assassins find it strange. When they finally encounter Hurst, he is completely different from what their employer described. He doesn't possess those perverse, powerful abilities at all. He is weaker than a 10-year-old child from the Lapey family. Gentlemen assassins, is there a possibility that you've really got the wrong person? Hurst is filled with pent-up rage. This is already the third or fourth time he has been inexplicably targeted. It makes him realize that he has been set up by some little bastard. Got the wrong person? Are you not called Hurst? That's right, I'm Hurst, but I really haven't offended anyone. Then you're not the wrong target. We're here to kill you. I'll fuck your blood horses. Hurst breaks down. You two brainless idiots, not a shred of sense between you, and you don't even know you're being used as pawns. Ha! With his furious outburst, the two top assassins have lost all patience. Whether they are being used or not, they only know that the target is Hurst. Since you're unwilling to use your explosive beads and battle knives, then die. Beads? Battle knives? Wait, what are you waiting for? We've given you a chance, coward. A flash of silver light. Hurst's head drops to the ground. The assassins quickly pull out an item to record the scene. It is transmitted to the Lapey family. Mission accomplished. We wasted so much time preparing for this, and it doesn't match at all with what the employer described. Must see little crispy law chicken. What can you do to me? Must see little crispy law chicken. What can you do to me? He Bei Yen. After being resurrected, Hurst can no longer contain the rage in his heart. He roars loudly in the town, his eyes ready to burst. Just before dying, he finally realizes who the murderer behind his back is. Explosive beads, battle knives, who else could it be but He Bei Yen? At this stage, he is the only one who could provoke such powerful assassins. Reflecting on how he was inexplicably cursed by a flower sorcerer and died for no reason, it probably has something to do with He Bei Yen. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. I will repay the pain you inflicted on me 100-fold. This is his fifth life. Including the 2 times he was killed by Reed, he has already died 4 times. He will turn all his hatred for He Bei Yen into motivation. With the goal of killing him, he will continuously grow stronger and devise plans against him. Do you really think you're the only one who can scheme? I can imitate you too, and your good days are about to end. Hurst grits his teeth, quickly leaving the town center. And no, it's bad, master. In Yates City, Lien rushes to the mirror, anxiously reporting. The Lapey family didn't kill the Hurst we were looking for. What's going on? Lien immediately brings the evidence to the mirror, showing the scene of the Lapey family assassins killing Hurst. This person is not Hurst at all. No, it's the warrior who appeared in Yates City, whose real name is not Hurst. Master, we've been deceived. The situation unfolded too suddenly, and Lien could barely speak. She recalled the vast treasures given to the Lapey family to kill that Hurst. In the end, they had killed someone completely unrelated, but the person did indeed go by the name Hurst, and the Lapey family had successfully completed their task. The items they handed over could not be returned. After all, the Lapey family dealt harshly with certain employers who tried to renege on their agreements. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called the Lapey family. This was a massive loss. Not bad, not bad. The figure in the mirror laughed instead of getting angry. I was actually outsmarted by a weak warrior. I underestimated him. Send me all his relevant information. He is worth my personal intervention. A limit flow mage from the Dragon Kingdom killed you all? Jingyi Jiro looked at the message sent by Hattori Adu, his heart stirred. No wonder he had just sensed that a team of evil servants had been completely wiped out. Jingyi Jiro was most aware of the strength of his servants. Over 100 evil servants had been instantaneously killed by a limit output mage with no defenses. They couldn't even get close? It should be noted that aside from those players who were forced to become servants, the other evil servant teams had a balanced distribution of various professions. Yet this still did not change their fate of being instantaneously killed. How many dark horses were there in the Dragon Kingdom? Lord Jingyi, please give us a chance for revenge. As long as we have evil energy, we will definitely be able to slay that fragile mage and display his remains. Hattori Adu replied decisively. Jingyi Jiro thought for a moment. I can give you 1 point of evil energy. Find an opportunity to use it. Thank you, Lord Jingyi. He had only accumulated 5 points of evil energy so far. The more evil energy he had, the more benefits it would bring him. These benefits were not just in combat but had significant advantages in all aspects. Therefore, evil energy was extremely precious to Jingyi Jiro at this moment. Moreover, he was preparing to go to the main city of Gur to kill the interdimensional smugglers, which would also require the use of evil energy. Otherwise, with his original strength, he wouldn't dare to go to the main city to kill interdimensional smugglers even if he had 100 times the courage. Make some more preparations. In a few days, I can request the evil god to teleport me there. Hint: the disciple of Glayman grants you 1 point of evil energy. Evil energy: as a high-level evil servant, you cannot exert any effect of evil energy, you can only manipulate it to perform a weak attack causing 5,000 points of real damage. I got it. Hattori Adu in the town of Hyan was extremely excited to receive the evil energy. The other evil servants began to cheer, eager to act. With evil energy, we will definitely be able to defeat that fragile mage. Even if it cannot exert any effect, it can still cause 5,000 points of real damage. What kind of miraculous effect can evil energy have in Lord Jingye's hands? I believe Lord Jingye is indeed right. As a disciple, he will surely lead us to stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. That Dragon Kingdom mage sacrificed defense for high output. His health must be extremely low, maybe even below 2,000 points. This time, even if it costs lives, we must kill that bastard. These servants seem to have already envisioned the fate of the fragile mage. After buying some more items, they all left the town of Hyan, hiding in various corners at the town's entrance. Why are there only 2 people left following me? After leaving Qingyun Villa, He Beiyan discovered that only 2 people remained secretly trailing him. It seemed they were ready to ambush him. He hoped to see some special abilities of the disciples' servants before leaving the town of Hyan. He didn't want to be too disappointed. Just as he walked out of the town gate, "Fragile mage, come and take your life." Immediately, evil servants hidden nearby launched an attack, and various control skills fell upon him. Triggered the passive Curse of Thought, immune to mental disorder, and can use this skill once. Trigger the Curse Thought passively, immune to soul shock, and can use this skill once. Your spell attack is reduced by 6. This time, they had clearly learned their lesson. They treated He Beiyan as a target, with someone drawing his attention while others unleashed various control and debuff skills. However, it was of no use to He Beiyan. The giant python, Nina, reappeared, crushing the rushing evil servants beneath her massive body, killing them instantly. Divine Flame Rain. At the same time, He Beiyan chanted his skill, and waves of fire rained down from the sky. What the hell? How is this fragile mage not being controlled? Use physical control. He must have items that grant immunity to mental control. Only physical control skills work on him. Even He Beiyan doesn't have such items. Whoever gets them and presents them to Lord Jingye will be greatly rewarded. Use mental control skills on this giant python beast. Foolish fragile mage, do you really think we would fall for the same skill again? This time, our positions have already been spread out. He Beiyan, after the divine flame rain fell, it eliminated 20 to 30 evil servant players, but there were still numerous control skills applied to him, preventing him from moving. As a mage, being unable to move was extremely deadly. If he couldn't unleash a skill to instantly kill his opponent before being attacked or find a way to reposition, he would be subjected to various attacks. But for He Beiyan, it was nothing at all. Countless attacks came rushing toward him. He Beiyan merely stood still, silently chanting his skill. Still want to chant spells? Unfortunately, our attacks are faster. Die. Fragile mage. Divine servant equipment. Are there divine servants besides me? Divine servant equipment. Are there divine servants besides me? Shield absorption. When the attacks landed on the fragile mage, the evil servant players were dumbfounded. How could it only deal 1 point of damage? Dozens of attacks, and not a single one could break through his defenses. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have no defensive equipment at all. Why didn't our attacks break through? They found it hard to accept. Guess how high the defense from my staff is? He Beiyan began to deceive them. From the beginning, he never intended to portray himself as a fragile mage. Who said that having no defensive equipment meant having no defense? With just a knife, He Beiyan could stand and take down the world. Isn't it normal for a Dragon Kingdom mage to have high attack and high defense equipment? Anyway, with He Beiyan as a precedent, he could deceive them however he wanted. I don't believe it. How can there always be Dragon Kingdom players with such perverse equipment? A staff holding up the sky? Don't let him lead you by the nose. He's still silently chanting a skill. This is just stalling for time. It seems our attack power is too low, but you still can't escape death. Lord Habuto, make your move. As soon as the words were spoken, Habuto Edo immediately emerged from behind He Beiyan, grinning as he said, "So what if your defense is high? You didn't even notice when I got close. In the end, you'll still die at my hands." He shook his palm. A dark purple energy shot toward He Beiyan. In fact, He Beiyan had already noticed him. He was just waiting for him to make a move. You have received an evil energy attack from the evil god GLA man, taking 5,000 points of true damage. Shield absorption, evil energy attack? Is that all? He Beiyan couldn't help but mock. The power of the evil god, and he thought it could directly break all his shields. In the end, it couldn't even break 10,000? What kind of evil god is this? Just sending out such trivial things and still wanting to grow strong? Flame Spirit Guardian. The second skill of the unused Heavy Scepter was unleashed at this moment. A humanoid flame over 5 meters high appeared out of thin air, clad in fiery armor. A scorching wave of heat rushed towards them. Before any attack was made, the closest Hattori Adu was already suffering from fire damage. Fire damage, you have received fatal damage, you are dead, entering soul state, level and 1 item dropped. Remaining resurrection attempts, 9, Hattori Adu's brain had already short-circuited. With his level of strength, he didn't even qualify to stay near the Flame Spirit Guardian. Nani? Lord Hattori Adu is dead. How does he still have an elemental beast pet? Are you an extremely special legendary class player? What the hell is going on? Lord Inoue's dark energy is invincible. Why is this Dragon Kingdom mage still standing here? The evil servant players shouted in anger. Is this what you call invincible? He Beiyan couldn't help but sneer. The Flame Spirit Guardian immediately appeared beside them. With a fiery hand grasping the air, a giant sword appeared in his hand, reaping the lives of these evil servant players like cutting grass. Once again, the evil servant team from Haiyan Town was completely annihilated by He Beiyan. Their current strength had already dropped to the level of second-tier players. Some were even worse. Hint: you have been noticed by the evil god Glayman. This may lead to certain events occurring for you. Hint: the goddess Hefi feels that you are using her power to defeat evil, performing a special baptism on the scepter, and when killing the evil god's servant, regardless of level, it will count towards the kill count. Kill count required for the Hefi scepter's advancement. He Beiyan was slightly taken aback. He actually triggered a hint related to the divine? It's no problem triggering Glayman's hint, but why is the goddess Hefi getting involved too? Among the two hints, the second one surprised He Beiyan greatly. The curse of his Hefi scepter. Curse: the stingy goddess Hefi brings you misfortune, constantly eroded by divine fire. Releasing a fire attribute attack reduces 6 health points. This was clearly stated. The goddess Hefi was very stingy. Coupled with the advancement condition requiring kills, He Beiyan had always thought of her as a goddess leaning towards the evil camp. But it seemed to be different from what he imagined. In other words, from now on, I need to kill more players from the evil god camp. He Beiyan smiled. The first thing that came to his mind was Inoue Jiro and his evil servant team. The advancement of the Hefi scepter suddenly no longer felt distant. Ah choo! Just as Inoue Jiro was about to head to Gur City, he suddenly felt a chill. Why do I suddenly feel like I'd been targeted by a thief? He frowned, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He then received a message from Hattori Adu. What? The dark energy couldn't even kill that mage? Are you saying his mage weapon not only increases attack and defense but also adds a large amount of health? Seeing the message he sent, Inoue Jiro was shocked. He quickly opened his quest panel. There was a Evil God quest. The reward for the quest was precisely a weapon with outrageous attributes. Book of Glayman, level Divine Servant weapon, physical attack, physical defense, magic defense, health points, effect, attack deals damage equal to 20% of your maximum health, and upon killing a target, revives them as your evil servant. Evil servant obeys any command you give. It was very similar to the mage equipment described by Hattori Adu. The increased attributes were numerous. It seems the other party is also a divine servant, and has already obtained a divine servant weapon granted by the deity. Inoue Jiro immediately made a judgment. Only a divine servant weapon granted by a deity could simultaneously increase 4 attributes, and all of them were not low. Jinya Jiro never expected that. Besides himself, there were other players who had already become disciples of the gods. This instilled a sense of crisis in him. I can't wait any longer. Let's go to Gel City right now, find the interdimensional smuggler, and take him out with dark energy. Then quickly complete the dark god's task and obtain the disciple's weapon. Using dark energy in his hands was a completely different concept than in the hands of Hattori Adu. Jinya Jiro immediately knelt before the statue of Jelaman to pray. His figure vanished within the palace. At this moment, He Beiyan would never have thought that because of a casual remark he made, the time of his encounter with Jinya Jiro had been shortened countless times. Can you stop pretending? Can you stop pretending? You have obtained the equipment advancement stone and the small statue of the God of Judgment. After returning to Gel City, He Beiyan immediately sought out Warren to submit his task. Warrior, you completed it very quickly. I recognize that you are qualified to stay in Gel City, said the priest Warren. I have a very challenging task here. I wonder if you are willing to take it on. Within Gel City, there are curse crystals created by curse casters, which release a large amount of curse energy every month, affecting the citizens of Gel City. We have been unable to spare the time to locate the crystals, only knowing that there are 3 curse crystals in Gel City. The next release time is approaching. If the warrior can find or destroy them, it will greatly reduce our pressure. Every day, Warren and his team had to suppress curse sickness for many people. They couldn't find the time to fully search for the crystal locations. Since this warrior was not weak and wanted to stay in Gel City, they hoped he could help them find it. Task triggered: determine the location of the curse crystals in Gel City. Task objective: determine or destroy the curse crystals. Task reward: preparatory high priest title, profession-specific skill book, chance to receive a baptism from the god of judgment. Time limit: within 8 days. Accept. Seeing the profession-specific skill book, He Bei-yen took the task without a second thought. The next profession skill acquisition required level 50. After level 30, monster killing experience was drastically reduced. He wasn't even level 31 yet. He had no idea when he would obtain the skill curse reversal. However, he inquired, Priest Warren, I don't want the preparatory high priest title. Can I exchange it for another reward? Few players dared to haggle over the task rewards given, but He Bei-yen had that capital. Warrior, don't you want to become a judging bishop directly? With the preparatory high priest title, completing some difficult tasks could make you a judging bishop. He Bei-yen looked puzzled. Who said I wanted to become a judging bishop? I hope Priest Warren can change it to a reward that can make me stronger right now, like 2 profession skill books? Warren thought for a moment. Alright then, I hope the warrior can complete this task. Notice, your task reward has been changed. Task reward, profession-specific skill book, chance to receive a baptism from the god of judgment He Bei-yen. He originally had no hope for this. Unexpectedly, Priest Warren would actually give him 2 profession skill books. With this change in reward attitude, he had to absorb the curse crystals beautifully. Brother Warren, wait for my good news. In an instant, he was filled with motivation. Even his address for Warren became more affectionate. If players had the right affinity, He Bei-yen's affinity for Warren would definitely shoot up to 500. 2 profession skill books might not hold much value for others, but for a curse caster who couldn't learn skills, it was like gaining an extra life. Every skill of a curse caster was incredibly powerful and perverse. He was incredibly eager to acquire some professional skills. If he could obtain the ultimate professional skill, Curse Bearer's Blessing, he would only need to find a way to visit the Cursed Equipment Graveyard once more to retrieve Normank. With his level 90 powerful fighter and the terrifying all-attribute debuff passive of the ultimate Cursed Spirit Body, wouldn't he be invincible? In comparison, that so-called Judgment God's baptism would be utterly irrelevant. Although He Bei-yen had no idea what benefits the Judgment God's baptism could bring him, he believed that no professional skill book could help him more. Moreover, it was just a probability-triggered reward. Treasure hunting. Lock onto the nearby cursed equipment. Arriving at the center of Gur City, He Bei-yen activated his treasure hunter ability. He immediately sensed several auras of unclaimed cursed equipment. There are a total of 5 pieces of unclaimed cursed equipment in Gur City? Just from what he sensed, there were so many, and each was in a different direction. Among them, the closest one seemed to be moving toward him. If I check all these places, even with bad luck, I should be able to find a cursed crystal. He Bei-yen had an idea in mind. However, he didn't know what he would face in those places. To be cautious, he decided to maximize his combat power first. Let's check the living street to see if there are any new life professions to learn. He Bei-yen hurriedly ran over. You have become a level diving fisherman. You can breathe and move freely underwater, exerting 85% of your combat power, and can easily see through the weaknesses of fish-like creatures. Insight has increased. You have become a level farming genius. When cultivating crops, you gain an additional 80 yield and constitution. Insight has increased. Tip: your insight has reached hidden conditions, resulting in a potential change, mental power. Goodness! He Bei-yen's mouth dropped open. Insight can also benefit mental power. This meant He Bei-yen had increased his magic attack by 600 points and his mana by 300 points. Open personal panel. Player, He Bei-yen, Bronze, Level, 30, 31,000, Title, The Chosen Curse Bearer, all attribute specific values, Health, 17490, Health Shield, 40576, Mana, 8200, Physical Attack, 5576, Magic Attack, 3850, Physical Defense, 1565, Magic Defense, 1565, Attack Speed, Agility, 259, Special Attributes, not benefiting from title bonuses. Health Recovery, 608, Luck, 10, Weak Point Attack, 20, Critical Rate, 5, Casting Speed, 45, Cooldown Reduction, 25, Fire Damage Reduction, 65, Dark Damage Reduction, 20, Light Damage Reduction, 70, Damage to Dark Monsters, Evasion Equipment, Death Warblade, Mutated Lifetree Armor, Holy Gold Slime, Godly Agile Boots, Scout God Blow Dart, Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, Forbidden Spellbook, Heath Staff, Death Gold Gauntlets, Demon Breaking Longbow, Rage Ring, Attribute Fusion Orb, Death God Pendant, Time Devouring Cube, Mechanical Power Ring. True Sight Extinguishing Eye. His data panel was becoming thicker and more impressive. With the health shield at maximum, it would reach up to 90,000. His magic attack had also started to rise sharply, showing a trend of catching up to physical attack. Coupled with the various effects of special attributes, was this the attribute panel of a level 30 player? It was hard to say if he could even reach this at level 60. I wonder what a real level 30 bronze panel looks like. Ever since he gained the power sequence, He-Bei-Yen had not encountered any bronze players. He really wanted someone to appear so he could compare. Who was stronger, him or the other party? Perhaps this is the helplessness of the strong. He-Bei-Yen felt a bit irritated. He shook his head in loneliness. There isn't even anyone around to compare with. I can't even compete. If other players heard him say this, they would definitely say in unison, "Can you stop pretending, please, for the love of all that is good? There's a big fool here, a big fool. He, finally found you. Damn judgment traitor." A curse caster hid in the shadows, watching He-Bei-Yen's back. He could sense that the other party was blessed by the judgment god Asado. This should be a seed player from the Judgment Association. If I kill someone like this, I can still get a generous reward from the cult. The curse caster Machi's eyes gleamed with joy. He was truly lucky to find such a walking reward in the almost invisible members of the Judgment Association in Gur City. He probably has a small statue of Asado protecting him. I need to find a way to wear down the statue's protection first. Machi directly activated his stealth skill and quietly approached He-Bei-Yen. Since Gur City was secretly controlled by the cursed god cult, the 5 old men from the Judgment Temple couldn't manage it at all. So, attacking directly in the city had no effect on Machi. Soul Strike. A whip covered in spikes appeared in his hand, enveloped in a special glow, and lashed out at He-Bei-Yen. Finally can't hold back anymore? Thanks to the treasure hunter's ability, He-Bei-Yen had long sensed that an unclaimed curse item had been brought nearby. He didn't dodge or evade. Shield absorbed, triggered the effect of Cursed Thought, immune to the Soul Strike effect, and can use this skill once. The damage is quite high. He-Bei-Yen countered with 18 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls thrown at Machi. Boom! Critical hit, the successive explosions rang out, and Machi's health dropped by 50. Adding the reflected damage, it caused nearly 50 damage. How can you be so strong? Machi's eyes widened. He thought that with his first strike, he could control the opponent and finish off the small statue's protection with a combo, making him suffer from a severe curse disease. Who would have thought that not only was the opponent not controlled, but he also countered with a dozen pearls that left him dazed. Are you thinking that I have a small statue on me, making it hard for me to get cursed? Through his observations of Gur City, He-Bei-Yen naturally knew what Machi was thinking. So, under Machi's puzzled gaze, he took out the small statue of Asado from his pocket. He looked up at the sky and shook his arm. Go to hell! With a whoosh, the small statue of Asado flew into the sky, turning into a point of light, disappearing without a trace. Then He-Bei-Yen raised his hand. I, He-Bei-Yen, hereby sign the Divine Awakening contract. If I still have any items that prevent me from being cursed, I will die on the spot. A golden light entered He-Bei-Yen's body, signifying that the contract was established. Machi, there's a big fool here. Come on, I just want to feel what it's like to have a curse disease. He-Bei-Yen's gaze was mocking, provoking Machi. Good, very good. You are truly the best enemy I have ever encountered. Machi laughed. He had seen fools before, but he had never seen one this foolish. He actually threw away the only item that could protect him. He even signed a Divine Awakening contract in front of the enemy, declaring that he no longer had any items to prevent him from being cursed. It was as if he couldn't wait to get cursed. This isn't just giving away. What would that even be called? I will burn incense for you every day after you die, to honor your outrageous head. Machi continued to laugh happily. He had never met an enemy who cooperated with him and understood him so well. If it weren't for standing on opposite sides, he might have wanted to call the other party his brother. But then he quickly shook his head to dispel this terrifying thought. He almost let the other party lead him into his area of expertise and become an idiot. To associate with such a person, you wouldn't even know how you died in the end. He quickly took out that item. Before his mind was assimilated by the other party, he hurried to deal with him. Die, my greatest enemy. Seeing Machi charging at him with an item in hand, He-Bei-Yen's eyes lit up. Instant kill potion. Cursed item has a 0% chance of instantly killing the target when sprinkled on them. Ignores level, power sequence, invincibility effects, curse, 99% chance of dying instantly. What a powerful item. Although the probability is extremely low, the effect is indeed monstrous. What surprised He-Bei-Yen even more was that there were actually cursed types of items. This should be something that can be generated by special cursed embryos, but Yen had never chosen it. Pop! Machi pulled out the cork from the bottle containing the instant kill potion, and a large amount of black cursed energy emerged, rushing towards Yen. As the curse caster, Machi belonged to the same source and naturally would not be affected by the cursed energy. The cursed energy in this potion has been accumulated for a long time, even reaching the level capable of nurturing an extinct cursed spirit body. Machi smiled coldly, watching Yen being enveloped by the cursed energy. Yet, the other party remained standing there, motionless. With this level of cursed energy, even the strongest among those 5 old men, Warren, would definitely not last 3 days. But then, an incomprehensible scene unfolded. The cursed energy swirling around Yen was actually being gradually absorbed by him. Generally speaking, being surrounded by such dense cursed energy would cause blackness to appear on the surface of the body. But the exposed skin on the other party's arms showed no change at all. What on earth is going on? Hint: you have absorbed a large amount of cursed energy, gaining 1,000 points of curse power. That's so little? Yen felt a bit disappointed. At least give me 3 to 5,000. 1,000 points of curse power isn't even enough to fill a gap. Excuse me, do you have more cursed energy for me to absorb? It seems this little bit isn't enough for me to get affected. Yen spoke sincerely. I can take off all my equipment and store it in my backpack, swearing with a divine contract. Would you consider it? Machi stared at him blankly. After a while, he finally reacted. What kind of monster are you? He had never heard of anyone who could absorb cursed energy without any reaction. The other party had the blessing of the Judgment God, so he definitely wasn't a curse caster. Then, a flash of inspiration struck him. Are you a holy, accursed energy perpetual motion machine? Accursed energy perpetual motion machine? Soul Strike, Blow Dart Barrage, Death War Blade. You have killed Machi. Shield value, free attribute points. This is boring. A set of skills instantly killed Machi, and Yen picked up the instant kill potion. Machi didn't understand one thing. Not saying everything we see, we can still be good friends. Just when they were having fun, he had to say something that dampened the mood. Thus, he met his demise. The trigger probability for this instant kill is a bit frighteningly low. He shook the instant kill potion in his hand. Yen's mood was hard to express. Ignoring levels and invincibility effects, it could directly kill the enemy. Very strong. But with a trigger probability of only 0, it seemed quite useless. I wonder if, as a curse caster, there are any professional skills that can increase the success rate of probability items. If there were, it would be like giving himself an extra life, able to be reborn in times of crisis. By the way, can these cursed items trigger title effects? Yen checked his titles. The all-attribute percentage bonus was still 16. It seems only equipment can trigger title bonuses. After checking, Yen planned to leave. Suddenly, he saw something at the place where Machi was killed. Cursed equipment invitation. Please come to the vicinity of the new air vent tonight to discuss the matter of the crystal. Coordinates, 173, what a coincidence. Yen's eyes lit up. This crystal must be the cursed crystal. With some time left, Yen quickly found a place to stay. He handed over all unnecessary items to Chung-hong, including the items obtained from defeating the players from Dongying. He emphasized that Chung should list them without revealing his identity. Then he opened his friend panel and contacted the long-unseen top newcomer of the Cursed God sect, the white-haired boy Ivan. Not long after. Damn! So many amazing items suddenly appeared in the trading market. Hurry and buy. Hundreds of pieces of equipment and items suddenly appeared in the trading market. Many items could directly make players stronger, causing a rush among many. But the evil servant players in High-End Town were completely dumbfounded. Aren't these all their equipment and items? The next second, they reacted. That damn Dragon Kingdom mage has listed all our equipment and items. My equipment was bought by someone. I was just 0 seconds slower than him. Clearly, these are all our things, and now we have to spend money to buy them back after someone else got them. I can't let that Dragon Kingdom mage go. Everyone calm down. The items listed in the trading market will show the names of the listers. As long as we follow the clues, we can definitely find out the true identity of the Dragon Kingdom mage and have a chance for revenge. Right. I almost forgot this key information. The evil servant players angrily checked the information of those who listed the items. Despite suffering consecutive defeats, they still did not give up on the idea of revenge. However, the results left them in shock. Each item was listed by a different person. They could only tell that they were all players from the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it! They truly didn't know what words could describe their anger at that moment. Don't let any of these listers go, investigate them. There must be a common point among them. That night, Yen arrived at the location of the air vent according to the coordinates. The entrance of the air vent was very small, about the size of a pinky finger on the ground. If Hei-Yen hadn't observed carefully, he wouldn't have been able to find it at all. Isn't this just a remote plane? I thought we were going to some cave to discuss. There were already 9 cursed equipment users present, and Hei-Yen didn't disguise himself too much. He simply removed his mask and let Nina attach to him, making some changes in form. Since he had been secretly ambushed by Machi earlier, it was clear that the other party already knew his appearance, so changing to another mask form wouldn't be of much use. Who are you? The cursed equipment users scrutinized Hei-Yen. They had no impression of this person. The top newcomer of the sect, Ivan, sent me to help you. Hei-Yen was neither servile nor overbearing. He displayed the information panel of his rage ring in front of them, confirming his identity as a cursed equipment user. At the same time, he took out an item. Upon seeing it, they immediately recognized it as the token personally given by Ivan. This is Lord Ivan's personal token. The pupils of the 9 shrank sharply, and then they bowed to Hei-Yen. Before coming, Hei-Yen had contacted Ivan to inquire whether he knew about the situation in Gel City, so that he could smoothly carry out his plan. Therefore, their attitude was within Hei-Yen's expectations. But I'm sorry, we don't need your help. At this moment, the initiator of the invitation, Keith, spoke up. He didn't want a newcomer to meddle in the matter of the cursed crystal, to avoid any mistakes. But since the other party was sent by Lord Ivan, he couldn't just drive him away. Whether you need it or not, you'll know soon. Hei-Yen didn't explain much. Are all of you here? Keith shook his head. People have never been gathered together. There are always a few who don't come. But what can you help us with? Take me to the location of the cursed crystal, and I'll demonstrate it for you directly. Hei-Yen got straight to the point, not wanting to waste time with them. Ivan had explained the function of the cursed crystal to him. If he could add his own curse power to it, it would rapidly increase the production of curse energy, making the generation speed much faster. What excited Hei-Yen the most was that he could obtain curse power from the cursed crystal, and it would be far greater than the curse power he expended. For example, if he spent 1 point of curse power to accelerate the crystal's output of curse energy, he could absorb it and gain 1 point of new curse power. A living curse power perpetual motion machine. If it weren't for those 2 professional skill books, Hei-Yen really wouldn't want to destroy them at all. However, before destroying them, he could still extract some curse power. Hearing Hei-Yen's intention, Keith hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded. He wasn't worried that the other party would have any bad intentions. One reason was that the other party was sent by Lord Ivan. The second reason was the issue of strength. Any one of them was stronger than Hei-Yen. With 9 people accompanying him, what could possibly happen? This is the cursed crystal. Keith and the others brought Hei-Yen to a location of the cursed crystal. It was underground. No wonder Warren and the others had never discovered the crystal's location. The cursed crystal was actually a 2-meter-tall black crystal. It emitted a faint aura of curse energy. Some enslaved individuals were collecting the curse energy with devices. Hei-Yen stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal. Hint: you have used 10 points of curse power. The efficiency of the crystal's curse energy production has increased. Keith and the other curse casters were completely focused. What is happening? When they saw the curse crystal erupting with a waterfall-like stream of nearly solid curse energy, the 9 of them looked like country bumpkins, their mouths agape. How did you make the curse crystal produce so much curse energy? Those readers who skipped chapter 133, please catch up. This chapter is the 30-word chapter. Chapter 134 is much higher than 133. But the problem is that the data for chapter 133 is being calculated, and this data is not good, so I won't give a lot. The child really can't afford to eat. They were completely stunned by the shock. Hei-Yen pretended to wave his hand dramatically, as if using something to collect the curse energy. You have gained 1,000 points of curse power. Goodness! Directly multiplied by 100 times. This is the legendary exchange of minimal input for maximum return? But he didn't rush to continue. Instead, he turned to look at Keith and the 9 others. Today, I have only one purpose for coming to Gel City. That is to ensure that you can have curse energy sweeping across the entire Gel City before the day after tomorrow. Hei-Yen's performance was quite perfect. Keith and the others were invigorated by his confident words. Keith's favorability towards you. Bella's favorability towards you. The other party possessed cursed equipment and even had Lord Ivan's personal token. His earlier actions had proven his intentions. How could they not believe him? My lord, I was shallow. I will tell you everything right away. Keith became excited. They had released curse energy so many times but had never let the entire main city be swept by curse energy. But this time, perhaps it was truly possible. Then, Keith explained to Hei-Yen. All along, We wanted everyone in Gel City to be afflicted by curse sickness, either they would watch themselves die or be forced to become enslaved curse casters, signing contracts to become our slaves. However, the Judgment Temple has a large barrier. Whenever a large amount of curse energy appears, a protective shield automatically appears around every building and every street to block the invasion of curse energy. It is said that this was personally set up by Archbishop Leon, intending to let others be afflicted by the curse disease. To do so, one must forcibly break through the shield with curse energy, which consumes a tremendous amount of curse energy, making it impossible to completely break it. Therefore, each time only a portion of people can be infected with the curse disease. But with your presence, my lord, the situation has completely changed. Keith became increasingly excited, his expression filled with joy. If they could fully control the city of Gur, the Church of the Curse would not only gain powerful puppet warriors, but their own status would also rise rapidly. At that time, they could continue to encroach on the next main city, gradually devouring the kingdom, even the empire. For the glory of the Church of the Curse, for their own future, Keith and the others shared a common thought. They must do everything they could to help this lord. With this in mind, He Beiyan wore a serious expression. It seemed he wanted to give them a reassurance. I, He Beiyan, hereby sign a contract. If I cannot fill the entire city of Gur with curse energy, the 9 people in front of Keith can kill me. A golden light descended from the sky and entered He Beiyan's mind, signifying the establishment of the contract. No need, Lord He, you don't have to sign a contract in front of us, we all believe in you. Keith and the others quickly waved their hands, seemingly feeling that He Beiyan was being too formal, but they had no idea that He Beiyan was playing a word game. These people overlooked a small detail. Can be killed does not mean to be slaughtered at will. In this process, He Beiyan could resist. If a fight broke out, these 9 would not be a match for He Beiyan and his companions at all. Why them? Because He Beiyan never said he would deal with Keith and the 9 himself. Although he could defeat them, it would be a bit too much effort. After all, the curse crystals could not escape the fate of being destroyed. It was certain that he would fall out with Keith and the others. He Beiyan had already looked at their panels. Apart from Keith being a silver leader, the other 8 were merely at the level of bronze leaders. They could not possibly defeat those 5 high-ranking priests. If they hadn't hidden well, and if Priest Warren and the others weren't tied up, these people wouldn't have survived to this day. Therefore, whether the curse could sweep through the entire city of Gur had no impact on He Beiyan at all. But Keith and the others had been completely fooled by He Beiyan. Lord He, what do we need to do? How should we cooperate with you? The 9 couldn't help but rub their hands together. Just quietly watch here, and then take me to the locations of the other 2 curse crystals. By the way, do not let the people you enslave collect the curse energy I produce. Absolutely. Definitely. Only then did He Beiyan turn around and place his hand back on the crystal. Inject 1000 points of curse power. Accelerate the production of curse energy. Prompt, exceeds the current injection limit of the curse crystal, 10. He Beiyan was a bit speechless. This is too low. This means that a curse crystal can at most provide him with 10,000 curse power. Although that is already a lot, He Beiyan was not satisfied at all. Once the limit is reached, it cannot recover over time. This curse crystal can only be used once. The desire to destroy it instantly intensified. 10,000 it is. He Beiyan injected 90 points of curse power into the crystal. Dense curse energy suddenly appeared, filling the entire underground space. It was so dark that even the people beside him could not see. But in an instant, all the curse energy disappeared. Prompt, you have gained 9,000 points of curse power. Current curse power, 11475. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene from He Beiyan. No wonder he was the man who could enhance the output efficiency of the curse crystals. That curse energy must have been temporarily preserved by him using secret methods. By tomorrow, it would be released all at once. At that time, it would be the end of the city of Gur. Lord He, we will take you to the next crystal location right away. The 9 people moved very quickly, bringing He Beiyan to the second cursed crystal. They even used acceleration items along the way, seemingly eager to see the scene of the cursed energy filling the main city of Gur. He Beiyan, however, was unhurried, appearing as if everything was under his control. The more he acted this way, the more Keith and the others felt that He Beiyan was truly capable. At critical moments, one must maintain a steady mindset and not falter. At such a young age, he possessed such composure. Another great master had emerged in the cursed god sect. He Beiyan casually placed his hand on the crystal. Although he had successfully brainwashed Keith and the others, he delayed for a moment to avoid raising their suspicions. Then, an incredibly dark shadow enveloped the surrounding space. Hint, you have gained 10,000 points of cursed energy. After finishing, Keith and the others noticed that He Beiyan's speed had noticeably slowed. Lord He, are you tired? You can take a break. We're not in a hurry. I have 100-year-old ginseng fruit here that can enhance your physique and a bit of spirit. You should take it quickly. Lord, he is clearly consuming mental energy. What use is it to give him something to enhance his physique? Here, this is a spirit stone. It greatly replenishes mental energy. Priest Warren, I have a major discovery. Priest Warren, I have a major discovery. You used the 100-year-old ginseng, physique, spirit. You used the spirit stone, spirit. Indeed, it was an unexpected gain. Take me to the location of the next crystal. This matter cannot be delayed. I want the entire main city of Gur to be shrouded in cursed energy by tomorrow. He Yen spoke with righteous fervor, secretly marking the coordinates of these 2 crystals for easy destruction tomorrow. Keith and the others were greatly moved by He Yen's spirit. What a great junior, thinking of the interests of the sect. You have gained 10,000 points of cursed energy. Current cursed energy, 31,475. After absorbing all 3 cursed crystals, he obtained 30,000 points of cursed energy. He Yen was somewhat dissatisfied. It was only enough to repair 3 damaged cursed artifacts, not even enough for the cursed energy required to repair a single cursed artifact. This wouldn't do. Then he suddenly thought, hadn't Keith and the others been collecting cursed energy for the past 20 days? Give me all the cursed energy you have collected. Concentrating them together will have a stronger effect. Okay. Keith did not hesitate and immediately instructed his subordinates. Before long, bottles of cursed energy were sent over. He Yen absorbed them one by one. You have gained 12,000 points of cursed energy. He Yen thought, collecting only 12,000 points of cursed energy in 20 days is just average. You all gather at the energy cave entrance tomorrow at noon. I will assign tasks to you then to release the collected cursed energy from there. He Yen said casually. Alright, the 9 of us will definitely be there tomorrow at noon. Everyone's eyes lit up. I wonder if Lord he is free tonight. We can discuss tactics in advance. No, He Yen refused. I have other preparations to make, and besides, tactics are unnecessary for me. As his words fell, Keith and the others thought for a moment. That was true. In the face of absolute cursed energy, all tactics were superfluous. Then see you tomorrow. None of you are allowed to be late. He Yen left Keith's side. He couldn't help but smile. The groundwork had been laid. The cursed energy had been nearly gathered. It was time to complete the task and reap the final rewards. He first circled around the main city of Gur a few times, ensuring he wasn't being followed. Then he plunged into the Judgment Temple. The 5 old men were still praying inside. Warrior, have you completed the task? Warren asked in confusion. Not yet, but I have a major discovery. He Yen continued. I have received reliable information that tomorrow, Keith and the 8 bronze leaders, who are powerful spellcasters, will gather at this coordinate and release their spell energy within the main city of Gur. What? The 5 priests were shaken when they saw the coordinates He Yen presented. They quickly grabbed the coordinates. This place is indeed rarely visited, fitting their usual pattern of releasing spell energy. Keith and the 8 bronze leaders cover at least half of the high-ranking figures hidden within the main city. If we can ambush them in advance and eliminate them, it will save us a lot of trouble. But according to the timeline, shouldn't this be happening in 10 days? Why has it suddenly been moved up? Doesn't this indicate the intensity of the spell energy release? 9 high-ranking officials executing this together shows that the scale is not small. The 5 old men analyzed the paper with the coordinates, discussing it logically. There was no need for He Yen to say much more. Warrior, where did you get this information? Priest Warren asked, somewhat shocked. They had been here for so many years and had never received the coordinates for a spell energy release in advance. This warrior, who had just arrived less than a day ago, had obtained it? I can't say, but they will definitely appear here tomorrow at noon. They might even bring others with them. He Yen's resolute demeanor made them believe him. Sorry, I was abrupt, Warren nodded. Then we will prepare right away. As long as we confirm their appearance here, a mere silver leader and 8 bronze leaders won't escape our grasp. For your safety, warrior, you should not participate in this matter. We will handle it perfectly. He Yen said no more but took out a token. This is a judgment summoning order, which can summon 50 high-ranking judgment knights. I don't know if you can make use of it. This was a reward he received for completing a task earlier, but it was of no use to him now. Thank you, warrior. We will remember this in our rewards, Warren said without hesitation, taking the token. They indeed needed this item, but it wasn't absolutely essential. The 5 priests eagerly left the temple together, filled with confidence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for them. He Yen stretched comfortably, suddenly remembering that he hadn't slept in a long time. I should also prepare to destroy the crystal, but that will have to wait until tomorrow. It's getting late. I should head back to the inn and get a good night's sleep. Where has Machi been? He hasn't returned for so long? Keith wondered. He was his capable subordinate. Based on his understanding of Machi, he should have been back in less than 3 hours. Tomorrow was the day Gear's main city would be completely under their control. He hoped to bring more people to witness this historic moment. Not good, Lord Keith, Machi is dead. At that moment, a spellcaster rushed in, panicked. Dead? How is that possible? Keith felt he had misheard. He immediately used a skill to sense Machi's life force within the main city, but there was none at all. How could he possibly be dead? Did he use a one-hit kill potion? Keith couldn't understand. He didn't believe that the masked warrior could kill Machi. This death was too sudden. Lord Keith, there's one more thing. Before he could figure out the cause of Machi's death, the spellcaster continued, another warrior has appeared in Gear's main city. Should we deal with him? Another one? Keith frowned. At this critical moment, the arrival of any outsider was not a good thing. He pondered for a moment. Keep a close watch on him. Don't engage yet. We'll decide after tomorrow. The main city is indeed very different from the small towns. Jingye observed his surroundings, beginning to search for interdimensional smugglers. But according to Jelliman's guidance, why were the coordinates given to him negative? He found it somewhat confusing. However, since he was already here, there was no need to rush. He could search slowly. After all, no players could reach the main city-level cities at the moment. Even He-Bei-Yen was only in a large city. This was the benefit of becoming a divine disciple. But it didn't mean that every god would provide such assistance to their disciples. Let's go take a chance and see if there are any small tasks I can pick up. And by the way, see if I can buy some decent items. Jingye had already made plans. Hold on, wait for Lord He to come, and kill them all. Hold on, wait for Lord He to come, and kill them all. Warren and the other 5 priests hadn't slept all night, making ample preparations and hiding around the gas vent. They're coming, everyone communicate with your minds. At noon, Keith arrived as expected. He first pretended to pass by, circling around, actually probing to see if anyone was lying in ambush nearby. Although he believed he wouldn't be exposed, this level of caution was unnecessary. The spellcasters in Gel City had mostly died long ago. Unfortunately, he didn't discover Warren and the others hiding nearby. Come over, it's safe. He quietly called to those behind him. Soon, a dozen spellcasters appeared. In addition to the 8 bronze leaders from yesterday, there was one more bronze leader, and the rest were all Diamond Elite level. These people were the spellcasters hidden in Gel City 90. Don't underestimate these dozen or so individuals. It was they who had kept Gel City in turmoil. Today will be the day we completely take control of Gel City. Keith scanned the crowd. Soon we will witness the scene of the entire main city being invaded by curse energy. Even the protective barrier of the Judgment Temple won't help. Hearing Keith's words, the 5 old priests felt a tremor in their hearts. The entire main city would be invaded by curse energy? Although they found it hard to believe, they were extremely worried. Fortunately, the warriors had received intelligence in advance. If they really let the curse energy out, the entire Gel City would likely suffer. Let's strike together, whether it's true or not. We can't let them release the curse energy. Okay. Warren didn't dare to gamble on this matter. Suddenly, a huge barrier appeared out of thin air. All the spellcasters felt their overall strength significantly decrease. What's going on? Keith instantly realized something was wrong. You bunch of rat droppings from Gel City. Today you've finally been caught by us. Light Judgment. Wrath of Judgment. Holy Hammer. The 4 priests, excluding Warren, attacked the strongest bronze leader spellcaster together. With his attributes drastically reduced, he didn't even have time to react. He was instantly killed by the 4. In contrast, Warren attacked Keith alone. How did you find this place? Keith's eyes turned blood red. Seeing the first person beneath him die, he was filled with rage. After our long-term covert observation, we finally caught you slipping, and we have to thank your ignorance. Warren wouldn't reveal the truth. Skills landed on Keith. Puff! Keith couldn't dodge in time and spat out a mouthful of blood. This barrier had a weakening effect, preventing him from fighting at full strength. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand where he had slipped up. Could it be Lord He? As soon as this thought arose, he dismissed it. The other party possessed Lord Ivan's token and indeed had cursed equipment. It was impossible for them to have any connection with Warren and the others. If he suspected him, it would be tantamount to suspecting Ivan, because the 3 cursed crystals had originally been brought by Lord Ivan a long time ago. So this is simply impossible. Most likely, one of them has turned traitor. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, shouting loudly, "Everyone hold on. Use the curse equipment to fight back. It won't be long before they all die." Besides weakening effects, the barrier also prevents anyone from escaping, so they could only endure. But when Lord He arrives, the situation will surely turn around. They will all be killed. It seems you have outside help. Warren's expression turned serious as he quickly guessed the reason. But will your outside help arrive quickly, or die quickly? What the hell? This barrier must be very expensive, right? In fact, He Beiyan had already arrived at the entrance of the energy cave. Weak soul barrier, all attributes reduced by 60, an extremely rare and expensive type of barrier. Seeing Warren and his 5 companions crushing them from all sides, he finally felt at ease. Eliminating these curse users was just a matter of time. He felt no guilt in his heart. This group of societal parasites used curse energy to harm others. How could they be compared to him, a noble and upright curse user? He was a quality bud that followed the traditional virtues of society. Keith and the others brought quite a few people here, so the defenses around those 3 curse energy crystals must be formidable. He Beiyan immediately headed to the location of the crystals. Meanwhile, Keith and the others were still struggling, waiting for his appearance to turn the tide. Stop! Who are you? Once again appearing near the curse energy crystals, He Beiyan changed his appearance. This was a high-level transformation potion he had purchased in Gur City last night. Anyone below his strength level would be unable to see through the transformation effect. He had bought over 100 bottles. Too weak. Looking at the curse user blocking his way, He Beiyan directly used the Scout God Blow arrow, swiftly killing him. He stepped inside and discovered there were still enslaved races collecting curse energy. Stop collecting! Come to me for treatment of your curse sickness. He Beiyan's loud shout immediately attracted the attention of all the enslaved. Is what you said true? Is there really someone in this world who can cure curse sickness? I've heard others say that ancient texts recorded a holy doctor who could cure curse sickness. My curse sickness has become so severe, is there really still hope? These ragged individuals, with skin ravaged by curse energy, were covered in black spots. Their eyes had long lost hope, but upon hearing He Beiyan say he could cure curse sickness, they instinctively moved towards him. He Beiyan directly grabbed the arm of a rabbit person and began to absorb curse energy. He let them see with their own eyes that the effect was much better than mere words. This rabbit person had numerous black spots on both legs and feet, but after He Beiyan grabbed his arm, the spots visibly receded at an astonishing speed. You absorbed 130 points of curse energy. It's gone, really gone, the rabbit person exclaimed excitedly. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Holy Doctor! Are you the legendary Holy Doctor? We are saved. All those in Gur City afflicted with curse sickness will be saved. I remember there are many powerful races in the city who are also afflicted with curse sickness, being suppressed by 5 priests daily to prolong their lives. If they are cured, Gur City will return to its former glory. Holy Doctor, please, you must save us. I am the youngest son of the Dora clan leader. I contracted curse sickness while playing in Gur City and was enslaved by curse users. I, Dualuona, hereby sign a divine contract. As long as you save me, I will offer you treasures upon returning to my clan. Me too. Countless enslaved individuals clung to He Beiyan's arms, afraid that their savior would run away. He Beiyan could understand. After all, curse sickness could take lives. Before death, one would endure a long period of suffering. He just didn't expect it. Not only did the locals of the main city of Gur become afflicted with the curse sickness, but many outsiders, for various reasons, were also schemed against by Keith and others, becoming tainted by the curse. Don't rush, one at a time. I'm here specifically to help you treat the curse sickness. In the eyes of the new treasures, the long-lost light of hope appeared. Even before treatment began, the favorability towards He Beiyan was steadily rising. He couldn't keep up with the news of the increasing favorability. You absorbed 231 points of curse power. You absorbed 175 points of curse power. You absorbed 168 points of curse power. Darola's favorability towards you. Current favorability, respect. Betty's favorability towards you. Current favorability, respect. The amount of curse power within them wasn't much individually, but collectively it was significant. After He Beiyan healed all of the more than 100 enslaved individuals here, his curse power directly increased by 2. That was even more than absorbing 2 curse crystals. Holy Physician, this is a treasure I obtained with great effort to avoid being discovered by that group of curse casters. It's not very useful to me, but you definitely need it. You have obtained a secret treasure, Illusory Divine Silk. Illusory Divine Silk, special treasure can be fused with any piece of equipment to gain the effect of Illusory Divine Technique. When needed, can transform into another form. No one of any level or strength can see through your disguise, including level, strength, and other aspects. He Beiyan raised an eyebrow. This treasure was just what he needed. It truly helps me a lot, thank you. He Beiyan took it and checked his curse power. It was already over 60,000. There were still over 100 people at the other 2 curse crystals. Once healed, wouldn't his curse power directly exceed 100,000? he instantly felt invigorated. 100,000 points of curse power. If he could obtain a damaged level curse item, he could directly repair it. Currently, he only had 2 level curse items, which were Nina and the Death God Pendant. The latter had a low presence for now, but after obtaining Nina, her help was clearly the greatest, far surpassing other great curse items. If he could get another level curse item, it would surely bring a leap in his overall strength. Such an enhancement was a height that even 10 level curse items would find hard to reach. However, at that moment, a special message suddenly appeared. Hint: due to gaining the respect of over 100 people in a short time, you have gained 3,000 points of reputation. Triggered a special hidden task. If you can gain the respect of over 500 people within 12 hours, you will receive an extremely special mysterious item. Goodness, this can trigger a task? He Beiyan was shocked. However, he was very interested in the special mysterious item from the task. Gaining the respect of 500 people within 12 hours was nearly an impossible task for others. Cultivating player favorability was not that simple. It was easy to cultivate to 50 or 100 points, but reaching a respect level of over 1,000 points was quite difficult. Yet for He Beiyan, it was relatively easy. Holy Physician, your presence will allow Gair's main city to be reborn. Can we follow you? Let's eliminate all the members of the Curse God cult. Hint: there are those who wish to follow in your footsteps and become your followers, which may bring certain changes to your future. I don't have that intention for now, He Beiyan decisively refused. Their strength was too weak, generally around level 20 or 30 bronze and silver elites. The data panel was also poor. Only a few had potential, but they all had their own backgrounds to some extent. Although he had saved them, they would not so easily follow him. You should leave now, I need to wait for someone here. During this time, I will stay at the Rainy Fa Inn. You can spread my message, I will treat more people suffering from curse sickness. He Beiyan's voice was very calm. Yet, over 100 people felt a lump in their throats, moved in their hearts. How great is the character of the Holy Doctor? He didn't mention at all what it takes to treat curse sickness, as if it were something he should do for free. But these people were not fools. Even if the Holy Doctor truly thought this way, they could not promote it like that. Didn't they just see the Holy Doctor collect a treasure? He even said that this item was of great help to him. The Holy Doctor was also human, not a god. He needed to grow stronger too. We'll take care of it right away. The crowd exchanged glances. They left together. From each other's eyes, they saw the meaning of this matter needs to be discussed thoroughly. He Beiyan was unaware of their thoughts. After they left, he drew the Death Battle Blade and destroyed the crystal. You have destroyed Curse Crystal. 1. You have fused Illusion God Silk into True Sight Obliteration. The equipment gains Illusion God Secret Technique effect. It won't be long before the Curse God Sect and the Judgment Association learn that the Holy Doctor has appeared in Gur City. With the appearance of Illusion God Silk, He Beiyan no longer worried about his identity being exposed. Even if the Judgment Pope and the Curse Sect leader came personally, they would not be able to see through He Beiyan's true identity. At that time, he could absorb curse energy using the identity of the Holy Doctor while completing tasks with the identity of a warrior. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Moreover, he wanted to complete the task within 12 hours, needing to treat more people suffering from curse sickness. As for those in its city who knew his true identity, with the Divine Enlightenment contract in place, they could not reveal a word. He then headed to the coordinates of the other 2 curse crystals. You absorbed 186 points of curse energy. You absorbed 223 points of curse energy. Destroy Curse Crystal. 3. Task completed. Please submit the task to Priest Warren as soon as possible. Checking the curse energy value, it was exactly 10. The underground ancient battlefield should have some broken curse equipment. He Beiyan took out the Lost Underground Ancient Battlefield map. This item was not even possessed by the Judgment Association. If there were broken curse equipment inside, surely no one would have collected it. After all, it was a battlefield related to ancient curse bearers. Perhaps even unclaimed curse equipment existed. No need to rush. First, let's heal more curse patients and absorb some curse energy. Damn it! You all should die. Keith and his companions were holding on, waiting for Lord He to appear. But only 3 curse bearers were left alive on the field, and still, there was no sign of Lord He. Is Lord He not coming? It's already been half an hour. The 2 curse bearers felt despair. After all, in their eyes, Lord He was very weak. A little afraid of death, even if they obtained countless curse energy, they wouldn't dare to show themselves and lend a hand. Warren and the other 5 priests heard their words. They instantly understood something. Lord He? Isn't that the surname of that warrior? It turned out that the so-called reliable information was intelligence he had infiltrated the enemy's ranks to steal. Truly a formidable youth. Ah, your reinforcements probably saw us and ran away. I guess so. After all, you curse bearers are not our opponents on the surface. If it were me, I would run too. They felt extremely relieved inside. The reinforcements Keith spoke of. In the end, they turned out to be non-existent. This warrior truly tricked them all. 2 new professional skills. Keith glared at the 5 old priests with eyes full of hatred. Based on his understanding of Lord He, the other party was not someone who feared death. Otherwise, during their meeting, he would not have been able to maintain an attitude of equality, speaking without subservience or arrogance. He believed that Lord He must have been delayed by something, secretly communicating something to the other 2. He then spoke, "Even if you kill us, you cannot escape the fate of the destruction of Gur City. It's a pity we won't be able to see that scene, but even in death, we will take a few down with us. For the curse of the divine cult, self-destruct." 3 streams of energy erupted from Keith and the others. The faces of several priests changed dramatically. They immediately used some kind of barrier talisman and rushed out of the barrier. But just as they escaped the barrier, the violent energy chased after them. The weakest among them, Mod, was instantly affected, blood pouring from his back. He was about to be completely consumed by the energy. Guardians of all things. Holy Land Enhancement. Soul Protection. Warren and the others immediately cast skills to save him from the life-threatening situation. We've finally dealt with these curse casters. Pulled back from the brink of death, Mod hardly noticed the pain in his back. Instead, he grinned. They had endured so much pressure over the years, only they knew the extent of it. We can't let our guard down, we must destroy the curse crystal. I wonder if the warrior can find the coordinates. Although they suspected that the Lord He Keith mentioned was He Bei Yen, they could not be certain. The crystal has already been destroyed by me, here are the fragments. At that moment, He Bei Yen appeared before the 5, holding out several shards. Warrior, I truly did not misjudge you. Warren nodded appreciatively. You have obtained a professional skill book, Judgment Association Reputation. Although He Bei Yen was not a member of the Judgment Association, it did not prevent him from gaining reputation points. The more reputation points a certain force has, the more likely they are to be valued by that force, leading to more tasks or assistance. It is said that when a force's reputation reaches its peak, one can even become a leader of that force, but no one knows where the limit of reputation lies. He Bei Yen accepted the reward and said, Priest Warren, when I reached the location of the crystal, I met the holy physician. All those enslaved by cursed sickness have been healed by him. What did you say? The 5 priests exclaimed in unison. According to ancient texts, the only holy physician in the world capable of curing cursed sickness had truly appeared. Where is he now? Warren, rarely losing his composure, grabbed his shoulder and asked. He said he would stay at the Rainifa Inn for a while. He Bei Yen replied. The Rainifa Inn is the most luxurious inn in Gur City. Through inquiries, it was learned that the owner of this inn has a mysterious background, having come to Gur City to develop the inn business. It is said that when Keith and the others were still alive, they were unwilling to provoke the Rainifa Inn without absolute certainty. He planned to stay there in the future. Warrior, this news is extremely important to us. We will talk more another day. Warren immediately said to the 4 beside him, Let's go. We need to confirm the authenticity of the Holy Physician. The news of the Holy Physician's appearance had not yet spread, so it was normal for Warren to have an uncertain mindset. However, they were certainly unable to find the Holy Physician now, because the Holy Physician was far away, yet so close. Joyajiro was in a small inn, frowning deeply. He did not know how to reach the negative coordinates, and thus could not kill the interdimensional stowaway. He speculated that the negative coordinates were underground. The problem was, he did not know where there was a way to the underground. Suddenly, triggering the evil god quest, kill the legendary Holy Physician. Description: ancient texts record that the Holy Physician is the only being in the world, divinely inspired, capable of curing the cursed sickness. However, the evil god Jelaman, whom you worship, does not like him at all. Now he has appeared in Gel City. Please kill him to receive a generous reward. Mission objective: kill the legendary Holy Physician. Mission reward: power of the evil god, level evil god skill, 50 evil energy. Failure penalty: evil energy, if below 5 points, will drop 5 levels. In a flash, Jingu Jiro's eyes lit up. Level skill. He had never seen such a generous reward. As long as he killed the Holy Physician, he could not only obtain such a powerful divine skill but also receive a reward of 50 points of evil energy. I can't deal with the interdimensional stowaway for now, so I'll complete this mission first. At this moment, he no longer thought about the interdimensional stowaway. He immediately set off, leaving the inn to investigate the whereabouts of the Holy Physician. With these 2 class skill books, the Goddess of Luck will surely bless me to obtain the class skills I want, right? He Bei Yen looked up at the sky. Although he had never received any response from the Goddess of Luck, he believed she was always watching over him. Use the class-exclusive skill book. You have obtained the class skill, Curse Resistor, class skill. After use, all melee targets will be knocked back, forcibly sending them 15 meters away, unaffected by any skills, effects, or equipment. Cooldown, 45 seconds. You have obtained the class skill, Soul of the Curse God, class skill. Once activated, for 3 minutes, you will be unaffected by any control effects. If you are already under control, you can still use this skill to break free. Cooldown, 8 minutes, enters cooldown upon activation. It's okay, I guess. Bei Yen suddenly felt that the goddess of luck no longer loved him. Neither of these skills was what he wanted for his class. However, they would be very helpful in battle. It meant that if Bei Yen encountered a strong melee enemy, he could forcibly knock them back 15 meters after being hit, giving himself a chance for ranged attacks. And the Soul of the Curse God would allow him to not worry about being physically controlled for 3 minutes. If he encountered some hard-to-guard control skills, he could also use the Soul of the Curse God to break free. It was equivalent to a universal awakening, a must-have skill for mages. Holy Physician, where are you? Holy Physician, where are you? Have you heard? The Holy Physician has appeared in Gel City, and hundreds of people with curse sickness have been cured by him. Such claims are made every year, but this year there are especially many. It's just a scam for money. I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. Coincidentally, I am one of those cured by the Holy Physician. Do you see any traces of curse sickness on me? My lord, good news. Tremendous good news. In a palace within Gel City, a butler rushed in, extremely excited. The Holy Physician has appeared in Gel City. Your curse sickness has hope of being cured. The lord, who had been listless, immediately brightened at the butler's words. There is hope. I have finally endured through the curse sickness. Somewhere in Gel City, a burly man of another race, adorned with 10 exquisite rings on his hands, laughed heartily towards the sky. It's been 10 years. To investigate the matters of my ancestors, I came to Gel City and was unfortunately ambushed by a curse caster, contracting curse sickness. My strength has weakened to the level of a silver leader. Recalling how he was ambushed by the curse caster, the man gritted his teeth in hatred. These guys were weak. But the problem was that curse sickness was hard to guard against. He had been overly confident in his strength and did not accept the small statue given by the Judgment Temple, resulting in a great loss. I heard from those who were cured that someone offered a secret treasure after being treated, and the Holy Physician accepted it. He took out a strange item. The secret treasure is extremely rare and unique. I just happened to obtain this treasure from a smuggler 10 years ago. Although I feel a bit reluctant, this sacrifice is worth it to cure the curse disease. The foreign man gazed intently in a certain direction. In an instant, he vanished, heading towards the Renifa Inn. Word spread quickly, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. More and more people gathered at the entrance of the Renifa Inn, with heads everywhere. Yet, there was no chaos. The reason was simple. The people here basically included all the top-tier nobles and powerful figures in the Gur city. Various loud shouts rose and fell, all expressing a desire to meet the Holy Doctor. Some even unabashedly had their subordinates call out the rewards for their treatment, causing gasps from those around. Everyone came with the most sincere intentions, because the curse disease is a century-old problem for all races. Inside the Renifa Inn, Lord Helix has been waiting at the door for 2 hours. Even the Blood Lion King Zalui has shown up. I thought he had long left Gur City. The innkeeper, Renifa, stood by the window, frowning deeply. Despite his significant background, the appearance of so many big shots from Gur City outside the inn was alarming. If he didn't find a way to handle it quickly, he would inevitably bear the wrath of those he deceived. Why does the Holy Doctor say he is staying at my inn but still hasn't shown himself? If this continues without a response, these people will explode sooner or later. Renifa bit his finger. Upon hearing this news, he immediately searched the inn thoroughly, but there was not even a trace of the Holy Doctor, not even a hair. Yet, it was true that some people had been healed, and they were those enslaved by curse bearers, indicating that the Holy Doctor had indeed appeared. But why did he say he was residing at the Renifa Inn yet remained absent? Could it be that I inadvertently offended the Holy Doctor? Or did my background offend this esteemed person? The more Renifa thought, the more terrified he became. He was on the verge of tears. Although he had a background, he didn't want to offend so many powerful figures for no reason. After all, the ultimate destination of the Holy Doctor's existence pointed to him. Even if it had nothing to do with him, he couldn't explain it. He could only swallow his grievances. At that moment, 5 elders frequently appeared, and Renifa hurriedly asked, "Have you found the Holy Doctor?" Priest Warren shook his head. "You really haven't seen the Holy Doctor?" "I truly haven't." "Then how could he say he is treating the curse disease here?" Renifa was anxious, but the 5 still regarded him with doubtful eyes. Angered, he extended his hand, I, Renifa, will now sign a divine contract. If I have ever seen the Holy Doctor or have any concealment, let me be struck dead by lightning, and my corpse be used for dogs to urinate on. The 5, seeing him swear such a fierce oath, finally nodded in reassurance. But the Holy Doctor still hasn't appeared, and those people outside need a response. Let's go out with you. We won't report this matter to the headquarters today, but it's only a matter of time. If the Holy Doctor truly doesn't appear, you will inevitably face various inquiries, so be prepared. Renifa nodded, feeling as if his heart had turned to ashes. Truly, he was sitting at home while the pot fell from the sky. Initially, upon learning that the Holy Doctor was treating the curse disease at the Renifa Inn, he was overjoyed. He thought he was the chosen one, favored by the Holy Doctor. It should be noted that even if he had no connection to the Holy Doctor, just the fact that the Holy Doctor was treating and saving people here would garner the support and benefits of countless powerful factions. In the future, in Gur City, he could say he would have smooth sailing, and his words would carry more weight than even the city lord. Even the forces behind him would benefit, and his status within those forces would inevitably rise. He had already mapped out his path, yet he couldn't find a trace of the Holy Doctor. It had already been almost 3 hours, and the person still hadn't shown up. He was on the verge of despair. Renifa had just stepped out of the hotel. Sorry to keep you all waiting, I will treat your cursed sickness right away. A voice like heavenly music restored his hope completely. Everyone present turned around. A middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in their sight. This was He Yen, who had transformed into a more fitting image of a Holy Doctor through illusionary mysticism. Mainly, he didn't want to turn into an old man, so he had spent a long time perfecting his appearance. The Holy Doctor truly has an extraordinary demeanor. It's not a long wait, we just arrived. Please, Holy Doctor, save my grandfather. Shouts rang out again, and He Yen raised his palm and slowly pressed it down. It seemed there was an invisible magic, and the entire place fell silent in an instant. Don't worry, I will heal all of you, one by one. In that plain tone, everyone sensed absolute confidence. The Holy Doctor was fully capable of healing everyone present. He Yen walked calmly towards Renifa's hotel. On the way, he had heard that every seeker of medical help came with a reward. Therefore, he couldn't treat them outside. Otherwise, accepting something in front of so many people would tarnish the identity of the Holy Doctor. Moreover, he had seen quite a few strong individuals, some even stronger than Warren. The rewards they offered would definitely not be weak. Although it is said that a healer's heart should not save people for profit, the problem was that he was not a Holy Doctor. He was just a mere curse caster. Holy Doctor, you have finally arrived. Renifa immediately stepped forward to greet him as he approached. The stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. I have prepared the best room for you, Holy Doctor, to facilitate your healing of everyone. Healing curse sickness, 2 treasures. Healing curse sickness, 2 treasures entered an incredibly magnificent room. One by one, the patients with curse sickness and subordinates also entered. But there were too many afflicted with curse sickness, and it was clear they could not all fit. Please wait outside for a moment, the Holy Doctor will treat you in batches. I will arrange for everyone to stay in the hotel for free. Renifa took it upon himself to maintain order, allowing the highest-ranking and most powerful individuals to enter first. Although others felt uncomfortable seeing this, they said nothing more. Only after being afflicted with curse sickness did they realize that everything besides life and death was trivial. All the worries and grievances in life, after that period, would ultimately return to a state of calmness. Being able to receive treatment was already very satisfying. Whether it was early or late made little difference to them. Rest assured, the healing of curse sickness is very quick for me. I will have everyone healed by tonight. He Yen left this sentence and closed the door. The 5 high-ranking priests of the Judgment Temple also entered the room. They could not imagine why the world-class problem known as the incurable curse sickness was treated with such indifference by the Holy Doctor, as if it were just a minor cold. They needed to see the Holy Doctor heal the curse sickness with their own eyes to feel at ease. Holy Doctor, this is a source energy crystal of great items. I hope it will be useful to you. Lord Helix was supported by his butler as he stepped forward, placing a deep blue crystal before He Yen. He Yen glanced at it lightly, and a storm surged in his heart. Source energy crystal, great item after use, for each subsequent upgrade, additional power or spirit, whichever is higher, physique, physical defense, and magical defense. Good heavens! This meant that in the future, when He Yen leveled up, he would not only gain 20 points of free attributes, his 4-dimensional attributes would also automatically increase by 10 points. For each level gained, he would receive 100 points of health, 20 points of physical attack, and 20 points of dual defense. Level 1 was even stronger than level 6. He Yen appeared unchanged on the surface, still as calm as water. Ha ha ha! A sudden loud laugh caught his attention. Lord Helix, you actually brought this out. Back then, you treasured it so much, saying you wanted to keep it for your son. The burly foreign man said with amusement, "Is it because of the cursed sickness that you can no longer perform, unable to make your lover pregnant?" "Shut up. I don't want to argue with you in front of the holy physician." Lord Helix snapped coldly. He Bei Yan checked his information. Blood Lion King Zalui, level 80 Bronze Lord, strength gradually declining due to cursed sickness, health, 239 attack power, 5,100 skills, Blood Lion Roar, turn blood into pus, Ice Blood Domain, Blood Sea. This was He Bei Yan's first encounter with a foreigner of Lord level strength, but his strength had declined to about the same level as a Silver Chief. Seeing his health made He Bei Yan doubt. A level of bronze, how did it compare to his peak? Lord Helix, I need to touch your body to heal the cursed sickness. Please don't take offense. He Bei Yan placed his hand on Helix's shoulder. His strength was slightly weaker than the Golden Lion King, being a level 76 Bronze Lord. The curse's effect on him was more severe than on the Golden Lion King. He must have been afflicted for a long time. His strength was even less than that of a Diamond Elite. However, this also meant that He Bei Yan could absorb more curse power from him. I will begin your treatment now. If you feel any discomfort, please speak up, He Bei Yan said, feigning seriousness. In reality, he was just putting on an act. Regardless of the severity of the curse sickness, during the absorption process, he only felt a complete sense of comfort. There would be no discomfort at all. Alright, please feel free to treat me, holy physician. Helix nodded. You have gained 1,000 points of curse power. You have gained 1,000 points of curse power. What the hell? So much? He Bei Yan used 8/10 of his strength to absorb, and after 2 seconds, there was still 10 points of curse power within Helix. The stronger the individual, the more curse power within them exceeded his imagination. If he encountered a patient with curse sickness at the level of a king, or higher, wouldn't a single breath yield tens of thousands? So refreshing. For Helix, those 2 seconds felt like being in a fairyland. How long had it been since he felt this way? It was as if his soul had been sublimated. But He Bei Yan felt something was off. He quickly absorbed the last 10 points as well. You have gained 200 points of curse power. This finally cured Helix's curse sickness completely. I really can't feel any curse power left in my body. Helix exclaimed in delight. Thank you, holy physician. Since you are new to Gel City, if you need any help here in the future, be sure to find me. Helix's favorability towards you. He was not only a lord but also the mayor of Gel City. His lordship was due to his management of not only Gel City but also another large city. You don't need this useless dog to help the holy physician. With me, the Blood Lion King here, who dares to touch the holy physician? Seeing Helix healed, the Golden Lion King Zalui immediately stepped forward and pushed him aside. You stubborn brute. You only ruined the holy physician's reputation. Helix did not want to argue with him and approached the shocked Warren and the others. I can't believe it. They never expected that curing curse sickness could be this simple. The entire process took only 3 seconds. The method was also very ordinary. Just placing a hand on the other person's shoulder, and then it was done? The holy physician's medical skills must have reached the legendary realm of divine abilities. Warren looked at the holy physician with a gaze as if he were a monster. This level of medical skill seemed so ordinary and plain. In fact, within this plain and ordinary setting, the highest level of skill has already been displayed. It is akin to the subtle strength of a martial artist, yet even more profound. One can only say, truly worthy of the holy physician. Only such extraordinary technique is deserving of the title of holy physician. Quickly report to the Judgment Sanctuary. The holy physician has appeared in Gel City. Warren, as if awakening from a deep dream, immediately instructed Maud to go report. You have gained 1,000 points of spell power. You have gained 900 points of spell power. At the same time, the spell energy within Zalui completely vanished. Feels really good. Your Excellency the Holy Physician, I heard you need a secret treasure. I happen to have a secret treasure item obtained from a smuggler from another world. Gold Lion King Zalui's favorability towards you. You have obtained a secret treasure item, relic of the Goddess of Luck. The movements of the 2 great world powers. The item of the Goddess of Luck. He Bei Yan nearly lost his composure. This secret treasure item was imbued with a layer of chaotic light, making it impossible for He Bei Yan to see its true form. However, part of its effects could be viewed through the panel. Relic of the Goddess of Luck, special secret treasure when placed in the backpack. It brings luck. Upon death, it will definitely drop. Description: an item accidentally left behind by the Goddess of Luck in the mortal realm. It carries the power of luck for years. Those with shallow strength cannot see its original appearance, but when they can see its true form, it will bring even stronger effects. Note: the careless Goddess of Luck does not seem very lucky. Perhaps one day, it can be returned to the Goddess of Luck? I obtained this item 10 years ago, and it has brought me many lucky events and adventures, but unfortunately, I couldn't see its true form. Though I feel a bit reluctant, I will give it to your excellency the holy physician. Zalui grinned. Almost every awakened being wishes to become a god and to meet a true god. Yet, those who can truly see a god number less than a handful in the entire awakened world. The treatment of spell energy illness continued, but the Judgment Sanctuary had stirred up a sensation. Archbishop, good news. There is great news. An advanced bishop hurriedly approached Leon in the Judgment Sanctuary. In this situation, what good news could there be? Leon's brow had not relaxed for days. First, the Pope confirmed that the Cursed One had been to the cursed graveyard. Then, the emergence of the rampaging Holy Maiden was discovered, yet she was unwilling to come to the sanctuary to cultivate. The battle with the Cursed God sect had also made no progress, with both sides suffering considerable casualties. However, for the Cursed God sect, which could introduce new blood at any time using unclaimed cursed items, the recruitment conditions of the Judgment Association were exceedingly harsh. So overall, they were still at a disadvantage. The Holy Physician recorded in ancient texts has appeared. The advanced bishop got straight to the point. What? Leon's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Where is he? In Gel City. He is currently treating the people of the city for spell energy illness. Lord Helix and Blood Lion King Zalui have already been completely healed by the Holy Physician. The advanced bishop handed over a holy shadow stone, which recorded the scene of He Beiyan helping Helix expel the spell energy illness. Leon immediately became excited. Good. That's great. This was the only good news he had heard in days. With the Holy Physician appearing in the world, all the powerful individuals affected by spell energy illness will fully recover, and many of them will join the fight against the Cursed God sect. Report to the Pope immediately. I want to personally meet the legendary Holy Physician and invite him to join us. If the Holy Physician could join the Judgment Sanctuary, the benefits were self-evident. Wait for my news, be ready to inform the world of the Holy Physician's appearance, and cease the battle against the Cursed God sect, pull back to defend, and send people to protect the Holy Physician, to prevent those damned cursed item users from striking in the dark. Meanwhile, the Cursed God sect. The Holy Physician recorded in ancient texts has appeared. Haven't the curse casters been found yet? A massive shadow loomed at the top of the Grand Hall, addressing the countless newcomers and high-ranking members below. These high-ranking newcomers all hung their heads in silence, not daring to look up. This shadow was the Curse Master. If someone with considerable strength were to peer deeper into the shadow, they would see his true form. Forget it, the most important thing now is to deal with the Holy Physician, he continued. The existence of the Holy Physician will obstruct all our subsequent plans. Ivan, you will follow the 7th and 5th attendants to ambush in Gur City and investigate his true strength. If he is weaker than you, find an opportunity to kill him. The Holy Physician had just appeared, and the whole world was watching. It would be impossible to kill him right now, but after some time, an opportunity would surely arise. The news of the Holy Physician's appearance would spread far and wide. In the past, many extremely powerful individuals had fought against the Church of Curses, suffering greatly from the affliction of curse sickness, and now they were barely hanging on. They had reached a point where they could no longer move, but they also wanted to be healed, so they would definitely invite the Holy Physician to their residence. That would be the best time for them to act. Master, with my strength, it wouldn't be of any use for me to go. I should stay in the church, Ivan said, stepping forward. He had not forgotten the task assigned to him by the curse caster. If he followed the 2 attendants to Gur City, he would not be able to learn the true purpose that the master was so eager to uncover regarding the curse caster. If I tell you to go, then you go. It's also a good opportunity for you to learn from the attendants. With their protection, you won't face any danger even in the Empire. Ivan had no suitable reason to refute this. The attendants were the strongest individuals under the curse master, a position only attainable by the most capable. There were currently 7 of them, ranked according to their strength. For any attendant, being at the top of the newcomers was like a small fish meeting a big fish. If he followed them, Ivan would essentially be under surveillance. It would be difficult to slip away from them. He suspected that some of his previous actions had raised the master's suspicions. Just as he was about to uncover some useful information to help the curse caster, he was sent away by the master. Perhaps the curse caster was right. The master indeed had issues, but he could not change the situation of going to Gur City. The curse caster is also in Gur City. He doesn't want to be discovered. I need to find a chance to contact him secretly. Why are there so many people? Jiro had not inquired much when he learned that the Holy Physician was at the Rainifa Inn. Upon arriving, he found many people standing at the entrance. Many others were joyfully exiting the inn. When will it be my turn for treatment? Those who came early are now waiting inside the inn. We who arrived late can only wait at the door. Brother, you just came out. What was it like to be treated for curse sickness? What was it like? It was amazing, like being in a fairyland. My whole body felt incredibly comfortable and happy, but unfortunately, it only lasted a few seconds. Jiro listened to the conversations around him, his expression grave. Every person who walked out of the inn had a panel filled with question marks and extremely dangerous evaluations. This included those waiting outside. Over 95% of the panels were also question marks. It seems this holy physician is not easy to kill, no wonder the reward is so high. Jiro fell into hesitation. He was not yet engaged in the task. The mission to kill the holy physician had no time limit, and he could wait until he developed further before returning. After all, his growth rate was generally slower than that of players. No matter how powerful the holy physician was, he could not escape this absolute law. Especially since he was a divine disciple, his growth rate was even faster than that of legendary professionals. Just to be safe, I won't take action for now. The cost of failing this task is a bit too high. After careful consideration, he decided to focus his attention on the interdimensional smuggler. There were too many powerful beings around the holy physician. He believed that alone, he had a certain chance of winning against the holy physician with the aid of dark energy. But with so many extremely dangerous, strong individuals present, even just one would guarantee his absolute defeat given his current strength. Just as he was about to leave, a pale man with a halo of holy light suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon checking his information, Jiro's pupils instantly contracted. Archbishop Leon? Level, evaluation, extremely dangerous. Huge gains, increased entry. Huge gains, increased entry. How did this guy show up here? Jiro quickly activated his concealment skill, suppressing his presence. This place isn't meant for a level 19 acolyte like me. I should leave here soon. With the support of dark energy, as long as he stood still, it would be hard to attract attention. This was one of the benefits of dark energy. However, the Judgment Association not only targets curse casters but also the followers of the Dark God for elimination. As a follower of the Dark God, he could be considered a prime target for them. Archbishop Leon, the holy physician, is currently treating everyone for curse sickness. Please wait in the inn for now. Lanifa sensed his presence and immediately came out to greet him. You absorbed 630 points of curse power. You absorbed 600 points of curse power. At this moment, Hibayan's curse power was nearing 30. He could no longer remember how many people he had healed or how many items he had received. As batches of people came and went, the curse power he gained was decreasing. The severity of the curse sickness affecting these individuals was even worse than that of Lord Helix, yet the amount of curse power within them was not as much as his. The reason was simple. Their own strength led them to be the first to succumb to the erosion of curse energy. Very few people brought Hibayan over 1,000 points of curse power. The task of gaining the respect of 500 people had long been completed. Hibayan received a special item, Potential Essence. Consuming it will increase level, only applicable before level 30. Including level 30, Hibayan used it immediately after obtaining it, and his level instantly rose to 35. He gained 100 points of free attributes, along with increases of 100 points in attack power, 500 points in health, and 50 points in dual resistance. After healing another batch of people, a high intensity of treating patients actually made Hibayan feel a bit of a headache. This won't do, there are too many people infected with curse sickness, and I can't heal them all in a short time. Previously, he had only thought about absorbing curse energy without considering the issue comprehensively. No one knew how many people in the Divine Awakening world were suffering from curse sickness. If he continued healing, more people would come. He could forget about leveling up by hunting monsters or exploring ancient battlefields. Although the patients who came brought him various treasures, including some high-level equipment and skills, the problem was he couldn't use them. He couldn't just say, "Could you bring me some cursed equipment?" And items that directly increase levels were rarer than secret treasures. Hibayan had yet to see anyone give him such things. Lanifa, Priest Warren, please apologize to the patients still waiting for me. I'm a bit tired today, and I will continue the treatment tomorrow. Fatigue was evident in Hibayan's eyes. This time, it was not an act. Please don't worry, Holy Physician, what you are doing is incredibly great, and only you can do it. This is not something that can be resolved in a day. I believe everyone will understand. Warren immediately left with a few priests, their eyes glistening with tears, holding their lips tight. They had long noticed the Holy Physician's weary demeanor but had never spoken of it. The Holy Physician's selfless spirit of saving others deeply moved these old men. Lanifa fell into hesitation. It seems there are some things that are better left unsaid. In the end, he chose to speak. Holy Physician, Archbishop Leon of the Judgment Association is next door and wishes to see you. I know his purpose for coming. Hibayan waved his hand dismissively, pretending to be mature. Tell him I don't like being pestered. When the time is right, I will go to the Judgment Temple to take a look. After saying this, his figure vanished without a trace. So resolute. No matter how Lanifa sensed it, he couldn't find a trace of the holy physician. What an impressive concealment technique! It was already deep into the night. With the talent of Stardust power, He Bei Yen could remain undetected at night. Moreover, his invisibility had no duration. One could say that his invisibility skill at night was a divine skill. From now on, I have a stable source of curse power. The gains from this treatment of curse sickness were the most he had ever received since entering the Divine Awakening. All items that increased attributes had been used, and there were still many left. Among them, the most valuable were 2 pieces of level equipment and 2 level skill books. The equipment and skill books combined amounted to 40. One could imagine that future gains would be even greater. When the news of the Holy Physician spread to the kingdom and the empire, more people would willingly come with treasures. Decompose the 2 pieces of level equipment. Good fortune should not flow to outsiders. He Bei Yen was not short on money now and would not, like before, put level equipment on the market for other players to become stronger. Decomposing level equipment would at least yield 1 or 2 level materials, and there was a chance to obtain level materials. Once he reached level 40 and obtained a new curse embryo, he would have a chance to forge higher grade curse equipment. However, current blacksmith profession level is insufficient. The materials obtained from decomposition will be greatly discounted. Do you wish to continue? Blacksmith level of 5 or above can perfectly or excessively decompose equipment. He Bei Yen, then let's skip it. He almost forgot that his blacksmith level was only 3. Decomposing level equipment would be a significant loss. However, the 2 level skill books and numerous other skill books could allow him to fuse new attributes into his level curse equipment. With over 40 skill books, let's use 10 to continue increasing the attributes of the Death Battle Blade. Fusion failed. Each piece of equipment can only add 1 attribute at the current grade. To continue adding, please upgrade the equipment grade. He Bei Yen, what? Are you kidding me? Why not directly label such an important matter? Does that mean each of his pieces of equipment can add at most 3 attributes? Some equipment can only add 2, or even 1. Moreover, the attribute fusion sphere currently does not qualify to add attributes to level equipment. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The attribute fusion sphere would automatically transform into the most suitable attribute based on the equipment's characteristics. If it could continuously add attributes, then if someone else obtained the attribute fusion sphere, level equipment could become stronger than level equipment, even surpassing level curse equipment. It might as well be called the attribute fusion artifact. This is also a way to maintain balance in the Divine Awakening. You can become stronger because of curse equipment, but it won't allow you to become so strong that others have no chance of surpassing you. Subsequently, He Bei Yen carefully selected from his level curse equipment. Then let's start with the Heath Staff. Not disappointing others' goodwill has always been He Bei Yen's style. The Heath Staff would become He Bei Yen's second main weapon tier. As for the first main weapon, it would be the Death Battle Blade and the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl side by side. The latter could not add attributes, so prioritizing the Heath Staff to gain attributes was the best choice. You consume 10 level skill books to add attributes to the Heath Staff. Please check. Heath Staff, level growth type spell power 550, casting speed 25, cooldown reduction 25 effect, immune to 65% fire attribute damage. Fireball, single target attack deals 260 damage with spell power Divine Flame Rain, deals 220 damage with spell power in a 50-meter area for 5 seconds. Cooldown 33 seconds. Flame Spirit Guardian, summons a flame spirit that has a powerful attack with spell power of 320, generating a shield that absorbs 100 damage for each attack, lasting 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Elemental Blink, transforms into a fire element, immune to 1 attack of any form, and blinks to any distance within 100 meters. Cooldown 3 minutes. Entry, each of your staff attacks carries the Divine Flame effect, initially inflicting 1 point of absolute soul damage, followed by 50-100 points of absolute soul damage every 12 hours. Only items of level or above can extinguish the Divine Flame, otherwise, it remains permanently. The holder can also extinguish the Divine Flame. The Hefty Staff will evolve to level after killing a certain amount of life. 6451, Curse, the stingy goddess Hefty brings you misfortune, constantly eroded by divine fire, releasing a fire attribute attack reduces 6 health points. This entry is quite good, although this entry is far from as strong as the Death War Blade. The problem is, it's disgusting. Just think about it. When an extremely powerful being, He Bei Yen, cannot bite through, yet is tainted by the Divine Flame. Losing 5,000 health every 12 hours means losing 10,000 health points in a day. Unless he possesses an item of level or above to extinguish the Divine Flame, he can only endure the pain. Sooner or later, it will wear him down. No needles poked. The powerful Hefty Staff has an extremely frustrating entry. Who should I grant the next entry to? All 10 skill books have been used up, and the remaining 30 or so are all skill books. Hibeiyan ultimately chose the mutated lifetree armor and the Scout God Blow Arrow. The former has continuously provided Hibeiyan with dual defense boosts, greatly aiding him, while the latter's appearance frequency has been decreasing. I hope to get a decent entry. You used a level skill book to fuse an entry for the mutated lifetree armor. Mutated lifetree armor, health points effect 1, for every 10 health points, increase physical defense and magical defense by 1 point. Effect 2, has a life shield equal to a layer of maximum health, recovers after 10 minutes when broken. Effect 3, when your health drops below 30, instantly restore 30 health points and increase dual resistance by 30. Entry, possesses the breath of the mutated lifetree, gaining lifetree essence every 15 days, increasing constitution by 300. You used a level skill book to fuse an entry for the Scout God Blow Arrow. Entry, adds a split effect. Each blow arrow can additionally split into 49 arrows, with the split arrows only having piercing damage. The number of split arrows is related to the maximum blow arrow limit. Not bad. The entries for both pieces of equipment are quite good, especially the latter. The piercing damage of the Scout God Blow Arrow is 2,000 points. Doubling it makes it 4,000 points. Each blow arrow additionally splits into 49 arrows, totaling 343 arrows, which can deal 137 points of damage. That's quite a decent burst damage. Future battles will be even more effortless. Moreover, as enhancements increase, the blow arrow limit will rise, allowing for even more split arrows. The piercing damage will also be enhanced. The Scout God Blow Arrow, which was gradually becoming less useful, instantly turned into a convenient weapon for draining health and killing. As for the entry of the mutated lifetree armor, it allows Hibeiyan to gain 3,000 health and 300 dual defense every 15 days. I'm going further down the path of a health tank, Hibeiyan sighed. There's only one last chance to fuse an entry. Hibeiyan opened the panel, looking at his level equipment. After pondering for a long time, suddenly, a flash of inspiration. Can I fuse an entry onto the entry fusion ball? Opportunities to obtain skill books will be plentiful in the future. All of this cursed equipment will eventually be endowed with attributes. So, Hibeiyan is not worried and even wants to try something fancy. What kind of attributes will the attribute fusion ball grant? He immediately began to operate. You use 10 skill books to endow attributes to the attribute fusion ball. As expected, it works. He quickly checked. Attribute Fusion Ball, semi-finished product level, attribute. The equipment has undergone certain compensations. No additional effects for now. After 2 more attribute endowments, this equipment will become a finished product, receiving a significant enhancement and displaying attribute effects. 1. Hibeiyan. It turns out that to turn the attribute fusion ball into a finished product, it needs to be endowed with attributes itself. After reaching 3 times, the attribute effects will be displayed. In other words, it needs to reach level to become a complete product. To be honest, the journey is indeed long. Besides the cursed equipment that can grow on its own, Hibeiyan still doesn't know how to upgrade the cursed equipment, but he believes that day is not far from him. Then, Hibeiyan took out the Lost Underground Ancient Battlefield map. He transformed back to his original appearance and put on the mask again. The illusionary mystical technique has no cooldown or duration limits. As long as Hibeiyan wishes, he can revert to the form of the Holy Physician at any time. Following the map's instructions, he arrived at a desolate area. The underground ancient battlefield marked on the map is nearby. He needs to search for a more precise location himself. At this moment, he suddenly spotted a dog-like monster digging in the ground not far away. Nosehound, level 43 silver boss, weaken 10, health, 196 attack power, 4011 skills, breath technique, can smell the scent of treasures, mutation, passive, greatly increases health, dog bullying, force taunt for 5 seconds, desolate skin, recovers a certain amount of health when attacked, digging, pouncing, clawing. It has quite a few skills. Seeing the monsters panel, Hibeiyan smiled. This desolate area can encounter monsters of silver boss strength. The ancient battlefield is likely nearby. Perhaps it is digging because it has sensed some treasure. Since you came to deliver a dog head, I can only graciously accept. Not to disappoint others, goodwill has always been Hibeiyan's style. In a state of invisibility, Hibeiyan quietly took out the scout's blow arrow from his pocket. Hidden map, Underground Ancient Battlefield. Hidden map, Underground Ancient Battlefield. Blow arrow 7 shots. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 tiny silver needles shot out, then suddenly split into 49 arrows, raining down towards the nosehound. Oh whoa! Dense damage numbers floated above its head, and the nosehound, which was wagging its tail, let out a miserable howl. Its health instantly dropped by more than half, its body shot full of holes. But due to the desolate skin skill, it recovers a certain amount of health with each attack. Its health bar showed some recovery. In summary, within that second, Hibeiyen couldn't directly deplete its health bar. He really was too weak. Woof, woof, woof. The nosehound barked at Hibeiyen and then charged wildly towards him. Triggered the effect of the Curse of Thought, immune to the dog bullying skill effect, and can use this skill once. For the first time, a control skill appeared that Hibeiyen did not want to obtain. It felt like using it would be insulting himself. If possible, he hoped he would never have to use this self-deprecating skill in his life. Demon Breaking Arrow. Hibeiyen stepped back and took out the Demon Breaking Longbow, a ghostly blue light streaking across as he shot the arrows. The arrows flew at an incredibly fast speed, hitting the nosehound at a rate of 3 arrows per second. Once again under fierce attack, the heart of the bloodhound was about to explode with anger. Why was it always on the receiving end? It couldn't even touch a single hair of the opponent. That damn human, how could they be so disgusting? What kind of thing was it to just bait a dog into enforcing the law? If you have the guts, stand still and don't run. Let's see if this dog king can deal with you. Still not convinced? Looking at the bloodhound baring its teeth, Hibeiyen didn't expect this little pup to be so tough. Could it be that as a beast, its brain wasn't fully developed? Couldn't see the gap between them? So he put away his broken magic longbow. Rolling up his sleeves, he charged in with his death battle knife. He had no intention of killing the bloodhound. The bloodhound's sense of smell was quite impressive. He wanted to subdue it and use it as a tool dog to enter the ancient underground battlefield. Woof woof! Seeing that annoying human charge at it, the bloodhound was overjoyed. It leaped forward, exposing its sharp fangs, ready to bite Hibeiyen. However, in the next second, it was dumbfounded. The blood-red blade light kept falling on it. It couldn't dodge at all. Its health bar plummeted like a flood. In the blink of an eye, it was left with just a sliver of health. Even it didn't know what had happened, howling as it lay on the ground. It was about to die. Dog, if you want to live, sign the divine contract to help me find treasure, or I'll kill you right now. The bloodhound, on the brink of death, let out a whimper. It had no choice. Golden light descended from the sky and entered its forehead. It could only be forced to become this damn human slave. Then Hibeiyen poured a few bottles of potions into it. The bloodhound was revived to full health. It barked a few times at the spot it had just dug. Master, it says that place is very strange, and it can't dig it up with its strength, but there must be treasure inside. Nina appeared beside Hibeiyen, acting as his translator. Hibeiyen stepped forward to take a look. A barrier? Information popped up before Hibeiyen, and his eyes brightened. Underground ancient battlefield hidden barrier, level a barrier cast by ancient powerful beings. Its effectiveness diminished over long periods, but it will emerge from the ground at specific times, and specific items can be used to enter. Tip: detected that you possess the specific item lost underground ancient battlefield map. You can enter the barrier. Hibeiyen clicked his tongue in wonder. No wonder no one could enter the underground ancient battlefield, even discovering it was difficult. To enter here, not only was a map needed, but one also had to wait for the barrier to rise at a specific time. However, this only added to the mystery of the underground ancient battlefield. Those 30 points of luck really weren't added in vain. Hibeiyen couldn't help but feel fortunate. Who knew what had happened in the distant past? Even ancient powerful beings set up such hidden barriers, unwilling to be discovered by later generations. Over long years, the barrier lost much of its effectiveness, but it still maintained a high level of barrier quality. It must be extraordinary inside. Hibeiyen began to feel excited. He placed the map on the barrier, and the map slowly disappeared. At the same time, a gap appeared in the barrier, allowing entry. Shortly after Hibeiyen entered the barrier, Inoue Jiro also arrived here. Finally found it. The location of the interdimensional stowaway is right here underground. He looked around and was surprised to find signs of a struggle nearby. Such strong energy fluctuations, and there's even residual heat. Inoue Jiro was slightly startled. This energy was definitely beyond what he could handle. Without dark energy, he would probably be killed in an instant. Judging by the traces, it was clear that this had just happened. The time definitely hadn't exceeded 6 hours. He immediately became cautious. There were powerful beings everywhere near the main city. Perhaps that interdimensional stowaway had already been discovered by someone, and they had just fought a fierce battle here. Soon, he discovered the abrupt depression on the ground. He saw the barrier. So there is a barrier for protection, but under my dark energy, any barrier can be destroyed. Jingyi Jiro was not worried. He immediately used his dark energy. Waves of deep purple energy corroded the barrier, emitting a sizzling sound. As time passed, his face turned pale, indicating that using dark energy was quite taxing on him. But a small hole appeared in the barrier, just enough for me to get in. He nodded slightly. I am still too weak. It took 2 points of dark energy to create such a small hole. Fortunately, my dark servants have helped me collect 3 points of dark energy these past few days. If I eliminate the interdimensional smuggler, I can return directly to the palace. The difficulty of the tasks here is too high, I can't get stronger. Hint: you have entered the hidden map, Ancient Underground Battlefield. Description: this was once the battleground between the Cursed Armorer and the world-class force the Church of the Gods, later sealed off by a mysterious person using a barrier. But be careful, danger lurks everywhere here. As soon as he entered, He Beiyan saw the prompt information. The Church of the Gods? I wonder if this world-class force still exists. From the name, it should be related to the gods. If he could establish a connection with them, he should be able to receive a lot of divine blessings. With He Beiyan's growth rate, he might even have the chance to come into contact with the gods. He truly felt like a dog. Looking around, the land was a grayish-white. Occasionally, he could see a few withered gray-black tree trunks, and on the ground, there were only white dust shapes that seemed to tell the terrifying battle scenes of the past. He Beiyan frowned tightly. Can there really be treasures in a place like this? He walked towards a humanoid dust shape. It was obvious that this was the body of an ancestor who had participated in the battle. But aside from the dust that floated up upon contact, even the weapons beside him had corroded beyond recognition over countless years. The damage level had reached 100. The nearby hound sniffed carelessly around the corpse, its eyes shining with excitement. It immediately began to dig. Could there be treasures below? Its actions caught He Beiyan's attention. They were already underground. Did they need to dig even deeper to find treasures? How high level could these treasures be? Yip! But whether there were treasures or not, two grayish-white round monsters suddenly jumped out from the ground. Corpse Ash Crystal Spirit, level 60 bronze boss, weaken 10, health, 92 attack power, 4486 skills. Corpse Ash Powder, reduces dual resistance by 20. Corpse Elemental Blessing, passive skill, gains the essence of the deceased's body, increasing attack power by 10. Mysterious Spirit Technique has a certain probability of randomly releasing skills absorbed from the deceased. Description: after thousands of years in a place filled with corpses, there is a chance to give birth to a Corpse Ash Crystal Spirit from countless bodies. Killing it may yield the special treasure Spirit Energy Crystal Fragment. Spirit Energy Crystal Fragment, collect 20 fragments to fuse into a Spirit Energy Crystal. If you have 20 Spirit Energy Crystals, you can bring a skill, excluding equipment skills, or talent you have learned into reality. He Beiyan, an item that can bring skills into reality has appeared. Moreover, the Spirit Energy Crystal can not only bring skills into reality but also talents. This is simply a divine treasure that every player dreams of. Although as my strength grows, sooner or later, skills and equipment will be able to be brought into reality. But the problem is, no one knows when that day will come, as the boundary of strength is unknown. He Beiyan fell into deep thought. Being able to bring skills, talents, or equipment into reality earlier than all other players would mean seizing the initiative. Among his two talents, currently, only the Stardust Power was worth using the Spirit Energy Crystal, but its usefulness was not very significant. His defensive power could only increase during the day, while the absolute concealment effect at night could not be utilized. This was because his invisibility skill was an equipment skill of the Scout God's Blow Arrow, and he would need to find a way to bring it into reality to make it effective. In contrast, many professional skills were suitable for using psychic crystals. Wait, if I bring the passive Curse of Thought into reality, wouldn't the numerous control skills I obtained in the Divine Awakening world be usable in reality? He Beiyan suddenly thought of this. His heart raced wildly. With this, he could completely rely on infinite control in reality, using his own attributes to defeat everyone. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. He looked again at the Corpse Ash Crystal Spirits. The more he looked, the more he liked them. These creatures were level 60 bronze bosses, but their health was similar to that of a level 40 common bloodhound. Their attack power was even far inferior to that of the bloodhound. In contrast, the Corpse Ash Crystal Spirits made him feel inexplicably uneasy. A strong sense of crisis arose. Ignoring the nearby bloodhound, they directly launched an attack on He Beiyan. They were birthed from countless corpses over a long time and possessed a certain level of intelligence. Compared to the nearby pug, this human posed a greater threat. Ding ding ding, swish swish swish. A layer of gray light erupted from them, and they immediately used mysterious spiritual techniques. Earth spikes and frost surged toward He Beiyan. The latter did not dodge or evade but directly pulled out 18 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. He Beiyan aimed for a quick victory. The temptation of the psychic crystal did not allow him any leniency. Boom! Various effects combined. Mechanical Spider, Mechanical Giant Python, True Reflection Damage. Various equipment effects and damage erupted simultaneously, causing the health bars of the two Corpse Ash Crystal Spirits to drop by 70. They were left with just over 200,000 health. But this was just the beginning. 7-Arrow Barrage. Nina, transform into dragon form. 7 arrows from the blow arrow and the split arrows were launched in 2 waves toward the 2 corpse ash crystal spirits. One of them was instantly taken down. Kill a level 60 bronze boss, obtain psychic crystal fragments. Nice! What great luck! A perfect start. Killing the first one granted him psychic crystal fragments. Of course, his 40 luck value played a role, otherwise, these fragments would be hard to come by. Only a hardcore player could possibly obtain them through constant grinding. And Nina transformed into a dragon, going in for the finishing blow on the other low-health corpse ash crystal spirit. This corpse ash crystal spirit had no idea what was coming. It and its companion had initiated the attack, but one was killed instantly while the other was left with low health. The entire sequence of events took less than 3 seconds. They had been extremely cautious. Why did such a crushing situation occur? Just how terrifying was this human strength? Eek! Seeing a dragon breath as thick as a barrel rushing toward it, the corpse ash crystal spirit screamed and tried to burrow underground. Just as it had half of its body underground, it suddenly found itself being dug out by something. Upon closer inspection, it was that pug. You can't beat your master, so you come to be a troublemaker? Ha! I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. Woof! The bloodhound yawned with a mocking expression, as if to say, this is the price you pay for ignoring me. Then it disregarded the corpse ash crystal spirit's furious glare and sprinted away. Feeling the scorching heat wave rushing toward it, the corpse ash crystal spirit finally reacted. But the dragon breath was already at its face. Fortunately, the damage wasn't too high. But immediately after came a storm of thunder, lightning, and countless blood rain attacks following the dragon breath. Just before its death, the corpse ash crystal spirit could only see the dragon form continuously shifting. Kill the 60-level bronze boss and obtain spirit crystal fragments. These past few days, I've been inexplicably tired while writing at home. Today, I couldn't hold on any longer, so I came to an internet cafe to write. Changing the environment surprisingly lifted my spirits, but the internet cafe is so expensive. I hope the great ones can send some gifts. What's in the depths of the core? What's in the depths of the core? The nose-hunting hound watched the battle between Hei-Yin and Nina, its mouth agape in disbelief. This strength could easily crush 10 of its kind. It turned out that in its previous battle, it hadn't even used its full power. It hadn't even unleashed 50% of its strength. Fortunately, it had a broad perspective and knew the bigger picture. It didn't confront them head-on. Otherwise, its fate would surely be the same as the 2 evaporated corpse ash crystal spirits. Dog brat, can your nose technique find more corpse ash crystal spirits? It would be very useful to me. The appearance of the spirit crystal made Hei-Yin no longer anxious to find other treasures. Even with his 40 points of luck, it was still difficult to gather 20 pieces. And this kind of thing is better in abundance. Who knows, maybe while killing the corpse ash crystal spirits, he would just happen to find treasures or cursed equipment. The nose-hunting hound nodded in a very human-like manner and immediately began sniffing the ground. Following the right master is very important. It decided to serve this master well. After all, dogs are humans' most loyal companions. At this moment, it had long since cast aside its previous arrogance and toughness. Working for this human, making him happy. Anything it casually rewarded itself with felt like a treasure. If someone knew what it was thinking, they would definitely say, double standard dog. What was that tremor just now? Inoue Jiro frowned. Each person enters the underground ancient battlefield at a random location. It was only after entering here that he learned what this place was, so he was extremely cautious everywhere. The sound is coming from a distance. Is an interdimensional smuggler fighting someone? Or is it a monster native to the underground ancient battlefield? He hesitated whether to go take a look. But that location was not the coordinate position that the evil god Jelaman had informed him of. In the end, he dismissed the thought. Better to avoid trouble. In a situation where he was weaker than others, any curiosity could potentially lead to his demise. On the other hand, the precise coordinates of the interdimensional smuggler were very close to Inoue Jiro. It must be said, after becoming a disciple of the god, it seemed that even luck had been secretly increased by Jelaman. Of course, this was just his own feeling. Hurry up, I hope the other party doesn't go to the smuggler's location. He silently prayed to the evil god. Who caused such a commotion? On the other side, a man with black horns on his head gazed into the distance. He was the smuggler from another world, the Divine Bull Clan's Baisi. Beside him, there was a humanoid creature with its arms and legs bound by special chains, kneeling there. Its body was covered in blood, and it looked dispirited. Baisi, you despicable interdimensional smuggler. The Divine Awakening world will not condone smugglers running amok. Sooner or later, a destined person will come to deal with you. The humanoid creature gritted its teeth and said angrily, So when will you tell me how to get to the depths of the ancient battlefield's core? Baisi was certainly aware of this matter. He coldly replied, "Tell me how to get to the depths of the core, and I will spare your life. After I obtain what I want, I will leave the Divine Awakening world as soon as possible." Heh, if I knew, would I be locked up here by you? Baisi shook his head. "No, you definitely know. You just don't want to tell me, this smuggler outsider. Then why are you wasting your breath? If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. I'm afraid if you delay any longer, there won't be a chance." Baisi snorted coldly and did not respond. He actually wanted to kill this stubborn guy in front of him, but the problem is that only this creature knows how to get to the depths of the Earth's core. In the ancient underground battlefield, there are only these two intelligent beings. If there is no correct route to the depths of the Earth's core, even with his bronze-level strength, he would die instantly. Back then, Baisi spent a huge price in his own world to seek a prophetic master for predictions. He learned that there were items in the god world that could further enhance his strength. This item is located deep within the Earth's core of the ancient underground battlefield. Once his strength reached the bronze level, he could be considered among the most powerful in all realms, but this is merely the lowest tier among the top powers. To advance further on his own has become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, he must rely on external help to undergo a transformation. Baisi's ambition is vast. He wants to be the true strongest, not just an ant at the top of the pyramid. For this, he is willing to do anything. Since you are unwilling to speak, I will continue to torment you. The divine bull Baisi revealed a sinister smile. "I have thousands of ways to torture you. Let's see whether my methods run out first or your spirit breaks down first. I can accompany you for a year, 10 years. Let you experience the pain from another world, and one day you will willingly tell me how to reach the Earth's core." As he spoke, he began to take action. The humanoid creature immediately let out a painful scream, but he still did not mention the Earth's core. He didn't know what was there, but it can be confirmed that there is definitely an extremely powerful item, a treasure so extraordinary that it could allow an ant to leap to become a top-tier powerhouse in the world. Such a thing must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Hearing his screams, just to be safe, Baisi raised an invisible barrier. With this barrier in place, even if intelligent life from the ancient underground battlefield came in, they would definitely not discover them. As a bronze-level interdimensional smuggler, he is not as arrogant and foolish as other smugglers. In his confidence and decisiveness, he does not lose his delicacy and caution. It is this mindset that has allowed him to survive until now and become a bronze-level powerhouse. Half an hour later, He Beiyin, using the nose hound, killed one corpse ash crystal spirit after another. At least 100 of them. Hint: your level has risen to level 36, 4-dimensional attributes, free attribute points. You have fused the psychic crystal fragments and obtained a psychic crystal, current psychic crystal, 11. The number of psychic crystals has exceeded half. If he collects another 180 psychic crystal fragments, he will have 20, and then he can bring the cursed thought skill into reality. He Beiyin has already decided to prioritize making cursed thought usable in reality. At that time, he can stock up on skills in the god world without worrying about anything happening in reality. Although with his current strength, he can already solve many problems in reality. But He Beiyin suddenly realized a problem. If the races of all realms can come to God, would Blue Star also one day face the arrival of the races from all realms? Staring at each other, He Beiyin followed the nose hound, searching wildly to slay the corpse ash crystal spirits. Kill corpse ash crystal spirit, obtain psychic crystal fragment. Kill corpse ash crystal spirit, obtain psychic crystal fragment. Kill corpse ash crystal spirit, obtain psychic crystal fragment. The fragments in his backpack are increasing, and the number of psychic crystals is gradually rising. He is about to have 20, but what he doesn't know is that perhaps it is fate, or perhaps due to luck. The direction he is heading happens to be where the divine bull Baisi is located. This place feels wrong. Jing Yajiro arrived at the coordinates pointed out by the evil god, but the surroundings were completely empty. But his intuition told him that this place was definitely strange. Tip: you have a high-level hidden barrier in front of you. Will you use 1 point of evil energy to briefly gain the weak ability to see through it, like the evil god GLA man? Seeing the prompt, Jiro Inoue raised an eyebrow. Use evil energy. Jiro Inoue's pupils immediately turned into a strange deep purple, and he saw scenes of Baisi torturing humanoid creatures. The guidance of the evil god did not deceive me. He is indeed an interdimensional smuggler. Checking the information of both, although Jiro Inoue could not see the specific values, he could see their names. Baisi's name had the suffix, interdimensional smuggler. Jiro Inoue immediately concealed himself, standing still as if brewing something. As long as I don't make any movements and have the protection of evil energy, these guys won't be able to detect me. He planned to use all his evil energy to employ that evil technique, destroy the barrier, and eliminate by EC in an instant. He could also deal with that humanoid creature, turning it into high experience to help him level up quickly. Although he thought that saving the other party could earn him a mission and other rewards, Jiro Inoue understood his own strength. Saving was impossible, but eliminating them together was definitely possible. What he didn't know was that if it were other interdimensional smugglers, they might not be discovered. But facing by EC, from the moment he appeared nearby, there was nowhere to hide. Such a weak human creature can also break through the barrier to enter here? Bai EC wondered. Immediately, he felt something on him glowing and instantly sensed the difference in Jiro Inoue. I see. He sneered. Do you think you can defeat me just because you have the power of a deity as a disciple? As an interdimensional smuggler, he naturally knew that local creatures would gain various benefits from killing him, because the Divine Enlightenment world was not the first other world he had smuggled into. In every world Bai EC visited, no matter how low-key he was, local creatures would discover him. Among them were a few disciples who believed they could kill him, but the result was always that they were killed by him instead. At his level of strength, disciples could only be considered a threat. They could only harm him if they were unaware. Once they learned of his disciple status and prepared defenses, there was nothing to fear. Since you dare to target me, then die. Bai EC flicked his fingers nonchalantly. A beam of light shot towards Jiro Inoue. Be careful, this smuggler has released a skill. The tortured humanoid creature noticed his actions and shouted to warn Jiro Inoue. He didn't know Jiro Inoue's location, but he still looked around and shouted. However, his voice could not reach beyond the barrier at all. Jiro Inoue could see the barrier and the scenes inside, but that didn't mean he could nullify the barrier. He only saw that the humanoid creature seemed to have gone mad, constantly shouting something in the surrounding air. It seems to have gone mad from the torture. Soon I will grant you relief. He did not believe that his whereabouts had been exposed. In just 1 second, he would be able to use the evil technique. He prayed for the will of the evil god GLA man to descend and eliminate everything around him in an instant. This was another reward for completing his evil task. Will of the god, evil technique. Use 5 points of evil energy to summon the will avatar of the evil god GLA man to attack surrounding targets once. Can only be used once, although there was no explanation of the attack power of the will avatar. In Jiro Inoue's view, this was the will of a god, and its power should not be underestimated. However, this 1 second turned into an eternal moment. A sudden sharp pain came from his body, and his health was completely drained. Tip: you were killed in an instant by the attack of the Divine Bull by Sss-Level, entering Soul State. You have been automatically resurrected and returned to the Palace of Jelaman. Remaining resurrection attempts, 9, 8 Gaia Road. When did he release his attack? How did I not notice? After resurrecting, Inoue Jiro could not accept this reality. His dark energy had not yet been used. How could he have been discovered by the opponent? Inoue Jiro gritted his teeth. Just 1 second more, and he would have gained access to the public dungeon, along with a large amount of experience and treasures. He even believed that killing by EC would not only trigger a world announcement for killing a smuggler but also trigger a new announcement for killing a powerful foe. That meant he could receive 2 announcement rewards. But it was just that 1 second of time. I refuse to accept this. He knelt before the statue of Jelaman again. Please, great dark god, send me back to Gel City. I will collect 500 points of faith for you within 10 days. Ding! You have signed a divine contract with Jelaman. Contract details: Jelaman will teleport you to Gel City, and you must collect 500 points of faith for him within 10 days, or you will face divine punishment after 10 days. Are you sure? Sure. This was a contract that only a divine disciple could make with a god. In order to kill by EC, Inoue Jiro paid a great price. 500 points of faith were very difficult for him to achieve right now, but as long as he could kill by EC, it was not impossible. Once back in Gel City, Inoue Jiro immediately rushed towards the ancient battlefield barrier. This time, he would be extremely cautious. Killed a Corpse Ash Crystal Spirit, obtained a Spirit Energy Crystal Fragment. Killed a Corpse Ash Crystal Spirit, obtained a Spirit Energy Crystal Fragment. Finally gathered them all. I've almost killed 500 Corpse Ash Crystal Spirits. After a long time, Hibayen finally collected 20 Spirit Energy Crystals. He used them immediately. Tip: your Curse Thought skill has fully integrated into your soul and can now be brought into reality. Feeling a sudden clarity in his mind, it seemed something had changed. He Beiyan smiled. Now he could use both Nina and cursed thought in reality. If I want to be the big demon king in Blue Star, I doubt anyone can stop me. He Beiyan indulged in some unrealistic fantasies. But just then, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before him. A player appeared in front of him. Both of them froze simultaneously, staring at each other. Recently, he had been staying up late often, sometimes due to the ongoing plot, sometimes for other reasons, sleeping only at 3 or 4 in the morning, clearly feeling his body couldn't take it anymore. His mind was foggy, and he began to adjust his schedule, fully immersing himself in this book. Another world announcement. Another world announcement. Player, Eastern Land Inoue Jiro. Attributes, slightly. Equipment, slightly. Skills, slightly. Under normal circumstances, player information would not be displayed, but He Beiyan possessed true sight, allowing him to see his entire panel directly. You are so weak. He Beiyan instinctively said these 4 words. He did not expect to encounter such a valuable person in the ancient battlefield. Just as he was about to kill him, the other party came to him. You are He Beiyan. In contrast, Inoue Jiro could not see He Beiyan's information, but based on his attire and the Nina beside him, he immediately recognized his identity. How could He Beiyan appear in the hidden map of the main city? Was he also teleported here like himself? Or had his strength already reached the level to come to the main city? Regardless, it was not something Inoue Jiro could provoke right now. He felt he was so unlucky. What a coincidence. Entering the ancient battlefield for the second time, he was randomly teleported right in front of He Beiyan. As a disciple of Jelaman, he belonged to a late-stage profession. He was not strong in the early stages. How could he fight? What's the difference between me and a fish at the mercy of others? He had just shifted his feet, wanting to escape, but suddenly, he stopped again. Why should I run? This is my first meeting with He Beiyan. The only communication we've had was when I expressed my stance in the World Channel after failing an evil mission, which posed no threat to him. The private little thoughts and schemes I had were completely unknown to him. Why aren't you running? He Beiyan had intended to take action directly, but seeing him standing there, he looked on with great interest. Run? Why should I run? I have no grievances with Hishin. Isn't there an old saying in Longwa that if one stands upright, they need not fear a slanted shadow? My earlier actions were merely the instinctive reactions of the weak when faced with the strong. Jingyi Jiro straightened his expression and said, I didn't expect to encounter Hishin here. It seems your strength has reached the level where you can come to the main city. I have to say, Jingyi Jiro could flatter better than a bloodhound, but his forced explanation and the fearful look he had when he recognized me had already betrayed him. Hishin, my interests here do not conflict with yours, and I won't ask you to take me along. I'll take my leave now, so as not to make you think too much. In any case, Jingyi Jiro was unwilling to have any conflict with me at this stage. He had gone so far as to sign a divine contract to have Jelaman teleport him back to the main city of Gear. If he died here, it would all be over. However, just as he turned around, a pug wagging its tail blocked his path. Hishin, what do you mean by this? He had seen that besides Nina, there was also a pug next to He Beiyan. This dog, aside from its name, had only a dangerously high evaluation. It must be a new beast pet tamed by He Beiyan. Without enough time to unleash the will of the gods, he would definitely be unable to win. Can't you tell? He Beiyan crossed his arms and said, Dog brat, kill him. Woof! The bloodhound barked excitedly. Finally, I have the chance to show my power. I must perform well in front of my master. Quickly slaughter this weak human and earn my master's praise. The bloodhound unleashed its dog's might, sprinting towards Jingyi Jiro. Baka! Awakening potion. Evil power shield. Jingyi Jiro had long been prepared for battle. Seeing the bloodhound unleash its taunting skill, he immediately crushed a vial of potion to force himself awake. At the same time, a layer of deep purple shield enveloped his body. Shield absorbed, the bloodhound struck solidly. It surprisingly failed to shatter the shield, only leaving many cracks. Evil Power Shield gains 5,000 shield points, increases with strength growth. Usable once every 24 hours. Hishin, do you really want to be my enemy? If you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened. Stop pretending. He Beiyan glanced at him. Do you really think I don't know about the actions behind your back? Wasn't it you who secretly sent someone to cast skills on me back in the Blood Demon Purgatory? After coming out of the Blood Demon Purgatory dungeon, Wang Tianyu had told him everything. Not only did Jingyi Jiro contact assassins from Longwei to deal with him in secret, but Hearst also sent people in to gather intelligence on him. These people thought they were hiding well, but in reality, they had all been discovered by the higher-ups behind Wang Tianyu. Baga! Jingyi Jiro cursed. It must have been those assassins who failed to hide their tracks, exposing the matter. Since the situation was already revealed, he had no need to act anymore. Although I can't defeat you now, one day you will die at my hands. What if you're strong? It's not like I can't escape from you. Evil shield concealment. After saying that, his body, including the evil energy shield, instantly vanished. Jingyi Jiro's breathing became faint. As long as he stood still here, He Beiyan would never discover him. Perhaps he would even think he had escaped. Once he left, it would be his chance to depart. Because in Jingyi Jiro's view, as a beast tamer, no matter how strong he was, he could never learn extremely advanced concealment techniques. But reality is often cruel. Through the true sight of the extinguished eye, He Beiyan stared intently at Jingyi Jiro, who was foolishly laughing to himself. Does this guy have a mental illness? The tracking hound was quite cooperative, seemingly unable to find Jingyi Jiro, seriously sniffing around everywhere. This instantly gave Jingyi Jiro a great boost of confidence. Useless thing. He Beiyan kicked it aside. It was right in front of him, yet it couldn't find it. Even attacking the spot from earlier would have revealed it. He casually tossed 2 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls at Jingyi Jiro's face. With a loud bang. Hint. You have died, automatically resurrecting back in the palace of Jelamun. After resurrecting, Jingyi Jiro stood there in a daze. Had he been discovered? Why would He Beiyan find him? It had only been less than 10 minutes since he resurrected, and he was dead again? He Beiyan. Just you wait. Remembering the divine contract he signed to teleport to Jaluzu City, Jingyi Jiro couldn't help but roar loudly. Then, an announcement appeared in his line of sight. World announcement. Player He Beiyan has first killed the evil god Jelamun's disciple, Jingyi Jiro. He becomes the first player to kill a disciple, receiving a random reward from a deity of the Order faction. When all players saw this announcement, they went completely crazy. The amount of information in it was indeed overwhelming. 666 what? He god killed Jingyi Jiro. I don't believe it. Haha, life is not too realistic. The world announcement has publicly executed him. A random reward from a deity of the Order faction. This is a reward from a deity. How could he god obtain such a high-level item? Can the second player to kill a disciple also receive a reward? So, gods are divided into factions? Jingyi Jiro is a disciple of the evil faction. If I kill a disciple of the Order faction, can I also receive a similar reward? There are too many secrets in the God Awakening world. What we players understand is just the tip of the iceberg. There's nothing more to say. He God is awesome. The He God support club will always be with He God. It won't be long before He God becomes a true god. Various players spoke in the world channel. This world announcement was the one with the most information since they entered God Awakening. They couldn't help but sigh. There were so many places in God Awakening worth exploring. But if we talk about who felt the worst, besides Jingyi Jiro himself, it would be those evil servant players who followed him. Always powerful and glorious, they felt as if they had received countless slaps in public after seeing this world announcement. Slap, slap. As evil servants, they had benefited greatly from Jingyi Jiro. They had slaughtered many opponents they couldn't defeat and occupied many public resource areas. But with the appearance of this announcement, they were met with endless ridicule. Is this your boss? Isn't he just being bullied by He God? I've always seen you guys bragging about how amazing Jingyi Jiro is, but in the end, it's just a dog licking its master. Jingyi Jiro isn't anything special. Relying on Jingyi Jiro's identity as a disciple, look at how capable you all thought you were. Now why is everyone silent? Such words, without any regard, echoed into the ears of the evil servant teams in various towns. Once they were so domineering, now those whose interests were harmed were cursing them harshly. Even some foreign players developed a fondness for He Beiyan because he vented their frustrations. After all, the reputation of the evil servant team has always been poor. All the evil servant players were seething with anger, but none of them took action. It wasn't that they could endure and bide their time. It was because the death of Inoue Jiro led them to receive a special message. Tip: due to the death of the disciple you followed, Inoue Jiro, all evil servants will experience a 60-point decrease in all attributes for 24 hours, luck reduced to 0, and experience gain reduced by 50%, and killing powerful monsters will not generate evil energy. A terrifying negative punishment. With this in place, even if they wanted to fight back against the mocking players, they would only end up being beaten, so they could only retaliate with words, venting their inner fury. This also made them realize a problem. They could usually gain many benefits from the disciple, but once he died, they would suffer a brutal collective punishment. However, their unusual inaction raised suspicions among some observant players. When did the usually aggressive evil servants become so docile? Players with scouting skills noticed the anomaly in their attributes. Immediately, this news was sent to the World Channel, and countless players cheered, forming temporary teams to take advantage of the situation and unilaterally massacre the evil servant players. Many evil servants, after dying multiple times, realized they couldn't win. They cursed and logged off directly. They would come back tomorrow, still a brave soul. Otherwise, if this continued, they would be killed by this pack of mad dogs to the point where they wouldn't even qualify to enter the Divine Awakening. In short, Inoue Jiro suffered heavy losses on all fronts. As for Ibeyen himself, after killing Inoue Jiro, he received several messages. First kill of a disciple player, rewarded with a random deity, Mother Earth, Earth God Soil, Earth Scale, Talent. Gain 2000 reputation points, 100 points of world reputation. After reaching 1000 points, the world reputation store can be opened. Tip: your reputation has exceeded 10,000 points, and it has been detected that you have a guild. If you can gain powerful recognition, you can have a large city-level territory for development. Tip: your feat of killing the disciple of the evil god has spread to the nearby Galad Empire and Windelf Empire, which may bring you unexpected good fortune, but also, the evil-worshipping foreign races have learned of this and are very displeased, so please pay attention to the changes around you. 4 consecutive messages appeared, and Ibeyen read them very carefully. There's also world reputation? There should be plenty of good things in the world store. He thought it would be difficult to gain world reputation. He was the first player to kill a disciple and only received 100 points of world reputation. However, the news spreading to the Galad Empire and Windelf Empire caught Ibeyen's attention. The Galad Empire should be the highest level of the Gur city, and I didn't expect the Windelf Empire to be nearby. Now that he possessed Earth God Soil, he had met one of the conditions to cultivate the forest seed. If he could go to the Windelf Empire to obtain the life spring, he could cultivate the forest seed. But there, he had a complicated past. With the illusionary divine secret technique, I can go over there safely once I'm stronger. With so much equipment, as long as I don't reveal the Death Warblade, it should be fine. Ibeyen was always much more cautious when dealing with this than when facing players. It was said that there were many high-level experts within the Empire. The power was filled with unknowns, just like how Ibeyen only understood the tip of the iceberg regarding the Divine Awakening. During his first meeting with the Wind Elf Princess, he had only used the Death Warblade. It was even seen by the beautiful country's pillar, Jean C and I. So much time had passed, and he didn't know if the Wind Elf Princess had grown up. She should be able to understand that he knocked her on the head for her own good. Perhaps she wouldn't remember her grudges. Ibeyen couldn't guarantee that. After all, he had received a hint back then that this incident would leave a mark on her for a lifetime, even leading to some changes in her views on the essence of humanity, casting a shadow over her young heart. However, in his eyes, this small matter was insignificant. Going as the holy physician, even if the elf princess discovered that he was the one who had knocked her on the head back then, there was nothing she could do. If any high-ranking nobles were afflicted by the curse disease, obtaining the Fountain of Life would be a bit easier. Perhaps even before he arrived, someone from the Elf Empire would come to Gel City seeking medical help. He stopped thinking further. Ibeyen checked the new talent he had acquired. Earth Scale, 1 increases maximum health and shield value by 30, does not stack with any other enhancement effects. Hint: obtaining the blessing of the Earth Mother can upgrade it. Wow! Ibeyen couldn't help but exclaim. An increase of 30 in health and shield was quite a significant boost for him. His health was nearly 20,000, and his shield exceeded 90,000. This 30-point boost was incredibly powerful. It directly pushed his shield value over 12,000. Coupled with the Dead Gold Gauntlet, which reflected damage for every 1,000 shield value lost, he was practically invincible. He finally looked a bit like a bronze-level character. It's a pity it doesn't stack with any effects. Even the mutated life tree armor can't increase both defenses because of this. Ibeyen sighed. The fact that Earth's scale didn't increase both defenses was his only regret. But when will I reach my small goal, 1 million shields? In the Wind Elf Empire, Iesi was on high alert. The Wind Elf Princess Ikesi had just returned to her residence after completing a trial somewhere. At this moment, her aura had changed significantly. She was countless times stronger than when she first met Ibeyen. However, she still looked as petite and delicate as before, evoking pity. Ha! Someone killed a servant of the evil god, and it was in Gel City? Upon hearing this news, Ikesi was very shocked. Even she wasn't sure if she could kill a servant. How could such a powerful being exist in a small place like Gel City? Could it be the holy physician who did it? I really want to go challenge him. She felt a stirring in her heart. She was aware of the holy physician's appearance in Gel City. However, as a member of the royal family of the Wind Elf Empire, no royal elf had been infected by the curse disease. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her silver teeth clenched, and her gaze instantly became sharp. No, the human world is too dangerous. I'm not strong enough yet. I can't leave the empire. Her white, jade-like hands clenched into fists. That despicable guy is also in Gel City. It seems he has fused the Wind Spirit Core with something, but I can still sense it. During this time, she had been sensing the aura of the Wind Spirit Core almost every day. At first, it was still quite far from her. But in the past few days, she suddenly realized it had reached the neighboring Gala Empire. A sense of panic surged in her young heart, as if recalling the fear of being knocked on the head. She didn't know if he was intentionally approaching the Wind Elf Empire or if it was an unintentional act. If it was intentional, what could the reason be? She hadn't told anyone about being knocked on the head by a human, not even her own family, because Akasi felt a bit embarrassed. It was also somewhat hard to speak of. So Akasi kept striving to improve herself, wanting to become stronger as soon as possible. She even entered the trial grounds voluntarily without meeting the entry requirements. And she successfully passed the trial. Your Highness, congratulations on achieving bronze level strength at level 38, standing among the strongest ranks, accomplishing a feat never seen in history, an excited maid exclaimed. She, a mere maid, understood what it meant to reach level 38 and become a bronze. The king is waiting for you in the Great Hall, wanting to give you something precious. After checking his new talent information, Yen continued to slay the corpse ash crystal spirits along the way. He could never have too many of these. The appearance of Jingyi Jiro was just a minor interlude for him. Unfortunately, it came a bit suddenly. He couldn't kill him using the identity of the Dragon Kingdom's Dark Horse Mage. Otherwise, the advancement value of the Hefei staff would have increased significantly. Kill the Corpse Ash Crystal Spirit, obtain Spirit Crystal Fragments. Kill the Corpse Ash Crystal Spirit, obtain Spirit Crystal Fragments. Just after killing less than 20 Corpse Ash Crystal Spirits, Yen suddenly saw a notification. Notification, triggered true side effect, you have seen through the disguises around you. Yen was puzzled about why the message appeared so suddenly when a barrier suddenly came into view ahead. Inside were Baisi and humanoid creatures. Goodness, a level 40 bronze, and a cross-world stowaway. Yen saw Baisi's panel. Divine Bull Clan Baisi, level 40 bronze, health, 580 attack power, 7748 physical defense, 4615 magic defense, 4398 attack speed, 2 skills, Stomp, stuns surrounding targets, Thunder Totem, summons several bolts of lightning to attack the target, with a chance to paralyze, smash, 25% chance to deal 210 damage to a single target. Rune Power, Endurance Aura, Charge by EC had many skills, and they were all very powerful. His level 40 bronze strength had health comparable to the level 80 bronze lords Yen had seen, but in other attributes, he far surpassed the level 80 bronze lords. His dual defenses were almost higher than his attack power. All attribute points into strength. Without a second thought, Yen used nearly 200 accumulated free attribute points. Attack power, 6096, his base attack successfully broke through 7,000 points, giving him a bit of a sense of security. Another ant coming to die? Yen did not go invisible, so Baisi naturally noticed him. But the next second, his pupils constricted sharply. The human before him was actually a level 36 bronze. They were in the same strength tier. Generally, only those of equal or higher strength tiers could see each other's tier levels. Baisi couldn't believe it. How could a level 36 ant possess bronze strength through the arduous tier trials? Even the most talented descendants of the Empire had only a slim chance of passing at level 40. Having personally experienced the tier trials, he knew the difficulty all too well. Human, who exactly are you? Why do you possess bronze strength at level 36? Baisi cancelled the soundproofing effect of the barrier. At that moment, he became more cautious than ever. Although he was a few levels higher than the other, there was a universally acknowledged fact in the myriad worlds. The earlier one became bronze, the greater the potential. It was said that thousands of years ago, someone had achieved the bronze tier at level 34. To this day, he remained a ruler in the myriad worlds, yet no one had seen his true face. Faced with this level 36 human who possessed a tier, he had to be on high alert. Is it rare to become a bronze tier at level 36? If it weren't for Yen wearing a mask, Baisi would have definitely seen his bewildered expression, because he didn't know what the tier trials were. The bronze strength tier was clearly determined when he was at level 20. It was like playing a game for the first time, just passing the ranking match, and perhaps performing well. You would directly be placed in the lowest rank of the king tier. Knowing the rank indicates strength, but not knowing exactly where that strength lies. At this moment, Yen had that very mindset. The divine bull hedgehog Baisi saw Baisi's cautious demeanor, while the humanoid Andrew stared blankly at Yen. He was a lava man, born near the core, deeper than the ancient battlefield underground. But he had traveled through the divine awakening after leaving the ancient battlefield and understood what it meant to be at the bronze level. Now, with his level over 70, he was merely the strength of a golden lord. He was no match for the 40 level Baisi. Not to mention the lower tiers, he was still a king level sequence away from the middle of bronze. Yet this 36 level human had somehow become bronze? Just how much potential did he have? Warrior, you should leave quickly. Come back when you're at level 40, you're not a match for this guy right now. I will use my last strength to hold him back for you. Despite the close proximity of level 36 to level 40, the power sequence achieved meant that every level brought significant changes in attributes. Andrew did not want to see such a rare talent snuffed out in the cradle. Just as he was about to use the last of his strength to resist the chain's confinement and attack by Isi, Hei-Yen suddenly spoke up, extending his hand to stop him. The reason was simple. While checking Andrew's panel, Hei-Yen had discovered a prompt message at the end of it. Hint, save Andrew, and he will take you deep into the core to obtain the greatest treasure in the underground ancient battlefield. This greatest treasure made Hei-Yen's imagination run wild. A level curse item? Or perhaps something else? In any case, he could not let Andrew act at all costs. If he ended up getting himself killed, wouldn't his reward be lost? Interesting, truly interesting. Baisi snapped back to reality, laughing heartily. It seems you are destined to deal with me. This is a test for you. If you kill me, you will gain immense benefits and grow rapidly. But for me, isn't it also a reward? His gaze gradually became fervent. If he could kill a powerful opponent of equal strength, it would also bring great benefits to Baisi. He then cancelled the barrier and took out his weapon. It was an incredibly thick giant totem, crackling with snake-like electricity. Use all your strength. Otherwise, don't say I didn't give you a chance. After hearing this, Hei-Yen expressionlessly dug at his ear. This opening speech was indeed a bit long. After all that talk, they were still going to fight? However, Hei-Yen was also curious. After killing Baisi, how much would the conditions for unlocking the forbidden spellbook's effects increase? Seal effect, attack power, kill 35 level bronze, 0. The next seal effect required killing 10 35 level bronzes, but Baisi was level 40. It shouldn't be possible for it to only count as 1, right? Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. He didn't like to play around. 18 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls shot out. The small beads, enhanced by wind and thunder, moved incredibly fast. You have both wind and thunder attributes? That's a good move, but hitting me with these beads won't be so easy. Baisi showed no signs of underestimating his opponent. He was unaware of the peculiarities of these beads. He immediately used an acceleration skill, trying to distance himself from the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. However, just as he activated the skill, the beads, still over 10 meters away, suddenly exploded, unleashing unimaginable terrifying energy. Light damage, 1000 true damage. Dense damage numbers, like swarming ants, frequently floated above Baisi's head. In an instant, the 18 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls took away 43 of his health. You have been affected by bleeding, poisoning, and paralysis effects. Baisi had yet to recover from his shock. At the same time these effects appeared, 5 mechanical spiders and 2 giant pythons emerged from underground. Mechanical spider. Mechanical python, with just one attack, Hei-Yen dealt 65 points of true damage. This is impossible. Baisi couldn't accept it. Why can't my defense withstand your attack? How can there be such high true damage in this world? Blood Flesh activation. Removes physical negative effects and increases health by 5, he shouted, quickly retreating to 100 meters away from Hei-Yen. Even though he had been to many other worlds, he had never seen such terrifying true damage. At the same time, it made him fully understand that he must remain extremely vigilant against this human before him. There's even more to come. Hei-Yen took out the scout's divine blow arrow. The blow arrow split into 343 arrows, a torrential rain of arrows rushing towards Baisi. What kind of bizarre equipment is this? Baisi panicked a bit. Thunder Totem. The 18 small beads had already caused him significant trouble. Now, with hundreds of arrows coming, wouldn't he be done for if they hit him? The massive totem slammed into the ground, and several electric snakes, as thick as arms, shot out, biting at the rain of arrows. Zizz, zizz, zizz. The electric snakes successfully destroyed over 100 arrows but were pierced by 7 blow arrows in succession. What a terrifying rain of arrows. Baisi hadn't expected his electric snakes to be unable to eliminate all the arrows, but he reacted quickly, swiftly dodging and running, turning several corners. He was very experienced in dealing with such arrow attacks. Usually, bows and arrows could only attack in a fixed trajectory. As long as his speed was faster than the arrows, he could run out of the attack range and avoid any damage. However, Baisi let out a painful scream. The rain of arrows, which had a guaranteed hit effect, fell upon him. In an instant, he turned into a divine cow hedgehog. Remaining arrow damage, damn human, what is this arrow? Baisi was about to say something when he found Hei-Yen was already right in front of him. His heart leaped with joy. Just as he was worried about how to get close, the other party came right up to him. your time of death has come. A scout archer dares to come close to me in melee. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red 2-meter-long battle knife appeared in the opponent's hand. How many perverse pieces of equipment do you have? Just the appearance of this battle knife made him feel it was extremely abnormal. A strong aura of danger emanated from it. Trample, shatter. He decisively used 2 skills, causing the ground to tremble. He couldn't let this guy attack any longer. His health had already dropped by over 1 million. He wasn't one to grow stronger the less health he had. There was no need to sacrifice health to fight. Triggered curse effect, immune to trample stun effect, and can use this skill once. Seeing the message appear, Hibeiyan remained silent, pretending to be stunned and motionless. Bai Isi wasn't one to sacrifice health, but he was one to sell shields. With 120,000 shields plus health, how much true damage would rebound for every 1,000 points of shield lost? Just thinking about it was exciting. Lucky hint? Lucky hint? The totem in Bai Isi's hand swung, emitting a faint glow. Ha ha, the damage of the shatter attack has increased. Human, you can rest assured and go die. With a bang, the totem heavily struck Hibeiyan's forehead, but it was blocked in advance by a solid shield. Shield absorbed. True counter damage. True counter damage. 10 instances of counter damage, totaling 36 damage. Bai Isi was left speechless on the spot. There are many powerful lives in the myriad worlds, but a mere level 36 human could possess such strength? Various bizarre and strange attack methods had caused his health to drop by nearly 1.5 million, but his full force strike, even with an enhanced attack, couldn't break through the opponent's shield? Is this the kind of strength required to become a bronze before level 40? How did he grow to this level? This is definitely a monster. No, the outcome is still uncertain. My life force is still strong, and his shield might not last long. Bai Isi quickly dismissed the unfavorable thought. The opponent was right in front of him. With the remaining skills and close combat abilities, he would give it his all. He might not lose. Bai Isi had to admit, this level 36 bronze human had strength equal to his own. Muscle enhancement. Attack power lasts 10 minutes. Wild call. Attack speed lasts 3 minutes. Charge. Seeing Bai Isi rushing towards him, Hibeiyan's lips curled slightly under his mask. Finally, was it time for his favorite stand and fight segment? With over 100,000 shield points, Hibeiyan was not afraid at all. He charged forward. Shield absorption. With no defense whatsoever, Hibeiyan didn't care about the drop in shield points. He was only afraid that Bai Isi wouldn't be able to hit him. Bai Isi's attack speed reached 2 strikes per second, dealing considerable damage to the shield points, but Hibeiyan could attack 3 times per second. The death battle blade did not obstruct the totem at all, each strike landing on Bai Isi. First strike damage, real counter damage. The two stood together in a tense standoff, but within a few seconds, Bai Isi showed a look of fear, wanting to escape from the close combat with Hibeiyan. What kind of shield is this? Out of tricks, Hibeiyan sneered. How could he let the opponent escape so easily? After a few seconds, he had managed to use real counter damage to take away 40 of Bai Isi's health. Coupled with the death battle blade and the occasional triggering of the mechanical force ring attack, his health dropped below 25. Escaping from his side would only give him a chance to recover. He decisively released the control skill absorbed by the curse. Soul manipulation. Divine immunity. Immune to all control for 3 seconds, Bai Isi sensed the unfavorable situation, surrounded by a golden light, and hurriedly distanced himself from Hibeiyan. You have a control clearing skill? Nina, stop him. Roar. The dragon Nina breathed out dragon fire, blocking in front of him. Dragon beast pet. How many trump cards do you have? Bai Isi was shocked, simultaneously exerting all his strength to attack the dragon. But when the totem struck the dragon, it suddenly vanished. Yet the totem had indeed hit something, and it became extremely heavy. It significantly slowed down his speed. Looking towards the thunder totem, he found a fist-sized large ant-like beast pet biting onto the totem. Hint: the durability of the thunder totem has decreased by 243 points. Shattered meteor ant. How could such a rare species, scarce across all realms, appear in the Divine Awakening? The durability of his totem dropped by 60 in an instant. The more he fought with Hibeiyan, the more he felt the terror of his opponent. This was the first time he encountered such a powerful enemy since he had been smuggling through various worlds. Escape! At this moment, this was the only thought left in his mind. He even abandoned the thunder totem, directly throwing it away. Then he flew towards the ancient battlefield above. He needed to escape from here. As long as he got out of the boundary of the underground ancient battlefield, he could instantly enter the myriad realms. At that time, this human would no longer be able to find him. After escaping the Divine Awakening world, he would immediately return to his homeland. He would find the strongest in his clan to come and kill him. Chirp! At that moment, a warbler's cry rang out. Nina transformed again into a new form that Hibeyen had never seen, an ice warbler, carrying Hibeyen to entangle Baisi. Hibeyen suddenly realized a problem. It seemed he had never asked Nina how many races she could transform into and what her limits were. But now was not the time to consider these things. Fireball, Divine Flame Rain, Flame Spirit Guardian, Ghostly Blue Arrow. To kill Baisi, Hibeyen took out both the Heaf Staff and the demon-breaking longbow. In this battle, he had basically used all his attack methods. The Ice Nightingale tribe that can freeze souls. Countless attacks landed on Baisi, some of which he managed to dodge. This human had too many secrets. Moreover, none of his equipment was ordinary. If he were to obtain them, it would surely lead to a qualitative leap, especially that constantly changing beast pet, which was truly unmatched. I have many life-saving methods, all to prevent this day from coming. Even though I can't defeat you, a level 36 human like you could never hope to keep me here. The 3 seconds of divine protection just ended, but Baisi tore open an incredibly ornate spell scroll, extending his immunity time for another 3 seconds. Seeing this, Hibeyen frowned slightly. With Baisi's speed, it would only take him 10 seconds to reach the edge of the barrier. This was under the condition that he and Nina were delaying him. If Baisi had more scrolls for continued immunity, it would indeed be difficult to kill him. This level 40 bronze alien had quite a few trump cards, but this only strengthened Hibeyen's determination to kill him. Evil Gem. Hint: you have used the evil gem on the target, Baisi, increasing the target's sin value by 1000 points. After killing him, all of the target's items will drop. Lucky hint: your taboo level exclusive skill Curse Master's Majesty and level curse skill Time Devouring Field can ignore the target's immunity effects, allowing for immobilization or slowing. Hibeyen, can it be played like this? Why are you so poor? Sss-Level Cursed Equipment. Why are you so poor? Level Cursed Equipment Curse Master's Majesty. Hibeyen directly unleashed the skill. Baisi, who was continuously approaching the barrier, suddenly widened his eyes, revealing an incomprehensible look of panic. He found himself as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. But his immunity duration clearly hadn't ended yet. In the midst of his thoughts, his body had already fallen to the ground. Hibeyen and Nina launched a fierce attack, and the immobilized Baisi could not defend himself at all. His health dropped rapidly. Time Devouring Field. Then a black cube appeared, floating in the air, and a gray barrier instantly enveloped the surroundings. Andrew, standing nearby, was also wrapped in the Time Devouring Field. He clearly felt that his time seemed to have slowed down countless times. Any action became incredibly slow. He stared at Hibeyen's back, completely at a loss for words. This human warrior had too many tricks. He had thought that the blowgun, which could split into hundreds of arrows, was his strongest attack, but then he pulled out a battle knife and stood toe-to-toe with Baisi, and it was a complete crushing. Not only were the attacks strong, but the shield was also ridiculously tough. The reflected damage made Baisi too afraid to attack again within just a few seconds, and he activated various immunity skills to turn and flee. He had thought Baisi would slip away like this, but he still had the incredible skill that ignored immunity, and he knocked Baisi down. He completely had him under control. Is this the strength a level 36 should have as a bronze? Looking at Baisi, who had been taking hits, with multiple injuries worse than his own, Andrew felt a surge of satisfaction. At the same time, he felt a sense of pride. Did you see that? This is our divine prodigy of the God Awakening. Torturing you is as easy as eating a child. Once I traveled through the God Awakening, I also met a few descendants of the Empire, and now they are among the top in the Empire. Andrew seemed to recall the past, but pulling them out at level 36, compared to this warrior before me, is simply like comparing trash. Without comparison, there is no harm. At this moment, Andrew made up his mind. He must hand over that treasure from the depths of the Earth's core to Hibeyen. Let him grow stronger as soon as possible and perfectly unleash his potential. He really wanted to see how far this human warrior could grow in the future. Hint: the lava man Andrew's favorability towards you. Hibeyen, who was continuously attacking Baisi, suddenly saw the message, but he continued to attack nonetheless. Human, please spare me. I will give you all my treasures and tell you the secrets of the myriad realms. A strong person like you will definitely connect with the myriad realms in the future. These secrets can make you stronger and save you from many detours. I beg you, please stop attacking. After the immobilization effect wore off, Baisi found his speed incredibly slow. He simply couldn't dodge the opponent's attacks. He was in despair. How could there be such an all-powerful guy in the world? After fighting to this point, Baisi couldn't even figure out what profession he was. He was both an archer and a mage, with a pet that had maddeningly changing defenses and attacks. Even a level 45 bronze would struggle against him. Mastering everything, How am I supposed to fight back? Baisi was already numb from the beating. To have lasted this long, he felt invincible. However, all that answered him were the death blades continuously falling upon him. The evil pearl used on him would still drop all items upon his death. It couldn't be wasted. As for the secrets of the myriad realms, he hadn't even reached his limit yet. Wouldn't it be better to ask when he was stronger and could kill those level 70 or 80 gold or stronger opponents? What could a level 40 bronze know about great secrets? Moo! Baisi let out a miserable cry, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His health bar was down to 5%. If he didn't make a desperate counterattack now, he would truly have no chance left. Lord Bullhead God Nguyen, please grant me flower sleep technique. Baisi only got halfway through his words before entering a 2-second stun state. Under Hebayan's relentless attacks, he didn't continue using items that provided continuous immunity to control. Or perhaps he had run out. This allowed the control skills absorbed by Cursed Thought to have room to manifest. Baisi died on the spot, successfully leveled up by killing a level 40 bronze, gaining a large amount of experience, 45 gold, and 20 points of reputation in the myriad realms. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 37, gaining free attribute points and 4-dimensional attributes. Ignoring everything else, Hebayan first checked the unlocking conditions for the next seal of the Forbidden Spellbook. Seal effect, attack power, kill a level 35 bronze, 7, equivalent to killing 7 level 35 bronzes? Not bad. It was about what he had expected. But under normal circumstances, it seemed Hebayan wouldn't encounter enemies that became bronze at level 35. Perhaps a very few players might reach that level in the future. However, by then, Hebayan wouldn't even know what he had grown into. After checking the information, he prepared to collect the large light orb left behind by Baisi. All of Baisi's items were in this light orb. There should be quite a few good things. With anticipation, he reached out to touch it. Obtained level skill book, level equipment, level equipment. Obtained level materials, Frost Tier, level materials, Darkstone, Beast King Ghost Branch, level materials, Silver Light Jade. Obtained. Baisi had dropped over 200 items, but aside from the few high-quality items mentioned above, most of the rest were of low quality. Seeing this, his face darkened. For other players, low-quality items were definitely extremely rich, enough for them to digest for a long time. But for Hebayan, it was all trash, not worthy of his strength, basically useless. Even items above level, aside from materials, can only be used after they are disassembled later. As for skill books, the powerful skills have long been used up by Baisi. Only a few decent but unsuitable skill books for his level were left for Hebayan. Not even a single level skill book dropped, making it impossible to merge attributes. As a level 40 bronze, how are you poorer than me? Can you even live properly? Hebayan's forehead was covered in black lines. The items dropped by this bronze alien were truly worse than those dropped by monsters. It would be better to find level monsters to kill first. Killing level aliens was really a thankless task. With this thought, new messages appeared again, flashing before his eyes. World announcement, player Hebayan has killed the interdimensional smuggler, Divine Bull Clan Baisi, obtaining a special dungeon token, Mobeo Hills. World announcement, player Hebayan has first killed a true level creature, receiving a reward, 1 piece of level professional equipment. The two announcements scrolled 6 times. The world players, still recovering from the announcement of Jing Yaziro's death, were stunned for 3 seconds. The cursed equipment combined with the dead gold gauntlets, no way. It hasn't even been an hour, and he god triggered 2 world announcements again? Is he treating world announcements like water? He god really can't stand a day without triggering them. First to kill a true creature and get level equipment? Are the monsters we see now not real? Yes. As a legendary player, thanks to Yigad, I successfully leveled up to level 20 in the Blood Demon Purgatory Dungeon, and after completing the level 20 advancement quest, I finally understood all the strength classifications of monsters, and now I'm telling everyone. I suspect Yigad is a reborn player. Maybe he played the game Divine Awakening in his past life or in a dream. Isn't this a classic trope? You're delusional, be realistic, bro. If there were an equipment leaderboard, Yigad would definitely be first, and most of the equipment on the list would belong to him. Stop with the fluff, just release a leaderboard already. Tears of envy streamed down the players' faces. Hebayan's growth speed could make even capitalists weep. Even Jews would feel ashamed. However, some players had long gotten used to Yigad's daily world announcement column. They were focused on another angle. Yigad, you killed another interdimensional smuggler. Can we also participate in that special dungeon and explore with you? Does Yigad know if this dungeon will give attribute points? What type is it? The gospel for Dragon Country players is coming again. Brothers, a storm is about to arrive, so prepare in advance. He God is too strong, please tell us how you did it. He Beiyan, just a bit of luck. But this dungeon is not open for now, I can only enter solo. Countless players were suddenly doused with cold water. But the word temporarily caught everyone's attention. Does that mean there will be opportunities in the future? He Beiyan looked at the dungeon token in his hand. Special dungeon token, Mogeo Hills, description, can teleport to the noble Tauran homeland, rich in hunting resources, and also contains difficult outdoor dungeons, Tauran cities, etc. Entry limited to the holder, usage count, 1, hint, this dungeon is an open-type special dungeon, full of unknowns, with many races and regions. Hint, when the holder perfectly clears the dungeon, the token's usage count becomes unlimited, and there are no restrictions on entry units. This was the first time He Beiyan had seen an open-type special dungeon, especially one that was a dungeon within a dungeon. It meant that the Mogeo Hills he would be teleported to was just the beginning. It was equivalent to entering another world, allowing for free exploration. Is the copy token one of the legitimate ways to enter the other world? A certain speculation arose in his heart, but the token only displayed the Mogeo Hills, leaving him unable to determine what kind of world lay beyond. He put away the token, not planning to venture in just yet. He took out the newly acquired cursed equipment from his backpack. Thorned Pants, Level Life, Dual Defense Thorn Mark, passive any unit that attacks you will receive a Thorn Mark, reducing their maximum life by 3 for 1 instance, and inflicting the Thorned Injury effect. Thorned Injury, all healing effects are reduced by 80. Lasts 3 hours, starting from when the target stops attacking you. Curse, you gain the perfect Thorned Injury effect, all healing effects reduced by 100. After reading, He Beiyan's mouth twitched violently. This thing is just too outrageous. In other words, in future battles with enemies, the healing items they use will be significantly less effective. What a good item! He Beiyan quickly proceeded to enhance it 3 times. Sacrifice 9 gold coins to enhance Thorn Pants. Sacrifice 9 gold coins to enhance Thorn Pants. Sacrifice 10 gold coins to enhance Thorn Pants. With each enhancement, the amount of gold coins required for sacrifice increased. Nearly 300,000 gold coins vanished like water, and the gold earned from killing by Isi was almost depleted. Thorned Pants, Level Life, Dual Defense Thorn Mark, passive any unit that attacks you will receive a Thorn Mark, reducing their maximum life by 3 for 1 instance, and inflicting the Thorned Injury effect. Thorned Injury, all healing effects are reduced by 80. Lasts 3 hours, starting from when the target stops attacking you. Curse, you gain the perfect Thorned Injury effect, all healing effects reduced by 100. The injury effect did not change, but the one-time reduction of the target's maximum life increased to 9%. This means that in future battles, as long as they hit him once, their health would be at least below 91. He Beiyan had over 100,000 shield points. True damage would first reduce the shield. Could a single attack take him down? If the output were a bit higher, triggering the true counterattack of the Death Gold Gauntlet, then killing monsters would be much easier. This equipment is simply tailor-made for me, and it perfectly combines with the counterattack effect of the Death Gold Gauntlet. He revealed a benevolent smile. If he encountered by EC now, he could suffer less. He would die faster at his own hands. Unfortunately, the life reduction only applies to the first attack received, similar to the first active attack of the Death Warblade. Once He Beiyan finds a way to upgrade all cursed equipment, the cursed gear he wears will undergo a qualitative leap. Ahem, esteemed and powerful warrior, could you please cut these chains? Seeing He Beiyan lost in his joy with a piece of extraordinary pants, Andrew didn't want to interrupt. The problem was that these chains were constantly eroding his soul, causing him great pain. He simply couldn't hold back any longer. Sorry, I forgot about you, old man. Andrew thought, this human warrior's strength is indeed commendable, but his words lack respect. However, with just the two of them here, losing a bit of face doesn't matter. After all, having been imprisoned and tortured by Baisi, he had already lost all face in front of him. He Beiyan swung the Death Warblade, severing all the iron chains binding Andrew. Seeing him so easily cut the chains that could harm the soul only strengthened Andrew's resolve to take him to the core of the earth. Warrior, I plan to take you to the depths of the ancient battlefield's core, where there is a treasure. Are you willing? This invincibility really isn't wanted by anyone, right? Who would say they are unwilling? Seeing He Beiyan nod, Andrew advised, when we head deep into the core, the warrior must stay close to me. It's filled with terrifying demonic flames and many flame monsters. Even if you possess strength far beyond level 40 bronze, touching it would mean certain death. As a lava man, Andrew was immune to 95% of fire attribute damage, but he didn't know that due to the Hefei staff, He Beiyan was immune to 65% of fire attribute damage. However, He Beiyan was unaware of the situation in the core and didn't want to take risks. Andrew's injuries hadn't healed yet, with his lava-covered body cracked and broken. Was it really reliable to go deep into the core like this? Noticing Hibayan's repeated scrutiny, Andrew smiled. Warrior, you need not worry. For me, it's the best place to heal. I will grant you protection to prevent you from being eroded by flames and attacked by monsters. Oh, Hibayan then thought of something. Are there any cursed items here? When entering the ancient underground battlefield, he had used his treasure hunter skills but sensed no cursed items at any level. He speculated that if there were cursed items, they should be similar to the cursed item graveyard, all destroyed and undetectable. Cursed items? There are none here. Andrew shook his head. When I was first born, there was indeed one in the core, a high-level one. Later, many cursed item users and judges came here, leading to a great battle that even attracted the involvement of the Church of the Gods, and that cursed items subsequently vanished. Hibayan raised an eyebrow. This should be the reason for the formation of the ancient battlefield. He just didn't expect to hear about a high-level cursed item so soon. Nina was obtained through the wishing crystal ball, not a pre-existing high-level cursed item. Theoretically, this was the first true cursed item he learned about in the divine world. The cursed items he saw in the cursed item graveyard were all destroyed and irreparable, so they didn't count. However, it was reasonable for cursed item users and judges to come here. But why did the Church of the Gods get involved? Does the Church of the Gods still exist? As a world-class power, it wouldn't have perished, right? Hibayan asked. He was quite curious about this world-class power. He had connections with both major world-class powers. Could the Church of the Gods also be related? It should still exist. 100 years ago, when I left here and wandered the world, I hadn't heard any news about the Church of the Gods. It was as if it had mysteriously disappeared. As he spoke, Andrew led Hibayan to one of the many volcanic craters. The ground around was extremely cracked and a deep red. This was the entrance to the core, where magma could be seen occasionally erupting. Lava protection. Tip: your fire attribute damage reduction has increased to 135. Hibayan? A rainbow light fell upon Hibayan, but seeing this percentage, he was stunned. How could it exceed the limit of 100%? He opened the panel. Fire attribute damage reduction, 65, lasts for 3 hours, as a cursed item. Could it be that the fire damage reduction granted by the Hefei staff can stack with similar effects, even exceeding the limit? The upper limit of any damage reduction is 100%, just like how luck has a limit. But the Hefei staff surprised him. Did this mean that any fire attribute attack hitting him would not only deal no damage but also heal him? Although it was of little use, was there anywhere in the core he couldn't go? Practicing swimming in the magma would be no problem. Warrior, you must stay close to me next. Don't let your guard down just because you have protection. Seeing him so happy, Andrew reminded him. Understood. They entered. Hibayan and Andrew jumped to the edge of the volcano's bottom, following him in a certain direction. The heat wave that hit him felt incredibly comfortable. Tip: you have entered the core of the ancient battlefield, unable to receive any external messages or use any teleportation items. Tip: you have gained a burning effect, restoring 1750 health per second. Put. Seeing this prompt, Hibayan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The last two words were supposed to be damage, but due to his resistance increasing by 35, it turned into health restoration. It seems even the divine awakening can sometimes be caught off guard. Looking at the burning mark above his head, Hibayan sighed in frustration. By the way, both are treasures from the depths of the core, yet the cursed equipment vanished without a trace. Why hasn't this item been taken? He voiced his confusion. Andrew, with a deep gaze, replied that cursed equipment was not worn by anyone, but it could autonomously manipulate the magma, causing the volcano to erupt and wash it outside, which is why it was discovered. Moreover, it wasn't even located in the depths of the core. The two aren't even together. Hibayan nodded in realization. That cursed equipment seemed quite extraordinary. The treasures from the depths of the core surely wouldn't be lacking either. As the two walked deeper, the surrounding magma changed from bright red to a dark green. Tip: you have gained the magic flame burning effect, restoring 2500 health per second. Roar! Suddenly, 6 or 7 monsters with green flames appeared, roaring at the sky. Magic Flame Monster, Level 51 Diamond Boss, Weaken 10, Health, 208 Attack Power, 4932 Attack Speed, 1 Skills, Magic Flame Healing, Magic Flame Fist. Andrew, why are so many Magic Flame monsters suddenly appearing? Hibayan, so many experience packs just popped up. Before Andrew could act, Hibayan took a big step forward, drawing the Death Warblade and slashing at the Magic Flame Monster. Warrior, what are you doing? You are not a Magic Flame Monster here. Before Andrew could finish his sentence, he saw the 6 Magic Flame Monsters pounding their fists on him, causing not a single point of damage to his shield. The flames on him flared up in fright, becoming even more vigorous. Hibayan's body was suddenly marked with several green values. The 7 magic flame monsters provided him with 7,000 healing per second. Not even a point of shield was lost. This is true invincibility. The Death War blade danced in his hands, each strike landing heavily on the magic flame monsters, dealing tens of thousands of damage. Wait, this invincibility seems to have weakened my output ability. The real counterattack can't trigger anymore. The invincibility didn't bring He Bei Yen long-lasting joy. Soon, he began to feel dissatisfied. With so much shield value not dropping at all, how could he counterattack? Wouldn't it slow down the speed of taking these guys down? No one would want this invincibility. Just as he was about to use the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, Andrew hurriedly shouted, "Warrior, you can't use area attacks here, or it will trigger the eruption of the magic flame magma, causing the entire ancient battlefield to fill with magma, and the depths of the core will also change." Fine. His annoyance with this invincible state increased again. If it weren't for the concern about the corpse ash spirits and treasures he hadn't encountered yet, he would have used the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl to wipe out this trash. However, since he couldn't use the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, the Scout God Blowing Arrow should be fine, right? Unrecognized world announcement, damn it. I'm exhausted. 3 minutes later, He Bei Yen finally dealt with the 7 magic flame monsters. With so many restrictions, his strength was at least limited by 70. Fighting these magic flame monsters was even more exhausting than against Baisi. Hearing He Bei Yen's complaining tone, Andrew's face twitched. Is this something a person can say? 3 minutes. Not a single piece of armor fell off. He took down 7 level 50 diamond bosses. And you're still complaining about being tired? I feel like giving you a couple of punches. But then he thought about it. Andrew seemed unable to beat him. Seeing such a strong junior in the Divine Awakening, he actually felt incredibly gratified. Unlike other powerful beings, who might think a lot due to their faction, power, or interests when encountering a strong junior, he treated every powerful junior in the Divine Awakening equally. Warrior, you must have a treasure with fire resistance, right? The flame demon couldn't inflict any damage on you. I guess so. He Bei Yen collected the light orbs from the flame demons one by one. You have obtained Flame Crystal. Flame Crystal, consuming 10 will permanently increase your fire attack damage by 1. He Bei Yen's brows twitched violently. This Flame Crystal can actually increase fire attribute damage. Andrew, where are there more flame demons? His only equipment as a mage was the Heifei staff. All his attack methods were fire-based. He Bei Yen's mage output had always been low. Even now, after a significant increase, his base magic attack was only 4,737 points. A fireball only dealt 14,684 points of damage. If he could get 1,000 flame crystals and increase his attribute damage by 100, that would be so comfortable. Warrior, don't you feel tired? Hearing He Bei Yen's words, Andrew looked confused. Why is this warrior always so unpredictable? Tired? When did I say that? That's not important. What's important is that I want to hunt flame demons. Andrew's rocky brain was a bit slow to process, but he still led He Bei Yen to the lair of the flame demons. These guys are hard to spawn. Basically, all the flame demons are here. He Bei Yen took a quick glance. Only 43? That's way off from what He Bei Yen had budgeted in his mind. But it's better than nothing. A 5% increase in fire attribute damage is still pretty good. Since I can get flame crystals here, I can definitely obtain other similar items in the future to make my magic output even stronger. 7 consecutive blow darts. At the same time, all the players saw the words, World Announcement, slide across their screens. A new world announcement has appeared. I bet 10,000 gold coins it's definitely He God again. He God, please slow down your development. I feel like I'm dreaming about you triggering announcements every night. However, when the content of this announcement slid out, whether it was ordinary players or epic, legendary, or national pillar players, they all widened their eyes. World Announcement, player Harrison is the first to obtain the Love Crystal and has received a mysterious reward. This player has hidden the reward. What the hell? The first to what? Obtain a Love Crystal? This kind of thing can actually make it to the World Announcement. I can't accept this. Previous World Announcements were outrageous, but at least they were somewhat reasonable and understandable, making people feel that the triggering player deserved it. Why should such a dirty matter also make it to the World Announcement, and even have a reward? Fuck. I'd rather have He God's announcement. This announcement not only tortures single people but also messes with people's mentality. What kind of bullshit announcement is this? I could do it too. Harrison, come out. Instead of leveling up properly, you actually. Countless players were angrily cursing in the World channel. The triggering of this World Announcement was truly beyond all players' expectations. At this stage, almost all players were working hard to level up, hoping to become gods in the future. Who would have thought that someone would take such a bizarre path? The World Announcement was triggered in this way, and he received the announcement reward. This is so demoralizing. It feels like being crushed by someone else's intelligence. This Harrison has truly mastered the game of Divine Awakening. At the same time, it made many players ponder a question. Does this also imply that there will be various unexpected world announcements in the future? Some players with wavering beliefs began to feel uncertain. All sorts of bizarre thoughts appeared in their minds. And Harrison, at this moment, was frozen in place. After seeing this announcement, the most shocked person was actually him. How is this possible? How could I become pregnant? In reality, he was just an ordinary loser, someone you could find anywhere. No one of the opposite sex was willing to approach him, and even his family had given up on him. Entering Divine Awakening as a player, he was also an inconspicuous ordinary player. He thought he would live a lonely life. But in Divine Awakening, he completed more and more tasks from a certain female character, and their affection for each other grew. Over time, he discovered that their personalities complemented each other, and they got along well. It gradually developed to this point today, where he even used all his saved gold coins to buy a small home. But he never expected that he could actually have a child in Divine Awakening. Looking at the panel in front of him, you are the first player about to become a father. Are you ready to become a father? Please answer carefully. Harrison didn't know how to feel at this moment. He didn't answer immediately. The announcement came too suddenly. He didn't even know which day his partner had won the lottery. The answer to this matter concerned how he would treat his feelings for his partner. Although he was a loser in reality, he had always been loyal and serious about love. Perhaps it was because he had never been hurt, but in any case, he was not just playing around. I can't give you an answer right away, but I want Nelia to be happy. Harrison said seriously, if Darlena is happy, I will share this joy with her. Ding! Based on your answer, there may be a significant change in your life. The goddess of life's affection for you has increased by 100 points. Divine Awakening did not comment on his answer, but the increase in the goddess of life's affection was the best expression. This announcement has completely convinced me that Divine Awakening is truly not just a game world. Harrison looked at the announcement reward he received, his eyes filled with determination. Darlena, I will definitely protect you and our child. Every player, has a story of their own in Divine Awakening. No one can guarantee what kind of changes will occur in a seemingly predetermined future. For example, He Bei-yen is recognized as the strongest player in Divine Awakening, yet he has never received any affection from the gods. Damn it! Can this fire damage reduction be cancelled? I don't want it anymore. However, He Bei-yen, who was still unaware of all this, maintained his invincible state, working hard to outsmart the fire monsters. Golden Light Orb, huge rewards. About 20 minutes later, He Bei-yen finally dealt with all these fire monsters. You have obtained Fire Crystal. You consumed 50 fire crystals, permanently increasing your fire attribute damage by 5. Checking the He-Fei staff. All skill damage percentages had an additional, behind them, slightly increasing the damage. Warrior, which human empire's strong lineage are you from? I have never seen a powerhouse like you. More than 40 fire monsters still couldn't inflict any damage on He Bei-yen. Andrew couldn't hold back any longer. The fire treasure on him was somewhat outrageous. I came from a small village, worked hard, got a few good pieces of equipment, and with a bit of luck, I grew to this level. Andrew, do you think I believe you? Can't we be a bit more sincere? Soon, Andrew led He Bei-yen deep into the core of the earth. He clearly saw a dazzling golden light orb wrapped in dark green magma. Warrior, although you are immune to the attacks of the demon flame monster, this hellish magma is even more ferocious. I can't get too close to the hellish flames, or I will lose my sanity. You'll have to figure out how to get it yourself. Small problem. A plot twist at a critical moment, leaving the player to solve it themselves? He Bei-yen didn't mind. If it were someone else, it might indeed be troublesome. But no matter how powerful this magma was, at least for these 3 hours, He Bei-yen was invincible. Tip: you have gained the Hell Burn effect, restoring 3,000 health points per second. With a standard diving leap, He Bei-yen directly swam into the hellish magma. Warrior, are you crazy? Get back up! Andrew shouted anxiously. He had thought of He Bei-yen using teleportation, flying, or even fishing the orb out. He never expected the other party would swim over. Wasn't that asking for death? But at that moment, he realized that the other party didn't seem to be threatened by the hellish flames at all. Not even a trace of burning was on his clothes. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I was shallow, I really didn't misjudge him. Without the threat of the hellish flames, He Bei-yen quickly touched the golden light orb. His heart began to race. Ding! You have obtained the Plunder Profession Scroll, unique item. Plunder Profession Scroll, after use, you can have a second main profession, or you can release it on a target, permanently stealing the target's profession for yourself, limited to one use. Even this thing exists? He Beiyan was genuinely shocked. Having two main professions was one thing, the fact that he could even steal someone else's main profession? If he encountered a forbidden profession user in the future and found out that his profession had been taken by He Beiyan, they would definitely cry tears of joy. However, He Beiyan didn't know if there were other forbidden professions in the Divine Awakening. Moreover, as a cursed one, he considered himself already quite versatile. He could mimic any profession as long as he had the corresponding cursed equipment. So, to him, the plunder profession scroll didn't seem very useful? I'll keep it for now. Who knows when I might encounter a profession that complements the cursed one. After putting it in his backpack, the light orb still didn't disappear. The rewards were far more than what Andrew had mentioned. You have obtained the Hell Demon Flame Core. You have obtained the equipment blueprint, Demon Flame Necklace. You have gained a clue about a mysterious kingdom. It is rumored that there was a mysterious kingdom in the past, possessing more high-level weapons and items than the Empire, and they are said to have collected many cursed equipment. How did this kingdom come to have so many top-tier items? Is this really true? 1. Tip: after completing the clues, you will receive all the general information and specific coordinates of the mysterious kingdom. This clue piqued He Beiyan's interest. A kingdom possessing more high-level items than the Empire and even collecting many cursed equipment. How did they manage that? Moreover, according to the clue, this powerful mysterious kingdom had become a thing of the past. The clue was filled with confusion, and there were many things He Beiyan did not know. He could only wait until he completed the clues and personally went to investigate. I hope this place can quickly help me achieve my second small goal, wearing 100 pieces of cursed equipment. He Beiyan smiled and looked at the equipment blueprint. Demon Flame Necklace Blueprint. Can craft a Demon Flame Necklace. Attributes: Life, Magic Attack, Effect, Fire Attribute Damage Reduction 15. Crafting materials: the attribute bonuses of ordinary equipment far exceed those of cursed equipment, but compared to the effects and the curse equipment, it fell far short. However, if this item were to be crafted, it would definitely sell well. Mage players would surely want it the most, but it could also play a significant role for players fighting against fire attribute monsters. Through the friend panel, he traded it to Chung Hong and checked the last item he had obtained. Hellfire Crystal Core absorbs the essence of Hellfire. If your body can withstand the damage and pain it brings, all your attacks will permanently carry an additional 4,000 points of Hellfire damage. This item is quite good. He Beiyan nodded in satisfaction. With an additional 4,000 points of Hellfire damage, given his attack speed of 3 basic attacks per second, that amounts to 12,000 points. This enhancement is already very high, significantly boosting his output capability. As for the pain brought by the Hellfire Essence, He Beiyan wasn't worried at all. After crushing the crystal core, a thick, water-like dark green flame entered his nostrils. He Beiyan felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. Tip: you have absorbed the essence of Hellfire. Your future attacks will carry an additional 4,000 points of Hellfire damage. Now, even if my attack power is 0, just the additional attribute damage alone would probably be enough to take down the world's strongest tank player in less than a second. He Beiyan shook his head. The gains from this underground ancient battlefield were indeed substantial. Not only did he bring the cursed thought into reality, but he also obtained accursed equipment, high-level materials, clues to a mysterious kingdom, and 4,000 points of Hellfire damage. The other rewards were of no interest to He Beiyan. The rewards obtained from hidden maps are even greater than those from public dungeons. He suspected that the newly acquired kingdom clues also pointed to a hidden map. Respected warrior, Andrew said upon seeing He Beiyan return safely, I sense that you are a leader of a faction. May I join your faction? Tip: Lava Man Andrew, level 73 Golden Lord, wishes to join the Chosen Guild. Do you agree? Andrew was eagerly anticipating He Beiyan's future. He wanted to witness the growth of this human warrior, so the best way was to join the faction he belonged to. Moreover, he had saved his life. Have you thought it through? Joining the Chosen Guild means you must uphold our interests. Andrew's initiative to join the Chosen Guild surprised He Beiyan. As a neutral being without a faction, he understood better than anyone what this action meant. What concerned He Beiyan the most was that he regarded the Chosen Guild as a faction. It was likely that they possessed a guild token, and a guild recognized by the Divine Awakening would be considered a faction entity. In the future, it could grow into a world-class existence like the Judgment Association or the Curse Sect, capable of changing the future of the Divine Awakening. With that thought, everything seemed to make sense. So what about after becoming a god? Players in the Divine Awakening world were like pieces on a grand chessboard. Warrior, I understand your meaning. If you agree, I can sign the Divine Awakening contract and dedicate my strength to the Chosen. He Beiyan nodded slightly. After Andrew signed the Divine Awakening contract, he was allowed to join the Chosen Guild. Tip: Lava Man Andrew, level 73 Golden Lord, has joined the Chosen Guild. He was now the strongest member of the Chosen Guild, second only to Hee-Bei-Yin himself. But as for what Andrew could do for the guild, it seemed there was nothing for now. The guild primarily existed for territorial development. For players, it also facilitated team formation for monster hunting and building combat synergy. And Hee-Bei-Yin's strength didn't require teaming up with a Golden Lord, he could handle many monsters on his own. Currently, there was no territory belonging to the Chosen Guild. It was completely an empty shell. Once I have my territory, I can let Andrew play his role. For now, it's crucial to strengthen my power. The stronger Hee-Bei-Yin became, the easier it was to attract powerful allies. A level 73 Golden Lord was still not enough for him. He didn't want to wait until he had a territory, only to watch it develop slowly. That would only hold him back. If the enemies couldn't defeat Hee-Bei-Yin, they could target his territory, making him feel constrained. Wouldn't it be better to establish a powerful force that no one dared to provoke right from the start? If other players had this idea, they would definitely be labeled as naive. The development of a territory was not that easy, but Hee-Bei-Yin could completely achieve it. Finally arrived at Yates City, and I have to thank the public dungeon opened by Hishin. Chung Hong and Wang Tianyu, along with others, finally stepped out of the small town and into the large city. Their growth rate was among the fastest in the world of players. Apart from a few legendary players, they were the only ones who had reached a big city. Yet, they were still not satisfied. The reason was simple. They felt the pressure from the old pervert, Hishin, looming over them. Xiao Wang, I'm off to make some money. You guys can do whatever you want. Chung Hong spoke to Wang Tianyu in a leadership tone, opening the guild panel. He stuffed nearly 4 million gold coins he had earned over the past few days into the guild's treasury. This was just Hee-Bei-Yin's share. His own portion hadn't been counted yet. Just as he finished adding the gold coins and was about to close the panel, he suddenly saw something that made his hand tremble in midair. What? Played too much house with the red building sister and now your hands are shaking like this? Wang Tianyu rolled his eyes at him, also opening the guild panel to put in some items. Every guild member had the right to add items. As for taking them out, only the guild leader or appointed managers could do that. The number of guild members increased by 1? Let me see if it's a player. In the member list, one could see the level information of other members. Recently, they discovered a new member named Julie, who was significantly stronger than them, a level 35 golden elite. They were quite surprised. Wang Tianyu's gaze moved down the list. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. 73 level Golden Lord. His voice involuntarily rose an octave. After reaching level 20, he clearly understood the power hierarchy of Golden Lords. Not to mention Golden Lords, all of them combined couldn't even defeat a level 25 Bronze Chief. Most players reaching level 20, without 30 or 40 people, couldn't even defeat a Bronze Chief of the same level. Others, hearing Wang Tianyu's exclamation, immediately opened their panels to check. What the hell? Is this real? Is the panel malfunctioning? Are you insulting Hishin's power? Hishin can even recruit a Golden Lord, and a level 73 one at that. I really can't think of anything else but how impressive this is. Wait, look closely at the guild joining information. Guild information, Lava Man Andrew actively applied to join the Chosen Guild. What the hell? Actively applied to join the Chosen Guild? Could it be that even a level 73 Golden Lord was captivated by Hishin's power? The entire room fell silent. For a moment, no one could digest this shock. This kind of comparison was far more overwhelming than the shock brought by Hishin triggering a world announcement. Everyone, I have a feeling, Wang Tianyu choked out, besides Chung Hong. If we don't work our butts off to improve our strength, it won't be long before we get kicked out of the Chosen Guild. Unknowingly, Wang Tianyu's team had started to spiral into their own competition. After coming out of the ancient battlefield underground, Hee-Bei-Yin saw the announcement of the love child. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the world announcement. Expert. When it comes to playing, it's still you, world announcement. With this announcement, one can foresee how many ordinary players' little universes will be ignited. It will make them feel qualified to trigger the world announcement and try all sorts of strange things. But to Hee-Bei-Yin, these things are not long-lasting. Perhaps they can gain some benefits, but only one's own hard power is the true way. Speaking of which, are the children born of players and those from the Divine Awakening world still considered Blue Star people? Hee-Bei-Yin frowned slightly. The Divine Awakening world has not only humans but also other alien races. What if sparks fly, and their descendants enter Blue Star? He then slapped his forehead. Why am I worrying about this? Anyway, skills and equipment can be brought into reality now. Having more other species might not necessarily be a bad thing. it might even promote the harmony of life. Let those experts and big shots worry about it. Today, my friend showed off to me, he received a great sword and a god certification. I want to be as strong as him, but unfortunately, I don't have them. Sigh, I don't know when I can have these two items. This is the operation of a high-end hunter. First, this is the list of Hebei yen we have killed in total. In the real world, a seemingly ordinary man handed Hearst a piece of paper. It recorded how many Hebei yen they had killed during this time. Hearst glanced at it and frowned. Why have we only killed a little over 200? Your speed is too slow. Keep killing, until all are dead. Now, whenever Hebei yen was mentioned, Hearst always thought of the 2 times he was tricked by him. It made him so angry that he couldn't sleep well these past few days. I refuse. The man sneered. The Dragon Country is now on high alert. To kill these more than 200 guys named Hebei yen, less than 10 of the hundreds of assassins I sent back alive. And Hebei in strength, if he really encounters any assassin other than myself in reality, they won't be his match, even if his strength in reality is only 20% of what he has in the Divine Awakening world. Hearing the man's words, Hearst's veins bulged. Have you forgotten that I am the pillar of the beautiful country? It is only right for you to cooperate with me. That's right, well said, it's cooperation. The man said expressionlessly, we can cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean we will die for your recklessness. In my opinion, in a certain sense, you are not even as good as Jean. The cooperation ends here. After saying that, he left without looking back. Fuck. Hearst cursed under his breath, trying to keep calm. It seems I can only rely on myself. He clenched his fists. But I always feel that my understanding of Hebei yen is still not detailed enough. Next time I act, I must kill him so he can't enter the Divine Awakening. Contact Inoue Jiro, I need help to cooperate. Divine Awakening World. Somewhere in the dimensional space of the Curse Sect. Here, only the Curse Master floated in the air, meditating, while other voices came from around. Master, she can't hold back anymore. He wants to personally seek out the Cursed One. The Curse Master opened his eyes. Reason? It seems he has doubts in his heart. Then let she go. The Curse Master said no more. Aren't you worried? The Curse Master sneered. Whether it's chi or human nature, I understand very well. The doubts in the heart can only be verified and resolved through one's own experiences, right? The voice fell silent for a long time. This sentence seemed to reveal the Curse Master's past. After a while, he spoke. You didn't let Ivan discover anything, did you? With him unable to discover anything about me, sending him away is just to avoid any mistakes. So how did he come to suspect you? The Curse Master replied calmly, it's quite normal. Many people are filled with doubt, like a blade of grass swaying in the wind, unable to have absolute trust in those they recognize. All right, the voice pondered for a moment, we will find a way to resolve the matter with the Holy Physician. The appearance of the Curse Master and the Holy Physician in succession feels more than coincidental. I believe in you, the Curse Master said lightly. The Holy Physician has arrived. Make way for the Holy Physician. Today is yet another day filled with hope. Hebei yen arrived early at the Renifa Inn and saw a neatly lined up queue of patients waiting to be cured of their curse ailments. Sorry, I'm a bit late. For some reason, he felt there were even more people than yesterday. But the more people there were, the more curse energy he could absorb. Holy Physician, please. Renifa immediately came out with 5 senior priests to greet him. Under the respectful gazes of countless races, he walked into the magnificent suite. Holy Physician, I conveyed your words to Archbishop Leon yesterday, and he left, but he has something he wants to give you. Renifa smiled broadly and took out a golden stone. If you wish to go to the Judgment Temple, or in case you encounter any danger, you can use this. You have obtained the Judgment Temple Teleportation Sacred Stone. Level item using it will forcibly generate a portal link to the Judgment Temple, allowing direct access there. Ignores any teleportation restrictions of level and below, including but not limited to dungeons, ruins, etc. Just put it here. Hebei yen appeared indifferent on the surface. His heart was filled with joy. Wasn't this the way to the cursed graveyard again? Leon was indeed generous. To allow the Holy Physician to go to the Judgment Temple, he even brought out such a heavenly item. He even thought of the problems he might encounter, perhaps even hoping he would find himself in trouble sooner. There's one more thing I personally want to give to you, Holy Physician. Renifa silently placed another item on the table. You have obtained the Awakening Spirit Herb, Mental and Magical Recovery. I saw you looked very tired treating patients yesterday, and I hope this can help you. This is all for you to better treat the patients. Please don't refuse, otherwise, it would hurt my feelings as I also wish to save the world with you. Renifa's words were very appropriate. He gave Hebei yen enough face. Because the Holy Physician chose to treat patients at the Renifa Inn, Leon had rewarded him with quite a few things before leaving. Even his family had somehow learned of this news. They proactively contacted him, saying they would fully support him no matter what he needed. The nearby main cities, kingdoms, and even the families of the Gala Empire were all on standby, waiting for his orders. His status had inexplicably increased countless times. He had leaped over at least 4 or 5 thresholds. Even more absurdly, the area around the Renifa Inn was hidden with the strongest members of the family and several top senior judgment archbishops, guarding him 24/7. They were afraid that anything related to the Holy Physician would go wrong. If it weren't for knowing that the Holy Physician was naturally indifferent and did not wish to attract attention, fearing he might feel dissatisfied, they would have long since come to pay their respects. This kind of dreamlike transformation that Renifa could not even dare to imagine made him feel light on his feet these past 2 days. It was evident. Tying oneself to a strong ally, especially one with such immense power, could save decades of hard work. Even things that one might not achieve in a lifetime could be obtained in an instant. Then I will accept it. Seeing that the Holy Physician did not refuse, Renifa exchanged a few pleasantries with others and left the suite. He was very understanding of social etiquette. Silently taking care of these 2 items for He Yen, there was no rush to let the patient in. You have used the Awakening Spirit Herb, enhancing your mental and magical recovery. Both magical attack and mana points have increased again, but what He Yen values more is the mana recovery. He possesses the Blue Overlord Talisman, a secret treasure. If the shield is broken, he will not lose health. Instead, it will first deduct from his mana points. Now, He Yen's mana points have reached 15,444. If the day comes when the shield value is shattered, what kind of experience will it be to have mana points deducted while simultaneously recovering? It seems I need to find more items that can increase mana recovery. Mana points are easy to obtain, but mana recovery is relatively more difficult. However, the principle of not being able to have both fish and bear's paw does not apply to He Yen. There are so many races in the world tormented by cursed diseases. If he were willing to speak, such items would definitely be handed to him without hesitation. This is no longer a question that only adults face. Even if the Holy Doctor were an elementary school student, others would still force these items into his hands. But, actively asking for items clearly does not align with the Holy Doctor's status. So, He Yen needs to do something to hint at this group of people, allowing them to understand intuitively. This is the operation of a high-end hunter. I just wonder if mana points can trigger the counterattack effect of the dead gold gauntlets. He Yen has always wanted to find a stronger monster to experiment with mana points. The problem is he can't find one. For so long, his shield value has never dropped below 30,000. Is his reputation as a holy doctor not enough to attract some powerful assassins? It seems the reputation hasn't spread yet. After all, it's only been a day. He Yen is not in a hurry. The matter of the Holy Doctor will eventually spread throughout the entire Divine Awakening world. By then, it should trigger the most valuable Divine Awakening announcement again. What to do, what to do? That is the location of the Holy Doctor. Damn it, so many people have already come here to treat cursed diseases. Ivan, along with the 5th and 7th attendants, stood far away from the Renifa Hotel. The attendants clearly sensed that there were several powerful auras nearby, just like theirs. If they got too close, they would be immediately discovered. The purpose of the leader sending us here is not to act immediately but to find the right moment to strike while monitoring the Holy Doctor's movements. With many enemies and few of them, now is not a good time to act. Ivan, I remember the leader sent you to Gur City to complete a certain plan. Where are the people we were supposed to meet? The 5th attendant asked. They all died. Ivan frowned slightly. These people died in a very bizarre manner, and he received no news at all. The only clue was that the Curse Master had inquired about him before they died. If they died at the hands of the Curse Master, it would be understandable. Being killed by the Curse Master must have its reasons, but he is worried that it was the Holy Doctor who did it. If it was the latter, he must remind the Curse Master to be more cautious and not to expose himself when seeing his natural enemy. Can I investigate this matter? After all, it's enough for you to monitor here. Ivan wanted to create an opportunity to contact the Curse Master. 7th attendant, you go with Ivan to protect him. The 2 attendants were unaware of Ivan's investigation into the Curse Master. Absolutely not. Ivan said cautiously, although I have been in Gur City, I am unknown in the background, and my strength is weak, making it hard for people to notice me. I suspect this matter is related to the Holy Doctor. Now that Gur City is filled with strong individuals, if the 7th attendant secretly protects me, it would stand out too much. The 2 attendants thought for a moment and nodded silently. Then be extra careful. Ivan finally breathed a sigh of relief. You have absorbed 485 points of spell power. You have absorbed 214 points of spell power. You have absorbed 196 points of spell power. He Yen's accumulation of spell power was growing more and more. No matter how severe the opponent's curse sickness was, the speed remained as fast as yesterday. Correspondingly, the patient's tokens of gratitude were also increasing. He was almost unable to hold them on both sides. He simply summoned Nina directly, letting her transform into another human form to store these items inside her body. However, He Beiyan did not expect that Nina's new human form was still a lowly, as if she couldn't get past this hurdle. So it turns out that the Holy Doctor is also a beast tamer. Truly a deep connection with Argel City. She can transform into human form and store items. How impressive. The little sister looks so cute. Here, big sister will give you a piece of candy. Some of the women who had finished their treatment did not rush to leave. Instead, while handing the treatment fee to Nina, they shamelessly interacted with her. From time to time, they would stuff some candy into her mouth. He Beiyan clearly saw that those candies brought some enhancements to Nina's attributes. As for why it was only women, because the men were too shy. Although they also wanted to interact with Nina, they were afraid of lowering the Holy Doctor's impression of them. After all, beast pets also have gender distinctions, and the Holy Doctor's beast pet was clearly a girl. So sweet. I love sweets the most. Upon hearing Nina's words, these women silently noted this down in their hearts. However, Nina looked at He Beiyan. Master, I feel like my mental recovery hasn't been very good after battles lately. What should I do? The pure and young Nina did not understand why her master's thoughts told her to say that her mental state had not been very good recently. Of course there is, but I need to finish treating these patients before I can help you adjust. He Beiyan smiled indulgently. It seemed he did not regard Nina as a beast pet, but as a living child. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Is this the Holy Doctor? Even with such a high status and ability, he did not treat his beast pet merely as a combat tool. Instead, they existed as equals. Since the profession of beast tamer was established, the Beast Tamer Association had always emphasized treating beast pets as companions. Although they were of different races and could not communicate verbally, beast pets were not tools for beast tamers. Yet very few could truly achieve this. Only in Gel City, where beast tamers were prevalent, had there been a time when they were not tainted by curse energy. Later, it was because a certain beast tamer trusted their beast pet too much that the onset of curse sickness began, and then the hidden curse casters pushed it further, making the curse sickness even more severe. Since then, no beast tamer had complete trust in their beast pets. It was like a nail driven into wood. Even if pulled out, a hole remained, unable to return to its original state. But very few beast tamers showed this directly. Little sister, I just happen to have what you need, so you don't have to trouble your master. I have some here too, so be sure to keep it safe. He Beiyan was unaware of what they were thinking, but seeing one item after another that increased mana recovery being stuffed into Nina's arms, he nodded in satisfaction. Tip: you have received a message from Ivan. At that moment, a message popped up. Ultimate skill of the profession, you all go out first, let the next patient in after 10 minutes. After absorbing the curse energy from the patient in front of him, He Beiyan began to usher people out. Several women felt something was amiss. Could it be that the Holy Doctor was angry after seeing them give items to the beast pet? It was said that the Holy Doctor did not care for fame or wealth, and accepting treatment fees while helping to resolve curse sickness was to ensure that all patients could feel at ease. They should not feel indebted to him. But his beast pet was clearly still young, speaking without restraint and expressing its needs regardless of the occasion. How could they be so inconsiderate as to present it with items in front of everyone? Wouldn't that tarnish the noble integrity of the Holy Physician? Although no one thought there was anything wrong with it, that didn't mean the Holy Physician didn't hold himself to strict standards. Once something was given away, it couldn't be taken back, otherwise, it would seem even more inconsiderate. Holy Physician, I'm sorry, we were too abrupt. These women could only keep apologizing as they hurriedly left the suite. He Beiyan? He just wanted to take some time to read the messages Ivan had sent him. What had these guys forcibly imagined? If he knew that his unintentional words had led to the loss of countless items for mana recovery, he would probably feel like crying. He opened the message. Lord Castor, all my subordinates arranged in Gur City have been killed. I suspect it was the Holy Physician's doing. Please make sure to hide yourself well. There are many powerful individuals lurking around the Lanifa Inn to protect the Holy Physician. Upon seeing this message, He Beiyan's expression changed to one of surprise. Many experts were hiding near the Lanifa Inn? He hadn't noticed when he entered. How do you know this so clearly? Have you come to Gur City? He Beiyan asked. Yes, Ivan is incompetent. Just as I was about to discover the true reason why the cult leader was so eager to find you, I was likely detected by him and sent away with 2 attendants to Gur City. He Beiyan frowned. It seemed that this curse cult leader really had some issues. If he hoped to return to the curse god cult, he shouldn't be acting this way. But that was just He Beiyan's speculation. Even though his strength had increased significantly, he didn't think he could compete with the leader of a world-class power. His strength should be comparable to that of an empire's ruler. Plus, with cursed equipment, the cursed cult leader would only be stronger. But it wasn't completely without gain. Ivan continued, I found a dimensional portal behind the cult leader's residence. There must be a dimensional space behind it. He often comes and goes, and there should be answers for you, Lord Castor, there. Strangely, I didn't sense any aura from beyond the door. It shouldn't belong to any world, but rather an independent small space. Hearing this, He Beiyan became intrigued. A closed independent space? Clearly, it wasn't some old trick involving collusion with alien races from the myriad worlds to harm him. This sparked He Beiyan's desire to seek the truth. Just then, ding! You have triggered a hidden main quest. The anomaly of the cursed cult leader, hidden main quest, description, as a caster, you have noticed that the cursed cult leader has ulterior motives towards you. Send loyal subordinates to secretly investigate him and uncover the secrets behind his residence. Quest objective. Please find a way to go to the cursed god cult and enter the dimensional portal. Quest reward, ultimate skill for the profession. Caster, upon seeing this reward, He Beiyan even felt an impulse to immediately head to the cursed god cult. An ultimate skill for a caster. He had acquired many professional skills, but the ultimate skill he had was only repair. And this skill had allowed him to repair 3 very powerful cursed items. Over time, more cursed items would be repaired by him, turning into his strength. It was evident how much the ultimate skill helped him. What kind of change would he undergo if he obtained another new ultimate skill? If I could get the ultimate skill of Caster's Grace, I could rescue Norman from there. He Beiyan had no idea what effect Caster's Grace had, but it definitely wouldn't be weak. To rescue Norman from the cursed item graveyard, he must possess this skill. With this thought in mind, Ivan sent another message. Lord Castor, I am currently on my way to investigate the cause of my subordinates' deaths. Do you have any leads? He Beiyan replied, no need to check, I killed them. Ivan, who was on his way to the cursed crystal coordinates, suddenly stopped in his tracks. After a moment of surprise, he responded with a faint "Oh." Aren't you curious about the reason? Since the Caster Lord killed them, there must be a reason. They died without injustice. He Beiyan nodded in appreciation. Good, very strong. The young man is quite perceptive. He then advised him not to casually use cursed equipment to avoid conflicts with others, lest his hair turn even whiter. He then closed the panel. He never expected that his conversation with Ivan would trigger a hidden main quest. But calming down, now was not the best time to enter the dimensional space. The dimensional portal was right behind the residence of the Cursed Lord. Although He Beiyan could use the Stardust Power's talent effect to sneak into the cursed church at night, he couldn't guarantee that there were no barriers or traps inside. If he were attacked, he would automatically become visible. That would be troublesome. Additionally, the dimensional space was closed. Once inside, there was a possibility of being detected by the Cursed Lord, leading to a battle. I could use the identity of the Holy Healer to inform the Judgment Sanctuary of this news and see if I can fish out some treasures or help from them to enter the dimensional space. He Beiyan showed a friendly expression. He had deep ties with both the Cursed Church and the Judgment Sanctuary, but he didn't take sides. This meant that whichever side could make him stronger, even if it meant losing a bit of their interests, was inconsequential to He Beiyan. Maintaining an unpredictable stance at all times, aligning everything towards becoming stronger, was the most suitable approach for He Beiyan. I'll put this task on hold for now. I'll talk about it after I obtain a few more cursed items and clear the Mogeo Hills. His gaze fell on Nina. Nina, hand over those mana recovery items the ladies gave you. Oh, Nina obediently handed several items to He Beiyan. You have used Blue Moon Ginseng, Essence Peach, Divine Soul Milk. Your mana recovery has increased to 1648 points per second. At this moment, He Beiyan could only say 3 words, so refreshing. That night, He Beiyan used invisibility to sneak out of the inn. The cursed power has accumulated over 200,000. Let's go check the wilderness near Gur City and see if we can unlock the attack seal of the Forbidden Cursed Book. He needed 3 more level 35 bronze creatures to increase his physical attack by 1,000. He had to unlock it as soon as possible to prepare for his future visit to the Cursed Church. Mysterious and Strange Snowy Land. Mysterious and Strange Snowy Land. You have entered the wilderness instance, Yodori Snowfield. Before long, riding the dragon Nina, He Beiyan arrived at a snow-covered place. He glanced back. Clearly, that area is still a plain. How did it suddenly turn into an icy world? The surroundings were blanketed in white snow, with countless snowflakes falling from the sky. Tip: triggered the effect of the mysterious Jade Talisman, you receive 0 points of ice attribute damage. As the snowflakes landed on He Beiyan's face, he received a prompt message. The mysterious Jade Talisman can reduce attribute damage below my own dual defenses to 0. If this snowfall were a natural phenomenon, I shouldn't receive a prompt. He Beiyan squinted. sensing something strange about this place. This Yodori snowfield must have a problem. The abrupt change in environment, combined with the snowflakes having ice attribute damage, piqued Hibayan's interest in this wilderness instance. Is it possible that this is the work of cursed equipment? Recalling what Andrew had said in the underground ancient battlefield, that mysteriously missing cursed equipment could manipulate magma in an unplaned state. The appearance of this snowy land might just be the doing of a powerful cursed item. Could it be that I really have such good luck? Hibayan found it hard to believe, but he couldn't help but think further. With Nina landing on the ground, their feet sank into the soft, fluffy snow, making crunching sounds. A special monster, radiating a blue-white glow, suddenly appeared before them. It resembled a spirit without a lower body, but its robust upper half was solid, wielding a stick and a giant shield made of divine ice. Ice and Snow Wraith, level 49 Diamond Elite, weaken 10, life, 700,000 attack, 3,045 skills, Snowfield Enhancement, Bludgeon Strike, Ice Shield Reflection. This is a bit too weak. With such a panel, Hibayan had no intention of fighting. He directly took out the Scout Divine Blow Dart, and 7 darts split into hundreds of arrows shooting towards the monster. Light, Magic Flame. The former was the total damage of the 7 darts, and the latter was the total damage of 343 arrows. The Ice and Snow Wraith didn't even have time to scream before it died on the spot. You have killed the Ice and Snow Wraith. The accumulated damage of these arrows is really ridiculous. Each split arrow carried a fixed penetrating damage of 2,000 points. One arrow was not much, but hundreds accumulated to be quite absurd. If the Heffy Staff had such damage, I could level it up much faster. A fireball from the Heffy Staff could only deal 15,037 points of damage. The panel displayed the attack speed as physical attack speed, while spells needed to consider casting time reduction. A fireball's casting time was still 0, and that was after the casting reduction. To kill an Ice and Snow Wraith with a fireball's 30,000 seconds of damage would take nearly 24 seconds. Compared to the Scout Divine Blow Dart that resolved it in less than a second, it was far too different. Of course, if combined with Divine Flame Rain and Flame Guardian, killing the Ice and Snow Wraith would be much faster, but it would still take about 10 seconds. That was indeed a bit long. Not to mention that these two skills could only be used once in a short time, with a cooldown of several minutes. Something's not right. After killing the Ice and Snow Wraith, Hibayan only received gold and experience rewards. He did not see a light orb appear. Instead, the faint glow from the monster sank into the snow, and then 2 Ice and Snow Wraiths emerged. Goodness, the more I fight, the more there are? Hibayan realized that this outdoor dungeon was completely different from those previous shabby dungeons. It looked quite challenging. Nina, you hold off these 2 Ice and Snow Wraiths, keep their health bars in check and don't kill them. I'll go find out what's going on. Okay. The 2 level 49 Diamond Elites were completely manageable for Nina. There was no need for Hibayan to worry. He himself ran deeper into the area. Hibayan naturally realized that there were other things or monsters causing this phenomenon with the Ice and Snow Wraiths. Woo-woo! The Ice and Snow Wraiths tried to intercept Hibayan as he headed deeper, but Nina immediately blocked them. Nina won't let you pass. Come play with me. Roar! The scorching dragon breath melted a large area of snow, revealing its true form. It turned out to be a pitch-black, purplish, barren land. Upon seeing this, Hibayan immediately sensed something unusual about the ground. He clearly felt the faint aura of curse energy emanating from the ground. Mixed in were some other elements that he couldn't identify. Player, Hibayan, Bronze, Level, 37, 10,000, Title, The Chosen Cursed One, all attributes specific values, health points, base value after, Earth Scale 30039 Health Shield, base value after, Earth Scale 125078 Mana Points, 13,200, Physical Attack, 6116, Spell Attack, 4850, Physical Defense, 1861, Magic Defense, 1861, Attack Speed, Agility, 259, Special Attributes, not benefiting from title bonuses Health Recovery, 901, Luck, 40, Weak Point Attack, 20, Critical Hit Rate, 5, Casting Speed, 45, Cooldown Reduction, 25, Fire Damage Reduction, 65, Dark Damage Reduction, 20, Light Damage Reduction, 70, Damage to Dark Monsters, Evasion, Mana Recovery Equipment, Death Warblade, Mutated Life Tree Armor, Holy Gold Slime, Godly Agile Boots, Scout's Divine Blow Dart, Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, Forbidden Spellbook, Heath Staff, Death Gold Gauntlets, Demon Breaking Longbow, Rage Ring, Attribute Fusion Ball, Death God Pendant, Time-Eating Magic Cube, Mechanical Power, Ring, True Sight Extinguishing Eye, Thorny Pants. So strong and so competitive, he's the only one like this. So strong and so competitive, he's the only one like this. Ding! You have discovered the anomaly in the snowy land of Yodori, insight increased. This dungeon really has a problem. With the information prompt, He Bei-yen was completely certain. At the same time, he also noticed that the dark purple ground was emanating an elemental aura, all converging towards the north. As long as he moved north, he would surely find the answer. Who? It seemed that sensing a crisis, the snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly became fierce. Countless snowflakes intertwined and spun together, forming a strong blizzard. It rushed towards He Bei-yen at high speed. Hint: triggered the effect of the mysterious Jade Talisman, you take 0 points of ice attribute continuous damage. Hint: triggered the effect of the mysterious Jade Talisman, you take 0 points of ice attribute continuous damage. You are affected by the blizzard. Your movement speed is reduced by 20. He Bei-yen was slightly taken aback. The mysterious Jade Talisman could immunize attribute damage but could not immunize against negative effects added by attributes. Movement speed was clearly not within the immunity range of the curse, and He Bei-yen could distinctly feel his speed had slowed down. Soul of the Curse God. He Bei-yen decisively activated his class skill, instantly restoring his movement speed and becoming immune to any control effects for 3 minutes. The blizzard suddenly formed, blocking his path, enough to prove his guess. There was definitely something in the north, manipulating the blizzard, allowing the ice and snow souls to split and regenerate. Boom! At that moment, a large mound suddenly rose in the snowy ground, and a giant scorpion emerged from the snow. Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion, level 51 Diamond Elite, weaken 10, health, 720000 attack, 3157 skills, Snowfield Enhancement, Ice Crystal Claw Strike, power of ice and snow. After crawling out from the ground, the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion's 4 pairs of legs twisted rapidly. Wielding its 2 giant pincers, it aimed to crush He Bei-yen's head. He Bei-yen glanced at it indifferently. Just this girl's pincers. Still thinking of threatening me? 5 consecutive blow darts. Light, demonic flame. Just after using the scout's divine blow dart, it had not fully charged. Only 5 new blow darts were generated, but the split arrows were still too much for the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion's small body to withstand. Over 200 arrows continuously struck its body. Countless damage values burst out all over it. You have killed the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion. In 1 second, the massive body of the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion crashed down, transforming into a light orb. This time the monster didn't split and regenerate? Could it be that only the ice and snow souls have this characteristic? He Bei-yen grasped the key point. This is also good. Otherwise, all monsters could split and be reborn through the ground. And what would be the point of playing this wilderness dungeon? It could be considered a hell-level dungeon. Probably only dungeons at the Imperial level could be compared to it. He Bei-yen held the Scout God Blow arrow and continued to advance northward. The current Scout God Blow arrow had stronger burst damage than the Death Battle Blade and Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Unfortunately, the arrow split off could not trigger the effect of the mechanical force ring. With 7 blow arrows and over 300 arrows, he could deal a massive 150 damage in an instant. Whether it was for slaughtering small monsters or for use, it was incredibly practical. But I still have to wait for it to charge, so annoying. When can I strengthen it to the level where it doesn't need charging? He Bei-yen glanced at the blow arrow in his hand. Overall, the 3 attack gear he commonly used each had its own strengths and weaknesses. The burst damage of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl is not as good as the blow arrow, but it has area attack, control effects, and easily triggers the passive of the mechanical force ring, with the same disadvantage of needing to charge. The Death Battle Blade can perfectly utilize attack speed, killing targets to enhance my shield. Although the damage is low, it is more sustained. Only by having a deep understanding of his own equipment characteristics could he quickly make optimal judgments in different situations. It must be known that on the battlefield, any negligence could lead to a shift in the battle situation. He Bei-yen had to avoid disadvantages happening to himself as much as possible. A player this strong and this competitive, there probably wasn't another like him in the entire Divine Awakening world. Those monsters are not as easy to deal with as players, especially since there are quite a few stronger than me. To maintain his lead over world players, He Bei-yen needed to continuously fight monsters and keep leveling up, but he didn't take this matter too seriously. Among billions of world players, aside from him, the highest level was only 22. Although leveling up became much harder after level 30, He Bei-yen still did not fall behind in speed. He had already reached level 37. Even if leveling up became more difficult later, the level gap between him and other players would only grow larger. This was bound to happen. For every 10 levels he gained, he could strengthen all his equipment and also receive a new custom spell gear. How could other players compare? Thinking about it this way, my real opponents are still those strong ones and their descendants. The Beast King's son and the Wind Fairy Princess he encountered back then seemed not to have reached the time for him to unleash his potential. One was killed, and the other was knocked on the head by him, crying home to find their mother. After such a long time, he hadn't encountered any other strong descendants. He couldn't judge who was stronger compared to these descendants. Anyway, just charge forward with all my strength. While pondering, more than a dozen ice arrows shot towards him from a distant high slope. Beiyan did not dodge or evade. Shield absorb. True reflection damage. The shield completely absorbed it, and several instances of reflection damage were dealt to the target. Beiyan looked towards the more than 10 humanoid monsters in the distance. Skeleton Frost Mage, level 59 Diamond Elite Health, 67 Attack, 3457 Skills, Ice Arrow Technique, Freezing Trap, Frost Shock. So little health? The Skeleton Mage belonged to the undead, typically low health but high attack. Each monster's attributes were influenced by its race and characteristics. Even two monsters of the same race at the same level would have different attribute panels, with values that were relatively close. Therefore, one could not simply add or subtract based on level. Beiyan did not expect that the level 59 Skeleton Frost Mage had health similar to that of the level 49 Ice Snow Wraith. The one controlling this place sees my strength and then sends strong attacking monsters to deal with me? That would be going too far. Boom boom boom. 18 Wind Thunder Poison Pearls transformed into streaks of light, shooting straight towards the high slope where the Frost Mage was located. Mechanical Spider. Mechanical Python. The flames engulfed them all. But they did not die. They were left with barely a trace of blood and skin. Great, I can still recover some shield value, Beiyan said with a slight smile. He drew his death battle knife and moved forward to deal with them one by one. The end of all things is standing and shooting. After killing the skeletal Frost Mage, Beiyan encountered several waves of monster attacks. In the last wave, several level 45 golden bosses even appeared. Why is there no movement? Are they not sending monsters to attack me anymore? Beiyan glanced at his experience points. Experience points, 41,354, not even 10% yet. If they gave up sending monsters to attack him, that would be too pathetic. Hint, you have entered the area of the Golden Lord level monster Icebreaker Messenger. Beiyan instinctively stopped in his tracks. This wild dungeon is divided into areas? I bet a pack of spicy strips that this guy is not the final one I'm looking for. Golden Lord level? Icebreaker Messenger? Not qualified at all. Speaking of which, he hadn't encountered a diamond boss yet, so how did he directly run into a Golden Lord? Before he could figure out the reason, reality provided him with the answer. A blue ice creature appeared in Beiyan's line of sight. On either side of it were 4 of its little brothers. Oh, so the high-level boss monsters are serving as its subordinates. Beiyan checked the panels of the little brothers. One was a level 43 diamond boss, and 3 were level 45 golden bosses. As for the Icebreaker Messenger, it was a level 38 Golden Lord. Why is the panel so far off from Andrew's? Beiyan briefly scanned Terrence's panel. Its health was just under 3 million. Its attack power was only a little over 4,500. It had only 6 or 7 skills. He could only describe it as a noob. Yeah. Terrence had a decent IQ. Seeing Beiyan's disdainful gaze, it angrily screeched. Its icy hand reached forward, attacking along with the 4 little brothers. Don't be so irritable. I've seen your panel, you can rest assured and go die. After a while without encountering any monsters, the equipment that needed charging had long been fully charged. A torrential rain of arrows suddenly appeared. Yeah! The Icebreaker Messenger immediately took a step back, using its skills to try to block the rain of arrows. At the same time, its little brothers were also preparing to unleash their skills and attack. However, Beiyan happened to use the 5 control skills saved by Curse of Thought. The Icebreaker Messenger and its little brother's skills were instantly interrupted, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as the rain of arrows fell upon them. The arrows drew closer. The 4 little brothers felt the terrifying power of the arrows and were so scared that they closed their eyes. The 4 little brothers? A bizarre scene unfolded. Hundreds of arrows did not land on any of the little brothers. They flew past, in front of their faces, even deliberately circling around, heading towards their backs. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had escaped with their lives. Then they suddenly thought of something. Yeah! A scream followed. The once imposing Icebreaker Messenger now looked like a pincushion. Its body was filled with arrows from head to toe, its face completely obscured, looking incredibly comical. Its health had also dropped by more than half. The split arrows indeed have a guaranteed hit effect. Seeing this scene, Beiyan nodded in satisfaction. The test was over. It was time to say goodbye to the Icebreaker Messenger and its little brothers. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, Divine Flame Fire Rain, Flame Spirit Guardian. The Wind Thunder Poison Pearl and the 2 skills appeared in succession. Beiyan didn't want to waste time with these little monsters. You have killed the level 38 Golden Lord, Icebreaker Messenger. free attribute points, but only the strongest icebreaker messenger had died. The remaining 4 little brothers still had about a quarter of their health left. However, due to being controlled, they could only stand there foolishly. In the end, everything comes down to standing and fighting. Even with Yen using various attacks, he couldn't instantly kill these slightly stronger monsters. It was clear that his damage output was still not high enough. In desperation, he used the Death Battle Blade to slash repeatedly. With a damage per second of 6, he quickly cut down these monsters. You have killed a level 45 golden boss. You have killed a level 45 golden boss. Free attribute points. You have killed a level 43 diamond boss. Free attribute points. Master, Nina is here to help you. Ha, it's all done. Just as the last diamond boss was slain by Yen, the lowly-like Nina came running over. What about those 2 ice and snow souls? Yen was a bit surprised by Nina's arrival. They were controlled by Nina's skill, and taking this opportunity, I got a way to find you, Master. Nina flashed an incredibly cute smile. That's good. It was indeed a bit tiring to fight alone. Yen patted her little head, planning to use the free attribute points to increase his attack speed. After these waves of monsters, he had accumulated over 10 free attribute points. Tip: your current attack speed has reached the level cap. 3. Please allocate points after level 40. Yen. There's even a level restriction on adding attack speed attributes? This meant that until he reached level 40, he could only find ways to obtain equipment that increased attack speed. For ordinary players, it would be relatively easier, but for Yen, who could only use cursed equipment, it was indeed a tough challenge. In that moment, Yen felt as if the goddess of luck had turned her back on him. The baby felt bitter inside. Tip: you have conquered an area of the Yodori snowfield and received a giant strength fruit. Giant strength fruit increases strength by 200 points. Tip: each time you conquer an area of the Yodori snowfield, you will receive a reward. What the hell? This reward came a bit unexpectedly, catching Yen off guard. Adding strength meant 400 points of physical attack. Could it be that the goddess of luck is really paying attention to me? Yen thought casually in his heart. He still had self-awareness. He didn't think that such a big figure as the goddess of luck would pay attention to him. But who knew it would be so coincidental? Just when he thought about his struggles, a prompt message appeared to give him a treat. It was hard not to overthink. The cursed one, he will return. The cursed one, he will return no matter what. Yen did not receive any indication that he had caught the attention of the goddess of luck. He could only attribute it to being a natural occurrence. Master, there's a monster over there watching us. Nina pointed with her little hand to a certain spot where there was a humanoid monster. But before Yen could check its information, he noticed that he had been detected, and the monster quickly fled like a startled rabbit. Chase it! Just as Yen spoke, Nina transformed into a giant dragon. Yen leaped onto her back. But they hadn't chased for long when a group of flying monsters came rushing towards them, unleashing various attack skills in succession. Here they come again? Yen frowned slightly, seeing the humanoid monster take this opportunity to merge with the snow and disappear. He felt a bit regretful. He had a premonition. This humanoid monster was very likely the final target he was looking for. What did you say? Yen has already entered the main city? Hurst was in contact with Inoue Jiro, sending messages through the friend panel. He looked shocked. After experiencing multiple deaths and level drops, he hadn't even left the small town yet. In contrast, his opponent had already made it to the main city. It is very likely that when Yen killed Jinye Jiro, he had already been developing in the main city for some time. But Hurst could not just give up. Otherwise, all the preparations he had made before would be in vain. Jingyekuan, do you think there are any weaknesses in Yen that we can exploit for an attack? Since he couldn't compete with him for the time being, why not change his approach? Are you suggesting we send someone powerful to deal with him? Jinye Jiro's eyes lit up, suddenly recalling that it could be used to set a trap. His thoughts were instantly opened. First, there's his equipment. If we can embellish it a bit and say his gear is top tier, I believe many would want to obtain it. And then there are the interdimensional stowaways. Yen has already killed 2 stowaways from the Blood Demon clan and the Divine Bull clan. If we can establish contact with these 2 races and inform them that the culprit is Yen, without needing to say much, they will definitely send stronger individuals to deal with him. At this point, Jinye Jiro paused. He seemed to be in a dilemma. But we have no way to make contact with them. Strength is an eternal topic in Divine Awakening. Without powerful strength, it is hard to encounter the strong. If what they say cannot be trusted, how can they use them to deal with Yen? I have a way, and I've already found suitable candidates to test the waters. Once we get to the big city, more people like that will come looking for us, and at that time, I will still need your help, Jingyekuan. Hurst immediately replied. After his collaboration with the assassin leader ended and he entered Divine Awakening, someone approached him. The other party claimed to have been deceived by a certain warrior, which led to his unnecessary death, and he wanted to see if he could learn something from Hurst. Although Hurst felt anger in his heart at the other party's lack of remorse and the absence of any comforting compensation, he still shared all the known information about He Bei-yen with him. He simply let them test the waters with He Bei-yen. Whoever dies would be a cause for celebration for Hurst. After all, Hurst could only see the words "extremely dangerous" on his panel, indicating that he should be quite strong. As expected of Hurst-san, already prepared in advance, Jinya Jiro laughed on the other end of the panel. If they could resolve He Bei-yen, it would be much easier to complete the main quest given to him by the evil god. He then continued, "Actually, there's an even simpler way to mold He Bei-yen into a powerful curse caster for the curse god cult and directly have the Judgment Association send someone to kill him. Let's keep that as a backup, it's not very safe." Hurst directly refused. He had once possessed a 3-day trial card for preparatory judge. Although it was just a trial, he still knew that every judge could discern whether someone else's equipment was cursed. If things backfire, he would end up with the reputation of deceiving a world-class power. Jinya Jiro might not care much, but he was different. So unless there were no other options, it was better not to use that method. "I almost forgot that Hurst-san knows the Judgment Association very well. I'll defer to you. Lord Annie, that fake Hurst is nearby." Outside in the snowy field, Lila and the mirror image Annie both looked rather grim. They had traveled a long way from its city and had put in a lot of effort. "Once I find him, I will kill him directly, and you can handle the aftermath." Annie's tone was extremely cold. He held the information obtained from the real Hurst. It had been so long. As long as this fake Hurst wasn't foolish, the eternal stardust would have been used long ago. That cursed equipment might still be kept or sold to the curse god cult, but Annie no longer cared about these things. At this moment, he just wanted to kill this guy to vent the anger in his heart. With Lord Annie taking action and this information, the cunning and treacherous warrior is undoubtedly doomed. Only Lila understood just how strong Lord Annie truly was. Once upon a time, he was one of the most talented individuals in the kingdom of Bao. Then, at level 48, he forced his way into the sequence trial, sustaining severe injuries and failing. But the next day, his wounds miraculously healed, and he re-entered the trial, successfully advancing to the bronze level. He received generous rewards from the kingdom. Others did not know why Annie could become so powerful in just one day, but Lila understood in her heart. It was all thanks to a cursed piece of equipment. However, the cost of this cursed equipment was also very high, causing his level to drop to 40. "Lord Annie, please try not to use that equipment. After all, the cost is significant. You haven't joined the cursed god sect. What if a cursed wielder nearby senses it?" As Annie's subordinate, Lila actually harbored some inexplicable feelings for him. Annie merely nodded and said nothing. The cursed god sect was extremely ruthless towards those who possessed cursed equipment but were unwilling to join the sect. They did not allow any non-sect members to possess cursed equipment. It was a complete dictatorship. How could Annie, who had always been unrestrained, willingly be controlled by them? Therefore, when the cursed equipment was discovered by them, he refused to join the sect and had been on the run ever since. This also led to the news of him possessing cursed equipment reaching the kingdom, causing him to lose the title of the kingdom's #1 genius, leaving only Lila by his side. Annie took out an item. The pointer on it swung back and forth before finally locking onto a direction. "That imposter is right ahead, let's go." In a mysterious space, a person of remarkable presence was running quickly, causing the surrounding space to distort severely. "The Judgment Sanctuary has received some very bad news," he said to a patch of void. "Speak." "The Death God pendant has been taken by a cursed one. It's likely been repaired." There was a brief silence in the void. "What else?" "The Death Gold Gauntlet and the Time-Eating Cube. You are also very familiar with these two cursed items." He knew very well what the person in the void was implying. "Ha!" The voice from the void sneered twice. "Tell the descendants of the Holy Blue Empire and the Gem Wild Boar King, they will make their own judgments." "Understood." Also, just as the remarkable man was about to leave, the voice from the void continued, "Set up an ambush at the cursed equipment graveyard. The cursed one will return. Normank, this powerful assistant, cannot miss it." No one spoke in the void anymore, but the remarkable man suddenly gasped, his pupils contracting sharply. If that ultimate cursed spirit body Normank broke free from the constraints of the cursed equipment graveyard, the calamity of that year would surely reappear. "Are you a masochist? Are you a masochist? Little fairy, let's see where you can run." After a series of twists and turns, He-Bei-Yen finally caught that humanoid monster. It was a fairy. Snowstorm Fairy, level 60 Diamond Lord, weaken 10, talent, Snowstorm Sovereign, can command all monsters in the Yodori Snowfield with lower strength, health, 139 attack power, 4966 skills, Snowstorm Incarnation, Frost Spell, Ice Shield, Glacier Freeze, Frozen Soul. This monster had talents and possessed 8 or 9 skills. Unfortunately, its attribute panel was a bit lacking. Your Glacier Freeze just controlled me. Don't just glare at me, use your Frozen Soul, and maybe you can escape, He-Bei-Yen said with a face that begged for a beating, making the Snowstorm Fairy scream in frustration. It had already been pinned to the ground by him. At such a close distance, would releasing a skill not be interrupted by him? But even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it had to give it a try. Gathering the power of ice, it surged along He-Bei-Yen's arm into his mind. To its surprise, this human did not stop it from releasing the Frozen Soul skill but merely watched quietly. Wow, haha, it laughed joyfully. It turns out that this powerful enemy before him is a big fool. Soon, his soul will be frozen, and he will have the chance to escape. Triggered the passive effect of the Curse of Thought, immune to the Freezing Soul skill effect, and can use this skill once. That's right, now you're behaving. Control skill level increased. Seeing the Snowstorm Fairy trying to get up, He-Bei-Yen smiled and suddenly pressed down hard with his arm. Snowstorm Fairy? It was bewildered. Why hasn't this big fool been frozen? Could it be that he is so foolish that even his soul can't be frozen? Is this what they call a fool's luck? If He-Bei-Yen knew the thoughts of the Snowstorm Fairy, he would probably just kill it outright. Now I understand, the special element beneath the ground is the power of wind and snow within you, which can easily control other monsters. But where does that curse energy come from? Is there a cursed artifact here? If you tell the truth and cooperate well, I might consider signing a divine contract to spare your life. This time, He-Bei-Yen had no intention of playing word games. This thing is just a Diamond Lord. It doesn't even have the strength of a king. Killing it wouldn't be of much value. Once the final death in the wild dungeon occurs, it won't respawn. It would be better to keep it around, let it sign a divine contract, and help it develop. In the future, players coming here will have to sit in jail. As long as He-Bei-Yen gets the first reward for each area in the Yodolai Snowfield, he won't let the benefits flow to outsiders. That would be enough. Hearing He-Bei-Yen's words, the Snowstorm Fairy clearly fell into hesitation. It struggled violently within. The curse energy emanating from the ground was indeed caused by a cursed equipment, but that cursed artifact was temporarily placed here by a wise fairy, which would be very useful later. According to the agreed time, it should be about time to come back and take it away. But its life is in the hands of this human. It doesn't know when that wise fairy will come. If this drags on, it will be doomed. To think that a warrior could come here? I'm truly impressed. It had just raised its hand to point to a certain place when a seductive voice suddenly came. Triggered the effect of the Curse of Thought, immune to the Desire Charm effect, and can use this skill once. I didn't expect that as a powerful wise alien, you would use such insidious tricks to defeat an opponent weaker than yourself. He-Bei-Yen saw that the Snowstorm Fairy's gaze had gone blank, drooling, clearly enchanted. His expression remained calm, but a hint of vigilance rose within him. However, upon seeing her panel, He-Bei-Yen's eyes widened. Good heavens! This is a big noble. Wise Fairy Luya, level 58 Bronze King, health, for 39 attack power, 5216 skills, Desire Charm, Forced Persuasion, Soul Strike, Mental Healing. Luya has a total of 11 skills. 8 of them are mental attack types. A full 8. The remaining 3 consist of 1 healing and 2 passives. Aside from the panel looking a bit better than the previous Flower Fairy spellcaster, what difference is there between the two? They are both his big nobles. By the way, if the same mental control skill is cast on me twice, what effect will it have? Thinking carefully, since obtaining the Curse of Thought passive, it seems he hasn't been hit by the same mental skill twice. This wise fairy has 8 mental skills, surely one of them has a short cooldown, right? Soul Strike. Seeing that the Desire Charm had no effect on the human before her, Luya's pupils suddenly dilated. Her eyes were almost popping out, looking quite terrifying. Oh dear, I'm so scared. He-Bei-Yen's exaggerated acting did not raise Luya's suspicions. Instead, she immediately took out her weapon, which was a bow and arrow. Still a ranged monster? The quality of this weapon is not low. It is of a high grade. 2 arrows simultaneously condensed on the bowstring, then shot straight towards He-Bei-Yen's brow. Bang! Bang! The shield absorbs, for consecutive instances of true counter damage, reduced Luya's health by over 140,000. What kind of perverse shield is this? Luya exclaimed, quickly distancing herself from He-Bei-Yen. At the same time, a scroll appeared in her hand, which she tore apart to activate. A special ripple spread out from Luya in all directions. Tip: affected by the spell scroll shield break ripple, your shield decreases by 1 point. He Beiyan was slightly taken aback, surprised by the prompt. But Luya's subsequent screen captured all his attention. He saw her body. 10 5-digit damage values continuously floated above her. Are you a masochist? Given you a chance, you're useless. He Beiyan was puzzled. How could someone knowingly walk into a tiger's den? She had already suffered counter damage from the shield and still wanted to use a spell scroll to reduce his shield. Was the reduced shield not considered her attack? I didn't even move, did nothing. You've already lost 300,000 health on your own. Sigh. He Beiyan couldn't help but comment. You wise fairy, you really are wise. In fact, if He Beiyan were to speak his mind, he also didn't know that the shield reduced by the spell would also counter-damage the caster. It could only be attributed to the cursed equipment being too powerful. Luya was continuously taking damage, her words becoming jumbled. She then saw a rain of arrows rushing towards her. You're also an archer? She glanced disdainfully. This rain of arrows seems powerful, but it's the easiest kind of attack to dodge. I wouldn't even use it if it were given to me. Is that so? He Beiyan saw Luya quickly sidestepping, trying to escape the landing point of the arrows. But strangely, no matter which direction Luya moved, the rain of arrows would automatically curve and follow. You have a bow and arrow equipment with a built-in hit effect. She not only didn't feel nervous, but her eyes also lit up. After all, a warrior without even level 40, lacking any power ranking, could cause her how much damage? As a fellow archer, she knew how important such equipment was for an archer. This kind of guaranteed hit effect equipment could only reach its maximum value in her hands. I must seize it and defend my shield. Although Luya felt that He Beiyan's attacks couldn't cause her much damage, she still used a spell scroll, wrapping her body in a shield. Before the arrows even landed on her, she had already stopped. For a control-type archer, there was no way to dodge guaranteed hit attacks. It would only waste stamina in vain. She looked at He Beiyan with disdain. Do you really think you're the only one with a shield? Even if your arrows all hit me, my shield wouldn't suffer a bit of damage. The rain of arrows arrived as expected. Luya instantly felt intense pain all over her body. Thorned Pants Effect. Light, Demonic Flame. Mechanical Spider. A large number of damage numbers popped up above Luya's head. Cumulative damage exceeded 205. Damn! Why is all your damage true damage? Luya was covered in blood, one of her eyes shot out. Her shield indeed hadn't been broken. Not even a bit had dropped, it still shone brightly on her surface. But her health had dropped significantly. Quite the mockery. How can there be such a perverse human? No, what exactly are you transformed from? Luya admitted she had miscalculated. She never would have thought that the rain of arrows released by this guy would be so powerful, and all of it was true damage that ignored the shield. It must be related to that blow dart. Looking at the blow dart equipment in He Beiyan's hand, her pupils revealed an unhidden desire. This weapon was definitely of a high grade, even a powerful one. She would surely seize it. Her own health was still abundant. The recovery skill hadn't even been used yet. Luya was not worried at all. Mental healing. A beam of white light fell from the heavens, merging into her forehead. Luya, how come the health recovery is so little? This skill can restore 30 health points. Why is it only 6 this time? Then she understood. Your blow dart equipment really surprises me at every turn, and it carries a severe injury curse. If you hand it over to me, I might consider sparing your life. Upon hearing Luya's words, even Nina squinted her eyes and pouted. That little expression was both cute and capable of breaking the enemy's defenses. Master, has this old lady's head been knocked around by you? Clearly, the master's shield couldn't be broken. After just one rain of arrows, she lost almost half her health. And she still had the guts to talk? This wise fairy, is she really trying to add a double wisdom to her title? Foolish beast pet, do you really think I can't deal with you? The attack from this human was indeed terrifying, but that didn't mean Luya had no way to respond. She resolutely tore apart a scroll and flicked her fingers. Hint, your cursed equipment Scout's Divine Blow Dart has been temporarily sealed by a powerful spell, 5 minutes, and cannot be used. He Beiyan's expression froze. There's such a skill? Even cursed equipment can be sealed? Seeing He Beiyan's expression, Luya proudly drew back her bowstring. Now your weapon is unusable, you can immediately go die. This was her trump card scroll. It contained a powerful sealing spell of a high grade. Any weapon not exceeding this grade would be subjected to a half-hour lasting seal. For that suspected high-grade blow dart, all this effort was worth it. You had a chance to live, but you couldn't make use of it. Let's see what you do now. Arrows whistled away. Just relying on the opponent's shield's counterattack, she only needed to wait for the reduced recovery effect to pass and drink more potions to ensure there was no life-threatening danger. The arrows fell on He Beiyan, firmly blocked by the shield, but Luya did not stop her attack. She still had 2 million health, and the power of the counterattack was continuously decreasing. For now, she could hold on. As long as she kept attacking frequently, that shield would eventually break. What to do? Hee-Bei-Yen took a Wind Thunder poison bead from his belt and drew out the Death War blade with the other hand. What else can we do? Just switch to another weapon. Hee-Bei-Yen didn't say much. He just had a lot of equipment. This was truly a case of lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. He crashed right into Hee-Bei-Yen's gunpoint. Lu Ya, how is this possible? Why can you wear multiple weapons at the same time? This was something only the descendants of strong individuals from kingdoms and empires had a chance to possess, and her sealing spell couldn't allow for a temporary change of equipment after being hit. Could it be? So you are their helper. Forced persuasion, mind control. Seemingly realizing something, Lu Ya instantly released 2 skills. Hee-Bei-Yen was momentarily taken aback. What helper? Why couldn't he understand? In any case, Hee-Bei-Yen no longer played along with her. He sighed lightly. You had a chance, but you couldn't make use of it. Under Lu Ya's incomprehending gaze, he threw out all the Wind Thunder poison beads. He had originally wanted to use Lu Ya for some experiments, but he was already out of patience. Target triggered bleeding, paralysis, and poisoning effects. Under the dual power of the Wind Thunder poison beads and the mechanical force ring, the wise fairy Lu Ya was left with less than 1,000,000 health points. At the same time, affected by the control, her whole body fell into rigidity. With such little health, it took just a few seconds for Hee-Bei-Yen to cut it all away. The blood-red blade light fell upon Lu Ya, and her pupils suddenly dilated. Why can't the shield hold up anymore? I not only know you, but I also know your name is Hurst. Warrior, please spare me. I am willing to give you that cursed equipment. After losing control, Lu Ya was left with only 200,000 to 300,000 health. She could clearly feel her breath becoming labored. This human before her could not be explained by common sense. It was as if he had jumped out from a den of true damage. Every attack had a true damage effect. Who could withstand that? Hee-Bei-Yen ignored her. The Wind and Snow Fairy was much easier to control than this woman. Another control skill was applied. Under the relentless swings of the Death War blade, her life came to an end. You have killed the wise fairy Lu Ya. You have obtained the Fairy Clan's secret letter. Quest item. After killing Lu Ya, Hee-Bei-Yen received only a letter from the light orb. He opened it. Fairy Clan's secret letter. Quest item description. Under the Wind Elf Empire, the Fairy Clan, which controls 3 kingdoms, is eyeing the imperial position. All high-ranking members of the Fairy Clan have secretly united and made meticulous plans to launch an attack on the Wind Elf Empire in the near future. Ding! Triggered a quest. Informed the Wind Elf Empire of the Fairy Clan's conspiracy. Quest reward, unknown hint. After accepting this quest, there may be subsequent changes to the quest. Would you like to accept the quest? Hee-Bei-Yen's mouth fell open. So soon he was to connect with the Wind Elf Empire? Just looking at the quest itself, it did not pique Hee-Bei-Yen's interest at all. The key was that the life spring he needed was within the Wind Elf Empire. No wonder Lu Ya said I was their helper. She probably thought I was someone sent by the Wind Elf Empire. But can I use this quest as an opportunity to request the life spring? He fell into thought. Hee-Bei-Yen's original plan was to wait for the cursed disease patients among the high-ranking members of the Wind Elf Empire to arrive, then use his identity as a holy physician to obtain the life spring. Combined with the earth divine soil he had already acquired, he would irrigate the seeds of the forest. He believed that no matter how precious the life spring was, the Wind Elf Empire would not dare to offend a holy physician by refusing to give it. But he was also unsure if the high-ranking members of the Wind Elf Empire had contracted the cursed disease. Waiting passively like this, he didn't know how long it would take. Little fairy, do you know about this matter? After Lu Ya's death, the charm effect of the Wind and Snow Fairy was lifted. After reading the contents of the letter, it shook its head in terror, trembling in fear. It was afraid that if Hee-Bei-Yen was dissatisfied, he would kill it. As a lord-level monster, it couldn't even speak. How could it participate in such matters? Take me to get that cursed equipment. Intuition told Hee-Bei-Yen that this cursed item was one of the means to deal with the Wind Elf Empire. Perhaps the fairies wanted to use the cursed equipment to infect the high-ranking members with the cursed disease? But the appearance of the holy physician should have reached the neighboring Wind Elf Empire. Doing so seemed of little use and wouldn't be decisive. Still, I might as well accept it. After thinking it over, Hee-Bei-Yen decided to take the quest. Since the Fairy Clan had already made meticulous plans and was preparing to act soon, it proved they were confident in dealing with the Wind Elf Empire. By participating, the possibility of obtaining the Life Spring was very high. However, he considered that it would be better not to participate in his original form. To avoid being detected by the Wind Elf Princess, the two had met under the pretense of returning the princess home, but the entire process was somewhat indescribable. He Beiyan did not know what that little princess was thinking, but he was unwilling to let this small matter delay the progress of obtaining the Fountain of Life. Just to be safe, he created an entirely new identity using illusionary magic, letting the past fade away. He Beiyan would never appear in her life again. He hoped that the little princess would grow up to establish a correct value system to view the matter of being hit on the head. I guess I'm the only player who understands feelings this well. He Beiyan was almost moved to tears. Waka, waka waka. Nina translated, the cursed equipment is right there. Soon, the snowstorm fairy brought Beiyan to the location of the cursed equipment. He couldn't see the true form of the equipment. Within a 10-meter radius, there was an elemental field formed by snowflakes and hail. It really is related to snow. Just as Beiyan was about to step forward, the snowstorm fairy pulled him back. Waka waka, don't go. It shook its head and dug out a block of ice from the snow. With all its strength, it threw it into the elemental field. As soon as the block entered the 10-meter range of the elemental field, it instantly turned into ice shards, becoming part of the field. You little fairy have a good mind. If it were another monster, it would be eager to send me in to die. He Beiyan patted its forehead and casually approached the elemental field. This cursed equipment was left here by Luya. If that little brat could leave it here, would he worry about this elemental field after taking her down? Oh, it seems I arrived just in time, He Beiyan. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him. Just as he turned around, an attack hit him. At the same time, the opponent received 5 instances of backlash damage, but it seemed to have no effect on the opponent, who showed no signs of change. Do you know me? He Beiyan frowned. He had never seen this guy before. The Fallen Kingdom's #1 genius, Ani, level 43 bronze health, 578 attack power, 7854 attack speed, 1 skills, Sand Explosion Ring, Cage Barrier, Thunder Spirit, Binding Technique. I not only know you, but I also know your name is Hester, and you possess accursed equipment and eternal stardust. Ani did not rush to attack, looking at He Beiyan with interest. If you had come a little later, you might have had too. He Beiyan understood. The other party was definitely related to the Blood Demon Smuggler, having come from Yates City. Moreover, they had sent someone to secretly follow him. Witnessing him kill the Flower Fairy caster and learning that his name was Hester. It seems you are the one who helped that pack of wolfmen trade with the Blood Demon in Yates City. He Beiyan smiled. It seemed he had already trapped Hester. Too bad he couldn't see his expression at that time. What a loss. I will make you feel everything you said before you die. Ani had thought more than once about how to torment He Beiyan, making him feel the price of deceiving himself and opposing him before he died. Various inhumane ideas of torture and abuse appeared one after another in his mind. Just resolving him quickly would be a bit too easy for him. Just like now, his beast pet was imprisoned by him. Master, He Beiyan suddenly noticed. Nina was trapped in a barrier, her hands clawing at the edge of the barrier, revealing a pitiful look. But her eyes seemed to be observing the barrier with a sense of caution, afraid of breaking it with her strength. Are you very angry? Ani smiled wickedly. Your giant beast pet's human form is quite decent. I know quite a few high-ranking nobles in the kingdom who have certain special preferences and should be very interested in her. I swear, before you die, you will see her being humiliated. He Beiyan's expression suddenly darkened. Nina immediately sensed his change. Master, Nina feels that you are very unhappy. Is it because Nina's performance was not good that it made you feel worse? She communicated telepathically with He Beiyan. The young Nina still couldn't understand what Ani was saying. It has nothing to do with Nina. Just stay well in that paper house. He Beiyan drew the death battle blade and stepped towards Ani. The wind and snow fairy quickly hid to the side, watching He Beiyan's back with a trembling expression. For some reason, it felt that He Beiyan at this moment was even more terrifying than when he encountered the wise fairy Luya. Is this the death battle blade? It really is impressive. Ani seemed to enjoy He Beiyan's current demeanor. Isn't it just a few verbal attacks? How could you get so angry? The so-called world's #1 warrior is nothing more than this. Actually, I haven't finished speaking. You will see her transform into another form, becoming a beast that anyone can bully, even other warriors can trample at will. You will be fortunate to witness all of this, and in the end, as Ani spoke, he realized that his mouth had stopped moving. Then he discovered that his entire body was immobile. It was as if something had fixed him in place. My information was all told to you by Hurst, right? Unseen, He Beiyan had already released the authority of a spellcaster. He had never felt such a strong killing intent. The blade light surged, Thorny Pants. Tip: the straw puppet used by the opponent has been completely destroyed by you, no longer absorbing damage, displaying true health bar. He didn't care about the straw puppet at all. The death battle blade struck Annie again and again, delivering considerable damage. Time Devourer. Frozen Soul. Scout's Divine Arrow. Hibeyen continuously cast 2 skills, 7 arrows ready to shoot. Seeing this terrifying rain of arrows, Annie was greatly shocked. This was not in the intelligence. He wanted to react, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Even his soul felt frozen. Mechanical Spider. I will make you feel everything you said before you die. Hibeyen's cold voice reached Annie's ears. At that moment, Annie felt a chill all over, as if he were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Despite having countless preparations and considering the possibility of serious errors in Hurst's intelligence, he never imagined that he would be completely unable to move in front of Hibeyen. Clearly, he was level 37, while he was level 40. Their power sequences were the same. He had only become a bronze a dozen levels earlier than himself. Why was the gap so vast? He even had the illusion that even if his level hadn't dropped, being over level 50 still wouldn't make him a match for Hibeyen. Divine Sensitivity. Hibeyen's attacks continued relentlessly. Mental Disorder. Tip: the target has entered a state of confusion, lasts 5 seconds. Divine Flame Rain. Demon Breaking Arrow. Reduces target's mana by 5. Reduces target's mana by 5. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Boom! Countless pieces of equipment smoothly switched back and forth in Hibeyen's hands. Annie's health bar dropped at a visible speed. In an instant, his health had fallen below 40. Even his mana had diminished by more than half. Only then did Annie realize that Hibeyen was at least 2 to 4 times stronger than what the intelligence indicated. He was both shocked and angry. If it weren't for the control skills affecting him all along, preventing him from using various means to counter Hibeyen, how could he be so crushed? However, he still had a way to escape this situation. The problem was that he needed to use that piece of equipment. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. After all, the cost was high, and given the effects of the equipment, it was not the best time to use it. Lila, help! Affected by the paralysis effect of the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, he couldn't make a sound. Therefore, he called out in his heart, hoping Lila could help him out of the current situation. Unfortunately, just as he had shouted halfway, Hibeyen had placed another mental control on him. Warrior Hibeyen, please let Lord Annie go. But Lila, hidden in the shadows, panicked and ran out. Seeing her beloved Lord Annie in a disadvantaged position made her heart race. As long as you let Lord Annie go, I am willing to do anything. Please spare him, she pleaded desperately while secretly releasing her skills. The ground beneath her feet began to change slightly, waiting for the right moment to attack. She knew very well that her strength was far inferior to Hibeyen's. This warrior was countless times stronger than when she first met him. It was impossible to rescue Lord Annie by relying on strength alone, so she had to find the right moment when Hibeyen would release his control skill again. She needed to intercept and disrupt that skill. I knew you were his person. Hibeyen recognized Lila at a glance. It was he who, during his test of the new spell equipment, accidentally hit Lila and discovered her presence. He had thought it was just a coincidence when she said she was picking flowers for her beloved, but now it seemed that he had long been targeted by the two of them. Thumbs up for you. Soul Shock. Just as the control effect on Annie was about to disappear, Hibeyen released a new skill, but a special wall emerged from the snow, attempting to absorb the skill, blocking it between him and Annie. Die, Hibeyen. If it weren't for you, Lord Annie would have returned to the kingdom by now. Lila shouted furiously, her face filled with determination. Do you really think I wouldn't notice your little tricks? Hibeyen snorted coldly. His high level of insight allowed him to perceive all changes around him. He had already noticed the abnormalities in the ground beneath the snow. The death battle blade slashed through, and the wall was cut in half like paper, collapsing into ruins. The soul shock was successfully released on Annie. I'll fight you to the end. Lila paused for a second, then crazily lunged at Hibeyen. However, a sudden force landed on her shoulder, dislocating her right shoulder, and her body uncontrollably fell down, half of her body sinking into the ground. Master, how should I handle this? The little Nina in her lowly form appeared beside her, her pure white hand pressing down on Lila's head. There was a hint of a dark and shady lowly vibe. Who told you to run out? Hibeyen attacked Annie and noticed that the barrier that had imprisoned Nina had already been breached, gradually disappearing into the void. I really couldn't stand watching this scum offend the master. Nina couldn't hold back. How could you escape from the cage barrier? Lila screamed, using all her strength to resist. Who told you to speak? But the little hand above her head had an unknown strength. Instead, it pressed her body further into the ground, leaving only her head above, causing her to faint. TCH, really fragile. Seeing Nina's fierce little face for the first time, Hibayan's lips curled up slightly. He found it somewhat cute. But to Ani, this was a great insult and mockery. I will kill you. I must kill you. His body couldn't move, but his heart kept repeating those words. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. It seemed that not using that cursed equipment was no longer an option. Through his clothes, he could see a faint glow starting to emanate from his chest. Hibayan, consider yourself lucky to have a great fortune, to die painlessly. Pray that you won't encounter me in your next life. Ninja God Explosive Fire. As soon as the words fell, an incredibly powerful fire energy caused Ani's clothes to explode off. Around his neck, only a dark gemstone necklace hung. It emitted a faint curse aura. Hint, due to your cursed one profession, you can directly see the cursed equipment worn by the target. Ninja God Necklace. Effect. Within 3 hours of entering battle, any damage received will be absorbed by the Ninja God Necklace by 50, resetting after 3 hours, and each instance of damage will reduce by 1000 points. Ninja God Explosive Fire removes all self-control once and releases all absorbed damage, dealing fire attribute true damage to the surroundings. Curse. Each time Ninja God Explosive Fire is released, the level is permanent, and the dual defense is permanently reduced by 30. If the dual defense falls below 1000 or the level drops below 30, it will be devoured by Ninja God Explosive Fire. Flames, like Hollywood special effects, engulfed Hibayan's entire body. He didn't even try to dodge. Shield absorption. Hibayan dealt a total of 400 damage to Ani. The Ninja God Necklace absorbed 50 damage, and with a 10 true fire attribute attack released, it resulted in a staggering 21 true damage. But, unfortunately, what he faced was Hibayan. The Heifei staff granted him 65 fire attribute resistance. By the time it reached Hibayan, it was reduced to just over 7 true damage. This damage could be said to be the highest attack he had ever endured. Yet, it was nothing. The shield still hadn't shattered. In contrast, Ani, because he dealt over 70,000 points of damage, he had to endure over 70 instances of true counter damage. With 1,000,000 health, how could he withstand it? How could you? Ani fell to the ground, forcing out a breath, staring at Hibayan with unblinking eyes filled with resentment. He had so much to say, like why Hibayan was still standing there, why the shield hadn't broken, why he suddenly received such a high amount of counter damage that made him want to curse. How far off were the intelligence reports from Hearst that he had received? What a pity, what a pity. You were so close to hurting me, really just a little bit. Hibayan sheathed his weapon. His tone was incredibly sincere. He glanced at his remaining shield. Only 38,854 points left. Let me give you a thumbs up. Put. Seeing Hibayan extend his thumb towards him, Ani could no longer hold back, his anger overwhelming him. A blood arrow filled with infinite hatred shot out, flying over 10 meters. Then he completely lost his vitality. You have killed a level 38, 48, bronze. Forbidden Spellbook Seal Effect, Attack Power, kill level 35 bronze. 9, damn, just one short? Hibayan's face twitched. This really gave him no face at all. Originally, he needed to kill 3 more to unlock, but at the last moment of his life, Ani dropped from level 43 to 38. This left Hibayan in an awkward position. Is this your final stubbornness? If he had discovered earlier that Ani possessed cursed equipment, he would have acted a bit, preventing him from using the Ninja God Necklace. But now, it was dragging the pace. Learn from your mistakes. Thanks to Ani for allowing me to grow with his life. But unfortunately, I can't desecrate your corpse to express my gratitude. Ani was directly killed by his own attack, which Hibayan hadn't anticipated. His foolish actions led to his own swift death, which wasn't too satisfying for Hibayan. After all, the intelligence from Hearst had a rather one-sided understanding of Hibayan. This was also something he had deliberately created. Cursed equipment still poses a bit of a threat to me. My shield was almost depleted, and my mana is just over 10,000 points. If the output were a bit higher, I would really start losing health. Hibayan frowned slightly. He did not see on Ani's panel that he was a member of the Cursed God sect. It was very likely that he was a curse caster who was not a member of the sect. As someone who could perfectly master all curse equipment, was there really no way to target the Cursed Gear's attacks to make the curse caster more advantageous? Quite disgusting, quite disgusting. Then, Hibayan beheaded Lila with a single stroke. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Cherishing beauty? That was non-existent. This fluid motion nearly scared the snow fairy, who was hiding not far away and watching, into losing control. If only I could get that Ninja God Necklace. After Ani's death, the Ninja God Necklace disappeared with him. If he could get it, it would add a new explosive skill. In the future, when encountering equally matched monsters that he didn't want to fight, he could just lie down on the ground. First, there would be a counterattack, and when he had attacked enough, he could unleash the Ninja God Fire Burst. How cool would that be? This was the true way to live a laid-back life. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. His attention returned to the curse equipment in the ice and snow domain. Yen walked to the edge of the domain and reached out to test it. Hint, triggered the effect of the mysterious amulet treasure. You are taking 50 points of ice attribute damage per second. It seems the original damage of this domain exceeds my defense. The mysterious amulet could immunize all attribute damage below Yen's dual defenses. Damage exceeding that would deduct the defense value and then reduce by 50, which would be the final damage effect. My defense is less than 2,100 points, so having over 2,000 damage per second is quite good. The higher the damage, the happier Yen was, because soon this equipment would belong to him. Stepping into the ice and snow domain, Yen finally saw the true form of this curse equipment. It was a pair of blue and white ice crystal gloves, with a thick layer of frozen ice on the surface. It was clear that only a wealthy and powerful player could possess such equipment. Ice Calling Gloves, Health, Magic Attack, Effect. The weapon you use will be imbued with the power of Divine Ice. Divine Ice Barrier, active release a barrier with a radius of 100 meters. Any target within the barrier will continuously take 3,000 points of fixed frost damage per second, and will be marked as vulnerable, increasing damage taken from ice attribute attacks by 10. Lasts 1 hour, cooldown 30 minutes. Divine Ice Trap, active, spend 5 seconds to set a Divine Ice Trap within a 5-meter radius. When triggered, the target's movement speed will be reduced by 30, this state cannot be removed, and flying or teleportation items cannot be used. Triggered state lasts 10 seconds, trap placement limit, 30, maximum trap duration, 15 minutes. Curse, the ice calling gloves are very heavy, wearing them will cause significant damage from the surface ice, permanently reducing movement speed by 90. And the soul will be constantly eroded by the power of divine ice, shortening lifespan, must die within 5 years. The ice-calling gloves, once worn, were countless times more powerful than when unheld. Not only did they have effects, but they also came with 2 powerful skills. However, this curse looked quite terrifying. Enhance the ice-calling gloves. Without further ado, Yen immediately sacrificed over 300,000 gold coins to perform 3 enhancements. Ice-calling gloves, health, magic attack, effect. The weapon you use will be imbued with the power of Divine Ice. Divine Ice Barrier, active, release a barrier with a radius of 400 meters. Any target within the barrier will continuously take 6,000 points of fixed frost damage per second, and will be marked as vulnerable, increasing damage taken from ice attribute attacks by 30. Lasts 1 hour, cooldown 30 minutes. Divine Ice Trap, active, spend 5 seconds to set a Divine Ice Trap within a 5-meter radius. When triggered, the target's movement speed will be reduced by 30, this state cannot be removed, and flying or teleportation items cannot be used. The trigger state lasts for 30 seconds, trap setup limit, 30, maximum existence time of traps, 1 hour. Curse, the ice-calling gloves are very heavy, and the ice formed on the surface will cause you great harm after wearing them, permanently reducing movement speed by 90, and the soul is constantly eroded by the power of divine ice, shortening lifespan, must die within 5 years. The enhanced ice-calling gloves are similar to what Yen imagined. The power of divine ice itself does not carry damage, but when combined with the divine ice barrier, it can increase the weapon's damage by another 30. This means that from now on, whether it's the Death Battle Blade or the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, Yen's power will be 30% higher than it is now. As for the Scout God Blowing Arrow, he speculated that the damage of the 7 blowing arrows would be enhanced, while the split arrows would remain unchanged. The range of the divine ice barrier is the same as the time-devouring domain. If these two things overlap, anyone stepping into the area will definitely have a hard time. Yen immediately thought of the new skill's use. It could be quite nasty. The time-devouring domain significantly reduces enemy movement speed, while the divine ice barrier continuously inflicts damage. If enemies want to escape the area, it would be extremely difficult. Coupled with the slowing effect of the divine ice traps, it could really mess with someone's mindset. Moreover, the divine ice traps can also be paired with the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Don't forget, the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl has a time bomb mechanic. If he plays the trap strategy again in the future, Yen would have another means at his disposal. Setting traps while burying Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. He wouldn't have to rely entirely on the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl to solve problems anymore. Although his strength was growing, the trap strategy was gradually fading from his view. But the more means he had, the more security he had in battle. Overall, the ice-calling gloves could be combined with his other equipment. They didn't significantly increase Yen's combat power, but they enhanced his overall strength. He Beiyan calculated a bit. His current triple base output damage is 22,871 points. If the enemy enters the Divine Ice Barrier and receives a vulnerability increase of 30%, it would be 29,732 points, an increase of nearly 7,000 points of damage. At first glance, it doesn't seem like much for a single attack, but which of He Beiyan's weapons has a low attack frequency? The lowest is his own attack speed. 3 hits per second, dealing over 20,000 points of damage. But He Beiyan wasn't worried. Many cursed equipment would grow stronger with his strength. He was only level 37 now, increasing nearly 7,000 points of damage with each attack. How much would the increased damage be when he reaches level 50 or 100? The more He Beiyan thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. I suddenly realized that I seem to have been progressing down the path of not being a player for a long time. If any player were lucky enough to see He Beiyan's attribute panel, they would definitely think he was a high-level player. What player at level 37 has such high attributes? It's simply outrageous. After all, it's just a lot of health and skills. And He Beiyan, although he doesn't have much health and his shield isn't high, just the special attributes and equipment combined show a long list of 4 or 5 lines. If one were to look closely at the effects of each piece of equipment. Damn it! Just raise the white flag. I surrender. They only hate themselves for being able to do too little for the Holy Doctor. They only hate themselves for being able to do too little for the Holy Doctor. You have conquered an area of the Yodori Snowfield and obtained frost crystals. You have conquered an area of the Yodori Snowfield and obtained. You have conquered an area of the Yodori Snowfield. After obtaining the ice calling gloves, He Beiyan ordered the snowstorm fairy to lead the way. He collected the conquest rewards from several other areas. The most valuable among them is the frost crystals. You used the frost crystals on the holy gold slime, Nina, adding 1,000 points of ice attribute damage to each attack. This thing is of little use to He Beiyan, only increasing his burst damage slightly. It is meant for nurturing Nina, who can maximize its power with her ever-changing forms and skills. He Beiyan then checked the passive skill Curse of Thought. Unknowingly, I've saved around 60 or 70 control skills. A multitude of different types of mental control skills were displayed in the parentheses of the Curse of Thought suffix. This is still the case after He Beiyan has used some of them. If he hadn't used any, there would probably be over 100 by now. It's still a bit lacking. He Beiyan shook his head in dissatisfaction. His current combat level has an increasing demand for control skills. In a single battle, he needs to use at least 6 or 7. Of course, this refers to battles with enemies of the same level. Moreover, some control skills were obtained quite early, and their effectiveness is really poor. He can't even use them. He feels as if he has ants crawling all over him without at least 300 to 500 control skills. It makes walking feel unstable. I can only wait to gather more in the Mogeo Hills, He Beiyan thought. As an open-type dungeon, it is highly likely another world, and there should be many new mental control skills waiting for him. Also, he is just 135 level bronze away from meeting the conditions to lift his seal. He has to unseal it in the Mogeo Hills. If it weren't for the lack of suitable killing channels, he wouldn't be thinking about unsealing in the dungeon. I called everyone here tonight to discuss an idea of mine. In a splendid room somewhere in the Rainifa Inn, Lord Helix, Zarufa, Priest Warren, and other hidden strong individuals sat together. Helix spoke, I intend to give a large city, even the main city of Gur, to the Holy Physician. I wonder what you all think. By the way, didn't the Holy Physician disappear from his room again tonight? Someone asked. The Holy Physician has great ambitions and superb medical skills. His thoughts and realm are beyond our understanding. He disappears every night, surely to do great deeds of saving lives, another replied. Exactly. The Holy Physician sneaks away at night to avoid involving us in his matters. After all, he has saved so many people. If he speaks, even things we are unwilling to do must be agreed upon. The group discussed among themselves, trying to analyze the Holy Physician's character and thoughts, straying from the main topic. Zarufa snorted coldly, shallow. You are only on the 2nd level. Sneaking away? Which of us here isn't a powerful figure? Wouldn't we know if such a focal person as the Holy Physician disappeared from the room? On the surface, it seems the Holy Physician is sneaking away, but there are no traces of him covering his departure. He clearly walked out the front door with great swagger. In fact, he is also hinting to us not to pay too much attention to his matters. Seeing everyone staring at him intently, Zarufa spoke with vigor. Think about it, with the Holy Physician's strength, wouldn't it be difficult for him to leave without us knowing? Wow! Everyone present suddenly had their minds opened. Just like my thoughts, the elderly Priest Warren nodded slightly. Seeing that the group was discussing the Holy Physician again, Helix tapped the table. Stop! Have you forgotten the main point? The Holy Physician has finally appeared in the world. While he is delighted, he is also extremely worried. He fears that one day the Holy Physician will suddenly disappear, just as he disappears from the inn every night. Although they know the holy physician is gone, they can't detect any traces of where he went. Therefore, Helix does not want that day to come. He is willing to give everything to keep the holy physician. There are very few people who can truly let go of fame and fortune and sincerely dedicate themselves to the well-being of others. But Helix is such a person. Even if he loses his position as Lord and City Master, he wouldn't see it as a problem to assist the holy physician. On the contrary, he considered it an honor. As long as the saint physician was willing to remain in the world, he would give. He admitted that it was somewhat morally coercive, but if possible, he didn't want to. After all, the saint physician was the only person in the world who could cure the cursed sickness. The treatment methods had long been recorded in ancient texts, and no one could learn them except for him. He felt helpless. Lord Helix, it's not that I mean to offend you. I think even if we combined the main city and the large cities to give to the saint physician, it would still be somewhat insignificant. That's true. With the saint physician's abilities, finding some powerful followers to manage the kingdom would be no problem. I believe becoming the ruler of the empire is also. Ahem. I wouldn't dare to say that. What are you afraid of? I'm actually looking forward to the day the saint physician unifies the divine enlightenment. After hearing this, Helix let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, as a mere lord and city master, he was not qualified in front of the saint physician. Forget it, let's talk about this later. Ha, the saint physician is back. Feeling the saint physician reappear in his room, everyone let out a long breath, especially Lenifa. The stone in her heart finally fell. If the saint physician were to just disappear, everything she had gained could vanish in an instant. From today onwards, strengthen the shielding barrier of the Lenifa Inn, and please have the Empire's top-tier barrier master set up the highest-level shielding domain for the saint physician's room to prevent others from spying. Helix took out the authority of a lord. Also, no one is allowed to speak of the saint physician leaving every night. Everyone must swear an oath under the Divine Enlightenment contract. The people present nodded silently, with no objections. They uniformly signed the Divine Enlightenment contract. After all, if certain ill-intentioned individuals learned of this matter and figured out the saint physician's patterns of movement, they would surely take action against him. As far as they knew, those who held hostility towards the saint physician included not only the curse god cult but also various others with reasons to deal with him. Since the saint physician chose to appear in the main city of Gurdahil as leaders, they had to use their utmost strength to protect his safety. Although, perhaps, it might be futile. They could only hate themselves for being able to do so little for the saint physician. In contrast, the saint physician had saved their lives. At this moment, He Beiyan was unaware that his nightly disappearances were causing a group of powerful individuals to be restless, unable to sleep. I am considering whether to combine the attribute damage and attack damage during battles. What do you all think? This concerns the safety of all races. The next day, the Lenifa Inn was still crowded with people. Every day, countless new faces tormented by cursed sickness appeared, waiting for the saint physician to heal them. It was evident how great the influence of the curse god cult was on the divine enlightenment. You absorbed 321 points of curse power. You absorbed 114 points of curse power. You absorbed 186 points of curse power. He Beiyan continued to accumulate curse power as usual. Many patients he healed would directly increase their favorability towards him to respect or friendliness. He would never have too much curse power. Although he couldn't use it temporarily and had no new cursed equipment to repair, he would encounter it in the future. Moreover, he had a premonition. The uses of curse power would never be so singular, he just hadn't discovered it yet. How can I raise my favorability to 10,000 points? Currently, his highest favorability was only 3,000 points, and that was with Ivan, the white-haired boy. The rest were mostly around 1,500, still far from 10,000. It remained difficult to unlock the Goddess of Love's notebook. Could it be that I'm using my efforts in the wrong place? He had thought that saving lives would significantly raise his favorability. Even if it wasn't 10,000, it should be above 6,000. Strangely enough, some people's curse ailments were cured without even a hint of increased favorability. It seemed like this was what a holy physician was supposed to do. But looking at it from another angle, it was actually quite normal. After all, they had all paid their medical fees. Everyone had different opinions about the holy physician in their hearts. So the question arose, how could one raise their favorability to 10,000? Ding! A total of 50,000 people have reached a respect level of favorability towards you, earning the title, Admired New Star. Suddenly, a new title appeared on He Beiyan's panel. Admired New Star, you can summon an extremely mysterious special merchant to arrive once, to purchase rare items from the world, and the majority will have an initial favorability of 800 points, friendly, towards you. Once you have a territory, it will be easier to win the hearts of the people, facilitating management. Purchase rare items from the world? This special merchant piqued He-Bayan's interest. If he had a territory, this title could also play a significant role. A few hours later, He-Bayan's curse power reached nearly 500,000. If he could encounter a damaged curse artifact, it would be equivalent to acquiring 4 pieces of powerful equipment. Even a holy physician can't spread their reputation throughout the divine awakening in just 2 or 3 days. Seeing that no new patients were coming in, He-Bayan felt a bit regretful. He wondered if the cursed church was secretly sabotaging the spread of news about the holy physician's appearance. Although this matter would eventually become known to the world, He-Bayan didn't believe that the cursed leader would take no action and let it spread. "Lord Holy Physician, are you looking for us?" At that moment, a large group of high-ranking officials from Gel City, including Helix and Lenifa, respectfully approached him. "I plan to leave here for a few days." He-Bayan didn't waste words. He was going to solo the Mogao Hills and didn't know when he would return. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a pang in their hearts. Just last night, they were worried that the holy physician would leave. Why was he leaving today? This was only the 3rd day since he had appeared. Had they offended him in some way? "Lord Holy Physician, could you tell us the reason? Is it because we did not host you well?" To be honest, many people are eyeing you right now. Not just the cursed church, your existence seriously affects their interests. "Lord Holy Physician, it's not that we don't believe in your strength, but you have just entered the world and are currently under scrutiny. Is it really appropriate to leave Gel City at this time?" Everyone spoke up to persuade him to stay. "There is indeed a reason." He-Bayan paused and looked around. "But the 5 of you can come out now. There's no need to hide." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures instantly appeared before He-Bayan. "Lord Holy Physician, you truly discovered our presence long ago." They were the powerful experts hiding near the inn, protecting the Holy Physician. High-level Judgment Bishop Megan, level 50 silver health, 980 magic attack, 11748 physical defense, 6615 magic defense, 7398 attack speed. For skills, Light Domain, Divine Art Summoning, Purifying Fire through True Sight. He-Bayan casually checked one person's information and nearly couldn't hold himself together. Silver level. This health. This attack. With as many as 20 skills. It was clear that this was not an opponent he could deal with in 2 minutes. Fortunately, he had cast the illusionary divine secret technique. Otherwise, his true strength would have been discovered long ago. However, this was just the weakest among the 5. The other 3 were also high-level bishops with silver strength rankings, but their levels were higher than Megan's. The key was the last one. First head of the Lapi family, Padolf, talent, level, 55 gold health, 1400 physical attack, both defenses, skills. He-Bayan could only see his level and health, but based on the silver strength panel, he currently couldn't defeat a gold level opponent. The name Lapi family is quite cultured. He-Bayan had investigated it long ago. The Lapi family is the power behind Lenifa, with their influence felt across several empires. They may not be a world-class force, but they are certainly a top-tier power. However, He-Bayan was unaware that he had once been assassinated by a killer from the Lapi family. Pitafu also did not know. A few days ago, a cerebral palsy employer insisted that they had killed the wrong person, and the culprit who nearly drove him to high blood pressure was none other than the Holy Doctor before him. "Holy Doctor, may I ask why you wish to leave? If you must go, I can follow you secretly. Having one more person is one more layer of protection." Pitafu lowered his stance significantly. His intuition told him that the Holy Doctor was stronger than he was. He-Bayan, however, shook his head and began to deceive. There is a sealed dimensional space in the Curse God sect, where things concerning the safety of all races exist. I need to prepare to enter. None of you should follow. Equipment and skills are no longer useful for my improvement. I need to prepare some props or other items. Upon hearing that the Holy Doctor was heading to the Curse God sect, everyone widened their eyes. Wasn't this jumping into a fire pit? The Curse God sect wanted nothing more than to eliminate the Holy Doctor. If he were discovered there, what would happen? We will inform Archbishop Leon immediately, so he and the Pope can provide you with assistance. This matter was serious, but the 4 senior archbishops grasped the key point. The Holy Doctor needed high-quality props and items. Wasn't this the best opportunity to build relationships and foster feelings? They immediately activated treasures to try to communicate with Leon. He-Bayan did not stop them. He wanted to take this opportunity to acquire some good things from the Judgment Temple as well. It was impossible for him to go to the Curse God sect now. Even if he came out of the Mogao Hills, he wouldn't rashly head there, unless he was fully prepared. However, even if he wasn't going, borrowing some things was still acceptable. After all, this was about the safety of all races. Do you have broken curse gear? Do you have broken curse gear? This world-class force has so many good things. At this moment, He Bei Yen had left the Lanifa Inn and arrived outside the city. Before leaving, Archbishop Leon urgently transmitted 2 items. Hope Shield, level spell scroll. After use, you will gain 20 shields that can absorb any form of attack damage, and for every 2000 shield points lost, it will cause a counter damage effect based on the remaining shield life. Lasts 2 hours. Asado's Holy Medicine, level item. After use, you can choose any of your attributes to increase the base value by 100. These 2 items were of great value to He Bei Yen. After using them, he could easily deal with those 4 senior archbishops. If he were to complete a task, he wouldn't know how many difficult tasks he would have to undertake to have a chance to obtain them. Yet, due to the Holy Doctor's identity, He Bei Yen successfully skipped class and got them for free. It was fantastic. If I weren't in such a hurry to leave, the Judgment Temple would have sent even more good things. The Holy Doctor still had to maintain his prestige. Even if He Bei Yen wanted to get good things for free, he couldn't show it. Otherwise, it would go against the identity of the Holy Doctor. However, his words upon leaving were that he was preparing to enter the Curse God sect. There was no conflict in returning to collect assistance items before truly entering. It made perfect sense, right? Speaking is indeed a profound art. Having just these isn't enough. Let me see what I can get from special merchants. If possible, He Bei Yen wanted to unlock the seal of the 2 layers of forbidden spellbooks in the Mogeo Hills. Seal Effect 2, immune to 50% of all spell damage, kill 50 level bronze, 0. This was the effect of the second layer of the seal. Once unlocked, it becomes very difficult for the mage to stir up waves in front of him, as all magical damage is directly reduced by 50. Even spell scrolls will be affected. By then, what difference would there be between the mage and a muggle in front of He Bei Yen? Moreover, the further one looks at the sealing effects of the forbidden spellbook, the more perverse it seems. Sealing Effect 3, passive when health reaches 0, fully resurrect on the spot and refresh all skills, with a cooldown of 3 days, kill 55 level bronze, 0. Sealing Effect 4, each attack has an extremely small chance to trigger instant death. To be unlocked, Sealing Effect 5, reduces the cooldown time of all equipment skills by 50. To be unlocked, just this cursed equipment, the forbidden spellbook, is worth several pieces. He couldn't help but imagine what level he would reach once everything was unlocked. The special merchant age known, Divine Enlightenment, responded to your call and appeared before you. You have temporarily opened Age Known's shop. Respected warrior, what do you need? Age Known was completely covered by a cloak, making it impossible to discern his race. Even using true sight, he could see no information about him except for his name. Is this guy that strong? He Bei Yen muttered to himself as he opened Age Known's shop. God of the Underworld Lei Ji, level skill book, effect, release powerful divine thunder, causing massive area damage and inflicting collective paralysis for 7 seconds. Learning requirement, must possess a thunder type epic or higher profession. Price, 20,000 reputation points. Trollo armor, level, description, level 30 universal equipment, the armor worn by the ancient war god Trollo, indestructible. Attributes, effect, price, 15,000 reputation points. Level spell scroll, destruction star, effect, causes damage to all targets within a 1,000 meter radius and increases one's own casting speed by 20. Price, 30,000 reputation points. Age Gnome had a vast array of items for sale. The shop had over 30 pages, filled with many high-quality items that made him incredibly envious. Unfortunately, very few were usable by He Bei Yen, and all could only be purchased with reputation points. Do you have any level cursed equipment? Damaged ones are fine. After flipping through a few pages without finding what he wanted, he decided to ask directly. What could truly help him was still cursed equipment. It seems the warrior has some connection with the cursed god cult. The cursed one has already appeared. You want to take a chance to find him for repairs, right? Age Known seemed to be very knowledgeable about the current state of the Divine Enlightenment world. There are indeed damaged cursed items. Take a look for yourself. Age Gnome has filtered the shop. Looking at the shop again, only a few items remained on a single page. Heart of Pride, level damaged cursed item, attributes, weakness attack probability, critical hit rate. Sin of Pride, when your power rank is lower than your opponent's, you can forcibly steal 5 of a single attribute from them, and both parties enter an inescapable battle state until one side dies. Curse, luck, the arrogant strong disdain fate, while the weak are forgiven by heaven. Be careful, you might trip and kill yourself just walking. Destruction level, 78 destruction info. In the year 496 of Divine Enlightenment, the Fishman King Zaha destroyed it. Repair requirement, 1 curse power. Price, 10,000 reputation points. Note, it wasn't originally this expensive, but the appearance of the cursed one has raised its price. He Bei Yen, no matter which world the merchant is from, they are all experts at raising prices with the times. But to explicitly state the reason for the price increase, this was the first time He Bei Yen had encountered. Knowing that even if the cursed one appeared, the probability of finding him to repair the damaged cursed item was basically zero. Yet, they still raised the price. Fortunately, He Bei Yen was the cursed one himself. There was more than one damaged cursed item. Devouring Armor, Damaged Health, Dual Defense Devouring Desire. After activation, dual defense increases by 10, health recovery occurs. If a shield is present, the remaining shield value at activation is recorded, recovering 8 per second until the recorded limit is reached. Lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, curse, must endure 1 million damage daily, or die instantly. Destruction level, 73 Destruction information, year 496 of Divine Enlightenment. The Fishman King Zaha was destroyed. Repair requirement, 5 curse power selling price, 20,000 reputation points. Note, originally not this expensive, but the appearance of the cursed raised its price. Seeing the effects of these two damaged cursed items, He Bei Yen immediately decided to buy them. Compared to previous cursed items, these two pieces of equipment are not particularly strong. However, they can narrow the gap between He Bei Yen and higher tier opponents. Especially after enhancement, the effects will be even more pronounced. I won't have to worry about encountering opponents slightly stronger than me in the Mogeo Hills. But when he checked his reputation points, he felt uncomfortable. His reputation was only enough to buy the Heart of Pride. Brother, these two cursed items are damaged and not very useful. Use some reputation to buy with gold instead. He Bei Yen began to haggle. Warrior, I only want reputation points. Ajernon's tone was flat, showing no intention to back down. Then do you want universal reputation? He Bei Yen clearly remembered that the summoning information marked him as a special merchant of the Divine Enlightenment world. He wondered if Ajernon would want it. Do you have universal reputation? This time it was Ajernon who was shocked. Universal reputation is extremely hard to obtain. This kind of reputation is the most precious. Not only can it grant status in the multiverse, but it can also purchase various extraordinary items. No special merchant would not need universal reputation. If you really have universal reputation, I can give you the best discount. Tip: the selling price of Ajernon's goods has changed. He Bei Yen looked at the two damaged cursed items again. The Heart of Pride is priced at 1 reputation or 50 universal reputation. The Devouring Armor is priced at 2 reputation or 100 universal reputation. At first glance, it indeed seems to be a significant discount. But universal reputation is very rare. He Bei Yen only has about 120 universal reputation points. However, he was too lazy to waste words and proceeded to purchase directly. Spend 1 reputation point to obtain the Heart of Pride. Spend 100 universal reputation points to purchase the Devouring Armor. Upon receiving the universal reputation points, Ajernon's eyes under his cloak curved into crescents. Warrior, goodbye. It seemed Ajernon had broken even, but in fact, he profited greatly. Having universal reputation, even if only 100 points, gives him plenty of operational space. Ajernon immediately disappeared. He Bei Yen didn't mind. Once his strength increased and he had more cursed equipment, would he still worry about not obtaining universal reputation? Just look at the curse power that once troubled him. Now he could gather nearly 500,000 in just 2 or 3 days. He repaired the 2 pieces of equipment and enhanced them. The single attribute of the Heart of Pride increased from 5 to 8, the base attribute of the Devouring Armor rose, and after activating the skill, the dual defense increase from 10 became 15. No other changes occurred. Having 20 pieces of cursed equipment means my base attributes increase by an additional 20. He looked at his panel, which was quite impressive. I won't expand the panel this time, it's just the same. Those who understand will understand. He Bei Yen rarely refrained from expanding the panel for a detailed look. He then took out the dungeon token for the Mogeo Hills. He activated it and was transported to a brand new world. Meanwhile, in an environment filled with toxic mist, a bare-chested man stepped out. Tip: would you like to make a world announcement? Regardless of whether you announce or not, you will receive additional rewards. No. The man's eyes were dark, and his hair was a withered green. Yet, he wore a wickedly charming smile. The cursed one, He Bei Yen. I wonder who is stronger, you or me. In an orphanage in a small town, a player was surrounded by a group of sniffling children. They clung to his pant leg, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Warrior, are you really leaving? The children all like you very much. The head of the orphanage tried to persuade him to stay. Yes, I must leave here to become stronger. Well then, may the goddess of hope bless you. If He Bei Yen were here, he would recognize his identity at a glance. Jean. However, at this moment, Jean had undergone significant changes in both appearance and demeanor. He had gained a bit more composure and calmness. After being repeatedly defeated by He Bei Yen and losing his position as the pillar of the beautiful country, he had been honing himself in the world of divine enlightenment. At the same time, he repeatedly questioned his heart about what he truly wanted. As a legendary practitioner, it was impossible to say he didn't want to defeat He Beiyan, but now, that was no longer everything for him. The world of divine enlightenment was a place where one could heal and grow. Here, he found more things worth cherishing deep within his heart. For example, the children before him. Wow, Brother Chicken, when will you come back? Brother Chicken, will we see you again? Every time he heard these little ones mispronounce his name, Jean couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It also reminded him of the time he mispronounced He Beiyan's name, leading to everything that followed. Work hard to become stronger and try to catch up to me. Otherwise, you'll just have to obediently wait here for my return. With that, he left without looking back. This sentence was also a reminder to himself. The victor is king, and the loser is a bandit. The anger he once felt after being defeated by He Beiyan multiple times could only represent his own incompetence. After a long period of reflection, he had calmed down and no longer harbored hatred towards He Beiyan, who made him less skilled. He followed the upper echelon's orders to kill him, yet he couldn't allow the other party to resist. However, if there was a chance in the future, he still hoped to fight He Beiyan again. A battle without any interests, just the pure enjoyment of fighting a strong opponent. After all, if you don't push yourself, you'll never know where your limits lie. On the other hand, Hurst was currently in the midst of completing his level 25 tribulation task. Crack, crack, He Beiyan. He was enduring the pain of 9 thunderbolts. Back when he was severely tricked by He Beiyan, he had suffered the curse of the Flower Fairy Sorceress. Before level 50, every 5 levels would trigger a tribulation task. Otherwise, he couldn't level up further. This thunder was nothing like what those cultivators experienced. Enduring it wouldn't grant significant boosts to the body. Instead, if you endured it, you simply endured it. There were no rewards to speak of. If you failed, your level would drop by 1. When you leveled up again, a new tribulation task would be randomly assigned. Otherwise, how could he justify the sacrifice of souls made by the Flower Fairy Sorceress to have the Flower God release the curse? Wait, He Beiyan, you wait for me. For this task filled with randomness and automatic triggers, he had made various preparations in advance at level 24. He had stocked up on everything that could help him grow stronger, whether scrolls or potions, but he never expected the task would involve enduring such a monstrous thunder. He had no shield value. He could only rely on various potions and temporary items that slightly increased his defenses to struggle through. The once handsome Hurst was now reduced to a charred coal ball. His hair had turned into spiky sea urchins. When I reach level 50, it will be your day of doom. I have to admit, he was really anxious. Every time he undertook the heavenly tribulation task, he felt like an idiot, completely at the mercy of He Beiyan. Boom! A new bolt of lightning struck down. Puff! It seemed he had worked himself up. Hint: heavenly tribulation task failed. Level: random reduction of 25 attribute points. Not just me? Not just me? You have entered the Mogeo Hills, the homeland of the Divine Ox tribe. He Beiyan arrived at a lush green plain filled with vibrant grass and trees, with distant mountains shrouded in white clouds. Looking around, he could occasionally see a few red and white totem poles standing on the ground. Ding! You have received the trial task of the Mogeo Hills. Destroy the protective rituals around the Blood Ox tribe and kill the Blood Ox tribe chief. Coordinates: 16431, 54635. Current task participants from other worlds. 7. Expand to view names, not just me as an outsider. He Beiyan was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the Mogeo Hills often attracted people from other worlds. However, upon expanding the view, there was no information displayed other than names, yielding no useful insights. Woo! At that moment, a 3-meter-tall ogre appeared before him, wielding a spear. Fang-toothed ogre, level 40 silver elite, weaken 10, health, 58 attack power, 1660 skills, demonic spear, battle dance. Although the Mogeo Hills was the homeland of the Divine Ox tribe, there were also monsters from other races for them to hunt. It could be said that this was a very rich hunting ground. The fang-toothed ogre let out a roar, thrusting its spear straight at He Beiyan. Too slow. As the first monster he encountered in the Mogeo Hills, it was nothing short of an insult. It couldn't even break through his defenses, let alone qualify to trigger true counter damage. He Beiyan did not dodge or evade. The Death War blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it up to meet the spear's thrust. Critical hit. Just 4 ordinary attacks reduced the fang-toothed ogre's health by more than half. He Beiyan's hand speed was maxed out. Countless blade lights fell upon the fang-toothed ogre. Critical hit. Mechanical spider. The fang-toothed ogre's health bar plummeted like it was dancing in a square. Seeing that it had only a sliver of health left, He Beiyan finished it off with a fireball. You have killed a level 40 gold elite. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. No attribute gain? He Beiyan shook his head. It seemed the gold elite was too weak. killing it didn't warrant an attribute prompt. Even Nina's free attribute point effect had inadvertently lowered the triggering probability. Sigh, what a waste of 3 seconds. It seemed he could only look for stronger monsters to try. Following the coordinates, he headed towards the location of the Blood Ox tribe, to the west of the Mogeo Hills. There was a 5-person team there. They were also outsiders, entering the Mogeo Hills together to complete the task of killing the Blood Ox tribe chief. He Bei Yan? Another reckless one has come in alone. He must be from a beginner world that has never connected with the myriad realms, entering another world for the first time. The speaker was the leader of the team Gaze. His power rank was exceptionally high, possessing the level of a Diamond Lord. In their world, a Diamond Lord could become a local emperor. One step further, and he could reach the king level. Once he stepped into the Bronze King rank, he would become a regional overlord, possessing countless territories and lands, worshipped by thousands. Most importantly, he was only 18 this year. At 18, reaching the level of a Diamond Lord was something that had only happened once in thousands of years in his world. Among his peers, no one was his match. Lord Gaze, congratulations in advance on taking the head of the Blood Ox tribe chief, a male companion beside him complimented. If they could complete the task, they would receive a very generous reward from another world. Gaze waved his hand lightly. This time we were lucky to encounter 2 clumsy ones who dared to enter the Minotaur world, known as the harvesting machine of otherworldly life, all alone, without making good use of the hidden benefits of the primary world. Gaze speculated that he Bei Yan and the guy named Score were from a world that had not yet connected with the myriad realms. In such worlds, entering other realms had no requirements. Anyone, regardless of strength or number, could enter. Unlike Gaze and his companions, whose world had long since connected with the myriad realms, they had to meet certain strength criteria to enter. The Diamond Lord was the highest rank for them to enter the Minotaur world. We cannot let our guard down because of this. The 2 otherworlders may not worry, but those young bulls are not easy to deal with. This time, to successfully conquer the Blood Bull tribe, Gaze had traveled far and wide to find 4 reliable teammates. The assembled team included a divine sorcerer, a paladin, an arcane mage, and a knight assassin, along with him, the great axe warrior. A perfect and invincible lineup. Each member possessed the strength of a Diamond Lord, and their skills and equipment were formidable. Especially the divine sorcerer, who had various enhancement and support skills, could play a significant role in team battles. They had also undergone a long period of coordination and accumulated combat experience before coming here, so once they entered battle mode, they were quite adept. Therefore, killing the chieftain of the Blood Bull tribe was a sure thing. That's for sure. We even specially prepared rare and powerful treasures for this, didn't we? Originally, these were meant for otherworldly visitors, but now it seems we won't need them at all. I hope these 2 foolish guys take their time dying and attract some attention for us. Everyone laughed proudly. Is there really someone besides me who dares to enter the Mogeo Hills alone? Don't they know what this means for otherworldly visitors? Score was astonished to see He Bei Yan's name. He believed the other party was from a primary world that had not connected with the myriad realms. But the next moment, his expression turned sharp. Maybe he's a strong one, just like me. Everyone came from different worlds, and aside from their names, no other information could be gleaned. In the myriad realms, strong individuals were abundant, and no one could guarantee that the other was a dark horse. In any case, encountering me here can only be considered your misfortune. No matter how much of a dark horse he was, he would never be as formidable as this favored child of heaven. Score was somewhat looking forward to the surprises that He Bei Yan might bring him. He still wanted to have a good fight with a powerful otherworldly being. Just thinking about the scene of tearing the opponent apart made his heart feel as sweet as honey. Why do such characters always come around? The chieftain has issued an order. New otherworldly visitors have invaded the Mogeo Hills, from the east, west, and north. Stay vigilant around the tribe, and don't let a single fly in. Everyone, protect the Guardian Ritual. As He Bei Yan arrived near the coordinates, he discovered a Guardian Ritual and then heard the shouts of the Blood Bull clan. Can these Minotaurs find the direction of otherworldly visitors? He didn't know how they had discovered it. If they were using items or tools, obtaining them would make it easier to track down otherworldly smugglers in the future. Moreover, after being transported to the Mogeo Hills, He Bei Yan had a strange feeling of incongruity. He always felt that this world gave him a different sensation than when he was in the Divine Awakening. This feeling was hard to describe, but he felt that if he stayed here for too long, within a year, he would lose something very crucial. When he first entered the Blood Demon Purgatory, he had not felt this way at all. As for what he would lose, he wasn't sure himself. Let's resolve this quickly. Since the other party already knew his location, there was nothing left to hide. He revealed himself and checked the information on these Minotaurs. Blood Bull Clan Warrior, level 45 Silver Elite Health, 112 Attack Power, 4194 skills. Charge, deals damage to a single target and knocks them back. Charge into battle, deals damage to targets within a certain range, causing brief confusion. Blood Bowl Clan Shaman, level 45 Silver Elite Health, 109 Attack Power, 4096 skills. War Aura, increases target's health by a percentage. Titan's Might, increases target's attack power. Their numbers added up to more than 10. The interdimensional invader is here. Kill him. The Blood Bowl clan warriors spotted Hibayan's shadow and immediately charged in to attack. At the same time, the shaman's lips moved slightly, and a totemic phantom appeared behind him. It increased the attack power of the Blood Bowl warriors. Several Blood Bowl warriors swung their massive axes down at Hibayan from various tricky angles. Yet, they found that he didn't dodge or evade at all. Arrogant outsider, your blood will nourish the land of Mogeo Hills. This is your only redemption. They were overjoyed. Shield absorbed. However, the giant axes stopped just 3 centimeters above his head, unable to advance any further. So hard. Damn. This guy has a shield and high reflect damage. All the attacking Blood Bowl warriors lost over 70,000 health. Although this was negligible for their health bars, it was still quite terrifying. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Hibayan took out all the beads from his waist. In an instant, a small mushroom cloud of 3 colors rose into the air. Dense red damage numbers appeared on the Blood Bowl warriors and shamans. Mechanical Spider. Critical hit. Every strike from Hibayan dealt true damage. Just this wave of attack caused the Blood Bowl clan's health to drop by nearly 800,000. The originally wide and long health bar now looked like a beggar's, thin and frail. Tip. Target triggered bleeding, paralysis, and poison effects. A message popped up. Nina jumped out of Hibayan's pocket, transforming into a giant dragon. Roar! With Hibayan's growing strength, her dragon breath became thicker. Weak point attack. The damage was quite terrifying. 5 seconds of dragon breath attacks reduced all the Blood Bowl warriors and shamans to low health. Divine Flame Rain. Hibayan used the skill from the Heathik staff along with Fireball to finish them off. You have killed a level 45 Silver Elite. Free attribute points. You have killed a level 45 Silver Elite, permanently increasing 1 point of strength. New notifications kept popping up on the panel. There was no need to waste too many skills on these small monsters. Finally able to gain kill attributes, and it's my favorite, Strength. Hibayan was quite satisfied. 1 point of strength equated to 2 points of physical attack. If he gained 5 points of strength in Mogeo Hills, plus the 20 attribute bonus from his title, and the 3-fold increase from the Death Warblade, it would be equivalent to a boost of 36 points in physical attack. When he calculated it, it seemed a bit lacking. My physical attack is still too low. As an open-type dungeon, it means I can leave Mogeo Hills after completing the task and head to farther places. If I kill creatures elsewhere, can I gain strength attributes? Hibayan was very curious about this. The higher his physical attack, the less the enemy's dual defenses would matter to him. Defensive creatures would surely be happy to encounter Hibayan. After all, they treated their defenses the same as other professions. How could they not be happy about such fairness? He pulled back his thoughts. Hibayan destroyed the protective ritual in front of him. This ritual was essentially just a flag, capable of casting a powerful and solid barrier. However, the flag itself had relatively weak defenses, making it the only breakthrough point. Why can't we get in yet? After destroying it, Hibayan found that he still couldn't enter. Hint: destroy a total of 100 protective rituals with other interdimensional beings to pass through the barrier. Current destruction count, 1, another 100? Hibayan frowned. The other 6 interdimensional beings weren't very helpful. He had a whole bunch of skills that were useless, saved for dealing with the final Blood Bowl chieftain. It had already taken him nearly half a minute to kill these dozen or so silver leaders. They couldn't even quickly deal with these little weaklings? I feel embarrassed for you. You killed our brave warriors of the Blood Bowl tribe. Just then, several bull-headed men riding Kodo beasts appeared angrily before him. Kodo Bull Knights? Diamond Leaders? Hibayan was somewhat speechless. Why do they always send this kind of stuff? Can't they just send one directly and be done with it? Nina, it's up to you. Hibayan instructed, ignoring the Bull Knights. He focused on studying the barrier. Destroy 100 protective rituals? He didn't have the time to wait. Should he try chopping at it with the Death Warblade? Bastard! You're looking for death. The Bull Knights saw Hibayan take out his weapon and gesture at the barrier, and they were furious. They quickly urged their Kodo beasts to charge over. But suddenly, a fierce storm whipped up, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. They saw Nina in her giant eagle form flapping her wings, flying above them after releasing her skills. She transformed into a giant, big butt attack. The Bull Knights looked up and saw a massive rock plummeting towards them at high speed. Their scalps went numb. What skill is this? Quick, dodge. The reins in their hands flew back and forth as they tried to control their kodo beasts, but for some reason, the kodo beasts beneath them seemed dazed and didn't move at all. Bang! Several bull knights and their mounts were crushed under Nina. Some lucky ones were pinned at the edges, with their heads or half-bodies exposed enough to catch a breath. The unlucky ones were completely squashed. Yen could only see their health bars, with that suffocation status continuously draining their health. Master, Nina has trapped them all. The giant Nina waved at Yen with a silly grin. Although these bull knights weren't dead yet, they had no hope of escaping Nina's big butt attack. Yen helplessly rubbed his forehead. Nina, we can skip the naming. If other players heard this, they would definitely think, how could such a cute loli say such crude words? It must be the master's bad influence. On the other side, too weak. Giai shook his head. The bull-headed men guarding this ritual had been killed by them, easily destroying the ritual. But then he noticed something was off. The protective ritual he had destroyed was actually the second one. How is that possible? Which of those two is faster than me? Giai's eyes widened, feeling a significant shock inside. Just then, the destruction count changed to 3. Goodness, these two interdimensional beings didn't seem to be fools. They must have been descendants of powerful beings who had already connected with the myriad worlds, entering the Mogeo Hills alone to hone their skills. Giai sighed in relief. Fortunately, there was a display of the destruction count for the protective rituals. He almost became a clown. Brother Giais, don't worry, they won't be our opponents. The other 4 also sensed something unusual. The only female in the team, the Knight Assassin, unintentionally leaned closer to Giai's. Gaze forced himself to appear calm, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. This damaged protective ritual is yours, go find the next ritual location. He just wanted the other person to leave him quickly, to avoid showing any weakness in front of everyone. Thank you, Brother Gaze. The Dark Knight Assassin revealed a smile full of tea-art. Despite the damage to this protective ritual, each protective ritual was a piece of high-level equipment. The more they were destroyed, the higher their value remained. Accumulating enough could allow them to be dismantled and refined into a brand new level of defensive equipment. Their survival capability would greatly increase. Although they were gathered by Gaze from all corners of the world, in their original world, their status and power were far inferior to Gaze's. Therefore, anything obtained here was at his discretion. The other companions looked enviously at her as she collected the broken ritual. They could only lament their male bodies. I've made up my mind. Gaze pondered. First, let's deal with those 2 lone wanderers. Their strength is not weak. Otherwise, if they discover we are a 5-person team, they might join forces to take us down first. From the dead Minotaur's mouth, he learned that the other 2 interdimensional visitors came from the east and west. Ultimately, all 7 would converge at the coordinates. If they were dealing with the Blood Cow tribe chief and those 2 secretly teamed up to ambush them, it would be troublesome. Of course, they might also die before reaching the coordinate location. But no one could guarantee that. Alright, we'll listen to young Master Gaze. Just 1 person? How could they possibly defeat a 5-person team led by young Master Gaze? 5. Young Master Gaze alone could make them fall like flowers in the wind. The Dark Knight Assassin, however, showed a worried expression. I just hope Brother Gaze doesn't get hurt. Don't worry about me. Gaze flashed a gentle smile at the Dark Knight Assassin. Let's deal with that guy in the east first. We must not let them team up. Seeing Gaze's expression, the 3 big men were instantly rendered speechless. Even the most wooden of them could see Gaze's change. It must be the Dark Knight Assassin. Once they leave here, I really need to learn from you. How can you understand men better than men do? The 5 immediately headed east along the edge of the barrier. Half an hour later, east of the barrier. This barrier is really tough. I wish my shield had this kind of durability. Hibayan's arms were sore from swinging, but he finally created a gap in the barrier. During this time, some Blood Cow tribe members approached, but they were all dealt with by him and Nina, turning into pure experience and attribute points. Triggered True Sight and Eye of Destruction effect, has seen through the opponent's disguise. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed a strangely dressed assassin, tightly gripping a black dagger glinting with cold light, stealthily approaching him. Diamond Lord? Although still pretty weak, it's passable. Hibayan directly launched a rapid-fire barrage of 7 blow darts. 7 silver needles shot straight at the Dark Knight Assassin. Along the way, over 300 arrows split off. Feeling the terrifying power within, the Dark Knight Assassin trembled. A woman's 6th sense told her that if hit, she would definitely be seriously injured. Spatial shift. There was no time to think about how she had been discovered. She immediately used her strongest spatial skill to evade. She quickly distanced herself from him, but what she didn't expect was that those arrows that were supposed to fall suddenly accelerated and came rushing back toward her. She hurriedly dodged in another direction, but no matter where she tried to evade, those arrows followed her, and they were faster than she was. "Brother Gaze, save me!" Just as she was about to be hit by the rain of arrows, she quickly called out to Gaze, who was not far behind her. She had intended to showcase herself in front of this pure-hearted young man, hoping he would gradually rely on her and help her climb to greater heights. Who knew that trying to be clever would land her in danger? "What's wrong?" Giais didn't react immediately, only quickening his pace towards the Dark Knight assassin. He soon discovered countless arrows raining down, as if they had a mind of their own, each one striking the delicate body of the Dark Knight assassin. The once graceful and beautiful Dark Knight assassin instantly turned into a Dark Knight porcupine. Her health vanished in an instant. As an assassin, her health was already low. Her health bar plummeted below 40%. Billion. Giais panicked and flashed to Billion's side. Without knowing what he did, he waved his hand and made all the arrows on her disappear. "Quick, drink this holy potion." Giais was so anxious he was almost in tears. He glared fiercely at Bei Yen not far away. He never expected the other party to be so ruthless right from the start. "You run pretty fast." Bei Yen had intended to finish her off with the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, but the other side directly used a spatial skill, cutting off that thought. "Brother Giais, I won't drink it." Billion shook her head. "This is your thing. It's a waste to use it on me." Although she wanted to gulp down the holy potion the moment she saw it, for the sake of long-term vision and benefits, she chose to temporarily endure. Fortunately, the arrows did not have any follow-up damage and did not threaten her life. Otherwise, she would have drunk the holy potion no matter what. "Fool, why won't you drink it? Why go to such lengths for me?" Giais was moved by her actions and forcibly stuffed the holy potion into her arms. "Brother Giais, I'm fine." Billion seemed to care little for the holy potion in her hands, her face pale as she said, "We came just in time. That guy actually broke a hole in the barrier with brute force. But he's very strong. You must be careful, don't get angry because of my injury. That would give him an opportunity. I don't believe I can't touch him. I don't believe I can't touch him." The other three big men who had been delayed in arriving stood frozen in place after hearing Billion's words. Could this be the legendary, coveted fairy tale love? They had never heard of the term green tea, but they felt deeply moved by Billion's actions. They had thought Billion approached Giais for personal gain. In the end, they had underestimated her sincerity. Such genuine feelings. For the sake of the other, she was willing to endure pain and not use the holy potion. The three exchanged glances, each sensing a firm decision in the other's eyes. After dealing with this detestable man, they must matchmake Billion and Giais, not for any other reason, but simply to see lovers become a couple. "I've never seen someone so ignorant of cherishing beauty. You don't deserve to live in this world. Young Master Giais, let's kill him now." The three were about to take action, but Giais raised his hand to stop them. He carefully leaned Billion against a pile of stones, his furious eyes fixed on Bei Yen. "Altogether, spare no effort, and directly blast him to death." After becoming the strongest of the younger generation, Giais had never been this angry. But it was because of this damned guy that he realized certain feelings. For this, he must give him a reward. Eliminate him. How pitiful, not understanding the knowledge of tea, being played without even knowing it. Bei Yen clicked his tongue in amazement, looking like a spectator enjoying the show. But to be fair, Billion's tea-selling skills were indeed quite impressive. She was much more skilled than many with green tea attributes. "What tea selling? Stop spouting nonsense. I've drunk more tea than you've eaten salt water. Don't waste time talking to him." Wailing spirit. The mysterious mage conjured several spirits that flew towards Bei Yen. Divine technique enhancement. Devout aura. Then, Gaze was empowered by 2 skills, and he also released a skill for himself. Mutation. The 4 followed behind the wailing vengeful spirit, rushing towards Bei Yen, as Gaze's arms slowly grew larger, veins bulging beneath his muscles. Divine ice barrier. Time-devouring domain. Bei Yen decisively activated his equipment skills, wrapping everyone in 2 intersecting barrier domains of light blue and gray, while the demon-breaking longbow appeared in his hands. "Come at me together, it will save me a lot of time." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blue arrows shot towards the 4. In contrast, several vengeful spirits were frozen into ice shards 2 seconds after the divine ice barrier appeared. Vengeful spirits were not afraid of any physical attacks, but elemental or mental attacks had particularly significant effects. What a terrifying ice power barrier. The 4 felt a bone-chilling cold, their hearts startled. This otherworldly visitor, just like them, truly had some skill. Some even felt as if their bodies were sinking deep into a swamp, making it quite difficult to take a step. Mechanical Spider. Inside the Divine Ice Barrier, there was a vulnerability bonus. The attack damage of any weapon wielded by Hibei would increase by 30. Even the mechanical power ring was no exception. Hibei felt a surge of joy. Cursed equipment indeed required much experimentation. However, this was not a fatal threat to Gaze and the others. What if their speed was reduced? What if it was hard to dodge attacks? As long as they could escape the range of this barrier domain, it would be fine. The four of them dared to come here. Who among them lacked a few displacement skills? True experts often know the weight of their opponents the moment they engage in battle. This human before them clearly lacked combat experience. He had already used one of his powerful trump cards before his opponent had even unleashed any skills or revealed any hidden cards. Kid, if you had released this barrier at a critical moment in battle, it might have truly posed a threat to us. But you made the mistake of using your domain skill right at the start of the fight. Gaze sneered, feeling that the opponent was nothing special. Group teleportation. He shouted loudly, casting his area displacement skill. However, 1 second passed. 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Gaze? The air seemed to freeze. Only the cold, fierce ice and snow continued to batter against them, causing ongoing damage. It felt somewhat awkward. How could you have such a powerful domain skill? After a while, Gaze finally reacted. His teeth ground together in anger. A barrier domain that could simultaneously deal damage, slow down, and restrict spatial skills was at least a high-level skill. Moreover, powerful barrier domain skills were already rare. A high-level domain skill was worth at least 3 times that of a high-level attack skill. Such skills could only be obtained with a small probability by completing difficult tasks in a primary world that had not yet connected with the myriad realms. Who on earth are you? He roared. What did you say? Am I your wild dad? Hibei tilted his head, leaning in closer as if he hadn't heard clearly. His pretentious demeanor combined with his deadly words ignited Gaze's fury. You bastard! Beast flying axe! Cursing, he threw the axe in his hand. A majestic lion materialized, fearless of the flying snow, charging towards Hibei. But under the influence of the time-devouring domain, its speed was not fast. Destruction Ray! A beam shot out from Hibei's pupils. Rarely using the true sight annihilation skill, the ray seemed eager to showcase itself. The lion was instantly pierced like paper, disintegrating as it collided with the axe. What? Seeing the power of the flying axe completely negated by the ray, landing on the ground, Gaze looked bewildered. The next second, a barrage of demon-breaking arrows, accompanied by sonic booms, surged towards him. Reduce the opponent's mana by 5. Weakness attack. Reduce the opponent's mana by 5. Mechanical Spider critical hit. The magic-breaking arrows with vulnerability bonuses deal considerable damage. Each arrow accurately strikes Gaze, and under the influence of the devouring time domain, he cannot evade these arrows at all, especially the Mechanical Spider, which fortuitously triggered a critical hit. Dense damage values erupted above its head. Blood holes appeared all over Gaze's body, with pools of blood flowing out. Various attribute damages, critical hits, and weaknesses stacked together, averaging an output of about 150,000 per second. The power is not to be underestimated. And this is merely the damage brought by the magic-breaking longbow combined with 2 domain barriers. Why can his attacks always ignore my defense? My mana is rapidly depleting. Gaze's life force and mana were draining at an alarming rate. He couldn't understand. If it were a specific skill or a few attacks that had such an effect, it would be acceptable. But every attack was like this, and it was clearly the most ordinary conventional attack method, making it hard for him to accept. I refuse to believe I can't touch him. Gaze and his companions hurriedly used acceleration skills or scrolls, trying to get closer to Hibei, but their speed was infuriatingly slow. After much effort, they advanced 100 meters. Divine Ice Trap, Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. They suddenly stepped on something, and their feet were covered in ice. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion sent the 4 of them crashing back to the center of the domain, a wave back to before liberation. Their health instantly dropped by over 850,000. The 4 felt numb, unable to make any movements. This was the symptom of a paralysis effect. They began to panic, especially Gaze. The opponent had been drawing his bow and shooting arrows at him. He had already entered a critical health stage. His mana was insufficient to cast any skills. If this continued, he would definitely be finished. Divine Sorcerer, Knight, what are you waiting for? Release recovery skills for me. The longbow in his hand is definitely a treasure. He decided to use that secret treasure to turn the tide. So you want to cast Holy Light on my face? So you want to cast Holy Light on my face? Knight's Light. Healing Divine Art. The 2 companions immediately began to heal Gaze, but the 2 recovery skills combined only restored 200,000 health. What's going on? Why is the recovery so little? are you playing me? The Holy Knight and Divine Sorcerer were also dumbfounded. This was their strongest healing skill. Each could restore 500,000 health. How come when it came to young Master Gaze, it only added up to 200,000? Young Master Gaze, it must be the influence of this barrier domain, otherwise, it would be impossible to recover so little. The Holy Knight glared fiercely at He Bei Yin, shifting the blame onto him. If it weren't for my short reach, I would really want to cast Holy Light on his face. The Divine Sorcerer snorted coldly. Don't worry, young Master Gaze, I still have a shield skill to empower you, just go for it. The benefit of a team lies in their ability to complement each other. The opponent entered Mogeo Hills alone, and the diversity of their combat was certainly not as much as theirs. Alright, too much communication would only give the opponent time to output. Gaze pulled out something from his bosom, exuding a mysterious aura. With his speed maxed out, He Bei Yin immediately checked its information. Lost Traveler's Bonefinger, secret treasure item accompanies the lost skill, can be released on a single target, causing the opponent's soul to fall into a lost state, lasting up to 30 seconds. In the lost state, being attacked by the Bonefinger will immediately awaken the target and deal damage equal to their maximum output, guaranteed to be a critical hit. Cooldown 1 day, oh wow. Gaze actually possesses a secret treasure item, and it's such a powerful offensive secret treasure. It seems the opponent has quite a few good things on him. Evil Pearl. He Bei Yin immediately added 1,000 points of evil value to Gaze, to avoid killing him and only dropping one item. Lost. At the same moment, Gi also pointed his bone finger at He Bei Yin, triggering the curse effect, immune to the lost state, and can use the lost skill once. The message popped up, but He Bei Yin stopped drawing his bow and pretended to be lost in emptiness. It worked! The four of them felt a surge of joy and hurried to act. No one doubted that the lost skill would fail. After all, it was a secret treasure item that had never missed. However, the domain barrier did not disappear. They could only endure the onslaught of wind and snow. At the 20-second mark, they finally escaped the range of the domain barrier and reached He Bei Yin's side. Gi's laughed heartily. He felt great inside. He had been disgusted by the opponent for so long, unable to land a hit, and had been holding back a surge of anger. But hard work pays off. He was finally going to touch him. The bone finger could increase attack by 5 times and guaranteed a critical hit, equivalent to a 15-fold increase. Die! The bone finger attack was about to land on He Bei Yin's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Gi's hadn't felt this way in a long time, but every time it appeared, it had saved his life. Could it be that this guy had some kind of life-saving method that even the lost bone finger couldn't instantly kill him? The opponent's attacks and skills were powerful, so it wasn't impossible. I almost let my anger cloud my judgment. To be safe, he said, everyone, let's unleash our strongest attack together and take him down in one go. That's the plan, young Master Gi's. The others nodded. They also wanted to quickly deal with this troublesome guy. 10 seconds was enough time for them to prepare their strongest attacks. Heavenly Annihilation Hammer, Divine Art Forbidden Spell, Flame Explosion Great Magic. 3 magnificent skills of overwhelming power appeared, and Gi's felt much more at ease. His bone finger attack landed on He Bei Yin first. He Bei Yin had been waiting impatiently. Shield Absorption. Feeling the damage value, the skills of the remaining 3 also provided some enhancement to the attack. The shield clanged and fell away, triggering the effect of the Death Gold Gauntlet, starting to reflect damage to the attacker. Puff! The moment the bone finger attack landed on He Bei Yin, Gi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Reflect damage! He looked incredulous. Unwilling, he reached out a trembling hand, pointing at He Bei Yin. It seemed he wanted to say something more, but his health was already low from the relentless grinding of the ice barrier. With over 70 instances of high damage reflected back, he was directly killed. I hate this. Bang! His body collapsed to the ground, gradually disappearing. It transformed into a plump, adorable light orb. He Bei Yin was very pleased to see this. The other 3 were dumbfounded. They also suffered from the reflect damage effect, but the damage wasn't too outrageous. Although it was high, it didn't directly kill them. You have killed the level 50 Diamond Lord, Gi's. Free attribute points. Now it's your turn. Gi's, who originally had just over 5,000 attack, caused over 70 damage with the enhancement of the lost bone finger. The shield he had replenished upon entering the Mogeo Hills was already down to less than 40,000 before encountering the Blood Bowl chieftain. He Bei Yin's deathly voice sent chills down the spines of the 3. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Their understanding of He Bei Yin's strength was far too superficial. This was a true dragon lurking beneath the water. They had used their strongest attacks and still couldn't take him down. They truly didn't know how to fight anymore. A thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of the 3. Surrender! They had to surrender. Staying alive was more important than anything. At this moment, they deeply regretted following Giai's decision to come east to deal with Ibayen. Respectful. The paladin had just wanted to plead for mercy when he found a blood-red battle knife plunged into his chest, his face contorted. Is it that you want to strike the holy light upon my face? If he didn't kill them, wasn't Ibayen just wasting all this time? Ibayen wore a mask, but the paladin felt that he was smiling at this moment through his words. It was a kind smile, yet incredibly fierce and cruel. It seemed to carry an innate hostility towards the paladin. No, you have killed a level 48 Diamond Lord. The battle knife in his chest stirred within him. Before he could finish speaking, the paladin directly gasped his last breath. The arcane mage and the divine mage exchanged glances. Run! Mental oppression. Soul binding. Just as they were about to move, Ibayen's 2 control skills landed on them. You have killed a level 49 Diamond Lord. You have killed a level 50 Diamond Lord. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 38, gaining free attribute points and 4-dimensional attributes. Finally, Ibayen leveled up again. I possess the strongest ace scroll. I possess the strongest ace scroll. In the distance, Billion, who was resting, had shock written all over her face. What on earth happened? Why did Gaze attack and end up being knocked back and then die directly? She had seen with her own eyes that Gaze used that finger bone treasure. How could he not take down the opponent? This waste has wasted my disguise. Billion silently cursed and quickly drank the holy medicine that Gaze had given her. She had originally wanted to keep it to cultivate Gaze's feelings for her, to achieve her longer-term goals. She never expected this guy to drop dead. Not only that, but the other 3 straight men were also killed by the opponent. It was evident that Ibayen's strength far surpassed that of their 5-man team. The otherworldly visitor was truly terrifying. Now she was left alone, caught in a dilemma. I must not panic. Do not let the fear of death fill my heart. Her brain raced, trying to keep herself as calm as possible. Many men had fallen under her pomegranate skirt. As long as she performed steadily and made corresponding moves based on the opponent's personality traits, she could definitely create an opportunity. She might even be able to cling to this guy who was stronger than Gaze. Billion saw Ibayen walking towards Gaze's light orb. In her mind, she continuously simulated what words and actions could help her survive in his hands. You have gained 50 gold coins. You have obtained a skill book, Demon Lord Set, Lost Bonefinger, Treasure, Demon God Diluted Blood. There are quite a few items. The panel kept refreshing with new messages. He did not expand his backpack. The items were being stuffed into Nina's little belly one by one. Gaze and the others, although resembling humans, were actually of the demon race. The Demon Lord Set was the equipment worn by Gaze, consisting of 5 pieces, each at a certain level. Wearing the full set was equivalent to level equipment, with additional bonuses. Seeing this kind of equipment, Ibayen speculated that the God's Awakening world must also have set equipment. He just didn't know if cursed equipment came in sets. It's a pity there are no level skill books. After all, Gaze was only a Diamond Lord, and he couldn't resist the temptation of learning level skills. However, the high-level skill books obtained, combined with the ones he had previously hoarded, were enough to endow 2 pieces of level equipment with attributes. What Ibayen was most concerned about was actually the Demon God Diluted Blood. But he didn't rush to check. He turned and walked step by step towards Billion. Mighty warrior, please allow me to present to you the highest etiquette of the demon race. Billion stood up and performed an extremely respectful gesture. At the same time, she was secretly observing Ibayen, hoping to make the next judgment based on his reaction. However, Ibayen remained silent. He just kept approaching her. The blood-red battle knife appeared in his hand, exuding a chilling aura that made Billion's spine tingle. She suddenly understood how naive her previous thoughts were as a weakling. Brave warrior, I was actually forced here by Gezi. In our world, I am a lord, and even the king obeys my commands. Please spare my life, I can definitely help. Bailean had just revealed her identity, wanting to showcase her value, only to find Ibayen disappearing before her eyes. A strong sense of death surged in her heart. Absolute invisibility. She immediately activated her strongest stealth skill. The other party clearly had no intention of leaving her a way out. If she didn't run now, there would be no chance left. Put! The battle blade pierced her chest. Having previously touched the light orb, she had exited combat mode, triggering 8 times the damage. This is impossible. My absolute invisibility cannot be seen through. What kind of monster are you? Even suffering such immense damage, Bailean's invisibility remained intact. This was the power of absolute invisibility. However, the battle blade in her chest and Ibayen's unwavering gaze were a stark slap in the face. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. In less than 10 seconds, you have killed Bailean. To the west of Mogeo Hills. Boom! Score destroyed another protective ritual. Current destruction count, 13. Why is it so slow? What are the other interdimensional visitors doing? He frowned. Aside from the first 2 rituals, the remaining 11 were all destroyed by him. Interesting. He then noticed that the originally existing list of 7 interdimensional visitors had dwindled to just 2. Score chuckled with amusement. After he entered Mogeo Hills, 5 people appeared on the list, exactly the same 5 whose names had disappeared. This meant they were a group, not lone wolves like himself. The more protective rituals he destroyed, the stronger the Blood Cow Clan's people sent to protect the other rituals became. But Score didn't think this would be enough to kill those 5 guys. Therefore, the remaining one called He Bei-yen was worth investigating. No worries, I've already found a shortcut to destroy the rituals. Once I reach the coordinates, I can meet this guy. Score's smile grew increasingly arrogant. He held a powerful ace scroll in his hand. It could seal all skills learned by a single target, leaving them only able to perform normal attacks. This was akin to cutting off the opponent's legs. In such a situation, no one could match him in a one-on-one fight. By the way, I should thank you, He Bei-yen, for reducing my competition. Blood seemed to stir. He could almost see the bewildered expression on the opponent's face after he used the scroll. Tip: the Rage Ring's stored energy has reached its limit. After dealing with Bai Lian, He Bei-yen finally saw this message. The Rage Ring could store 600,000 damage, which would then be converted into attack energy at 100%, released entirely on a single target. Dealing 600,000 damage to an enemy in an instant could be considered quite a burst damage. It's a bit weaker compared to other attack spells, but with my enhancements, it should gradually become stronger. He Bei-yen checked the spoils obtained from Gezi. Demon God Diluted Blood, 10 milliliters. The soul and body endure immense pain. After passing through, one can gain a trace of Demon God power and talent, with an all-around increase in strength. Tip: using this will make you a member of the evil faction. This thing would surely make Inoue Jiro very happy if he got it. But for He Bei-yen, it was of little use. He tossed it into his backpack. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. You have used a skill book to grant an attribute to the demon-breaking longbow. You have used a skill book to grant an attribute to the mechanical power ring. He Bei-yen chose 2 cursed pieces of equipment and used attribute fusion orbs to grant them attributes. Now his defense was sufficient. Maximizing output was the only way to raise his limits. Unfortunately, the current fusion orb can only enhance high-level spells. Otherwise, I would have more options. He checked the effects of the 2 pieces of equipment. Demon-breaking longbow. Using demon-breaking arrows to hit an opponent reduces their mana, which will restore an equal amount of your mana. If your mana is full, it converts to an equal shield value. Stops when reaching the previously accumulated maximum shield value. Mechanical Power Ring. The mechanical creatures triggered by your attacks, excluding control types, will deal equal damage within a 5-meter radius. What kind of ridiculous attack is this? This effect is just too perfect. He Bei-yen immediately saluted the sky. Thank you, Goddess of Luck. Although you might not be watching. From now on, the demon-breaking arrows can not only weaken the opponent's mana by 5 but also restore an equal amount of shield for himself. If he weakens 1000 mana, he gains 1000 shield. Because his mana has always been full, the skills used from equipment in class do not consume mana. This is much faster than slowly gaining shields by killing enemies with the Death Warblade. I really hope a mage with hundreds of thousands of mana appears, so I can quickly stack some shields. Right now, He Bei-yen has basically become a mage killer. His attack speed is 3 arrows per second, directly reducing the opponent's mana by 15. In less than 7 seconds, the mage shouldn't even think about casting a spark. However, relying on the demon-breaking arrows to stack shields depends on how much mana the opponent has, and there is a limit. Currently, He Bei-yen's shield can only reach a little over 12. Once it reaches this value, it will only reduce the opponent's mana. This is also a limitation of the effect. In comparison, the mechanical power ring's effect is limited by the equipment itself and is full of randomness. When mechanical spiders appear, they deal equal damage within a 5-meter range, enhancing the firepower of the mechanical spiders. Excluding control-type mechanical creatures, which means the mechanical python cannot trigger this effect. The triggering probability of the mechanical spider is 40, much higher than the 20 of the mechanical python, so it's still quite good. Currently, the conditions for the mechanical power ring to advance to a higher level have only opened 2. The mechanical power ring will advance to a higher level when it reaches a certain trigger value. Self-destruct spider, 1115, mechanical python, 461, to be unlocked, 0. This means there is a third form of attack, and the effect should also be effective. There are fewer and fewer high-level equipment that can grant effects. He Bei-yen only has the boots of divine sensitivity, ring of fury, true sight eye, and heart of pride left to endow. He needs to quickly raise the grade of the fusion orb. Soon, Hibeyen arrived near the Blood Cow tribe and found a corner to hide. Along the way, he encountered many Blood Cow tribesmen, shooting them one by one with the demon-breaking longbow to replenish his shield value. The efficiency is much higher than the Death War blade. Within the tribe, many Blood Cow tribesmen were rushing westward to intercept the otherworldly visitors. Insignificant ants, daring to intrude alone into the chief's tribe, truly seeking death. Before stepping into the designated location, a massive figure rushed out. Blood Cow Chief Nyoyi, level 43 bronze health, 640 attack power, 7096 physical defense, 5666 magic defense, 5386 attack speed, 2 skills, source of blood cows, greatly increases health, blood cow physique, a certain percentage of health converts to dual defense, brutal charge, a straight and fierce impact that causes dizziness upon hit, plains messenger, increases agility when fighting on the plains, whirlwind flying axe, damage, blood shield, sacrifice a certain amount of health to gain a high shield value. After looking at his stats, Hibeyen shook his head. A chief, and this is it? Aside from slightly higher dual defenses and health, the attack power is too low, just a meteor target. But if he is killed, the second layer of the forbidden spellbook seal will be activated. Weak little bug, just like a person. Crack. Taking advantage of Nyoye's speech, Hibeyen swiftly enveloped him with 2 domains, then shot 7 blow darts that pierced through his chest. Despicable ant, are you seeking death? Nyoye roared in anger, shocked at the power of this intruder's attack. Blood shield. He immediately activated the skill, and Hibeyen clearly saw his health drop by 10 points, gaining 20 shield points. He thought it would reduce more health. It was just his minimum attack output for a second. Nyoye did not know that the shield points were merely decoration in front of Hibeyen. Demon-breaking longbow, whirlwind flying axe. Seeing Hibeyen shoot 3 arrows in quick succession, Nyoye hurriedly spun his giant axe to block in front of his chest. But, mechanical spider, critical hit, moo. Nyoye cried out in pain. His giant axe seemed to have blocked in vain. The arrow damage showed no reduction, and various colored damage numbers floated above his head. Quite beautiful. What kind of cow horse attack is this? Why can't my giant axe hold up? And even the shield is useless. For a moment, his young bull brain couldn't process it. Hibeyen pressed the attack, throwing out the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, and the Death War blade kept striking him. Weakness. Hibeyen had no mind to calculate his damage per second anymore. It was just very high. He was fully enjoying the thrill of beating the scarecrow. Nyoye's health rapidly decreased. Suddenly, shield absorption, a skill hit Hibeyen. Oh, there's a counterattack, impressive. The bare-chested score slowly approached. I said those Blood Cow tribesmen would fight to the death to stop me. Turns out you were already battling the Blood Cow chief. You must be Hibeyen. I've killed the other Blood Cow tribesmen. I can't let you take advantage of me. I'll kill this old bull calf without anyone interfering. Seeing Score covered in blood and heavily injured, he was very pleased. It was clear he had been fighting Hibeyen for a long time. If he intercepted halfway and killed Hibeyen, he could enjoy the spoils and the benefits of a fisherman. Is that so? Hibeyen sneered. Blow dart 7 shot. The reason for his continuous melee attacks was to prevent Score from hiding nearby and preparing to deal the finishing blow. The scout's blow dart had just finished charging at that moment, and upon seeing the rain of arrows again, Nyoye turned to flee. How dare you! Score was also moved, striding over to support Nyoye. If Nyoye was killed, it would be determined that the opponent had completed their task. As a loser, he would lose the opportunity to explore this world and would be teleported back to his original world after a while. Moreover, he would face corresponding penalties. But suddenly, a stone giant appeared, blocking his path. Nina won't let you pass, tearfully asking for gifts. Supreme treasure of all realms Mu. Nyoye's escape speed was clearly no match for the rain of arrows. He was instantly killed. You have killed a level 43 bronze. Gain 7 experience points. Trial task completed. As you are the first player to complete the trial task without taking damage, you have gained an advanced source stone, supreme treasure of all realms, and a class-specific skill book. Would you like to make a world announcement? Tip: you can explore any area within 100 miles outside the Mogeo Hills, and you can exit at any time. Tip: other interdimensional trialists will kill you within half an hour of being forcibly exited, and the task rewards will definitely drop. The Forbidden Spellbook has unlocked the second seal effect, attack power. Countless prompt messages popped up. Hibeyen clearly felt his power significantly enhanced. Physical attack, 8536, the regret your foolish actions. The dimensional space folded and compressed. The shape became smaller and smaller. Wait, no. Clearly, Score felt nothing, no pain at all. Yet he felt his body gradually disappearing. This makes no sense, this can't exist. I haven't done anything yet. Snap. the last bit of black in his palm vanished. Score's breath was gone. In his final moments, only one terrifying thought remained in his mind. What he faced was a god. You have killed the level 96 Diamond Lord. You gain 10 points of world reputation. You have obtained the anti-magic divine scroll, world treasure. Ignore level and sequence, sealing all of the opponent's skills for 5 minutes. Bayan clapped his hands. Killing a level 96 diamond ant so casually did not bring him much pleasure. However, the items dropped from the kill, unaffected by the caster's abyss, surprised Bayan a bit. The items were quite decent. Killing Score also granted world reputation, while killing the 5-man team and Nyoyi did not. It seemed that killing powerful otherworldly beings was one way to gain world reputation. Knowing the method made it simple. The new skill experiment was over. He decided to visit a few other Minotaur tribes in the Mogeo Hills to demand some power attributes. World announcement: player Bayan has successfully passed the trial of the Mogeo Hills. This dungeon area can be opened once the player exits. Congratulations to Bayan for becoming the first player to obtain a world treasure. The world announcement echoed in the ears of all players 6 times. The second announcement was not what he wanted to reveal, but a forced operation from the god-enabled world. But it didn't matter. Wow, even though I was mentally prepared, I still can't help but ask, is this a world announcement that a normal creature can produce? As a legendary level player, this little chicken shed lemon-flavored tears. Who are you cursing upstairs? A legendary profession has become a little chicken? Have you noticed a problem with the announcement? After he god appears, the dungeon area can be opened. Is this dungeon very large? Divided into many areas? Damn! Now that you mention it, it really could be. Then won't we be able to bask in He God's glory? Will He God give us Dragon Country players some special treatment? Like letting Dragon Country players enter first to explore? Countless Dragon Country players excitedly discussed. The Last Blood Demon Purgatory dungeon had allowed many of them to get ahead of players from other countries. They had dealt a heavy blow to some foreign players with unclear self-awareness and arrogant attitudes. If another opportunity arose, the gap would widen even further. I may be a bit foul-mouthed. Damn it! Why hasn't Bayan died yet? On the other side, Dingshir Jiro cursed as he smashed the wine glass in his hand, grumbling. Hurst was also there, his expression equally grim. They had just arrived in a large city, and as soon as the two met, Bayan triggered a new world announcement. Moreover, the rewards seemed quite impressive, all related to the world. It seems that the first genius of the original kingdom, Ani, has already died. Hurst pondered, stroking his chin. Otherwise, based on the timeline, Bayan could not have triggered the world announcement and obtained the world treasure. This led Hurst to conclude that the information he had collected was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Bayan. Remembering how Ani had approached him, claiming that with the information he had, failure was impossible, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the end, didn't he still fall into the trap? However, despite his proud tone, Hurst still inquired about what to do if they failed. He obtained a way to contact a powerful figure in the kingdom. It's time to let him go through fire and water for us. I believe he will definitely be interested in the world treasure. Hurst smiled proudly. It didn't matter that he couldn't defeat him himself. Let someone else handle it. If that failed too, he would spread the news about Bayan possessing the ultimate treasure of the worlds to more people. He didn't believe there wouldn't be anyone willing to kill and loot. Next, he would continuously lay the groundwork to thoroughly torture Bayan, getting to know his background better and better. During this time, Hurst would also prepare countless methods to deal with Bayan. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I hope you don't die too quickly, otherwise, it would be too disappointing. You have killed the Highland Minotaur. You have killed the Highland Minotaur. Free attribute points. You have killed the Highland Minotaur. Strength. He didn't know how long it had been. Bayan had gained over 30 points in strength attributes and less than 30 points in free attributes. The probability was a bit low, but he suddenly realized a problem. Although his strength was continuously increasing, his health and dual defenses were not lagging behind. However, his agility attribute had been stagnant. It was still an attack frequency of 3 times per second. As an all-rounder, it was surprising that his agility attribute was so sluggish. Would he be able to sleep at night? He needed to think of a way to improve it. I really need to get a piece of gear that increases agility attributes. Bayan pouted, occasionally glancing up at the sky. It seemed as if he was hinting at something to someone. Those who didn't know would think he was going crazy. The advanced source stone had already been used on the attribute fusion ball, and there was basically no change. It could only enhance equipment with the highest level skill books. Next time I gather enough skill books, I'll first give the boots of divine agility an attribute. This piece of gear had been worn on his feet for so long that it was gradually falling behind the times, almost forgotten. He hoped the attribute granted would be related to agility. Continue killing monsters. Not long after. Hint, the strength attribute points you have obtained have reached the regional limit, 50 points. Please go to another area to continue obtaining kill attribute points. He Beiyan was at a loss for words. They even had a limit system? This feeling of being unable to control himself made He Beiyan very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. He had to leave the Mogeo Hills. You have entered the Bainu Mountains. He Beiyan had just crossed over the peaks outside the Mogeo Hills and was about to descend when he saw two large villages in front and behind him. Triggering quest, resolve the trouble in the Bainu Mountains. Description: there are two major bandit camps in the Bainu Mountains, both about to compete for the position of mountain chief, wanting to benefit their respective bandits. In reality, they are not good people at all. Eliminate them all to ease their relationship. He Beiyan, goodness, this description is quite intense, but I like it. If I eliminate them all, their relationship will be eased. No problem. This is a proper way for a traveler from another world. The quests are indeed diverse. If given the chance, it would be quite challenging to conquer two worlds by myself in the future. Perhaps I could even get unexpected rewards. Where did this little brat come from, wearing a mask and acting tough in front of me? A bandit chief with a scarred face and a lot of pockmarks, chewing on a blade of grass, swaggered over with a big knife and his lackeys. Big Knife Bandit Chief He Guan, weaken 10, level, 66 gold leader health, 202 attack power, 4886 skills, Big Knife Shock, Mountain Splitter, Blood Pressure Taunt. Little brother, did you come over from the other side of the Bainu Mountains? The other side is the holy land of the Minotaurs, quite troublesome. Why not join me in taking down this uncouth guy? I'll personally escort you down the mountain? Another group of people rushed over. Knife Mountain Bandit Leader Zhuoqing, weaken 10, level, 63 gold boss health, 194 attack power, 4790 skills, 8 styles of knife, Goose Formation, Azure Dragon Probing Knife. Really pathetic. Zhuoqing, do you think bringing a little brat will defeat me? He Guang looked disdainfully at He Beiyan from head to toe. Little brother, look at this guy's foul mouth. It's like he ate shit. If it were me, I would have beaten him up long ago. Zhuoqing fanned the flames from the side. He Beiyan laughed. If your head isn't working, you can donate it to make brain soup, but if your butt and head are switched, there's no cure for that. What did you say? Before he could finish, 7 blow darts split into numerous arrows, shooting countless blood holes into He Guang. Feeling his life force rapidly fading, He Guang instantly realized the gap between them. Hero, spare me. I just have a foul mouth. He immediately knelt down, turning on a dime. Just a foul mouth? He Beiyan sneered. I just like to hit people a bit, bear with it. No, with his slender health bar, how could he withstand He Beiyan's output? The Death War blade struck a few times, and his health bar didn't even have a chance to bounce back before he was done for. Little brother, you're really impressive. How about we become friends? He Beiyan, do you deserve it? 18 thunder poison pearls flew out. A new chapter is about to begin, with more interesting plots to come. Everyone stay tuned. In the pit of the Judgment Sanctuary, seeing He Guang being killed instantly, Zhuoqing hadn't even had time to feel happy. He was engulfed by countless bandits being consumed by flames. Mechanical Spider, many bandit lackeys simply couldn't withstand such bombardment and died on the spot. Severed limbs and remains were blown everywhere. You killed the Knife Mountain Bandit. Free attribute points. You killed the Knife Mountain Bandit. Some luckier bandits were not affected by the explosion but felt an incredibly scorching heat wave coming. Many bandits suddenly felt a chill on their heads. They reached up to touch. Where's my hair? Accompanied by the screams of countless companions in the firelight. They couldn't say a word. It was quite bald. Run! It's a devil! In the flames, Zhuoqing, holding his blown-off arm, fled out in a panic. His face was filled with terror. Just a dozen pearls had blown him into a cripple. If another 20 or 30 came, it would have to be renamed from Knife Mountain to Knife Hill. This was definitely not an opponent he could handle. Your Excellency, I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai. I will take my people away right now. This is all my treasure. Please spare us. Dropping a pouch, Zhuoqing rolled and crawled away from He Beiyan. He admitted there was a gambling element involved. Very clever. He Beiyan bent down to pick up the pouch, which contained its own storage space. But just this 3 gold coins, is that enough to send a beggar away? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 broken magic arrows shot towards Zhuoqing's back. Zhuoqing immediately screamed, "You slanderer! There are clearly 20 gold coins inside, along with my other treasured items." I didn't see it. He Beiyan continued to attack with an innocent tone. Zhuoqing was almost driven to death by anger. This was clearly a plot to kill him. What could he do when he encountered someone so strong and so despicable? He could only flee for his life. And what exactly was his profession? An archer who throws nuclear bombs? Just listen to how ridiculous that sounds. In the end, filled with questions and grievances in his heart, Zhuo Qing fell under He Baiyan's arrows, resolving the remaining bandits and the stronghold. Mission completed. Resolve the trouble of Knife Mountain. Gain Constitution attribute. Ding! Your dungeon token has been converted into a world teleportation token, Minotaur World, with no limit on the number of entrants. Once activated, you can travel to all previously conquered areas. Life within the will grow stronger over time, and new life forms may emerge. Hint: as a visitor from another world, your actions may cause changes in the Minotaur world, enslavement, occupation, trade, destruction, etc., and could also bring about your own doom. Will you continue to delve deeper into the Minotaur world? This world has connected with the myriad realms, and you will encounter life forms that exceed your current strength at any moment. If you kill a powerful being, you will gain prestige in the myriad realms. This hint appears only once. The task in the Binu Mountains is quite simple. He Beiyan originally planned to proceed to the next area. However, this hint made him cautious. He almost forgot that this place is not like the usual dungeons he entered. It is an alien world connected to the myriad realms. There must be many strong individuals here. The 2 tasks he completed were merely a transition to arriving here. If he hadn't completed them, it would have just been a dungeon, and he wouldn't know anything about this world. But now, continuing deeper would mean facing the strong beings of the entire world. He was unsure of his strength's level in the Minotaur world. No one came to offer help. He had to inquire himself. This was too troublesome. Although he could gain precious prestige in the myriad realms, he currently had no way to obtain treasures from the myriad realms. I should come back after developing in the Divine Awakening world. It's also time to go to the Wind Elf Empire and cultivate the Forest Seed. The Divine Awakening world is his home. One cannot be away from home for too long. Moreover, he had not yet taken control of his home and become its true master. He activated the token and returned to the Divine Awakening. Binu Mountains? He-Shin has unlocked a new area. Quick, check your equipment and items, and be ready to enter the new dungeon at any time. As He Beiyan returned, countless players were filled with excitement. They had long been prepared to enter the new dungeon, just waiting for He-Shin to open it and then rush in to kill. However, He Beiyan, I will not open this dungeon. This statement instantly extinguished all players' enthusiasm. Why, He-Shin, are you withdrawing from the dungeon? Of course, if you don't exit the dungeon, you can't speak in the world channel, not even check anything. We want to know why you won't open it. Countless players in the channel inquired, but He Beiyan did not respond at all. Instead, foreign players breathed a sigh of relief. They thought the Dragon Kingdom players were going to cling to He Beiyan's leg and take off with him. As long as he didn't open it, they had a chance to catch up. Now I have 2 tokens. He Beiyan looked at the 2 tokens in his hand. In addition to the world token, there was also the dungeon token for Blood Demon Purgatory. It could be bound to the guild token. Once he had territory, activating the token would create a huge teleportation portal, allowing guild members to enter quickly. In He Beiyan's view, other worlds were still too distant for players. Going there would be like giving away free gifts. They couldn't do anything except deliver. It was better to keep it for himself and play slowly. You have bound the dungeon token, Blood Demon Purgatory, to the guild. You have bound the world teleportation token, Minotaur World, to the guild. Set the world teleportation token to invisible. He Beiyan said quietly. For now, he didn't want this matter to be exposed. Besides himself, the world players hadn't even figured out the Divine Awakening yet. There was no need to reveal this information. Before going to the Wind Elf Empire, I'll go and take advantage of the Judgment Sanctuary. He Beiyan chuckled. Just by moving his lips, he could obtain high-level items. Such opportunities are truly rare. Transforming back into the Holy Physician form, he arrived in the main city of Gur. Upon hearing the news, Lord Helix and others immediately came to welcome him. To make a long story short, I found that the internal structure of the Cursed God sect is even more severe than it appears, and I need to prepare a bit more before leaving. Upon entering the suite of the Renifa Hotel, He Beiyan spoke directly. Your Holiness, we understand. Archbishop Leon surprisingly stepped out from the shadows. Please do not take offense, Your Holiness. I did not come to greet you to avoid causing a disturbance. He Beiyan nodded calmly, but inside he was somewhat startled. Why did this guy come in person? Leon revealed 2 items in his hands. Upon learning that you are going to deal with the Cursed God sect, I received approval from the Pope to bring these out to assist you. Because they are too precious, I can only hand them to you personally. I have been waiting for your return. He Beiyan looked at the 2 items. Judgment Array, level spell scroll instantly creates a magic array with a radius of 3,000 meters. After entering the array, The caster's attributes increase by 100, while all enemies' attributes decrease by 30. Duration, 6 hours, temporary awakening stone, special item can awaken any equipment below level, temporarily raising it to level quality while retaining enhancement levels, gaining a significant boost. Duration, 3 hours, consider this as me taking on a half-disciple role. I believe your holiness must possess level equipment, so I only brought this awakening stone to make one of your other pieces of equipment level. Although the quality of equipped items is important, overall, it's not just about having higher levels, it's about how well they can complement each other. The more suitable, the better. Seeing these two items, He Beiyan was greatly astonished. This world-class power is incredibly wealthy. The Judgment Array, combined with the Yasudo Holy Medicine, obtained earlier, would elevate his strength to an unimaginable height. And the temporary awakening stone could allow one of his spell equipment to temporarily become level quality. This would definitely be used on those few attacking spell items. He could foresee what functions they would have when they grew to level. Unfortunately, it could only be used on one piece of equipment and only for a brief 3 hours. Overall evaluation, it's just average. It can indeed provide me with considerable help. He Beiyan took it with a faint smile. I've noted this down. Thank that old man for me. Hearing the response from the holy physician, Leon felt a surge of joy. Your Holiness, have you met our Pope? He has always wanted to see you. If anyone else dared to call the Pope an old man, Leon would have already furiously summoned the holy sword to purify their soul. But hearing the holy physician refer to the Pope this way made him very happy. This was proof of their close relationship. I haven't met him. Leon, He Beiyan tilted his head back, his eyes seemingly lost in thought. In terms of seniority, he isn't qualified to meet me yet. Truly disappointing. Leon and the others collectively gasped. It seemed they had stumbled upon a great secret. The leader of a world-class power isn't qualified to meet you? Disappointing? Could it be? But how come we, this group of hidden talents? Everyone present was clever. Each person's gaze wandered, pretending they hadn't heard anything. This was not something they could know. Understood. I wish your holiness success in eradicating the cursed god sect and restoring peace to the divine. Leon wisely chose not to ask further. He felt as if he knew something yet also felt completely in the dark. He could never relay the holy physician's words to the Pope. Otherwise, whether the holy physician was in trouble or not, he would definitely be in trouble. Alright, no need to worry. If that old man dares to use this matter to mess with you, he can come find me. He Beiyan smiled and patted his shoulder. That approachable smile instantly put Leon at ease. Regarding the Pope, He Beiyan's understanding was limited to what Norman had told him. Old man was also something he learned from Norman. But when it comes to acting skills, he is a professional. As a saint physician, he can solve the curse sickness that even your Pope cannot. Isn't it reasonable that his status is higher than yours? Moreover, his words are very thought-provoking. As for how to think about it, that's not his concern, He Beiyan. Alright, I'm leaving now. You all stay here and behave, don't think about secretly following me, or else don't blame me for being merciless. After saying that, He Beiyan left without looking back. No one dared to follow him. By the way, as if suddenly remembering something, He Beiyan stopped. There will be a human warrior arriving in the Wind Elf Empire soon. If he encounters difficulties he cannot solve, you can help if you can. Upon hearing this, the first head of the Lightby family, Padaf, quickly asked, Saint Physician, what is his name? This could be a bridge to a better relationship with the Saint Physician, He Beiyan. Upon hearing this name, Priest Warren seemed to recall something. He immediately whispered He Beiyan's various glorious deeds into Leon's ear. Leon's face then showed shock as he said to the Saint Physician, if I may ask, what is your relationship with him? He can be considered half my disciple, but don't let too many people know. After leaving the main city of Gel, He Beiyan slapped his forehead. Damn it, the act was too deep. I forgot to find a reason to ask for a teleportation talisman to the Wind Elf Empire. He Beiyan felt a bit annoyed. He made a rookie mistake. Fortunately, the main city of Gel belongs to the Gala Empire, and the Wind Elf Empire is just beyond the western border. Nina can fly over even in her dragon form. He Beiyan summoned Nina. Yoo-hoo, Nina can finally fly freely once. Knowing they would have to travel a long distance, Nina was not worried at all. Instead, she was very excited. Nina's strength had also greatly improved. In her dragon form, her flying speed could reach 1,000, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. This speed is quite standard. Dragon Nina's wings flapped continuously. Standing on her back, He Beiyan felt no impact from the wind at all, moving with ease. The wind caressed his cheeks like a shy girl. After all, his strength was no longer what it used to be. If someone else were to experience it, they would probably feel like a heavy tank charging at supersonic speed. Even legendary players would likely be knocked away, dizzy and disoriented. Before leaving, He Beiyan made himself the half-disciple of the Saint Physician as a backup plan. In case something really happened, there would be someone to look out for him. He also felt it was time to find a territory of his own. At that time, he could use the Saint Physician's name to facilitate his actions. As for why he didn't directly use the identity of the Saint Physician to obtain territory, think about it. How could a reclusive figure like the Saint Physician place himself in the mundane world of developing territory? With his strength, he didn't need to. However, if the fact that he was the Saint Physician's half-disciple were to reach the Cursed God sect, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, He Beiyan is currently gaining favor with the Judgment Association. The Cursed God sect, on the other hand, is in a terrible state. Only Ivan is on his side. He still hasn't figured out the true purpose of the Cursed Lord seeking him, and he cannot expose the identity of the Cursed One. Overall, however, becoming the half-disciple of the Saint Physician is more beneficial than harmful. Fortunately, that elf princess didn't know my name back then, or it would have been a bit troublesome. He recalled the elf princess he had made cry back then. As he heads to the Wind Elf Empire, with a mask on, he shouldn't be so unlucky as to be discovered by her. He Beiyan has no time to flirt with the little girl, he needs to hurry up and become a god. As long as he obtains the Fountain of Life and sees what kind of beast pet the Wind God left behind, he will leave immediately. Who dares to fly over our dragon clan's territory? Ah, great dragon! A few hours later, a shout from the ground caught He Beiyan's attention. Nina was a great treasure. Nina arrived above the territory of the gem dragons. Originally, upon seeing a creature flying rapidly into their territory, they were about to charge forward. However, upon realizing it was a noble dragon, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly knelt down to worship. Master, the dragon clan is strictly divided according to bloodline hierarchy. The pureblood fire dragon that Nina has transformed into belongs to the high rank. Even if the clans are different, the mid to upper rank gem dragons cannot offend me because of the natural bloodline suppression. Nina actively explained to He Beiyan with her thoughts. A high-ranked pureblood fire dragon? Is there a higher rank? He Beiyan countered. Nina could transform into any race and knew all the information about every race, making it impossible for even her own clan to see through her disguise. She could be said to be indistinguishable from the real thing. If there were higher ranks, such as pureblood dragon kings or dragon gods, could Nina transform into them as well? Theoretically, the high rank is the highest, but Nina has knowledge of ancient, primordial, and supreme ranks of dragons in her mind. However, she cannot transform into them now. It requires the Master's strength to reach a certain level, but Master need not worry. Even if we encounter such ranked dragons, Nina can fight with all her strength without being affected by bloodline suppression, though she probably wouldn't win. He Beiyan's mouth twitched. Goodness, there really are higher ranks. This means that the races Nina can transform into are generally the highest ranks. Higher levels require the Master's strength as a stepping stone. Once his strength approaches that level, Nina could then multiply her attributes based on her panel data, directly reaching those ranks. Moreover, if he reached the Supreme Dragon level, transforming into other races might not have corresponding rank divisions, but there would definitely be corresponding strength. Nina truly was a great treasure. He must cultivate her diligently from now on. By the way, what does the Dragon Clan think of Dragon Knights, especially those who ride pureblood giant dragons? He Beiyan suddenly thought of this question. Nina tilted her head and thought, Nina will tell the Master all the knowledge. The Master should be able to handle it now. Hint, you have gained knowledge of all races. He Beiyan immediately received a wealth of information related to races. The content was very detailed, causing a slight headache. It turned out that gem dragons were a neutral dragon clan, mostly skilled in mental abilities and physical combat, but they did not like to initiate conflicts. They had no particular opinions about dragon knights, or rather, dragons that had not reached the high rank would not dare to voice their opinions upon seeing a pureblood dragon transformed into a pet. However, some clans of high pureblood dragons had a strong resistance to dragon knights. Feeling the information about the races in his mind, he had to admit that Nina understood a lot about various races. But aside from that, she was truly clueless. The one standing on the back of the fire giant dragon is a dragon knight. A gem dragon saw He Beiyan and immediately felt a glimmer of hope. Please, great dragon knight, save our clan leader. It immediately shouted. A banished two-headed giant king used a treacherous trick to capture our clan leader, intending to use him as food for his children to enhance his strength. We hope you can step in and kill him. we are willing to offer you precious gem essence as a reward. Quest triggered, rescue the Gem Dragon Clan leader. Description: the Gem Dragon Clan leader has been captured by the Giant Empire's banished Giant King. Please go and rescue him. Quest reward, gem essence, permanently increases pet or equipment by 10 to all attributes. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Hint: based on actual circumstances, there is a chance of receiving special additional rewards upon quest completion. Would you like to accept the mission? Beast pets or equipment with a 10% increase in all attributes? Ibeyan raised an eyebrow. Isn't this just something prepared for Nina? Although the percentage increase is small, only 10%, it's still acceptable. Moreover, there's a chance to receive additional rewards. Where is that guy? Ibeyan decisively accepted, and Nina slowly landed on the ground. Thank you, Dragon Knight. We will take you to the lair of the two-headed Giant King right away. Feeling the pressure of the fire dragon up close, their bodies trembled from time to time. The Fire Dragon clan has always had a violent temper. They would kill their own kin over a disagreement. They hadn't intended to seek help, just wanting to quickly send away this formidable deity. But upon seeing the Dragon Knight standing on its back, they placed their hopes on him. With the pureblood gemstone dragons mysteriously disappearing, the status of the gemstone wyverns in the Dragon Clan was becoming increasingly low, and their numbers dwindling. Even though they were direct descendants of the pureblood gemstone dragons, they were not well regarded by other clans. Soon, they arrived near the lair of the Giant King, hiding not far away. In fact, it was a massive cave, guarded by 2 giant eaters. Dragon Knight, they are among the 7 subordinates exiled with the Giant King, their strength around that of a Golden Lord, level 50 or so. We can help you deal with them and lure out the Giant King. This group of gemstone wyverns was around level 55, more numerous than the giant eaters, totaling 12. However, lacking top-tier combat power, even if they killed these giant eaters, they couldn't save their clan leader, having endured until now. No need to eliminate them, just leave one alive. These giant eaters are all experience points for him. Killing them might also yield free attribute points. He couldn't waste his life on the gemstone wyverns. Rescue our clan leader. The 12 gemstone wyverns remembered Hibayan's words and immediately charged at the 2 giant eaters. Their bodies were covered in colorful gemstones, and their claws were sharp enough to easily cut through rock. King, they really came. Seeing the commotion, the 2 giant eaters were already prepared, showing no desire to fight, and quickly retreated into the cave. However, one of the giant eaters was a step too slow and was struck in the back by the claws of 2 gemstone wyverns. In the next moment, a massive hand suddenly appeared from the darkness, bringing a gust of wind towards the 2 wyverns. Bang! Bang! Their health bars both dropped by 30. You overconfident lizards, are you here to die? The 2-headed Giant King Moto emerged from the cave, wearing several pieces of equipment and 2 crowns on his head, though they looked somewhat worn. 2-headed Giant King Moto, level 60 Bronze Monarch, talent, Betrayal, sacrifice health to gain a large amount of attack power, health, 399 attack power, 5916 skills, Devour, can restore health and increase attributes under certain conditions, Petrifying Gaze, can petrify the target, Confusion Gaze, can confuse the target, King's Authority, weakens all attributes of surrounding targets below your strength tier, Giant's Pride, increases attack power against smaller opponents, Giant's Seal, gains 5 shields. After looking at Moto's stats, Hibayan nodded slightly. The attack power is indeed impressive. Hitting himself could drop at least 3,000 points of shields, then endure 3 instances of shield retaliation. Truly strong. With such low health, let's try to finish the battle within 10 seconds. Against such an enemy, there was no need to use his ultimate skill, Cursed Abyss. After all, the cooldown was a whole day. Just look at Moto's pathetic state. Is he a match? Are my skills collectively going haywire? I see. I wonder where he found a Dragon Knight as assistance. Seeing Hibayan riding the pureblood fire dragon appear, Moto's pupils constricted. A Dragon Knight capable of taming a pureblood fire dragon was certainly no ordinary person. Watching his subordinates engaged in battle with the gem dragon and at a disadvantage, he dared not divert his attention to help. Today, his subordinates were bound to suffer casualties. Chaos Eye. Moto struck first, attempting to put Nina into a state of confusion. What? Why is it ineffective? To his astonishment, the giant dragon was not affected in the slightest by the chaos and instead breathed dragon fire towards him. It seems your spirit is quite strong, but do you really think we giants fear the dragon's breath? Giant Seal. Moto clapped his hands together, producing a resounding ancient bell sound. Then, a larger shadow of Moto enveloped him, mimicking the same action. But what he did not know was that hidden within the dragon's breath were 7 blow darts the size of silver needles, along with hundreds of arrows. What the hell? Moto was instantly dumbfounded. He looked up at his massive shadow, doubting whether he had used the wrong skill. But this was clearly his giant seal. It was still as magnificent. It was still as cool. Why did it feel like it hadn't blocked any damage at all? Even his equipment seemed to have lost its protective effect. His health suddenly dropped by nearly 60. He immediately realized that this was a terrifying opponent. He turned his gaze to the ogre subordinates who were still fighting. Anyway, you're all going to die, so before you perish, become my strength. Devour. The 2 severely injured ogres closest to him were directly sucked into his mouth. Moto, he was completely bewildered. What was going on? Were my 2 powerful skills collectively malfunctioning today? Why did devouring 2 not restore as much as usually devouring half of 1? What the hell? You dare to devour my attribute points. Bei-Yen could no longer sit still. He had specifically instructed the gem dragon to leave them a breath. Yet, before he could even deal a bit of damage, he was intercepted by the Ogre King. His subordinates couldn't have been completely devoured by him, could they? All gem dragons, stay 30 meters away from here, or if you die, don't blame me for not warning you. Bei-Yen shouted, pulling out all the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl, Ring of Fury, Divine Flame Fire Rain, boom! Moto saw 2 massive waves of light enveloping him and his shadow. The enormous 6-digit red numbers appeared in an instant. You have killed the 2-headed Ogre King. You have killed the 2-headed ogre. You have killed the 2-headed ogre. In his final moments, Moto was left with 2 thoughts. What does it mean to devour your attribute points? What on earth is wrong with my skills today? Following Bei-Yen's instructions, the gem dragons, who had retreated 30 meters away from the battle area, stared blankly at the enormous mushroom cloud formed after the 2 waves of light dissipated. Was that light caused by that dragon knight? Too terrifying. If we had still been inside, we would have been instantly vaporized. I can no longer sense the Ogre King's presence. Compared to the Ogre King, I'm now more worried about whether the clan leader is still alive. The gem dragons looked at their companion in silence. Couldn't they say something auspicious? They hurriedly flew back. On the ground, apart from a massive pit that seemed to have been struck by a meteor, only the Dragon Knight and the Fire Dragon stood there. Fortunately, the entrance had not been affected, but the powerful shockwave had left it unrecognizable, revealing the scenery inside. Inside was a large pot, a gem dragon imprisoned in a cage and ready to be cooked, and a precious soup made from various ingredients simmering in the pot. A small 2-headed ogre, not even 2 meters tall, was crawling backward with tears in its eyes, filled with fear. No, don't come over. As he locked eyes with Bei-Yen, he quickly hid behind the cage, trembling. Just a leader level? Seeing the strength ranking of the food giant, Bei-Yen shook his head. It seemed the food giant king was not a true powerhouse. Before the other party could react, Bei-Yen used the death battle blade to resolve the situation, then destroyed the cage. Mission completed. Save the Gem Dragon Clan leader. Thank you for saving me, esteemed Dragon Knight, the Gem Dragon Clan leader said weakly. Drink these. Bei-Yen took out a large number of recovery potions. He no longer needed various recovery potions, although he hadn't really used them much. There was no need to sell them. It was better to give them away and see if he could obtain some special extra rewards. The Gem Dragon Clan leader Hugh's favorability towards you. The Gem Dragon's favorability towards you. The Gem Dragon's favorability towards you. Thank you. Hughes was not polite, and after his health recovered a bit, a gem dragon walked over to Bei-Yen. Lord Dragon Knight, this is the promised gem essence. The gem essence was only the size of a peach pit, very exquisite, and Bei-Yen could feel the immense energy contained within. You have obtained gem essence. Esteemed Dragon Knight, I have one more request. Hughes glanced at the giant dragon Nina beside Bei-Yen. I implore you to allow us to become your subordinates. The pureblood gem dragons have disappeared for many years, and with my abilities, I cannot protect my clan. As Hughes spoke, he unconsciously shed gem-like tears. Over the years, Hughes had witnessed too many companions die. As the clan leader, the pain and helplessness he felt were known only to him. They were either captured as slaves or dissected, their bodies cut into countless pieces for sale. After all, the dragon race is a treasure in itself, and the gem dragons are even more so. Without the protection of pure-blood gem dragons, their living space was shrinking. Bei-Yen was slightly taken aback. Ding! You have received a special reward. Do you agree to allow the Gem Dragon clan to join the Chosen Guild? How could he not roll? How could he not roll? So this was the special extra reward he mentioned? Bei-Yen checked Hughes' panel. Gem Dragon clan leader Hughes, level 60 Diamond Lord health, 38 attack power, 4800 physical defense, 1038 magic defense, 1011 skills, mental protection, gem ray, invisibility, mind control, tip, triggered true side-eye effect. This unit meets the requirements for the sequence trial, Bronze Monarch, and upon entering the trial, will definitely become a Bronze Monarch. He Bei Yen? Sequence trial? He remembered that when he encountered the Divine Bull clans by Isi, he seemed to have mentioned it once. This was a regular trial that existed only between kingdoms and empires. Any player who met certain requirements could participate, and if they succeeded, they would become a corresponding sequence powerhouse. However, most people who passed the trial would experience a certain level of decay in their levels, but their own strength would actually improve to some extent. The more levels that decayed, the happier everyone was. For them, it meant more attribute bonuses, solidifying their strength. As for players, they would likely gain another attribute point. He just didn't expect that True Sight could even see others' potential. It truly was True Sight. He Bei Yen suddenly realized. Each of his spell outfits was actually a treasure. It seems I still don't understand my spell outfits thoroughly enough. After some self-reflection, He Bei Yen said to Hughes, "You can become my subordinate, but you must sign the Divine Awakening contract and swear eternal loyalty." Currently, the strongest in his territory was the Lava Man Andrew, who was a 73-level Golden Lord. With the addition of these Golden Lords and Diamond Lords, the future development of the territory will also be aided. Moreover, they are dragons. Perhaps one day the Chosen Guild can form a dragon cavalry? This is only natural. The Dragon Knight saved our chieftain, which is equivalent to saving us. The Gem Dragons are certainly not ungrateful. The Gem Dragons and Hughes immediately entered into a contract. The more they experienced, the more they realized that relying on themselves for survival would ultimately lead to a dead end. Instead of hoping for the return of the missing pureblood gem dragons, it was better to take a gamble on this powerful Dragon Knight. They prayed that he could bring them a peaceful and tranquil life. Rays of golden light entered their minds. Gem Dragon Chieftain Hughes joins the Chosen Guild. Gem Dragons join the Chosen Guild. Gem Dragons join the Chosen Guild. The number of members in the Chosen Guild immediately reached 21. It's time to recruit some talent. He had certain ideas. Otherwise, finding a suitable large territory that is vast and rich but devoid of human presence would just become a Versailles. He immediately raised the guild's member limit. You spend 100 guild funds to increase the number of members by 1. The funds that Chung Hong had put into the Chosen Guild amounted to several million, which he could use freely. This was all earned from selling items in recent days. Coupled with He Bei Yen's own contributions, it could be said to be heading towards 10 million gold coins. Money, to him now, was just a number. He had completely lost interest in it. So the emerging force that received the goddess's blessing recently is the Chosen Guild led by the Dragon Knight. In their eyes, the guild represented power. Hughes and the others felt a slight increase in their overall strength and couldn't help but marvel. I still haven't found a suitable territory to settle in, and I need to go to the Wind Elf Empire for business. You can head to Gel City and say you are subordinates of the Holy Physician's disciple. The city lord will arrange for you. He Bei Yen was going to the Wind Elf Empire and didn't want to attract too much attention. It was inconvenient to bring them alone. He had to settle them first. Holy Physician. Hughes's pupils revealed shock, but he quickly regained his composure. We understand. The Dragon Knight can reach this direction in about 2 days at the speed of a fire dragon. Good. After He Bei Yen left, Hughes stared at his back for a long time. The disciple of the Holy Physician is a pure-blood Dragon Knight. Could this be fate? Still 2 days to go. He Bei Yen shook his head. Nina was so fast that she couldn't arrive in a day. This was just crossing 2 neighboring empires. Gel City was still on the edge of the Gala Empire's territory. One could see how vast the entire Divine Awakening world was and how many strong individuals there were. Nina, eat this. A slight sense of crisis about the unknown arose in his heart. You have used the gem essence on the Holy Gold Slime, granting the holder specific attributes of 180. Holy Gold Slime Nina, life, 50546 mana, 30096 physical attack, 19804 magic attack, 11468 physical defense, 5155 magic defense, 5155 agility, 590 attack speed, 5 other attributes, slight not bad. Due to the talent, Earth Scales, the increase of 30 maximum life and shield is independent. Therefore, Nina couldn't gain an enhancement on this basis. But even so, her health still exceeded 50,000. Both defenses broke 5,000, and even the attack speed reached 5, which He Bei Yen envied. Just in terms of defensive attributes, without the strength sequence of the Diamond King, no one could hope to deal 4-digit damage in a single attack. I need to find a way to get Nina some shields and reflect damage, then she would be basically no different from me. I wonder if there are such items. If Nina were a beast pet, perhaps it would be true. But as for the equipment, that's hard to say. Generally, shields or other defensive gear come with reflection or shield effects, but Nina is a bit special. I hope to encounter something like that in the future. He Beiyan even thought about the existence of items that could add skills to equipment, like some kind of equipment skill book, but that idea was a bit too outrageous. If such items really existed, then cursed equipment wouldn't be called the strongest gear. But who can say what the future holds? It'll take 2 days to arrive, and I can't just sit around. He Beiyan looked down at the ground. Besides human cities, there are many alien territories within the Galad Empire. The Galad Empire's attitude towards alien life is to not impose regulations as long as it doesn't touch on principles. After all, this is already the border, they can't manage everything, so each territory has its own set of rules. Nina quickly flew over these alien territories, and some weaker aliens didn't even notice her. Some aliens could sense her presence and, upon realizing she was a pure-blood fire dragon, all hid away or stared at her from within their territories. Only a few mindless monsters, unafraid of death, howled at the sky. Those that could fly even attacked directly. I'll use you as entertainment on my way. When encountering these creatures, He Beiyan threw out the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl and continuously shot out demon-breaking arrows from Nina's back, especially those that could only run on the ground. None of them were a match. Although the experience was minimal, it was still neat. In the world of Divine Awakening, how could one not grind? What am I afraid of? What am I afraid of 2 days later? Hezang, do you think this guy is reliable? In a dim room, Jingyi Gyro sent a message to Hurst. In front of them stood a wrinkled old witch, manipulating a glowing crystal ball. Don't worry, I'm only looking for her to confirm He Beiyan's location, to avoid any mistakes. The one really dealing with He Beiyan is not her. Jingyi Gyro breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Recently, Amy had been taken down by He Beiyan with intelligence, which made Jingyi Gyro think they needed to send someone really powerful to handle him. Otherwise, it would just be a pure experience gift to He Beiyan. I can't see his trace? The old witch exclaimed in surprise. Usually, only someone stronger than her would cause such a situation. Are you sure he's a level 38 warrior? The old witch frowned and glanced at the two. Absolutely. Hurst and Jingyi Gyro replied in unison. The leaderboard clearly states 1-3 and 1-8. How could there be a mistake? Every day, people complain about He Beiyan's leveling speed, but it seems to have suddenly slowed down these past few days. The old witch nodded slightly, realizing she might have overthought it. Then it means he has some treasure that shields against probing. After so many years in the Divine Awakening, today this old woman must see you. Now, the number of warriors in large cities has gradually increased. It's no longer just a few. The old witch had seen quite a few warriors, and their strength was indeed not that formidable. Under normal circumstances, there was no reason not to see them. For the sake of performance and rewards, she intensified her efforts, continuously casting spells on the crystal ball. Hurst and Jingyi Gyro held their breath. 10 minutes later, put. The old witch spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with yellow phlegm onto the faces of the two. I saw it! I saw it! She revealed a creepy smile. Ignoring the stiff expressions of Hurst and Jingyi Gyro, she said, he is currently in the territory next to the Galad Empire, which is one of the Windelf Empire and the Bard Empire. Also, you tell me, does this guy have a lot of treasures on him? Jingyi Gyro nodded heavily. Yes, he has very powerful equipment, and not just one piece. Then my judgment must be correct. The witch declared confidently, he must possess a protective item of level or above, preventing others from spying and foreseeing. Hurst and Inoue Jiro's eyes widened in surprise, and then they burst into laughter. Another point that could provoke the strong. In an instant, they tossed aside an item and turned to leave. Wait, this guy is so hard to find. You need to pay double, or you won't be able to leave. A chill ran through them, and then the door was pushed open by an old man. I'm here to give you the remaining part. Hurst, right? Tell me everything about that guy. Hurst's eyes sparkled. The powerful countermeasure against He Beiyan was coming. He seemed to see the dawn before the light. You have entered the Wind Elf Empire's royal city. Upon arriving in the empire and seeing the surroundings, He Beiyan was immediately stunned. Their empire was nestled within a forest. Various buildings he had never seen before, countless elves walking and flying in the air, and the towering giant trees existing in the distant horizon. He Beiyan felt as if he had stepped into a world of swords and magic. Hint: your task inform about the Fairy Clan's conspiracy in the Wind Elf Empire has changed. Description: please deliver the Fairy Clan's secret letter to the head of the High Elf Regiment in the Empire for follow-up tasks. Task time limit: 30 minutes. Exceeding the time limit will result in task failure. Coordinates: 457. Such a short time limit? His sixth sense told He Beiyan that it was better not to delay. He immediately headed to the coordinate location. Your Majesty. Not good. A noble elf resembling a warrior rushed over. The Giant Eater King and his subordinates haven't arrived. investigations show they are all dead. What? The Elf King was extremely shocked. Who did it? Unknown. But the other allies have all arrived. According to our people's secret arrangements, they are hidden in every corner of the empire and can strike at any time. The Elf King rubbed his temples. He took a deep breath, feeling that the Giant Eater King's death at this critical moment was a bit suspicious. However, the other party was just one of the allies and wouldn't significantly impact the plan. Then let's wait until Lisa leads the troops away before we act, to avoid any changes due to delays. Yes, in the Wind Elf Empire, within the royal palace. How could this be? He really came into my home, the empire. Princess Isis of the Wind Elves clutched a pillow, her expression somewhat flustered. In recent days, every time she sensed, she could feel the aura of the spirit of Wind Court gradually approaching the empire. At first, Isis thought it was a coincidence, but just now, she sensed that it had already appeared in the empire, and it was rapidly approaching the royal palace. I'm not afraid of him. Isis slammed the pillow hard onto the bed. So much time had passed. She had worked hard to improve her strength. Unlike before, she had already become a bronze. Wasn't this the day she had been waiting for? To let that damned human taste the pain of being knocked on the head. According to her father, although humans are a highly adaptable race, they are burdened by inertia and desire. Aside from their reproductive capabilities being greatly enhanced, very few can persist in the tedious task of strength improvement. Now, her strength absolutely surpassed that of that man. Moreover, she had the equipment and items given by her father. But what is he doing here? And why is he coming to the royal palace? Isis was somewhat confused. She decided to go see for herself based on the aura's location. I need to be careful. Even though my strength is already formidable, I cannot underestimate the terrifying human, especially this guy. Even now, Isis still remembered what He Yin had said. Everyone, the despicable giants keep infringing on our territorial borders, and their methods are becoming increasingly insidious, growing very cunning, with too many companions killed by them. But in this battle, we will surely win. Outside the palace, a high-ranking Wind Elf commander was giving a speech to the soldiers in front of him. They were about to leave the empire for the border. Suddenly, he didn't notice a masked figure rushing towards him at high speed, crashing directly into him. He was like a cannonball, shoved straight into the wall not far away. Enemy attack. Protect the commander. Countless Wind Elf soldiers surrounded He Yin. Sorry, I was in a hurry and couldn't stop in time. He Yin didn't expect the empire to be so vast that he almost missed the coordinates. Glancing at the mission countdown, there was only 1 minute left. He took out a secret letter from the fairy clan. High-ranking elf commander Lisa, I have very important news to tell you. Your most beloved granddaughter has died. Your most beloved granddaughter has died. Lisa had just crawled out from a crack in her human-shaped wall. Seeing the fairy clan's secret letter in He Yin's hand, she instantly flashed to his side. Where did you get this? She lowered her voice and immediately snatched it away, carefully looking around before hiding the letter. I killed a small traitor from the fairy clan. He Yin spoke in a voice only they could hear. Seeing Lisa's expression, she seemed to know something about the fairy clan. Everyone, don't worry, he is my friend, take a break here. Lisa pulled He Yin's hand and walked into the palace. He Yin, after reading the letter, Lisa's brows knitted together into a line. No wonder we've recently discovered traces of many foreign races entering the empire. She immediately used some special tool to report this matter to the Wind Elf King. You came at just the right time. If I leave the Imperial City, the fairy clan will definitely attack immediately. In fact, they had long sensed signs of rebellion from the fairy clan, but they had been unable to find key evidence. You are neither an elf nor a fairy clan member. According to the fairy clan's rules, only those who reach the Diamond Lord rank or above can obtain this secret letter, and most of them will hide themselves, making them hard to detect. Lisa stared at He Yin. Warrior, please state your reward for handing me the letter. The corners of He Yin's mouth slightly lifted beneath his mask. Dealing with someone who understands is convenient. I need the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life? This item is personally controlled by the Wind Elf King, and many royal elves have exhausted their efforts to obtain it. He actually wants such a treasure? This information alone is far from enough, and the Fountain of Life is far less practical for a warrior than a piece of equipment. Have you thought this through? Although the Fountain of Life is precious, it is only targeted at specific races. In Lisa's view, this information is fully worth a piece of equipment as a reward. There's no need to waste thoughts on the Fountain of Life. Seeing He Yin nod, Lisa continued, if you can kill the fairy clan's allies and achieve brilliant results to reduce our pressure, I can apply to the Elf King for your request. Mission triggered, kill the fairy clan's allies and achieve brilliant results. Mission objective, He Yin decisively accepted. What constitutes brilliant results? He Yin didn't understand. In any case, just kill them all. Please be careful, warrior, among them are strong opponents, so be sure to pay attention to safety. He Beiyan waved his hand. One against a group, the advantage is mine. He needed to kill high-level creatures to quickly unlock the sealing effect of the forbidden spellbook. He had quite a few incredible treasures he had obtained from the Judgment Sanctuary, and he wasn't afraid of facing gold-level opponents. Leaving the palace, He Beiyan was about to deal with these fairy clan's foreign allies. True side effect triggered, has seen through the opponent's invisibility. He noticed a small tail not far away, secretly following him. But the other party didn't know they had already been exposed. He checked her information. He Beiyan's face behind the mask suddenly revealed a big, awkward expression. What a narrow path for enemies. Just after submitting the task, he was followed by the Wind Fairy Princess. Had he been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. His disguise was so perfect, and his voice had been altered through a mysterious illusion technique, making it completely different from before. Where had he gone wrong? He really couldn't figure it out. However, since the other party didn't reveal themselves, he pretended not to notice. The little princess should still be observing him, wondering if he was the man who had made her cry back then. But He Beiyan didn't expect that this little princess was quite fierce. She had already become a bronze and reached level 41. If she went all out and fought him, it would take him a minute or two to deal with her. In fact, just as He Beiyan thought, when Ike saw him, she was incredibly surprised by his bronze strength. The most frightening part was that he was only level 38, the same level she had when she became bronze. She couldn't help but wonder if he had just become bronze or if he had been one for a while. Regardless, the other party's potential was at least as strong as her own. She absolutely couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, was this human powerhouse really the terrifying human who had smashed her head back then? The gap between her expectations and reality was a bit too large. Upon careful consideration, it was very possible. After all, she herself wasn't that weak back then, yet he had completely dominated her. But the voice has changed so much since then, and there's no beast pet named Nina following him. I should observe a bit longer. Ike's didn't want to wrong any good person, nor would she let any bad person go. Humans seemed very frightening to her. If the other party had no grievances with her, she didn't want to provoke them. I will see through you completely. Damn it! Which bastard died and exposed the secret letter? On the other side, the Demon Emperor's teeth were grinding. He had been using a certain skill to observe Lisa's movements. Lisa was about to leave. Suddenly, a masked man rushed out and handed him a secret letter from their clan, causing the entire royal city to be locked down and enter a state of readiness. Demon Emperor, we found out where the secret letter was leaked from. A figure emerged from the shadows, but he hesitated to speak. Who died? Speak! Let them hide well outside the royal city and wait for orders, yet they exposed the plan. What a waste! The figure choked up. Trembling, he said, it was your most beloved granddaughter who died. Boom! The figure instantly turned to dust. Damn it! He trembled all over. No wonder he hadn't been able to contact her during this time. It was probably that masked man's doing. Very good, very good. He laughed in anger. Do you really think I didn't consider this situation? For this day, I have made more than 2 preparations. The Demon Emperor took out an item and activated it. You all attacked together with all allies, while having the insider in the royal city capture the Wind Fairy Princess as a hostage. He then completely shattered the item. Everything was still within his plan. As long as he captured the Wind Fairy Princess, he would make all the royal elves accompany his granddaughter in death. As for that masked man, he would make him wish he were dead, feeling the wrath he had at this moment. Inside the royal city, a certain fairy insider who received the instructions immediately came to Ike's palace. Princess, are you there? She knocked on the door. She was Ike's maid, a fairy at heart, already planted beside Ike's. Although she couldn't defeat Ike's directly, with a few items given by the Demon Emperor, she could capture her and ensure her own safety. After waiting for a long time without a response, she pushed the door open. Instantly, she was dumbfounded. Where did the person go? The naive fool, who had little experience in the world, was clearly standing guard outside the door, yet had not seen Yikes leave the palace. When did she slip out? Could it be that she had already discovered he was the mole? It was not entirely impossible. The maid was very anxious and wanted to contact the Demon Emperor. But strangely, no matter how she activated the communication device, there was no response from the Demon Emperor. Damn! The Elven Palace was currently under the strictest security. No one was allowed to leave their assigned area, and there was no one here to assist her. Without being able to contact the Demon Emperor, she couldn't inform anyone about the disappearance of the Elven Princess. What should she do now? A sense of foreboding washed over the maid. Alert! The Swamp Giant Lizard Fairy Alliance has launched an attack at the coordinates 163 in the Imperial City. Please resolve it as soon as possible. Alert, the Wandering Flying Fox, Fairy Alliance, has launched an attack at the coordinates 182 in the Imperial City. Please resolve it as soon as possible. Ignorant bug, do you really think you can stop our swamp giant lizard clan all by yourself? At this moment, all the allies of the fairy clan had launched an attack within the city. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so please die for me. Hibeiyen stood right in front of 8 swamp giant lizards. Swamp giant lizard, level 54 diamond lord, health 289, swamp giant lizard, level 60 gold lord, health 201. Seeing the strength rankings of these creatures, Hibeiyen lost all desire to continue looking. Bug, you must have lived too long. As allies, the purpose of the swamp giant lizards was to wreak havoc throughout the Imperial City, putting pressure on the Wind Elf Empire. Encountering such a reckless fool who was not afraid of death, they were naturally eager to take him down. Swamp Venom. Balls of venom decisively attacked Hibeiyen. Hibeiyen did not dodge or evade, allowing the venom to strike him. Shield absorbed. True counterattack. What the hell? The leading diamond giant lizard was dumbfounded. Clearly, the venom had all hit, so why did none of them break through his defenses? Instead, they themselves suffered considerable damage. Is that all? 7 consecutive blow darts. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Hibeiyen countered with his normal attack. 7 silver needles were followed by hundreds of arrows, shooting straight towards the massive body of the swamp giant lizard. One by one, the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls followed, engulfing all the swamp giant lizards in flames. Alert! The target has been affected by paralysis, bleeding, and poisoning effects. The leading diamond giant lizard instantly entered a critical state. How is this possible? All the swamp giant lizards stared blankly. What kind of attack could cause such great damage? They then saw the opponent draw a longbow. The remaining swamp giant lizards wanted to react, but due to the paralysis effect, they couldn't move. Without saying a word, Hibeiyen aimed at the diamond giant lizard and shot a magic breaking arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows instantly pierced through its body. Thud. In 3 seconds, it was enough to drain its remaining health. A somewhat deflated light orb appeared on the ground. You dare to kill our boss? Brothers, let's all go and take him down. The death of their boss did not seem to instill fear in them. The remaining 7 giant lizards charged towards Hibeiyen, unleashing their strongest skills. Then they suddenly turned around. They fled in 6 different directions. When disaster strikes, each flies away. Their boss was dead. Only a fool would believe that 7 lizards working together could kill the opponent. But it seemed there was indeed a naive fool who believed what his companions said. Didn't we agree to take him down together? Seeing that all his companions who were originally by his side had disappeared, he came to a bewildered halt. Hibeiyen silently sighed. Alas! What a pitiful child. To show my sympathy for you, I'll let you die first. Stay away from this dirty world. A health pool just over 1 million is nothing in front of Hibeiyen. The broken magic arrow shot out continuously, occasionally triggering a mechanical spider. In less than 10 seconds, it was resolved. He immediately unleashed a control skill infused with cursed intent to pursue the remaining giant lizards. Groups of shriveled light orbs appeared on the ground, looking as if they had never had enough to eat, suffering from severe malnutrition. In just 1 minute, Hibeiyen eliminated them all, collecting countless spoils. Hey, all I wanted was your lives. Why are you so afraid of me? Hibeiyen shook his head helplessly and immediately headed to the next coordinate point. This human is so strong. Ix couldn't help but exclaim from the shadows. Such an attacking method, if she hadn't seen it beforehand, even she would have fallen for it. I remember the terrifying human used a blood-red battle knife as a weapon. This human's main weapon is a longbow, clearly not that guy. For some reason, Ix felt a sense of relief in her heart. It seemed she wasn't ready to meet that terrifying guy yet. But why did his belt have the aura of a wind spirit core? Although she often sensed its presence, it wasn't all the time. Was there a possibility that that guy had handed the wind spirit core over to someone else? Following along, she saw Hibeiyen fighting a group of flying foxes again. Ix made up her mind. Warrior, I'm here to help. She flew out from the shadows. Summoning the high-level bow and arrows given by her father, she shot at the flying foxes. Only by fighting alongside him could she have the chance to ask him about the Wind Spirit Core. A rebellion had broken out in the royal city, and she had long been itching to take action. Who are you? Hurry up and leave, don't delay my battle. Hibeiyen's tone was cold, sounding incredibly unfamiliar. Internally, he was laughing wildly. It seemed he had managed to keep it a secret. Not using the death battle knife was indeed the right choice. Warrior, we can talk later. Let's first deal with these alien creatures together. Ix continuously shot out surging beams of light, hitting the flying foxes. Now, in battle, she was more mature and composed than before. Your power is too weak. Let me give you a boost. just help me deal with the small monsters. He used the rarely seen skill, Spellcaster Assimilation, on her, allowing one unit to gain one of his basic attributes. Ix immediately felt a significant increase in her physical attack. She couldn't help but be shocked again. A human warrior like this was far more terrifying than that guy. Since her birth, she had only encountered 2 humans, each more outrageous than the last. Was the entire human race filled with such terrifying contenders? Finally, luck struck again. Inside the palace, the Wind Spirit King's expression had not relaxed for a moment. The reason was not the rebellion of the fairy race, but because his daughter Ix was missing. He suspected there was an insider in the palace, and that the fairy race had kidnapped her. But if it were truly a kidnapping, he wouldn't have received any relevant information. The Wind Spirit King had already sent people to investigate. Your Majesty, we have news. We found the princess. Lisa hurriedly rushed in from outside the palace. The princess is still in the royal city, currently fighting alongside that masked man who sent me the secret letter to kill the fairy race allies. What shocks me is that human man's strength. It is said that his attacking methods are numerous. Even the Fear Mole with level 40 bronze strength was slain, while the princess only provided support and eliminated 4 or 5 fairy allies, relieving us of a lot of pressure. The Wind Spirit King Oberk found this result somewhat unbelievable. He never expected Ix would be traveling with that masked human who exposed the fairy race's conspiracy, and his strength far exceeded his expectations. Send someone to protect them in secret. Kalisa showed a troubled expression. Your Majesty, the palace is now surrounded and attacked by the 7 fiends of the fairy clan, and they have even used a high-level item. We cannot send anyone out. This information was only with great difficulty brought in by our companions outside, unless you personally. Oberk frowned. To remain vigilant against the self-proclaimed fairy emperor, he had to stay here to hold the fort. Otherwise, the life tree behind the palace would be in danger. He was well aware of the fairy clan's rebellious intentions, even if it meant using high-level items. He couldn't help but worry about Ix. At just over level 40, could she really handle those powerful alien races? He was a revered emperor, but more importantly, a father. However, if he had to choose between being a father and an emperor, he would painfully choose the latter. It wasn't for fame or profit. It was because the burden of being an emperor carried the lifeblood of all the Wind Elf citizens and even the entire elven race. The life tree must not be lost. Suddenly, he thought of something. A few days ago, the Archbishop of the Judgment Temple, Leon, personally contacted him, saying that a disciple of the Holy Physician would come to the Empire. The reason was unknown. Could it be this person who would expose the fairy clan's conspiracy? He also recalled that his daughter had sneaked out of the palace with her maids. After returning, she seemed to have changed completely, diligently improving herself and no longer being playful. Upon inquiring with the maids, he learned that she had encountered a human, which led to such a change. Could this person also be a disciple of the Holy Physician? Could there be such coincidences in the world? In any case, he could only comfort himself this way for now. Hopefully, Ix would be safe. Aunt, I advise you to stop. I am a descendant of the Naga who rules the ocean, and my mother is level 70 silver. If you kill me, all of humanity will suffer an irreversible wrath. In front of Hibeyen stood a level 50 bronze Naga. At this moment, his tail was blown off, one of his eyes was shot out, and he was covered in blood, with solid scales falling off everywhere. He looked like a stray dog, utterly disheveled, yet he threatened with full confidence. A dignified level 50 bronze was actually threatening a mere level 38 bronze. What did that mean? He was anxious. Alright, noble silver descendant. You have used the evil pearl. Target gains 1000 points of evil value. Hibeyen didn't care about his words at all. As a marine creature, you came to land to stir up trouble. If not killing you, who else? Demon-breaking arrow. You will definitely regret it. His voice abruptly stopped, and his body turned into a plump ball of light. You have killed a level 50 bronze. Gained a large amount of experience. Free attribute points. Cursed spellbook unsealing conditions, seal effect 3. Gained professional equipment. Blood battle flag, level cursed item. After a long time, Hibeyen finally killed again and obtained cursed equipment. And it was a level cursed item. He finally got lucky again. He immediately reinforced it 3 times and then checked the information. Blood battle flag, life attack effect 1. After planting the battle flag in the ground, it provides 500 points of physical or magical attack, whichever is higher, to all friendly units within a 1000 meter radius and increases the maximum damage bonus by 30. No duration limit, the battle flag can be destroyed. Curse, after the battle flag takes effect, it deducts 0 maximum health every minute. Moreover, the longer the battle flag is used, the more violent the holder's blood becomes, with a chance of exploding and dying. This effect is too strong, perhaps due to different focuses. As a level cursed item, the battle flag's effect range is far greater than that of Divine Ice Barrier in Time-Devouring Domain. Collecting the plump ball of light, the skill book inside was enough to grant 2 pieces of equipment with attributes. The fusion ball of the entry has already advanced to level, so it can bestow attributes on level equipment. You have used 10 advanced skill books to bestow the Blood Battle Flag with attributes. Blood Battle Flag attribute. Once the battle flag is planted in the ground, it will have health equal to your maximum shield value, and the effect will last until the health reaches 0. Can be healed. Damn, ruthless. Hibayan's shield is over 120,000. Doubling it means over 240,000 health for the battle flag. The effect lasts until it reaches 0, and it can even be healed. This is too disgusting, but he likes it. If he plays a defensive battle in the future, he could have a healer dedicated to restoring the Blood Battle Flag's health. How would the attacking side even compete? Which equipment should the second attribute be bestowed upon? The situation is urgent, and Hibayan must make a choice quickly. He has quite a few level spell equipment, but he ultimately chose the Thunder Poison Pearl Belt. You have used 10 advanced skill books to bestow the Thunder Poison Pearl Belt with attributes. Thunder Poison Pearl Belt attribute. After each pearl explodes, 3 small pearls will be born, causing a secondary explosion around, but only dealing 30 damage. Can trigger other effects. This attribute effect is somewhat similar to the Splitting Arrow of the Scout God. The number is much less than the Splitting Arrows, but the small pearls can trigger other effects. This means the 3 abnormal states of the Thunder Poison Pearls and the equipment effects of the Mechanical Force Ring can all be triggered. The total damage of the 3 small pearls is 90, that's a bit lacking. Hibayan wasn't too satisfied. Although his output capability was enhanced and he got new equipment, it still felt too little. It's time to deal with the last 2 allies. Hibayan opened the quest panel. The top few fairy allies and their coordinates had turned gray, indicating they were already dead, leaving only the coordinates of the last 2, which were still moving. The further back the fairy allies were, the stronger they were. Hibayan wasn't sure what they were like. However, with his domain and barrier skills not being used, plus the newly acquired Blood Battle Flag, he wasn't afraid of even silver level. What are you dawdling for, little princess? Let's go. Hibayan, carrying the demon-breaking longbow, turned to the dazed Ikes and spoke. Ikes came back to her senses. When she first saw the level 50 bronze Naga, she had thoughts of retreating. This was simply not an opponent they could handle. Yet this terrifying human shot 3 arrows without a word. He directly shot one of the Naga's eyes out, breaking through their defenses. The entire battle ended in less than 5 minutes. She truly felt like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Is this the strength of a human archer? Is there really no limit to humans? It's so terrifying. What effect does this skill have on the monster in front of me? Orc Centurion, I can no longer sense the Naga's presence. The last 2 waves of alien allies had gathered together. They were the blood-colored orcs and the Green Mountain Tiger clan. Clearly, the level guards of the royal city had the fairy army outside holding them back, but they were all drawn to the outskirts of the royal city to fight the fairy strongmen. The strongmen inside the palace also had the fairy 7 fiends using treasures to block attacks. The investigation inside the city had already been conducted, leaving only some weaklings. Those useless allies dying was one thing, but why did even the level 50 bronze Naga die? What went wrong? The Green Mountain Tiger King need not worry. Centurion Myrue said calmly, as long as I'm here, no matter how strong they are, they won't stir up any waves. Including the other blood-colored orcs behind him, they were all filled with fighting spirit. They had no worries about the death of the Naga, but the Green Mountain Tiger King and his subordinates were still a bit concerned, because he did not know. Myrue is not just a simple orc commander, he is an orc leader of a higher rank, with a power level of 45, classified as silver. Although he is at the lowest tier among leaders, he is confident that he can kill any bronze-level opponent below level 75. Moreover, he is a backup for the fairy clan, meant to prevent any hidden big shots within the imperial city from obstructing their plans. Therefore, he disguised himself, claiming to be at the bronze level, known only to the fairy emperor. Once we capture the life divine tree in the imperial city, the fairy emperor will help us deal with the giant empire. Myrue thought silently. The children of their beast king were killed by the giant clan, and this matter has been etched in the hearts of all the blood orcs. The giant clan not only killed but also refused to admit it. The blood orcs despise such hypocritical beings the most. They must pay for their blood debts. Suddenly, he stepped on something, and his feet were frozen in ice. Immediately, a gray and blue barrier enveloped everyone inside. Hibayan strode out, planted the blood battle flag into the ground, and aimed his blow dart at Myrue. Scout God blow dart. Countless arrows pierced through Myrue's body, leaving tiny blood holes. His health dropped by more than 30%. This is a domain barrier. you all need to leave here quickly, my Rue shouted, trying to escape the area, but he found that his speed was terrifyingly slow. In contrast, others were even slower than him. Their full-speed running was only slightly faster than walking. Even using various skills to remove abnormal states was ineffective. What kind of slowing barrier is this? Silver blood is indeed thick, He Yen exclaimed in surprise. Upon his first glance, he noticed that my Rue was the strongest among this group of aliens. His health reached 9 million. When checking the information, he found that he was a blood orc. Wasn't he the same clan as the orc chieftain he had slain when he was still a novice? As the first elite monster he killed, he remembered it vividly. No wonder he looked so familiar. Shouldn't they be dealing with the death of the Beast King's son at the hands of the giant clan? Why are they getting involved in the fairy clan's rebellion? It's truly worrisome. Wind Thunder Poison Pearl. Seeing a dozen tricolor pearls thrown into the domain, the Qingshan Tiger King immediately reacted. Clear Wind Divine Speed. He quickly released an area acceleration skill, hoping to counteract the slowing effect. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Boom, boom, boom. The Wind Thunder Poison Pearls exploded around them, creating countless flashes of fire. Following that, 3 small Wind Thunder Poison Pearls appeared, causing secondary damage. Hint: the target is affected by paralysis, bleeding, and poisoning effects. It is worth mentioning that all damage from the Wind Thunder Poison Pearls that triggered bleeding and poisoning effects can stack, but the paralysis effect remains at 3 seconds, like sowing beans to create soldiers. Under various effects, dense damage numbers erupted from all the aliens within the domain. Although the individual damage was small, cumulatively, each received over 1 million damage. Some weaker alien allies died directly under this wave of bombardment. You have killed a Qingshan Tiger clan. You have devoured 185 points of attack power. This effect will expire when the devouring domain ends. You have killed a blood orc. You have devoured 10 points of agility. This effect will expire when the devouring domain ends. Many alien deaths triggered another effect of the devouring domain, significantly boosting He Yan's attributes. The more he fought, the stronger he became. How could this be? On the side, Ikasi could no longer describe her feelings at this moment. She hadn't done anything yet. Just 2 attacks, and some of the enemies were instantly killed? Although she was mentally prepared, this truly couldn't be described as anything less than terrifying. A monster. The human before her was undoubtedly a real monster. She couldn't help but glance at one of her skills. Wind God's Blessing. Growth skill doubles your agility with a chosen unit. She had received this from her father. What would happen if she used it on the monster before her? She glanced at the other races still paralyzed. It felt a bit cruel, but then she thought again. This group was the enemy. Being merciful to them was being cruel to herself. Kindness is reserved for those who deserve it. Hint: you are affected by Wind God's Blessing. Ike's agility doubled. He Yen, who had just raised his demon-breaking longbow, was momentarily stunned. Agility doubled? With the tidal effect, his attack speed instantly reached 6. He took off directly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He prioritized shooting those with minimal health among the other races. This was the first time He Yen felt that the Qilin arm had such a significant advantage. You killed a Qingshan tiger. You absorbed 105 attack power. The effect of the devouring field will expire when it ends. You killed a Qingshan tiger. You absorbed 1024 health. 3 seconds later, only the Qingshan Tiger King and my Rue remained, standing alone in the barrier. What's the difference from garbage? What's the difference from garbage? What the hell are you? The Qingshan Tiger King's face was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fear. At this moment, the Qingshan Tiger King was filled with nothing but fear. Clearly, the time spent fighting this masked man was very short, but for some reason, there was always a sense that the opponent was growing stronger with each battle. He couldn't help but communicate with my Rue mentally. Can we really defeat him? Don't worry, he has a barrier field. Don't I have one too? My Rue's expression was also extremely serious, but he wasn't without a way to deal with him. Once I release the barrier field, it will cancel out his field, and then we can attack him. You need to find a way to capture the Wind Fairy Princess. Even if I fail, he won't dare to act recklessly then. He had already sustained moderate damage and couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. They had to finish off the opponent in one go. But doesn't your barrier require a release time? Our speed is greatly limited. How do we hold him off? The Qingshan Tiger King pointed out a critical flaw. I'll handle it, Ant. I will show you how powerful the orcs are. Command the 3 armies. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of light shadows suddenly flashed before He Yen, transforming into blood-colored orcs. There were about 30 of them. This was one of my Rue's skills, capable of summoning orc companions and receiving my Rue's blessing to assist him in battle. Warriors of the orc clan, crush that ant before us. Charge! Countless orcs roared loudly. The delivery has finally arrived. The corner of Hibayan's mouth slightly lifted beneath his mask. The reason he hadn't rushed to attack was that he wanted to wait for him to use this skill and earn some extra benefits. He just didn't expect to be unable to hold back so soon. Demon-breaking arrow. Hibayan's arm pulled the bow quickly, creating numerous afterimages. With the dual enhancement of attack speed and various attributes, Hibayan shot while retreating. Critical hit. Mechanical spider. 6 arrows per second easily triggered additional damage effects. Moreover, these blood-colored orcs couldn't catch up to Hibayan. The kite strategy was back in action. Damn ant. If you have the guts, don't run. Real powerful archers attack in close combat. Shooting cold arrows from a distance is nothing. The orc warriors shouted angrily, some even throwing their axes in an attempt to provoke Hibayan. As a result, one companion hadn't finished speaking before he was taken out. You have killed the blood orc warrior. Free attribute points. At the same time, my Rue was not idle. The prelude to his domain was about to end. Although he felt terrible seeing his comrade die, it was much better than dying himself. Blood domain. Crack. A blood-red domain appeared, but immediately began to crack. Under the dual pressure of the divine ice barrier and the time-eating domain, it felt like a frail little boy, struggling to breathe. Gritting his teeth, my Rue used an extraordinary item to enhance the domain. Boom! The blood-red domain shattered along with a gray barrier, leaving only the divine ice barrier still intact. It worked! My Rue and the Qingshan Tiger King suddenly felt the heavy burden of being stuck in the mire lift. Although their speed was still reduced, it was much better than before. At least they could run faster. The two hurried to escape the range of the divine ice barrier. They had been there for almost a minute, continuously losing health. But the next second, in the distance, Hibayan's broken magic longbow glimmered slightly. He used 2 skills. Mana Spring allows 1 skill to ignore cooldown and be used twice. Magic longbow skill, time-eating domain. What a surprise! All along, the opponents Hibayan encountered were too weak. He had never had the chance to use Mana Spring. Now, finally, an enemy worthy of his disgust appeared. My Rue and the Qingshan Tiger King were once again enveloped by the gray domain. What the hell is going on? My Rue was instantly dumbfounded. Did I break a fake domain? Be careful, Commander. At that moment, my Rue suddenly heard the panicked shout of the orc warrior. He saw 7 blow darts and countless beads appear in his line of sight. Here it comes again. Knowing its power well, my Rue immediately activated all defensive skills, pulling the Qingshan Tiger King in front of him. Qingshan Tiger King? What are you doing? The Qingshan Tiger King roared angrily. Since you're going to die anyway, you might as well feel honored to be my shield before you kick the bucket. The Qingshan Tiger King wanted to resist, but his strength was no match for the opponent, unable to break free from my Rue's control. As he saw the rain of arrows falling from the sky, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. It's over. Just as they were about to hit him, like a school of fish encountering a reef, they automatically veered to the left and right. They hit the old bastard behind him who sold out his teammates. Mechanical spider, what trick did you use? In the divine ice barrier, there was a vulnerability bonus, and the damage dealt far exceeded Hibayan's imagination. My Rue had already been battered by the rain of arrows. After being hit again, both of his ears were shot through. Deserved it. The Qingshan Tiger King felt secretly pleased. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly attacked him, escaping from my Rue's grasp. Human warrior, I am willing to tell you all the plans of the fairy race, just asking you to spare me, even if I have to become your slave. The Qingshan Tiger King immediately shouted to Hibayan. However, it was too late. The wind thunder poison beads thrown out could no longer be retrieved. A series of thunderous explosions followed. Critical hit, the Qingshan Tiger King's health continuously dropped, letting out a painful roar. With less than half health remaining, he fell to the ground before the subsequent explosions of the wind thunder poison beads had even finished. Why? From start to finish, he had never attacked that human even once. Why was it so ruthless? You have killed the Qingshan Tiger King, level 57 bronze. Now only the orc commander my Rue was left. He felt terrible. Seeing the death of the Qingshan Tiger King, he knew that surrendering would be useless against the opponent. Human warrior, I admit you are strong, but there's no need to delay your future for the affairs of the Elf Empire. He began to try to persuade Hibayan with benefits. My true identity is the leader of the Blood Orc Kingdom. If you are willing to join us, I will not hold this against you and will introduce you to our Beast King. With your strength, you could at least become a high-ranking leader or even an orc general, enjoy various rights and honors, and command countless subordinates. Tip: Orc Leader Myrue, level 45 silver, actively invites you to join the Blood Orc Kingdom and offers you a promise. Will you accept? Your choice will definitely change your future in Divine Awakening. He Beiyen couldn't even be bothered to decline. He directly deleted this prompt. Joining any faction requires signing a Divine Awakening contract. It means completely aligning oneself with that faction. A mere kingdom general? What's the difference from the scraps of paper and garbage found everywhere on the ground? He didn't even look down on world-class factions. What was a small kingdom worth? No response. A volley of broken magic arrows shot towards Myrue's eyes. Should he reveal the secret of the Fountain of Life? Should he reveal the secret of the Fountain of Life? Aikos had felt very tense upon hearing Myrue's words. She was worried that this monstrous human would suddenly turn against them and attack the Wind Elf Empire. After all, Aikos didn't know why this monstrous human wanted to help them. But then she saw Myrue's eyes explode, brain matter splattering everywhere, and she trembled a bit, confirming with a glance, he was someone not to be trifled with. This terrifying human was not only a monster but also ruthless towards his enemies. When she inquired about the Wind Spirit Core, she had to be careful with her attitude and tone. At this moment, Aikos completely recognized Hibayan's strength. This level of talent had utterly crushed her. You have killed Myrue, level 45 silver, and gained a large amount of experience. Absorb 281 points of attack power. Kill Orc Warrior. Kill Orc Warrior. Ding! Your level has successfully increased to level 39, free attribute points, 4-dimensional attributes. A series of prompts popped up on Hibayan's panel. One more level and I can obtain the cursed embryo. However, he hadn't decided what type of cursed item the new optional embryo would generate. You have allocated all free attribute points to strength. Physical attack, 9126. Hibayan was still not satisfied with his attack power. The only thing he was grateful for was that the unlocking condition for the seal effect of the forbidden spellbook had increased significantly. Seal effect 3, immune to 50% of all spell damage, kill 50 level bronze. 9. Aside from that 50 level bronze Janna and the Green Mountain Tiger King, killing a 45 level silver was equivalent to 750 level bronzes. As long as Hibayan killed 3 more 45 level silvers, he could unlock Seal 3. The great ancestor of the spellcaster was about to appear. Respected human warrior. Aikos flew in front of Hibayan. I sensed the aura of the Wind Spirit Core on your belt. May I ask how you obtained it? Hibayan was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, he understood. It turned out that when he fused the Wind Spirit Core with other materials to create the Wind Thunder Poison Pearl Belt, it led to Aikos discovering him. This was indeed a situation he hadn't anticipated. He couldn't help but think about the various materials in Divine Awakening. In the future, if he obtained some rare items, he would have to be more cautious. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. Why? It's nothing. Upon receiving the answer, Aikos let out a sigh of relief. If he was the one who had knocked on her head back then, should she knock back or not? Learning from the last time when she didn't ask for a name, Aikos proceeded to inquire. After learning that the other party was named Hibayan, she firmly etched those 3 words in her mind. Remember this terrifying man who was like a monster. She absolutely could not provoke him. Outside the Imperial City, the Demon Emperor was leading the fairy army in battle against the Wind Spirits. Just as both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, the fairy army seemed to be gaining the upper hand. After all, he had prepared for this day for many years. There were more than 10 at the golden level alone. Strange, why do I have a bad feeling? The Demon Emperor furrowed his brow and instinctively contacted the 7 fiends of the fairies. It had been so long, logically, they should have captured the Wind Spirit Princess by now. However, there was no response. Almost forgot, the Wind Spirit King Oberk can sever any of our communications. The Demon Emperor dismissed the thought. Anyone who entered the royal city, whether it was the 7 fiends of the fairies or allied foreign races, he could not contact. He knew that Oberk's powerful mental force was obstructing them. But it didn't matter, he had arranged everything meticulously. The maid would capture the Wind Spirit Princess and use the treasure he had given her, allowing the 7 fiends outside the palace to sense it and assist in the evacuation. To prevent any leaks about this plan, he had told no one except the 7 fiends and the maid. Even if something went slightly wrong and they failed to capture Ix, it was fine. After all, Ix was not indispensable. The foreign allies would cause destruction within the royal city for a while, then gradually converge towards the city outskirts to join forces with the fairy army for a pincer attack. At that time, the fairy army would surely be defeated. Ultimately, he would lead the strong against the Wind Spirit King Oberk and seize the Tree of Life. He had already made thorough plans for everything. Thinking of this, he smiled. However, one thing puzzled him. Why did it feel so quiet inside the royal city? Hibayan is truly a disciple of the Holy Physician. Inside the palace, the Wind Spirit King Oberk used his mental force to observe He Beiyan. Leon had made it very clear when he told him. The name of the holy physician's disciple was He Beiyan. Sensing that the silver had been killed by him, even a king who had seen countless prodigies was greatly shocked. The disciple of the holy physician is indeed extraordinary. Lisa. Oberk summoned Lisa. What does that human man who delivered the secret letter want as a reward? Your Majesty, he wants the Spring of Life. Oberk's expression grew serious. The Spring of Life was incredibly precious. It contained a tremendous secret. That is, it could break the shackles of the diamond level. The diamond level is not the end. Therefore, he had never given the Spring of Life to foreign races. Apart from him, all the fairies who had drunk from the Spring of Life were unaware of this matter. But no one had ever truly surpassed this shackle. Has there been any new movement from the 7 fiends of the fairies? Oberk changed the subject. Reporting to Your Majesty, no, they found they couldn't break into the palace and have been guarding outside. Oberk nodded. You may leave. After he left, Oberk flipped his palm. A map appeared. It displayed the 4 continents of the Divine Awakening world, all roughly the same size. However, the continents to the north and south were shrouded in darkness. The north and south of the Divine Awakening world have never had any foreign life enter, or rather, no one has ever returned alive. No creatures have ever escaped from there. It is mysteriously terrifying, yet many diamond-level experts have entered, and despite making ample preparations, they still could not come out. He seemed to be making a difficult decision. Should he reveal the secret of the Spring of Life to the Holy Physician's disciple? Although no one in the royal family of wind spirits had contracted the curse disease, he held the Holy Physician in immense respect, knowing he was a real existence. It was not easy to find a disciple. What if he died in there?